Episode 7. The Sacred Domain of Light Chapter 1. Tyranny in the spring of 780. The Far East was enveloped in an aura of tranquility. The war had long since concluded, and by March, the warriors of the Far Eastern racial army began their return home. They cast aside their deadly weapons and took up rusted plows, laboring under the sun as they toiled in the fields. In the villages and towns ravaged by war, smoke began to rise once more, signaling the return of life. The people commenced the arduous task of rebuilding their homes, and life resumed a semblance of peace as the half-orcs who had returned from the front lines reclined beside their wives. Indulging in the comforts of domesticity, growing plump in the process that by May, the demonic forces command in the Far East, later renamed the Governor's Office of the Far East, dispatched a significant number of troops to the provincial capitals throughout the region, establishing governments in each province and initiating their dominion over the Far East, marking the beginning of a collective nightmare for the populace. The first decree issued by the command was a mandate that all races in the Far East were required to pay 100 kilograms of grain per person within a month. Local officials of the demonic forces explained, this is for military provisions, intended to reward the valiant liberators of the Far East, the Great Divine Army. In truth, the idea of requisitioning grain from the local populace had been harbored by the demonic forces since the Siege of Pi. Yet at that time, their commander, Zichuan Xiu, had refrained from acting on it, fearing it would incite the ire of the soldiers of the Far Eastern United Army, whose support was still deemed essential. However, circumstances had shifted. The newly appointed governor of the Far East, Duke Ludi, feared neither heaven nor earth, and certainly not the people. He acted without restraint. This decree incited widespread discontent among the various races of the Far East, which was already not a fertile region for grain production. Traditionally, the grain here was reliant on imports from families in the interior, coupled with 2 years of devastating warfare that had decimated the population. With able-bodied men conscripted into military service and the land fallow, grain production had plummeted, leaving many families struggling to feed themselves. The demand for such a substantial grain contribution was exceedingly burdensome. Voices of dissent echoed throughout the Far East, lamenting, even during the governance of the Zichuan family, they would not have collected grain at this time of year when the harvest is uncertain. We fought valiantly to oust the rulers of the Zichuan family, only to be met with something worse. For what have we sacrificed so many young lives? The public's reaction was so fervent that the grain requisition teams of the demonic forces resorted to using clubs to beat the half-orcs, snake folk, and the elderly and children into submission, extracting their last possessions. By early June, after much struggle, only half of the grain requisition quota had been met. Faced with the incessant complaints of his subordinates, who were the governors of the various provinces, Ludi disdainfully retorted, "You are simply not competent enough." That he personally demonstrated in the Dusa province, where the demonic forces seized one person from each household as a hostage. If the household failed to meet the grain quota within 2 weeks, the hostage would be in their desperate bid to evade forced labor and the grain requisition teams. The villagers forsook their homes, abandoning the freshly sown fields, leaving half of their arable land to fall into desolation. Overrun by rampant weeds, the memories of the recent famine surged back, plunging the people into a profound panic. In October of the year 780, the 5 great races of the Far East, namely the half-orcs, the serpent folk, the elven beasts, the dwarves, and the dragonkin, each appointed their representatives to jointly petition the Governor-General of the Far East. The representatives arrived at the governor's residence, tears streaming down their faces as they implored Lord Ru, beseeching him to grant the long-suffering people of the Far East a moment's respite. They requested a reduction in the grain requisition quotas. At the very least, enough sustenance for survival and rice seeds for the coming year should be spared, and the return of some able-bodied men who had been forcibly conscripted, even if only for a few months until the winter farming lulled. To their astonishment, Lord Ru rebuked them, expressing incredulity that these wretched commoners were not contemplating how to repay their liberators, their magnificent divine emperor and his loyal servant, Lord Ru, nor reflecting on the countless brave divine warriors who had sacrificed their lives and blood for their emancipation. Instead, they were merely bemoaning the burden of their obligations. This was utter nonsense. The current demands were already a generous concession from the divine emperor, a manifestation of his utmost concern for the people of the Far East. Their attempts to sow discord and disturb the peace were transparent. Fortunately, with my discerning eyes, I, Lord Ru, have seen through your schemes. Your conspiracies shall never succeed. The loyalty and affection of the Far Eastern populace for the divine race are unshakable. As for you, ungrateful and vile wretches, humph, it would be too lenient to simply execute you." As he spoke, Lord Ru commanded their execution. On the same day, the governor's office issued an edict, announcing that in a few days, 100 kilograms of grain would be requisitioned from each person to express the love and loyalty of the Far Eastern populace to the great divine emperor on his birthday. Generally speaking, the people of the Far East are simple and patient. They endure poverty, hunger, and the desolation of having nothing. They have weathered millennia of suffering, obedient as camels and enduring as oxen. However, all this forbearance must have a minimal threshold, the guarantee of mere survival. Once that threshold is threatened, they become exceedingly ferocious and unruly. This explains why they tolerated the rule of the Zichuan family for 2 centuries, yet could not withstand a year under the tyranny of the demon race. The people of the Shaluo province in the Far East are renowned for their fierce spirit and love of freedom. They were the first to rise against the tyranny of the Zichuan family, and now they once again set a brilliant example for the entire Far East in protest against the demon race's rampant exploitation. A massive uprising erupted in the provincial capital, Lonka City, where tens of thousands of ragged half-orcs and serpent folk occupied the city for 2 days. They loudly mocked and derided the local demon governor, their cries drowning out the threats of a commander from the demon regular army. Infuriated, the rioting populace hurled mud and charged at the fully armed demon troops. The agitated local governor demanded that the station forces suppress the uprising. But the calm military leader had to point out that the enraged throngs numbered over 100,000, while the entire armed force of the demon race in the area was fewer than 6,000. If provoked, the outcome was uncertain, but they could easily breach the weak line of guards at the governor's office, with consequences that would be left to your imagination. Realizing this, the demon governor trembled and retreated into the basement of the governor's mansion, voluntarily imprisoning himself. The response from the Far Eastern governor's office was exceedingly severe. The Zichuan family, due to negligence and slow reaction, allowed a minor rebellion to escalate into a catastrophe that engulfed the entire Far East, ultimately leading to their loss of the region. Determined not to replicate the mistakes of his predecessor, Lord Ru swiftly dispatched 20 teams of demon regulars to the insurrection area, sealing off every road and path leading there. The entire rebellious region became a vacuum, isolated from the outside world, with everything that transpired within destined to remain unknown to the public. In the days that followed, villagers in the Minsk province downstream of the Shaluo province discovered they could no longer drink from the Blue River. The once crystal-clear waters had transformed into a faint pink hue, exuding a subtle scent of blood. Those who witnessed this phenomenon were left pale with fear, silenced by dread. The demon officials explained that a large-scale irrigation project was underway upstream, claiming that the red color was due to a special red clay dissolving in the water. However, in some areas, particularly near the border with the Shaluo province, rumors circulated among the half-orc villagers, whose keen senses of hearing and sight were unmatched, that a horrific massacre had been perpetrated by the demon race in the Shaluo province. This narrative spread rapidly throughout the Far East. While the populace had previously voiced numerous protests and grievances against Lord Ru's oppressive measures, their response to the Shaluo province incident was one of silence, suffocating, deathly silence. They had come to realize that their adversaries were not to be swayed by words or reason. Amidst this silence, the seeds of hatred took root and began to sprout day by day. In the 11th month of the year 780 of the empire, as the sweltering heat gradually dissipated, though the first snowfall was still conspicuously absent, the unmistakable essence of autumn was apparent in the withering leaves and the bare branches. The setting sun cast its last feeble rays across the horizon, illuminating the parched grasses trodden under hoof. The cavalry reconnaissance team galloped westward, silhouetted against the sunset, their figures gilded in the fading light. Suddenly, the commanding officer at the front raised his hand. Halt! He reined in his steed, which let out a long, plaintive whinny. One by one, the cavalrymen followed suit, their restless horses kicking up dried grass and aimlessly circling in place. A fellow rider caught up and inquired, "By Chuan, why have we stopped?" Bai Chuan remained silent, tilting his head as if listening intently, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply. "Mingyu, do you smell that? Something is off." Mingyu took a deep breath, the air filled with the familiar sense of the prairie earth and dried hay. Yet he sensed an incongruous odor he quickly realized, hesitantly stating, "Is there a hint of blood?" Bai Chuan nodded, pointing toward a small grove to their south. It's coming from there. Let us investigate. Mingyu hesitated, but Bai Chuan had already turned his horse and sped off, with the cavalry following closely behind. He sighed in resignation, silently praying that it would not be a large demon force as they approached the grove. The scent of blood intensified. At the edge of the thicket, Bai Chuan discovered what they were searching for, a shallow natural ditch littered with the corpses of slain demon soldiers. Sprawled haphazardly, numbering over a dozen, their dark faces bore the marks of violence, lips stained with blood, clad in blue cotton trousers and barefoot. No weapons lay beside the bodies, and even their armor had been stripped away. The wounds were still oozing blood, indicating that death had come recently. The assailant, whoever they were, had likely not gone far, perhaps fleeing only upon hearing the approach of hooves. Furrowing his brow, Mingyu ordered his subordinates, dig a grave and bury them. The cavalrymen groaned in protest, complaining about having to deal with such gruesome corpses, lamenting their commanding officer's excessive meddling. However, Mingyu was not motivated by compassion for the fallen demon soldiers. He merely feared that should the demons discover the bodies, they would retaliate against the local inhabitants, potentially jeopardizing the safety of the Xiuzi camp. A scout approached Bai Chuan with a report. From the blood trail, it seems several of the enemy were injured. The blood leads into the grove, and it's still wet, indicating they haven't gone far. The footprints are quite chaotic. Bai Chuan nodded, inferring that it was likely their own people. He gestured for a squad of cavalrymen. Follow me into the grove. The grove was comprised of birch trees, sparse and nearly bare in the deep autumn, making it ideal for tracking. The cavalrymen followed the narrow path marked by blood, the thick layer of fallen leaves crunching beneath their horses' hooves. They're right there, a soldier ahead shouted. Bai Chuan spotted them too, a patch of unusual movement among the pale birch trees, strikingly conspicuous. His spirits lifted, he spurred his horse forward, quickening his pace. The sound of hooves echoed through the grove, startling the resting birds into flight. Realizing they could not outrun the cavalry, the figures no longer concealed themselves, but instead approached Bai Chuan and his men. Fearing an ambush, Bai Chuan commanded the cavalry to slow down and approach cautiously. Within mere 20 paces, they could clearly discern each other, both sides eyeing one another warily, assessing the situation. The group before them comprised ragged human soldiers. Their garb varied. Some donned military overcoats, others wore Zichuan family uniforms, with makeshift armor hastily strapped around their midsections, and a few even adorned the battle armor of the demon soldiers, stained with blood. The soldiers appeared gaunt, filthy, and emaciated, some bearing wounds, barely able to stand upright. Each member of the group bore an array of weapons: knives, swords, bows and arrows, specially crafted hooked spears from the demon soldiers, wooden clubs studded with nails, and sharpened iron shards. Bai Chuan's gaze was piercing as she began to piece together the identities of those before her. She dismounted her horse, placed the saber from her waist onto the ground, and raised her hands, signaling that she bore no arms, gradually approaching them with a smile upon her face. "Stop!" bellowed a tall man with a bushy beard, his voice booming. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing us? Step any closer, and we shall let loose our arrows." Clearly the leader of the group, he had scarcely finished speaking when the ominous creaking of bowstrings echoed through the air. As several archers readied their shots, the cavalry behind Bai Chuan stirred restlessly. The impetuous young riders drew their sabers in unison, the glint of blue steel flashing like lightning, while their captain shouted fiercely, "Dare to lay a finger on Our Lady, and I shall turn you all into mincemeat." "Enough!" Bai Chuan turned her head, firmly restraining her cavalry. She then halted, spreading her hands wide, and gently spoke. "I am unarmed and merely wish to converse. May I approach a little closer?" Perhaps swayed by her gentle tone, or more likely intimidated by the gleaming sabers behind her, the bearded man softened his stance, saying, "Come forward," slowly. The archers too lowered their bows, pointing the arrows towards the ground. Bai Chuan stepped forward to stand before them, allowing for a free exchange of words. Clearing her throat, she inquired, "The demon soldiers outside, you are responsible for their demise, correct?" The bearded man hesitated, then nodded. "Indeed, it was our doing." There was no point in denial. Many weapons bore the stains of blood, and some wore the very armor of the fallen demon soldiers. Bai Chuan nodded, her expression one of approval as she asked, "Were there any injuries among your ranks?" "A few of my brothers have been wounded." Bai Chuan immediately replied, "Please hold on." She turned back toward her own troops, giving the cavalry captain a quick set of instructions. From the bulging saddlebag, the captain retrieved some supplies, and handed them to Bai Chuan, who returned to present a bottle of medicine and several rolls of clean bandages to the captain. Quickly tend to your comrades' wounds, or they may become infected. The bearded man gratefully accepted the items. These were exactly what they were in dire need of. He turned to pass the medicine to a young man clad in demon armor, urging him softly to bandage the wounds, then turned back to Bai Chuan and sincerely expressed, "We are deeply grateful." Several injured men were propped against a tree as they received treatment, groaning their thanks amidst a chorus of gratitude. The tense atmosphere that had permeated the encounter began to dissipate, as everyone exhaled in relief. Loosening their grips on their weapons, Bai Chuan smiled and said, "No need for thanks. It was but a small effort. May I inquire as to your identity?" "My name is Duke, a knight from the 5th Squad of the 31st Division of the Purple River family's Far Eastern Army," he replied with a wry smile. "Or at least, I used to be." The surrounding officers and soldiers fell silent, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Bai Chuan, puzzled, soon realized. The 31st Division, was that not stationed in the Glock province? During the tumult of the Far Eastern upheaval 2 years prior, 25 family divisions stationed in Glock province betrayed their posts under Lei Hong's command, the 31st Division being among them. This rebel faction joined the Far Eastern Ethnic Army, becoming a core force of the insurgency against humanity. Later, during the demon invasion, they became accomplices to the demons, a tragic chapter in the history of the Purple River family. Bai Chuan fell silent, and after a moment, softly said, "I see." This meant that the individuals standing before her were indeed rebels. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Duke spoke softly. "Yes, you are correct. We are traitors." He gestured behind him at the silent crowd. "Before you now stand only traitors." When Lei Hong rose to power, all loyal officers who refused to betray their families were slain. Those of us who live are all traitors, betrayers of the Purple River family and of humanity. His expression remained stoic, yet his tone betrayed a profound sense of desolation and resignation. Bai Chuan gazed at the weary, gaunt figures before her, unsure of how to confront them. She too had once deeply felt the sorrow of being labeled a traitor. In truth, she and her companions also bore the stigma of betrayal, albeit innocently. While these men were genuine traitors, what must their feelings be? She nodded silently, then asked, "And what of the corpses of the demon soldiers outside? What transpired there?" "Lei Hong is dead, and the demons sent Ludi to lead the Far Eastern Ethnic Army. Ludi treats his subordinates with such brutality that we could no longer continue and decided to desert. Those outside were the enforcement squad sent by the demons to hunt us down. As you can see," Duke said with a self-deprecating smile, "we managed to eliminate them." Bai Chuan was somewhat astonished. The demon enforcement squad was typically composed of elite units, and yet this ragtag band of weary deserters had managed to turn the tide against them. This indicated that their combat capabilities were far superior to their current appearance. Experienced soldiers, coupled with competent commanders, were talents desperately needed by her unit. She inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Have you considered returning to the Purple River family?" Duke shook his head. "Our hands are stained with the blood of our own kin. The family will not forgive us. As for what comes next, we shall take it one step at a time. If the demons catch up with us, we will fight until the end. Young lady, thank you for the medicine. Do you have any extra supplies or food? We can purchase them with gold." Feeling ashamed, he wished to avoid further entanglements with the humans before him. Though they shared the same race, they were not allies on the same path. Bai Chuan called after him, "We have none here, but our base has plenty of food and medicine. Since you have nowhere else to go, would you be willing to join us?" Duke was taken aback. Here stood humans who, knowing his identity, were still willing to accept him. He retorted, "Who are you?" In truth, they had long harbored this doubt. The demons had begun their victorious advance across the Far East, and it had been some time since they had seen the Purple River family's forces. The young female officer before them donned the distinctive blue military coat and tall leather boots of the Purple River family, while her subordinates wore black cavalry uniforms and capes, adorned with red insignia indicating their unit number. Each movement conveyed the discipline of well-trained soldiers, their poise steady, marking them as part of a formal military unit. Bai Chuan, recognizing his confusion, smiled. "Rest assured, we are on the same side. We are also rebels. We are from the Xiu unit." Oh, the rebel soldiers exclaimed in surprise, and Duke trembled as he asked, "You are from the Xiu unit? Then what relation does Xiu Chuan have to you?" "Xiu Chuan is our superior," Bai Chuan replied, curious about their reaction. "What is the matter?" Duke, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "He is a great hero. His exploits have spread throughout our camp." Initially, the demons tried to suppress the news, but with so many high-ranking officers slain, they could not contain it, and the word eventually got out. Just hearing his name sends shivers down the spines of the demons. Because of him, we too have shared in the glory, and for a time, we were able to hold our heads high. We all idolize him. He is the pride of the Purple River family. In his fervor, he momentarily forgot his status as a traitor, inadvertently declaring, "Our Purple River family." Another rebel soldier chimed in, "The pride of the entire human world." Zichuan and the cavalrymen exchanged glances. Astonished that their superior, notorious within the family, was held in such high esteem in the Far East, someone murmured, a hero who defaults on bets." Before the thought could finish, another quickly silenced him. "I will follow you," Duke declared without hesitation. "Underlord Xiu, even if it leads to death, we shall go." He turned, giving a swift and loud command, "Salute." The tattered men promptly rendered a military salute to Zichuan, while Duke hoarsely and resolutely called out, "The entire 5th Squad of the former 31st Division of the Far Eastern Army requests to rejoin. Please give your orders, Commander." Zichuan returned the salute slowly, saying, "Knight Duke, welcome you and your men back to the fold. That I am Zichuan, standard-bearer of the Xiu unit. You claim this is the entire 5th Squad. Where are the others?" "Reporting, Commander, our entire squad is here." Zichuan gasped. According to the organizational structure of the Purple River family's regular army, a squad should comprise over 500 men. Yet before her stood no more than 50, most of whom were injured. This illustrated the brutality they had endured. She chose not to dwell on it further, leading them to reunite with Ming Yu and the others for a retreat. The procession continued its journey westward, but due to some delays along the way, it was already deep into the night when they departed the plains and entered the mountainous region. This forest was beyond what most could fathom. The dense thorns and intertwining branches created an impenetrable barrier, within which one could neither hear nor see anything. The endless thickets resembled a city, a place more secluded, profound, and eerie than any other. After a night spent traversing the dark jungle, the newly joined soldiers found themselves utterly disoriented in the pitch-black woods. Unable to discern direction, they could not comprehend how the soldiers of the Xiuji battalion managed to navigate so precisely in the dark. By the following morning, the group emerged from the thicket into a perilous valley, the entrance of which was so narrow that only 2 riders could pass side by side. At the valley's mouth stood a simple stone fortress, where a lookout archer spotted the approaching troops and bellowed with resounding authority, "Halt! Who goes there?" Zichuan reined in her horse, aware that any misstep at this juncture could provoke the hidden archers on either side to unleash their arrows. She replied loudly, "Password, Sana Kaibans. I am Zichuan, the commanding officer of the Direct Division, returning from a reconnaissance mission on the orders of my lord. Please allow us passage." The archer's figure vanished, and the cavalry patiently awaited his return. After a moment, he reappeared, exclaiming, "Welcome back, by Kaibans, you have worked hard." The troops advanced through the valley's entrance, and, after approximately half an hour, found themselves in a breathtakingly open expanse. The newly arrived officers and soldiers were astonished to behold a quaint town and military camp. As if they had entered a dream, along the road stood newly constructed wooden houses, bustling with activity. The streets were alive with people coming and going, merchants vociferously hawking their wares, and shops brimming with a rich variety of goods. Among them, Duke and his companions spotted sweet potatoes and wolf fruits, regional specialties from their homeland, still remarkably fresh. The crowd included soldiers, but even more civilians, among whom were many elderly, women, and children, both human and half-orc. This sight utterly astonished Duke and his comrades. How could humans and half-orcs coexist harmoniously in the same town, engaging in commerce and interaction? In the current Far East, such a scene was unimaginable. Historically, half-orcs had been the mainstay of the demonic legions, harboring deep-seated animosity towards the Zichuan family and humanity, having always been prone to violence against humans. How could they coexist so peacefully? Another striking observation for Duke was that everyone here, whether human or half-orc, sported a healthy complexion, exuding an air of prosperity and tranquility in stark contrast to the widespread famine and corpses that lay outside. Duke could not help but exclaim, "This truly is a paradise." Zichuan casually explained, "This place was not always so populated. Since we settled here, we have taken in many human refugees displaced by the Far East wars. and gradually, people have gathered here. Later, my lord vigorously developed commerce, trading our food for various minerals with the different races of the Far East, and exchanging those minerals for food and weapons. Over time, more and more people began to engage and trade with us, leading to this flourishing community, though, of course, our development has been brief, less than half a year, so the facilities remain quite rudimentary. As the procession passed through the bustling streets of the town, the vendors called out with fervor. The group did not linger in the town, but headed straight for the military camp. The camp was situated at the edge of the town, with hundreds of wooden houses painted in a light green hue. Arranged in neat rows, the structures adhered to the same specifications as those in the town, but unlike the town's chaotic architecture, the military camp's design was orderly. Troops clad in light brown uniforms were seen drilling in formation, some engaged in unarmed combat training. Their shouts of "kill" echoing through the air. Others were running, while others practiced horseback riding in the open space. The sight of such a well-organized battalion, stretching endlessly, invigorated Duke and his companions, having not seen the Zichuan family's forces for a long time. They felt a surge of excitement at the sight of such a formidable military presence. The surrounding personnel welcomed Bai Chuan back with warm camaraderie, often approaching her with friendly inquiries. "Commander Bai Chuan, what treasures have you brought back this time?" Bai Chuan responded with a smile to each greeting that a soldier beside Duke quietly remarked. "Commander, for some reason, standing among these people makes me feel as though I've shrunk ahead. I can't shake this discomfort." And my words seemed to stumble. Duke shushed him, signaling to remain silent. Though his own martial prowess was not particularly high, he possessed keen insight and had already noticed that every officer and soldier he encountered exuded considerable skill. Particularly striking were those who moved with a steady gait, leaving no trace behind. Their eyes sparkled with concealed prowess, clearly indicating they had reached the level of masters. Yet, upon examining their insignia, he noted they were merely squad leaders. Duke was inwardly astonished. An ordinary soldier here could easily hold an officer's position in any other unit of the Zichuan family. Upon first encountering Bai Chuan and her forces, he had already discerned that none of the cavalrymen were mediocre. They surpassed other units in strength. While it was understandable that scouting units typically comprised the most elite soldiers, witnessing the sheer number of skilled individuals at their stronghold was astounding. Along the way, he observed a soldier washing a horse, pouring water from a large barrel over its back. The horse, startled by the cold water, reared up, while another soldier swiftly restrained it, pinning the massive beast in place as it whinnied and kicked, sending dust flying. The onlookers were left in awe, for that barrel must have weighed over 100 pounds. The strength required to subdue such a startled horse was remarkable, yet the soldiers handled it with ease, as if it were a mere straw, all the while humming a tune as they worked. Duke tugged at Bai Chuan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Commander Bai, look, look!" Bai Chuan turned her head, glancing disinterestedly before returning her focus elsewhere. "What is so interesting about washing horses? We do it every day." "Ah, washing horses? No, Commander, that is not what I meant." But Bai Chuan had already walked away. Duke and his companions stood there, stunned, their hearts racing with apprehension. If every member of this unit possessed such remarkable martial skills, combined with their well-trained coordination, the power of a battle formation comprising thousands would increase exponentially. In his recollection, such a formidable force had no equal among human armies, and even among the demonic legions. Perhaps only their most elite unit, the Imperial Guard, Armored Beast Corps, could rival at the front of the camp. Bai Chuan dismounted and summoned the quartermaster, instructing, "Today we have over 50 newcomers. Prepare clothing and weapons for each of them. Those injured should head to the infirmary first, while the others may enter the camp, take a bath, and then rest. Duke, come with me. I will take you to meet my lord." Duke promptly complied, wondering what the commanding figure of such a formidable army, who single-handedly infiltrated the demonic stronghold, exuding an aura of invincibility, might look like. He envisioned a tall, robust middle-aged man, stern and unsmiling, with a perpetually furrowed brow radiating authority without anger. His piercing gaze capable of seeing through walls, and a voice so deep and resonant that it could echo throughout a room, exclaiming, "Well done, little one," while heartily slapping his subordinates' shoulders in encouragement, leaving them to visit the orthopedic doctor afterward for treatment. Some possibly succumbing to internal injuries and bleeding out on the spot. He imagined a leader brimming with confidence, capable of guiding all humanity forward. As he anticipated meeting his idol, Duke felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. His heart racing as he straightened his back, adjusted his tattered uniform, striving to make a favorable first impression. Suddenly, a distant shout pierced the air. "Help! A rogue is peeping into the women's changing room." Accompanied by the shrills of women, a throng of townsfolk armed with kitchen knives and clubs surged past them. Observing the direction of the townspeople, Bai Chuan's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Her teeth clenched as she muttered, "That scoundrel." Taking advantage of my absence, Duke, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "Commander, what did you say?" "Nothing, just follow me," Bai Chuan replied, leading the way in the same direction as the townsfolk. Within 100 meters, the commotion intensified. A large crowd of townspeople gathered around a rather dapper young man with a mischievous grin, who was calmly addressing them. "Dear villagers, you've misunderstood. I wasn't peeping." "Then what were you doing perched on the vent of the women's changing room?" "Oh, this is merely due to the broken glass in the changing room, which I am in the process of repairing while also inspecting the latest advancements in our breast augmentation techniques." A throng surged forward, toppling the peeping scoundrel to the ground, encircling him as they rained down fists and kicks. "Damn lecher. We've finally caught you this time. My daughter has lost 3 pieces of lingerie this month. It must have been him. Let us teach him a proper lesson." Hit, I kick, I kick. Even Duke, who happened to pass by, took the opportunity to deliver a few kicks to the rogue. The miscreant let out a wail. "Good people, do not misunderstand. Help me." "Oh, Bai Chuan. It's you. Come save me, Bai Chuan. You heartless woman. How can you stand by and do nothing?" Duke was somewhat astonished. "Sir, it seems he is calling for you." Bai Chuan did not turn back. "That is a mere illusion, but you should not strike him like that." "Oh, I apologize, sir. I could not restrain myself in the moment." Bai Chuan abruptly drew a saber and handed it to Duke. "Use this to deal with him." Her tone was laced with menace. Duke, startled, took a step back. Staring blankly at the weapon, Bai Chuan couldn't help but smile, retracting the saber and leading Duke into a modest room at the center of the barracks. "This is the reception room for the adults. You can wait here for a while." That level of punishment should not be fatal for him. Duke did not grasp her meaning but respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Bai Chuan nodded and exited through the back door. Duke sat down on a chair, surveying his surroundings. The room was not particularly large, its walls painted a bright white, imbued with the distinct scent of new wood. The furnishings were sparse, consisting of a simple tea table, a dozen chairs, and a large table, all rather rudimentary, even lacking a coat of paint, revealing the pale wood beneath. The sole decoration was a grandiose calligraphy piece hanging in the center of the wall, which Duke stared at for quite some time before realizing it read, "Dominate the world," albeit hung upside down. After a while, he heard footsteps approaching outside and immediately stood at attention. Bai Chuan entered with another person, introducing him. "This is our troop commander, Lord Zichuan Xiu, Duke." "Duke, what is the matter?" She leaned in to check his breathing and raised her head. "He has fainted." "How strange. How could a perfectly fine person just faint?" Zichuan Xiu inhaled sharply. His face bruised and battered, covered in scars. As Duke regained consciousness, his gaze was vacant. Bai Chuan cast a sympathetic glance at him and quietly reassured. "The feeling of shattered idols is quite distressing, isn't it? You will gradually acclimatize." Bai Chuan instructed him. "Please relay all the information you know to the Lord. We are currently in dire need of intelligence regarding the demon race. One thing puzzles me. Why is your unit's casualty rate so alarmingly high? There are hardly any left in your battalion." "Yes, my lord, Officer Bai. Historically, the demon army has been divided into several tiers, with the Sinia tribe receiving the most preferential treatment. They enjoy the best conditions, finest equipment, and ample supplies, with favorable pay. Conversely, the other races of the demon army are relegated to the second tier, slightly lesser in treatment, but still far superior to the Far Eastern races. Among the Far Eastern forces, the demon race places the highest value on the half-orc and dragonkin units, the former being the most numerous and the latter the strongest in combat, followed by the serpent race." Duke spoke with indignation, continuing, "And the most discriminated against are we humans. Wherever danger lurks and casualties mount, that is where we are dispatched. For instance, during the last assault on Pai, we were placed in the first wave of attack, followed closely by the demon overseers. Many brothers were not even allowed to retreat when injured, only to be trampled to death by the following troops. They deliberately sought to pave their way with our corpses. Our treatment is such that even the elves serving as aides in the military fare better. Not only is our pay frequently withheld, but we are also issued moldy rations, leaving us perpetually famished. Sir, the demon army deliberately does not regard us as human. It is not just us. Every human soldier in the racial army longs for a chance to return, yet finds no opportunity. After Lei Hong's death, we fled in droves, with the demon army dispatching enforcement squads to hunt us down, capturing deserters and hanging them alive in trees to burn. In the Dusa province, the stench of charred corpses pervades the air. We return the favor. If you seek our lives, we will first take yours. That day, we set an ambush and wiped out the pursuing enforcement squad without a single survivor, avenging ourselves. Zichuan Xiu nodded, approvingly stating, "Well done. Let me inquire, Duke, how many human soldiers like you remain in the demon army?" Duke was quite talkative, responding in detail. "My lord, when Lei Hong rebelled, there were a total of 25 divisions, including 10 cavalry divisions, amounting to around 200,000 personnel. However, after such a prolonged conflict, all units have suffered significant casualties, especially after Lei Hong's demise, with many soldiers secretly absconding. Currently, there are probably only about 100,000 human puppets remaining in the demon army. Though the structure still retains the 25-division framework, in reality, each division now possesses less than half its original strength. Morale across the units is exceedingly unstable, with chaotic management and poor discipline. Desertions occur frequently, and officers often turn a blind eye, pretending not to see it, with some officers even taking their subordinates with them, like myself." Zichuan Xiu nodded in satisfaction, exchanging a glance with Bai Chuan, both reflecting the joy in each other's eyes. Although hiding in the dense forests of Waga offered relative safety, it also presented drawbacks, chiefly a lack of external information. What they needed most now was intelligence about the demon army, just as Zichuan Xiu had anticipated. After the peak comes the trough. Following the euphoria of conquering the Far East, the massive war machine of the demon race inevitably faced a decline in morale. Are you aware of the current troop distribution of the demon army across the Far East? Duke appeared troubled, furrowing his brow as he hesitated before replying. "Well, my lord, our status as humans in the demon army is quite low, and we are often cut off from crucial intelligence. However, I have heard many rumors. Though I cannot vouch for their veracity, speak freely. We will not hold it against you. Indeed, one thing is certain. The demon army's current strength is far less than at the onset of the war. Though they triumphed over us in the Far Eastern conflict, they paid a hefty price, particularly during Lord Sterling's battle at Pi City. Everyone says the casualties in the demon army must have been substantial, or else the demon god emperor would not have readily agreed to negotiations. It is said they lost tens of thousands of elite troops and were even compelled to change commanders mid-battle, withdrawing the crown prince as well. Following the war, their domestic agricultural production required manpower, prompting the demon race to recall a large number of troops for demobilization. The demon god emperor's palace was disbanded, and the most formidable palace guards returned home, with all the kingdom's main forces also departing, including the likes of Cardon, Kalen, Yun Xinxue, Yi Irma, and Ross, who were said to no longer be in the Far East. Now, the primary forces the demon race has left in the Far East are the Ludi Corps and the Ling Buxu Corps. Ludi has been appointed as the new Grand Governor of the Far East, and his troops have mostly been scattered throughout the region, while the Ling Buxu Corps is stationed around the Western Valen Fortress, specifically tasked with monitoring and defending against the human garrison within. Aside from them, the demon race has only the Far Eastern Racial United Army remaining. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. Ludi has already been appointed Grand Governor of the Far East, not Yun Xinxue. There is a reason for this. Prior to the war, the demon god emperor had promised his generals that the one who slays the most enemies would become the new Grand Governor of the Far East. Consequently, after the war, when everyone compared their achievements, it turned out that despite the defeat at Pi City, the one who had killed the most was indeed the Ludi Corps, having annihilated over 100,000 militia forces in the Moon Bay battle alone. Based on this, he far surpassed the other generals. Therefore, the demon god emperor honored his promise and appointed him as governor. Volume 7. The Holy Domain of Light. Chapter 2. To Zichuan Xiu pondered. He had heard many rumors about Ludi during his time in the demon army and understood his methods. Bai Chuan first led Duke down to rest. Waiting outside, Mingyu entered to report, and Zichuan Xiu asked him, "How were conditions outside during this outing?" My lord, we visited several provinces, and the situation is largely the same. Drought, famine, disaster. As we traveled, the fields lay abandoned, with no one to cultivate them, and corpses of the starving littered the roadsides. The common folk have hidden away in the deep mountains, afraid to come out. Fearing both the demon army's conscription for supplies and the bandits plundering villages, everywhere is rife with thieves, and we encountered at least 100 instances of robbery during our journey. In our Waga province, conditions are somewhat better, as the people here receive our aid, allowing them to scrape by. Have you encountered a patrol of the demon race? Mingyu laughed awkwardly, remarking, a patrol? If you mean an entire regiment of the demon army, then perhaps that is more accurate. Along several provinces adjacent to the Far East Highway, there is an overwhelming presence of demon troops that we have encountered them at least 50 times, on numerous occasions. We barely escaped by spurring our horses and fighting our way through as for whether they pursued us. I cannot be certain. Zichuan Xiu expressed surprise. Isn't it said that the main force of the demon army is concentrated in the southwestern camp and Dusa? Mingyu replied with conviction, indeed. My lord, that it appears the demons are indeed plotting some action. They have amassed a significant force near Shaluo and Minsk, with at least over 30 teams that I suspect it may be directed against us. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. That is impossible. They are unaware of our true strength. If they intended to confront us, they would not mobilize such a large force, at most sending a few punitive teams. Have you entered Yun province? Yes, my lord, that I entered Yun province, but regrettably did not meet with the elder. I sincerely apologize for my failure to complete the task. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. Why? Did you fail to establish contact with them? Did you not present the joint letter of recommendation from the half-orcs in Durun and the other villages to the elder? My lord, I did. Upon my arrival, I made my identity and intentions known to the locals, but the elder refused to see me. My companions were infuriated, exclaiming, let us raise this village. Yet the half-orcs there displayed remarkable courage. Even with knives at their throats, they did not flinch. Absolutely do not shed blood there. It is a sacred place. Should we commit murder there, the entire Far East would rise in opposition against us. Mingyu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Yes, my lord. You are entirely correct. I immediately halted my brothers and apologized before departing, but I truly regret my failure to fulfill the mission. Did you show them the letter from Durun? My lord. I did. They were fully aware of our identities but deliberately chose to ignore us, which is quite infuriating. They stated, to meet our village elder, your esteemed Bright Xiu must come personally. Mingyu uttered a curse in frustration, adding, what a pretentious elder. Is he not merely a bumpkin from a backwater village? Zichuan Xiu chuckled lightly, though he remained silent. This was not surprising, as Mingyu was unaware of the esteemed status the sacred temple of Yun province held among the people of the Far East. He had not heard of the legendary Elder Buten, a figure renowned throughout the region, who served as a spiritual leader for the half-orcs. It was he who, during a time of rebellion, led the oppressed populace in an ambush that annihilated the 30,000 troops of Zichuan's punitive army led by Lei Hong, thereby allowing the uprising to spread throughout the Far East. For reasons unknown, after the ethnic army grew powerful, he abruptly withdrew from the leadership corps and retreated to the sacred temple. It is said this was due to the majority of leaders in the Far East ethnic army advocating an alliance with the demon army, while Buten alone opposed it, believing that such an alliance would be akin to consorting with wolves. Unsupported, he resigned in frustration. Subsequent events indeed validated his foresight, and now, his status in the eyes of the Far East populace is unparalleled. All 13 clans of half-orcs revere him as their elder, and he governs the sacred temple of the Far East. Those familiar with Durun, Dekun, Debu, and other half-orcs asserted that to plot significant matters in the Far East, one must secure the support of Elder Buten. Following their counsel, Zichuan Xiu dispatched Baichuan and Mingyu with gifts to establish a connection with him. He dared not send Roger, fearing that Roger's fiery temper would jeopardize the endeavor. Unexpectedly, his two highest-ranking subordinates, accompanied by joint letters of recommendation from the village heads of nearby settlements, were still met with a closed door. As rumored, Elder Buten proved to be exceedingly haughty, yet fortunately, on their return journey, they encountered Duke and other fleeing rebels, allowing them to return not entirely empty-handed. Zichuan Xiu contemplated, saying, very well, that I shall visit tomorrow. Ah, my lord, to where? Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly, did they not say I must go personally? Then I shall do so. Mingyu was taken aback. My lord, they are merely a few country bumpkins. It is not worth your personal effort. Instead, allow me to make another trip with my brothers to invite him over. If he refuses, I shall raise the village. Mingyu spoke with clenched teeth, evidently still harboring resentment from the previous slight. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. That is not permissible, but I require his cooperation and cannot resort to force. Moreover, having been inactive for so long, I wish to see the outside world. At that moment, Baichuan entered, astonished by Zichuan Xiu's words. My lord, are you truly going in person? But your health has not yet fully recovered. Upon this, a hush fell over the group. Zichuan Xiu, having suffered internal and external injuries, found his condition exacerbated by the harshness of his escape. His ailments had not healed, although his external wounds had quickly closed thanks to the village's half-orc healer's secret remedies. The internal injuries lingered, severely damaging his meridians and dantian. Presently, Zichuan Xiu was utterly incapable of harnessing his internal energy, rendering him akin to a completely powerless individual that he chuckled weakly. It matters not. I have you all. Do I not? His smile bore a hint of resignation and bleakness. Baichuan felt a pang of sorrow. The once valiant hero who dared to infiltrate the demon camp alone had now become so weakened that he required the protection of his subordinates to venture outside. The sight was truly heart-wrenching. Several subordinates privately mourned for him, yet he himself seemed unconcerned, spending his days cheerfully peering into the women's dressing room. She quickly lowered her head to conceal the pity in her eyes from Zichuan Xiu. Indeed. Then we shall prepare the escort team. The two exited and quietly conferred for a while before approaching Roger to relay the matter. Baichuan instructed the two. We must ensure the safety of the Lord during the journey. Gather the finest experts at your disposal. Roger, you shall accompany me personally. Both readily agreed without hesitation, with Mingyu adding, in my troops, feel free to select whomever you deem best. The Lord's safety is paramount. Should I accompany you as well? Baichuan hesitated before responding. No. Let us keep someone at home to manage any unforeseen events. For the remainder of the day, Baichuan busied herself with selecting the escort team for Zichuan Xiu. Her requirements were high. The candidates needed to possess exceptional skills in close combat. Blade-to-blade fighting, agility, horsemanship, archery, they needed to be well-rounded and possess sharp minds, quick reflexes, and absolute loyalty, with the courage to shield their commander with their bodies in critical moments. Such individuals were indeed scarce, yet fortunately. The Xiu battalion was rich in talent. After considerable selection, she ultimately assembled a total of 50 bodyguards, each not only skilled, but also possessing their own specialties. Some excelled in saber combat, others in unarmed fighting. And there were a dozen sharpshooters capable of hitting targets from 100 paces. Thus, they formed a robust defensive network. Particularly notable were a few internal martial arts masters, whose physical prowess rendered them impervious to blades and spears. In Baichuan's plan, they would serve as Zichuan Xiu's closest protectors, especially against those desperate individuals willing to take drastic actions. Regarding mounts, Baichuan managed to procure a selection of warhorses from the Xianjia province for Zichuan Xiu and the escort. Xianjia province is renowned for producing fine horses, capable of bearing heavy loads, excelling in speed, and demonstrating remarkable endurance, far surpassing the demon warhorses in both speed and stamina. The armored legion of the Zichuan family had always sourced their steeds from the Xianjia region. Thus, should they encounter a substantial demon force, they would at least have a means of escape. The next day, the party set forth from the mountains. The contingent numbered nearly 100, comprising Zichuan Xiu, Roger, Baichuan, and around 50 bodyguards, along with 30 half-orcs. Some had accompanied Zichuan Xiu to Yun province, while others were engaged in trade, exchanging grain for minerals in an era marked by lawlessness and rampant banditry. No one dared venture out without sufficient military might. Although Zichuan Xiu's party was not large in number, their combat prowess was formidable. Apart from Zichuan Xiu, there were no inept individuals among them. Zichuan Xiu jestingly remarked. Together, they possessed the combat strength of half a demon team. The journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. With the guidance of the familiar half-orcs, they avoided the main roads and chose secluded paths. The advantage of this was evading demon patrols, but the downside was the occasional encounter with other groups of heroes. Frequently, while traveling, a sudden rustle would herald the emergence of a band of half-orcs or serpent folk. The half-orc race of the Far East is quite proud, even in the act of robbery. They are reluctant to admit to their wrongdoing, Some, bashfully presenting a box, claimed it was for fundraising to assist impoverished children in receiving an education at primary school, while simultaneously asserting their absolute integrity. Denying any inclination towards embezzlement, others proclaimed that this path was a sacred site of their family, where the remains of their esteemed ancestors lay buried, and that the presence of these outsiders had desecrated their holy lineage, disrupting local fortunes and depriving them of their livelihood. An egregious transgression indeed. Then there were those who, holding a cockroach from the ground, wept inconsolably, exclaiming, Little Chong, who could be so heartless as to crush you? In stark contrast, the Serpent clan exhibited a far more forthright demeanor, typically issuing a thunderous demand. Those wishing to live, surrender your money. The dragon folk were even more direct. They simply stationed themselves in the middle of the road, weapons in hand, their expressions ominous, requiring no words for you to grasp their intent. Each encounter of this nature left Zichuan Xiu chuckling as he jested with Baichuan and Mingyu. Look, your old companions have returned. The two samurai flushed crimson. Hastily ordering the assailants to disperse, the soldiers of the Xiu regiment demonstrated their prowess. For instance, Roger's thunderous shout accompanied by a bare-handed strike that felled a large tree, a flash of Baichuan's blade severing the weapons from the hands of the thieves, several archers swiftly shooting down the earrings from the ears of half-orcs, rendering them pale with terror. Once they comprehended that this group was not to be trifled with, they fled with remarkable speed. Darren, within the ranks, sighed despondently. They have brought shame upon our Zoi clan. The tradition of Zoi warriors is to never retreat, even in death. Enough, Zichuan Xiu smiled reassuringly. Is there a tradition among your Zoi warriors that inclines towards robbery? One cannot blame them. It is simply the result of these dire times that good men are forced into thievery. This consolation provided Darren with a modicum of relief. Just beyond the borders of the Wag province, scouts stationed at the forefront of the party reported that ahead, a supply convoy of the demon clan was approaching, numbering around 300, with over 60 grain carts. This presented itself as a veritable feast, yet the nearby bandits, wary of the demon army, dared not target this convoy, while Zichuan Xiu's group harbored no such apprehensions. After a brief consultation among Zichuan Xiu and several commanding samurai, they swiftly resolved to seize the grain carts. Zichuan Xiu's intent was not merely to acquire the supplies, but primarily to assess the extent of his subordinates' capabilities after extensive training. Being far from home alleviated concerns regarding potential reprisals from the demon clan. The ensuing battle unfolded exceedingly well. A sudden downpour of arrows disrupted the formation of the demon supply convoy. The accuracy of those arrows was astonishing, each one finding its mark, eliciting cries of agony from fallen demon soldiers. This initial volley claimed the lives of over 30 demon warriors, leaving the remaining escort in a state of disarray as they leapt from their carts, attempting to conceal themselves. However, the archers lurking in ambush possessed angles so advantageous that no matter where the demon soldiers sought refuge, they could not escape the line of fire. That a voice rang out from the woods, urging surrender. Yield, and you shall not be slain. It was Zichuan Xiu speaking in the demon tongue. The opposing archers proved overwhelmingly formidable. The demon soldiers lost their resolve to charge forward, one after another discarding their weapons and raising their hands in exclamation. Tmo, Gulin Danmu, do not shoot. We surrender. A few leaders exchanged glances, having anticipated victory, yet were taken aback by how effortless it was. Having faced no close-quarter combat at all, mere archery had compelled an army 3 to 4 times their size to capitulate. Roger exuberantly exclaimed, So we truly are powerful. It seems the demon clan isn't all that impressive after all. While the group busied themselves with the capture of prisoners and the grain carts, Zichuan Xiu fell into deep contemplation. He had never truly comprehended the nature of the demon clan. Today's circumstances suggested that rather than showcasing their strength, they had merely encountered a particularly weak faction of the demon clan, surrendering without engaging in any melee combat, a previously unfathomable occurrence. During the Pi Defense War, he had faced a different breed of demon soldier, those brash, reckless youths who charged valiantly into battle, trampling upon the corpses of their comrades, fierce in hand-to-hand combat. They fought tooth and nail, and in pursuit, they resembled hunting hounds, relentless in their attacks. Had they been the same type of demons, they would have concealed themselves at the first sight of an arrow, swiftly discerning its origin and launching themselves towards it, undeterred by casualties. committed to close combat. In such a fray, they either triumphed or were entirely annihilated, yet never retreated. Indeed, even Commander Sterling had held great admiration for their spirit. Had he encountered such demon soldiers today, victory would have been assured, albeit not with such ease and without a single casualty. Zichuan approached with a report. My lord, there are a total of 213 prisoners, all securely bound. I seek your guidance on the next course of action. Zichuan Xiu rose and commanded. Interrogate them. Inquire about their origins and the unit they belong to. Zichuan hesitated momentarily, stating, My lord, I fear this task must fall to you. We are not versed in the demon tongue. Zichuan Xiu chuckled softly, realizing he had been so absorbed in thought that he had overlooked this detail. The captives were gathered into a huddled group, bound with their hands behind their backs, their eyes reflecting fear and confusion as they pitifully gazed at the fully armed human soldiers surrounding them. They could not fathom who these humans were. Zichuan Xiu surveyed the line of captives and, raising his voice in the demon tongue, inquired, Who among you is the captain or officer? Stand forth. Silence enveloped the group. No one responded or rose. Zichuan Xiu repeated his question, yet still, no one answered. He smirked coldly. Very well. Pointing at several demons in the front row adorned with colored feathers, a sign of their rank, he addressed them in fluent demon language. You, and you few, step forward. The demon officers, understanding his intent, stood up in a daze but did not move closer. Nearby human soldiers, fierce as wolves, surged in, seizing the designated few like chicks and throwing them to the ground. Zichuan Xiu signaled, and the soldiers swiftly executed the captured demon officers before the eyes of the crowd, blood splattering and screams echoing. Among the prisoners arose a clamor, with someone shouting, You are untrustworthy. You promised not to kill us upon surrender. Many demon soldiers began to stir restlessly. The guards of the Xiu regiment threatened, Who dares to speak out, and lashed out with whips, reducing the more unruly captives to tears. Once the unrest was quelled, Zichuan Xiu resumed his cold address. Trust? Have you ever upheld the ranks of the demon tribe or discerned by the colors of the feathers adorning their shoulders? In truth, one can identify the captain by observing the style of the feathers and armor. Zichuan Xiu, with a discerning eye, quickly grasped the situation. However, he deliberately chose to impose a show of authority on the group of captives before him, ensuring they would not dare to play tricks when answering his questions. As expected, the highest ranking among them, an elderly demon adorned with white feathers, raised his hand and declared, I am the captain. With a sorrowful sigh, he continued, Esteemed human general, I beseech you to refrain from slaughtering my subordinates. Whatever you desire, I shall cooperate fully. Should you find my words to be false, you may take my life, but please spare my men. The demeanor of this old officer surprised Zichuan Xiu, prompting him to scrutinize him further before commencing the interrogation. What is your name? Your rank? Gang Hua, captain of a 100-man squad. What is your unit designation? 3rd Team, 6th Squad of the Galai Military District. Who is the commanding officer of your unit? Sir Su Di, the newly appointed team leader. How many troops are stationed in the Galai Military District? How many teams? Answer immediately. Over 13,000 for teams. What is the mission of your unit? Sir, we are requisitioning grain that we have just returned from collecting supplies from nearby villages. Instructed to transport the provisions from the Galai region to the garrison in Minsk province. Why does the Minsk military district not resolve its food supply issues locally? Have not your demon tribes historically managed these matters independently? Recently, numerous units with different designations have gathered in Minsk province, leading to a shortage in their food supplies, necessitating the call for resources from elsewhere. What is your army's intention in congregating in Minsk province? Sir, I do not know. Zichuan Xiu's inquiries came swiftly, leaving no room for hesitation in the elder's responses, as fear gripped him that Zichuan Xiu might suspect deceit. The barrage of questions came relentlessly, robbing him of breath. With no time to concoct falsehoods, as the interrogation progressed, the old demon officer began to tremble, gradually comprehending the grim fate awaiting him and his subordinates. The human troop before him moved with an air of secrecy, clearly intent on leaving no witnesses to expose their presence. The tremor in his voice betrayed his burgeoning despair as he extended his trembling hands in a gesture of supplication, tears welling in his eyes. He revealed to Zichuan Xiu that they were not soldiers, but mere conscripts pressed into service by the kingdom. This revelation struck Roger and Zichuan hard, as they had believed they had just vanquished a renowned elite force of the demon kingdom. They had never engaged in actual combat, thus their hands bore no blood of humanity. The old officer explained that 6 months prior, The assault on Pai Fortress was carried out by the 1st, 7th, 11th, and 13th Xinye legions, who were kin of the Demon Emperor, alongside the Feather Guard Legion and the Royal Guards. It was these Xinye tribes that constituted the true military might of the kingdom. In contrast, his group hailed from a small tribe known as Yisai, where he served as an elder, leaving behind 3 underage children. He and his kin had been forcibly conscripted. For the Demon Emperor had decreed that failure to participate in the conflict would spell doom for the entire Yisai tribe. However, he and his people were not warlike and had never taken human life. Suddenly, the old demon began to sob, curling up in a shivering ball, hastily uttering words that were difficult for Zichuan Xiu to comprehend. Save for the repeated insistence that he had not willingly come to fight, nor had his hands ever been stained with blood, from their clumsy reactions before battle, Zichuan Xiu was convinced of the old officer's veracity. They indeed had never experienced actual combat. Though he did not comprehend the demon language, Zichuan too recognized the old demon's terror. He was pleading for mercy. Zichuan Xiu succinctly relayed the demon officer's words to the others. How should they proceed with these captives? A weight settled heavily in Zichuan Xiu's heart. Undeniably, this demon officer and his subordinates did not wish to fight, nor had they willingly left their children far behind to arrive in this terrifying, blood-soaked battlefield. He fully understood this, yet he still had to fulfill his duty with cold resolve. Without lifting his gaze, he stated, "I appreciate your cooperation. We cannot take them with us, but releasing them poses a significant risk. They have witnessed us. It would be perilous for the demon command to learn of our presence. Roger, Zichuan, which of you will go?" Silence enveloped the group, as an unusual feeling filled their hearts. Starkly different from the thrill of battle, had they not surrendered and fought to the death, leading to their annihilation, they would not have experienced such feelings, for they had merely obliterated an abstract symbol of enemy, a group of malevolent invaders. With a clear conscience, now, however, they faced the prospect of taking the life of a very specific, very tangible individual, the father of 3 children, a group of unfortunate civilians unwillingly thrust into the fray. After a long pause, Roger shifted uneasily, stepping forward. "I will go. Zichuan, you stay here and wait. I will return shortly." "No," Zichuan interjected, rising as well. "I will accompany you." "Zichuan, you are a lady. This is—" "I understand," she insisted stubbornly. "I will go with you." Roger glanced at her, filled with gratitude. Zichuan was a compassionate young woman, and her presence was to share the burden of guilt and sorrow that would follow the completion of his grim task. He reported to Zichuan Xiu, "Sir, we are ready to proceed." Zichuan Xiu nodded. Roger began directing the soldiers of the Xiu battalion to herd the demon captives into a nearby grove. The bound demon soldiers, faces pale and dragging their heavy legs, stumbled awkwardly, trembling violently. The old officer understood the fate that awaited him ahead. Standing unsteadily, he stared vacantly into the distance. The soldier from the Xiu battalion approached and lashed him with a whip, shouting, "Move!" Sweat soaked his back, creating an expanding stain as he stumbled forward, eventually disappearing into the dense forest. The autumn wind gently rustled the trees, producing a soft whispering sound, while Zichuan Xiu stood silently, awaiting the inevitable cacophony of anguished screams and wails of despair. Yet, the sounds did not come. Instead, rustling branches heralded the return of Roger and Zichuan, accompanied by soldiers of the Xiu battalion. Roger approached with his head lowered, saying, "Sir, please discipline me. I failed to complete the task, for I could not bring myself to do it." Observing their demeanor, Zichuan Xiu comprehended what had transpired. He inquired, "Have they already departed?" Zichuan quickly replied, "Sir, I ordered their release. Please, punish me instead. It was not Roger's fault." Zichuan Xiu remained silent, turning to gaze at the impenetrable forest, then at the disarrayed convoy of grain and the lifeless bodies of demon soldiers. Still oozing blood, he remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Let us continue our journey." They left the abandoned grain convoy behind, knowing that the local villagers would come to collect it. And the rest mounted their horses, the procession moving forward in solemn silence. Someone heard Zichuan Xiu's faint sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Heading southeast from the Galai region lay the vast province of Minsk. And here, they all sensed a marked increase in the vigilance of the demon forces. Checkpoints began to appear along the roads, with demon cavalry patrolling tirelessly, day and night. Zichuan Xiu's group was compelled to travel by night, taking small paths. After 7 days of arduous travel, they finally entered the domain of Yun province. The terrain of Yun province was predominantly mountainous and forested, home to the largest forest in the Far East, the Vista Forest. This landscape bore a striking resemblance to the secluded area of Blue Village in the Wager province where Zichuan Xiu had hidden, yet here, the mountains stretched even further, the entire province characterized by rugged terrain and difficult paths. Witnessing such treacherous heights and dense thickets, Zichuan Xiu understood why the once invincible Iron Army of Sterling had managed to nearly level the entire Far East, yet could not conquer Yun province. In Yun province, the demon's control was markedly weaker than in other regions. After days of travel, Zichuan Xiu's group had yet to encounter a single demon patrol, though they did come across several armed self-defense groups from local villages, who regarded the passing human squad with hostility. Fortunately, Durun and his companions facilitated negotiations, allowing them to traverse the region without incident. Observing the situation, Zichuan Xiu discovered that the local residents' lives were markedly better compared to those in other provinces of the Far East. He was astounded. Throughout his journey, he had witnessed the malevolent specter of poverty casting its shadow even over the wealthiest provinces, where destitute individuals were driven to desperate measures, resorting to robbery and thievery. Yet in Yun province, notorious for its barren land, people still managed to satisfy their hunger and live in relative comfort. Dirun explained to Zichuan Xiu, the demon army's grain requisition teams seldom venture into Yun province. Firstly, the local populace is fiercely resilient. For merely 5 kilograms of wheat, the half-orcs here would fight valiantly. Secondly, the land is indeed impoverished, presenting little incentive for plunder. It is far more worthwhile for them to scour the richer provinces. Along their path, they passed the renowned battlefield of Zichuan. Over a year had elapsed since the unprecedentedly brutal conflict, and the battleground had been obscured. Yet on that plain, divided by countless hills, the setting sun cast a mournful glow over the desolate grasses, swaying in the wind, allowing the travelers to still feel the chilling atmosphere of that time. As if witnessing the tragic scene firsthand, in the autumn breeze, they seemed to see the loyal army of the Zichuan family falling one after another. The valiant armored cavalry charging fearlessly into the ranks of the rebels, rushing toward death, the standard-bearer hoarsely announcing the final assault order, and when the gleaming tips of the rebel spears appeared on the horizon, the exhausted human soldiers erupted in despair and terror. The mournful autumn wind swept through, as if carrying the resentment and helplessness of those indomitable souls, the brave sons of the homeland whose names would never grace the annals of history. Resting eternally far from their native land, despite their utmost efforts to prevent the decline of their country, Zichuan, the place where the dreams of a formidable empire came to an end. Dirun, a half-orc who had participated in the Battle of Zichuan, sincerely praised his former adversaries. They were truly courageous. The group stood in silent reverence for 3 minutes, removing their hats to honor those who had fought valiantly but ultimately succumbed, silently praying that they would not meet the same fate. The following afternoon, the procession reached Goda village, the site of the sacred temple. Halfway through the village, Zichuan Xiu instructed everyone to dismount and proceed on foot, demonstrating their respect for the temple. Their arrival startled the farmers toiling in the fields, and individuals were already waiting at the village entrance for their arrival. Upon sighting them, Baichuan recognized Zichuan Xiu, recalling that it was this half-orc who had received them previously in a hushed tone. Baichuan confided to Zichuan Xiu, that is the village chief, Buzin of Goda village, the one we found most detestable. He gave us such disdain last time and refused to let me meet Elder Buden. We were itching to teach him a lesson. Zichuan Xiu chuckled lightly. Observing the robust figure of Chief Buzin, whose limbs were powerful and whose eyes sparkled with vitality, clearly possessing formidable prowess, he surmised that Mingyu and Baichuan must have suffered some indignity at his hands. Otherwise, why would they have left without further dispute? The so-called desire to teach him a lesson seemed merely an embellishment of their own pride. This was their territory, and glancing at the several imposing young half-orcs behind Buzin, it was clear that if Mingyu and the others had spoken out of turn, they would be fortunate to escape without a beating. Chief Buzin, with a scowl, called out from a distance, "What brings you back? Did we not say that if you wish to see our elder, you must come alone?" Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but thankfully, Dirun, also a half-orc, promptly stepped forward to introduce Lord Buzin. "This is our esteemed Zichuan Xiu." He gestured towards Zichuan Xiu. Baichuan whispered to Zichuan Xiu, "Why does Dirun address him as Lord?" Zichuan Xiu replied softly, "It's not unusual. During the Eastern Coalition, Buzin was the leader of Dirun's team. Later, he followed Elder Buden away from the coalition, yet Durun and his comrades still refer to him as Lord. Buzin scrutinized Zichuan Xiu from head to toe, as if searching for a flaw to disdainfully highlight, before stating, Durun, do not jest. This frail fellow is the legendary hero, Zichuan Xiu. I could easily capture 3 of his kind with one hand. Zichuan Xiu's followers erupted in indignation. Scoundrel, mind your words. Should you continue your insolence, we shall set your wretched village ablaze. Some were eager to take action, especially Roger, who, having traveled over 1,000 miles just to meet this elder, was filled with rage and incited the crowd. How dare these country bumpkins look down on us? As curses flew, weapons were drawn, prompting the half-orcs to quickly assume a defensive stance. Zichuan Xiu raised his right hand gently, and instantly, silence fell among them. He stepped forward and, adhering to half-orc customs, clasped his hands in greeting, stating, I am indeed Zichuan Xiu, that I have urgent matters to discuss with Elder Buzin, and I kindly ask the village chief to relay this. A flicker of surprise crossed Buzin's eyes. With his extensive experience, he immediately discerned that this young human appeared pale, unsteady on his feet, and frail, lacking martial prowess. However, he noted that Zichuan Xiu's companions, the ones following him, were all exceptional fighters, particularly the young girl who had remained silent. Her bright gaze sharp enough to intimidate others. She had reached a rare level of mastery. Even such skilled individuals were merely Zichuan Xiu's followers. Buzin merely gestured lightly, and everyone ceased their chatter. Demonstrating absolute obedience and deference, the young human must possess significant influence. He could not help but scrutinize Zichuan Xiu again. His well-proportioned yet slightly slender frame, erect posture, pale complexion, amiable smile, and refined features, somehow. Buzin felt an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from him, a palpable aura of authority that demanded attention. A seasoned warrior, Buzin recognized this as the unique quality developed through numerous brushes with death. Could it be that he was indeed the legendary figure who had single-handedly infiltrated the demon army's camp, a nemesis to their kind? He calmly said, Please wait a moment, turning to instruct the villagers behind him. And several young half-orcs obediently raced toward the village. Buzin then turned back to Zichuan Xiu and his companions, saying, Please come into the village for a cup of tea. Zichuan Xiu politely nodded. Thank you, village chief. He instructed Baichuan and the others to present the gifts they had brought. They entered a modest dwelling in the village, which Buzin identified as his home. The guest room was quite simple, containing only 3 mats and a small table. Due to the large number of visitors, the guest room could not accommodate everyone, so the soldiers from the Xiu battalion remained in the shade outside, while only Zichuan Xiu, Baichuan, Roger, and Durun stayed inside. After Durun introduced Zichuan Xiu and his party, an awkward silence ensued, with only the 2 seasoned half-orcs, Durun and Buzin, engaging in lively conversation about their spirited experiences during the rebellion, recounting how they had vanquished the detestable Zichuan family. Roger and Baichuan, both of whom had some understanding of the half-orc language, found the discussion rather uncomfortable and frequently glanced at Zichuan Xiu, only to see him seemingly lost in thought, staring at his teacup. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger long. Before Zichuan Xiu had finished his second cup of tea, the young half-orc messengers returned, panting as they informed Buzin, Village chief, the elder wishes to meet the esteemed Zichuan Xiu. He is awaiting you at the sacred temple. That is splendid, Roger exclaimed, rising to his feet. Let us go. One of the young men shook his head. I am sorry, but the elder wishes to see only Zichuan Xiu. The rest need not accompany him. What? Roger and Baichuan exclaimed in unison. No way, Baichuan firmly insisted. I must ensure the safety of the Lord. I cannot allow him to go unaccompanied to meet a stranger in an unfamiliar place. Indeed, Roger chimed in. This is not just a matter of safety. It is also a question of dignity. Durun, please explain that Zichuan Xiu is a person of great importance to us. It would be utterly inappropriate for him to meet someone unknown without a single guard by his side. Durun translated the message. And after some hushed discussions among the half-orcs, it was ultimately Buzin who stated, I apologize, but the elder's orders cannot be disobeyed. Only Zichuan Xiu may enter if you are concerned for his safety. Rest assured, we will allow him to carry his weapons. If you cannot comply with this condition, then please take your leave. Baichuan and Roger's expressions darkened. They were acutely aware of Zichuan Xiu's current physical condition. The serious internal injuries had severely diminished his strength, rendering him weaker than an ordinary soldier. Even with weapons in hand, He would be of no use if the other party were to exhibit hostility. They would possess no semblance of resistance, just as they were about to voice their refusal. They beheld Zichuan Xiu rising effortlessly, clapping his hands with a smile as he remarked, "Excellent tea. Thank you. Where is the sacred temple? Who will guide me?" Bai Chuan, in a flurry, interjected, "My lord." "Do not worry," Zichuan Xiu replied with a serene smile, his tone exuding an unspoken tranquility as he turned to Bai Chuan. "Rest assured, nothing will happen." It was less his words that assuaged her fears than the confidence radiating from his eyes. Lowering her gaze, Bai Chuan acquiesced. "Understood. My lord, we shall await your return here, until you come back." As she uttered the final words, she gestured with her hand around the hilt of her saber towards Busan, suggesting that should Zichuan Xiu fail to return safely, it would spell doom for them all. Busan, unfazed by Bai Chuan's veiled threat, rose to his feet and addressed Zichuan Xiu, "My lord of light, I shall lead the way." Traversing along the main thoroughfare of the village, Busan took the lead, while Zichuan Xiu followed closely behind. Their pace leisurely. At dusk, wisps of smoke began to rise from the thatched cottages they passed, while half-beast children playing by the roadside gazed with wide, sparkling eyes at the unfamiliar human, yet dared not approach. Zichuan Xiu noticed, apart from those observed at the village entrance, the majority of the inhabitants along the way were elderly. Children and women, with very few able-bodied men in sight. As they continued onward, the houses on either side gradually thinned, ultimately giving way to expansive, untamed thickets and upright white birch trees, under the setting sun. The birch trees cast elongated shadows, and the desolate, overgrown path seemed to stretch endlessly, swaying in the breeze. In Zichuan Xiu's mind, the revered sacred temple of the Far East should have been a resplendent edifice, solemnly adorned, yet the desolate wilderness before him bore no resemblance to his expectations. He could not help but inquire of Busan, "Is the sacred temple not within the village?" Only upon speaking did he realize that throughout their long journey, they had exchanged not a single word. Without turning his head, Busan replied tersely, "Just ahead." Zichuan Xiu fell silent, following him in quiet contemplation. Upon rounding a thicket, he beheld numerous towering stone monuments flanking the road, partially obscured by overgrown grass, appearing like a battalion of steadfast sentinels dutifully guarding the forlorn path. Curiosity piqued, Zichuan Xiu asked Busan, "What are these? May I take a closer look?" Busan remained mute, which Zichuan Xiu interpreted as tacit consent. Approaching one of the stones, he gently brushed aside the weeds to reveal an unassuming white monument, surprisingly crafted from exquisite jade marble. He inwardly gasped. If all the monuments were fashioned from such precious material, it would constitute an immense undertaking. Inscribed upon the stone in half-beast script, Zichuan Xiu read aloud, letter by letter, as the last rays of sunlight illuminated the inscription. In the year 1312, to resist humanity's invasion of the sacred temple, the 21st Zoe Self-Defense Regiment perished here in its entirety. Zichuan Xiu inhaled sharply, recognizing that unlike the human practice of employing the Light Empire's calendar, the races of the Far East adhered to their own. Legend speaks of a once mighty Far Eastern Empire, now shrouded in obscurity. The year 1312, when converted to the Light Empire's calendar, corresponded to the year 207 of the Empire's reign. Although Zichuan Xiu was not particularly adept in history, he had gleaned enough knowledge. In the year 207, the Light Empire was at the zenith of its power, with emperors renowned for their valor to demonstrate its might. The empire had waged numerous wars against the Far East. Zichuan Xiu recalled that with each new emperor's ascension, it was customary to initiate a campaign against the East. These wars typically bore no significance or achievement. Even if territories were seized, they could not be held against the looming threat of the Demon Kingdom. The purpose of such conflicts was merely to embellish the new emperor's record with a glorious feat. The chroniclers would proclaim, "In the year 207 of the Empire, our divine emperor sent forth troops to conquer the barbarous lands of the Far East." Instilling fear in all corners, the royal army claimed 80,000 heads and returned in triumph. The sacred dynasty's fame resounded throughout the world. Glancing at Busan, Zichuan Xiu found the half-beast had turned to face him. His gaze intensely focused. Zichuan Xiu bowed respectfully to the monument before moving on to the next. In the year 1682, the Demon Dragon Cavalry invaded the sacred temple, and the self-defense forces of Goda village repelled them, with 1,891 lives lost here. In the year 1789, the valiant Zoe hero, Dinning, fell in his defense against the invasion of the Zichuan clan upon the sacred temple. His people shall forever remember him. in the year 1636. To protect the sacred temple, the entire 1st Regiment of Zoe from the Far East perished here. The demons were unable to breach the sacred temple. Monument after monument, densely packed and countless, chronicled the sacrifices of Zoe warriors and civilians in the defense of this sacred site. Zichuan Xiu's expression grew increasingly somber as he comprehended that what lay before him was not merely a collection of names and deeds. It was a testament to the weight of a nation's struggles over millennia. This was a people long tormented, subjected to relentless oppression and invasion by both East and West, be it demons or humans. Yet they were also a resilient and steadfast folk, unwilling to bend in the face of formidable foes. Fighting with unwavering resolve, amidst the grove of monuments and the wild grass, he could still feel the rage and helplessness of the warriors who once witnessed their homeland ravaged by invaders. Their only recourse to take up arms in a fight to the death. Strangely, standing among the stone sentinels, Zichuan Xiu found himself recalling the tattered Zichuan family banner that had fluttered on the battlefield of Qishui Beach. Remembering those equally tenacious and brave Zichuan cavalrymen who had become mere bones upon the wasteland. One people, fighting tooth and nail for their survival and freedom, and another, determined to uphold and perpetuate their dominion at any cost. Who among them would be judged as righteous when history's scales of justice ultimately tip? He found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotions that he could not articulate. Chapter 7. The Sacred Domain of Light. Chapter 3. The autumn wind speaks not as the sun dipped below the horizon. Zichuan Xiu's forlorn silhouette was elongated, cast against the undulating waves of the wild grass. After passing through the grove of monuments and ascending a small hill, he spotted the sacred temple nestled on the mountainside. Though it did not gleam as resplendently as he had envisioned, this vast square edifice, constructed entirely of massive stones measuring 2 meters long and half a meter wide, left him deeply awed. He could scarcely fathom how the half-beasts, with their rudimentary technology, managed to extract these colossal stones from the mountains and transport them up narrow paths, stacking them with such precision, about half a mile from the temple. The mountain trail was laid with steps of blue stone. The two ascended the steps, and before them loomed the massive red door and stone columns of the sacred temple. Busan informed Zichuan Xiu, "The elder is within the temple's main hall. You shall see him shortly. In over 1,000 years, you are the first non-Zoe to enter this sacred temple." His tone was grave. Had it not been for their passage through the grove of monuments, Zichuan Xiu might have scoffed at Busan's words. Thinking, what is so remarkable? It is merely a dilapidated shrine in the countryside, far inferior to the council hall of my Zichuan family in the imperial capital. But now, he understood the profound significance of the sacred temple to the half-beasts of the Far East. Countless Zoe warriors had fought and died to protect it. He nodded solemnly, expressing, "Thank you." After a moment's thought, he added, "I feel immensely honored." Busan nodded in satisfaction, leading the way as they entered through the grand entrance. Zichuan Xiu observed that the temple structure was quite similar to the shrines frequented by humans. The central hall presumably housed the deity revered by the half-beasts. With side rooms on either side, their interiors shrouded in mystery. Upon entering the main hall, Busan respectfully knelt before the statue of the deity at the center. Zichuan Xiu nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Where humans typically place statues of Buddha or Guanyin, here stood a 3-meter-tall effigy of a half-beast. The statue was remarkably lifelike, capturing even the serene expression of the half-beast, evidently the god they revered. This was not particularly extraordinary, as every culture had its idols. However, Zichuan Xiu, accustomed to human representations, found it difficult to accept the sight of a deity entirely covered in fur. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from kneeling alongside Busan, instead offering a respectful bow to the statue. "Why do you not kneel?" A low voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Startling Zichuan Xiu, though his martial prowess had waned, his heightened instincts remained intact. He was astonished that someone could stealthily approach him so closely without his notice. He suddenly turned around, and before him stood a young half-orc clad in coarse garments. Gazing intently at Zichuan Xiu, once he regained his composure, Zichuan Xiu scrutinized the half-orc. The young creature was not tall, slender, with bright features and fair skin. His fur was meticulously groomed, and his attire was remarkably clean, devoid of any dirt. Although he appeared youthful, almost boyish, there was a profound steadiness in his demeanor. Zichuan Xiu sensed that this half-orc was somewhat different from those he had encountered previously. Yet he could not pinpoint the distinction, Compared to those who donned animal hides and wielded bloodied wolf clubs, his cleanliness and refinement were striking. Unlike the typical half-orc's dull gaze, his eyes shone brightly. Moreover, his skin was so pale it seemed almost translucent, as if one could faintly see the blood coursing beneath, evoking a peculiar sensation in Zichuan Xiu. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's dazed expression, Bosun stepped forward to introduce, "Your Radiance, this is our elder Buden. Elder, this is the illustrious Zichuan, recommended to us by Deluan and others." Although he had anticipated this moment, Zichuan Xiu was still taken aback when Bosun confirmed it. The youthful half-orc before him was indeed the renowned tactical genius of the Far East, a spiritual leader for millions of half-orcs. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Zichuan Xiu said, "Elder Buden, I have long admired your name. Your youth surpasses my expectations." Buden smiled faintly. "Rest assured, youth is not contagious. Your Radiance, are you not quite young yourself? Please, follow me." Buden spoke in the human tongue with remarkable fluency, yet somehow, Zichuan Xiu perceived a tinge of sorrow in his smile that seemed unbecoming of one so young. Following closely behind, Zichuan Xiu walked toward a side chamber of the Grand Hall, noting that village chief Bosun remained behind and did not accompany them. They entered a modest room adjacent to the Grand Hall, furnished simply with a tea table and seating typical for half-orc gatherings. Zichuan Xiu exhaled with relief. The vastness of the earlier hall had felt oppressive, while this more welcoming parlor lifted his spirits considerably. Seated across from one another, Buden smiled and inquired, "Zichuan, you have yet to answer me. Why did you not pay your respects to the statue of our guardian deity, the great god Audi? Do you doubt his divine power and existence?" Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment before opting for a gentle response that would not provoke offense. "I hold great respect for the god Audi revered by your people. But I must apologize. I have my own faith that I have adhered to, and I do not intend to change it at present." It was at this juncture that Zichuan Xiu remembered that, in truth, he had never truly subscribed to any religion. Buden nodded lightly and said, "We firmly believe that it was the god Audi who created heaven and earth, who fashioned all things in this world, and who brought forth the various races. To us, the god Audi is supreme." His tone bore little reproach, almost as if he were merely explaining himself. Zichuan Xiu smiled, recognizing that Buden was a civilized individual, one who understood the importance of respecting others' beliefs. "So, your Radiance, your subordinates visited us not long ago, and now you have graced us with your presence. What brings you here?" Buden's tone was gentle, yet his question was direct. Zichuan Xiu found it difficult to respond. He could hardly say, "I have come to enlist your help in a rebellion." After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Elder, you reside in the mountains. Are you aware of the current situation in the outside world? I cannot claim to know everything. But which matter are you referring to?" "The demon race has begun to extort the Far East indiscriminately. The populace now suffers from famine, with corpses strewn everywhere, enduring great misery." "I am aware," Buden replied calmly. "In Minsk, Shaga, Dusa, and 7 other provinces, the demons have conscripted a large number of laborers from the Far East for perilous mining operations, resulting in thousands of deaths daily due to accidents." "I am aware." In front of the Far East governor's office in Dusa, the demon governor Ludi executed the Zhou representative who had come to petition, leaving their bodies exposed in the marketplace. "I am aware." In the province of Shala, the demon army has perpetrated horror in an instant. Buden was filled with excitement. "What did you say?" "Your Excellency, as the guardian of the sacred temple, having practiced here for over a decade, I am intimately familiar with its every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree. That I dare say, there is no one in this world who understands this temple better than I do. I apologize, but I must assert that you do not truly comprehend the essence of the sacred temple." Before Buden could begin to retort, Zichuan Xiu continued unperturbed. "Why does the sacred temple hold such a revered place in the hearts of the people of the Far East? Why did your ancestors so valiantly defend it with their lives? Why?" Buden paused, having never contemplated this question before. He quickly replied, "The sacred temple is the holy place where we worship the great deity Audi, and naturally, we must revere and protect it." "You are mistaken, Elder. It is not merely for this reason. The sacred temple occupies such a sacred status in the hearts of the Far Eastern people because what they defend is not just a mere building. It embodies their national pride and glory. It symbolizes their freedom and traditions, and it represents all the cherished and irreplaceable virtues they hold dear. Every inch of this land is imbued with the bones of your ancestors, soaked in their blood. It is their courage and grandeur that sanctify the temple. As the guardian of the sacred temple, if you remain ignorant, cowardly, or indifferent to the suffering and devastation faced by millions of the Zoi people outside, then when the entire Far East has been transformed into a slave ground for the demonic race, and all Zoi become their slaves or perish, what significance will your guardianship of the temple hold? The people who once worshipped the temple will no longer exist. Buden's face shifted from pale to flushed. The calm demeanor he once possessed utterly vanished. Zichuan Xiu's sharp rhetoric surpassed his expectations. Leaving him speechless, after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. I concede, Your Excellency, that you are an exceptional orator, but the reality is that the demonic race is still formidable. Even if we mobilize the entire Far East, we will still be unable to contend with the demonic kingdom as a whole. Within a week, they annihilated all the forces of the Zichuan family. If we rise up in rebellion, it would be tantamount to seeking our own destruction. As an ordinary Zoi warrior, I could certainly proclaim give me liberty or give me death, but the stakes of my actions involve the lives of millions. I cannot act solely on impulse. If my recklessness leads to the annihilation of the entire Zoi people, I would become the pariah of my entire race. The demonic race is not as invincible as you imagine. It is your fear and retreat that embolden them. If you continue to yield and endure, they will drive you to a point of no return, pushing you into the abyss, and by the time you attempt to resist, it will be too late. Moreover, I am not suggesting that we must defeat the entire demonic kingdom. It is still possible to strive for a certain degree of independence and autonomy. Buden inquired, What do you mean, Your Excellency? Elder, have you ever seen a tadpole? It is a frail creature, lacking a hard shell or sharp spines. Any large fish could easily devour it. Yet, in reality, large fish never eat tadpoles because the tadpole contains a toxin that would poison the fish if consumed. The current situation is akin to the Far East being a tadpole, while the demonic race represents the large fish. While it may be challenging for the tadpole to defeat the fish, it is not impossible to preserve itself just outside the fish's grasp. I have spent time within the demonic army, and I know that they do not covet the lands of the Far East. Rather, they yearn for the vast and fertile human territories west of the Gucci Mountains. Westward, ever westward, that is the unchanging desire of the demonic race. In their quest to seize land from humanity, they will inevitably engage in a grand confrontation, and until that time, they will be reluctant to expend their military strength, especially for the barren land of the Far East. As long as we exhibit a sufficiently strong will to resist and demonstrate formidable power, the demonic race will recognize that the Far East is not merely a piece of meat to be easily devoured. If they overstep their bounds, as is the case now, we will fight back desperately, even if they ultimately annihilate us. They will pay a heavy price in return. I believe that after weighing the pros and cons, there are wise individuals within the ranks of the demonic elite who will understand how to make the right choices. Buden pondered, Your Excellency, does your notion of sufficiently strong will to resist imply warfare? Indeed, we must instigate a grand uprising throughout the Far East, eliminating 30 to 50 demonic teams on the front lines. At that point, the demon god emperor would reconsider our strength, and it is highly likely he would agree to negotiate, conceding a limited autonomy for the Far East, as his primary target is not us, but humanity. However, without the Far East as a springboard, he cannot launch an attack on Valen and humanity, Cadden said calmly. We could agree to allow the demonic army passage through our lands, even assuring them of the security of their supply lines, thus alleviating their concerns in their war against humanity. Meanwhile, we would observe as their strength diminished day by day on the battlefield, allowing us to accumulate our own strength over time. Then, when we are sufficiently powerful, Zichuan Xiu took a deep breath. A robust political entity in the Far East will be established, where all races, whether Zoi, human, serpent, dragon, elf, dwarf, or even demonic, will be treated equally. The Far East shall belong to the people of the Far East. Buden's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he remained silent, pondering for a long while before speaking again. Your Excellency, your words are indeed compelling, but I fear they are unattainable. We are caught between the two giants of the demonic race and the Zichuan family, either of whom could easily crush us into dust. To defend against both fronts is beyond our capabilities, and should we only guard against one, the other would strike us from behind. Furthermore, without external input, it is exceedingly difficult for us to survive independently. The Far East lacks industry, and our lands are barren. We can barely sustain ourselves. Yet we possess minerals, immensely rich minerals. Elder, I do not advocate for the Far East to isolate itself from the outside world. To compensate for our modest food deficit, we can acquire other goods from the Zichuan family, using our iron, ore, and coal, as well as our precious diamonds and crystals, within the family's domain. Merchants crave these resources, and in the provinces rich in grain production, they have surpluses that could easily satisfy our modest needs. To mitigate the threats from both the East and West, we must adeptly exploit the balance of power between the demonic race and humanity. The nascent Far Eastern regime can declare neutrality in the war between the demonic race and the Zichuan family. This is the FAAD, but in reality, we will lean towards the Zichuan family. For the greatest threat to us at present is the demonic race, not the Zichuan family. Of course, it is also possible that the demonic race may not tolerate our existence and might attack us. Should such a situation arise, we would receive a steady supply of food and superior weaponry from the Zichuan family via Valen. With that, combined with the valor of the Zoi warriors, we could establish our own defense forces to effectively repel the demonic attacks. However, Zichuan Xiu spoke too rapidly, and Buden struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. What you propose is merely wishful thinking. Why would the Zichuan family assist us? To them, we are rebels, their sworn enemies. In political interests, there are no eternal enemies or friends. The Zichuan family would surely welcome the emergence of a powerful Far Eastern regime to their east. It would be far preferable to have us than a Far East subservient to the demonic race. Not only would we pose no threat to them, but we would also serve as a buffer and strategic shield between them and the demonic forces. The upper echelons of the Zichuan family are not fools. They can see the obvious benefits. And for this reason, they would spare no effort to support and bolster us, even possibly sending voluntary troops to assist us. Buden was left speechless, as Zichuan Xiu had articulated the stark truth. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "But what benefit does this bring us? If we free ourselves from the demonic race's control, do we merely become vassals of the Zichuan family once again? Would all our previous efforts and sacrifices not be rendered absurd? Elder, the benefits are evident. We can liberate ourselves from the political control of external forces. Both the Zichuan family and the demonic race will no longer treat us as they once did. On the surface, to satisfy their pride, we may agree to refer to them as our suzerain, but in essence, we will restore the traditions of freedom that existed in the Far East before our subjugation, establishing a fully autonomous local government. However, we find ourselves ensnared in the fissure between two formidable powers. How long can this precarious balance endure? 5 years, perhaps 10? Who can assure us that our regime will not be easily usurped by the Zichuan family or the demon race? Elder, the poverty and weakness that plague the Far East today are primarily the result of the cruel exploitation by successive rulers, be they the Zichuan family or the demon race, that we possess an abundance of resources. A continental thoroughfare that spans east to west, and our agricultural production is self-sustaining. What do we lack? We lack nothing. As long as we attain political independence, if we can weather the initial years of hardship, within 5 years, through the importation of industry, we can significantly bolster our economy, making us tenfold more prosperous than we are today. We will have the mightiest army, composed of warriors from the Zoi tribe and the Dragon Legion. Formidable and battle-hardened at that point. Not only will the Zichuan family hesitate to encroach upon our territory, but even the demon race will think twice. We shall rise to become the fourth great power on the continent. Standing alongside the demon race, the Zichuan family, and the Lei Hong family, Buden fell silent, blinking thoughtfully as he gazed at the wall behind Zichuan Xiu. There was nothing but the plain white wall, yet he stared intently. His expression a tapestry of emotion, his brow furrowed at times, and then relaxed, as if an enthralling story were unfolding upon that blank canvas. Zichuan Xiu also remained silent, lifting his teacup to sip. For all the arguments that needed to be articulated had been expressed, and now it was merely a matter of how the other would decide. The temple was enveloped in silence, night having fallen outside. The darkness punctuated by the soft serenade of cicadas in the treetops. After a long pause, Buden exhaled deeply and addressed Zichuan Xiu. "I regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that I must decline your proposal." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. During the earlier discourse, he had perceived genuine interest from Buden. Maintaining his decorum, he inquired, "If I may be so bold, could you enlighten me as to why? This is the war for the liberation of the Zoi tribe. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break the chains that bind you. Your Excellency, 200 years ago, Zichuan Yin uttered similar words to you, promising to liberate us from the clutches of the demon race. For that promise, our soldiers fought alongside human soldiers, and we selflessly offered our blood and souls. The purest and most precious essence of our lineage, yet what was the outcome? Our sacrifices resulted in 2 centuries of Zichuan aristocratic rule. 200 years later, another human approached us, proclaiming, "Trust me, I shall grant you independence for the Far East." This man was also a high-ranking officer of your Zichuan family. Named Lei Hong, that we placed our faith in him and rose once more in rebellion, fighting valiantly. A year ago, less than 300 kilometers from here, at Chishui Beach, to halt the advance of the Zichuan army toward the Holy Temple. Farmers armed with sticks and hoes clashed with the well-equipped Zichuan forces for 18 hours, resulting in the loss of 31,000 lives. Our soldiers were trampled into mush by Sterling's armored cavalry. Our elders, women, and children were turned to ash by the idolized Emperor Lin. Entire villages and cities were slaughtered. We paid an exorbitant and tragic price, yet we did not surrender. We did everything a people could do to earn their liberation. And none can accuse us of lacking courage, strength, or sacrifice. Yet history is alarmingly repetitive. Once again, we were betrayed by our human allies. Lei Hong surrendered the entirety of the Far East to the demon race. As a reward for his elevation in rank, the lives and blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the efforts of millions, the yearning and anticipation for freedom that have spanned a millennium, all of it. The fruits of our blood-soaked battles were effortlessly seized by the demon race as we rang the bells to welcome our own destroyers. As he recounted this painful history, Buden's tone remained calm and composed, devoid of any elevation or agitation. However, his posture, serene demeanor, trembling words, and dark eyes were all shrouded in a heavy veil of anguish and regret, silently converging into a singular statement. "We have been betrayed by your kind too many times." Buden remained courteous, offering no harsh words to Zichuan Xiu. Yet Zichuan Xiu felt a profound discomfort. Experiencing shame for the first time in his life for being human, he could conjure no defense in the face of such bloody historical truths. Any declaration of sincerity would be utterly feeble. Buden continued, a smile gracing his features. "Now, Your Excellency, you return to persuade us to continue fighting, to offer the flesh and blood of our soldiers as the vanguard in the war between humans and demons, to expand the power of the Zichuan family. Your Excellency, you liken the Far East to a tadpole. I would rather compare it to a bone, while you, the Zichuan family, and the demon race." Buden paused thoughtfully before suddenly asking Zichuan Xiu, "Your Excellency, have you ever witnessed 2 dogs fighting over a bone?" Zichuan Xiu understood his implication and replied honestly, "Yes, I have seen such a thing." Then, Buden said leisurely, "Did that bone participate in the battle?" Zichuan Xiu was left speechless. Buden sighed, saying, "Your Excellency, we are weary and require rest." This statement bore a double meaning, expressing both his unwillingness to engage in the war between humans and demons and subtly issuing a dismissal. Zichuan Xiu rose, bowing slightly, and said, "It has been a pleasure to meet you, Elder. It has truly been an honor, and I have learned much. Should you ever change your mind, I shall welcome you at any time." Buden also stood, smiling. "Likewise, I have gained considerable insight today that I apologize for not being able to accommodate your request. Your Excellency, you are a man of great thought. I hope you will visit again in the future, as I would very much like to converse further with you." He rose to take the oil lamp and escorted Zichuan Xiu to the temple entrance. At the threshold, village chief Busan awaited Zichuan Xiu. Accompanied by several half-orc individuals, Zichuan Xiu told Buden, "You need not be so courteous. This is sufficient. Elder, there is one thing I wish to convey." Buden smiled. "Please, do share." Zichuan Xiu lowered his voice. "A nation striving for freedom must always pay a price." Upon concluding, he deeply bowed to Buden before turning to follow the half-orcs who were leading the way. Buden was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly composed himself, standing still and watching Zichuan Xiu's slender figure vanish along the path into the night. On his return journey, Zichuan Xiu felt dejected. He had traversed great distances with hope, only to be met with rejection. He trudged along, his spirits low, while the local half-orc youths who guided him regarded him with admiration, which surprised him. "What is it?" he asked. "My lord, you may not know this, but we have escorted many to meet the elder, and he has never accompanied anyone to the entrance, even when the leaders of the 13 tribes of the Zoe tribe visited the holy temple. He merely saw them to the gate. My lord, you are the first to be escorted to the entrance by the elder. You must be a significant figure." Zichuan Xiu smiled but said nothing. Although his proposal had been declined, in the eyes of the haughty elder Buden, he still held a measure of importance, providing a small consolation to his wounded pride. The village's edge, Zichuan and others had been waiting with torches. Upon seeing him return, not only were his subordinates greatly relieved, but the villagers also felt a sense of calm. His prolonged absence had caused his men to become agitated, threatening the villagers in various fierce manners. Should any of those threats come to fruition, even an entire legion of demons would find it overwhelming, leaving a lasting impression on the villagers. They fervently prayed that this unfamiliar Zichuan Xiu would not drop a single hair on their territory. Lest the entire village face dire consequences, Zichuan approached and asked, "My lord, how did the negotiations proceed?" Zichuan Xiu shook his head, replying, "Elder Buden did not acquiesce to our request." Zichuan, ever the optimist, remarked, "That's all right. We have managed quite well without their assistance before, haven't we? We will persist until we bring down the demon race." Zichuan Xiu smiled. "Indeed, we shall continue our efforts." He spoke with conviction. Yet within, he recognized that without Elder Buden's support, without a widespread uprising from the people of the Far East, and without the united forces of the Eastern races currently still aligned with the demon camp turning against them, it would be impossible to defeat the demon kingdom with merely the small human army he commanded. Roger approached, inquiring, "My lord, it is already quite dark. Shall we depart tonight or in the morning?" Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us camp outside the village. We shall set off in the morning." That night, the human soldiers began erecting tents in the clearing by the edge of the forest outside the village, preparing for an overnight stay in the dead of night. When all had succumbed to the sweet embrace of slumber, Zichuan Xiu found himself restless on the thick military blanket. He tossed and turned, for the first time harboring doubts about the success of the endeavors he had tirelessly pursued. Had he overestimated the brutality of the demon race and underestimated the endurance of the Eastern tribes against tyranny? They had borne the oppression of human nobility for over 2 centuries. Why could they not endure the demons' rule for another century or 2? The dominion of the demons had only just commenced, yet the Eastern peoples had grown accustomed to suffering. Rather than rising in revolt, they preferred to wait and observe, clinging to the hope that their rulers might be more merciful come dawn. For this glimmer of hope, they could endure all present afflictions and calamities. If the Eastern tribes universally harbored such sentiments, Zichuan Xiu realized he stood no chance at all in his strategic considerations. The warrior races of the East, such as the half-orcs, serpent folk, and dragonkin, held significant importance. Once engaged in direct confrontation with the demons, they would serve as his most reliable support and strategic reserves, simultaneously posing a severe threat to the demons' rear. However, if they chose to side with the demons, his defeat would be inevitable, and all warriors following him would meet their demise. Should he end this farce now? A torrent of thoughts flooded Zichuan Xiu's mind, rendering sleep elusive. That he donned his attire and ventured out into the night, where the pale moon hung above the darkened treetops, the night still as a placid lake. The encampment lay at the forest's edge, bordered by a sleeping village, a silent wood, and desolate wilderness. A path illuminated by moonlight led to the sacred temple he had visited that day. Gazing upon the luminous orb, Zichuan Xiu's thoughts turned to Zichuan Ning, recalling her exquisite visage, and his heart stirred with melancholy and longing. He understood that he was no longer the sentimental youth he once was. The trials of hardship and the ruggedness of fate had tempered his youthful spirit to a calmness akin to that of an aged man. He thought he had long forgotten Zichuan Ning, yet it dawned on him that he could not withstand the allure of his emotions. During the tumultuous days of war, his yearning had been buried deep within his heart. On this tranquil, moonlit night, however, those feelings surged forth, evoking memories of distant early springs and midsummer days. Ning, at this moment, are you gazing at this same bright moon from 1,000 miles away? All grand ambitions were cast aside from his mind. He yearned only to abandon everything and hasten back to the imperial capital for one final meeting with the beloved maiden. He resolved in secret that at dawn he would set forth, return to Bula village, distribute severance pay to all, disband the troops, and lead everyone back to the Zichuan family's interior. As for himself, he would slip back into the imperial capital to bid farewell to Zichuan Ning, say his goodbyes to Sterling and Dilling, and then depart the capital, seeking a secluded province within the family's domain to live a quiet life in obscurity. After all, he had lost his martial prowess and was no longer suited for the battlefield. The wealth he had amassed was sufficient for a life free from worry. With this determination, a great weight lifted from his heart, akin to releasing a heavy stone. Indeed, every individual has their own fate. If the Eastern tribes willingly endure oppression by the demons, then let it be so. He was no savior, and there was no need for him to fret over their plight. Content, he returned to his tent and fell into a deep slumber, his snoring echoing through the night. The following morning, the troops began their journey back. With the burdens of his heart released, Zichuan Xiu felt remarkably at ease, riding atop his steed and pointing out the scenery along the way. His spirits buoyant. Observing their commander in such high spirits, his subordinates speculated that he had achieved significant gains during the negotiations at the sacred temple. As the convoy traversed the rugged mountain path. Free from concerns about demon patrols and the need to conceal their movements, everyone walked with a sense of security and exuberance. Suddenly, the sound of crisp hooves echoed from behind the convoy. As a cavalryman stationed at the rear approached with a report, "A half-orc rider is coming towards us." Zichuan Xiu's thoughts stirred, and he commanded the convoy to halt in the early morning light. A half-orc cavalryman appeared at the path's end, calling out from afar, "Your Grace, please hold." The soldiers parted to allow him to gallop directly to Zichuan Xiu's side, recognizing him as the young man who had guided him the previous day. Zichuan Xiu dismounted, and the rider quickly approached, bowing and saying, "My lord, our elder Buden requests your return. There are pressing matters to discuss." Zichuan Xiu inquired curiously, "Do you know what the matter is?" The half-orc cavalryman did not know. He merely implored Zichuan Xiu to follow him back, emphasizing that the elder had instructed him to do so, and it was of utmost importance. Zichuan Xiu hesitated, but then the half-orc Durun from his ranks stepped forward, saying, "Since the elder has requested it, Zichuan Xiu, let us return briefly. It won't take much time." Durun was Zichuan Xiu's savior, and he could not disregard his words. Nodding, he instructed everyone to turn back. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they did not enter but paused briefly before proceeding towards the sacred temple. The village's half-orcs emerged in alarm, attempting to block their path, insisting that so many armed soldiers could not be allowed into the temple. At this moment, Baituan stepped forward and declared, "It was your elder Buden who invited our lord to visit. We are his retinue. If you do not allow us to accompany him, then our lord shall not go. It's up to you to decide." With that, she observed their stunned and bewildered expressions, feeling a surge of triumph. This was a nearly verbatim retort to the village chief bosun's earlier words, and she relished the satisfaction of having turned the tables on these rustic folk. Consequently, no one dared to obstruct them, and Zichuan Xiu's party marched boldly into the sacred temple. However, to show respect for the temple, Zichuan Xiu instructed everyone to dismount and walk through the grove of stelae. As they entered the temple, he brought only Baichuan, Roger, and Durun with him, leaving the others to wait below. Elder Buden and Chief Bosun awaited them at the temple entrance. Zichuan Xiu noted the serious expression on the young Eastern half-orc leader's face, while the impatient Chief Bosun appeared as if he might burst into flames from anxiety. Zichuan Xiu understood that something significant must have occurred, and he feigned ignorance, leisurely introducing Roger and Baichuan. While Durun, having known each other since the Eastern Allied forces, exchanged pleasantries, there followed a series of polite exchanges, with everyone offering compliments and insisting upon seating arrangements, creating a drawn-out process that Zichuan Xiu orchestrated with deliberate formality. He noticed Chief Bosun's eyes bulging in desperation, his dark face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Several times he attempted to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Buden, once the pleasantries had run their course. Zichuan Xiu, feeling he had sufficiently toyed with them, finally asked, "Elder, you summoned us. What counsel do you seek?" Before Buden could respond, the anxious Chief Bosun blurted out, "This is bad. A grave matter has arisen. The demon spawn are planning to strike at our sacred temple." Buden shot him a reproachful look, saying, "Bosun, you are being most disrespectful before our esteemed guests." The towering Bosun seemed to shrink in the presence of the diminutive young half-orc, suddenly rendered mute. "The situation is as follows," Buden continued. "This morning, we received word from the nearby village of the Zoe people that the demon's 73rd Regiment stationed in the Minsk province is advancing towards us. Based on their behavior and direction, it appears they are likely targeting our sacred temple." Zichuan Xiu frowned, replying, "This seems illogical. The demons cannot be so foolish as to ignore the consequences of attacking the temple, even if they are driven by greed. While the temple is a sacred site for the Eastern peoples, from what I have observed, forgive my impertinence, there is nothing of considerable worth within that would warrant such a perilous journey." Buden and Bosun exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Buden who spoke. Your Grace, you may not be aware. The temple not only houses the statue of the great deity Audi and the ashes of our brave ancestors, but it also safeguards sacred relics from ancient times. Bestowed upon us by the gods for the Zoe people, these treasures have been passed down through our lineage, imbued with incredible mystical power and immeasurable value. This should have remained our tribe's most profound secret. Yet somehow, the demons have evidently come to know of it. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback, exclaiming, "From ancient times, are you saying it dates back to?" "Yes, to the era of the gods." Buden enunciated each word with immense pride. "The great deity Audi bestowed these treasures upon the Zoe people, and we have safeguarded them diligently. This is an unparalleled honor granted to all of us in the Zoe tribe. Across the vast continent, various ethnic groups, scattered in different regions, share a common legend. Long, long ago, in an ancient era, there existed a mythical age. During this time, gods roamed the earth, erecting towering edifices that pierced the clouds. They possessed the ability to soar into the azure sky, plunge into the pitch-black depths of the ocean, and even traverse vast distances in an instant, reaching the twinkling stars above. Their powers were so astonishing that they could summon winds and rain at will, wielding terrifying weapons capable of obliterating the earth and sky in an instant with their searing light and flames. To contemporary minds, these notions indeed appear to be utterly absurd myths. However, what baffles modern historians is the fact that every race, not just the half-orcs, humans, dragonkin, serpents, and dwarfs, but even the self-important demon race, possesses nearly identical legends, albeit with slight variations in detail. For instance, each race insists it is the rightful descendant of the gods, while the demon race unabashedly refers to itself as the divine race. This legendary epic is commonly referred to as the Age of the Gods or the Mythical Era. A few humans exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes, not only at the treasures from the Age of the Gods present in the sacred temple, but also at the fact that Buzenkin had divulged this astonishing secret to them. Zichuan Xiu had already faintly guessed the reason. As the saying goes, there is a request behind every courtesy. Or in Zichuan Xiu's words, a smile without reason often conceals ulterior motives. He inquired, "Then, Elder, why have you summoned us back?" Buden sighed. "This is truly difficult to articulate. The demon army has arrived far too suddenly. They are now less than 5 days' journey from the sacred temple. While the nearest native forces from the Far East, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th teams of Minsk, are over 500 kilometers away. I have dispatched messengers to notify them, but they will undoubtedly not arrive in time before the demons reach us. To withstand until our forces return, I have already issued mobilization orders to the surrounding villages. Yet, as you can see, the dreadful war of destruction has left us with a scant number of able-bodied men. Most of our young men have joined the Far Eastern Allied forces, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children, along with a few inexperienced youths. They cannot possibly halt the demon advance towards the sacred temple, currently within a radius of several hundred miles. The only capable regular army is the guard you command. Your Excellency, at this critical juncture for the sacred temple's survival, I implore you and your subordinates to lend us your strength in defending the temple. The entire Far East will be grateful for your actions." With that, Buden rose and bowed deeply to Zichuan Xiu. Following him, Buzin also stood and performed a solemn 90-degree bow. Zichuan Xiu hurriedly rose to return the gesture, but remained silent. Before him lay an excellent opportunity to win hearts. Yet Zichuan Xiu hesitated to agree immediately. The task was far too perilous. It was generally estimated that the combat capabilities of a demon soldier surpassed those of a human by a considerable margin. A single demon squad's fighting strength was nearly equivalent to that of a 5,000-strong human division. Relying solely on his 50-man guard, supplemented by a group of old, young, and inexperienced individuals, he felt utterly unprepared if sensing his concerns, Buden spoke up. "Your Excellency, we do not intend to confront the demon army head-on. What we require is merely to delay and obstruct their advance, buying time for our forces to arrive. We do not wish to impose upon you the burden of fighting to the last soldier against the demons. You need only do what is within your capabilities, and if you feel endangered, you may withdraw at any time. We shall not hold it against you. After all, you are not one of our Zoe people and are under no obligation to take such great risks for us." Zichuan Xiu asked, "Elder, since you are aware that the demons seek the treasures within the sacred temple, why not relocate the treasures at once?" Buzin immediately objected. "Every inch of land surrounding the sacred temple is interred with the bones of our ancestors. who fought valiantly to defend this place, refusing to yield that I will not permit the demon soldiers to desecrate their sacred graves. Moreover, as the current guardian of the sacred temple, if I were to abandon it, I would be unable to face my forebears. Should our defense ultimately fail, I shall share the fate of the temple. His tone revealed an unwavering stubbornness. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Elder Buden, seemingly rational and open-minded, harbored such a rigid perspective. As a military commander, every decision ought to stem from careful deliberation rather than be swayed by blind fervor. Phrases like, "I shall share the fate of the temple," can indeed be commendable when uttered by an ordinary soldier. But when spoken by a high-ranking officer burdened with responsibility, they merit less praise. His thinking should be more flexible and proactive. The Zoi people, already at a disadvantage, would suffer greatly if they clung to such inflexible notions in future battles. Zichuan Xiu redirected his thoughts. There were more pressing issues to address than those of the future. Silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixed upon him. Awaiting his decision, he observed the bewilderment in the gazes of Bai Chuan and Roger. Evidently, whatever decision he made, they would execute without hesitation. He also sensed the anxious expressions of Buzan and Buden, and finally caught sight of his old friend Diren, who had remained silent, his eyes silently pleading. Zichuan Xiu understood that, as a member of the Zoi people, Diren was equally concerned about the fate of the sacred temple, yet he refrained from speaking, unwilling to leverage his status as a savior to influence Zichuan Xiu's decision. Allowing him the freedom to choose, this thoughtfulness deeply moved Zichuan Xiu. "Elder, we are willing to fight alongside you and contribute our modest strength to defend the sacred temple." Elder Buden's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Thank you, Your Excellency. With you and your brave subordinates joining us, we will have the confidence to repel the demon incursion." "I have little confidence," Zichuan Xiu muttered inwardly, yet outwardly he said, "Then, Elder, do you have any plans for how to effectively engage in this battle?" "Yes. Please wait a moment." Buden rose and stepped outside, returning shortly with a piece of white cloth. As he unfurled the cloth, Zichuan Xiu discerned that it was a rudimentary map, adorned with various thick and thin lines painted in color. Buden pointed at the map, saying, "Your Excellency, please observe. This bold black dot marks the location of the sacred temple. The latest intelligence reports indicate that the demon army's vanguard is already encircling Doma village, which is right here, marked by the red." Zichuan Xiu squinted. He was accustomed to specialized military maps and found it challenging to adjust to this crude, hand-drawn map lacking proportionality and place names, consisting merely of a jumble of lines and various markers. After studying it for a while, the human officers finally reacted, with Roger exclaiming, "Then they are very close to the sacred temple. They might arrive in less than 2 days." Buzan clarified, "This distance is merely on a flat plain. In reality, due to the winding and rugged terrain here, predominantly mountainous paths, they must navigate through the forested area of Vistad, where many routes are impassable. They will need to circumvent the back of Longya Mountain and take a considerable detour to find a crossing point, thus granting us 3 to 4 days of preparation time." Zichuan Xiu scrutinized the map for a long while before raising his head. Then, "Elder, what is your plan?" "Zichuan Xiu, we shall employ our traditional Zoi strategy of division and convergence." Buden began to outline his plan. "In the first phase, we will gather all available half-orc warriors, numbering in the hundreds, and split them into several teams to engage in guerrilla harassment against the demon forces, leveraging our familiarity with the terrain to weaken their morale and delay their advance. In the second phase, if the first phase's harassment fails to stop the demon army's advance, we will wait for them to enter the perilous terrain of Qianqi Cliff, where we will consolidate our guerrilla forces to hold our ground and directly confront the demons until our reinforcements arrive." Buden added, "Of course, if the demons retreat after suffering our attacks in the first phase, that would be even better." The others nodded, aware that such an outcome was unlikely. "I understand." Before Buden could finish, Zichuan Xiu comprehended the strategy. He recalled the relentless harassment Sterling faced upon entering Yun province, likely orchestrated by Elder Buden. This method of warfare emphasizes not the annihilation of the enemy's forces, but rather the continuous assault to exhaust them, undermining their morale and combat will. The advantage lies in the flexibility of dispersed operations while being capable of forming a strong united front when necessary, making it suitable for the current scenario of our weakness against their strength. Zichuan Xiu contemplated that although Buden's strategic mindset was somewhat rigid, his tactical arrangements were nonetheless remarkably flexible and proactive. The group further discussed the specifics of personnel arrangements, weaponry, command structures, and operational methods. Zichuan Xiu gazed intently at Buden and posed the final, crucial question. Elder, as you mentioned earlier, are armed villagers or the Eastern Army summoned for reinforcements once they officially engage in battle with the demon clan? Do you understand what that implies? Buden's facial muscles twitched in pain, yet his tone remained calm. My lord, ever since you left last night, I have been unable to sleep, pondering many matters. Even if the demon clan had not invaded the sanctuary today, I would still have requested your return. You are correct. For a nation to pursue liberation and freedom, a price must be paid. We cannot wait for divine beings or saviors to rescue us. To attain freedom, we must strive with our own hands and be prepared for sacrifice. If today we are stingy with sacrifices, then tomorrow our descendants will pay 100-fold for our cowardice. Thus, not only to defend our sanctuary, but also for the sake of our descendants, our land, and our freedom, and for the destiny of our Zoi tribe from this day until 1,000 years hence. He fell silent, searching for the appropriate words to convey the fervor and passion that had begun to boil within him. We shall not hesitate to fight. Buden, the half-orc, declared loudly. Silence enveloped the group, infused with a grim pride that would not bow to mere survival. In a moment of profound stillness, Zichuan Xiu's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly. Then let us fight. In the midday hour, waves of militia from surrounding villages flooded into Goda village, where the main thoroughfare was bustling with half-orc farmers brandishing clubs and pitchforks. To escape the scorching midday sun, they scattered beneath the eaves and trees, fanning themselves with large leaves while the women of Goda village brought them refreshing tea. As human cavalry passed through the village streets, the half-orcs erupted into furious roars, seizing their nearby weapons and rising to confront them. At that moment, the village chief, Bosun, who accompanied Zichuan Xiu, shouted, "Do not be rude. These are esteemed guests summoned by Elder Buden." Upon hearing Buden's name, the seemingly aggressive half-orc men immediately softened, sheepishly sticking out their tongues and retreating. Bosun apologized to Zichuan Xiu and explained, "There are rarely any cavalry here. They mistook you for an advance party of the demon clan." Zichuan Xiu smiled, accepting Bosun's explanation, though he understood it was not the true reason. Along the way, they had sensed the deep-seated animosity the local half-orcs harbored towards the Zichuan family and humans, as Elder Buden had stated. In the battle at Shishutan in Yun province, over 300,000 soldiers of the Eastern Allied forces perished, with nearly every household mourning the loss of male kin in wars against humanity. Zichuan Xiu noted that many of the gathered half-orcs were youthful boys or elderly men, with a low proportion of able-bodied adult males, many of whom were also disabled. He felt a profound concern. How could such frail and aged individuals contend against the ferocious warriors of the demon clan? A sense of shame washed over him as he realized he was contemplating using this battered people to achieve his own ends. However, he reassured himself that the demon clan's oppression of various races and their assault on the sanctuary had long reached a breaking point for the Eastern races, even without his intervention. War between the half-orcs and the demon clan was inevitable. He was merely providing a nudge, yet his conscience felt little solace. Passing beneath a large tree at the village entrance, he observed a gathering of people in the shade, where an old half-orc was briefing the assembled troops. The old half-orc, clad in coarse cloth, spoke with both decisiveness and ferocity. "When the time comes, charge alongside me. Do not hesitate. Think of nothing. Just rush in and annihilate them. Is the task clear?" "Clear," the eager young half-orc warriors responded with vigor. "But what shall we use to annihilate them?" A still boyish soldier furrowed his brow and asked. Different from the others who merely wrapped themselves in scraps of animal skin, he donned a finely crafted leather garment, likely sewn by a caring mother for her son's first battle. Zichuan Xiu surmised, "I only have this wooden stick. I do not even possess a sharpened iron tip. Otherwise, I could fashion a spear. But the chief refuses to issue me any iron," he lamented, shaking his head in regret. "Use your teeth to bite," the old warrior bellowed. "Isn't that right? Grab that stone. Why pose such foolish questions? If you lack weapons, then use a wooden stick, a stone, or sharp shards, anything to arm yourselves. Strike them upon the head. It will similarly crush the skulls of the demon spawn. After our first battle, we shall have all the weapons we need." Zichuan Xiu and the others had already walked away, unable to hear the old half-orc's subsequent words. Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment, then drew his dagger and handed it to Bosun. "Chief, please deliver this to the young man from earlier and tell him I wish him victory in his first battle." Bosun looked at Zichuan Xiu in astonishment. The dagger was finely crafted with a sharp blade that shimmered with a faint blue light. Clearly a weapon of considerable value. A glimmer of appreciation crossed his gaze. Without further ado, he hurried over to the troop. After a while, an eruption of astonished cheers arose from the half-orc ranks. And Bosun returned, accompanied by the young soldier clutching the dagger. Bosun relayed, "My lord, that boy is overjoyed and immensely grateful. He says he will fight bravely and will not disappoint your expectations, my lord. He wishes for you to say something to him personally." Gazing at the young soldier, whose face was flushed with excitement and whose innocent eyes sparkled, Zichuan Xiu remained silent for a long while and then slowly spoke. His voice deep and solemn. "Survive." The battle commenced in the early hours of the 21st day. Prior to this, a representative of the local half-orcs had approached the demon camp, requesting that the demon forces cease their advance towards the sanctuary. But this request was arrogantly rejected by Commander Mark of the 73rd Demon Unit. In truth, the demon clan's incursion into the sanctuary was not ordered by the Eastern Governor's office. It was entirely the personal initiative of Commander Mark, who had learned of the countless treasures hidden within the sanctuary by mere chance. Half an hour later, 3 demon soldiers strolling outside the camp were suddenly pierced by a spear thrust from the underbrush. And when their comrades arrived, the assailant had vanished into the dense jungle. A half hour later, another sentry was killed by a dagger. Leaving a trail of blood leading deep into the forest. A squad of Sinian infantry followed the blood trail but missed their assembly time and did not return. The dark, deep jungle seemed to swallow them whole. By then, it was already late at night, and the demons dared not risk entering the jungle amidst the threat of sniping. It was not until the following morning that a search party composed of 5 armed squads ventured in to locate their missing comrades. Approximately 5 miles from the camp, they discovered all their companions lying lifeless in a clearing among the trees. 51 Sinian soldiers sprawled across the ground. An inexperienced demon officer immediately confirmed that the chaotic footprints at the scene and the horrific wounds on the majority of the corpses, inflicted by clubs and spears, indicated that the assailants were undoubtedly the nearby half-orc residents. It was only at this moment that the demon side began to acknowledge that this series of events was not a mere impulsive clash, but rather an organized, premeditated, cold-blooded murder, or rather, a rebellion that had been meticulously prepared. Commander Mark swiftly made a decision. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. That noon, the demon forces stormed into Doma village, inhabited by half-orcs and snake folk. The village had long been deserted, with the villagers having fled, further solidifying the demon's suspicions of a coordinated uprising. After a thorough search of the village, they found not a single living soul, and in their frustration, they set the entire village ablaze. Yet as thick smoke billowed into the sky above Doma village, a bloody demon supply soldier rushed to report to Commander Mark. "My lord, our supply convoy has been set ablaze." In shock, Commander Mark immediately led his troops to the scene, where chaos and bloodshed reigned. They beheld towering flames consuming over 100 carts laden with urgently needed provisions for the army, the ground littered with the bodies of demon escort soldiers. Blood flowing freely, the smell of iron filling the air. Mark roared in fury. "Bring me Gubelin, the escort captain of the demon supply convoy. Where is he? I shall slay him with my own hands." No one dared approach the enraged Commander Mark, until a trembling blood-soaked escort soldier cautiously led him over, pointing with his toe at a corpse beside the extinguished embers. "My lord, the Gubelin you seek is right here." The corpse bore a gaping wound at the back of the head, shattered by a heavy weapon. Witnessing the gruesome sight of crimson blood mingled with white brain matter, Mark was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable wave of nausea. Retching repeatedly, he could hardly believe that his more than 100 valiant subordinates, though merely escort troops, were indeed regular soldiers of the demon kingdom, had been utterly defeated by a band of rustic half-orcs, nearly annihilated. After questioning the scant few survivors, the demon forces gleaned a semblance of the events that transpired. At noon, the supply convoy, lagging behind the main force by approximately 5 miles, sought refuge from the scorching midday sun beneath the shade of trees, dozing off in the coolness when the enemy's sudden appearance caught them unawares. It was unclear from whence they came. Their numbers surrounded them from all sides, arrows raining down and half-orc spears piercing the air. A cavalry unit launched a ferocious assault, breaching the hastily assembled defensive line formed by the convoy's outer sentries. Following the breach, a multitude of half-orcs surged in. Many demon soldiers perished before they even roused from their slumber, while the remaining fighters desperately attempted to form a defensive stance. Yet it was far too late. The half-orc warriors had already infiltrated the convoy, encircling and isolating them, forcing each soldier to fight for their own survival. resulting in overwhelming odds against them. A few astute demon soldiers, sensing the impending doom, stealthily fled into the woods, or else there would have been no one left to bring news. Overall, this report was riddled with inconsistencies, and Mark suspected that these remnants had concocted it to evade punishment, setting aside how the half-orcs could amass such a formidable force, or how they could possess such precise intelligence, enabling them to appear so mysteriously behind the demon army and retreat without a trace post-battle. One detail in the testimony stood out. A cavalry unit suddenly breached the makeshift wall of sentinels. Common knowledge dictates that half-orcs favor and excel in infantry, with cavalry being a rarity in their ranks due to the considerable resources required to maintain a mounted soldier, a luxury often beyond the means of their impoverished rural villages. How could such destitute hamlets possibly sustain a well-trained cavalry unit? Yet the explanation from the remnants of the demon forces was even more ludicrous. These cavalrymen were not half-orc riders. They were all humans. They swore oaths, declaring that they had witnessed human cavalry clad in black capes, adorned with the crimson insignia of the Zichuan family, wielding sharp standard-issue sabers, and even noted a female cavalry officer leading the charge at the forefront, an old demon soldier, having fought against humans before. Confidently asserted that the riding posture and horsemanship of these human cavalrymen indicated they had certainly received formal training from the Zichuan family. Mark, the captain, dismissed all these accounts as absurd. Humans had already suffered defeat in the Far East, and the Zichuan army remained holed up in Valen, too fearful to venture out. Even if they dared to approach the southwestern camp station before Valen and Lord Lingbucks were no pushovers, they could not possibly pass through. Ultimately, the demon forces resorted to a collective delusion to rationalize the situation. To prevent unnecessary panic among the soldiers, Mark tightly sealed off information within the ranks, forbidding any discussions. As for the ill-fated supply convoy, Mark publicly announced that the convoy encountered a mudslide while traversing a cliff, and all personnel tragically perished. However, regrettably, such unfortunate accidents became increasingly frequent. 12 Sinaya scouts also fell victim to a mudslide, which conveniently swept away their heads, leaving behind only mangled bodies and pools of blood. An oblivious demon private foolishly antagonized a passing arrow and met his demise. A small squad, while marching along a perfectly clear mountain path, inexplicably went missing, never to be seen again. A plethora of bizarre accidents ensued, with 71 fatalities due to mudslides, 43 from road collapses, 53 from missteps on mountain paths, and 25 consumed by quicksand. The scribe and the team groaned in agony, having exhausted every conceivable excuse. In desperation, he declared that a dozen demon soldiers riddled with arrow wounds had succumbed to influenza. The truth became increasingly difficult to conceal, and the demon army began to panic as rumors proliferated through the ranks. Both officers and soldiers realized that within the dark jungles of Vistuna lurked a terrifying enemy. These foes did not engage the demon forces directly nor obstruct their path. Yet they grew ever closer, their numbers swelling and their assaults intensifying, irrespective of day or night, or the weather's disposition. Ahead of the demon army, bridges lay destroyed, supplies depleted, and every village razed. The half-orcs were resolute in their approach, setting fire to their own homes to deny the demon forces any refuge where they might find shelter or solace. For hundreds of miles along the mountain roads, not a single living soul could be seen. The soldiers traversed as if wandering through a desert, devoid of rest, sustenance, or the means to recuperate. Yet it was precisely this despair that fueled the demons' brutality. Upon discovering any semblance of human habitation, they pillaged and slaughtered indiscriminately, leaving innocent civilians to bleed profusely. Captured foes were subjected to unspeakable tortures, strung up in trees, and roasted over open flames. With no hope of survival in battle, they became increasingly ferocious, fully aware that their adversaries would show no mercy. Despite suffering a series of devastating blows that severely impacted morale, the core strength of the demon army remained intact, instilling a semblance of confidence within them. For they believed the enemy's power was limited and that they dared not confront them head-on. In response to the elusive guerrilla forces, they began to tighten their ranks, disbanding small units for independent operations, organizing their movements around entire contingents of 500, convinced that such a formation would render the guerrillas helpless. Despite the significant setbacks, driven by greed, the demon army pressed on relentlessly. Under the cover of night, the troops entered their designated positions. Above the dense forest, winds swirled, and a chilly fog enveloped the woods. The horses were stabled deep within the thickets as the soldiers trudged along the leaf-laden slopes of the forest, the wind rustling the autumn leaves. Though it was merely early autumn, an unmistakable chill pervaded the lightless woods. Penetrating to the bone, half-orc warriors led by Bosun began to emerge from the opposing thicket, and upon the arrival of the Zichuan army, they were seen dispersing to rest, either sprawled or seated on the ground. Upon seeing the human soldiers join their ranks, the half-orcs exhibited expressions of disdain and contempt, yet none voiced their thoughts, likely having received warnings from Bosun in advance. In the inky darkness, a filthy half-orc obstructed their path. And after considerable effort, Zichuan Xiu recognized him as the very Bosun they had been searching for. His head was wrapped in a blood-stained cloth bandage, and he emanated an indescribable stench of blood and sweat. The fastidious Baichuan recoiled a step, holding his breath. "Is it Zichuan Xiu?" Bosun's once resonant voice now sounded hoarse and weary. Zichuan Xiu stepped forward. "I am here. Are you injured?" "I cannot see," Bosun shouted, both sternly and plaintively. "How is it that I cannot see?" "Why, the demon soldier merely struck my head. It did not even hit my eyes, yet here I am, unable to see. Why?" Beneath the starlight filtering through the trees, Zichuan Xiu gazed blankly at Bosun's wide-open eyes, which appeared unremarkable except for their glazed pupils. Though Zichuan Xiu was not a medical expert, he understood that the severe blow to the head likely caused damage to the optic nerve, resulting in blindness. He softly reassured Bosun. "It's all right. It's all right. It's only temporary. You will recover." Bosun apathetically nodded. "Zichuan Xiu, we did our utmost, yet we could not halt the demon forces. They continue to advance, and our casualties are grievous." Even without Bosun's words, Zichuan Xiu could discern the heavy losses they had suffered. Amidst the grassy thicket, severely wounded soldiers lay gasping for breath, some with their bellies pierced by demon spears, others with severed limbs, and some with grievous head wounds. The air was filled with the rasping groans of anguish. The few emaciated half-orc women busied themselves near the injured, using strong liquor to cleanse their wounds, provoking horrifying cries from the patients as they bandaged their injuries with makeshift cloth and traditional herbal remedies. Further away lay those who no longer moved or cried out, their bodies meticulously lined up, covered by a shroud of white grass mats that concealed the faces of the fallen soldiers. "The demon forces continue to advance," Bosun murmured, extending his hand as if grasping at non-existent things. Zichuan Xiu quickly grasped his trembling and frantic hand. Sensing the anxiety radiating from him, Bosun firmly grasped the hand of Zichuan Xiu and suddenly calmed down. "They must not reach the sacred temple. They absolutely cannot. Indeed, they cannot reach the sacred temple," Zichuan Xiu reassured Bosun. "In recent days, we have dealt them significant blows. We have burned their supply caravans and slain 173 of their soldiers. Their advance is growing slower and more cautious. They are beginning to fear. As long as we hold our ground, reinforcements will arrive shortly." Bosun tilted his head, listening intently, then exhaled a long breath. "You have done splendidly, Guangming Xiu. Far better than our group. We have killed fewer than 100 demon soldiers, yet lost over 60 brothers and sustained more than 70 injuries. Guangming Xiu, I can no longer see. Please lead my men onward." Zichuan Xiu instinctively nodded, then remembered that Bosun could no longer see him. He tightened his grip on Bosun's hand to express his agreement. Bosun sighed in relief, and a nearby half-beast soldier assisted him down. "Prepared to await your orders, Lord Guangming," said a young half-beast soldier who stood behind. Zichuan Xiu turned to look and recognized him as the one who had guided him back from the sacred temple a few days prior. Zichuan Xiu nodded and inquired, "How many remain in your squad?" "Reporting, my lord. We still have 217 combat-capable soldiers in our squad. Summon them to follow me. There is a large detachment of demon soldiers 3 miles away. Beneath Longya Mountain, we shall eliminate them. Your men will be integrated into my squad." "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, the half-beast youth executed Zichuan Xiu's command. Waking the sleeping soldiers one by one, the half-beast soldiers silently joined Zichuan Xiu's ranks. In contrast to Zichuan Xiu's uniform wielding of sabers, their weapons varied greatly. Some bore rusted sabers, others handcrafted spears, some wielded wolf-toothed clubs, and others merely iron rods. Yet none dared to underestimate them. The half-beasts' imposing physiques and overflowing battle spirit compensated for their weaponry's inadequacies. It was evident that they were somewhat reluctant to accept their commander's sudden transformation into a human, but fortunately, no one voiced dissent. Baichuan quietly counted heads and after a while leaned closer to Zichuan Xiu, whispering, "My lord, we total 270, of which 53 are human. The rest are half-beasts." Zichuan Xiu nodded. It could be said that the most formidable armed force defending the sacred temple was now under his command. Thus the responsibility fell squarely upon him. He pondered what this moderately sized troop could accomplish. The demon forces had heightened their vigilance, now operating as entire battalions, rendering it impossible to target isolated units as before. However, could he possibly engage an entire battalion of over 500 demon soldiers? Zichuan Xiu felt uncertain, yet the demon army was now less than a day's journey from the final stronghold. The 1,000-foot cliff. If they could not deal a heavy blow to the demon army tonight, according to Buden's original strategy, all guerrilla forces would retreat to tightly defend the area around the 1,000-foot cliff. Losing any further opportunities for engagement, he stepped to the front of the ranks and called out, "Is there anyone familiar with the terrain here?" A few uneven hands were raised. Several local half-beast soldiers stepped forward, their faces expressionless as they regarded Zichuan Xiu. He beckoned them closer, opening a map to point out, 3 miles away, a battalion of demon soldiers rests against Longya Mountain. Their front is heavily guarded, but their rear, toward the cliff, is completely unguarded. Does anyone know the way up Longya Mountain? The half-beasts exchanged glances in silence, until one clad in a wolfskin vest raised his hand. "Lord Guangming, I am a herbalist from Duoma village. I know a narrow path up, but it is very perilous. No danger shall deter us." The previously guiding half-beast youth interjected eagerly, "My lord, allow us to proceed." The other soldiers echoed their sentiments, "For the defense of the sacred temple. We fear no peril." Zichuan Xiu silently observed the soldiers' fervent declarations, each one brimming with passion. He suddenly felt a deep disdain for Buden. Why be so foolish as to sacrifice living souls to protect a lifeless temple? In his original vision, precious manpower should not be squandered in this manner. Instead, they ought to engage the demon forces in broader, more strategic operations, seizing opportunities to eliminate the demon's viable strength, rather than engaging in relentless, head-on combat. The strategic miscalculation limited his tactical options. Now he had no choice but to rely on a decisive battle to halt the demon's advance. "Very well, let us set forth." Stars twinkled above, as the long line of soldiers ascended the steep cliffside. It was an exceedingly narrow path, hugging the mountainside, with barely a few inches to find footing. A misstep would plunge one into the abyss. To avoid drawing the demon's attention, the group carried no torches. Relying solely on the faint starlight for illumination, the soldiers clung to the mountainside, advancing cautiously, fearful of losing their balance. Earlier, one half-beast soldier had lost his footing on loose soil and teetered dangerously. Flailing his arms helplessly, unable to grasp anything to steady himself, the soldiers behind him dared not reach out, fearing they too might be pulled down. The entire troop witnessed the moment when he fell, his face etched with despair. Yet what impressed Zichuan Xiu was that throughout the ordeal, he remained utterly silent, falling like a stone, without a sound, gazing into the abyss where he had fallen. Zichuan Xiu silently paid his respects to this unknown half-beast soldier, who manifested what he understood to be heroism. After approximately 2 hours of climbing along the treacherous path, the troops reached a relatively flat and safe area at the mountaintop around 3 in the morning. Zichuan Xiu cast a worried glance at the eastern sky, fearing the dawn would render their night's toil futile. Strangely, upon reaching the summit, the stars appeared even higher than they had at ground level. The guiding half-beast approached, saying, "From here, a narrow path leads down to the cliff behind the demon army." He led the way, guiding everyone down from another direction. I in the darkness. Descending was more challenging than ascending, fortunately. Luck was with them, and no one fell during the descent. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, the leading half-beast raised a hand, and one by one, the soldiers lifted their hands to relay the signal of silence. In truth, even without signals, they could see the flickering light at the edge of the dense forest below, the campfires of the demon forces. Zichuan Xiu glanced at the sky, where dark clouds loomed low, thickening the darkness. It was likely around 4 in the morning, the perfect time for a nocturnal assault. He murmured, "It is indeed time." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers of the Xiu unit began to untie the long ropes coiled around their waists. Securing one end firmly to a large stone at the cliff's edge, a dozen ropes slid quietly down the cliff, their landing points situated in the dark thicket behind the demon camp. A few local half-beasts approached Zichuan Xiu, requesting to be allowed to descend first. Zichuan Xiu shook his head, This type of special operation was precisely the forte of the Xiu unit. Providing an opportunity to showcase the results of their specialized training that he quietly asked, "Roger, Zichuan, which of you will ascend first?" "I will," both replied almost simultaneously. Zichuan Xiu nodded, since Zichuan spoke first. "Zichuan, lead your squad up." "Understood, my lord." Zichuan responded enthusiastically, signaling to a dozen Xiu unit soldiers, who swiftly descended the ropes. Their agile movements and rapid speed left the half-beast soldiers in awe. Their dexterity surpassed even that of monkeys. Descending the 10-meter cliff in mere seconds without making a sound. Once on the ground, the Xiu unit soldiers swiftly drew their bows and crouched low. They formed a semi-encircled perimeter, vigilantly guarding the landing site, their alert eyes glimmering in the darkness. Second group. With a soft command from Zichuan Xiu, Roger quickly led the second batch of human soldiers down with equal swiftness, upon merging with the first group. The soldiers spread out, lying low in the thick layer of leaves surrounding the flickering, dancing light of the campfires and shadowy tents. Next came the third group of Xiu unit soldiers, with Zichuan Xiu among them. As he descended, Zichuan gestured to him, indicating, "The first group has completed reconnaissance. No enemy sentries were detected." Zichuan Xiu nodded, making a slashing gesture, signifying, "Let us engage." Zichuan appeared slightly taken aback, gesturing with his fingers to form a question mark, implying, "Are we not waiting for the half-orc forces to descend?" Zichuan Xiu resolutely shook his head, although the arrival of the half-orc troops would increase their numbers. They lacked the specialized training necessary for such an operation and would undoubtedly create noise. Should the demon race become alerted, the element of surprise would be lost strategically. He reiterated his earlier command, "Attack." Zichuan responded with a glance. Signaling his understanding, rising, he waved his hand, and the troops dispersed into a line resembling a single file of skirmishers. The soldiers of the Xiu unit advanced swiftly, bending low and parting the treetops and branches that obstructed their path. Once they emerged from the forest, their pace quickened to a jog. The sound of their boots crunching softly against the ground resonated in the air. Led by Roger, the first line of skirmishers ghosted between the tents, moving with such stealth that they did not awaken the slumbering demon soldiers. Though merely a temporary encampment, the demon army's layout was remarkably orderly. The tents were arranged with precision, leaving a meter of space between rows and columns. This posed a challenge for Zichuan Xiu's planned fire attack, as the distance was too great for the flames to spread effectively, and before the fire could take hold, the demon soldiers would surely awaken. Roger found himself at a crossroads, peeking out from between the tents to gesture for instructions from Zichuan Xiu. With a wave of his hand, Zichuan Xiu signaled to proceed with the original plan. He was acutely aware that while they could not rely on fire to inflict significant casualties, the raging flames would instill tremendous panic in the demon soldiers, freshly roused from their slumber. His strategy was to deliver as much damage as possible during the brief window between the demons' awakening and their regaining of order, thereby weakening their strength and resolve before unleashing the half-orc army, hoping to shatter the enemy in one fell swoop. This course of action carried inherent risks. The enemy outnumbered them 2-1, and the combat prowess of the regular demon army was unmatched by hastily assembled peasants. Should they fail to crush the enemy in the initial assault, and if the demons managed to stabilize their formation and engage in a war of attrition, it would be their turn to face the onslaught. Not to mention, nearby demon forces would swiftly converge to reinforce, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. Thus, the first strike had to be executed with utmost ferocity and precision, ensuring the enemy was left reeling. After a moment's contemplation, Zichuan Xiu decided to deploy the archers accompanying him. Over 20 archers seized advantageous positions at the high ground within the encampment, their arrows aimed at the dark openings of the tents. Faint snores of the demon soldiers emanating from within. Roger's men began to kindle flames, transferring smoldering coals from the bonfire onto the canvas tents, the outer fabric starting to emit curling wisps of smoke. The crimson flames gradually growing. "Dusha-Allah, what is going on?" came a voice from the opposite side of the camp as a demon sentinel on duty, noticing the rising smoke, approached with purposeful strides. The archers quickly slipped behind the tents to conceal themselves, while those without time to find cover swiftly dropped to the ground in the shadows of the tents. The demon sentinel, brandishing a spear, approached with a disgruntled murmur, "Du nua shi, damn it." Assuming that one of his comrades had carelessly set the tent ablaze. As he advanced, he suddenly halted, on high alert, raising his spear and loudly demanding, "Wadu shayali? Who goes there?" The silhouette of a human archer was clearly cast upon the ground by the flames behind him, and his booming voice echoed through the night. The concealed human warriors recognized the danger. Understanding that the sentinel's tone was laced with hostility, and his tense grip on the spear signaled imminent threat, before Zichuan Xiu could issue a command, Bai Chuan had already whispered an order: eliminate him. With a swift whoosh, the bowstring sang out, and the demon's sentinel emitted a pained groan as he collapsed, writhing on the ground, his body curling in agony, an arrow lodged in his throat, silencing him forever. However, the damage had been done. Distant footsteps echoed as nearby sentinels were alerted. Rushing in groups toward the commotion, the entire plan was thrown into disarray. Zichuan Xiu could no longer afford to remain hidden, shouting, "Act now." The archers emerged from their hiding places, unleashing a volley of arrows. The first round was devastatingly accurate, as several approaching sentinels fell one after another, their cries shattering the stillness of the night. The slumbering demon soldiers, stirred by the noise, poked their heads groggily from their tents, inquiring, "Dushala, what is happening?" Only to be met with a thick haze of smoke and a fierce glow of flames, the acrid smoke choking them and rendering them breathless. As flames danced wildly from all directions. The demon soldiers shouted, "Fire! Fire!" In their haste, they abandoned their armor and weapons, tumbling out of the tents in disarray. The soldiers of the Xiu unit, who had been lying in wait, seized the opportunity to pounce ferociously. Their steel blades cutting through the unprepared demons, cries of anguish filling the air. "The enemy is raiding the camp. It's the human army. The Zichuan clan has come. Help, it's on fire." The demon encampment erupted into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a captain raised a torch, calling out, "Brothers, brothers, do not fear, stay calm, gather around me." Yet, the panicked throng instinctively surged toward him, trampling him to death beneath their feet. Another conscientious demon centurion ran through the crowd, holding a torch aloft, attempting to reassure, "This is a safe place, brothers, do not panic." But before his words could settle, an arrow struck his brow, providing a grim lesson on just how safe the situation was. As several torchbearers, including officers and soldiers, fell to arrows, the demons grasped the enemy's target selection. They shrieked in panic, discarding their torches one by one, further fueling the chaos in the crowd. The soldiers of the Xiu unit, seizing the moment of confusion amidst the blaze of a burning tent, a fierce melee erupted between the two factions, accompanied by shouts, the sharp clash of weapons, and the relentless whinnies of warhorses. Warriors engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, facing off in one-on-one duels and close-quarters skirmishes. This was precisely the scenario the demon kin had anticipated. The individual combat capabilities of human soldiers generally paled in comparison to those of their demonic adversaries, particularly in the heat of close-quarters brawling where humans typically suffered the most. Some of the more opportunistic demon soldiers lunged ferociously at the archers, who, unprotected by infantry, became tantalizingly easy targets. However, the demons soon discovered that this particular group of humans was far stronger than any they had previously encountered. The melee fighters showcased agile movements and exceptional blade skills, their strength remarkably formidable. Upon the mere clash of weapons, the demon soldiers felt a peculiar tremor in their hands, their arms rendered numb. Even the archers, usually thought to be timid in close combat, proved to be formidable foes. They swiftly slung their bows over their backs and engaged barehanded in the thick of battle. The soldiers of the Xiu character battalion unleashed their extraordinary techniques, with a palm strike infused with 12 parts of their might. They executed the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms, toppling several demon soldiers who subsequently vomited blood from internal injuries. Others employed the bone-transforming soft palm, shattering their enemies' bones, rendering their armor and shields ineffective against the overwhelming power of their strikes. Some warriors practiced the 9-in white bone claw coupled with the mighty diamond finger, piercing through shields and armor with ease, directly extracting the hearts of the demon soldiers, but a few had mastered external techniques like the diamond shield and iron cloth. Remaining unfazed as multiple demons surrounded them, their blades seemingly mere tickles. In one-on-one confrontations, the demon soldiers were no match for their human counterparts. Within mere moments, dozens of demons fell, some with blood gushing from their orifices, others with shattered bones, some choking on their own blood, and others with hearts ripped from their chests, or their skulls brutally punctured by fingers. The grotesque nature of their deaths was beyond comprehension. Witnessing the profound martial prowess of the humans, the demons were struck with terror, exclaiming, "There are ghosts." They were seasoned warriors, not unaccustomed to battle and death, Yet the events unfolding before them surpassed their comprehension. The once considered feeble humans possessed an astonishing capability. Their flesh could withstand blades and spears, while a mere punch or claw could shatter steel and iron, capable of pulverizing bones with a single strike, leaving their enemies incapacitated yet miraculously alive. Their cries so mournful that even a tiger would weep. One demon, his heart torn out, writhed in agony on the ground, unable to emit a sound, while another, with 5 holes gouged in his skull by the 9-inch white bone claw, curled up, desperately clutching his head as if to force his spilled brain matter back inside. The scene was horrifying and surreal to the demon soldiers. These humans materializing from the darkness seemed like malevolent spirits from legend, beyond the realm of human confrontation. The remaining demons, gripped by fear, hastily retreated into the shadows. The demon officer bellowed at the retreating soldiers. "What are you afraid of? They are but a handful. We can charge again." The soldiers, trembling, pleaded, "Commander, they are not human. It is impossible for humans to possess such terrifying power. They are demons. They are monsters. How can we fight against these fiends?" The officer, enraged, swung his blade and decapitated the unfortunate soldier who spoke out. "Fools, they are clearly human. They are not monsters. Even if they were truly demons, we have the unparalleled wisdom and protection of our divine emperor, imbued with righteousness, and we shall not fear any evil spirit. Speak further nonsense that undermines our morale, and you shall meet the same fate." Recalling their most revered emperor, the demon soldiers' courage surged just then. 4 unscathed demon squads from the right flank regrouped, shouting loudly as they charged at the human forces occupying the center of the camp, the battle cries echoing like thunder. Witnessing this, the bolstered left flank of the demons quickly forgot their previous defeat, and the officer seized the moment to call out, "Vigura, slay the humans! Vigura, slay the humans!" The demon soldiers echoed in unison, with one being the first to charge forth, followed by all the others, renewing their assault. This time, they learned from their prior mistakes, remaining composed and strategic. In the darkness, the demon officers skillfully issued commands. "Pikemen, first row. Shield bearers, second row." At the sound of these urgent commands, the previously chaotic demon soldiers fell silent, and the only sound was the thudding of their boots as they are in an instant. Orderly formations were established, and various weapons were quickly assembled, showcasing the vast difference between the well-trained regular demon army and the hastily assembled militia. A throng of pikemen led the charge, for the demons had realized that engaging in close combat with the humans was the height of folly. They opted for long pikes, intending to leverage their reach to counter the humans' martial prowess, while the melee fighters followed closely behind in well-coordinated rows, providing mutual support. As the demons returned to the fray, the soldiers of the Xiu character battalion laughed heartily. Those worthless creatures are back. The earlier victory had clouded their judgment, and in a display of bravado, each soldier raced forward, shouting, "Watch me, and come on, haha." Despite Bai Chuan's loud commands to return, "I order you to return," the soldiers feigned deafness. They soon regretted their recklessness as the soldiers of the Xiu character battalion charged forward. The demon formations shifted once more, with the demons in front retreating while simultaneously drawing the human soldiers deeper into their ranks. At that moment, the demon officer shouted, "Surround them." Instantly, several small teams from the demon flanks surged forward, encircling the advancing humans. In an instant, the situation for the Xiu character battalion turned dire. Enemies surrounded them on all sides. Although they were not outmatched in one-on-one combat, the overwhelming numbers of demons now posed a significant advantage, often attacking a single human from multiple angles. An onslaught of spear and arrow rained down upon the encircled human soldiers. It became clear that possessing exceptional martial skills did not equate to invincibility on the battlefield. The brutal reality of warfare differed vastly from the conflicts of the martial world, where efficiency and lethal precision were paramount. The intricate and often superfluous techniques they had mastered proved inadequate in this context. One soldier attempted a flashy move. The white crane spreads its wings, but while he executed it flawlessly, he inadvertently lured the enemy and a dozen blades descended upon him simultaneously, reducing the aspiring martial master to a bloody mess. His eyes widened in horror, unable to close in death, as he lamented, "It was not that my skills were lacking. It was merely that the enemy did not fight according to the secret manuals." Furthermore, a critical aspect of battlefield combat lies in the coordination and synergy among comrades. One must advance while the other retreats, offering mutual support. Without this understanding, Even the finest warriors, if isolated amidst chaos, would ultimately meet a tragic end. Such realities eluded the inexperienced officers and soldiers of the Xiu character battalion, and the seasoned commanders like Zichuan Xiu and Luo Jie had neglected to impart these lessons beforehand, resulting in a heavy price paid in blood. Surrounded by foes and beset by weapons, the encircled human soldiers could evade a sword stroke or block a spear thrust, but they could not escape the simultaneous thrust of multiple pikes along with a barrage of slicing blades. In such a dire predicament, even the slightest injury could spell death. One encircled soldier cried out, "Lord Luo Jie, save me." Yet Luo Jie was entangled with the demon pikemen, repeatedly repelled by their coordinated thrusts. Faced with this well-synchronized assault, Luo Jie, despite his formidable martial prowess, found himself unable to act, helplessly watching as the injured soldier was gruesomely impaled by the demon pikemen, followed by the demon swordsman who descended upon him, turning him into a pulpy mass. Luo Jie seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. In a matter of minutes, the human soldiers suffered grievous losses. Their ranks were gradually compressed and divided, their numbers dwindling as the emboldened demons seized the upper hand. Bai Chuan, sensing the dire situation, called out while maneuvering, "Form up on me. Come and rally to me." Luo Jie charged forward fiercely, the sound of wind whooshing as four pikes lunged toward him. With a grunt, he suddenly sidestepped, avoiding the two pikes aimed at his face and chest, but one that aimed at his abdomen grazed his waist, leaving a wound that gushed blood. Undeterred by the injury, Luo Jie closed the distance to his opponents. Roaring, "Die!" With a powerful swing of his broadsword, he cleaved through the two demon pikemen before him, their agonized cries drowned out by the splatter of crimson that drenched him. The other demonic creatures let out a cry. Intimidated by Roger's reckless aura, and in order to regain distance to wield their long weapons effectively, they collectively retreated several large steps. Freed from his predicament, Roger immediately extricated himself and charged towards Bai Chuan. Upon witnessing his blood-soaked and menacing visage, the demonkin along the way dared not obstruct him, allowing him to advance without hindrance. Fighting back to back, with Roger guarding their rear, Bai Chuan felt invigorated. The flash of her blade was so swift that the demon soldiers barely registered the lightness in their hands before the heads of four spears were simultaneously severed, before they could comprehend the situation. Bai Chuan had already ascended, closing in on the demon spear wielders for close combat. Her movements were minimal, flowing like mercury. The glimmer of her blade danced like waves, effortlessly penetrating the demon ranks, only to suddenly unleash devastating strikes with the force of thunder. To their astonishment, more than a dozen demon spearmen could not withstand the onslaught of this seemingly delicate woman. In no time, 5 of them had been felled, each meeting the ground with faces smeared in dirt, while the others remained oblivious to how they had been dispatched. Despite the numerous attackers, each individual felt as though they were the primary target of Bai Chuan's every move, each strike seeming to be aimed directly at them, instilling an overwhelming sense of danger. They were pushed back, unable to maintain their footing under the relentless pressure of her intricate and lethal swordplay. The two of them trudged onward, gradually rallying the scattered human soldiers into a compact formation, their backs forming a protective circle around the wounded. However, as the humans coalesced, the demons intensified their assaults, encircling the humans with renewed ferocity. In the 7th chapter of the Radiant Sacred Domain, Bai Chuan surveyed her surroundings, which were littered with sharp spears, machetes, and the grotesque faces of the demon soldiers. A cacophony of shouts erupted above the dense throng of demons. "Do not let them escape." A multitude of demon spear wielders and swordsmen surged forward, the long spears thrusting towards them like a dense thicket of trees. The demon soldiers shouted and charged, blood splattered, bodies fell, and new waves surged forth, the onslaught relentless, like the crashing waves of a stormy sea, growing increasingly fierce, compressing the human circle tighter and tighter. Yet, the Xiu battalion continued to resist, none surrendering, fully aware that the demons would grant them no mercy. Amidst the carnage surrounding the human circle, the ground was strewn with corpses, layers upon layers, their heavy toll creating a barricade of bodies that human soldiers could use for cover. While the demons leapt atop the mound to attack from a superior vantage point, until they too were felled, becoming part of the grim heap, the demons' relentless assault met with the humans' desperate resistance. Blood flowing like rivers. In this battle, the novice soldiers of the Xiu battalion displayed remarkable bravery, their hands numb from exertion, their sabers dulled. Yet they pressed on with renewed vigor, striking fiercely at the attackers. Some were already on the brink of death, their vision darkening, unable to stand, resorting to kneeling on the ground. Yet, they fought with all their might, retreating nowhere as their comrades' backs stood firm behind them. Zichuan fought with all her strength. At this moment, conventional tactics were rendered useless against the barrage of spears and blades. The only option left was to continuously wield her saber, clashing against the enemy's weapons, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. No one could ascertain how many lethal blows she deflected in that fleeting moment. Yet new assaults came crashing in, wave after wave, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Zichuan stole a glance behind her, catching sight of the despair etched on Roger's face. The number of soldiers able to fight was dwindling, and she understood that her own demise loomed near. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from behind the demon ranks. Growing ever louder, the commotion broke out among the demon soldiers, their attacks ceasing as bewildered expressions spread across their faces, questioning one another. What is happening? A panic-stricken, unarmed demon soldier rushed forward, exclaiming, "Not good, the half-beasts are coming." Behind him, swarms of demons surged chaotically, disorientated and crashing into one another, scattering the encirclement around Zichuan and her comrades. They shouted frantically, "Half-beasts, there are thousands of them. They are coming." As if to corroborate their claims, a deep, powerful battle cry resonated from the darkness beyond the camp. Hu, Zhu, La. The war cry grew louder, and the first wave of half-beast warriors, armed with sickles and spears, emerged at the edge of the camp, charging forward with purpose. Instantly, the demon ranks fell into disarray, no longer concerned with the humans who were still managing to stand. The immediate priority was to confront this new, more formidable adversary. The AN officer shouted, "Do not panic, do not panic." Exhausted demon soldiers turned their weapons around, forming a hesitant line to face the new invaders, but the clever ones had already slipped away. Realizing that the demon army had been continuously thwarted, their morale shattered, and their soldiers fatigued. In contrast, the half-beasts appeared revitalized and poised, exuding a ferocious aura. The night's battle did not bode well for the demons. After regaining consciousness, Zichuan Xiu found himself unable to locate his blade. Straining against a tree, he struggled to rise, but faltered and collapsed once more. He spat blood from his lips as waves of nausea surged in his throat. His head throbbed painfully, and his chest felt heavy. Gradually, he became aware that he was still alive. Piece by piece, he strained to recall what had transpired moments before. In the chaos, a demon soldier had stumbled into the dark woods at the cliff's edge, encountering Zichuan Xiu, who was observing the battlefield. This encounter startled both parties. Zichuan Xiu leapt back instinctively while the demon soldier halted abruptly, gasping for breath, confusion etched on his face. What should he do? The two stood several paces apart, warily confronting each other, fear and hostility palpable in the air. Zichuan Xiu lamented internally. His last guard had already been dispatched, leaving him to fend for himself. He betrayed no hint of fear, fists clenched, bending low, locking eyes with the demon striking blue gaze. To avoid provoking the creature, he refrained from reaching for his saber at his waist, remaining motionless. The demon soldier, clad in a tattered uniform, appeared robust yet unarmed, revealing his panic-stricken state. Staring up at Zichuan Xiu, who towered over him, the demon soldier cracked a grin, licking his thick lips with a languid tongue. His expression devoid of emotion. They maintained their tense standoff for an extended moment, sweat trickling down Zichuan Xiu's forehead, blurring his vision. He dared not blink, his eyes wide in anticipation. Suddenly, the demon's lips twisted into a sinister smile, his dull blue eyes glinting dangerously as his shoulders shifted uneasily. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Zichuan Xiu recognized the impending threat. Disaster loomed. He reached into his sleeve for his dagger, only to find it absent. Recalling that he had given it to an unknown half-beast youth, in that brief moment of hesitation, the demon soldier, covered in green fur, shrieked, "Ah!" and lunged forward with several swift steps, shouldering into Zichuan Xiu's chest with such force that he was knocked to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, the demon soldier pounced, delivering a brutal kick to Zichuan Xiu's face. He rolled away just in time to evade the blow. Quickly retaliating, he swept his leg to trip the demon soldier, who lost his balance and fell. Yet, the demon was fierce, immediately reaching to seize Zichuan Xiu's throat as they tumbled to the ground, grappling with all their might, gasping for air. Amidst their struggle, Zichuan Xiu's saber was pinned beneath them, Rendering it inaccessible, he threw several punches at the demon's face and drove his knee into its abdomen. Blood streamed from the demon's mouth, yet it merely grinned, seemingly unfazed by the assault, as if merely swatting away a mosquito. Relying on its brute strength, the demon soldier quickly gained the upper hand. Panting heavily, its knee pressing against Zichuan Xiu's chest as it half-squatted atop him, hands gripping Zichuan Xiu's throat, periodically slamming his head against a nearby tree trunk, producing a series of dull thuds. Zichuan Xiu strained his neck, his face reddening. He could feel the warm, humid breath of the demon washing over him as he desperately clawed at the creature's fingers, powerless against its sturdy, fur-covered grasp. As strong as iron, gradually, as time passed, Zichuan Xiu found himself increasingly breathless, a sharp pain constricting his chest. His mind felt foggy, and his entire field of vision was dominated by the enormous nostrils of the demon soldier looming before him. Growing ever closer, the air was filled with the eerie sounds of ee-ah. In his dizzy state, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. He, who had once single-handedly thwarted the most formidable warriors of the demon kingdom, now lay at the mercy of an unknown, ordinary demon soldier. Was there truly a divine will at play in this grim tapestry of fate? Zichuan Xiu sat beneath a tree, gasping for breath, struggling to recollect the events that had transpired, desperately seeking clarity on what had occurred. The last thing he remembered was being nearly asphyxiated by a powerful demon soldier. How was it that he was still alive? He made another attempt to rise, only to stumble upon something soft at his feet. Leaning down to investigate, he beheld a gruesome visage, a face so mangled that where eyes should have been. Only two bloodied voids remained, oozing crimson fluid. Fragments of shattered teeth dangled from a broken jaw, interspersed with blood-red saliva and a swollen tongue that a chill ran down Zichuan Xiu's spine as recognition dawned upon him. This was the very demon soldier who had fought him moments ago, seeking to extinguish his life. The memory of their life-and-death struggle left him trembling that in his unconscious state, who the actions they took serve as a testament to their genuine acknowledgement of their commander's authority. After securing a hard-fought victory, it was only natural for them to present themselves before their leader to receive commendation. An indescribable fervor spread among those sweat-soaked victors, as more than 200 hastily assembled half-orc warriors overcame a formidable battalion of over 500 demons, seizing their banner and inflicting countless casualties, including the deaths of 17 enemy officers. This marked the most significant triumph since the onset of hostilities. The battlefield, now a tableau of brutal devastation, bore witness to a tragic scene. With over 300 corpses strewn across the ground, those of demons, half-orcs, and humans alike, they lay like scattered stones, each body sprawled upon the other, the fallen soldiers of both sides often entwined, their teeth biting, their nails clawing at one another with such ferocity that the half-orcs tasked with gathering the dead found it impossible to separate them. The demon wounded who could not flee raised their hands in surrender, while those who resisted were swiftly dispatched by the half-orc soldiers, each met with a lethal strike. Amidst the smoldering tents, only the silhouettes of half-orc soldiers remained, scouring the heaps of bodies in search of their surviving comrades. While the younger warriors busied themselves collecting the scattered weapons, Zichuan Xiu patrolled the battlefield anxiously, scanning the jubilant faces of the half-orcs, yet he could not spot Roger and Baichuan among them. He focused his search on the area where the fighting had been most intense, where the corpses piled high, densely packed. Among the heaps of bodies, he discerned several mangled human corpses, and at that moment, he chastised himself repeatedly for his earlier recklessness in allowing the thinly staffed Xiu battalion to advance alone. Leading to their encirclement by the demons, he incessantly inquired of the nearby half-orc soldiers, "Have you seen my comrades?" The responses were monotonously uniform. "No, my lord." A few half-orc soldiers joined Zichuan Xiu in his search, occasionally uncovering a human body for him to identify. As he examined the corpses, his heart tightened with dread upon discovering that none were Roger or Baichuan. A wave of relief washed over him. "My lord, we are over here," he heard Roger's familiar voice, and Zichuan Xiu whirled around. Beside a half-burned tent, several human soldiers were supporting one another. He rushed forward, reaching Roger, and grasped his solid, broad shoulders tightly. "Thank goodness, you're here. Where is Baichuan?" His voice trembled with emotion. Baichuan, weary and haggard, replied, "My lord, I am here." Zichuan Xiu stared in astonishment at the blood-soaked figure beside Roger, taking considerable time to recognize him. "You are Baichuan. My heavens, how did you come to be in such a state?" Baichuan offered a feeble smile, gesturing toward the layers of demon corpses surrounding them, rendering further explanation unnecessary before collapsing onto the ground. Zichuan Xiu then noticed that, aside from the few standing soldiers, several others were either seated or crouched, each bearing wounds. He looked to Roger, who understood his unspoken query, and replied, "They are all here. My lord, the living are all present." Zichuan Xiu's expression darkened. The 50 elite soldiers who had set out with him now numbered fewer than 10. They had vanquished a demon battalion in the Weistu jungle. Yet this skirmish, devoid of strategic or tactical value, had resulted in the near obliteration of his comrades for such a trivial victory. Gazing at the exuberant half-orc soldiers, Zichuan Xiu was overwhelmed by a profound sense of emptiness and exhaustion. Having inflicted casualties upon the demon horde, their loss was but a mere scratch upon a colossal beast that could easily disregard it. The thought crossed his mind. We have exerted ourselves for a task devoid of significance. Is anyone injured? Zichuan Xiu scanned the group. But realizing the futility of his question, every soldier bore wounds of varying severity. He quickly rephrased. I mean, seriously injured? One by one, they examined themselves, insisting they were merely fatigued and bruised, with no severe injuries. Baichuan, ever observant, exclaimed, "My lord, your hand." It was then that everyone noticed Zichuan Xiu's hands, crimson and sticky with blood from wrist to fingertip, glistening darkly in the firelight. Startled, he checked himself for injuries but found none. Relief washed over them, and Baichuan asked, "My lord, did you engage the enemy?" Zichuan Xiu recalled the demon he encountered in the forest, nodding, yet unease lingered in his heart, for during their struggle, neither had drawn blood. He closed his eyes, vividly recalling the grotesque visage of the demon, its jagged teeth and the blood-soaked drool dripping from its shattered jaw. That a shiver coursed through him as an unfamiliar fear gripped his heart. Though he lacked the time to ponder its source, several half-orc leaders approached to inquire whether they could withdraw, as the battlefield was nearly cleared, and what to do with the captured demons. Zichuan Xiu issued instructions, ordering a thorough search for injured allies. Some may have merely lost consciousness and were not yet dead, and to cremate the fallen comrades amidst the raging flames. That as for the captured demons, those who could walk were to be taken, but those too grievously wounded to move. Zichuan Xiu hesitated, haunted by the memories of his fallen companions, before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Execute them." At dawn, after completing the grim task of clearing the battlefield, the half-orc contingent began their retreat into the forest. The entire assault had taken less than 2 hours. In the distance, a long line of torches illuminated the road below, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from the demon ranks. Hastening through the night, Zichuan Xiu smirked bitterly, leaving behind only charred remnants of barracks and the lifeless bodies of demons. Tasks they could now only perform were to bury their fallen comrades. Despite their victory, the half-orc forces suffered grievous losses, with over 60 dead and nearly 100 wounded, not accounting for the human casualties among the allied forces, where only 9 of the 50 elite human soldiers who had set out with him remained. This marked the first significant setback for the Xiu battalion, and the spirits of the human soldiers were notably dampened by the loss of their comrades. Recognizing their fatigue, Zichuan Xiu led the troops back to Goda village near the sacred temple, granting them 2 days to recuperate. As soon as he disbanded the troops, he hurried to the home of the half-orc chief, Bosun, casting aside the horrific memories of the recent carnage and the monumental responsibility of protecting the sacred temple. He climbed into bed without removing his shoes, pulling the covers over himself, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. Utterly exhausted in body and spirit, upon awakening, he was unsure how long he had slept. But in his drowsiness, he heard voices. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and he could barely open them. He turned away, covering his head with the blanket and curling up, yet the persistent voices continued to penetrate his ears. Fragmented and unintelligible. Finally, he opened his eyes to find a half-orc youth smiling down at him. The youth's mouth moved, but Zichuan Xiu could not comprehend his words, his mind still foggy. Someone brought a basin of water and a towel to wash his face, and another offered him a cup of water to rinse his mouth. Mechanically, he performed a basic cleansing, feeling somewhat more awake, and asked the ever-smiling half-orc, "What did you just say?" The young man respectfully responded, "Lord of Light, Elder Buden and Chief Bosun have arrived and are waiting for you in the living room." Zichuan Xiu murmured an acknowledgement, glancing out the window to see that dusk had fallen. He vaguely recalled falling asleep around noon and muttered, "So I only slept for 4 or 5 hours. However, the half-orc's next words alarmed him. "My lord, You fell asleep the day before yesterday morning. Elder Buden came to visit last night, but we could not awaken you, so he left. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. Realizing he had slept for 3 days and nights, over 50 hours, a feat he had never achieved before he could ponder the implications, the half-orc urged, Lord of Light, our elder has been waiting for you for quite some time. Understood. I shall come out, Zichuan Xiu replied. Adjusting his attire, which still bore the scent of days-old sweat, he glanced in the mirror, noting the stubble on his face and the disarray of his hair. Resembling a bird's nest, he paid little mind to his appearance, hastily ran his fingers through his hair, and stepped outside that in the living room. Buden and Bosun sat upright when Zichuan Xiu emerged and, bowing apologetically, remarked, I am at a loss as to how I managed to sleep so soundly. I deeply regret having troubled you, esteemed elder, with your repeated visits. He privately speculated on the intentions of the two before him. Could it be that they were dissatisfied with his decision to withdraw the troops from the front lines, demanding his return to battle? If that were the case, he would indeed have to express his frustration to them. The forces he had brought had already suffered near total casualties. What more could they possibly desire? Were they intent on dragging the entire Far East into the fray to defend this cursed sanctuary? To his surprise, Buden deeply bowed before Zichuan Xiu, his forehead nearly touching the ground, with Bosun following suit. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback for a moment before exclaiming, Elder, village chief, what are you doing? Such deference is too much for me to bear. He hurried forward to assist them. However, Elder Buden refused to rise, solemnly stating, Your Grace, in our most perilous hour, you saved our sanctuary that on behalf of all the Zoi people, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Henceforth, whenever you require our service, we, the Zoi of the Far East, will march through fire and water without hesitation. Only then did he gradually straighten up and settle back into his seat. Zichuan Xiu quickly replied, Elder, you overstate the matter. At last, he had achieved his purpose for coming, but he could not help but wonder if the price paid was too steep. He then inquired, Where have the demon forces advanced to? Have they reached the 1,000-foot cliff? He suspected that this was likely the reason for their visit. Surely, the demons had drawn near, necessitating someone to command the battle. Otherwise, how could these proud elders have come to bow before him? Bosun's response astonished him. Your Grace, the demon forces have retreated. Zichuan Xiu's mouth fell open in disbelief. Retreated? Indeed. That night, you dealt them a heavy blow, shattering 2 of their battalions. Zichuan Xiu interrupted Bosun. We only defeated 1 battalion. The 5th Battalion of the 73rd Regiment, did we not? Elder Buden cleared his throat. Your Grace, I regret to say that this matter is somewhat embarrassing. The 5th Battalion of the Demon's 73rd Regiment was followed by the 6th Battalion. But during their march, the 6th Battalion did not display their banners, leading our scouts to mistakenly believe that the force consisted of only 1 battalion. Given the urgency of the situation, they did not verify the numbers thoroughly. And the reports indicated only a single battalion of over 500 troops. In reality, there were over 1,000, information we later obtained from interrogating prisoners. Zichuan Xiu understood, according to the demon military structure, a regiment typically comprised 7 battalions. Now, having taken down 2 battalions in one fell swoop, and with their supply trains destroyed, the demons must be utterly confused about the strength of the half-orc forces. Leaving them no choice but to retreat. It was no wonder that the battle had been so fierce and brutal. The demons had resisted far more tenaciously than he had anticipated. Even with the element of surprise and over 50 special forces from the Xiu battalion aiding them, they had only managed a Pyrrhic victory. It dawned on him that the enemy's strength had indeed been double what they had expected. It was a minor misunderstanding, yet it had nearly cost them dearly. Recalling his fallen comrades, he sighed, uncertain of what to say. Bosun seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke softly. Your Grace, during that battle, a total of 43 of our human brethren perished. Today, we have located their remains. They sacrificed their lives to defend our sanctuary, and we wish to inter them in the sanctuary's cemetery for future generations to remember. Hoping for your approval, Zichuan Xiu nodded. Thank you. He understood that for the half-orcs, being laid to rest in the sanctuary was a profound honor, and their willingness to allow non-Zoi human soldiers to be buried there was a gesture of great sincerity. A form of apology in itself. Suddenly, he recalled something. Village chief, can you see again? I regained my sight the day before yesterday. The village doctor explained that my blindness was due to a concussion, which will gradually resolve itself, though things still appear somewhat blurry. Zichuan Xiu responded, Oh, that is wonderful. Then he found himself at a loss for words. The sky had turned to dusk. Dark clouds swirled on the western horizon, fringed with a band of violet light. Sunlight streamed through the bamboo curtains, casting a shifting patch of blurred light upon the floor. For a fleeting moment, Zichuan Xiu felt an inexplicable lightness, as if a heavy burden had suddenly been lifted, leaving his body momentarily unaccustomed to such relief. The demon forces have retreated, Zichuan Xiu mused aloud. Does this mean that everything has come to an end? No, Buden gently shook his head. This is merely the beginning. Everything is just commencing. He began to explain that during Zichuan Xiu's slumber, the external situation had undergone tremendous changes. The demon incursion into the Far East Sanctuary had incited widespread outrage among the populace across the region. News spread rapidly, and in the provinces of Dea, Yilia, Gadisa, Vurin, and Fumink, among others, including the province of Dusa, where the Far East governor's office was located, large-scale civil unrest erupted. The demon garrison was exerting all efforts to suppress the uprisings brutally. Meanwhile, the Minsk Far East 1st, 3rd, and 7th regiments, along with other Far East forces, had responded to the sanctuary's call for reinforcements. They had launched a mutiny, breaking free from the control of the demon officers, and were now racing from all directions to rescue the sanctuary. However, upon receiving the report from the 73rd Regiment, the demons dispatched reinforcements towards Yun province. The two armies encountered each other en route and became embroiled in a chaotic skirmish, from the forests of Weistu on the edge of Yun province to the provinces of Minsk, Wager, and Yilia. The various defecting Far East armies were engaged in a tangled melee against the demons. Yet the current situation was far from optimistic. The Far East forces were hastily thrown into battle without unified command or organization, each unit fighting independently. Should the demons regroup, they could swiftly extricate themselves from the chaos and easily crush the disarrayed forces. Zichuan Xiu could hardly believe it. War has already begun? Buden nodded affirmatively. Yes. The war has commenced. Zichuan Xiu slapped his forehead in astonishment, never expecting that a mere nap could result in such a cataclysmic upheaval in the outside world. Your Grace, the situation is extremely dire. The demons are mobilizing troops from all sides, attempting to stifle our uprising in its infancy. The Far East forces caught in the melee are not only the most steadfast and loyal soldiers of the sanctuary, but also the backbone and elite of the Far East nation. These troops represent the vital fighting force we can rely upon. Should these core units be annihilated, the losses would be insurmountable. Buden paused, a look of anxiety crossing his face, a burden we cannot bear. Zichuan Xiu silently nodded, understanding the gravity of his words, that he fully comprehended that whether on the battlefield or in political struggles, possessing a loyal army, no matter how small, was vastly superior to being unarmed, especially in this critical moment. Preserving this well-organized and well-trained force would be equivalent to igniting the flames of a forthcoming grand uprising in the Far East. Without them, re-establishing a national army under the demon's stringent control and surveillance would be nearly impossible. However, he still could not quite grasp why Elder Buden felt the need to share this with him. So, Elder, what is your intent? We lack nothing. We have troops, ample provisions, and the support of our people. The only thing we lack is a decisive commander. Yesterday, envoys from the various teams arrived, and the team leaders requested that we assign a leader to command the entire army. Zichuan Xiu raised an eyebrow. Is it truly impossible to find a suitable officer among the uprising teams to take command? Buden chuckled lightly. Your Grace, you should know well that our army was hastily assembled to resist the Zichuan family. Its members are predominantly farmers from various villages, and the officers are often village chiefs and elders. Among them, there is no shortage of heroes who can slay enemies and seize flags, nor are there any lacking in valorous warriors. Yes, we have plenty of such individuals. What we lack is a commanding figure. Someone who has undergone formal military training, understands strategy, knows how to manage logistics and supplies, can think from a holistic perspective, assess situations calmly, and possess a steely resolve and ruthlessness that in summary, we need a polymath. Such a person would be exceedingly difficult to find within our ranks. Let me tell you, Your Grace, I know all the leaders of the uprising teams. Betro is utterly useless. He was the former village chief. And while he was quite good at sunbathing and chatting with the villagers, he is ill-suited to be a professional soldier. Vila is an exceptional junior officer, yet wholly unfit to assume the role of commander-in-chief of the entire army. He lacks intellect and spends his days awaiting orders from others. If tasked with independent thought, he would struggle to comprehend from where the sun rises. As for Bran, By the way, he is my nephew. He possesses a commendable spirit of heroism, yet he is excessively kind-hearted and profoundly foolish. He remains oblivious to the nature of the war we currently face. This is a brutal struggle for survival, devoid of morality. The more ruthless, the better. We must unleash a massacre, showing no mercy or compassion. He fails to grasp this. His mind filled with the chivalric notion of tossing a white glove to the enemy before a duel. If he were to command, our demise would be catastrophic. Furthermore, there is a crucial point. The three team leaders are also unwilling to submit to one another. None would willingly accept that a peer suddenly becomes their superior. To lead them, one must be a figure of greater prestige, possessing broader insights, and far superior to them. Only then will they acquiesce. Zichuan Xiu smiled, once again appreciating Buden's incisive remarks. His evaluations of individuals, though brief, struck with precision and lacked any semblance of mercy. I understand if we are to meet these conditions, it seems that only you, Elder, can take on this role personally. You were once the head of the United Races Army. Their former superior, your presence would surely command their respect. Buden sighed heavily, remaining silent. Bosun interjected. Lord Guangming, you may not be aware, but the Elder's health is not in good condition. He has sustained numerous injuries from the previous conflict with the Zichuan clan, and enduring a life of military hardship again would be beyond his physical and mental capabilities. This is precisely why he departed from the United Races Army. Zichuan Xiu gazed in astonishment at Buden's pale complexion. He appeared shockingly bloodless. He realized that compared to their initial meeting just days prior, Buden's pallor seemed even more pronounced, as if the blood coursing through his veins was barely visible beneath his skin. A chilling term surfaced in his mind. Leukemia. Zichuan Xiu began to grasp the situation. As a renowned general who had previously led forces to defeat the Zichuan Expeditionary Army, he was, in fact, afflicted with a grave illness. It was no wonder that during this critical time of demonic invasion, he had not taken command himself, instead relying on Bosun and Zichuan Xiu to lead the charge. Zichuan Xiu nodded in bewilderment. I understand. Elder, your intent in seeking me is. A vague suspicion began to form. Yet he hesitated to believe it. Buden exchanged a glance with Bosun before speaking. We hope, Lord Guangming, that you will assist us by taking command of the northwest and central war zones, including the provinces of Minsk, Vague, Dea, Ilya, and others, granting you full authority over the Zoe forces to combat the tyranny of the demons. But I am not of the Zoe clan. Lord Guangming, we have heard of your character. The village leaders and elders from Diren and over a dozen villages have recommended you, assuring us that you are a true friend of the Zoe people. In the defense of the sacred temple, you and your subordinates, without any ulterior motives, fought valiantly to protect our sanctuary, demonstrating that you are indeed a genuine friend to the Zoe. We trust you. Moreover, during this campaign, you displayed exceptional military prowess, defeating the demon horde with minimal forces. That we are aware of your past. You once commanded the Zichuan clan's legion, possessing rich military experience and a remarkable record. Your assassination of the Pingjing Marquis proves your enmity with the demons. Concurrently, you are a wanted fugitive by the Zichuan clan, thus having no ties with them. That a talent such as yourself is precisely the leader we require. Zichuan Xiu inhaled deeply. Clearing his mind of distractions, he responded calmly, Elder, I am grateful for your esteem, but I have several concerns that I wonder if you have contemplated. First, I am not a member of the Zoe clan. Is it appropriate for me to lead an army primarily composed of Zoe soldiers? Second, as you mentioned earlier, I am a sworn enemy of the demons. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for me and will stop at nothing to take my life if they learn of my command. They will unleash all their might to annihilate us, refusing any negotiation or compromise. Third, being a traitor to the Zichuan clan, I would also face hostility from my own kin, thus besieged from both sides. This would be detrimental to our growth and development. Buden coughed lightly. Guangming Xiu. To speak frankly, we have considered all that you have mentioned. The leaders of the 13 Zoe tribes in the Far East have granted me the authority to act on behalf of the entire council in emergencies. We are in such a state of urgency now. I appoint you as the commander of the army, and you will be its legitimate leader. This is entirely lawful. Appointing a foreigner as the commander is not without precedent. As evidenced by, Buden paused momentarily before continuing. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Zichuan Xiu and Bosun understood that the precedent he referred to was the case of Lei Hong, who had once led the Far Eastern Races Army in human form. Though this particular reference was rather embarrassing, and Buden intentionally left it unspoken. Should any officer or soldier disobey your orders, you are free to administer military justice without hesitation. That I neglected to mention that Bosun will also join you. He will serve as your deputy, supporting you wholeheartedly and safeguarding your authority, so you need not worry about that. Bosun nodded respectfully at Zichuan Xiu, who returned the gesture with a smile, internally acknowledging that while Buden professed absolute trust, he had nonetheless arranged for his confidant Bosun to monitor and balance his authority. However, it was entirely natural to feel a degree of unease about appointing a foreigner he had known for only a few days to such a significant position. With this thought, Zichuan Xiu quickly regained his composure. Moreover, regarding the other issue you raised, Guangming Xiu, your reputation indeed precedes you. The demons view you as a thorn in their side, and the Zichuan clan has placed a bounty on your head, which complicates matters. We have devised a solution. We shall alter your name slightly, and your origins will remain a closely guarded secret. Aside from a few individuals, no one will be privy to this information. How does that sound? Zichuan Xiu was momentarily taken aback. A name change? That is indeed a clever idea. I wonder what name would be fitting. The alteration need not be extensive. Diren and the others refer to you as Guangming Xiu. I propose to change just one character, and from now on, we shall address you as Guangming Wang. Externally, we will refer to you as Your Highness Guangming, which aligns with your status as the army's commander. This will confuse the demons and facilitate rallying the populace. What do you think? Guangming Wang, Guangming Wang. Zichuan Xiu quietly repeated the name to himself. He recalled the banner adorned with golden core flowers that had once graced the skies and lands of the continent 300 years ago. A vast territory unified under its splendor. Images of the blue river plains clamor, the shattered armor of royal knights, the withered battle flags, the mournful whinnies of bloodied steeds, and the legendary beauty's tragic fate flickered through his mind. The grandeur of palaces engulfed in flames and billowing smoke consumed the opulent streets, while a resplendent red sun sank slowly in the western sky. A once mighty kingdom had vanished, its glory and dreams extinguished over 5 centuries. In an instant, the most resplendent moments in history flashed through Zichuan Xiu's mind like shooting stars. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Guangming Wang. That is a truly delightful name. The commander of the regiment, an elderly half-orc officer, stood in a state of indecision, grappling with the dilemma of how to proceed. Should they mount an immediate defense or swiftly disperse the troops to seek their own salvation? How could he possibly explain the disappearance of a squadron of over 100 men to his superiors? He coughed softly and finally resolved, "Lads, seize your weapons and defend our sacred temple." Defend our sacred temple. The soldiers rallied, their spirits ignited as they echoed his call. They took positions on either side of the road, archers drawing their bows, forming a line to confront the advancing cavalry of the demon race. The enemy's horsemen drew ever closer, emerging like phantoms from the depths of hell through the misty rain and snow, poised to wreak havoc and annihilate all in their path. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, the soldiers felt they could almost discern the ghastly visages of the demon warriors and hear their terrifying war cries. At that moment, the captain reconsidered. The enemy was overwhelming, and he could not allow his men to sacrifice themselves needlessly. He shouted, "Retreat! We must retreat! Quickly, let us go!" The regiment erupted into chaos, fear gripping the hearts of the soldiers as they fled down the main road, desperate to escape the horrifying specter of death that pursued them. The cavalry of the demon race erupted in a cacophony of maniacal laughter, with someone bellowing, "Vagla! Kill! Vagla!" The thunderous shouts of the horsemen reverberated, and they effortlessly closed in on the fleeing half-orc forces, laughing maniacally as they felled the retreating soldiers one by one with their sabers, the cries of the wounded echoing in the air. Crimson blood splattering upon the pristine snow. Seeing that escape was futile, the captain, along with a handful of his most loyal soldiers, positioned themselves in the center of the road, hoping to ambush the demon cavalry and cover the retreat of the others. But in a single surge, several half-orcs were swallowed by the black tide, trampled beneath a relentless surge of hooves, their anguished screams fading into silence. The cavalry continued their pursuit, flaunting their various flamboyant sword techniques, mercilessly cutting down the fleeing half-orc soldiers, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Sometimes they deliberately slowed their horses, relishing the sight of half-orcs, driven by terror, expending subsequently. The demonstrators breached the human barricade formed by the demon police and stormed into the governor's office of the demon race in the Minsk province, wreaking havoc on all equipment within the government premises. The demon governor narrowly escaped death by hiding in a wardrobe. During the protracted 5-hour clash, the demon garrison, stationed less than 3 miles from the city, remained inactive, despite a relentless stream of messengers pleading for assistance, shuttling back and forth between the military camp and the city. The troops, cold and silent, observed the turmoil from the sidelines, resolutely refraining from intervening. In stark contrast to the fervent emotions of the populace, the atmosphere within the demon garrison appeared deceptively calm, while beneath the surface, it simmered with unrest, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. Traditionally, the demon soldiers held a haughty disdain for the half-beast soldiers, who were left with no choice but to endure in silence. However, following the outbreak of the temple incident, it seemed that overnight, the previously docile half-beast soldiers became increasingly inscrutable, their eyes flickering with defiance. They no longer adhered to orders blindly, their tempers flared, and they dared to hurl insults at the demon officers over trivial matters. This incited tremendous outrage among the demon ranks, leading to frequent disputes, fights, and brawls, escalating the already tense atmosphere. On November 15th, a quarrel over the order of serving meals in the mess hall erupted into a violent confrontation between several demon soldiers and half-beast soldiers. Amidst the chaos, one half-beast soldier was fatally stabbed with a dining knife, prompting the remaining half-beasts to cry out, "Comrades, come here." Awakening from their midday slumber, a multitude of half-beast soldiers surged into the fray. What began as a skirmish among 3 to 5 individuals rapidly evolved into a massive brawl involving thousands. The military mess hall was reduced to a scene of utter devastation, littered with debris. On the ruins of this chaos, thousands of half-beast soldiers faced off against an equal number of demon soldiers, mere meters apart, their nostrils flaring with fury, the atmosphere so charged that a single misstep could ignite a genuine bloodbath. Fortunately, Commander Kara of the demon forces retained a semblance of reason. Upon his arrival, he ordered all present demon soldiers to retreat to their barracks, prompting the aggrieved half-beast soldiers to comply as well. Although Commander Kara averted an imminent mutiny at the last moment, the situation within the ranks did not improve. The animosity between the demons and half-beasts had escalated to the level of mortal enmity. Both sides began to isolate themselves from one another, refusing to speak or acknowledge each other. During mealtimes, they refrained from dining in the same mess hall, and even encounters on the road were met with nothing but hostile glares and provocative gestures. Furthermore, any demon soldier who ventured away from the main camp mysteriously vanished, their bodies later discovered floating in the nearby river, leaving the suspicions to fall upon the various half-beast factions. Even the most audacious demon soldiers dared not approach the half-beast encampment after sundown. The demon military issued a decree prohibiting half-beast soldiers from entering demon barracks, with both forces encamped in close proximity, resembling irreconcilable foes poised for conflict. The situation was unmistakably dire. Although the half-beast factions remained within the demon military camp, they were no longer under the demons' control, and Kara now treated them with utmost caution. He ordered increases in their pay, improved their rations, and provided them with new clothing and equipment, whatever the half-beast requested. Kara complied. To avoid inciting their ire, he refrained from dispatching the demon garrison to quell the unrest in Minsk, for how could he dare command them to suppress their own kin? The already unstable troops might very well turn against the demonstrators if they were swayed by their rhetoric. As Commander Kara engaged in damage control, he urgently reported the tense situation to the Far East Governor's office established in the Dusa province, hoping for reinforcements. He was deeply concerned, for his own ranks contained a limited number of pure demon soldiers. A significant portion comprised local indigenous forces and humans who had surrendered to the demons. In this time of rising anti-colonial sentiment in the Far East, the continuous instances of mutiny and rebellion underscored the unreliability of the local military. Meanwhile, the human soldiers, once scorned, now appeared more dependable. They would not be swayed by notions of temples, the great traditions of the Zoe clan, or any other nonsensical ideals. The unrest in the Far East had nothing to do with them. Kara contemplated reassigning the untrustworthy local forces or encircling them with stronger, more reliable troops to isolate them from external influences. However, before this command could be executed, it faced opposition from his advisors, who argued that in this critical moment, the few demon troops should be consolidated into a cohesive unit, rather than dispersed among unstable forces. Any sudden incident could lead to their utter destruction. Faced with this logical dissent, Commander Kara hesitated, torn between indecision and resolve. Yet on the other hand, he was unwavering in his conviction that the rebellious factions must be eradicated without delay. At this juncture, 13 regiments of regular demon soldiers, returning from suppressive missions in the Shero province, fortuitously passed through the Minsk province and gathered in the Paraping plain. The Far East governor's office informed Kara that no new reinforcements would be forthcoming, as the governor was already overwhelmed by the rebellion of the Piso regiment within Dusa province. However, Kara was authorized to mobilize these passing troops to quell the imminent disgraceful insurrection. Upon receiving the mandate, Kara acted swiftly. Along the banks of the Blue River in the Minsk province, the demon cavalry caught up with the rebellious 3rd Half-Beast Regiment from the Far East, cutting down the insubordinate half-beast soldiers with their sabers, leaving a trail of bodies strewn across the beach, washed by the tide. Drifting lifeless, the soldiers of the rearguard were rendered anxious by the sudden sound of hoofbeats, fearing that the cavalry of the demon race had returned. They knocked their arrows and unsheathed their swords, preparing for battle as if confronted by a formidable enemy. Upon presenting the token marked with the emblem of the Holy Temple, the half-orc bosun elicited a chorus of astonished cheers from the soldiers. The Holy Temple has sent reinforcements. Soldiers gathered from all directions, inquiring about the safety of the Holy Temple and whether the demon race had breached its sanctum. Bosun resolutely denied, stating, "The Holy Temple remains unharmed. The demon race has been repelled." In an instant, jubilant cheers resounded through the forest, echoing into the night. Bosun inquired about the location of the command center, and several soldiers eagerly led the way. After traversing less than 500 meters along a path, they emerged into a sparse grove where makeshift shelters constructed from branches and canvas tents dotted the ground. A middle-aged half-orc officer, clad in a brown military uniform adorned with the demon insignia and bald-headed, stood at the entrance of one of the tents, calling out into the darkness, "Who goes there?" The leading soldier promptly replied, "The emissaries from the Holy Temple have arrived." Bosun stepped forward, brandishing the token. "I am Bosun, sent by Elder Buden." The officer, his voice weary and dark circles under his eyes, acknowledged, "Yes, I recognize you, Team Leader Bosun. I wish to speak with your commander, Vela." "That would be me," the officer replied in a subdued tone, lifting the tent flap. "Please, come inside." As with all military tents, the air inside was thick with an indescribable odor, a mixture of canvas, sweat, and earth that was rather unpleasant. They gathered around a dimly lit candle, and Team Leader Vela cast a wary glance at the masked figure draped in a black robe, revealing his astonishment without voicing it. He was the first to inquire about the condition of the Holy Temple. "Is the Holy Temple safe?" Bosun nodded affirmatively. "Thanks to the protection of the great deity Audi, we have driven back the demon race." Vela sighed in relief, murmuring, "Thank the great deity Audi. We must not allow the demon race to desecrate our sacred ground." He mumbled what seemed to be a prayer. Zichuan Xiu felt discomfort at this, pondering that during the battle, he had not seen anyone named Audi come forth to clash with the demons. As if sensing his thoughts, Bosun quickly introduced, "Commander, this is His Highness the Prince of Light, who has rendered the greatest service in defending the Holy Temple." Vela looked at Zichuan Xiu, noting his radiant bronze mask and enigmatic black robe, hesitantly greeting, "Prince of Light." Then addressing Zichuan Xiu calmly, he said, "May the glory of the great deity Audi bless you, brave human warrior." Zichuan Xiu acknowledged with a nod, but remained silent. Tio Roger and Bai Chuan. Zichuan Xiu's feigned mystery appeared quite absurd. He seemed eager to emblazon on his chest, "I am a mysterious masked man." "What is the current situation of the troops?" "Not very good. Today we engaged in battle with the demon race." Roger interjected, "We witnessed it." Vela shot a cold glance at Roger before continuing. "The 3rd Regiment has been nearly decimated. Their commander, Betro, is missing, likely either dead or captured. The remaining soldiers have joined our ranks, and we are currently accounting for our numbers." Bosun nodded gravely. "We observed the course of the conflict. Betro and his men were truly unfortunate, nearly wiped out." Vela lowered his head, repeating in a daze, "Yes. They were indeed unfortunate, but fortunately, the main force of the 1st Regiment remains intact." Zichuan Xiu studied this newly acquainted commander, who appeared weary and pessimistic, as if shrouded in a veil of gloom. Burdened by heavy thoughts, Bosun cleared his throat. "Commander, I bring the orders from Elder Buden. The Holy Temple has determined the candidate for the commander of the rebel forces." Vela's eyes brightened, and he humbly lowered his head, saying, "I shall obey the orders from the Holy Temple. May I ask who the new commander is?" His tone was flat, yet a sudden flush revealed that his emotions were not as composed as he portrayed, his eyes glimmering with hope. The Elder has designated His Highness the Prince of Light as the military commander of the Central War Zone. From now on, you and Bran, Betro. Oh no, he is dead. Henceforth, you and Bran's forces, along with all the Zoe troops in the Minsk region, will be under the command of His Highness the Prince of Light. He is your new superior. Bosun spoke slowly. Elder Buden believes he is the prophesied king who will drive away the darkness. The Prince of Light. Zichuan Xiu looked at him in astonishment. The name of the Prince of Light was derived from Buden's own moniker, Light Show, and had no connection to any prophesied king. He felt a vague sense that the half-orc Elder Buden was concealing many things from him. As if he had stepped into a trap and stepped in something foul, Vela's weary eyes widened as he gazed at Zichuan Xiu, then at Bosun, his mouth opening and closing, but failing to utter a word. The tense silence in the tent felt ominous. The flickering yellow light casting an uneasy shadow to Vela's calm voice broke the stillness. Team Leader Bosun, I have something to discuss with you. The flame of hope had long since vanished from his eyes. Leaving his face ashen, Bosun understood his intent. Please, speak, Commander Vela. Vela glanced at the impassive Zichuan Xiu and the two indifferent humans, hesitating for a moment. I wish to speak with you privately, Team Leader. Bosun immediately refused. That is not permissible. Vela took a deep breath and turned to Zichuan Xiu. May I inquire? Your Highness, what is your true identity? Zichuan Xiu was about to respond when Bosun interjected. The identity of His Highness is confidential. You cannot know. Vela's face flushed with indignation. But how can I allow an unidentified human to command our troops? Even if I agree, will our brave Zoe warriors accept this? Bosun, have you forgotten? The Elder said it himself. All humans are liars and traitors. They will betray us again. Bosun frowned. Vela, you are being exceedingly rude. It was you who insisted on the need for a commander to oversee the situation, and now that the Elder has appointed one, do you intend to defy the Elder's orders? But Team Leader Bosun, he is clearly human. How can a human lead our Zoe forces? And he is so secretive. Enough. Bosun growled darkly. Secretive, unwilling to reveal his identity, and even reluctant to show his true face. Who knows from which rat hole he crawled out? Bosun, how can I trust you to hand over command to him? Vela, you must understand. His Highness the Prince of Light is the military commander appointed by the Elder, and the Elder's orders represent the united council of the leaders of the 13 tribes. I mean no offense, nor do I wish to defy the Elder. You are overstepping your bounds. This is treasonous behavior. My intentions are solely for the greater good of the Zoe tribe. Gentlemen, may I request some silence? Zichuan Xiu's soothing and serene voice cut through the escalating argument, causing both to cease abruptly, astonished by the copper-masked figure who had remained silent until now. Roger, please retrieve the campaign map from the pack. Under the gaze of all. Zichuan Xiu slowly unfolded the map on the table, raising his head to reveal eyes that glowed like will-o'-the-wisps through the mask. Tonight, the demon race will launch a surprise attack against us. His voice was not loud. Yet it struck all present into stunned silence. Vela blurted out, How do you know this? Zichuan Xiu did not respond, his impassive bronze mask revealing no emotion, half illuminated by candlelight while the other half remained in shadow. Casting a strange and eerie atmosphere about him, it became clear to all that this mysterious masked figure deemed such a simple question beneath his notice, his commanding presence overshadowing Vela entirely. Vela immediately felt a wave of shame wash over him, as if he had just posed a childish question, and he dared not inquire further, murmuring, A nighttime ambush is indeed a tactic favored by the demon army. They could not defeat us during the day. So it is quite possible they will attempt to come at night. We must prepare immediately to thwart the demon's nefarious plot. Bosun asserted firmly to Vela. The three humans muttered in unison, What a statement. Bosun seemed to have forgotten the earlier dispute, among them all. He was the one who had the most faith in Zichuan Xiu, having already witnessed the prowess of this human during the defense of the Holy Temple. He led over 200 people to triumph over 1,000 regular troops of the demon race. As Elder Buden praised him, he is a man capable of creating miracles. Thus, no matter what actions Zichuan Xiu took, it would not evoke surprise. I will step out to make preparations, Vera declared, rising to leave. But Zichuan Xiu called out from behind, The first attack point is on the west side of the camp. Vera turned abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. He swallowed hard, his throat moving without sound. He cast a deep glance at Zichuan Xiu before lifting the curtain and stepping out. Outside, Vera's hoarse voice rang out. Orderly, inform all units to assemble immediately, on alert. Following that, a piercing whistle sliced through the air. and a voice from afar shouted, "Orderly! Orderly! Come quickly!" A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued, accompanied by the soft complaints of half-beast soldiers roused from sleep. Buzzing like mosquitoes, the clanging sound of iron barrels echoed from an unknown source. While someone groaned loudly, "Ouch! Ouch!" inside the tent, silence reigned, the flickering candlelight casting a half-lit, half-shadowed glow upon Zichuan Xiu's bronze mask, enigmatic and profound, as the night wind caused the curtain to flutter. Unable to endure the oppressive silence any longer, Bosun stood up. "Your Highness of Light, I shall step out to see if I can assist." Zichuan Xiu nodded, and Bosun exited. Roger and Baichuan exchanged glances. Roger anxiously inquired, "My lord, how are you so certain the demon race will launch a surprise attack tonight?" From beneath the mask, Zichuan Xiu's lazy voice replied, "I am merely guessing." The two nearly fell from their seats, and Baichuan jumped up in exasperation. "My lord, you cannot be serious. You assert that the demon race will undoubtedly assault us tonight, advancing from the west side of the camp. Are all these merely your conjectures?" Zichuan Xiu candidly admitted, "All of it is my imagination. My lord, at such a time, you jest like this. If Vera and the others toil in vain all night, come dawn, those half-beasts will think we are intentionally toying with them." Roger interjected, "He is indeed just toying with them." Baichuan added, "They will be both exhausted and furious, and could easily kick us over Gucci Mountain." Zichuan Xiu chuckled heartily. "Not at all. I am their commander. How could subordinates strike their superior? You fool." Roger and Baichuan chided in unison. "Who acknowledges you as our superior? You have seen that the half-beast Vera already distrusts you, if you continue to act recklessly." The two hastily began to pack their belongings. "Quickly, if we delay further, we shall not escape. Reporting false military intelligence is a grave offense. Indeed, this little fool will bring about his own demise. Say, can we go to Vera and tell him that my lord was merely joking, and he should not take it seriously?" "Yes, there is still time. The troops have not yet fully assembled. We can simply instruct the soldiers to return to sleep. Roger, this honorable task falls to you. Go apologize to them, explaining that this little fool contracted polio at 3, and his mind is a bit addled. Why must I be the one to apologize? Those half-beasts are notoriously short-tempered. It is perilous for anyone to approach them." "Precisely why you must go," Baichuan replied resolutely. Before the two could reach a conclusion, an unusual silence enveloped them. They realized that the earlier cacophony outside had ceased. The curtain stirred, revealing Vera's robust figure at the tent entrance. "Your Highness of Light, the troops have gathered and are prepared for battle." With a loud crash, Roger's cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. According to Zichuan Xiu's plan, the half-beast forces would withdraw from the encampment, leaving only a handful of soldiers to deceive the enemy, while the main force lay in ambush within the surrounding woods, particularly along the road to the west of the camp, where Zichuan Xiu anticipated the enemy would attack. The half-beasts would conceal their foremost intact battalions there, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the demon race's main force. As for the timing of the assault, Vera proposed to strike as soon as the enemy arrived. Taking advantage of their lack of footing. In contrast, Bosun argued that the enemy would be emboldened upon arrival. It would be better to wait until they entered the camp and realized they had been deceived, at which point they would surely panic, presenting an opportune moment for attack. The two engaged in a minor dispute, but ultimately, Bosun persuaded Vera to postpone the timing of the assault. Your Highness of Light remained silent, his eyes darting beneath the mask, and no one could discern what this enigmatic figure was contemplating. All gazes upon him were filled with reverence. The ambushing troops lay concealed in the underbrush, and for reasons unknown, nearly everyone, except Roger and Baichuan, held unwavering faith in Zichuan Xiu's prophecy. The half-beast soldiers lazily dispersed, some sitting, others lying down, with a few already softly snoring, while another hummed a low tune. "My birthplace I shall never see again. Mary, oh Mary, beautiful and kind maiden." Roger and Baichuan huddled in a corner, striving to avoid drawing attention, exchanging glances as they contemplated the fury that would erupt from the youthful half-beast soldiers upon discovering the ruse after a long night. A light chuckle escaped Zichuan Xiu as he suddenly noticed that from behind, the half-beast's robust, furry forms resembled a standing bear. Time passed slowly, and the rustling of the grass signaled the approach of a half-beast scout who appeared from the thicket. Running straight to team leader Vera to report, "They have arrived." Though his voice was not loud, it struck the ears of everyone like a bolt of lightning. The soldiers tensed, hastily lowering themselves, while those who had been asleep woke up. their bright green eyes blinking in the thicket. They have come. Roger and Baichuan stood up in disbelief that the towering half-beast soldier behind them lowered his voice, yet barked fiercely. What are you doing? Get down and hide. Quickly. You'll give away our position. The two promptly crouched down once more, lying in the soft grass, the sharp, tender blades pricking through their clothes, causing an itch all over. Roger, in a daze, foolishly remarked to Baichuan, They have come. They have come. Baichuan echoed, perplexed, before suddenly asking, Who has come? Hiss. A half-beast soldier nearby chuckled. Of course, it is the demon race. He playfully added, Do you think it's your old mother coming? The demon race has really come. The two were shaken. How could this be? Did Zichuan Xiu possess the gift of foresight? Or was it merely a fortuitous coincidence? How could he be so confident, as if he were orchestrating the actions of the demon race? Approximately 400 meters away, at a bend in the road, the first light cavalry of the demon race appeared. In the darkness, details were obscured, and no sound of hooves could be heard. Only vague silhouettes approached ever closer. Upon clearer observation, the rider was not tall, donned in a pointed helmet, and draped in a dark, heavy cloak that concealed his armor, likely to avoid detection from the metallic glint of his gear. A sheathed saber hung at his waist, and he leaned low on his horse, swaying slightly. Behind him, several indistinct figures emerged, a few demon cavalrymen materializing from the shadows, forming a unit. This was evidently just a reconnaissance vanguard. Their focus entirely on the half-beast camp illuminated by the bonfire ahead, showing no interest in the dark woods lining the roadside, thus passing by the ambushing half-beasts. After the reconnaissance vanguard had passed, about 6 or 7 minutes later, a larger contingent of cavalry appeared from the same direction. The demon cavalry advanced stealthily, blades clenched in their mouths, armed with long spears, one squad after another, the line stretching far beyond sight. Taking a good 10 minutes to pass, this was the main force of the demon cavalry, and Vera was astonished to observe that this formation advanced without a whisper, their horse hooves muffled by soft cloth. The entire unit seemed to move like insubstantial phantoms, with only the gentle sound of iron as the horses chewed. Cold sweat broke out on Vera's forehead, had it not been for the warning from the mysterious masked figure. His sleeping troops would have surely fallen victim to the enemy's overwhelming forces tonight. The vanguard of the demon cavalry halted about 300 meters from the camp in an open area. Aligning themselves with the frontmost riders facing the direction of the half-beast camp. Meanwhile, the troops stationed at the half-beast camp also detected the arrival of the demon forces, with some voices raised in alarm. Their cries echoing into the stillness of the night. In the illuminated areas of the camp, countless shadowy figures dashed back and forth, their shouts echoing as if in a frantic preparation for defense. This only served to reinforce the demons' belief that the half-orc faction was utterly unprepared for their arrival. The commander's sharp voice pierced the night sky. Simu Highland, long live our emperor. The demon cavalry echoed, Simu Highland. The thunderous roar reverberated through the dark forest, awakening countless night birds that screeched and took flight into the sky. The demon cavalry spurred their steeds, leaping and cracking their whips, forming a dense line of skirmishers that surged forward. The sound of thousands of shod hooves striking the ground merged into a deep, resonant thud, reminiscent of the rumblings preceding an earthquake. The speed of the horses was staggering, akin to flight upon the earth, as they aimed to crush the half-orc camp with their terrifying momentum. A mere 300 meters of short sprinting distance flashed by in an instant, and the vanguard of cavalry plunged into the woods, brandishing their sabers in the air, exuberantly shouting, Wagera, Wagera, kill, kill. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted as a dozen riders in front simultaneously yelped, tumbling to the ground along with their horses. Beware! There are tripwires, someone screamed, only to have another 10 riders fall, their horses breaking their forelegs and letting out mournful whinnies, while riders were thrown into a daze, bloodied and unable to rise. Worse still, the following cavalry could not halt their momentum. Vast throngs surged into the woods like a storm, only to be ensnared by the tripwires, tripped over their fallen comrades, and caught in the ditches hidden among the grass. Long spears struck the tree trunks with a resounding thud, yanking riders from their mounts, while branches from the trees brought them down. Every natural condition in the woods conspired against them, and the demon forces were thrown into disarray. Wounded soldiers lay groaning on the ground, struggling painfully to crawl, only to be mercilessly trampled by their own advancing comrades. Indeed, there was no time to be gentle, as the speed was too rapid and the darkness too profound, and horses galloped over them. The soldiers crushed under the hooves of their fellows emitted harrowing cries that chilled the heart. One after another, more cavalry fell, as the half-orcs' tripwire defenses were laid out with remarkable depth and density, stretching the entire 500 meters from the edge of the forest to the encampment. Leaving the demons unable to defend themselves, their cavalry lamenting in despair. Only then did the demon commander realize the grave mistake he had made by deploying cavalry for a concentrated charge in the dark thicket, a veritable suicide mission. The officers shouted, "Dismount, quickly, dismount, advance on foot." The cavalry tightened their reins, their steeds whinnying incessantly, hooves pounding against the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. They dismounted, drawing their sabers and brandishing long pikes as they charged toward the brightly lit half-orc encampment at the center of the forest. The half-orc troops stationed in the camp were already engaged in combat, while ambush forces on either flank clashed with the demons, igniting a fierce battle throughout the dark woods. Watching the earlier heart-stopping scene, Vera found himself breathless with anxiety. At that moment, someone nudged his arm, and he turned sharply to see a luminescent bronze mask staring back at him. He swallowed hard. "Your Highness of Light," his voice barely above a whisper. "It is time to strike." A few indistinct words emerged from beneath the mask. Vera immediately understood. Now was the moment to cut off the demon army's retreat, forcing them into the woods for close combat. Should they manage to escape into the open, the half-orc infantry would be at a disadvantage against the demon cavalry. He promptly issued orders to the officers beside him. "Prepare everyone." The soldiers relayed the command in hushed tones. Before the orders could fully disseminate, the masked figure impatiently jabbed at Vera, urging him to hasten. Vera sprang up from the underbrush. "Brothers, for the Holy Temple, for the Far East, charge!" For the Far East, the half-orc soldiers roared like thunder. La! Suddenly, from the previously empty thicket, countless half-orc soldiers emerged, levelly bearing their spears and striding forward. Surging into the open ground where the demon cavalry had launched their assault, a small group of demon soldiers guarding the steeds, upon witnessing the onslaught of half-orcs, turned to flee, disregarding the unattended horses. Plunging into the woods to fiercely attack the demon's rear, the taken by surprise demon guards were forced to retreat step by step, exclaiming in alarm, "We've fallen into a trap." Simultaneously, other ambushing units sprang into action, launching a fierce assault from all directions toward the central demon forces. The demons cried out in terror. "We are surrounded." Bewildered, the demons were caught off guard as waves of enemies surged from all sides. How many forces did the half-orcs possess? Bosun, leading an elite squad, relentlessly cut through the ranks of demons, throwing their formation into utter chaos. A cacophony of voices clamoring and the clash of combat ringing out in the pitch-black forest, rendering visibility non-existent. In this state of turmoil, the demon commanders struggled to gain control, failing to mount a timely counter-offensive against the daring squad that had infiltrated their lines. This elite squad rampaged through the demon ranks, exacerbating the pre-existing disarray. Soldiers lost sight of their commanders, and commanders could not find their subordinates, resulting in a chaotic melee in the inky darkness of the woods. The demon soldiers, unable to see their comrades or leaders, were oblivious to the enemy's whereabouts and numbers, surrounded by the sounds of battle and swarming figures, appearing to fill the entire forest. The sounds of anguish rang out nearby as yet another comrade fell. The half-orcs had closed in. The ambushers found themselves ambushed, plummeting from the heights of confidence to the depths of despair, unable to withstand the drastic shift, leaving the demon soldiers trembling in fear, their will to fight extinguished. In stark contrast to the chaos and terror enveloping the demons, the half-orcs were well prepared and poised, their momentum entirely different. Vera concentrated his forces, launching a fierce assault on the chaotic left flank of the demons, completely encircling them, then surged forward, wielding steel blades and thrusting long spears to disperse them one by one. Faced with the onrushing half-orc army, this segment of demons faltered, realizing they had fallen into an ambush. Victory was now out of reach for them, and the terror of death overwhelmed them. Frantic, the demon soldiers cast aside their weapons, crashing through the underbrush and rolling desperately toward the open ground outside the forest. Those who could not escape lay down flat, smearing blood from their fallen comrades across their faces, playing dead. Others, seeing themselves surrounded, raised their hands, weapons held high, shouting, "I surrender! I surrender!" The nonchalant half-orc infantry picked up their weapons and kicked him to the ground, and the demon soldier knelt down without resistance. From a nearby direction, as for the reasons behind this perplexity, even he himself could not fathom. Moreover, he discovered that the changes in his body were not merely a simple restoration of his martial prowess. His senses had grown increasingly acute. As he traversed the path, he felt as if a needle were pricking at his back, and he could almost detect the distinctive, pungent odor of low-ranking demon kin mixed with the scent of horse sweat. Without the need to glance back, he knew instinctively that demon cavalry were stealthily trailing him. A flash of insight struck him, and he suddenly realized that the demon forces would launch a night raid that very evening. How he came to this knowledge eluded him. Zichuan Xiu scratched his head in frustration. Perhaps it was some form of intuition or a sudden epiphany. Nighttime ambushes were the demon's forte, having failed to decimate the half-beastman's forces during the day. If he were the commander of the demons, he would undoubtedly strike under the cover of night. If they were to come, the half-beastman's encampment was surrounded on 3 sides by dense forests, with only the western flank offering open ground conducive to cavalry maneuvers. Thus, it was clear they would charge in from that direction, yet these were merely post hoc rationalizations, akin to a schoolboy crafting a convoluted explanation after having copied the correct answer. The thought had struck him so suddenly, like a flash of lightning across the sky, without any forewarning. The demons will come tonight, and they will approach from the western woods. Though lacking any supporting evidence, he felt an unwavering certainty in his conviction, as steadfast as believing that 1 + 1 = 2 at this juncture. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Zichuan Xiu could not retract his statement. He could only assume an air of confidence. For no one could see the trepidation etched on his face beneath the mask. Should he miscalculate, his status as Prince of Light would leave him utterly humiliated, with the only recourse being a hasty retreat. Leaving the ensuing chaos for Buzin to resolve, the cacophony from the battlefield had ceased. The half-beastmen had secured victory, and the demon forces sounded the retreat. However, they had lost the opportunity for an organized withdrawal. In their desperate bid for survival, the demon troops, under the guidance of their officers, broke through one encirclement and fled in disarray, their formation shattered. The once formidable demon cavalry, which had arrived in disciplined ranks, transformed in an instant into a rabble. They discarded their mounts, fleeing chaotically, desperately seeking refuge in the thickets and underbrush. Organized resistance had been decisively crushed, and those demons unable to escape scattered haphazardly, fighting in small groups like cornered beasts. Yet, many more raised their weapons in surrender, for not all demon soldiers possessed the spirit of defiance unto death, if their commanders could abandon them to flee. Then surrendering to save one's life was hardly a disgrace. The half-beastmen were elated, having captured a significant number of intact war horses, a tremendous boon for the insurgents. Zichuan Xiu leaned against a large tree, resting his eyes when Vera approached, bloodied yet invigorated. The thrill of victory had swept away his fatigue. Buzin followed closely behind, and the 2 half-beastmen officers made their way directly to Zichuan Xiu. Buzin, with a booming voice, declared, "Prince of Light, we have won." "Indeed, I see that," Zichuan Xiu replied without lifting his head, pondering how Buzin felt compelled to reiterate what was already evident to all. "My lord, what shall our next step be?" Buzin chuckled and sat cross-legged. Vera hesitated before joining him on the ground. Zichuan Xiu also chuckled quietly, though he remained silent. He was not a petty person, but Vera's attitude had wounded his pride deeply. The half-beastmen, though straightforward, were not devoid of intelligence, and both officers understood Zichuan Xiu's sentiments. Buzin looked at Vera, his gaze urging him to speak. Vera shifted uncomfortably and began, "Prince of Light, this victory is indeed thanks to your foresight. Otherwise, our forces would have suffered greatly, and I am profoundly grateful." Zichuan Xiu merely responded with a noncommittal, the sound emanating from his nostrils. Vera grew increasingly anxious. "My lord, I sincerely apologize for my earlier demeanor. I was far too disrespectful." As he spoke, he instinctively sought to read Zichuan Xiu's expression, but all he saw was the luminous mask, rendering it impossible to discern Zichuan Xiu's thoughts. Consequently, his words became more frantic, his head bowed nearly to his chest. Buzin interjected, All right. Vera, the Prince of Light will not hold a grudge against you." "Captain Buzin, my apology pertains to my demeanor, not my opinions." Vera raised his head, speaking softly yet resolutely. "Prince of Light, I am unaware of the current status of other rebel factions, but from what I gather, Betro's forces have collapsed, and Brand's troops have lost contact with us, their situation appearing dire. Thus, the contingent I command may very well be the last remaining armed force of the temple, and I must proceed with utmost caution. Captain Buzin, I do not seek power for its own sake. We require a commander to unify our efforts and lead the entire army. If the elders intend to appoint Bran or the deceased Betro May the great Odi bless his soul, or any other of the Zoikin as our leader. Then, as a military talent, I do not consider myself inferior to them. However, I will obey the elders' orders without complaint. Yet, if the elders instruct me to place the army under the command of he hesitated, an unknown human, I simply cannot comply. Prince of Light, I do not intend to insult you. I hold great admiration for your military acumen. You anticipated the demon's assault and devised the battle plan. Tonight's victory is largely attributed to you. Nonetheless, until I ascertain your true identity, or rather, until I am convinced that you are worthy of our trust, I must beg your forgiveness. I cannot acknowledge your command. Otherwise, I would be unable to justify this to my soldiers, nor to the elders of my homeland. Initially, Zichuan Xiu felt a flicker of anger, but as he listened further, he became increasingly astounded. Ultimately developing a profound respect for this half-beastman before him. He began to comprehend that Vira's resistance to authority stemmed not from a desire for power, but from a commendable sense of responsibility towards his kin. After a moment of contemplation, Zichuan Xiu slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage. Vira gasped in surprise, taken aback by Zichuan Xiu's youth. Bai Chuan, perceptive as ever, handed him a damp cloth. Zichuan Xiu wiped his face, releasing a contented sigh. Having been confined beneath the mask for so long was indeed uncomfortable. Captain Vira, you are correct. My true identity should indeed be disclosed to you. Buzan interjected, Prince of Light, you, do not fret. I trust that Captain Vira will not divulge this information. My name is Lin He. I was formerly an officer of the Zichuan family. But due to certain circumstances, I became estranged from them and sought refuge in the Far East. During the defense of the temple, I became acquainted with your elder Buden, who placed great trust in me and requested that I lead the troops in battle. Buzan can vouch for my words. I speak only the truth. Vira's expression was one of bewilderment. While he now knew Zichuan Xiu's name and true appearance, he remained entirely ignorant of the significance of Lin He. Zichuan Xiu, perceiving his confusion, smiled and added, I have another name, but the Zichuan family has prohibited me from using it, which is why I did not mention it earlier. My name is Zichuan Xiu. A gasp escaped Vira's lips as he stood up in shock. Zichuan Xiu, the one who killed the Marquis Pingjing, the one who stood alongside General Sterling in the defense of Pai, the Zichuan Xiu who is wanted by the Zichuan family. Bai Chuan muttered softly, what a colorful life he has led. Roger added with a hint of bitterness, the Zichuan Xiu who owes us gambling debts and has not repaid them for half a year. Zichuan Xiu offered a wry smile, rubbing his nose. It seems that all of those apply to me, does it not? But could you please take a seat? Vira slowly sat down. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Zichuan Xiu with awe. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I understand now why you cannot reveal your true self. Knowing you are still alive would drive the demons to madness. Their hatred for you runs deep, and they fear you to the core. We have heard much about you. During the Civil War, you treated our captives well and aided our refugees. Everyone speaks of you as a friend of the Zoikin. It is no wonder the elders would trust a human, Vera continued, laughter brightening his demeanor, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Since it is you, Lord Zichuan, there is nothing more to say. You are irreconcilable with the demons. I have been overly concerned. I only wish to ask you one question. Please, proceed. You were once a general of the Zichuan family, and now you lead the army of the Zoikin. However, should a day come when our Zoikin finds itself at war with the Zichuan family, which side would you take? A pallor swept over the faces of those present. The question was indeed too pointed. Buzan hesitated to intervene, his silence betraying his own curiosity about the answer. Zichuan Xiu smiled nonchalantly. That is impossible. Both the Zichuan family and the Zoikin share common enemies in the demons. We are allies and cannot go to war. Vera pressed further. I am merely saying if war were to break out, what would you do? Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment before responding. I would do everything in my power to prevent such an occurrence. Yet if such a day were to truly arrive, the Zichuan family is my place of origin, and the Zoe tribe has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. Thus, at most, I can remain neutral. Vera decisively clapped his hands, expressing his satisfaction. Such words are indeed profound. Zichuan Xiu comprehended the nature of the half-beasts. They are generous, straightforward, and passionate, with an intense disdain for traitors and deceit. Had he declared his intent to assist the Zoe tribe in battling humanity, irrespective of whether his words would be believed, the mere fact of betraying his own kind as a member of humanity would have earned him the utter contempt of the half-beasts. Moreover, siding with humanity against the half-beasts would have incited their wrath even further. My lord Zichuan, Can you assure us that unless confronted with a war against humanity, you will remain loyal to our Zoe tribe and not betray us? I cannot. Zichuan Xiu replied with unyielding clarity. Everyone was taken aback, and Zichuan Xiu smiled. I vow my allegiance to the liberation of the Far East, until the demonic armies are expelled from our lands and a realm of equality among all races is established in the Far East. The half-beasts exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with joy. Vera rose solemnly, placing his right hand over his heart. Lord Zichuan. Oh no, Your Highness the Light King, I shall heed your command. In the war for the liberation of the Far East, permit us, the entirety of the First Corps of the Far East, to follow you. Under your leadership, we shall fight valiantly and never retreat. Zichuan Xiu also stood, his hand on his chest. Thank you. I swear. I will never betray your trust. Chapter 8. The flames of war spread on the evening of November 25th in the year 780 of the Empire. Developments were decidedly favorable for the demonic forces. The various traitorous factions advancing toward the Holy Temple had extended their lines across the roads, with fragmented rebel groups losing contact with one another, unaware of their allies' whereabouts, and even oblivious to the locations of their own subordinates. Soldiers marched along the Grand Road of the Far East in great numbers, akin to locusts, plundering cities along the route, consuming every morsel of food they could find, stealthily stealing from civilians, and raiding granaries. Inciting the ire of the local populace, the rebel officers were accustomed to following orders, and in the absence of directives from higher-ups, were left bewildered, frequently issuing uncompromising and even contradictory commands, exacerbating an already tense atmosphere. The troops continued their movement toward Yun province out of sheer habit, yet this march had become entirely meaningless, as the threat from the demonic forces against the Holy Temple had dissipated, and their maneuvers were fully anticipated by the demons at every road and checkpoint leading to Yun province. Demonic garrisons stood vigilant, prepared to thwart them, with demonic field units advancing relentlessly, having already annihilated 2 rebel groups en route. From the demons' perspective, they had completely seized control of the situation. The Grand Rebellion was drawing to a close, much like the fading sparks of a once illuminating firework. General Ludi had begun drafting a proclamation to the demon god fortress, triumphantly declaring, the shameful rebellion against the divine race that has transpired in the Far East over the past 3 weeks has been decisively quelled by my valiant demonic army. However, unbeknownst to the demons, on the deep night of November 25, the tide of events began to subtly shift. In a nameless grove by the banks of the Blue River, the air began to transform due to the actions of a single individual. As evening fell, the first snow began to fall, dusting the frigid earth with delicate flakes. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, a battalion of half-beast infantry toiled through the icy terrain, leaving behind a trail of uneven footprints in the snow. As night descended, the troop entered a small village named Chernoi, situated alongside the Grand Road of the Far East. The villagers stood at a distance, gazing in awe at the soldiers' muscular arms and legs, their gleaming weapons, murmuring their admiration. Wrapped in a thick military coat, Zichuan Xiu's once slim figure appeared bulky. He no longer wore the mysterious bronze mask and black cloak, which had been buried at the bottom of his baggage. Tired of the charade, he chose to reveal his true self. Yet, his actual identity remained a secret. Vera introduced him to the soldiers, saying, "This is His Highness the Light King, sent by the Holy Temple to command us. You are all to follow his orders henceforth." The half-beast soldiers, scratching at the lice in their fur, clamorously exclaimed, "Long live the Light King." Zichuan Xiu felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that this grand title held no significance for them, akin to the common names of humans like Zhang San, Li Si, or Wang or Matzi. He walked at the back of the line, observing the weary and hungry soldiers, his heart heavy with concern. Vera approached to inquire if they could rest for the night, and after carefully assessing the distance between his troops and the pursuing enemy, Zichuan Xiu consented. The troops began to disperse, with soldiers knocking on villagers' doors to request shelter. Naturally, upon seeing the weapons slung over their shoulders, the astute villagers quickly understood that it was best to acquiesce. The duty officer set up a guard post at the village entrance. The village chief, a short, elderly serpent man, preferred to observe others with his squinting eyes, and the officers took residence in his home. He warmly welcomed the officers, responding to Zichuan Xiu's every request with, "My lord, yes, hot water will be ready shortly. My lord, yes, the food will be prepared at once." Yet, after a long wait, no food or hot water arrived, and even the serpent village chief had vanished. Everyone, their stomachs growling with hunger, could only resort to warming their frozen canteens by the fire, sipping hot water mixed with the hardtack they had. Vera sat beside Zichuan Xiu. "My lord, has your subordinate returned?" At that moment, Zichuan Xiu was exerting all his strength to gnaw on a piece of tough, aged beef, mumbling, "Roger left yesterday morning. Baichuan stayed behind to accompany me." Zichuan Xiu had always held Baichuan in high regard, so why had he sent Roger back to command the troops instead of Baichuan? Was there some deeper significance to this? Subsequent historians would expound at length on this matter. During the late months of 780 and the early months of 781, due to his responsibility for leading the half-beast army, His Highness the Light King was compelled to delay his return, resulting in his absence being far longer than initially anticipated. History has long demonstrated that when a commander is away from their troops for an extended period, there exists a potential danger of losing control over the army, the severity of which is often proportional to the duration of their absence. At this juncture, among the three chief ministers of the empire, only Lord Mingyu remained in the military, though it was evident that Lord Mingyu's loyalty to His Highness was beyond reproach. This scenario, wherein a subordinate held long-term command over the troops, inherently contained a certain degree of risk. His Highness was acutely aware of this danger, prompting him to take measures by dispatching the military commander, Lord Roger, to return to the army immediately, rather than sending back the more favored Baichuan. In this regard, we cannot help but admire the remarkable cunning of His Highness the Light King. Had he sent back Lord Baichuan, one of the empire's three chief ministers, if she had harbored any treasonous intentions, please forgive my disrespectful words. Her prestige within the army and her influence over the other two ministers could have easily swayed Mingyu upon her return, allowing them to jointly control the forces and marginalize His Highness. His Highness was acutely aware of this potential threat and eradicated it before it could take shape, urgently sending Commander Roger back to the army, a man who had always been at odds with Commander Mingyu, thus eliminating any risk of collusion between them. They would only serve to mutually restrain and oversee one another. In this way, His Highness could confidently lead his newly formed half-beast army into battle without concern for turmoil at home. Such a light-hearted approach to preempting a significant crisis illustrates His Highness's extraordinary political acumen, far surpassing that of his contemporaries, Zichuan Sanxing and Yang Minghua, who were renowned for their political machinations, all while appearing so natural, leaving no trace of manipulation. However, when someone inquired about this matter's implications from Commander Baichuan, she scoffed at the assertion. "You overestimate that fool. I guarantee he never even considered such a possibility. Just think, based on your understanding of Zichuan Xiu, do you really believe he would prefer to be accompanied by a beautiful woman rather than a stinky man?" Vera, perplexed, nodded and asked, "My lord, it seems we have taken a wrong turn these past few days. Yin province lies to the northeast, yet we are heading southwest." Zichuan Xiu dropped the piece of beef jerky he had been gnawing on, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Taken a wrong turn? That cannot be. We are indeed headed southwest, are we not? Ah, my lord, are we not en route to rescue the Holy Temple? The issue is, the Holy Temple does not require our assistance at all." Zichuan Xiu, while wiping the grease from his hands, remarked, "The demonic forces that invaded the sacred temple have been repelled, and now the temple is in good condition, and if we proceed there, we will only attract new demons, posing a threat to the temple. Do you understand?" Vela hung his head low, his eyes filled with disappointment. Zichuan Xiu empathized with his sentiments. The half-orc soldiers, filled with passion and ideals, yearned to rescue the great sanctuary of the Zoe tribe, only to be told, "If you do not come, the sanctuary will be safer." This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to their lofty aspirations. Baichuan clanged a broken bucket in the corridor, signaling that the study session was about to commence. Upon hearing this sound, the half-orc officers, who had just been spirited and lively, were suddenly thrown into disarray, scrambling beneath tables and diving under beds, while those unable to escape quickly lay on the ground, feigning exhaustion. "My lord, I can't go on. This is my will. This is my entire legacy, a pair of worn-out socks with 2 holes, which I dedicate to the noble cause of resisting the demons and saving our race. Comrades, persevere." However, these theatrics were of no use. The hard-hearted Baichuan seized them by their ears and dragged them into a room, where Zichuan Xiu awaited with a sly grin. "Is everyone here?" "Reporting, my lord." "Everyone is present." "Excellent." With a mischievous smile, Zichuan Xiu handed out paper and pens to the half-orcs. "Now, gentlemen, please transcribe the content from the last lesson, the 12 key points of infantry movement and their 6 guidelines, with a time limit of 15 minutes. Those who fail to complete the task will stand guard tonight." A chorus of lamentations ensued. The half-orc officers wore expressions of despair akin to mourning their mothers, since Zichuan Xiu took command. His first order was to impose mandatory study sessions within the ranks. He believed that the times had changed for the half-orcs to truly become self-reliant. They required not only valiant warriors but also a cadre of thoughtful and capable individuals within their race. Without the emergence of such intellectuals, the notion of independence would merely be an empty phrase. The physically strong half-orcs would inevitably fall prey to the more cunning races, becoming mercenary pawns, and the nurturing of talent needed to commence at once. Therefore, he specifically selected a portion of the more astute officers and soldiers for training, utilizing rest periods during marches to impart military and scientific knowledge, which would later be known as the Illuminated King's Military Academy. Of the 24 half-orc officers who graduated from the first training session, 7 perished in the brutal Eastern Freedom War, while the survivors became the backbone of the Eastern Legion, being the first trusted generals nurtured by Zichuan Xiu among the Eastern races. However, at present, their sentiments towards Zichuan Xiu were somewhat. Zichuan Xiu proclaimed, "The more a person knows, the greater their power." The half-orcs countered, "In our village, there is an illiterate woman who bore 5 sons, each tall and robust, yet foolish and ignorant of the law, domineering and rude, causing the entire village to fear them. They take advantage of everyone." Zichuan Xiu asserted, "Our leaders should be well-versed in military texts, understanding strategy, tactics, formations, and the ability to gauge the timing. They must excel in both arts and arms." The half-orcs replied, "These matters do not concern us. We only know to charge forward, rush into enemy lines, wield our clubs, and strike fiercely. Does that not send a demon spawn fleeing in terror?" Each lesson, merely addressing the half-orc's spurious arguments, left Zichuan Xiu exasperated, until he finally barked, "No talking during class, no fidgeting, no arguing with the teacher." Thus, the room fell silent. The assembled men placed their hands on their knees, their small eyes blinking attentively, listening to Zichuan Xiu expound on the essentials of cavalry tactics and 12 ways to prepare tomatoes. They dared not lose focus, for if they failed to answer questions or complete assignments, they would be punished with guard duty. However, the evening's lesson was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, resounding howl from outside, so loud and piercing that it startled everyone. After several seconds, the officers finally reacted. "Alarm! The sentry is raising the alarm." The duty officer, also a student of the class, was the first to stand up, pale-faced, and rushed out. Soon after, everyone surged out, heading towards their respective units. The alarm echoed like thunder, shaking the entire village. Soldiers poured out from their resting quarters, their faces wrought with fear. They could hardly form ranks, and the officers busied themselves shouting and kicking to restore order. Zichuan Xiu rushed out and encountered the hurried duty officer returning, demanding, "What happened?" "The enemy has attacked the camp." The officer gasped, his face a mask of panic, loudly declaring, "The enemy has attacked the camp." His voice incited a wave of fear among those nearby. Drawing many gazes, Zichuan Xiu longed to administer a harsh reprimand, grabbing the officer by his collar and dragging him to a secluded corner. How many enemies? From which direction? Which unit do they belong to? But the duty officer could provide no answers, only relaying that a sentry had reported in terror, "The enemy has attacked the camp." He promptly returned to relay the message unchanged to Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu kicked the officer's rear, shouting, "Find that sentry for me." After receiving the kick, the officer steadied himself considerably, saluting repeatedly, "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord." He turned and scurried away. After a time, he returned with the sentry, who reported to Zichuan Xiu that he had heard from another sentry, who had heard from yet another sentry. Amidst the confusion, Baichuan arrived with a report. "My lord, the reconnaissance cavalry from the rear has reported that a troop is approaching us." Zichuan Xiu turned. "Number, distance, direction?" "Northwest, approximately 3 miles away. Infantry, number unknown." Baichuan replied succinctly. Zichuan Xiu realized that his subordinates, whom he had trained himself, were indeed capable, leading him to breathe a sigh of relief. With 3 miles to go, he still had time to either fight or retreat. He began issuing commands, instructing team leader Vela to direct the soldiers in formation, while Baichuan took the reconnaissance team to set up a warning that he asked Buzan, "Wasn't it previously stated that there were no demon garrisons stationed in this area?" Buzan, equally perplexed, replied, "Indeed, we asked several Zoe tribesmen, and they all claimed this area was safe. With no demon forces stationed, they had no reason to deceive us. Zichuan Xiu looked up to the heavens in silence. After a while, another scout returned with a report. The approaching troops are now visible. Prepare for battle. Zichuan Xiu shouted hoarsely. The soldiers utilized the various village buildings and houses to fortify their defenses. Archers climbed onto rooftops to take aim from above, while infantry hid behind thatched huts, ready to engage in combat. In the distance, a shifting black line was approaching against the backdrop of a snowy horizon. A vast number of troops. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. The enemy outnumbered them, and if they harbored hostile intentions, it could spell trouble. The sound of hooves resonated as 20 newly trained half-orc cavalry mounted and rode forth to meet the enemy. Their mission was to get as close as possible, observe everything, and then report back immediately. Nearby, several half-orc officers appeared anxious. Buzin nervously gnawed at his nails, while Vela clenched his fists, his eyes darting restlessly. After a time, they heard a clamor, voices shouting. But there was no panic in the tone. Rather, it seemed rather joyous. Soon, the dispatched scouts returned, all reporting the same news. The approaching forces were from the Zoe tribe. Not the demon army. The thunderous sound of his intensified as the reconnaissance cavalry turned back, rushing into the village, shouting, "The 7th Regiment of the Far East has arrived. Allies have come." A wave of jubilant cheers erupted at the village entrance. Half-orc soldiers raised their swords and shouted exuberantly, "Long live! Long live!" Several half-orc officers sighed in relief, and Vela eagerly suggested, "The troops from Bran have arrived. My lord, let us form a welcoming parade at once." Zichuan Xiu cast him a sidelong glance and, maintaining his composure, replied, "Wait a moment." Addressing the jubilant soldiers, Baichuan barked orders, "Return to your posts. Until the alarm is lifted, no one is to leave." The half-orc officers exchanged glances, and Buzin inquired, "My lord, do you suspect a trap?" Zichuan Xiu smiled and said, "No. I too believe that it is indeed the soldiers of the 7th Regiment who have arrived. However, until we receive confirmation, it is prudent to exercise caution." He refrained from expressing his true concerns, if this were indeed a team. Then the number of soldiers before him seemed rather excessive. In a short while, the vanguard of the 7th Regiment came to a halt at the village entrance, saluting their host with resounding bugle calls, to which the officers of the 1st Regiment responded with exuberant cheers, "Long live, long live." Shortly thereafter, the central ranks arrived, with the leading officers of the regiment appearing at the village entrance at first glance. Zichuan Xiu spotted Bran. He was exceptionally tall, standing out even among the half-orcs, most of whom exceeded 6 feet. His complexion was fair, and his facial features bore a striking resemblance to Elder Buden, whom Zichuan Xiu had encountered before. Yet, unlike the frail and melancholic elder, Bran radiated a vibrant youthful energy, striding forward with an invigorating presence, his demeanor bright and filled with the essence of sunshine. Instilling immediate confidence in those who beheld him, Zichuan Xiu could not help but admire him. He was indeed a natural leader, and upon seeing him, memories of Sterling flooded back, surprising Zichuan Xiu to find such talent amidst the seemingly primitive half-orcs. Bran and the accompanying officers offered respectful greetings from a distance, their expressions earnest. "Your Highness, the Radiant King, I am Bran of the 7th Regiment." His words were succinct yet powerful, instantly endearing him to Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu returned the courtesy with a smile, saying greetings. He then turned to introduce the senior officers beside him. Bran, already familiar with officers such as Bosun and Vera, embraced them warmly, exchanging playful banter. "Brother, it's truly wonderful to see you alive." Within a cozy room warmed by a fireplace, the leaders of the uprising congregated. Bran reported to Zichuan Xiu the progress of his campaign. "Since mobilizing from Walling on November 18, my forces have pressed toward Yun Province, engaging the demon army in 16 battles over the span of 10 days. Defeating 3 battalions of the demon forces, along with countless smaller units. Furthermore, we have absorbed the remnants of the Jialingsha team, whose main forces were annihilated by the demons." Bran's demeanor exhibited a touch of restraint. Maintaining the core of the rebel forces under such dire circumstances was no small feat. Evidencing the exceptional capabilities of this young leader named Bran, Zichuan Xiu smiled subtly, realizing the striking resemblance between the experiences of the 1st Regiment and those of the 7th. The 1st Regiment had also incorporated remnants of the 3rd Regiment. He nodded, prompting Vera to understand and share the account of her own campaign. Bran listened intently, and upon learning that Zichuan Xiu's command had vanquished an entire demon cavalry unit, he openly expressed his envy. "Your Highness, Lady Luck surely walks beside you," gracing you with her smile. Congratulations, this is a significant victory, Your Highness. His demeanor was utterly cheerful. Zichuan Xiu shook his head, smiling as he responded. This honor belongs to all the warriors of the Zhou clan, for reasons unknown. This candid and forthright half-orc leader resonated deeply with Zichuan Xiu, evoking a sense of familiarity despite their first encounter. They each relayed their respective enemy situations. Trailing Zichuan Xiu were the demon forces of the 51st and 53rd Field Regiments, boasting of formidable strength that was double that of Zichuan Xiu's army. Fortunately, they were all infantry units, and Zichuan Xiu was an experienced practitioner of pursuit warfare, having set ambushes multiple times, crushing the overzealous vanguard of the enemy. Now, they dared not pursue too closely, often moving as a tightly knit formation, allowing Zichuan Xiu to execute several rapid marches and leave them far behind. Meanwhile, trailing Brand's team were the demon forces of the 65th and 71st Regiments, whose numbers were uncertain, but they maintained a closer proximity, with their front lines making several attempts to assault Brand's rear. Brand expressed his frustration. Your Highness, we are utterly at the mercy of these demon scoundrels and have no choice but to seek refuge with you. With these wretched creatures pursuing us day and night, we cannot even pause for a sip of water without trepidation. We are rendered powerless. Zichuan Xiu inquired, how do you know my army's movements? We have no knowledge of your troop movements. This was communicated to us by the Holy Temple. Upon seeing the astonished expressions of those present, Bran elaborated, approximately a week ago, a messenger from the Holy Temple arrived in our ranks, informing us that Your Highness had been appointed as the leader by the elders, commanding all troops, and instructing us to promptly change our course to the southwest in order to rendezvous with your forces. Upon receiving this news, we hastened our march and ultimately encountered you. Oh. The crowd appeared enlightened. No further inquiries followed. Only Zichuan Xiu felt a bead of sweat form in his palm. The decision to change the course of the march had been a spontaneous one after he took command of the army, and he had not reported it to the Holy Temple beforehand. Yet, Bran claimed to have known about it a week prior, suggesting that the Holy Temple had already been aware of his actions before he altered the route. How did they know? Had they deduced it somehow? Did they possess some prophetic ability? Zichuan Xiu recalled Elder Buden's deep, dark eyes, a wave of indescribable dread washing over him. Despite having no prejudice against the Elder, the thought that his every action was being meticulously monitored by those thousands of miles away made him profoundly uncomfortable. Bran then began recounting his observations from the journey, when our forces passed through Shallow Province. For over 100 miles, not a single living soul could be seen. What lay before the soldiers was only scorched earth, white bones, desolation, and ruins. This province, just 3 years ago, could have been regarded as one of the wealthiest and most prosperous in the Far East. Along the way, they encountered a few ragged survivors from various ethnic groups, all remnants of the massacre, who spoke of the demons' brutal slaughters, chilling even the most battle-hardened veterans to the core, rendering them unable to believe such horrors could exist in the world. On October 21st, 780, the demon cavalry surrounded the provincial capital of Lonka City, charging through the eastern gate. Killing all in sight, exclaimed Vera, the team leader, urgently asking, did they spare even the women and children? Bran confirmed with a heavy heart, indeed. They killed everyone without leaving a single survivor. He continued, the slaughter persisted for 3 days and nights. According to the survivors, the corpses piled high in the square, the blood saturating up to their ankles. Ultimately, to conceal their crimes, the demon army set fire to the entire city, which had once boasted a population of nearly 300,000, leaving behind only a heap of charred ruins. These beasts, wretched, subhuman creatures. The Zhou clan officers gasped in shock, erupting in furious exclamations. Team leader Vera remained silent, his face contorting with barely restrained fury. It was revealed to Bran that Vera hailed from Shallow Province. With his wife, 2 children, an elderly mother residing in Lonka City, since the Shallow incident, he had lost all contact with them. Bran suddenly realized, exclaiming, personal grievances and national enmity, we must not coexist with the demons. At this, his voice caught in his throat. He slammed his sword onto the table, declaring, we will not rest until the demon race is annihilated. Vera, wielding his own blade, cleaved the table in two, tears streaming down his face. Each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. We will not rest until the demon race is annihilated. Bran sheathed his sword and stood before Zichuan Xiu, his military voice ringing out with clarity. Your Highness. The Radiant King, By the directive of the Holy Temple, the 7th Regiment of the Far East stands ready for your command. Your Highness, the demon forces of the 65th and 71st Regiments pursuing us are fresh from Shala Province. Having participated in that atrocity, their hands stained with the blood of our kin, let us strike back immediately, catching them off guard, avenging our fallen brothers. With but a word from you, we, the 7th Regiment, are eager to take the lead. The 1st Regiment is prepared to face any peril. Vera declared grimly, stating, Your Highness, we shall no longer cower. Let us clash fiercely with the demons. If it means slaying demons, I would willingly serve as a stepping stone for the army. The officers echoed their sentiments. Indeed, we will no longer hide, weary from our constant flight. Now that our forces have united, let us engage the demon pursuers head-on. Zichuan Xiu rested his chin on his hand, murmuring thoughtfully, his eyelids drooping, his expression solemn. To the others, it seemed as though the illustrious Radiant King was contemplating how to address the great matters of the nation, but to Bai Chuan, who knew him well, it was evident that he had lost focus again. She nudged Zichuan Xiu from behind, pulling him back to reality just in time to catch the tail end of Brand's last statement. Hearing the fervent pleas from the crowd, he merely let his eyelids droop once more and decisively replied, No. He rose and exited the room, leaving behind the remark, Rest early. We shall continue our journey tomorrow. The individuals within the room were left in stunned silence, gazing in disbelief as Zichuan Xiu departed. After a moment of silence, the half-orc erupted into a furious outburst, his deep growl resembling a storm that nearly threatened to tear the roof asunder. Bai Chuan offered a wry smile, fully aware that it was her responsibility to pacify these enraged officers at this juncture. Half an hour later, in the chamber of Zichuan Xiu, he heard a knock at the door just as he was about to drift into slumber. Come in. Bai Chuan, he called out. The door is not locked. Bai Chuan entered, astonished. My lord, how did you know it was me? Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment before replying. As a master of my caliber, I can discern the flutter of a petal or a falling leaf from 30 paces away. Nothing escapes my keen senses. Bai Chuan gasped in surprise. Is that truly the case? Zichuan Xiu smirked. Not at all. He sighed. Whenever Vera and the others come to see me, they always kick the door open, especially tonight, with their tempers flaring. How could they possibly exhibit such courtesy? Recalling the earlier scene, Bai Chuan felt a lingering trepidation as she envisioned the dozen or so furious half-orcs huffing and puffing, their eyes ablaze with fury, shouting and waving their arms in a fearsome display. It was indeed a miracle that she had not been torn apart by them on the spot. They have returned to rest, though a few still harbor grievances. I anticipate more commotion tomorrow, Zichuan Xiu remarked as he arranged his bedding. Do not engage them in argument. Tomorrow, any who fail to follow orders will be reported to the military law office for punishment. Bai Chuan stood at attention. Understood. She hesitated, her thoughts swirling. Zichuan Xiu paused, raising an eyebrow. Do you have something to say? Yes, my lord. I find myself perplexed as to why we continue to flee. Initially, we could justify it by our lack of manpower to confront them. But now that our two armies have converged and our forces are evenly matched, we could leverage the element of surprise to pick them off one by one. Evenly matched in strength. Does that guarantee our victory? Asked Zichuan Xiu. Bai Chuan contemplated before responding. If someone else were commanding, I would hesitate to claim so. But with you at the helm, I believe we can succeed. You have triumphed against greater odds time and again. I have faith in your capabilities. Zichuan Xiu spoke serenely. If we were to engage in battle, with the troops at my disposal, I could contend with 5, perhaps even 10 demonic squads, should fortune favor us. Even if the enemy's numbers were double, triple, or quadruple ours, with the righteous fury of my men, I am confident we could annihilate them in one fell swoop. Ah, but why? Bai Chuan began, only to be cut off. You fail to grasp the gravity of our situation, Bai Chuan. What we face is not merely a battle or a war of attrition over a city or province. This is a war for our very survival as a race. A struggle between the Zoe and the demons. This is a fight to the death, devoid of negotiations or respite, until one side is mercilessly eradicated. At present, our circumstances are exceedingly dire. We are situated in a remote area with sparse population. Even if I were to defeat 2, 4, or even 10 demonic squads here, it would only amount to a localized victory, utterly inconsequential to the grand scheme of things. The demons can continually dispatch fresh troops to encircle us until they utterly obliterate this isolated and weakened band. No matter how many victories we achieve here, They would only be tactical wins, driven by emotion, and of no strategic benefit. Our most urgent task is not to engage the demons, but to reach the densely populated Minsk plain as swiftly as possible. Located in the heart of the Far East, it radiates influence across the entire region. Even if we suffer heavy losses, even if a single company of rebels appears there, the moment they raise their banner, the tide will turn, the entire province of Minsk will erupt in rebellion, and the entirety of the Far East will rush to unite with us. There, should we desire, we could recruit tens of thousands of new soldiers within an hour. And within a week, I could ensure that not a single demon soldier remains alive within the borders of Minsk. Currently, the Far East resembles a parched pile of firewood, and we, this beleaguered remnant of an army, are but a flickering ember. How can we prevent this precious spark from being extinguished by the raging winds and ignite the entire pile into a blazing inferno of hope? Gazing intently into Zichuan's eyes, Zichuan Xiu enunciated each word with gravitas. We bear a monumental responsibility, Zichuan. Zichuan listened in silence, absorbing Zichuan Xiu's words without uttering a sound. When she finally lifted her gaze, it was filled with reverence. Wordlessly, she took a step back and opened the door, causing Zichuan Xiu to be momentarily taken aback. The doorway was crowded with towering half-orc officers, each shifting awkwardly. Zichuan Xiu gasped. You all. The officers jostled one another, and Bussen spoke in a tone reminiscent of a eulogy. What profound wisdom you possess, Your Highness, the Radiant King. Your insight pierces the veil of the future, as if the great god Audi himself has descended upon us. Our race is blessed with your exceptional leadership. Under your guidance, we shall surely eradicate the demons and restore our homeland in the Far East. As he spoke, Bussen discreetly flipped through a small notebook, having pilfered these flowery praises directly from the prayers dedicated to the god Audi. Indeed, indeed, the officers echoed in unison, as if they had entirely forgotten who had earlier shouted for blood and vengeance against the foolish commander. Baran stepped forward, positioning himself before Zichuan Xiu, his voice booming. Your Radiance, we are but crude soldiers, skilled only in the art of battle. Concepts of politics, strategies, and tactics to defeat the demons, to save our homeland. These matters are beyond our comprehension. We know but one thing. Since you are the trusted one of the elders, we place our trust in you. As for our next steps, the entire 7th Regiment stands resolutely behind you. Your Radiance, at your command, we shall follow you to the ends of the earth, even to the demon fortress. We stand united with you through thick and thin. Vera chimed in eagerly, still wearing a sullen expression. His eyelids drooping, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his pitiful eyes fixed upon Zichuan Xiu as if he were a child caught misbehaving before a teacher. His disheveled demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zichuan Xiu, clearly indicating that he was not one to easily express his inner feelings. Approaching Vera, he patted him on the shoulder, speaking in a comforting tone. Brother, take heart. I assure you, none of the perpetrators involved in the Shaluo massacre will escape justice. Our current avoidance of them is merely a strategy to deal with them more effectively in the future. He raised his head to address the gathering. I declare that we shall not accept the surrender of the demon squads 65 and 71. We need not take prisoners from these demonic soldiers. Even if we pursue them to the demon fortress, we shall annihilate them in one fell swoop and avenge our grievances. Vera nodded, wiping his tear-streaked face with his soiled sleeve, tears streaming down his cheeks. Long live his Radiance, the Radiant King. Long live the Far East. The officers cheered exuberantly, their fervor appearing somewhat comical to Zichuan. Here was a small band of rebels, pursued and cornered like lost dogs, now brazenly discussing the notion of no prisoners, as though they had already captured the demon fortress and trampled the entire demon kingdom beneath their feet. The following day, the rebel forces continued their advance to in the early morning. They took the main highway of the Far East, departing from Chernobyl with their sights set on the densely populated Minsk plain in central Far East. However, before they had traveled 100 miles, urgent alarms sounded ahead. A formidable demonic army had appeared before them. It turned out that the demonic commander, Kara, had issued orders to various mobile demon squads to pursue the rebel half-orc legion advancing toward the Temple of Saints. Yet, after Zichuan Xiu assumed command, the half-orc legion made inexplicable turns, leaving the demon commanders caught off guard as they all followed the wrong path from Zichuan Xiu's seemingly chaotic route of advance. Kara surmised that the rebel legion's objective was likely the densely populated areas of central Far East. He concluded that rather than allowing the troops to be led astray by Zichuan Xiu, it would be prudent to hold their position, occupying strategic points and waiting for the rebels to come to them. In the southwest direction of Chernobyl, near the convergence of the Gray River and Blue River, and backed by the Oran Mountains, lay the Delta region. This was the very gateway to the Minsk Plain. Commander Kara personally led the demonic forces stationed there. He was a favored general under the command of the Emperor Liu. Renowned for his martial prowess and unmatched spirit among the various demon leaders in the Far East, to prevent the rebel legion from entering the Minsk Plain, he deployed the main forces of the Minsk military district there, comprising 30,000 demon infantry and 10,000 demon cavalry, spreading troops along the main highway of the Far East, weaving a net of defense, confident that such a formidable barrier would deter any invading enemy. As for where the foe would retreat thereafter, that was a concern for the demon generals of other provinces. As long as the Minsk province remained secure, Commander Kara had no further worries. However, Zichuan Xiu unexpectedly led his troops swiftly into the snare, for the pursuing demon clan was drawing ever closer, and time was of the essence. He had no choice but to take a perilous path, opting for the nearest route, even if it meant falling into the trap. Nevertheless, Zichuan Xiu was exceptionally skilled in guerrilla tactics. Although the enemy appeared formidable, boasting a force of 40,000, their ability to maintain a tight defense over such a vast area was still beyond their capacity. The enemy's net was cast too wide, resulting in large gaps between the mesh, with the local populace fervently supporting the rebel forces, guiding them through various small paths. Zichuan Xiu could not only slip through unscathed, but also maneuver freely within their midst. Even turning the tables to encircle the enemy, he suddenly crossed the Blue River, penetrating into the Delta region, advancing along the riverbank, and by the dusk of December 6th, he arrived at the small town of Udair. The half-orc infantry silently surrounded the town, launching a surprise attack that annihilated the 300 demon cavalry stationed there, leaving not a single survivor. This act was akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Sending the demon army into a frenzy, reinforcement squads from all directions rushed towards Udair, with Kara personally leading 10,000 elite infantry and cavalry, intent on locating the main force of the half-orcs for a decisive confrontation. However, upon their arrival, they found no trace of the half-orc army. The villagers fervently reported to the demon army that the half-orc forces had launched their attack and fled across the river in the dead of night. From the remaining traces and footprints, Kara surmised that they had likely retreated to the other side of the Blue River, and he immediately ordered the collection of ferries to pursue across the water. Unexpectedly, just as the majority of the forces had crossed, the half-orc infantry re-emerged from the direction of Udair, launching a fierce assault on the demon rearguard still stationed on the eastern bank. The demon army was thrown into chaos, and the over 500 rearguards were utterly routed. The half-orcs deftly plundered the demon supply train and provisions on the horizon from across the river. The demon army could see the half-orc forces clearly, yet they lacked sufficient ferries to approach for battle. Attempting to cross in batches would only allow the enemy to pick them off one by one. The valiant demon soldiers found themselves at a loss, helplessly watching as their rear guards were slaughtered and their supplies looted, while General Kara bit his lips until they bled in frustration. While Kara dawdled by the river awaiting a ferry, the half-orc legion had already vanished into the twilight along the riverbank, advancing deeper into the delta, where they relentlessly ambushed the scattered guard units and scouts. After crossing the river, Kara pursued vigorously, only to find that the half-orc forces seemed to possess an elusive magic, appearing and disappearing at will. Despite his relentless chase, they mysteriously melted away into thin air, only to reappear simultaneously in multiple locations. Reports soon came in that the half-orc army was fiercely attacking the demon guard units, prompting the demon forces to set out for reinforcement. By noon, they arrived but could not find a single half-orc soldier. Even after digging through the earth, the demon soldiers, exhausted from their frantic efforts, were about to rest when new reports indicated that the half-orc army had arrived at another location, compelling them to set off once more. The once proud and fierce demon warriors were worn down to the brink of exhaustion, unable to catch even a glimpse of their elusive adversaries. While the half-orcs continued to strike unexpectedly, leaving them in despair, for Zichuan Xiu, playing hide-and-seek with the demon clan beneath their very noses seemed perilous, yet in reality, it was remarkably safe. For the local populace welcomed the arrival of the rebels with open arms. They willingly provided intelligence, concealed messages, and even risked their lives to relay false military information to mislead the demons. Consequently, Zichuan Xiu knew every detail of the enemy's movements, even the slightest maneuver of their scout units or infantry divisions. Due to the profound asymmetry of information between the two sides, it felt less like a battle and more like Zichuan Xiu was toying with the demon army. On one occasion, the half-orcs even lay sleeping in the grass while tens of thousands of demon troops rushed by less than 20 meters away, frantically hurrying to reinforce a besieged city. Upon awakening, the half-orcs witnessed the same demon forces returning from the west, now rushing back to quell a mysterious uprising. An hour later, the same demon unit appeared once more, this time sprinting southward, only to turn back and repeat the cycle. It seemed as though the entire demon army had gone mad, practicing long-distance runs throughout the night. The half-orcs watched with great amusement, joyfully remarking, "His Highness the Light King truly has them dancing to his tune. They're running until their tongues hang out." Thus, Zichuan Xiu continued to evade and engage, delving deeper into enemy territory while exhausting his foes. At that moment, he unexpectedly shifted direction, departing from the smooth thoroughfare of the Far East and entering the Oran Mountains. This maneuver caught the pursuing demon army off guard, leaving Kara to lament the undulating peaks of Oran. Although the demon clan had conquered the entirety of the Far East, this dominion was limited to the plains. The mountainous highlands were foreign territory to them, and venturing into such perilous terrain was daunting. Since the events in the Shero province and the Sacred Land, the mountain folk had developed a deep-seated hatred for the demon forces. These half-wild mountain dwellers, known for their fierce and rugged nature, would attack any demon troop they encountered, regardless of their numbers, wielding axes and disappearing into the dense jungle and rugged terrain without a trace. Should Kara lead his army in pursuit of Zichuan Xiu into those mountains, it would not take a week for his forces to dissolve into nothingness. The issue would swiftly transform from how to catch the rebels to how to avoid being caught by them. Furthermore, the Oran Mountains connect 6 provinces: Minsk, Daya, Jialai, and Yun Province, among others. If the enemy had entered, their objective might not necessarily be his domain, prompting Lord Kara to turn a blind eye, secretly hoping these damned bandits would venture into other provinces and refrain from causing chaos in his territory. Once the rebel forces entered the mountains, Zichuan Xiu's troops began to encounter the mountain folk, who donned garments of burlap or cloaks made from wolf, fox, or bear skins. The rebels were frequently halted on the narrow mountain paths. Questioned by these inhabitants, "Who are you? Are you sent by the demon clan?" "No, we are here to slay the demons." The officers in the ranks would invariably respond, "May the great god Odi bless you." The mountain folk would then gladly welcome them, providing food and guides. With their assistance, the rebels could traverse even the snowbound mountains, treacherous cliffs, and areas deemed so perilous that not even a bird can fly through, moving unhindered upon encountering these long-time forest dwellers. The human soldiers could not help but scrutinize them with curiosity. Their skin, rarely kissed by the sun, was as pale as that of the nobility from the imperial capital. At first glance, their attire appeared tattered. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discover that their garments were made of exceptionally rare high-quality furs. Each half-orc stood tall and robust, resembling some ferocious carnivore, exuding immense courage, with the discerning eye of a seasoned battlefield veteran. Zichuan Xiu greatly admired such soldiers and fervently sought to recruit them, urging them to descend and confront the demons. Alas, his efforts bore little fruit, for the mountain folk, with their inherently suspicious nature, harbored a deep-seated distrust towards outsiders. Even under the impassioned persuasion of fellow Zoi tribesmen, like Bran and Vera, only a little over 100 spirited young mountain men joined the ranks of the rebels. With their guidance, the rebel forces ascended the mountains. Even as clouds swirled beneath their feet, from their lofty vantage point, they beheld an endless expanse of snowy wilderness, vast and boundless, as if it were the very edge of the azure sky. Yet, on certain densely wooded mountain paths, even during the day, darkness reigned, obscuring the sun, with only the reflection of the snow illuminating the surroundings. These regions were likely frequented only by wild beasts, while small dwellings scattered throughout the mountains housed a variety of mountain folk. To the outside world, they appeared as rough and uncivilized, yet they warmly welcomed the passing soldiers from the Far East. Chapter 8. The flames of war spread. Chapter 3. The troops trudged through the mountains. And during their daytime marches and rest periods, Zichuan Xiu cherished walking among the soldiers of various squads, engaging in casual conversation and jesting, all the while attentively listening to their opinions and committing every detail of the troop dynamics to memory. The organizational structure of the half-orc army differed from that of humans. The Zichuan army was organized into divisions as the largest combat unit, while the half-orcs operated on a team basis. with teams further divided into battalions, squads, and sections. Compared to humans, this structure resembled that of the demon army, as the half-orc forces were originally formed from the rebel army opposing the Zichuan clan. Retaining the free-spirited nature from their inception. In contrast to the rigidly stratified hierarchy of the Zichuan family, the Orcish army operates under a considerably more lenient structure. Officers are freely elected by the soldiers, resulting in a minimal distinction between ranks. Officers are equally burdened with various arduous and tedious duties, receiving no special privileges. Their sole advantage lies in their ability to lead the charge in battle. By comparison, the military of the Zichuan family pales in significance. Zichuan Xiu recalls his previous tenure as a retainer in the Zichuan household, where he was afforded personal bodyguards and attendants. The senior officers have nearly devolved into a military aristocracy, leading lives of such comfort that they lack the raw vigor and audacity to confront their enemies face to face, resulting in a pervasive decline in morale throughout the ranks. Zichuan Xiu has also observed the forces of the demon race, while their soldiers display commendable valor. Their military system is equally flawed, as the upper echelons are predominantly commanded by royals devoid of military acumen, with few low-ranking demons able to ascend the ranks after the victory in the Far Eastern War. The wealth amassed from newly conquered territories has led to a decline in the once stoic and resilient demon officers, who have become indulgent and hedonistic, gradually losing their martial spirit. As Zichuan Xiu continues his observations, he simultaneously undertakes the task of reorganizing the troops. Within Vira's unit, prompted by soldiers' grievances during casual conversations, Zichuan Xiu dismissed 2 corrupt quartermasters and allowed the soldiers to elect trustworthy replacements. In Brand's unit, he replaced 2 captains known for their abusive treatment of soldiers, though he himself often resorted to physical reprimands against officers. He instituted a system for grievances and complaints, enabling soldiers to report abusive or incompetent junior officers. For various disputes and friction within the army, he consistently intervened with timely and fair mediation, rendering both parties and onlookers speechless, prompting soldiers to exclaim, "If there's an issue, seek out His Highness the Radiant." In less than 2 weeks, Zichuan Xiu had become intimately familiar with the army, possessing an intricate understanding of the living habits, work capabilities, and specialties of the Orcish officers. He could effortlessly recall the names of any soldier he encountered and even knew the affectionate names of their parents or children, astonishing the officers with his remarkable memory. This level of familiarity is something even seasoned veterans in the military might struggle to achieve. The soldiers had never encountered a commander who treated them with such equality and administered justice so fairly. They welcomed and revered him wholeheartedly. Strangely enough, despite Zichuan Xiu's amiable demeanor and lack of arrogance, no soldier dared to act recklessly in his presence. Even the most mischievous and audacious soldiers, who had faced death countless times and were indifferent to the commands of typical officers, found themselves rendered speechless and compliant under Zichuan Xiu's penetrating gaze, akin to lambs before a lion. Meanwhile, Baichuan remained perplexed, unable to discern what extraordinary qualities this seemingly simpleton possessed that commanded such awe from the soldiers. The soldiers informed her, "His Highness the Radiant is no ordinary individual. He exudes an innate aura that instills fear without uttering a word." Even the senior officers in close proximity often sensed, "His Highness the Radiant seems like an unfathomable abyss. He is approachable, yet remains distant. He is warm and friendly, capable of engaging in casual conversation with even the lowliest kitchen staff, discussing the weather, crops, or roasting sweet potatoes together, as if they were family. Yet no one dares to show him any disrespect. There exists a formidable presence about him. The affection the soldiers hold for him is matched only by their respect." Even Vira, the team leader who initially harbored doubts regarding Zichuan Xiu's leadership, praised him, stating, "The elder chose an exemplary leader for us." Another team leader, Brand, wholeheartedly acknowledged, "Heaven has bestowed upon our clan a great talent. This is a born leader." The resurgence of our Zoi clan is within reach. Each evening during their marches, Zichuan Xiu convened meetings with the officers to discuss strategies. Given the pressing circumstances, the officers of the 1st and 7th Regiments unanimously agreed on the necessity of merging the 2 forces, naming the newly formed unit the Far Eastern Free Corps. The officers collectively nominated Zichuan Xiu for the position of Corps Commander, yet he humbly declined the role, opting instead for the position of Chief of Staff. Overseeing military operations, logistics, personnel appointments, and other vital affairs, he wished to avoid drawing undue attention from the demons, leaving the command of the Corps to Buzan, who would focus on sanitation matters. The Corps was divided into 2 regiments, the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the Far Eastern Free Corps. with Vera commanding the 1st Regiment and Bran leading the 2nd. The grassroots officers within the ranks were elected by the soldiers themselves. Zichuan Xiu's first decree mandated that all Orcish soldiers must learn to ride horses promptly. Following the battle at the Blue River banks, where the Orcish army had captured a significant number of warhorses, Zichuan Xiu recognized the crucial mobility that cavalry could provide in guerrilla warfare and equipped the 1st Regiment with these steeds. Establishing the 1st Cavalry Unit in their homeland, the training ground for this unit lay along the rugged mountain paths, where the towering Orcish soldiers, exhilarated by their newly assigned steeds, disregarded the instructions given by instructor Chuan and hastily climbed onto their horses. Within mere minutes, they found themselves tumbling to the ground, exclaiming in pain while clutching their behinds, prompting uproarious laughter from the nearby infantry. The once quiet mountain path resonated with their mirth. Traditionally, Orcish soldiers were not skilled in horsemanship, as their customary combat style was grounded in infantry, and soldiers tended to be the most nostalgic of races. As is often the case with reforms, resistance emerged from some stubborn elements within the ranks, who grumbled, "This contradicts the glorious traditional warfare of our Zoi clan." Upon hearing this, Zichuan Xiu remained silent. The following day, he instructed those soldiers who had mastered riding to gallop ahead on their warhorses, leaving the obstinate traditionalists to march behind on foot. Within mere minutes, the trotting infantry disappeared from sight, while the cavalry continued to run for 5 hours. As dusk fell, Zichuan Xiu ordered the cavalry to halt under the shade of the trees, allowing them to rest and wait leisurely. By the time the moon hung low and the first rays of dawn broke, the weary infantry, burdened with heavy gear and weapons, finally arrived, panting, drenched in sweat, and pale as ghosts. Zichuan Xiu greeted them warmly. "You have arrived just in time. We were about to set off. Let us go." From that day forth, no one dared to utter any further complaints about the glorious traditional warfare of our Zoi clan. The second significant action Zichuan Xiu undertook was expanding the participation in his officer training program. Recruiting a substantial number of aspirants from the Zoi clan, he discerned that despite the formation of an army, the tactical awareness and proficiency of the orcs remained entrenched in the primitive clan society. When engaging in combat, they had no concept of formations or ranks. They would merely rush forth as a horde, engaging the enemy in chaotic melee. If they were unable to achieve victory, they would simply be defeated. Zichuan Xiu recognized the necessity of altering this mindset, educating them that it was not cowardly to retreat in the face of a formidable enemy when circumstances were unfavorable. He imparted advanced tactics and formations to the Orcish officers and soldiers, instructing them on offense and defense, coordination between different units, how to arrange formations, conceal troops, and utilize feigned retreats to lure the enemy into dispersing their forces, while allowing them to concentrate their own might for decisive engagements. He taught them how to strike at the enemy's flanks, how to retreat with minimal losses in unfavorable situations, and how to dig trenches and set traps during defense. He also emphasized the optimal configuration of various troop types, including cavalry, pikemen, archers, shield bearers, and melee combatants, as well as the importance of preparing a reserve force and identifying the most opportune moments to deploy them. Zichuan Xiu held a deep appreciation for the role of reserves, often stating, "In a grand battle involving 1,000,000 troops, deploying the final company at the critical moment can determine the outcome of the war." The Orcish officers listened with eyes alight, awakening to advanced tactical concepts that unveiled a previously unimaginable world before them. So, battles can be fought this way. Their horizons broadened, leading to a profound admiration for Zichuan Xiu, even among those officers who had previously harbored biases against humans, who began to recognize Zichuan Xiu's invaluable qualities and heed his counsel. The number of officers voluntarily enrolling in the Zichuan Xiu training program has been steadily increasing, to the point where the venue can no longer accommodate them. Many individuals have taken to standing by the windows, listening intently for hours on end. Those who have been shrouded in ignorance for millennia, once immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge, resemble the parched who, upon tasting a single drop of water, eagerly lap it up, their anxious eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for understanding. Regardless of what Zichuan Xiu imparts, they are wholly engrossed, diligently recording every word in their small notebooks. When the lecture concludes, they gather to consolidate their notes, filling in the gaps, and engage in hushed discussions that persist until the late hours of the night. By Chuan Harbor's concerns, a formidable and numerous race, if combined with advanced military doctrine, could rapidly become a threat to the safety of humankind. In private, she confides her worries to Zichuan Xiu. After a moment of contemplation, he responds, We have no choice. At present, if we do not enhance the combat capabilities of the half-beasts, they will be unable to contend with the demon race, even if the half-beast race grows swiftly in strength. Their inherent aversion to aggression means they will serve solely as a robust bulwark against the demons for humanity. Zichuan Xiu has also identified a conspicuous weakness within the half-beast army, their characteristic loose hierarchy. While fostering camaraderie, simultaneously engenders a lack of strict discipline. This may be attributed to their innate disposition. Most half-beasts possess a carefree demeanor, exhibiting a gentle temperament and a tendency to be indifferent about various matters. They can easily become impassioned, demonstrating fierce tenacity in battle, often matching the prowess of the most elite forces. However, as the battle drags on and their initial fervor wanes, they can be disheartened. A single shout of retreat can transform the entire legion into a disarrayed rabble. Vanishing without a trace, their explosive potential far exceeds that of other races, yet they significantly lag in endurance and resilience. In the past, the renowned general of the Zichuan family, Sterling, employed a strategy against them, holding the line until the half-beast army's momentum faltered, then unleashing armored cavalry for a devastating flank attack, easily shattering their ranks. Unless this trait is altered, no amount of advanced tactics imparted to them will prevent their eventual retreat. To eradicate this militia mentality among the half-beasts. Zichuan Xiu's third directive is to instill military discipline and conduct formal training for the soldiers. He establishes stringent military regulations, gathers the troops to proclaim them, and addresses them. Why do you fight? Not for your commanders, nor for your wages, but to defend your homeland. Do not claim you have no homeland. Your homeland is the Far East, the Holy Temple, your hometown, your fields, your parents, and your families. You fight to protect your homes from the demon's plunder, to shield your parents from being slaughtered, and to safeguard your wives and children from oppression. Remember, the you of today is vastly different from the you of yesterday. You are no longer the auxiliary soldiers serving as pawns for the demons, nor the disorganized rabble of militia. Today, you are the first regular army of the Far East, the hope of your people. The trials facing our homeland have never been as grave as they are today. Excluding Yun province, all 22 provinces of the Far East suffer under the demon's torment. The entire region watches with eager anticipation for our actions. The hopes of our homeland rest upon your shoulders. Following this brief yet impassioned address, the half-beast soldiers fell into a long silence, then erupted into jubilant cheers, their applause thunderous. Some were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Homeland! We too have a homeland." The people of the Far East, long subjugated and oppressed by foreign powers, had not heard that word in a millennium. For the first time in their lives, they felt a profound sense of national pride. Realizing they bore a significant responsibility, soldiers awakened to such consciousness can withstand any hardship, and they executed Zichuan Xiu's harsh, almost ruthless training orders without complaint. With utmost diligence, they endured the consciously intense training. Marching 40 kilometers along rugged mountain paths in a single day, enduring hunger, and sleeping under thin blankets in knee-deep snow, surviving for days without human contact, subsisting on wild grasses and fruits, all without a word of grievance. This heroic spirit deeply moved by Chuan. With such an army and such soldiers, the half-beast race is destined to rise. After more than a month of specialized training, the troop had undergone a remarkable transformation. Their morale and physical condition starkly contrasted with their pre-training state. The soldiers have become robust and resolute, their wills as unyielding as iron. After traversing the rugged terrain of the Oran Mountains for over a month, the guide at the front approached Zichuan Xiu with a solemn expression, reporting, "This is the last peak, my lord. Beyond this lies the plains." The troops erupted in exuberant cheers. Long life. After enduring the solitude of the Oran Mountains for so long, they were on the brink of returning to the vibrant world of the plains. Their excitement palpable. At the summit, Zichuan Xiu gazed out, beholding the vast, reflective expanse of the snowy plains, seemingly witnessing the edge of the horizon. Scattered across the white landscape were countless small black dots, representing innumerable cities, towns, and villages, the largest and most prosperous region of the Far East. The Minsk Plain. As the sun dipped toward the west, the landscape was enveloped in the deep hues of twilight, with the last rays of the setting sun casting a crimson glow across the snowy expanse. Over 6,000 insurgent officers stood atop the peak, filled with hope as they beheld this magnificent scene, silent in reverence. "We have finally arrived," Zichuan Xiu said, striving to sound nonchalant. "Before us lies a vast expanse." The generals behind him nodded in agreement, some already shedding tears. On the afternoon of January 27th, In the year 781 of the Empire, Zichuan Xiu led the Half-Beast Legion through the southeastern Oran Mountains, evading the demon's pursuit, and suddenly appearing on the Minsk plain, beneath a sky heavy with falling snow. The vast, white expanse lay before them, at the foot of the Oran Mountains. The insurgents set up camp in a grove stripped bare of leaves. After inspecting the encampment, Zichuan Xiu returned to the command tent, where several half-beast officers awaited him. Bran reported that a dozen soldiers had suffered frostbite, while Vera added that despite measures to ration food, the supplies were nearly exhausted after such a long period without resupply. He also mentioned that even firewood and coal for warmth were beginning to dwindle. Zichuan Xiu listened quietly, the flickering flames reflecting on his face, giving it a rosy hue. He had already sensed these issues during his earlier inspection. The soldiers appeared fatigued and worn, and in such frigid weather, they were forced to sleep outdoors, huddled in their tents, shivering by the campfire. The severe cold of the Far East could freeze water in an instant. If this continued, the troops might falter before even engaging the demons. "We must find a winter base to keep warm," Zichuan Xiu unconsciously uttered. The half-beast officers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing doubt, given the insurgents' current meager strength. Not only would attacking the larger cities be difficult, even confronting the demon garrisons in nearby villages posed a challenge. Yet, the insurgents indeed faced an urgent need for a place to endure the winter. Vera suggested, "I know of a few nearby villages. They are quite remote, and the demon garrison there is not substantial." Zichuan Xiu shook his head, dismissing Vera's proposal. The insurgents' only advantage was that the demons were currently unaware of their approach. If they were to attack the demon garrisons in those roadside villages, it would be tantamount to signaling the demons, "We have arrived. Prepare for us." Bran joked. Indeed, Vera, those impoverished villages surely wouldn't catch His Highness's interest. "My lord, I know of a few small towns nearby. I've heard their defenses are not particularly strong, and the walls are low. We could give it a try." Zichuan Xiu still shook his head. He understood that the element of surprise was their sole tactical advantage, and exchanging that for barren small towns would be unwise. He inquired, "Are there any larger cities nearby? Ones with sturdy walls, ample grain reserves, capable of serving as a stronghold like Pi?" The half-beast officers exchanged puzzled looks, unable to comprehend Zichuan Xiu's intentions. To contemplate attacking large cities with the insurgents' paltry forces seemed like a fool's errand. Vera then mentioned, "The largest city southeast of Minsk is Kearney, with walls 8 meters high and a moat. Inside, there are 3 infantry garrison teams of demons." Noticing the skepticism on the faces around him, he quickly added, "Kearney is also the largest grain storage facility of the demons in central Far East." He vividly described to the crowd, "Within the city of Kearney, towering granaries stand one after another, each filled to the brim with fresh grain, plundered by the demon race from various provinces, sufficient to sustain the demon garrison in the entire Minsk province for half a year." The crowd was struck with awe. Grain. This was precisely what the rebel army desperately needed at this moment. Bran also added, "Valen, another grand city in the Far East, houses a demon battalion. Its walls are not particularly formidable, and even if we were to launch a frontal assault, we might have a chance to seize it. Then there's Yagano City, which is home to 2 demon battalions. If we were to conduct a surprise attack, we could succeed. Dulin City is also promising. It serves as a logistics depot for the demons, and its defenses are rather lax. However, the problem is its proximity to Minsk, a mere 50 kilometers away. A counterattack from the demons would be overwhelming for us. I believe Dallas City is also a viable option, though it is heavily guarded by demon soldiers." Vela earnestly discussed this with him, as both he and Bran had previously served in the demon army and were quite familiar with the garrison situation in the Minsk province. Zichuan Xiu quietly listened to the discussion between the 2 team leaders, a bitter smile forming within him. In the current situation, the crowd resembled a group of impoverished souls, coveting the shimmering jewels displayed in a shop window. He interjected to break the discussion, asking, "Which city is closest to us?" "Your Highness, that would be Kearney City." "Then we shall take Kearney City." The crowd was taken aback, with Vela stammering, But, Your Highness, the garrison in Kearney is substantial, exceeding our own forces. To launch a frontal assault against 3 demon battalions behind fortified walls, we would need at least double the manpower. No, even 5 times as much would not suffice." "I have an idea," Zichuan Xiu replied with a smile. Outlining his plan, the crowd nearly collapsed in disbelief, shouting in unison, "This is sheer folly. Warfare is not as simple as that. Let us give it a try." If it fails, there's little to lose. The radiant king responded nonchalantly. On the 30th of January in the year 781 of the Empire, at dawn, the sky was brightening, though thick clouds loomed overhead, and heavy snowflakes fell in flurries on the ramparts of Kearney, a demon sentry. Lazily on duty, suddenly straightened up, rubbing his weary eyes. In the far horizon where the earth met the sky, a bluish mist began to rise, within which something flickered and approached, figures becoming discernible. It was clearly a troop of soldiers approaching. The sentry felt a wave of dizziness. Could it be that he had drunk too much the previous night and was still inebriated? But he quickly regained his composure, sprinting to report the situation to the team leader on duty. The alarm bells echoed across the ramparts. The commanding officer of the demon garrison in Kearney was perplexed. There had been no reports of large-scale bandit activity nearby. It seemed unlikely that this troop was an enemy, especially as they were coming from the northwest, the direction of the provincial capital, Minsk. Yet if reinforcements were sent from the capital, why had he not received prior notification? Confused, he ascended the ramparts to observe. The approaching force transformed into an extraordinarily long serpentine formation, winding closer and closer. Gradually, the demons on the rampart could see the troop clearly. The vanguard consisted of nearly 1,000 cavalry, followed by a large contingent of infantry, their spearheads towering like clouds, glinting faintly in the winter sun. The garrison commander exhaled a long sigh of relief. It was evident that this was a regular army, as bandits would never march with such solemnity. As the troops drew nearer, he noticed that they were all half-orc soldiers, clad in demon uniforms. This was indeed a battalion of half-orc auxiliary troops. Yet he remained puzzled. If they were sent as reinforcements from the provincial capital, why had he not been informed beforehand? He instructed his subordinates, "Do not close the gates. Closing the gates in front of allied forces would be exceedingly rude." And he wished to avoid provoking the half-orc reinforcements. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, ordering the archers on the battlements to remain vigilant and dispatching 3 demon officers to supervise the gate, ready to cut the ropes and shut the gates at the first sign of trouble. The half-orc contingent maintained a leisurely pace, halting 50 meters from the city gates. A trumpeter stepped forward from the ranks, sounding a salute towards the open gates. The garrison commander smiled and remarked to those around him, "Those barbarians certainly have a sense of courtesy. At least they pretend to understand etiquette in our presence." The trumpeter on the ramparts returned the salute, and a squadron of demon cavalry charged out from the gates, approaching the flag at the head of the contingent, calling out from a distance, "Guxazika." Several half-orc officers looked alarmed, and Zichuan Xiu quietly reassured them, "Do not fear. They are merely inquiring about your unit designation and intentions." The elder half-orc, Diren, who understood the demon language, approached the cavalry and began to chatter incessantly. Without needing to hear, Zichuan Xiu knew he was once again peddling the old trick of the Far Eastern United Army. Team 571. Though he was curious what new ruse Diren had concocted this time, in previous impersonations, Diren seemed to have found amusement in such dangerous antics, eagerly volunteering at the slightest opportunity, his acting skills now reaching a masterful level. A haughty demon cavalry officer, after inspecting Diren's various credentials, felt perplexed. Although the half-orc army presented impeccable identification, their claim of being dispatched by the provincial military district lacked a written order signed by General Kara, which struck him as highly unusual. He scrutinized Diren with a doubtful gaze, attempting to discern something from the elder half-orc's nonchalant demeanor. Diren yawned languidly, claiming the dispatch order was with his adjutant, who was still en route with the supply train and would not arrive for another day. He insisted that the immediate priority was to allow his men to enter the city and rest, as they had marched through the night, leaving the soldiers exhausted, cold, and hungry. The demon officer hesitated, stating he could not authorize the entry of an unidentified troop into Kearney City, instructing them to camp and rest in place until their adjutant arrived with the orders, which would then be inspected before granting them entry. The negotiating half-orcs seemed to receive a secret command, erupting into a frenzy, their uproarious noise rivaling that of a famished man who had not eaten for 20 days. Team leader Diren snorted disdainfully, appearing disinterested in further conversation, striding boldly toward the city gates. Dozens of half-orcs trailed behind him, their long fur bristling, clanging their weapons menacingly, their fierce demeanor suggesting that any fool daring to obstruct their entry would soon find himself at the mercy of their blades. The demon officer was taken aback. The relations between demons and half-orcs were already tense, and a skirmish here would be a burden no one could bear. He hurried to Diren's side, speaking soothingly, assuring him that it was indeed unreasonable to force the weary soldiers to camp in the icy wilderness. and he fully understood the plight of Team 571. However, he explained that it would take time to convey this to his superior. The demon commander of the city, Diren, impatient, toyed with the hilt of his dagger, casting a sidelong glance at the demon officer. The open gates were less than 10 meters away. He could easily slay this loquacious individual and lead his men inside, potentially seizing control of the gates before the enemy could close them, allowing their forces to pour in. It was indeed a tantalizing temptation. At that moment, he noticed Zichuan Xiu frantically shaking his head from within the ranks, prompting Diren to exclaim irritably, Go on, you have 2 minutes. Otherwise, we will storm the gates ourselves." The half-orc soldiers understood the gravity of his words. The demon officer cursed under his breath. Smiling as he quickly turned his horse around to consult his superior, Zichuan Xiu lowered the brim of his helmet and concealed his face with the hood of his cloak, using the imposing figures of the half-orc soldiers to mask his own slender form. The swirling snowflakes gently landed on the soldiers, while the restless warhorses snorted impatiently, their hooves thumping against the ground. He surveyed the towering, 5-meter-high, sturdy gray-blue walls with trepidation in such frigid weather. Should circumstances escalate to a forced assault, it would spell utter disaster. Beside him, the half-orc Vela expressed his concerns. "Your Highness, what if he refuses to let us in?" Zichuan Xiu realized that Vela was an incorrigible pessimist, always envisioning the worst possible scenario at the hint of trouble. Even a mere cold would prompt him to draft a will. "Then we shall gallop away and seek our fortune at another city until we find one willing to fall for our ruse." Vela looked at Zichuan Xiu, unsure if he was jesting or speaking earnestly. Such a battle plan seemed almost ludicrous. That a full 5 minutes passed before the demon officer reappeared, calling out from a distance, "Team leader Diren, welcome to the city to rest." Daluan could hardly believe his fortune. Had he truly succeeded so effortlessly? That fellow, Zichuan Xiu, had employed such a simple stratagem, and it had indeed proven effective. Yet, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind as he murmured, "What about my troops?" The demon officer, with a stern countenance and evident reluctance, replied, "They may enter as well." As the procession commenced its entry into the city, Daluan observed the half-orcs beside him, their faces alight with joy. Zichuan Xiu wore a smile. Though a knot of anxiety tightened in his chest, he had not anticipated that the demon race would so readily permit an unidentified half-orc battalion to enter the city. Were they overly complacent? Or did they harbor some insidious plan? Gazing upon the dark, imposing city gates and the heavy drawbridge, Zichuan Xiu recalled the first-hand accounts of Sterling. During the Eastern War, the Central Army had masqueraded as the demon garrison of Pi, luring a distant demon contingent into the city. When half of their forces had crossed the threshold, the massive gates had suddenly slammed shut, cleaving the demon ranks asunder, rendering them incapable of coordinating. Then, human ambushes had sprung forth. Zichuan Xiu scrutinized the formidable ranks of the demon army atop the city walls, noting the numerous, grim-faced demon archers peering from behind the battlements, causing his palms to sweat involuntarily. In such an open expanse, should the enemy turn against them, a mere volley of arrows would suffice to decimate the half-orc ranks. Yet, he found himself devoid of options, compelled to take a reckless gamble. With the troops safely within the city, walking along the snow-laden thoroughfare, Zichuan Xiu's gaze was drawn immediately to the grain silos situated in the western part of the city. These towering, circular storage facilities loomed at least 5 or 6 meters high, standing in dense clusters that made it impossible to ascertain their exact number. They rose far above the surrounding residential structures, rendering them conspicuously visible. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a smattering of demon soldiers and a few local inhabitants lingering to observe. Looking back, he noted the officers atop the high walls issuing commands, while the demon archers began to lower their guard and descend from the parapets. Their ranks passed alongside the half-orc battalion, all heading towards the demon military encampment within the city. The half-orc soldiers assessed the demon archers with predatory gazes, akin to wolves sizing up a flock of sheep. Several senior officers exchanged knowing glances with Zichuan Xiu, signaling that this was indeed an opportune moment to strike. Zichuan Xiu sensed the moment was ripe, yet he restrained himself. Nearly 1/3 of his forces remained outside the city. If a skirmish were to erupt and the demons abruptly closed the gates, he would find himself in disarray. He observed the demon archers around the city walls, estimating their numbers to be merely 3 or 4 battalions, not the main force of the demon army, which likely remained within the encampment. He coughed softly and advised, "Be mindful of the terrain." The officers immediately understood. In urban warfare, familiarity with the surroundings often grants a significant advantage, according to Zichuan Xiu's original plan. Two half-orc soldiers had begun quarreling over a 2-decade-old gambling debt, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Despite the efforts of many to mediate, the two enraged soldiers refused to listen, their shouting escalating until they resorted to blows, attracting a large audience of soldiers and curious local civilians. The street became congested, even blocking the path of an approaching demon archer squad, turning their orderly formation into chaos. The officer leading the demon archers rushed toward DeLuan, exclaiming, "Cough! Your subordinates are obstructing our way. Get them in line. This is a disgrace." DeLuan pretended to rally his troops, but his efforts bore little fruit that he approached, gesturing wildly as he barked orders, his voice rising in a cacophony that captured the attention of everyone present. The demon archers widened their azure eyes, regarding him with a foolish yet almost endearing expression, oblivious to the fact that while the old half-orc officer was animatedly performing this charade, the other half-orcs had silently dispersed, securing crucial positions at the intersections, subtly encircling the demon archers. Meanwhile, Zichuan Xiu led a contingent of his own men, intentionally positioning themselves near the staircase of the city wall that a small squad of demon infantry guarded the area. And the foremost demon soldier shouted at them, "What are you doing here?" Watching the sun, Zichuan Xiu replied nonchalantly. The dim-witted demon soldier instinctively looked up at the sky, which was shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, and questioned, "Where's the sun?" "That's what we're trying to find," Zichuan Xiu retorted impatiently, as though the demon's query were the height of absurdity, distracting him from his earnest work. The slow-witted demon soldier was momentarily at a loss for words, blinking in confusion, unable to comprehend why anyone would be seeking the sun, especially in a restricted area. However, seeing the half-orc so resolutely engaged in his task, he assumed there must be a reason behind it, since they did not appear to be attempting to ascend the wall. Allowing them to watch the sun seemed harmless enough. He fell silent. As Zichuan Xiu gazed toward the city gate, he noted that his entire contingent had successfully entered. The commotion in the street was escalating, a throng of people congesting the thoroughfare. Here, a few half-orcs were engaged in a brawl, while hundreds of idle citizens observed, creating a bottleneck. A cart from within the city brushed against a half-orc soldier's clothing, causing him to immediately faint without a sound. His companions protested vehemently, pulling at the cart driver and asserting, "Our friend is quite fragile. For your carelessness, you owe him at least 400,000 taels in compensation." Consequently, the cart came to a halt in the center of the street, obstructing the passage of subsequent vehicles, exacerbating the chaos. Several half-orc officers shouted amidst the throng, issuing a cacophony of contradictory commands. "Half of you go left, half go right, and the rest stay in the middle." Their frantic attempts to organize were reminiscent of a novice officer lacking competence, only serving to further entangle the situation, inciting the ire of nearby demon officers who wished they could intervene. As a result, the ranks grew increasingly chaotic, unraveling into disarray, while the demon officer in charge muttered curses under his breath, ordering the archers to compress to one side of the street to clear space for the foolish officer to restore order. "It is time," Zichuan Xiu signaled to the surrounding half-orcs. The soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes darting towards the unsuspecting demon guards. A sharp whistle pierced through the din, and in an instant, the street erupted in fervor. The half-orc ranks resounded with a synchronized whoosh as 4,000 blades were drawn in unison, their gleaming tips reflecting the sun. "Kill!" came the thunderous roar of Bran. "Avenge our kin. Show no mercy." In that moment, a storm of bloodshed was unleashed. The half-orc soldiers charged towards the nearby demon archers with ferocious cries. The demons, caught unprepared, could hardly grasp the unfolding chaos, their faces drained of color as one shouted, "What is happening?" Before any answer could be given, a spear pierced through his chest. Some clumsily raised their wooden bows in defense. Yet the half-orc's overwhelming strength cleaved both weapon and wielder in two. Others trembled as they attempted to knock arrows, but their shaking hands only managed to release a few shots before they were swiftly dispatched by the approaching half-orcs. Some, paralyzed by fear, collapsed, their faces ashen, eyes wide and unseeing, unable to react. A few demons armed for close combat attempted to defend themselves, but within moments they were engulfed by a tide of half-orcs, akin to a small wave vanishing beneath a tempest. The proximity of the two forces rendered the archers severely disadvantaged in the ensuing melee. Under the relentless onslaught of the half-orcs, the archers fell one after another, their cries of agony echoing as they succumbed to injuries on the icy, muddy streets. The advancing half-orcs showed no mercy, trampling over the wounded as they pressed on to the next target. Amidst the cacophony of half-orc battle cries, the desperate shouts of the demon archers filled the air, their once orderly ranks compressed into a corner of the street, caught off guard with no room to evade or regroup. Packed tightly together, they found themselves unable to maneuver, and each swing of the half-orcs, the demon soldier, incredulous, gazed at the wound on his chest, his expression one of disbelief, before slowly collapsing, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth as he murmured his final question. "Where is the sun?" "That is precisely what we are searching for." Zichuan Xiu drew his blade, his gaze fixed upon the demon soldier's wide-open, unblinking eyes. An unexpected pang of guilt surged within him, as if deceiving this simple man was a profound moral transgression. As he lifted his head, he found himself amidst a chaotic flurry of blades and swords, his squadron fiercely assaulting the demon guards stationed upon the city walls. Above the steps, a dozen demon archers continued to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows, while spearmen fought valiantly, desperately resisting in hopes that reinforcements would arrive. Yet it was evident that their endurance was waning. Hundreds of half-orc warriors charged up the steps, heedless of casualties, undeterred by arrows raining down like a storm. One would fall to a shot only for another to take their place. Relentlessly surging forward, the ferocity of their assault was chilling to behold. The siege of the city walls was imminent. "My lord." Zichuan Xiu turned to find Bai Chuan silently guarding him, hand resting on her sword amidst the chaos. Her eyes were filled with confusion. "Your body, has it already recovered?" Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized the oversight. His martial prowess had indeed regained some of its former strength, yet he had failed to inform Bai Chuan and the others. In the heat of the moment, he had instinctively employed his usual techniques. No wonder Bai Chuan was perplexed. Before he could respond, Bai Chuan cried out in alarm, "Watch out!" A rogue arrow was flying toward them at an angle. Without a moment's hesitation, Zichuan Xiu reached for his sword, but with a swift strike, Bai Chuan had already deflected the arrow. However, this action revealed to Bai Chuan that Zichuan Xiu's skills were indeed on the path to recovery, yet still not at their previous heights, and he was distanced from her current abilities. Nevertheless, he was improving. Given time, he would surely regain his former prowess. "This is truly wonderful, my lord." Bai Chuan gazed at Zichuan Xiu, her eyes shimmering with joy. That moment, a deafening cheer erupted from atop the city walls. Long live! The half-orc warriors had seized the walls. The golden lion banner of the demon clan had been thrown down, and thousands of half-orcs rejoiced atop the battlements, brandishing their blades and shouting in triumph. Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. These simple-minded warriors believed that capturing the walls meant they had achieved victory, unaware that the main force of the demon clan had yet to engage. Their premature celebration of victory often leads to arrogance, and the soldiers surely lacked the fearless resolve they had displayed during the earlier battle. Zichuan Xiu immediately summoned Bran, instructing, "Leave 100 archers on the walls. The rest, prepare for urban combat. Tell them to refrain from celebrating. We have not yet won." Bran promptly obeyed Zichuan Xiu's command. Before he could withdraw the troops from the walls, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the opposite street. The main force of the demon clan had arrived at the end of the main road. Chaos reigned. Through the swirling snowflakes and dust, thousands of demon cavalry emerged, their blades glinting ominously as they charged forward, the clatter of hooves and the clash of metal ringing in the air. Leading the charge were 2,000 demon cavalry, followed closely by more than 3,000 demon infantry. Such a formidable force would have been awe-inspiring under normal circumstances, but the narrow street constrained their movement. The once bustling thoroughfare now lay deserted. The recent fierce battle had sent all bystanders, pedestrians, and vendors fleeing in an instant. The half-orc soldiers, who had just tasted victory, stood petrified on the empty street, their hearts racing as they heard the thundering hooves and beheld the approaching tide of demon warriors. Zichuan Xiu's expression grew grave as he realized that in this narrow confrontation, both sides were evenly matched, and an unavoidable brutal battle loomed ahead. Victory would mean seizing the entire city, while defeat would see the meager possessions of the rebel forces squandered. Bai Chuan whispered beside him, "My lord, command the troops to consolidate their ranks and prepare for a decisive battle at the city gates. We hold the high ground. The archers can cover our comrades below. We cannot retreat." Zichuan Xiu shook his head vehemently. "In a narrow encounter, the brave will prevail. That if we fall back, our morale will plummet. The demon cavalry will seize the momentum and charge us without mercy, and the archers will be unable to stop them." He strode down from the battlements, leaped onto his warhorse, and joined the ranks of half-orc warriors on the street. With a voice that rumbled like thunder, he proclaimed to all, "Soldiers, the fate of our homeland rests in our hands. Today's battle will determine the destiny of the Far East, from now until 1,000 years hence. Will we die as free men, or live as slaves to the demon clan?" With that, he cast aside his steel helmet, drew his sword, and pointed its blade at the oncoming wave of demon cavalry. "All who are loyal to the Far East, to the Holy Temple, and to our homeland, follow me into battle." With a fierce shout, he spurred his horse forward, raising his sword high. Zichuan immediately cried out, "Protect the prince!" Accompanied by 7 skilled human warriors, she charged alongside Zichuan Xiu. This small band of warriors surged toward the overwhelming array of demons. Akin to an infant challenging a giant, the surrounding half-orc soldiers gaped in astonishment at their audacity. A sharp cry shattered the silence, as Bran, the half-orc, bellowed in frustration. "To defend our Far East, yet we allow human women to lead the charge. Warriors of the Zoe tribe, you are a bunch of spineless cowards." With that, he charged forward. "Brave lads, follow me," bellowed Bosun, the half-orc. "The great god Odi will bless the bravest among us." In an instant, the crowd erupted. The half-orc cavalry charged without hesitation, the infantry closely following, their fervor rivaling that of the demon cavalry. At that moment, Zichuan Xiu had already encountered the vanguard of the enemy cavalry. The commanding officer of the demon cavalry, seeing a handful of human riders charging toward him, was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that anyone would dare such a reckless assault against a force of 2,000. "Who are you?" he demanded in demon tongue, staring at the approaching young human. Zichuan Xiu offered no reply, urging his steed onward until their horses nearly collided. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and, with a single stroke, severed the head of the demon rider. A horrified uproar erupted among the demon ranks as more than a dozen cavalrymen charged to encircle him, their blades descending upon him. Yet, with a graceful maneuver, Zichuan Xiu evaded their strikes, disappearing beneath his horse, leaving their attacks to fall harmlessly. In that brief moment of distraction, Zichuan and the 7 human riders surged into the fray. Engaging the demon cavalry, these riders were the elite of the Xiuji battalion, each selected for their exceptional skill to protect Zichuan Xiu. They moved like a terrifying whirlwind, swiftly penetrating the demon lines to shield Zichuan Xiu. Wherever this tempest passed, the sound of clashing metal filled the air as their blades struck the demon armor and helmets, sending sparks flying. The unprepared demons faltered, their morale shattered, and they began a disorganized retreat. Yet the rear ranks shouted, "Wagla! Wagla! Kill, kill!" In the narrow street, their numbers could not be fully utilized, preventing reinforcements from reaching the front lines. Chaos ensued as horses collided, kicking and biting in a tumultuous frenzy. A thunderous roar erupted from the rear. The half-orc cavalry had arrived. Zichuan Xiu's face turned pale. He understood the devastating potential of a cavalry charge, trapped between the demon and half-orc forces. There was no avenue of escape. Should he and his human companions bear the brunt of the oncoming assault from thousands of cavalry, they would be utterly obliterated in that fleeting moment. He made a decisive choice, issuing a sharp whistle. "Dismount, to the rooftops." His subordinates paused in astonishment at the command, but before they could comprehend, Zichuan Xiu had already demonstrated the way. He leaped from his saddle, effortlessly landing atop a nearby low-roofed building, turning back to shout, "Hurry up!" Zichuan and the others swiftly understood, following suit. They were all elite warriors, and scaling the low rooftop posed no challenge. However, just as the last guard made the leap, the demons reacted. Several archers loosed arrows, targeting the airborne figure. He cried out in agony as he was struck, his energy dissipating, and he fell to the snow-covered ground. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves erupted, as thousands of half-orc cavalry charged forward, launching an assault against the demon army. The momentum was akin to a raging torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming. The warhorses abandoned by Zichuan Xiu and his companions were paralyzed with fear. Emitting desperate whinnies, with nowhere to seek refuge, the fallen guard was instantly engulfed by a crimson tide and the resounding thunder of hooves. Those humans crouching atop the rooftops closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the calamity unfolding before them, yet their minds conjured images of the horrific scene where countless hooves trampled flesh and blood. Below, a cacophony of clamor and the clanging of weapons filled the air. Deafeningly loud, the two armies had engaged in battle. The half-orcs, emboldened by their initial ferocity, gained the upper hand, their vanguard deeply penetrating the enemy's ranks, all around. Cries of anguish and moans resonated as half-orcs brandished their spiked clubs with terrifying force, crushing the skulls of demon soldiers who fell in waves under the relentless assault of hooves. This display was as devastating as thunder shattering small trees, sweeping all before it, yet the resistance from the demon army remained fierce. As they gradually steadied their formation and began to counterattack, both sides exhibited a fervent desire for battle, yet the constraints of the environment limited their capacity to deploy greater forces in a clash of over 10,000 warriors. The engagement was confined to a narrow street, barely wide enough for 10 men to walk side by side, resulting in an extremely constricted battlefield. On this line of conflict, the density of metal weaponry reached alarming heights, with every conceivable gap filled with an array of weapons: sharp spears, glinting blades, dark javelins, and soaring arrows. The sheer concentration of arms obscured the vision of the soldiers, rendering them unable to see their foes. The only knowledge they possessed was to thrust their spears and swing their blades with force, followed by the visceral sensation of piercing flesh and the grating sound of blades scraping against bone. Simultaneously, they too were met with similar fates, skewered and cleaved, while arrows rained down from above. The bodies on the thoroughfare had accumulated in layers, a torrent of blood spilling forth. The air was filled with unending screams, a dense reflection of metal glinting in the sunlight, and a forest of spears standing shoulder to shoulder, leaving one to ponder if any flesh could survive such a terrifying storm of metal. With every passing second, a demon soldier fell with a cry, while a half-orc too succumbed with a groan, collapsing in exhaustion. Due to the geographic constraints, neither side could expand their strikes. All efforts were concentrated on the narrow point of contact, with both formations equally robust, making any breakthrough impossible. The snow-covered street resembled a merciless meat grinder, ruthlessly consuming the blood of both armies. Half-orc team leader Vera was the first to sense the dire situation. If the battle continued at this pace, they would annihilate the demons, yet his own troops would be left in ruins, lacking the strength to confront the demon reinforcements. However, retreat was no longer an option. The first side to falter would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly, leading to certain collapse in the ensuing chaos. Just then, Zichuan Xiu poked his head over the rooftop, shouting at him, "Come up, our infantry, hurry up here." Vera, suddenly awakened from his daze, bellowed, "Archers, spear troops, ascend to the rooftops. Quickly, seize the high ground." The half-orc soldiers who had been unable to join the fray responded to the command, some seeking ladders, others using their packs for elevation, while some formed human ladders, climbing onto their comrades' shoulders in a hurried scramble. The makeshift roofs creaked ominously under the weight of their heavy bodies, while the residents inside trembled at the cacophony of screams and the din of battle outside, praying that their homes would not collapse in the next moment. Yet now, the combatants on the long street had no time to spare. "Quick, get above the demons and strike fiercely." Zichuan Xiu commanded the nearly 300 half-orc soldiers who had climbed up. The soldiers responded with a thunderous cheer, pent-up aggression ready to be unleashed. They had been waiting in the back, eager for this opportunity, their teeth gritted, fists clenched. Due to the city's design, the houses along Kearney Street were uniform in size and connected, meaning that once atop one roof, access to all rooftops was unimpeded. Under Zichuan Xiu's leadership, this special unit stealthily made their way to the rooftops above the unsuspecting demon troops. The midsection of the demon army awaited their turn to engage. A sudden creaking sound overhead caught their attention. A curious demon infantryman looked up and shouted, "Ah, look above." The demon foot and cavalry soldiers lifted their gazes, stunned by the sight before them. Directly against the midday sun, a dazzling light revealed countless half-orc archers and spear-wielders lined up densely along the eaves. Hundreds of taut bows were aimed directly at them. After a moment of shocked silence, the demon soldiers gasped in unison, "Dunaji! Oh my God!" With a distance of less than 10 meters between them, and their forces tightly packed in the open street with no cover, they became the perfect target for archery. Suddenly, a terrifying cry shattered the silence. "Sedanala! Help!" The demon ranks erupted into chaos, each soldier desperately pushing and shoving, seeking refuge behind one another, creating immense disordered that moment. A clear voice rang out, "Fire!" A torrential rain of arrows descended upon the exposed heads of the demon soldiers, given the proximity and density of the targets. Nearly every arrow found its mark, inciting a continuous chorus of screams and bloodshed. The half-orc archers maintained a relentless barrage, and within minutes, the demon army in that section had crumbled into disarray. Leaving behind a sea of corpses and groaning wounded, the remaining demon soldiers frantically pressed backward, attempting to use their comrades as shields, but the others were not oblivious. This mutual instinct to retreat led to a complete breakdown of order in that area. Nevertheless, the half-orc assault did not relent, as a horde of spear-wielders rained down javelins from the rooftops, each one effortlessly piercing through the bodies of demon soldiers. The demons trembled, moaned, and became disoriented, unable to maintain their formation. The initial casualties were not excessively high. Perhaps 100 demons fell, but the psychological impact was catastrophic, causing the entire unit to become agitated. Observing the turmoil, other demon troops, baffled by the chaos, began to shout, "Oh no! The half-orcs have cut off our retreat." Within 10 minutes, all the demons were clamoring, "We are surrounded." The disorder at the rear swiftly reverberated to the front lines, and upon learning that the half-orcs had encircled their escape route, the morale of the demon soldiers engaged in battle began to wane, prompting a gradual retreat. Bran, overseeing the front lines, immediately perceived the weakening resolve of the demons and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counteroffensive. Rallying his troops with cries of, "Victory is ours! The demons are in retreat! Brothers, charge!" As the tide shifted, the half-orc morale surged, propelling them forward in relentless assault, while the demons began a staggered retreat, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Under the ferocity of the half-orc onslaught, their footing became untenable. What began as a conscious retreat transformed into a panicked flight, as organized withdrawal devolved into utter rout. Thousands of demon soldiers shouted, "Run!" The disintegrating army swept down the long street like a whirlwind. The half-orc cavalry pursued relentlessly, their thundering hooves shattering the thin ice beneath, sending splinters flying, creating a tempest upon the thoroughfare, the gleaming blades of their weapons shining fiercely in the midday sun. They mercilessly struck down the fleeing demon soldiers from behind, while archers on the rooftops continued to rain arrows upon the disorganized retreating demons. The collapse of the demon forces had become inevitable. As the sun peeked through the crimson clouds, casting a gentle light, Zichuan Xiu rode forth, accompanied by his officers, galloping down the long street. Messengers raced toward him, reporting, "Your Highness." Team leader Vera reports that the 1st Regiment has captured the demon army's main camp. "Your Highness." "The 1st Regiment has taken the granary. All provisions are intact." "Your Highness." "The 2nd Regiment is pursuing the fleeing demon forces and has them cornered at the western city gate. We have secured the west gate. They have nowhere to escape." Team leader Bran requests reinforcements. "Your Highness, the highest-ranking officer of the demon tribe in this locale has been discovered. He has taken his own life." The reports came rushing in, gazing at the scattered corpses of demon soldiers strewn about the ground. And the heaps of mangled bodies, Zichuan Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, akin to that of a conqueror. "A vast metropolis lies beneath my feet. This is the first city that belongs to me." Wherever he went, the bloodied victorious half-beast soldiers raised their weapons in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Long live His Highness, the King of Light." The soldiers were acutely aware that today's victory was primarily due to his efforts. Although Zichuan Xiu had been appointed as commander by the temple, it was through this resounding triumph that his position within the half-beast army was truly solidified. The entourage rode with high spirits, their steeds trampling the icy snow, sending flurries of snowflakes flying in every direction, akin to a hailstorm. "Bai Chuan." "Yes." Bai Chuan responded promptly, following closely behind Zichuan Xiu. "Bring me my order token. Notify Bran to open the western gate and allow the remaining demon soldiers a chance to escape. Cornered beasts fight to the death. With their backs against the wall, the demon soldiers will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, leading to heavy casualties on our side. Our purpose was to seize this city, and that has already been achieved. There is no need for us to sacrifice our soldiers unnecessarily." A troubled expression crossed Bai Chuan's face, and Zichuan Xiu's voice took on a stern tone. "Are you not going to execute the order immediately?" Bai Chuan sighed and leaned closer to Zichuan Xiu, whispering, "My lord, where are we to find an order token?" Zichuan Xiu, after a flurry of activity, Bai Chuan unceremoniously removed Zichuan Xiu's outer garment, declaring, "I shall use this as a token." Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in anger, "With so many demon soldiers' corpses, why not take their garments?" Bai Chuan retorted, "Nonsense. To have a lady take clothing from the dead is utterly unacceptable." Zichuan Xiu insisted. But there are still so many Zoi warriors. Bai Chuan replied. I have no enmity with them. Ink was procured, and Zichuan Xiu scrawled the character Xiu along with the date on the outer garment. Bai Chuan, clutching the garment, rushed off to deliver the message, leaving Zichuan Xiu shivering on horseback. At that moment, another officer approached with news that some half-beast soldiers had begun looting the homes of local residents. Upon hearing this, Zichuan Xiu erupted in fury. We are an army of liberation, not bandits. Bosun, go restore discipline within the ranks. Take care of those ruffians. No problem, the half-beast soldier readily agreed, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Your Highness, I also require an order token. He removed Zichuan Xiu's boots, muttering, these boots are quite fine, excellent wolf skin, perfect for my wife back home, though they do have a rather fishy odor, a bit of sun will do. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's fierce glare, he quickly corrected himself, Your Highness, you forgot to sign. Next, Darren seized Zichuan Xiu's wallet, claiming it was for securing the granary, but Zichuan Xiu saw him peer greedily into it just 2 steps out. He smirked maliciously. For it was, of course, empty. Bran, hearing the news, rushed back to snatch Zichuan Xiu's wristwatch. Vera arrived a moment too late. By the time he arrived, Zichuan Xiu had nearly been stripped bare. He stared in disbelief at the shivering king of light in the icy expanse, his eyes gleaming with ill intent. Zichuan Xiu trembled. What do you want? Vera grinned wickedly. I want this, and snatched Zichuan Xiu's fur hat. Amidst the disarray of corpses lining the long street, the victors let out a mournful wail. What a Pyrrhic victory this is. This eventually became a tradition for the Eastern Legion. After each victory, the half-beast soldiers who had distinguished themselves would eagerly approach their King of Light, demanding various personal items as rewards, compelling him to sign them as mementos. Historians of later generations would often declare this a brilliant strategy by the King of Light, aimed at bolstering the cohesion and unity of the Eastern Legion, allowing them to maintain such fervent morale and indomitable spirit, leading to their unending triumphs. Nonsense, Zichuan Xiu said, tears brimming in his eyes. It's all Bai Chuan's fault. I have suffered tremendous losses. By the afternoon, the organized resistance of the demon tribe within the city had been largely quelled. However, several brave soldiers still refused to surrender, fighting fiercely from the eastern gate to the western gate. With chaos erupting along the long street, filled with clashing crowds, isolated demon soldiers, despite being surrounded by scores of enemies, continued to resist valiantly, pressing against the walls and wielding their weapons to fend off the half-beasts in their final stand. There were also dozens of demon soldiers who stubbornly held their ground, occupying the residents' homes and utilizing the narrow exits for their last stand, while the bodies of fallen half-beasts lay strewn at the entrance. The tenacity and resilience of the demon soldiers astonished the half-beasts. They marveled at the prowess of the demon army, acknowledging that their dominance over the continent was well-deserved, truly earning them the title of the mightiest army in the realm. However, their leader Zichuan Xiu showed little warrior dignity, failing to respect the noble spirit of those who would rather perish than submit. He ordered a fire set, incinerating the defiant demon soldiers within. By late afternoon, the fighting in the city had subsided, yet the streets remained eerily quiet. The residents believed they were under siege by unknown marauders and dared not venture outside. However, upon witnessing the orderly conduct of the Liberation Army as they occupied the demon stronghold and cleared the corpses from the streets, the residents gradually felt reassured. Some brave souls approached the soldiers to inquire about their identity, to which the soldiers replied, "We are the Temple's army, led by His Highness, the King of Light." This response spread like wildfire throughout the city, prompting residents to emerge from their hiding places, lining the streets to welcome the Liberation Army with cheers of "Long live the Temple" and "Long live the King of Light." Most of the residents were local half-beasts, serpent folk, and a few dwarves, elves, and other minor races who had long suffered under the oppression of the demon tribe, eagerly awaiting a chance for liberation. Particularly the half-beasts, who had harbored a burning resentment towards the demons since their invasion of the temple, finally saw the chains that bound them shattered, and the populace erupted in jubilant cries of "Long live." As night fell, over 100,000 residents gathered in the square to celebrate the liberation of their city. The bonfires flickered, resembling a sky full of stars that had descended to the earth, as people of various races sang and danced in joyous celebration of their newfound freedom. In the festivities, the half-beasts, serpent folk, dragonkin, dwarves, and elves set aside their previous divisions, bonding as if they were one family. To honor their valiant soldiers, they generously shared their meager rations, providing boiled eggs, pork, and steamed buns in abundance to express gratitude to the officers of the Liberation Army. Even more, some residents sought to reward the distinguished leaders of the uprising with beautiful maidens. The half-beast officers were filled with such joy that they nearly forgot their own names, compared to the desolation of wandering in the frigid wilderness just a day prior. Their current reality felt like paradise, yet they remembered to reserve the most beautiful maiden for Zichuan Xiu, advising him, "Your Highness, you have worked hard today. Go into the tent and rest." Zichuan Xiu resolutely declined, stating, "As the leader of the Liberation Army, with the eastern lands yet to be restored and the demon tribe still ravaging our homeland, I cannot indulge in the pleasures of beauty and lose my focus." "Absolutely not. There is no need to insist. Diren, do not pull me. No matter how you try, I will not enter that tent. I am steadfast in my refusal." Diren retorted, "I am not pulling you. You are the one holding onto my hand." With a flick of his wrist, Zichuan Xiu, who had been so vigorous in the morning, now faltered and stumbled, tripping into the tent, still protesting. "You mustn't do this. I truly cannot withstand your insistence. If I refuse any longer, it would hurt the people's earnest sentiments towards our Liberation Army. And I will have no choice but to acquiesce." Zichuan watched with a bemused expression, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Zichuan Xiu's performance. "Acquiesce." Zichuan Xiu's smile faltered. Inside the tent, the red candles burned, casting a warm and romantic ambience. A maiden clad in vibrant red sat at the edge of the bed, facing inward. Upon hearing Zichuan Xiu's entrance, she turned around, her considerable weight creaking the bed beneath her. Her visage was furry, leaving it unclear whether it was hair or a beard. She flashed a charming smile at Zichuan Xiu, revealing her large, white front teeth, with bits of meat and vegetable leaves caught between them. "My lord, the night has grown late. We should rest early." The beautiful half-beast maiden spoke gently to Zichuan Xiu, renowned as the first beauty among half-beasts. As she spoke, Zichuan Xiu held his breath, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Zichuan gently tapped the canvas of the tent. "My lord, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Tonight, you should acquiesce properly." She exited with a cold laugh. "Please no." Zichuan Xiu let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Zichuan, save me." The half-orc officers gazed longingly at the tightly shut tent entrance, each clicking their tongues in envy. "If I were His Highness the Light King, I cannot fathom how joyous I would be at this moment." "Listen, he is calling out again. Surely, he is reveling in exuberance. I would gladly sacrifice a decade of my life for a night like this." That evening, numerous townsfolk sought out the rebel officers, eager to enlist. The officers explained that participation in the uprising required an evaluation. They were in need of robust men, with age restrictions in place. The young men, filled with urgency, immediately showcased their strength by hauling a massive stone mill, each taking turns to lift it. Zichuan, observing this display, promptly declared, "We'll take you." Subsequently, the stone mill remained there as a makeshift fitness test for anyone wishing to join the rebellion. Those who could lift it were deemed fit. Aspirants flocked in droves, including some elderly men with silver hair and beards, who were quickly escorted out of the line by the officers. The old men, indignant, protested, "I could lift that stone mill too. I swear, in my youth, I could lift 3 of those with one hand." Their persistent grumbling wore Zichuan down, who finally retorted, "Come back when you're young again." By sunset the following day, over 5,000 civilians had joined the ranks, the majority hailing from the Zoe tribe, alongside a smattering from the serpent and dragon races. During the siege of the city, the rebels suffered significant casualties. With severe shortages across all divisions, the newly recruited soldiers were swiftly integrated into various combat units by Zichuan Xiu. As the pressing circumstances left no time for gradual training, they would have to mature through real battles. Capturing Kearney City marked a monumental turning point and victory for the rebels, signifying their escape from the shadows of guerrilla warfare. Not only did they acquire a stronghold as a base, but they also alleviated the impending food crisis on the very next day after the city's conquest. Zichuan Xiu hastily established the Far East Autonomous Government. In later years, it became a subject of jest, with people mocking, in the year 781, how rudimentary was the Far East Autonomous Government. The government seal was carved from a sweet potato, and whenever the Light King grew hungry, he would roast half of it for himself. leaving the rest to seal documents. The administrative head was appointed to Bosun, who continued to oversee public health, while also managing the welfare of women and children, with various departments established beneath him. The Minister of Defense was entrusted to Bran, who also took on the role of commander of the 1st Legion, while the Chief of Staff of the army was assigned to Vera, who concurrently commanded the 2nd Legion. The elderly half-orc, Diren, feeling restless, was deemed unfit for battle due to his age. Consequently, Zichuan Xiu invited a group of equally idle half-orc elders to join him for tea and conversation, leading to the formation of a council, with Diren as the chair, also serving as the mayor of Kearney City. The other elders were granted titles as council members, receiving monthly stipends, their primary duty being to applaud and vote in favor during Zichuan Xiu's speeches, occasionally cheering with exclamations like, "Well said," or "Bravo." However, casting dissenting votes would result in the loss of their pay. Thus, every proposal from the Light King received swift unanimous approval from the council, and Zichuan Xiu took great pride in this arrangement, remarking, "With this council, we are a democratic government. Moreover, we saved on funds for building a retirement home, quite a bargain." On the day of its establishment, the fledgling Far East regime declared war, swiftly dispatching various detachments to the surrounding towns before the demon forces could fully react to the fall of Kearney City, attacking the stationed demon garrisons and widely announcing the arrival of the rebel forces. It was only at this moment that Zichuan Xiu truly grasped the foresight of Elder Buden from the Holy Temple. The demons' brutality had lost them the people's support, and the Holy Temple incident had become the final straw that broke their reign. Zichuan Xiu realized that his earlier assessments had been profoundly mistaken. The events surrounding the Holy Temple could not be evaluated from a military perspective, but were purely a political affair. This was not merely a matter concerning a temple's loss or gain, nor a trivial skirmish, but rather an affront to the religious convictions of the Far Eastern populace. It was only now that Zichuan Xiu understood the profound intentions behind Elder Buden's actions. He recognized his mission to fiercely resist, standing tall as a beacon of hope for the millions of people in the Far East, igniting the flames of revival in the darkness, aiming to awaken the slumbering masses. With this, his objectives were fulfilled. The fate of the Holy Temple or his own existence, the outcome of the siege, whether life or death, became inconsequential. Even if the defenders of the Holy Temple were to perish and the temple ultimately fell to the enemy, these matters were no longer of significance. What truly mattered was that the resistance at the Holy Temple had finally awakened the spirit of the people, and the long-suppressed fury within the hearts of the Far Eastern nation had erupted. The cries of battle from the Holy Temple echoed through every village, city, town, field, and forest in the Far East, resounding in the hearts of all the living. Thus, from the peaks of the ancient Chi-Chi Mountains in the west to the shimmering banks of the Blue River, the air was filled with the terrifying sounds of slaughter. The giants had awakened from their slumber. The previously silent and patient half-orc inhabitants seemed to have been roused all at once, multiplying from 1 to 2, 2 to a throng, which then consolidated into a formidable force, brandishing sickles and clubs, charging fearlessly towards the nearest demon garrison. Should they succeed, they would reduce the entire garrison to a bloody pulp. Should they fail, they would retreat to the mountains until they amassed greater numbers, then descend once more. They have completely transformed into a different kind of people. The demon commanders stationed in various locations were struck with terror, having grown accustomed to dealing with the docile, submissive populace. Now, they sensed the very ground beneath their feet crumbling, as the people suddenly exhibited such courage and fearlessness in the face of death that it filled them with dread. The various demon garrisons were paralyzed with fear, reluctant to show themselves, hastily retreating to the larger cities, thereby liberating more regions and allowing greater numbers of militias to gather. With the rebel forces spreading far and wide, it became an effortless task for Zichuan Xiu to rally the volunteer army. Word spread that a rebel army opposing the demons had established a base in Kearney and even formed a government, instantly boosting the morale of the people. Those with aspirations began to mobilize, hastening from all directions to pledge their allegiance to the Far East government. In several villages in the southwestern province, 800 individuals expressed their desire to join the rebellion within just 3 hours. When Zichuan Xiu and Bai Chuan's advance party arrived at a town on the outskirts of Kearney, the local half-orc chief rang the village bell, raising his arms in a call, "Young lads, come quickly!" As if emerging from the very earth, countless half-orcs wielding sickles and spears surged forth from all around. Immediately forming a militia of over 2,000, the enthusiasm of the populace reached staggering heights upon hearing of the advance party's arrival. Villagers traveled hundreds of miles across counties and districts to join at by the time they arrived. The advance party had already set off, prompting them to chase after the departing direction, lamenting their delayed awareness. The throngs of people flowed like a small stream converging into a river, which in turn flowed into the ocean. As Zichuan Xiu's forces grew ever larger, the original two teams could no longer accommodate the influx of new recruits, compelling Zichuan Xiu to expand the army's structure, transforming it from 2 to 4, 8, and then 10. Within less than a month, the number of soldiers under Zichuan Xiu's command surpassed 70,000. Comprising a full 20 teams, the Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware that, while a team consisted of 3,500 soldiers, that number did not equate to a properly functioning unit, that a combat unit requires more than just numbers, despite the hastily assembled nature of the troops. The Far Eastern people were renowned for their valor in battle. Many of the new recruits had previously fought in the war against the Zichuan clan and possessed combat experience. Including seasoned veterans, these experienced soldiers were often promoted to sergeants, forming the core of the troops, and the previously challenging issue of lacking experienced unit-level commanders was easily resolved, as there was an ample reserve of senior officers among the cadets at the Light King's military academy. Zichuan Xiu decisively promoted a significant number of young commanders from the ranks of the cadets, appointing 5 team leaders in a single day. As the rebel army advanced, seizing cities and territories, Zichuan Xiu intentionally deployed the newly formed units to the battlefield swiftly, utilizing encounters with small demon garrisons along the way to train the troops in various formations and drills, fostering cohesion and coordination through real combat, thereby enhancing their combat effectiveness. Originally ordinary civilians, the newly enlisted soldiers were not well acquainted with the art of battle, yet now, confronted by the seemingly endless regular army of the demon race, comprising garrison troops, city defense forces, and support units, they have endured countless ambushes, skirmishes, field battles, and sieges. Through this relentless warfare, they have honed their skills in combat, rapidly shedding their former militia habits. The soldiers have transformed into a fierce and disciplined force. The rebel army has made its presence felt on the crucial Minsk plain. This news has left the demon generals of the Far East trembling in shock. They cannot forget how, years ago, it was on this very plain that several small squads rebelling against the Zichuan family swiftly grew into formidable and fearsome armies. This region is rich in resources, boasting vast fields and earning the moniker of the grain granary of the Far East, while also being the area with the highest population density in the entire region. Considering the current tense standoff between the demon race and the various factions of the Far East, the generals cannot help but feel a chill. Should the rebel army seize control of the Minsk province, they could easily recruit 300,000 formidable fresh troops. Their concerns were soon validated by a terrifying enemy, a self-proclaimed king of light, a madman, or perhaps a hero. The distinction is often negligible, who led the rebel forces northward from the city of Kerny on February 1st. Advancing with the swiftness of a tiger, directly targeting the provincial capital of Minsk, and the rebel forces marched westward, their banners flying high, as the populace revered them, responding in droves to Indru city. A suddenly emerging half-orc army surged forth like a torrential flood, engaging in urban warfare with the demon garrison. Within half an hour, all the demon troops were reduced to mere fragments. Outside Yagano city, 2 teams of demon cavalry were utterly routed, their remnants fleeing the city in disarray. Pursued relentlessly by half-orc cavalry for over 300 miles, suffering further attacks from local guerrilla forces along the way, leaving a trail of corpses. The might of the half-orc army was such that it was not only capable of besieging cities but also of providing reinforcements. The demon infantry sent to aid Yagano were annihilated without a trace on the outskirts of the forest, just 40 miles from the city, with only 13 survivors escaping from an entire unit. Meanwhile, less than 50 miles from Minskin, in Dulan city, under the very noses of the 20,000 demon troops stationed in Minskin, half-orc cavalry bearing the emblem of the King of Light plundered the demons' rear encampments, completely annihilating a contingent of demon guards before departing triumphantly. The cacophony of fierce siege battles could even be faintly heard within the walls of Minskin, yet Commander Kara, overseeing over 20,000 demon infantry, dared not venture out to provide assistance, fearing he would fall into the rebels' trap. His apprehensions were justified. That night, the half-orc army surrounding Minsk and numbered as many as 50,000. not including the accompanying militia and guerrilla forces. They lay concealed within the dense forests, patiently awaiting the arrival of dawn, observing that the demon forces remained resolutely shut within their city gates. Zichuan Xiu sighed and ordered a retreat, from Kearney to Duru, then from Duru to Yagano, and onward into Dulin. The garrison troops of the demon race crumbled beneath the overwhelming might of the rebel army. One city after another succumbing to the relentless assaults, the rebel forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, their military prowess cutting through the ranks of small demon garrisons like a scythe through wheat. And the counties they passed echoed with alarm bells, as pleas for aid flew towards the provincial capital like snowflakes. The demon garrison cowered behind their city walls, too frightened to engage, but this proved futile. As the rebel army called out at the city gates, "Awaken, compatriots!" the already restless populace surged forth, rising up in unison, wielding bricks and stones to batter the demon guards into retreat, flinging open the city gates to joyfully welcome the rebels. In towns yet untouched by the rebels, the citizens eagerly awaited their arrival, ready to rise at the slightest command. In Manlo City, a quirky elven cook, while preparing a meal, faintly heard the call, "They have arrived." He immediately grabbed his cleaver and rushed into the street, shouting, "They have arrived! They have arrived!" exclaimed a snake tribe tailor, hastily emerging with scissors in hand. "They have arrived!" shouted a half-orc butcher, brandishing his cleaver, sweat glistening on his brow. "They truly have arrived," puffed a dwarf blacksmith, wielding a hammer and tongs, his short legs moving as fast as they could. The dragon man glanced this way and that, blinking his flat eyes, clutching an axe for chopping wood, following suit without uttering a word. "They have arrived." The chorus of voices swelled into a tidal wave. As the townsfolk flooded into the streets, farmers in the countryside, upon hearing the news, dropped their plows, seized their pitchforks, and rushed towards the city. The streets became a torrent of humanity, and the townspeople, overwhelmed with excitement, craned their necks, glancing east and west, inquiring of one another, "Where are they? Where are our people?" The demon garrison, witnessing the throngs gathering and marching forward, raised their whips and brandished their sabers, charging towards the demonstrators, trampling them underfoot. Days passed. This tactic had always proven effective. At the mere sight of the army, the demonstrators would scatter like frightened rabbits. Yet today, they were gravely mistaken. The rebel army was on the verge of arrival, and the populace had shed their fear of the demons. With a roar of indignation, a terrifying storm erupted as half the city's residents surged forward, howling in fury, crashing upon the demon soldiers like a tidal wave. The several hundred demon guards found themselves like leaves caught in a tempest, their ranks shattered in an instant. Arrogant officers were yanked from their mounts, and the soldiers fled in disarray, with dozens, even hundreds, surrounding a single demon soldier, pummeling him mercilessly. The once domineering demon warriors now cried out in terror, begging for mercy, yet none were spared. The enraged crowd tore them to shreds, leaving nothing but a bloody pulp. After the furious outburst, the bloodied executioners gasped for breath, asking one another, "They have arrived. Where are they? Where are they?" A few timid delivery workers raised their takeout boxes, saying, "Right here, char siu rice, 5 copper coins a portion. Who wants some?" The army of the King of Light swept through the entire Minsk province with the ferocity of a tempest. Faced with an ever-growing tide of rebellion, the power of the demon race waned. They were left with only a handful of strongholds. The provincial capital of Minsk, and among them, beyond the city walls, lay a landscape teeming with guerrilla forces and bandits. Unless large contingents of troops were dispatched, it would be akin to marching to their doom. If the rebel army, led by Zichuan Xiu, exhibited any semblance of humanity, allowing surrenders and sparing prisoners, the methods of the guerrilla forces were brutally savage, comprised of individuals who had lost family members to the demons. They bore an intense hatred, and once a demon soldier fell into their hands, their sole hope was for a swift demise. As for the southwestern region of the province, centered around Kearney City, it had become the stronghold of the rebel army. Despite the hasty military orders from the governor's office in Dusa, commanding Kara to swiftly recover lost territory and extinguish the rebellion, the demon forces dared not cross that line. There, the rebel army planned day and night, having assembled a formidable force capable of challenging the regular demon troops, perhaps even surpassing them. The stationed demon forces in Minsk province lived in a state of constant dread, and Commander Kara had descended into despair. The pressing concern was no longer how to extinguish the rebellion and reclaim lost territory, but rather how to avoid being extinguished by the uprising. If the rebel army charged forth, Even the stout walls of Minsk would struggle to hold To flee the city. Kara shuddered at the thought of the demon race's merciless military laws, and, in his desperation, even contemplated surrendering to the rebels. However, on December 23 RD, a cavalry-equipped half-orc unit unexpectedly launched a swift assault and seized the key town of Kast in the province of Galai, a move that caught the demons entirely off guard. Kast was a critical junction connecting the Minsk province with Galai. The rebels' capture of this location signaled their intent to push southwest, significantly alleviating the pressure on the provincial capital of Minsk. Indeed, in the following days, large contingents of rebel forces surged toward the Galai province. Unlike the vast Minsk province, the garrison in Galai was relatively weak, with only a few units stationed in the provincial capital. Without external reinforcements, the rebels could easily take the entire province with minimal effort. As the rebel army advanced, they faced little resistance along the way. The demon garrisons abandoned their cities in droves, and inhabitants from various factions flocked to join the rebel forces, swelling their ranks as they pressed toward the provincial capital, eliciting cries of despair from Galai's leadership. The governor's office in Dusa sternly condemned the Minsk province's irresponsible negligence in allowing disaster to unfold, ordering the station troops to immediately engage and strike at the rebels' rear, to impede their advance into Galai. Accompanying the orders was a contingent of reinforcements dispatched to the province of Minsk by the governor's office for understrength human divisions. Indicative of the fact that Duke Ludi of the province of Dusa was himself experiencing a dwindling of military resources. In the face of such a widespread insurrection, he could not even muster a pure demonic force. Kara resolutely refused to comply, responding to Duke Ludi that deploying such a meager force would merely serve as an invitation for the rebellious half-orcs to receive their supplies on a silver platter. And at no cost, with no other recourse, Duke Ludi was compelled to draw reinforcements from several relatively stable provinces surrounding Minsk. He summoned 2 infantry battalions, one of which comprised half-orcs, from the military district of Dea. 1 cavalry unit, 2 infantry battalions, one of which was a serpent folk unit, from the province of Tajia, and 3 demonic units from the province of Aliya. This command elicited cries of anguish from the provincial governors. As their own territories were beset by rebellions every Tuesday and riots every Friday, leaving them with scant military strength, they lamented to Duke Ludi, tears streaming down their faces, that with so many troops being requisitioned, their provincial military districts would soon be defenseless, and come morning, the rabble would likely be at their doorsteps. Duke Ludi's response was, "Place a knife under your pillow tonight before you sleep." With this imposing reinforcement, Duke Ludi personally arrived at the capital of the province of Minsk. Upon hearing the report from Commander Kara of the provincial military district, Ludi's fury erupted, and he berated, "Kara, you useless fool. You have frightened the enemy into submission." A general of the illustrious Demon King's realm, reduced to trembling before a band of half-orcs wielding crudely fashioned spears. However, their numbers are indeed overwhelming, and the surrounding populace supports them blindly. Kara mustered the courage to argue softly. "Bah!" Ludi spat loudly, exclaiming, "Do you remember the forces at Moonbay? There were 500,000 of the Zichuan army, and we had only 100,000. Yet what happened? We annihilated them without breaking a sweat. That day, the subordinates exchanged helpless glances. The Battle of Moonbay was Ludi's crowning achievement, and he would seize any opportunity to regale them with tales of it." Going on endlessly. In Ludi's retelling, the Zichuan forces numbered 50,000, when in reality they had only sent a mere 10,000. "That day, I fought valiantly, personally slaying 76 Zichuan soldiers. I dulled my blade in the process. So I switched to another and continued the slaughter. Later, I pursued a Zichuan cavalry officer for 6 or 7 miles, engaging in over 300 exchanges before finally claiming his head. It was exhilarating. Can you guess who he was?" Kara thought to himself, "The Zichuan commander Fong Jing," but outwardly he feigned urgency, asking, "My lord, who was that officer?" It was none other than Fong Jing of the Zichuan. Ludi slammed his thigh and laughed heartily. "You all didn't see that coming, did you? I slew him with my own hands." "Impossible," everyone silently muttered. They all knew Fong Jing was not slain by him. Ludi had recounted this fabricated tale countless times, with every detail etched in their minds. Now they were expected to feign astonishment, admiration, envy, respect, and excitement, which was rather taxing. Fortunately, they played their parts well. "Who would have thought?" a demonic general exclaimed dramatically, "that Fong Jing was slain by the Duke? He is the foremost expert in the human realm." Far away, The king of the left wept in silence. Duke Ludi humbly lowered his head. I am a modest man, and I never sought to publicize this matter. Duke Ludi is unmatched in valor. With few rivals in the world, killing someone as insignificant as Fong Jing would be akin to crushing an ant, requiring no effort at all. Although we have many skilled warriors among our divine kin, when it comes to true battlefield prowess, it must surely be our Duke Ludi. Duke Ludi waved his hands dismissively. Let us not speak so. It may offend others that I am not one to compete for such hollow accolades. It holds no significance. Duke Ludi is our divine kin's second greatest warrior, someone shouted, eliciting astonished gazes from the others, all sharing the same thought. Have you lost your mind? Ludi's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, but the man calmly added, the greatest, of course, is our emperor. Who else could stand before our duke? The likes of Zichuan Xiu and Ling Buxu are merely names without substance. If they possess any skill, let them challenge our duke to a one-on-one duel. Everyone immediately echoed, indeed, the emperor is first, and the duke is second. The praises surged like a tide. Ludi laughed heartily, unable to believe that any mortal would dare to rise against such a demigod as himself. That he promptly commanded, we shall depart tomorrow. I will lead the army myself and quell the rebellion within a week. Kara sighed deeply and began preparing for the campaign against the rebels. The forces at his disposal totaled 7 battalions of demonic garrison troops, 7 battalions of demonic field units, originally dispatched to pursue the rebellious half-orc forces, but having misdirected due to the sudden turn of the half-orcs to the southwest. They returned empty-handed. 10 battalions from the Eastern military, comprising 6 half-orc units, 3 serpent folk units, and 1 dragonkin unit, alongside 4 understrength human divisions. Upon tallying these forces, Kara suddenly realized that his military strength was quite considerable, even after accounting for the necessary garrison troops to deal with guerrilla fighters. He would still have over 100,000 troops to confront the rebels. He felt slightly more optimistic about the future. Chapter 8. The Flames of War. Chapter 5. The campaign proceeded remarkably smoothly. As the vast demonic army departed from the capital of the province of Minsk, marching directly toward the southwestern stronghold of the insurrectionists, the scattered guerrilla units dared not engage the demonic army's main force. Upon sighting the demonic banners, they fled swiftly. Without encountering significant resistance, the demonic forces rapidly recaptured the cities of Daru, Valin, Kausa, Yagano, Goli, and 15 others. Most of these cities had been reduced to mere shells, with the residents having fled at the news of the demonic counteroffensive, effectively driving the insurrectionists from nearly all of southwestern Minsk, leaving only the last stronghold of Korny in their hands. The spirited demonic army advanced rapidly toward Korny, with soldiers exuding confidence in their imminent victory. The camp had been established, yet the cacophony was overwhelming. Footsteps, chatter, the rumble of carts. Sleep was impossible. Zichuan Xiu lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. On the outskirts of Korny, the full strength of the insurrectionists had gathered, supplemented by countless militia. Theoretically, the army under his command far outnumbered the demonic forces, but in terms of quality, Zichuan Xiu could only manage a bitter smile. Earlier that afternoon, he had met with a militia unit seeking to ally with him. Their weapons were little more than kitchen knives tied to bamboo poles, and their members ranged in age from 8 to 80, with absolutely no military experience. Following them was a long train of carts bearing their entire possessions: plates, bedboards, large pots, a squealing sow, strings of cured meat, along with half-orc women with red-rimmed eyes and wailing children. The half-orc militia explained to Zichuan Xiu, we simply cannot leave them behind at home. But having them here makes me even more uneasy. Zichuan Xiu refrained from saying aloud, harboring doubts that when the tide of battle turned against them, these so-called heroes would prioritize their belongings, their clothes, nightstands, carts, sews, wives, and children, over the pursuit of victory. Your Highness, a half-orc messenger entered. The meeting time has arrived. Very well. Zichuan Xiu rose, adjusted his attire, and followed the messenger. According to statistics from a week prior, his regular army comprised a total of 40 battalions, nearly 150,000 strong, with the accompanying militia estimated to be around 200,000. Daily, large numbers of militia flocked to his banner, and his forces swelled. Below the hill, the vibrant patchwork of canvas tents and the glow of countless campfires stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the main force of the Eastern Army. Though it was already 2 in the morning, the clamor of the camp remained deafening. The cries of children echoed from somewhere, Soldiers streamed through the narrow paths between tents, vendors peddled food and weapons. And the distant sounds of carts and neighing horses indicated that new arrivals continued to join their ranks. Zichuan Xiu could only smile wryly. This resembled a marketplace far more than a military camp. Navigating through the dense clusters of tents, Zichuan Xiu entered the Grand Command tent as the strength of the Eastern Army swelled. The diversity of races within his ranks grew, yet his status within the military seemed to diminish with each passing day. Apart from the half-orcs, there are thousands of serpentine tribes, dwarves, elven creatures, and dragonkin who have also joined their ranks. Compared to the half-orcs, they may be considered a minority, yet they fervently seek a voice within the military. Believing that the current situation, where the Eastern Allied forces are commanded solely by the half-orcs, in truth, by Zichuan Xiu, is irregular and inconsistent with the principles of democracy, Zichuan Xiu smirked, recalling Sterling's famous saying, "Once an army develops its own opinions, it is a harbinger of national demise." The military is not a domain suited for democratic principles. However, in pursuit of unity within the ranks, Zichuan Xiu ultimately made concessions, persuading the half-orcs to establish the Eastern Allied Forces Military Committee as the supreme governing body of the army, with representatives from various races appointed in proportion to their numbers. Now, this newly formed committee was poised to demonstrate its existence and commence its duties. The air was thick with the damp scent of leather armor as the attendees gathered around a crimson hearth, his assistant Zichuan. The half-orc leader Bosun, Bran, Vera, along with the newly added representatives of the Serpentine tribes, Soth, the Dragonkin representative Monroe, the Dwarven representative Rizuo, and the Elven creature representative, Zichuan Xiu, had yet to learn his name. As the diminutive figure remained hunched in a corner, silent and unremarkable, upon entering, he noticed that no one acknowledged him. All attention was fixated on the unfolding dispute, which he realized was far from amicable. "Coward, Soth!" The Serpentine leader bellowed, his voice sharp and piercing. "The army fled without a fight, abandoning 16 vital cities. Who issued the orders? We must hold them accountable." As Soth's voice fell, Zichuan's clear tone immediately countered, "We did not flee. This is a strategic withdrawal. To encounter the enemy and retreat without engagement is to run away." Soth roared in fury. "There are no cowards among us, the Heart Tribe. The populace now calls us timid." "They are not mistaken," Zichuan Xiu muttered under his breath. "This is to deplete the enemy's strength." Zichuan's voice remained steady. Yet Zichuan Xiu perceived the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, the weight of the accusations from so many pressing heavily upon her. "Let us calculate. For every city the demon race occupies, they must leave a necessary garrison, but if they maintain a minimal force of 500 soldiers in each city, for 16 cities, they would need to withdraw a full 8,000 soldiers from their main force. This significantly alleviates the pressure we face when confronting them. But is such a course necessary? Our army is far stronger than theirs," interjected Rizuo, the dwarven representative, his voice deep and resonant, akin to the ominous rumble of an impending earthquake. Though somewhat more tempered than Soth's, yet the aggressive undertone remained palpable. Zichuan wiped the sweat from her brow, fatigue evident in her demeanor. "At this current stage, we are not stronger than the demon race." A timid voice joined the debate. It was the previously silent elven creature representative. "According to the latest statistics, as of yesterday, our total forces stand at roughly 400,000, while the demon race numbers only around 100,000. Isn't it abundantly clear who possesses the advantage?" Soth, buoyed by the support of many, appeared quite pleased with himself. "What is the purpose of that human, the Radiant King? Is he truly aiming to defeat the demon race, or does he have ulterior motives?" The dwarven leader slammed his fist on the table, producing a dull echo. "Why should we Easterners heed the commands of a mere human?" Dear Zoi tribe members, you ought to reflect upon this. The command of the Eastern forces should rest solely with us, the illustrious Easterners." Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized that this was a struggle for command against him. The Dragonkin had remained silent, but judging by their expressions, they were unlikely to stand on his side. The newly joined races and soldiers were not disciples of the sacred temple, nor had they endured the arduous beginnings of the uprising, and thus, they were unaware of Zichuan Xiu's contributions, commanding the Eastern forces as an outsider. He had always faced dissent within the ranks. Yet, his string of victories had suppressed these voices. However, now, with the loss of 16 cities, many were perplexed, and even those old subordinates who had fought alongside him began to murmur among themselves. Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of desolation wash over him. The provocations were so overt that only Bosun stepped forth to mediate, urging, "Everyone, please, cease this quarrel. We are comrades, after all." Yet no one heeded him. His once battle-hardened half-orc allies, such as Vera and Bran, cast their gazes downward, silent, leaving Zichuan to fend for herself against the onslaught of accusations. Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. Despite his unwavering dedication and sacrifices for them, they did not regard him as one of their own. If old Duran were present, he would undoubtedly have intervened, rolling up his sleeves to deliver a sound thrashing to that detestable Soth. Alas, Duran was not a member of the military committee, and he had yet to earn the right to participate in such high-level discussions. Lost in thought, Zichuan Xiu did not closely follow the ensuing argument. Only sensing that Baichuan's exchanges with the faction leaders grew increasingly heated, their tones sharper with each passing moment, he steadied himself, hearing the Serpentine leaders' shrill proclamations. "We could drown the demon army, just with our spittle, if we were in the position of monkeys attacking humans. What significance would numerical superiority hold?" Zichuan Xiu interjected coldly, striding into the room. A few half-orc officers immediately sprang to attention, bowing, "Your Highness." Their demeanor somewhat disheveled, Zichuan Xiu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Soth and the dwarven leader. Though they displayed a defiant front, under Zichuan Xiu's piercing gaze, they faltered, and even the usually silent dragonkin appeared increasingly uneasy, rising one by one to offer reluctant greetings. "Your Highness, the Radiant King." Zichuan Xiu offered a dismissive smile, replying coolly, "Greetings to you all. What were we discussing just now? Please continue." Silence enveloped the room. The once boisterous representatives of the Serpentine and Dwarven tribes now sat mute, their eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. The Dragonkin representative observed Zichuan Xiu with a contemplative expression, remaining silent. Baichuan exhaled softly. Zichuan Xiu had finally arrived. Even without uttering a word, the previously clamorous committee members were now hesitant to speak. After all, this was an army he had built from the ground up, and none could disregard his presence. This was the disparity of power. She recalled an ancient proverb: "A cat on the roof remains a cat. A starving tiger, no matter how thin, remains a tiger." Ultimately, the army's commander, the half-orc bosun, slightly inclined his body. "Your Highness, we were discussing the decisive battle tomorrow, and he gestured subtly towards Soth, his action clearly revealing his disdain. "They believe your battle proposal to be unacceptable." Zichuan Xiu could scarcely believe his ears. From the onset of the demon race's offensive, he had devised a comprehensive battle strategy to relinquish the defense of cities along the vulnerable front, luring the demon forces to disperse, while Bosun and Baichuan organized a strong defense in the city of Kearney. With himself leading the main force poised to strike from the outside, he estimated that once the demon leader, Ludi, discovered the presence of rebel forces within Kearney, his impatience would compel him to launch a full-scale assault. Yet the fortified city walls and ample supplies should allow the garrison to hold for 10 days or more. Meanwhile, he planned to cut off the demon race's supplies and retreat routes, waiting for them to suffer losses at the walls and run low on provisions and reinforcements. Given enough time, the demon forces would inevitably be unable to sustain themselves, and he intended to confront them in battle at their moment of low morale. Zichuan Xiu believed there was at least a 70 to 80% chance of success, yet now, with nearly 100,000 demon invaders less than 100 kilometers away, poised to engage in battle the following day, this group of fools dared to demand a change in plans at such a critical juncture. He suppressed his anger, striving for calm as he inquired of Soth, "Well, what do you propose?" Soth gulped nervously, for some reason. Upon meeting Zichuan Xiu's dark gaze, an inexplicable fear gripped him, particularly now that he was in opposition. Yet he steeled himself to speak. "The intelligence has arrived. The enemy's total forces for the decisive battle will not exceed 100,000, including over 40,000 from the eastern forces, leaving the actual demon army at less than 60,000 here. We have a regular army of 150,000 that we need not engage in evasive skirmishes with the demon race. We can face them head-on, and it will be an overwhelming victory." "An overwhelming victory, you say?" Zichuan Xiu's lips curled into a hint of a cold smile as he remarked, "Who is achieving an overwhelming victory over whom?" "Without a doubt, the triumph belongs to our illustrious Eastern Allied forces," Soth emphatically reiterated. "Our army comprises 400,000, while the enemy boasts fewer than 60,000 of the demon race. The superiority is evident at a mere glance. The enemy has 100,000 troops. Even if we discount the 40,000 local Eastern forces, they still possess at least 60,000 steadfast demon soldiers. This army is the elite Ruti Corps of the Demon Kingdom, which previously triumphed at Moon Bay, defeating over 100,000 human soldiers with a smaller force. Their soldiers are all seasoned veterans, meticulously trained and fiercely disciplined, equipped with superior gear, particularly their cavalry units, whose combat prowess surpasses that of human cavalry. And what of us? Our troops are inadequately trained, poorly equipped, and lack weaponry. We are short of trained archers and warhorses. We are deficient in every conceivable aspect. The various units were hastily assembled, with soldiers thrown together in a rush, the majority lacking combat experience and mutual trust. Officers were hastily appointed, often unaware of the number of men in their own ranks, resulting in a state of disarray that resembles banditry. We do not even have a competent cavalry unit. And in open field combat, the impact of cavalry is paramount. As for those militia, their unruly rabble, they march into battle accompanied by wives, children, and grandmothers, picking up stones from the ground as their weapons. Zichuan Xiu cast a calm glance at Soth and said, "You are correct. The disparity in strength is indeed clear. Tomorrow, let us prepare to drown the demons with our spittle." Soth's face flushed with embarrassment, enveloped in silence. After a moment, the dwarf Luzo spoke up. "How can the human army compare to our glorious Eastern Allied forces? Besides, we have 400,000, 4 or 5 against 1. Can we possibly lose?" Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of weariness wash over him. War is far from mathematics, and this is precisely the elementary error that military novices are prone to make. In warfare, the comparison of forces is not merely a straightforward tally of numbers. 400,000 cannot simply be viewed as 4-to-1 against 100,000 as numbers increase. The advantage becomes less pronounced. The larger force may hold a certain advantage, but victory hinges on a multitude of factors: the morale of the soldiers on both sides, the comparison of weaponry, training levels, the completeness of intelligence, the speed of information transmission, the commanding ability of the generals, and the adequacy of logistical support. Which plan to adopt? Let us put it to a vote, suggested Soth, the leader of the serpent race. With a self-satisfied expression, Zichuan Xiu paid him no mind. His suggestion clearly indicated his confidence in securing a majority of votes. 5% of organized forces can easily suppress 95% of the disorganized, Zichuan Xiu explained patiently. Even if we amalgamate all the demon forces in the East, they amount to about 350,000, whereas over 10 million Easterners have been suppressed for an entire year without daring to resist. Once, when Sterling led a cavalry of fewer than 30,000, they still managed to scatter 60,000 Eastern troops in disarray. Numbers are not the issue. What matters is the overall organizational power. While our army may be large, it comprises mostly hastily assembled militias and guerrilla units, ill-suited for conventional warfare. Facing the demons head-on is precisely what Ruti has long desired us to do. Team leader Vera cleared his throat. "Your Highness, we are acutely aware that tomorrow's battle will be far from easy. We face immense challenges, but we defend our homeland and resist the oppression of the demon race. We are the righteous forces, and the great deity Odi will bless our warriors. The righteous shall prevail. Justice will triumph." The crowd chanted in unison, "We shall surely emerge victorious." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback, gazing intently at Vera, who he had not expected to stand with them. Vera averted his gaze, bowing his head, that a wave of disappointment surged through Zichuan Xiu, quickly followed by a rush of anger. He languidly rose to his feet and strode out of the tent, leaving behind the words, "Do as you wish." Behind him, several voices called out simultaneously, "My lord, your highness." Yet he did not turn back, a cold smile curling on his lips. Justice will prevail. This phrase is commonly understood as victory belonging to the righteous. Under the starry night sky, lying on the grassy hillside, Zichuan Xiu gazed up at the deep, dark expanse above, lost in thought. The profound universe always allowed him to forget all his troubles. 300 years ago, when the armies of the Light Empire roamed the world, they too were beneath the same starry sky. The vicissitudes of human existence are but a flicker of starlight. Zichuan Xiu felt a sense that all his endeavors were illusory. From whence he came and to where he was headed, renowned sovereigns and heroic figures, as well as infamous villains and scoundrels, all would eventually meet death. The only thing that could endure eternally was the starlight above. Humanity has always yearned for eternity. This is an intrinsic desire. Perhaps it is precisely due to the awareness of their own transience that humans aspire to create legacies that will endure beyond their lifetimes. Renowned sovereigns and heroes established illustrious dynasties that lasted for centuries. while those who lacked the ability or fortune to become sovereigns and heroes, commonly referred to as villains and failures, resolved to leave behind infamy rather than obscurity at the very least. The common folk could do nothing but strive to bear many children, ensuring their descendants would continue. As Zichuan Xiu pondered these thoughts, Bai Chuan approached, accompanied by the half-beastmen Bosun and Bran. "Your Highness," Zichuan Xiu did not rise but inquired, "has the result of the vote been announced?" Bai Chuan replied softly, "Yes. 5 votes to 2, deciding to confront the Ru-Ti Corps head-on tomorrow. I am not a committee member, so I did not participate in the vote." Bosun then murmured, "I cast a dissenting vote. My nephew Bran also voted against it. However, Vera," he shook his head, at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed by the actions of his kin, which amounted to a betrayal. Zichuan Xiu remained silent. It was to be expected that representatives from the serpent, elf, dragon, and dwarf races would oppose him, but he did not anticipate dissent among the half-beastmen, particularly from the esteemed Vera, who had always been obedient to him. Vera was the most senior member of the resistance, his prestige and weight in the army surpassing that of any new representatives. Bran spoke up, "Your Highness, Vera is different from the others. The demon squads involved in the Sorrow Massacre, Teams 65 and 71, are in the Ru-Ti army." He asked me to explain. "He is not opposing you. He is simply eager for revenge and hopes you can forgive him." Zichuan Xiu suddenly understood but pursed his lips. "He has done nothing wrong. Why should I forgive him?" His tone was remarkably calm. Yet those familiar with him among the half-beastmen knew that the calmer he spoke, the greater his fury grew. Bosun and Bran exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Zichuan Xiu abruptly asked, "Bosun, I recall when I first met Vera. You introduced me as the prophesied king of the sacred temple. What was that prophecy about?" Bosun was taken aback. "Your Highness, did the elder not tell you?" Zichuan Xiu slowly shook his head. "No." "Well," Bosun hesitated. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's increasingly grim countenance, he realized that Zichuan Xiu had no patience for testing endurance at this moment, and he hurriedly continued, "I only know a little. The prophecy that has circulated in the sacred temple for over 1,500 years foretells the arrival of our king in this era, who will bring light to our Zoe tribe and lead us to freedom from darkness." On the night you met with the elder, after you returned, the elder spent the entire night studying the prophecy book. Sleepless. The next morning, news of the demon invasion of the sacred temple reached us, and the elder was astonished, saying to me, "Is it fate? Could that human be our king?" At that time, I could not believe it either. But the elder did not elaborate. It was only after you repelled the demon attack that the elder sighed and said, "It is fate. It truly is him," although he did not explicitly state it. "The elder named you your Highness, the King of Light, and I believe he meant to affirm that you are indeed the legendary king." Bai Chuan was greatly intrigued. "Oh, how does that prophecy read?" Bosun softly recited, "The king who dispels darkness, illuminating the world. When our king arrives, the 1,000-year-strong slaves shall break their chains and witness the dawn that tears through darkness." Bai Chuan was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that a children's song?" "I've heard it before." Bosun chuckled. "The sacred temple intentionally leaked a bit to let everyone know that the King of Light is about to arrive. This is only part of the prophecy. The elder once showed me the entire section. With a prophecy, it cannot be stated too clearly. It is indeed quite evident, for His Highness is proclaimed as the King of Light, perfectly aligning with the phrase the ruler who expels darkness and illuminates the world." Zichuan Xiu remained silent, her eyes blinking thoughtfully, lost in her own musings. Bai Chuan, curious, inquired, "Do you remember the entirety of that segment?" Busan pondered momentarily before softly reciting, "The green clouds of the east obscure the blue sky. The young tiger roars defiantly by the banks of the gray river. The generals who worship lions search the ruins along the banks of the blue river for legendary treasures, as our king descends to expel the dark ruler and illuminate the world. The strong slaves of 1,000 years break free from their shackles, witnessing the dawn that tears through the darkness." His voice was deep and poignant, the melody melancholic, imparting a peculiar charm that captivated those present. "And what else?" "That is all." Busan said despondently, "The elder only sang that much for me. The rest of the content is known only to him, as he is the sole guardian of that prophecy book." The lyrics left Bai Chuan feeling somewhat enlightened yet perplexed, and just as she was about to ask Busan for clarification, Zichuan Xiu quietly interjected, "I am quite fatigued and require rest. You may take your leave." The two half-beasts were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Zichuan Xiu, who had been speaking so amicably, suddenly issued an eviction notice. Ultimately, Bai Chuan gestured for them to depart, indicating that she would handle the situation. The half-beasts nodded, expressing their gratitude with their eyes, and cautiously bid farewell. Then, Your Highness, we shall take our leave. Yes. Rest well and do your best tomorrow. The half-beasts exchanged glances, uncertain of whether Zichuan Xiu's flat tone concealed sarcasm. They hurriedly departed, leaving only Bai Chuan and Zichuan Xiu on the lawn. Bai Chuan smiled sweetly, sitting beside the reclining Zichuan Xiu and asking, My lord, why did you not allow him to continue? I was quite eager to listen. Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly. Do you truly believe in such matters? Well, I find it somewhat perplexing and wish for Busan to elucidate. The green clouds of the east obscure the blue sky. This foretells the demon race's assault on the far east and the defeat of the Zichuan clan. The demon race possesses green skin, while our Zichuan officers' uniforms and banners are blue. The young tiger roars defiantly by the banks of the Gray River. It is evident that this refers to Sterling's staunch resistance against the demon race in Pai. The third line, the generals who worship lions search the ruins along the banks of the Blue River for legendary treasures. This indicates the demon army's rampant exploitation in the Far East. The demon banner features a golden lion. The final line, when our king descends to expel the dark ruler and illuminate the world. The strong slaves of 1,000 years will break free from their shackles, witnessing the dawn that tears through the darkness. The first 3 lines are merely a prelude, all leading to this line. Akin to displaying a few genuine items before selling counterfeit medicine, it is fundamentally a ruse. Bai Chuan was taken aback. A ruse. Consider it. The prophecy book is treasured in the holy temple, and only the elder has seen the full text. Whether the prophecy is true or false, its validity rests solely with the elder, granting him complete authority over it, which clearly carries the odor of deception. I have never believed in the foolish notion of foreseeing the future. If Budan were truly so remarkable as to possess such foresight, he should never have consented to collaborate with the demon race, thereby inviting the wolf into the fold. Bai Chuan blinked. My lord, I recall that Budan seemed to oppose the alliance with the demon race. Zichuan Xiu paused, realizing his error, and waved his hand dismissively. That is not the crux of the matter. The key is that this prophecy book is fundamentally a psychological weapon. I remember that during my time in the Far East, there was no such prophecy poem circulating. If it is a prophecy from 1,500 years ago, why was it not announced sooner? Why wait until events transpired to unveil it? Do you recall the collective rebellion of the border troops 50 years ago? At that time, those rebel leaders also incited the border troops to revolt with songs like The Sun Sets in the East and Fate Returns to the West, claiming that destiny ensured their success. And what was the outcome? They were still slaughtered mercilessly by the then commander of the Far East. Yun Shan, Hidat Budan, has become exceedingly cunning. He understands human psychology, deliberately speaking in vague terms, making it seem somewhat comprehensible, forcing people to ponder over his meanings, thus leading them to unwavering belief, perfectly fooling that simple-minded lot. Zichuan Xiu's tone was sharp and sardonic, to which Bai Chuan laughed. My lord, you seem particularly irate today. It has been quite some time since I've seen you so upset. Humph. Why would I be angry? It is not worth my ire over such fools. Let them play as they wish. With their tactics, if they claim that destiny guarantees their victory, it would require a large stone to fall from the heavens to crush the entire demon army. Bai Chuan stifled a laugh. Falling silent. After a moment, Zichuan Xiu broke the silence, asking, Who will command the battle tomorrow? Bai Chuan suppressed her amusement. They all hope that you will take command. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. I have no interest. Bai Chuan hesitated slightly. If you refuse, it is highly likely that it will fall to Sir Virad. He is ardently pro-war, highly motivated, and enjoys considerable prestige among the soldiers, who regard him as a strategist proficient in tactics. Vera, proficient in strategy and tactics. Zichuan Xiu grimaced, aware that Vera had learned his skills from him. He sighed. He is not a bad person, merely. He paused, contemplating. In history, the unintentional havoc wrought by well-meaning individuals often surpasses the deliberate destruction caused by rogues. Tomorrow, if the Far East Army engages the Ru Di Army head-on, they will surely suffer a devastating defeat. Bai Chuan reassured Zichuan Xiu. Regardless, my lord, we have done our utmost, have we not? Zichuan Xiu grunted in agreement. Who could argue otherwise? In the future, when your friends and savior, Delun, inquire, why did we stand by and watch the Zhou Yi army perish? We can confidently respond with a clear conscience, can we not? A smile graced her lips. Her expression curious. Zichuan Xiu averted his gaze, deep in thought, muttering, "Quite right. We have lived up to Elder Budan's trust and expectations, as well as those countless soldiers of various races who have entrusted their lives to us. Along with their wives, mothers, and children at home, that we have no regrets, do we?" Bai Chuan's tone was gentle, her eyes sparkling like stars, gazing deeply at Zichuan Xiu. "I cannot endure you," Zichuan Xiu lamented, rolling in agony on the grass, before sitting up straight, his eyes brightening with intensity. "Bai Chuan, I have a task to assign to you." "Yes," Bai Chuan exclaimed with delight that on March 5th of the year 781, the first grand confrontation between the Far East army and the demon race commenced with the Battle of Kurnai. 18 noon, the main forces of both armies clashed, as snowflakes gently fell from the sky. 1,000 troops drifting like specters in the snowy mist, the battle lines undulating like a long serpent. By 4 in the afternoon, the main forces of the rebel army advanced, their ranks resembling dark clouds slowly encroaching, covering the entire land, their extended flanks stretching endlessly, raising a tumult that obscured the sun, the shuffling of footsteps echoing like a march upon the hearts of the demon soldiers, who began to turn pale. Rudy scoffed. "A mere clown dares to be arrogant." Despite the overwhelming number of rebels, he remained unafraid. If they resorted to guerrilla tactics, it would pose a challenge, but in open battle, they were unworthy opponents. The regular troops within the rebel ranks were few, with the majority being hastily assembled civilians and militia, while his own demon soldiers were disciplined, battle-hardened warriors of unmatched valor, all seasoned veterans who had fought in wars against humans. Having endured countless brutal battles, that RUD was confident that, with this formidable force, he could easily sweep away the rebels, not to mention the vast auxiliary forces at his disposal. Rudy delivered an impassioned pre-battle speech, declaring, "We shall conclude this battle by afternoon." Meanwhile, Busan assured the military council, "We will crush the demon army before sunset." It was a peculiar battle, with both commanders convinced of their imminent victory. The rebel army initiated a fierce assault, braving the biting wind and snow, as 150,000 half-beasts and serpent warriors began to advance slowly, countless half-beasts clad in animal skins, panting heavily, brandishing wolf-toothed clubs and spears, while the serpent warriors hissed, flicking their red tongues, shouting, "Victory for the Zoe tribe! Victory for the Hate tribe!" Their thunderous voices resonated as the dark ranks surged toward the demon lines, drums rolling and horns blaring, the soldiers exuberant as if attending a free feast. The demonic army stood resolutely, contrasting sharply with the cacophony of the Eastern Allied forces. Their camp emanated an eerie stillness. As towering spearheads rose skyward like mountains, the wind rustled the banners, producing a haunting sound, while the incessant clatter of hooves echoed continuously. Couriers on horseback dashed between the formations, vociferously issuing commands. "Steady your formation. Prepare yourselves." The frontline demonic infantry obediently crouched down, embedding their shields and spears deep into the mud, forming a linear defensive stance. Behind them, 8,000 archers divided into 6 ranks, cold expressions etched on their faces as they knocked arrows to their formidable bows. As the two armies closed to 100 paces, the impatient serpent folk archers were the first to unleash their arrows. The flurry of projectiles filled the air, raining down upon the tightly packed ranks of the demonic forces. Erupting in a spray of blood and groans, the struck demons fell silently, while those in the rear stepped forward silently to fill the gaps. With a commanding shout, the commander ordered, "Shields." In an instant, the shield-bearers raised their defenses towards the sky. Viewed from above, the front line of the demonic army shimmered with a metallic sheen, as if they had suddenly acquired a metallic roof. The serpent folk's arrows clanged against the shield wall, inflicting minimal damage. "Brothers, for the east, charge," bellowed the front-line commander of the half-orc forces. "Hu Zhuo Lai." The soldiers of the east roared like thunder, launching themselves into a charge, their strides powerful and overwhelming as they surged towards the enemy lines. A gray tide crashing forward, their battle cries deafening. As they neared to about 50 paces, the demonic commander signaled, "Loose." The first row of archers sprang into action, releasing a torrent of arrows akin to a violent downpour striking the eastern forces. At such close range, the devastation wrought by the strong bows was horrifying. A cacophony of screams erupted. "Ah! Ah!" as half of the foremost warriors collapsed instantly. The following ranks pressed on valiantly, but the first row of archers had already crouched down to knock their arrows again. And the second row began shooting, unleashing another terrifying hailstorm of missiles into the half-orc ranks. Due to the lack of shields and armor among the insurgent forces, the casualties from the archery assault were particularly severe. Although the commanders had urged the soldiers to find makeshift protective gear, such as door panels or pot lids to shield their chests, the fervent half-orc warriors, eager to engage in battle, largely discarded their protective gear. At that fateful 50 paces from the demonic lines, the insurgent forces suffered tremendous losses, with the bravest soldiers falling before they could even approach the demonic formations. Charge! A large swath of soldiers fell under the arrows, and the vanguard's ranks became sparse. Yet, the determined half-orcs continued to advance, brandishing their wolf-toothed clubs, javelins, and earthen spears as they closed in on the demonic front for close combat. The demonic spearmen, exhaling mightily, shouted in unison, "Ha!" With a swift motion, countless spears thrust forward, skewering the foremost 100 half-orcs. The second wave of half-orcs surged forward, only to be met by a deluge of arrows, their bodies pierced like hedgehogs. Collapsing in cries of agony, waves of Eastern soldiers fell one by one, as the charging half-orc teams were repelled time and again. The air around the demonic front was thick with the acrid stench of blood, a red mist rising as the blood of the fallen evaporated in the sun. The demonic formation was a highly efficient killing machine, capable of both offense and defense. Despite the half-orcs' fervent fighting spirit, the disparity in weaponry and strength was mercilessly evident. Compared to the well-trained and well-equipped regular demonic army, the insurgents were woefully outmatched, having failed to breach even a single formation, resulting in the loss of 4 teams at the forefront. In front of the demonic lines, a sea of corpses lay strewn about, the half-orc assault crashing against the rocky defenses, utterly shattered. The command center of the insurgents recognized the dire situation, and the commander ordered a retreat. The signal horn blared a mournful sound, and the battered attacking forces, disheartened and weary, retreated like a receding tide. Yet, at that moment, thunderous cries erupted from the demonic front. "Say Mu Hei Lin, long live our emperor." The demonic forces began their counteroffensive. 20,000 demonic cavalry stationed on the left flank surged forth, launching a fierce assault on the retreating half-orc division's flanks. 3 teams of serpent-folk infantry were hastily summoned in an attempt to intercept the demonic cavalry, buying time for the retreating half-orcs. However, the serpent-folk infantry proved no match. Upon contact, they were scattered and routed. The demonic cavalry relentlessly pursued the panicked half-orc forces. The frontline commander ordered his soldiers to halt their retreat and stand their ground, hoping to hold out until reinforcements arrived, but the morale of the half-orcs was waning under the relentless pressure. The demonic cavalry's onslaught was awe-inspiring, their blades glinting ominously as they charged forth. Their formation a dark wave, accompanied by the sounds of clashing steel and the grinding of armor, a palpable aura of death looming. The thunderous hooves seemed poised to flatten the half-orc army. Suddenly, 20,000 fierce faces roared, "Long live our emperor!" The ground trembled. The demonic cavalry had arrived, fearlessly surging forth, attacking a specific point in the defensive formation with an overwhelming ferocity, cutting through the half-orc ranks like a scythe through wheat. Their chaos spreading rapidly. The half-orc infantry, stripped of their defensive formations, fled in panic, but many were mercilessly slaughtered by the demonic cavalry, akin to leaves swept away by the autumn wind, unstoppable in their advance. The demonic cavalry executed a horrifying breach, scattering over 100,000 half-orcs and serpent-folk infantry, causing chaos among the rear lines of the insurgent forces. The demonic cavalry swept through like a tempest, their iron hooves raising a tumultuous upheaval, rendering the vast eastern army defenseless. The tightly packed formations crumbled one after another, confusion ensued, and soldiers fled in terror, particularly among the militia soldiers, before the demonic forces even reached them. Fear gripped them, causing them to scream, "The green-haired devils are terrifying. Daba, pack up and run. Who has seen my blanket? Mother, where are you? Run. Ermau's father, where are you? Hurry, the green-haired devils are coming." The demonic cavalry obliterated the half-orc vanguard formation, plunging into the central army, where the anguished cries of the half-orcs echoed, overwhelmed by the demonic cavalry's charge as they rampaged through the ranks as if they were in an unguarded realm. Resembling a pack of wolves invading a flock of sheep, witnessing the thunderous charge of the demonic cavalry, the insurgent commanders turned pale. They had only ever clashed with the local garrison forces of the demons. They had never encountered the fearsome might of the demonic elite regular army. It was then that they understood why the demonic forces had dominated the continent without rivals. The ferocity of the demonic soldiers was inherent, their bloodlust a part of their very essence. They reveled in combat. Born with a savage and brutal nature that in contrast, the Eastern peoples, be they half-orcs, serpent folk, or draconians, were inherently gentle, fighting only when absolutely necessary. This was akin to a confrontation between herbivores and carnivores, the terrifying ferocity of the demonic soldiers. Akin to wolves and tigers, could never be cultivated in the gentle half-orcs, no matter the training. From a high vantage point, Vera observed with clenched fists, her nails digging into her palms, as couriers rushed in one after another with grim reports. Lord Vera. The Zoe 6th Regiment has been entirely annihilated. My lord, the 11th Regiment has been routed. The team leader is dead. My lord, His Excellency Bran of the 1st Legion requests permission to retreat. They cannot hold. Vera commanded. The Bran Legion must not retreat. Not even if it means the last man falls. The Bran Legion was the main force of the insurgents. If they retreated, the other units would follow suit, resulting in a catastrophic collapse that could not be salvaged. Yet the situation had grown exceedingly dire. Although Bran was striving to regroup his forces for a countercharge, each attempt met with an immovable wall, suffering devastating losses each time, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Within the Bran Legion, some soldiers began to disregard orders and flee. The Serpent Folk representative, Sas, rushed over, shouting, "Quickly send reinforcements. My children can barely hold on. We still have reserves." Vera frantically waved her flag, and one new team after another joined the fray from the reserves. But it was all in vain. Despite the insurgents holding a numerical advantage that had reached a point of overcrowding, they remained at a disadvantage. The demonic forces continued to charge fiercely. As if in an unchallenged realm, wherever they advanced, chaos ensued. The formations that had seemed formidable crumbled like paper before the ferocious storm of the demonic cavalry, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The Allied front was in disarray, soldiers disregarding commands and ceasing their resistance, fleeing in panic. The Serpent tribe cast aside their weapons, while the half-orc let out a desperate howl. The dwarven soldiers were frantically retreating. And the number of fleeing soldiers was so immense that they jostled against one another, creating a bottleneck. Everywhere, anguished cries echoed. "This is terrible. Run for your lives." Behind the panicking troops, the demonic cavalry was ruthlessly slaughtering the defeated half-orc infantry. Their shrill battle cries already audible, closing in on the command formation. Vera stood frozen. Soth was likewise immobilized, and Monroe wore a dazed expression. The leaders of the insurgents stared blankly, overwhelmed by the chaotic scene. Even the arrival of fresh reinforcements would be futile, as they too would be drawn into this vortex of despair. At that moment, regret washed over them for having dismissed Zichuan Xiu's earlier counsel. Buzan shouted in desperation, "Where is His Highness the Prince of Light? He is our only hope." No one could contest his words. Vera's somber countenance was etched with profound pain. Someone responded to Buzan. "His Highness did not engage in battle today. Quickly return to the city and summon him." A few messengers mounted their steeds, ready to depart, when Zichuan Xiu's voice reached them. "No need. I am here." His slender figure appeared at the entrance of the command tent. Vera strode forward and grasped him tightly. "Your Highness, His face was a mask of anguish. "Do not speak of it now," Zichuan Xiu interrupted his confession. "Vera, do you have a reserve battalion on hand?" "Yes," Vera replied without hesitation, though he was perplexed as to why Zichuan Xiu needed a battalion, especially since he had already committed 16 units to the fray with no discernible effect. The situation only worsening. "The front lines are not lacking in troops," Zichuan Xiu stated emphatically. "What they lack is the spirit to fight to the death." He then issued his command. "Vera, organize a discipline enforcement squad, and you shall be its captain. Those who dare to retreat shall be executed without mercy." Vera was taken aback, gazing at Zichuan Xiu's calm demeanor, a tumult of emotions surging within him. The muscles in his face twitched as he hesitated. "Your Highness." "Hurry." Zichuan Xiu's expression remained composed, yet inside, he was churning with self-loathing for his actions. Vera quickly saluted and set off to organize the enforcement squad. 3,000 serpent archers and 1,000 half-orc pikemen hastily assembled behind the lines. This act held far greater symbolic significance than practical utility. Should the front line of over 100,000 troops collapse, such a small enforcement squad could scarcely maintain order. However, after shooting down dozens or even hundreds of deserters, the effect began to manifest. Observing the enforcement squad positioned behind them, the cornered soldiers let out a furious roar and turned to confront the demonic cavalry. The demonic riders were taken aback, astonished that this rabble was willing to fight. Simultaneously, Zichuan Xiu ordered the undisturbed serpent forces on the left flank to launch an immediate assault on the demonic stronghold. 30,000 serpent soldiers, brandishing long pikes, charged forth, shouting battle cries. They encountered fierce resistance from 10,000 demonic infantry, and a fierce melee ensued. However, the serpent forces could not withstand the demonic onslaught, and the left flank began to retreat gradually. Yet, amidst the chaos of the serpent and demonic infantry entangled in combat, a contingent of half-orc cavalry suddenly surged forth, slipping between the attacking demonic cavalry and the stronghold, launching a surprise attack from behind. Their escape route was severed. In an instant, the demonic cavalry found themselves in a precarious position, deeply embedded within the half-orc ranks, their only retreat now cut off by the enemy cavalry, as if they were encircled. Panic ensued among the soldiers. This turmoil was swiftly noted by the astute frontline commander, Brand, who promptly directed the few remaining controllable units to launch a counterattack. Although not entirely successful, it temporarily stymied the demonic advance. Yet the commander of the demonic cavalry was exceedingly experienced. The half-orcs could not effectively surround them. Despite having successfully cut off their escape route, the front lines were in utter disarray. Incapable of mounting a decisive strike, he immediately ordered the entire army to turn about and charge back, and the inexperienced half-orc cavalry found themselves no match for the battle-hardened demonic riders. The lines were forcibly torn apart, and a bloody path was carved through, allowing the demonic cavalry to leisurely return to their formation. The forces from the far east were also slowly retreating. But thanks to Zichuan Xiu and the efforts of various frontline commanders, they managed to maintain some semblance of formation, preventing a relentless pursuit by the demonic army, fortunately. The exhausted demonic forces seemed content with their gains and did not initiate a new offensive. Above, the sun began to set, dusk enveloping the battlefield. As both armies began to disengage, the throng of soldiers gradually ebbing away from the field, leaving behind a carpet of corpses, standing atop the battlefield. Gazing down at his disheartened, defeated army, Zichuan Xiu recalled the chaos wrought by Sterling's armored forces in Pi City against the demonic army. He chuckled bitterly. Fortune's turn, and today it is my turn to face such a fate. The generals beside him could not muster even a smile. The strength of the demonic army had far exceeded anyone's expectations. Their previous alliance had seemed impressive, but when faced with the enemy, the demonic forces revealed their terrifying prowess, a stark contrast to the forces of the Far East. This army had once defeated an immense human force of 600,000, dominating the entire Far East. With aspirations for the entire continent, even a mere ordinary punitive force possessed such formidable strength. Lu Di, among the ranks of demonic generals, was by no means an exceptional commander. If one day they were to confront the renowned generals of the demonic army, Ling Bu Su, Yun Qianshui, Prince Cardon, Yerma, Liu, Ka Lan, and their illustrious elite forces, the Royal Guard Brigade, the Senia Legion, the Feather Forest Legion, they could scarcely imagine the horror that awaited them. The aspirations of the Far Easterners to establish their own nation were fraught with thorns. The frontline commanders returned one by one, their battle attires stained with blood, their bodies battered. The dying light of the setting sun cast a sepulchral hue upon their faces. No one had anticipated such a disastrous outcome on the first day of battle. With only half of the demonic army engaged, the forces of the Far East had crumbled completely. They congregated around Zichuan Xiu, bewildered and at a loss, their eyes fixed upon him. At that moment, his composure was their only hope. They looked at Zichuan Xiu with eager anticipation, akin to children in a kindergarten awaiting their caretaker to distribute apples. Zichuan Xiu inwardly cursed. These fools have minds as muddled as if trampled by demonic hooves. Reduced to this sorry state, his calmness exceeded that of others because he had foreseen the unfavorable outcome of the first day's battle, yet he had not anticipated the Far Eastern army's utter fragility. Their defeat so thorough. However, at this juncture, boasting of his foresight would serve no purpose. Incessantly proclaiming, "I told you so," would only incite annoyance. Historically, those who foretold ill omens were often tied to stakes and burned. He shouted loudly, issuing various commands. Return to your units, assess the casualty reports, and relay them urgently. Commanders of each unit, convene your troops tonight. Summon back the scattered soldiers from your ranks. If there are any stragglers from other units within your ranks, you may incorporate them into your squad. Unit commanders may take liberties, selecting suitable soldiers from the militia to fill the vacancies in their ranks. Elven medics provide the best care for the wounded. and transport them urgently to the rear of Kearney City for treatment. Upon hearing Zichuan Xiu's orders, the commanders felt a sense of reassurance, as if awakening from a dream, and began to spring into action. Around midnight, based on the intelligence relayed from various units, Zichuan compiled an approximate casualty report. The heaviest losses were suffered by Brand's 1st Legion, which bore the brunt of the demonic cavalry's assault during the day's battle. Out of 20 units, the foremost 4 half-orc teams had nearly been annihilated. The unit's structure rendered unviable, necessitating Zichuan Xiu's order to disband the Legion's designation and incorporate the remnants into the reserve. The remaining 16 units had likewise sustained over 50% casualties, prompting him to order a portion of the forces to be reconstituted into a new unit. Among the commanders of the 20 units, 6 had perished and 9 were seriously injured. The death toll for this legion was approximately 20,000, with even more wounded yet to be counted. The casualties among the serpent and dwarven forces on the flanks were comparatively lighter, totaling over 6,000. Within the dimly lit tent, the commanders of the Far East gazed at the casualty report, their faces pale. All their painstaking efforts to establish this modest force had been nearly obliterated in a single day. Was this truly the end? Was the rise and victory of the Far East merely a fleeting illusion? So many troops, a millennium of yearning for freedom, the sacrifices of countless heroes, had it all dissipated into nothingness like smoke? The impatient half-orcs, frantic, began to tear at their own hair, while representatives of the other races exchanged glances, with Luzo of the dwarves and Soth of the serpent tribe accusing one another. This ridiculous idea of yours has brought us to this state. Silence. You too, barked Bran, the beleaguered commander, his fury palpable. It would be better if you two were to destroy each other. It is all you're doing. Had we heeded the words of His Highness the Radiant King, none of this would have transpired. The two of them fell silent, but after a moment, Soth cautiously retorted. In truth, our idea was sound. It was merely today's commander, Vera, who mismanaged the situation and brought about this mess. Bosun and Bran, the 2 half-orcs, suddenly sprang to their feet and lunged at the shameless fellow, while Soth of the Serpent clan emitted a sharp, anguished cry. I am a member of the committee. You cannot treat me this way. Ouch! Zichuan rushed forward to mediate, stepping forcefully on Soth's fingers with her high heels. That Soth's cries of distress rang out. Ouch! Ouch! Help! Observing this scene, the dwarf Rizuo, feeling the danger, attempted to retreat to the corner of the tent in shame, only to discover that the safe spot had already been claimed by the representative of the elves. Amid the chaos in the tent, Zichuan Xiu entered, and all eyes turned to him, filled with earnest anticipation. This young human commander had become their sole hope. Zichuan Xiu had just returned from inspecting the wounded at the aid camp, his brow furrowed. Acknowledging the gathered crowd with a gentle nod, he seated himself and inquired, Has Vera not come to the meeting? Bosun and Bran exchanged glances. After the battle, Vera had locked himself inside the tent and had not been seen since. Everyone understood his feelings and refrained from disturbing him. Bosun lifted the curtain and instructed the guard standing outside. Quickly summon Commander Vera. The guard complied and hurried away. Before Bosun could sit down, Soth, seemingly fearful of Zichuan Xiu's reprimand, hastily interjected. Your Highness, we all believe that your strategy is correct. Our forces should retreat immediately and avoid direct confrontation with the demon army. It is too late. We have already engaged the demon army head-on, Zichuan Xiu replied, flipping through the casualty reports with an impassive expression. At this point, retreat is no longer an option. Should we withdraw, the demon forces will undoubtedly pursue relentlessly, and our army would face annihilation. He closed the ledger and lifted his gaze, fatigue evident in his eyes. The room fell silent, and outside, hurried footsteps approached as the guard burst through the curtain, exclaiming, My lord. Bosun scolded, Do you not understand protocol? You should seek permission before entering, my lord. Commander Vera has committed suicide, the guard gasped, breathless. Zichuan Xiu sprang to his feet. In the 9th chapter of the Imperial City Adventures, the first chapter describes how Vera plunged a dagger into his own heart. A fatal blow, his body lying on the ground with a pool of blood that had already congealed. His corpse cold. On the table lay his farewell note, which bore only 3 words. I am guilty. Gazing upon the deceased's serene visage, Zichuan Xiu fell into a contemplative silence, memories of his interactions with Vera over the past few months flooding back to him. Vera was a man devoid of ambition. As the commander of the army, he had willingly relinquished control to Zichuan Xiu without complaint. Even though Zichuan Xiu had been appointed commander by Elder Buden himself, without Vira's unwavering support, he would not have effortlessly attained command over the Far East forces. When Zichuan Xiu proposed the establishment of a nation in the Far East, Vira had reacted with childlike glee, his eyes sparkling with dreams. He was also a devoted soldier, while Zichuan Xiu delivered inspiring speeches to the army. Vira silently managed the tedious and chaotic affairs at the grassroots level, organizing supplies, setting up sentries, seeking guides, training soldiers, and recruiting new troops. Zichuan Xiu recalled that during their arduous march, Vira was the last to sleep each night, and the first to rise each morning to inspect the camp. This taciturn half-orc officer was the most senior veteran of the uprising, the backbone of the rebellion, silently supporting them through those initial, challenging days. Yet, while Vira was alive, Zichuan Xiu had harbored little fondness for him, viewing him as reclusive and pessimistic. He had favored the cheerful Bran or the obedient bosun, intentionally distancing himself from the gloomy Vira, who bore no resentment and quietly fulfilled his duties. Tears welled in Zichuan Xiu's eyes. Why is it that one only recognizes the value of something after it has been lost? Vira did not deserve to die. The ragtag militia was no match for the elite demon forces. It was not Vira's mismanagement that led to their defeat, but rather the collective decision of the military council to engage the demon army directly. A burden he bore alone, seeking atonement in death. Zichuan Xiu's emotions surged. He had once told Baichuan, "We have done our best." But had he truly done his utmost when Bosun commanded the half-orc troops in fierce battle? Did he not secretly think to himself, "They deserve this. They will learn my strength through hardship"? Was there not a part of him that reveled in the misfortune of others? If the military council members who made the erroneous decisions bore the primary responsibility for the defeat, should he not also bear his share of the blame for his passive observation? Now, Vira had atoned for his actions with his death. How would Zichuan Xiu accept his own responsibility? The observing generals remained silent, and Zichuan Xiu turned to Bosun, asking, "Have his family members been notified?" Bosun and Bran exchanged glances, and Bosun replied, "Your Highness, Vira's family perished in the Shero massacre. He is utterly alone." Zichuan Xiu's heart jolted. He had almost forgotten that Vira's loved ones had been brutally murdered. Faced with his enemies, Vira had been forced to endure, and endure some more. Had Zichuan Xiu ever considered how Vira must have felt? He spoke slowly. "Ladies and gentlemen, Commander Vira perished valiantly in the war against the demons. This matter must be etched in your memories." "Yes," the generals replied in unison, a wave of relief washing over them by stating this. Zichuan Xiu indicated that he would not hold past grievances against them. Secondly, from this moment forth, the military council is hereby dissolved. Zichuan Xiu's voice was not loud, but each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The army can only have one voice, one command, one authority. All orders shall emanate solely from the command headquarters. No organization or individual may disobey. The generals stood in stunned silence, and Soth, the Serpent Clan leader, summoned his courage to protest. "This infringes upon our democratic and free rights. The army is not a place for freedom." Zichuan Xiu shot back without hesitation. "You might as well apply to the demons for your democratic rights. If you are dissatisfied, you can leave immediately with your subordinates. We have no need for disobedient soldiers." Soth immediately wilted, muttering, "I didn't say I was leaving. I was merely discussing. No need to be so fierce. If you say it's not allowed, then it's not allowed." His voice trailed off. He understood that if the weakened Serpent army were expelled from the Far East coalition without support from other races, they would swiftly be annihilated by the demons that in previous encounters. He had merely been bluffing, but Zichuan Xiu was not letting it slide this time. Seeing Zichuan Xiu's anger and unwavering stance, he quickly softened his tone. "Is there a problem?" Zichuan Xiu asked, suppressing the most vocal complaints from the Serpent representative, and he cast a sidelong glance at the other generals. They hastily replied in unison, "No, we shall follow your Highness the Radiant King." That night, the battered Bran army quietly withdrew from the front lines, relocating to the rear and replacing them with Vira's second army, which had been on standby in the second line. Bosun took over as commander of this army. The redeployment at the front continued until dawn, and the arrival of morning brought a glimmer of hope to the weary soldiers of the Far East. Surely today would be better than yesterday? Reality, however, proved this to be a mere fantasy. Starting from noon the next day, both the left and right flanks, as well as the central area, descended into a chaotic melee, which persisted until sunset. culminating in a decisive victory for the demon army, which pushed the Far East coalition back a full 5 kilometers from their original front. On the third day of battle, chaos reigned once more, with the demon forces achieving another resounding victory as the Far East coalition retreated an additional 3 kilometers. The fourth day brought more disorder, resulting in another win for the demons. By the fifth day, close quarters fighting ensued again, with the demons emerging victorious once more, executing a successful central breakthrough against the Far East forces. On the sixth day, the demons continued their winning streak, causing the soldiers of the Far East to flee in disarray, retreating more than 10 kilometers. Yet, at this moment, the demon army lacked the fervor of the first day. Despite their overwhelming advantage and daily victories, they struggled to completely crush the rebel forces of the Far East. Not only had they failed to obliterate a fully equipped unit as they had on the first day, but they were unable to achieve total annihilation. As the Demon Legion advanced, the enemy forces on the front line offered a brief resistance before promptly retreating, just as the Demon Legion was poised to launch a full-scale assault on the withdrawing troops. New rebel forces emerged from the flanks and rear. The Demon Legion was compelled to pivot, and after repelling these new adversaries, the previously scattered frontline enemies regrouped and launched a renewed attack. Thus, the Demon Legion found themselves turning back yet again. This series of maneuvers left the soldiers of the Demon Legion increasingly fatigued, their initial fervor waning, and their formations descending into chaos. The two armies, once clearly delineated, became entangled in a maelstrom of confusion, with dust and clamor rising until the sun dipped below the horizon. The Demon Legion often relied on the ferocity of their soldiers to secure victories in such chaotic skirmishes. However, their stamina had been severely depleted, rendering them incapable of pursuing the fleeing Eastern rebels. Despite their lackluster combat prowess, the Eastern forces possessed an innate talent for retreat that made them elusive. This scenario persisted for 5 consecutive days, leading the Demon Legion to realize that this sticky, protracted combat was no mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate strategy orchestrated by the rebel commanders. There existed a mysterious interconnectedness among the rebel units, with each new contingent appearing at precisely the right moment to exploit the vulnerabilities in the demon ranks, forcing them to engage in battle. Rudy was infuriated. In this disorderly melee, the coordinated advantages of the regular demon forces could not be utilized. They could only rely on the individual combat prowess of their soldiers to chase down the enemy, yet they could not completely annihilate them. As dusk fell, the soldiers' stamina was nearly exhausted, and they could only withdraw dejectedly. He erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such a shameless tactic. It is as if they are deliberately stalling for time." This was akin to two masters engaged in combat, with one continuously evading, preventing the other from showcasing their full abilities, thus dragging the contest until its conclusion. Although the rebels consistently retreated in disarray, their fundamental strength remained largely unscathed. The following morning, they reappeared, invigorated, once again employing their tactics of retreat, harassment, and entanglement, prompting the demon ranks to erupt in exclamations of "scoundrels" and "cowards." Zichuan Xiu found himself in a difficult position. The hastily assembled rebel forces could not rival the organizational strength and coordination of the demon regulars. No matter how much training they underwent, he adopted a contrarian mindset. Since they could not elevate their own capabilities, they would instead drag the enemy down to their level. He abandoned direct confrontation with the demons, opting instead for a tactic reminiscent of chewing gum, designed to wear down the demon forces. What Rudy did not realize was that this seemingly chaotic combat was the result of late-night strategizing by Zichuan Xiu and his commanders. This tactic, which appeared to be a mere ruse, required an exceptionally high level of command artistry, an understanding of the terrain, an insight into the psychology of the demon commanders, and a keen ability to anticipate enemy movements, all while rapidly reorganizing dispersed troops for re-engagement. It was a dance with fire. A single misstep could lead to self-immolation, and the complexity of this strategy was exponentially greater than the initial charge of onward that had once characterized their approach. Despite the rebels suffering repeated defeats, their core strength remained intact, much like a cat that can safely land on its feet regardless of how it falls from a height. As the two armies entered a prolonged conflict, the logistical advantages of the rebels began to manifest. Each night, the rear of their positions erupted with noise and the clatter of carts, vast flames illuminating the horizon, as wounded soldiers were evacuated to the rear and countless new recruits joined their ranks. The following morning, the Demon Legion faced a formidable front line that showed no signs of dwindling numbers. while the demons, despite their victories, had suffered hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties, the casualty ratio that had once been a nightmare for the demons. With tens of thousands of rebels falling while they lost but 2,000, had now begun to even out significantly. From Rudy down to the lowest-ranking soldier, an unsettling anxiety began to take hold. The enemy seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of reinforcements. Despite suffering defeat after defeat, the rebels were quick to recover, their strength seemingly augmented after each night's respite. They resembled a legendary monster, capable of healing from even the gravest injuries by nightfall. When would this victory method reach its conclusion? Moreover, the Eastern forces held another advantage. Their vast numbers allowed them to conserve energy and rotate fresh troops into battle. After a week of continuous conflict, the increasingly fatigued soldiers of the Demon Legion found their morale waning. While they still charged forward with an air of dominance, their assaults were visibly diminishing in intensity. Meanwhile, the rebels, with countless new recruits gaining experience in the crucible of battle, were becoming adept at enduring defeats. Zichuan Xiu's calm demeanor inspired confidence in his comrades. Even the most pessimistic among them began to believe that the tide was gradually shifting under the steady hand of this unflappable commander. Victory was surely within their grasp. As night fell, another day of bloody combat concluded, once again ending in the rebels' retreat. 2 serpent tribes were routed, and 1,500 demon soldiers lay dead on the battlefield. While the Eastern forces withdrew nearly 2 kilometers, the armies began to disengage, and both sides' medical teams, waving white flags, entered the battleground to search for their wounded. Although no formal agreement was in place, both factions tacitly refrained from attacking each other's rescue teams. As darkness enveloped the land, large numbers of wounded Eastern soldiers were transported back on stretchers, their low moans echoing through the encampment. The local earth healers worked tirelessly to provide care, yet the appearance of thousands of injured individuals overwhelmed even the most skilled physicians. Many would not survive long enough to receive treatment, their eyes closing to the promise of another dawn. Emerging from the tent of the wounded, Zichuan Xiu felt a heavy weight upon his heart. The relentless demon onslaught remained fierce, and his subordinates had suffered grievous losses. Would his army truly withstand the test of time? My lord. Zichuan Xiu looked up to see Bran, the half-orc commander, standing before him, his expression somber. What is it, my lord? Bran replied, sorrow etched on his face. Today I lost half a team. All of them the most steadfast lads. Zichuan Xiu nodded. I am already aware of the casualty report from Baichuan. You can replenish your ranks tonight from the reserves. He gestured towards the bright flames and vast encampment behind him. The militia will provide the needed reinforcements. Your troops will have a day to recuperate, and tomorrow it will be Bosun's turn to take the field. My lord, the reinforcements cannot possibly compare to the experienced veterans, while we may maintain our numbers. The quality and actual combat effectiveness of our soldiers are declining with each passing day. You must be aware of this. Zichuan Xiu acknowledged this with a nod. I know, but the demons have also paid a price. Their offensive is beginning to wane. We are now locked in a battle of endurance and resilience. Yet, my lord, if this continues, our army may not withstand the strain. They must endure, Zichuan Xiu interjected firmly. They must endure. There is no alternative. With that, he turned and strode towards the central command tent. Watching Zichuan Xiu's weary and haggard silhouette, Bran suddenly raised his voice. My lord, when will there be a turning point? Without looking back, Zichuan Xiu replied, tomorrow. But you said that yesterday. Then the day after tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. Zichuan Xiu flippantly declared, narrowly avoiding a heavy mace hurled from behind him. On March 17th. In the year 781, the 12th day of the Kearney campaign, the last snowfall of the year fell, leaving the ground muddy as winter began to wane. The mournful battle horn sounded, signaling the rebels to take the field. The entire camp arranged itself in formation, with 6 formidable half-orc teams positioned at the center, comprised of the rebel regular forces, led by the renowned 1st Eastern Regiment at the core of the central phalanx. This unit, alongside the officers of the 7th Regiment, had formed the backbone of the uprising from its inception, representing Zichuan Xiu's most elite troops, throughout the many days of engagement with the demon forces. Other units often crumbled under a single blow, yet the stalwart 1st Eastern Regiment remained steadfast amidst the tide of defeat, securing a safe retreat for the entire army. To the left, a mixed force of serpent and half-orc troops was assembled. Consisting of 6 regular teams, The performance of the serpent forces had been a source of embarrassment for the entire Eastern nation. The serpent representative, SOS, defended, "Our heart tribe does not fear the demons. We merely sought to express our disdain by turning our backs to them and marching away." The left flank was equipped rather poorly. Even among the regulars, many wielded makeshift weapons such as crude javelins, with some resorting to attaching nails to sticks as their armament, while few possessed proper sabers or spears. The generals were deeply concerned that if the demon race sought to breach the defenses, the left flank would serve as their optimal point of assault. They could only place their hopes on the contingent of half-beast soldiers within their ranks to perform miraculous feats. The right flank was manned by a mixed army of dwarves and dragon men. While the dwarven infantry suffered from their diminutive stature in foot combat, in actual engagements, Zichuan Xiu unexpectedly discovered that the dwarves were, in fact, the nemesis of the demon cavalry. Just imagine the arduous task of bending down from a towering steed to strike a creature barely 70 centimeters tall. Many demon soldiers lost their balance and fell from their mounts, while others, attempting such a challenging maneuver, ended up straining their backs, only to realize that they had merely sliced the pointed hats worn by the dwarves. Meanwhile, the dwarves wielded their massive axes with ease, severing the hooves of the demon steeds, sending them crashing to the ground in disarray. As for the dragon men, they were the pride of Zichuan Xiu's forces. This silent yet formidable race required no training. They were born warriors, exhibiting remarkable unity and an almost telepathic understanding during battle. Their raw strength marked them as the only race capable of surpassing the demons in individual combat prowess under Zichuan Xiu's command. Regrettably, their numbers were limited, totaling merely 2,000, and they harbored a strong sense of pride, often disregarding the commands of the foreign commander, Zichuan Xiu. Much to his vexation at that moment, a haunting battle horn sounded from the demon ranks, followed by the clamor of gongs and drums as wave after wave of demon infantry and cavalry poured forth from their encampment, forming a line in the open ground between the two armies. The auxiliary legion of the demon army, comprising 6 teams of half-beast and serpent soldiers, remained motionless. Throughout these many days, the demons had deployed only pure-blooded demon forces, while the armies of the far eastern races had been stationed in the rear without engagement. Zichuan Xiu remained perplexed about the intentions of the opposing commander. Was he reserving this fresh contingent as a decisive reserve force, or did he harbor doubts about the loyalty of the half-beast soldiers? Fearing they might defect in the heat of battle, the ranks of the demon army were exclusively composed of pure-blooded Senia soldiers, the ruling race of the demon kingdom, typically green-skinned and not particularly tall. These soldiers were nonetheless fierce, resilient, cruel, and aggressive. Over 50,000 Senia soldiers, under the Golden Lion banner, formed an orderly line, their multiple divisions advancing simultaneously in a manner both impressive and disciplined. The soldiers moved with eerie precision, their training evident in their swift and decisive actions, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of captivating. After 10 days of relentless conflict, both armies were utterly fatigued. The rebel forces, bolstered by their sheer numbers, could rotate in and out for rest, while the demon army, at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, lacked such luxury and had to maintain full engagement, leading to even greater exhaustion. To witness such a robust display of military presence and morale after 10 days of intense fighting left the commanders of the Far Eastern Coalition in awe of the demon army's tenacity. Bussin was the first to waver, stating, "Relying on prolonged combat to wear down the demon army's stamina and morale seems rather implausible. The demon forces are remarkably resilient. They could likely endure for another 10 days. His anxious gaze fell upon Zichuan Xiu, who was encircled by the other generals. Today, Zichuan Xiu donned silver armor, with a sheathed blade clinking against his spurs as he shifted restlessly, rising and sitting repeatedly, his demeanor markedly less composed than usual, revealing a hint of agitation. Bussin's unease deepened. The Supreme Commander lacked confidence before the battle, a foreboding sign. A thunderous cry shattered the tense atmosphere. "Sem Hylan, long live our Emperor." The demon army commenced its attack. Employing the same central breakthrough tactic, 6 infantry teams advanced in formation, their synchronized steps causing the very ground to tremble beneath them. Following closely, the thunderous sound of hooves heralded the advance of the demon cavalry positioned on the right flank, the left flank of the rebel army, gradually accelerating from a trot to a gallop, quickly outpacing the infantry's front lines. The cacophony of hooves became deafening, and the glint of numerous sabers in the sunlight was blinding as they charged toward the left flank of the rebel forces. The demons launched their assault. In an instant, the attention of all present on the battlefield was drawn to this grand spectacle, and Bussen withdrew his gaze from Zichuan Xiu, focusing instead on the unfolding chaos. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Chuan, who had been missing for days, quietly approached Zichuan Xiu and whispered a few words that in an instant. Zichuan Xiu's hesitation vanished. He conversed with Bai Chuan for about a minute, who nodded before disappearing into the throng of half-beast infantry. Watching Bai Chuan's retreating figure, Zichuan Xiu relaxed his clenched fist as the demon cavalry closed in on the half-beast and serpent vanguard. He summoned commanders Bran, Bussen, Soth, Monroe, and others. Full mobilization of the army. Zichuan Xiu declared as calmly as he could. This is the final day. We shall fight to the death and never retreat. The commanders were momentarily taken aback, then promptly responded in unison. Understood. They rushed back to their troops, enthusiastically relaying the command. Whispers circulated through the ranks as soldiers exchanged glances, all echoing the sentiment. Fight to the death, never retreat. No one knew why. After so long evading the light, the king had finally resolved to confront the enemy, yet spirits were lifted. After 10 days of battle, having endured so much, they could finally fight back fiercely and reclaim their pride. However, the order came too late. Before the serpent teams stationed on the left flank could receive the command, their formation was trampled by the hooves of the demon cavalry, sending the panicked serpent soldiers scattering in all directions. The demon cavalry pursued relentlessly, crashing into the half-beast formations, and the combat grew increasingly fierce. The demons were taken aback to find that the enemy's resistance today was unexpectedly tenacious. The rebel forces did not scatter as they had in previous encounters. Instead, each contingent held their ground resolutely, displaying a determination to contest the demons boldly. This unexpected resolve filled the demon army with unexplainable elation. These rascals were finally willing to fight, imagining the end of the battle and the prospect of returning home. The demon forces erupted with tremendous fighting spirit. Sem Hylan, Sem Hylan. The chants echoed, and the demon army surged forward, advancing as if in a realm unopposed, despite the valiant efforts of the far eastern rebel forces. Their rudimentary weapons and inadequate strength proved insufficient to withstand the piercing onslaught of the demon cavalry. The demon horsemen, with savage laughter, slashed and hacked with their sabers, their relentless charge slicing deeply into the heart of the rebel forces. Akin to a red-hot knife cutting through a cream cake, with each savage charge, the ranks of the rebel army fell one after another, like waves of autumn wheat being harvested by farmers. My lord, Bussen rushed to Zichuan Xiu's side, exclaiming, the green-skinned fiends are too ferocious. Quickly, give the order to retreat. Gazing at the chaotic battlefield, Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Your Highness, you are sacrificing our far eastern forces. Hold firm, our reinforcements are on the way, and victory is within reach. The commanders exchanged glances, realizing that the entirety of the Minsk region's rebel forces was already engaged here. There were no reinforcements to be hit if the incoming forces were hastily assembled militia. They would be utterly incapable of withstanding the demon onslaught. Their arrival would be in vain. Before their doubts could be voiced, a faint shadow appeared on the northwestern horizon, accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound reminiscent of distant thunder, the unmistakable sound of countless hooves. The shadow grew clearer and larger, rapidly expanding. It became evident that a new contingent of several thousand troops was approaching, all mounted cavalry. In that moment, both armies stirred with agitation. Who could this new reinforcement be? Ludi climbed to a high ridge, squinting to see better. The army was still too far away for him to discern individual figures. But he noticed a black flag fluttering above their ranks, its insignia obscured from view. Nevertheless, he felt certain it was his own side's forces. After all, what resources did those impoverished traitors have to muster a cavalry unit? His spirits lifted. His troops had already gained the upper hand, and with this fresh force, defeating the rebels would be a mere formality. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed demon soldier shouted, It's humans! They are humans! Nonsense! Ludi barked. Where would human forces come from? His subordinates fell silent. Watching the approaching army draw nearer, in mere minutes, they were less than 500 meters away, and the soldiers began to cry out, It really is humans. It appears to be the army of the Zichuan family. A surge of inexplicable fury engulfed Emperor Liu, as he contemplated the gruesome thought of slaughtering the soldiers who dared to shout. Yet, he found himself momentarily stunned. The silhouettes upon the warhorses were unmistakably those of human soldiers, the familiar manner of controlling the steeds. The billowing black capes that danced in the wind like ominous clouds sweeping across the plain, and the poised stance of wielding sabers in readiness to strike, all confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was indeed the standard assault formation of the Zichuan family's far eastern army. In the fading light of dusk, they surged forth in their thousands, a relentless tide of tightly knit ranks, charging with the ferocity of a tempest. How can this be possible? Emperor Liu bellowed in disbelief. The Zichuan family has been defeated. How did they manage to infiltrate the southwestern camp? No one could provide an answer to his query. The officers were thrown into disarray. A few messengers hastily mounted their steeds and rode forth to confront the approaching enemy. Calling out from a distance, "Which army do you belong to? Lord Emperor Liu is here to eradicate the traitors. Please halt immediately and state your regiment and intentions." They repeated their call thrice, their sharp voices cutting through even the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. But the cavalry seemed oblivious, pressing forward unabated. The messengers, in a panic, turned their horses around and fled. At this moment, the hostility of the advancing troops was unmistakable. And Emperor Liu commanded, "Intercept them." A contingent of light cavalry from the demon race was hastily withdrawn from the clash with the traitors, pivoting to prepare for battle. The demon cavalry shouted and brandished countless weapons, rallying each other with fervor, displaying a semblance of spirit. However, to the onlookers, this bravado seemed somewhat hollow when compared to the silent, relentless advance of the enemy, which resembled a ferocious tiger charging forth. It was as if a yapping puppy dared to bark at a stoic tiger. As the two armies clashed, they engaged in brutal combat, the air thick with the sounds of blades gleaming like lightning in the storm. As fierce strikes landed upon breastplates and helmets, ringing out across the battlefield, the demon soldiers were taken aback by the astonishing combat prowess of the human cavalry, clad in black cloaks, poised and agile. Delivering devastating blows with remarkable speed, their soldiers wielded exquisitely crafted sabers, executing swift maneuvers that defied belief. With flashes of steel followed by sprays of blood and anguished cries as yet another demon cavalryman fell. Beside him, a demon soldier watched in horror, unable to comprehend how his adversary struck and withdrew. Before he could gather his wits, a blinding flash of light appeared before his eyes, and he could only utter, "Alas!" before blood spurted forth, and his head soared into the air. In the fierce melee, the momentum of the demon soldiers was utterly quashed. Beneath the terrifying onslaught of human sabers, the front lines of the demon army were rendered powerless. One after another falling to the ground, trampled by thousands of hooves, their screams drowned out by the cacophony, while the human side suffered not a single casualty as the human cavalry mounted their initial charge. The lines of battle began to warp, curving into a crescent shape, with the demon forces driven back step by step, unable to maintain their ground. Despite being light cavalry, their ferocity surpassed even that of heavily armored knights. And the resilient protective gear of the demon soldiers, including their chainmail, was unable to withstand the onslaught, cleaved asunder along with their very beings. The demon soldiers, fueled by rage, desperately countered, raising their heavy spears and sabers as they surged forward. But it proved futile. The human cavalry struck without even a glance, severing arms along with weapons in a swift motion. The demon cavalryman, now without an arm, sat dazed upon his mount, his eyes wide as he watched the tide of human cavalry wash over him, none showing any interest in delivering him a final blow. After what felt like an eternity, he finally grasped the gravity of his situation, letting out a heart-wrenching scream as he tumbled from his steed. The human soldiers remained silent, focused solely on their grim task, dispatching the demon forces as methodically as a farmer harvesting crops, showing no signs of urgency. Across the battlefield, a sea of gleaming blades appeared like snow. As the front lines of the demon army fell one by one, unable to unleash their formidable combat prowess against the seemingly indifferent attacks of their foes, resembling a field of withering leaves caught in a fearsome gale. Utterly at the mercy of the storm, the demon soldiers, their spears splintered and weapons shattered, could hear the piercing sounds of metal breaking under pressure. They could no longer withstand the onslaught, and the ranks of their formation suddenly collapsed under the relentless charge of the human forces, who burst through the center, their flanks hastily retreating to regroup with the infantry. The human cavalry immediately pursued, closing in so closely that to the demon infantry watching from the rear, It appeared as if the human cavalry were leaping upon their backs, slashing and striking with abandon, before the demon cavalry could retreat to the safety of their infantry. They were shattered and disorganized. The soldiers from both sides held their breath, the combatants even pausing their skirmish in astonishment. The Far Eastern army stood agape. What extraordinary combat prowess was this? Before these humans, the once formidable demon soldiers appeared as fragile as infants. What dreadful army was this? At this moment, the battlefield's dynamics grew increasingly intricate. The vanguard of the demon army had penetrated the ranks of the half-beasts, facing fierce resistance, while their retreat was abruptly obstructed by the sudden appearance of human forces. In an instant, the demons found themselves in a precarious position, beset from both front and rear, with the looming threat of encirclement. The demon army began to panic and turn about. All eyes turned to the commander of the battlefield, Zichuan Xiu, who, with a smile, ascended a prominent rise visible to all, bowing gracefully to the retreating demon army. In that moment, everyone understood the implication of Zichuan Xiu's gesture. The demise of the demon army was imminent. The Far Eastern army erupted in fervor. A single command rang out, and the rebel forces surged forward en masse. Various militia battalions crashing against the demon ranks like a tidal wave, their battle cries reverberating through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. The first to penetrate were the forces on the demon army's left flank. Encircling them from both sides, the demon soldiers fought valiantly. Witnessing the sudden shift in fortune, they immediately transitioned from offense to defense, forming a dense defensive formation against the cavalry, with shield bearers and spearmen at the front. Archers in the rear, resolutely obstructing the advance. That seemingly impregnable wall of shields, reinforced by countless glimmering spears protruding through the gaps, resembled a dense forest, while the archers unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows from behind the shield bearers. No one had ever witnessed such a terrifying assault. Inspired by the human army's victory, the long-suppressed fury of the half-beast warriors erupted, fighting with unprecedented ferocity. They disregarded the rain of arrows and the sharp spears before them. Thousands of spiked clubs, battle axes, pikes, and sickles surged forward, pushing and shoving towards the enemy formation. Countless bare-chested warriors, roaring in rage, charged ahead, trampling over one another, shoving and pushing as if they were seeking their own demise. Warriors riddled with arrows charged forward, using their chests to crash against the sharp spears, acting as living shields, desperately locking the demon soldiers' weapons in place. The following troops swiftly filled the gaps, lunging forward to stab at the demon archers through the openings in the shield wall. In their frenzy, they swung spiked clubs and battle axes to cleave through the barriers, even resorting to kicking, shoulder-butting, and head-butting the demon shield wall with wild abandon. Under such immense pressure, several massive wooden shields collapsed with a resounding crash, burying the demons behind them, and a gap emerged in the demon formation. A thunderous cheer erupted across the battlefield as the half-beasts roared, "Huzula!" The demons, in a state of panic, shouted, "Seal the gap!" Immediately, countless glimmering spear tips erupted from the breach, forming a dense thicket. Yet the half-beasts surged forward as if blessed with invincibility. A relentless tide, crashing forward like a colossal wave, unstoppable. They chanted, "Victory for the Zoi clan," as they brandished their battle axes, plunging into the heart of the demon formation. The demons unleashed a fierce barrage from all directions. Spears, sabers, and flying arrows rained down upon them. A tempest of weaponry. In almost an instant, hundreds of the foremost half-beast warriors fell lifeless to the ground. Yet the succeeding waves of troops surged forward. Simultaneously, the human cavalry penetrated the rearguard of the demon army, infiltrating the heart of their main forces. Across the expansive Cornii plain, the three races, half-beasts, humans, and demons, were embroiled in a chaotic melee, their proximity so close that they melded into a dense throng. This throng writhed and convulsed, bleeding profusely. The black armor of the demons, the brown hides of the half-beasts, the gray uniforms of the serpent race, and the black cloaks of the human cavalry now intertwined, making it nearly impossible to discern friend from foe. The scene was a grotesque tableau of hellish fury, with fierce clashes erupting everywhere, arrows raining from above, and the gleaming reflections of metal filling the air. Countless swords clashed, spears pierced, blood flowed freely beneath their feet, seeping deep into the earth, the stench of carnage overwhelming. The cacophony of soldiers' battle cries, the agonized screams of the fallen, the groans of the wounded. The crude curses of the demons, the furious roars of the half-beasts, the sharp sounds of blades cleaving through flesh, the resounding clashes of weapons, the labored breaths of the combatants, and the neighing of war horses all melded into a singular, deafening roar, echoing clearly for miles around. The situation has become exceedingly dire. With the sudden engagement of human forces, the demonic army has lost all its advantages and is ensnared in a chaotic melee from which it cannot extricate itself. Whoa! The piercing battle horn reverberates through the skies above the demonic encampment. Emperor Lu urgently commands the deployment of 6 auxiliary half-orc teams on the left flank to launch a surprise attack on the half-orc camp, providing cover for the main army's retreat. Even though Emperor Lu himself is aware of the unreliability of the half-orc forces, the moment has arrived when desperation prevails, leaving him with no alternatives. Minutes pass, yet the half-orc formation remains immobile. Lu orders a second sounding of the horn and dispatches a messenger to urge them into action. However, after a while, the messenger returns in a panic, reporting that the half-orc teams refuse to engage in battle against their kin. Enraged, Lu, whose body has become unwieldy from prolonged inactivity, personally strides into the half-orc camp to convene with their officers. Addressing the seemingly respectful half-orc commanders, he passionately extols the favors and trust bestowed upon the Zoe warriors by the Demon Emperor. Recounting the valiant feats of the Demon Kingdom and the Zoe warriors fighting side by side, and the long-standing tradition of friendship between the Zoe clan and the Demon Kingdom, he speaks breathlessly, his words spilling forth. The half-orc officers merely smile, offering no interruption or rebuttal to his rhetoric. Yet, the moment he mentions an offensive, their expressions shift, revealing unease and ominous hostility beneath their lowered eyelids. Only after Lu promises substantial rewards and threatens to deploy the enforcement squad do the half-orc troops reluctantly mobilize. The half-orc skirmishers move sluggishly forward, their soldiers dragging their feet, spears lazily resting on their shoulders. Swords still sheathed, glancing around with every few steps, swaying as they advance. Were it not for the menacing enforcement squad of the demons wielding whips to hasten them, the distance between the two armies would take them a year to traverse. Zichuan Xiu orders Diluan to lead a half-orc militia to intercept them, instructing Diluan, "Do not strike first." In accordance with this command, the half-orc forces led by Diluan refrain from shooting arrows, instead establishing 3 lines of skirmishers in the direction of the auxiliary forces' advance. Behind their lines, the demonic army is locked in a fierce battle with the Eastern Legion, the cacophony of combat echoing loudly, while here, both camps remain shrouded in silence, the slow-moving assailants inching closer to their equally dispassionate half-orc counterparts. The foremost attacking half-orc soldier ambles up to the front lines of the insurgents, his eyelids drooping as he gazes at the stern-faced insurgent half-orc before him, a sorrowful expression clouding his features. Neither side raises weapons against the other. Finally, as if having made a resolute decision, he leisurely produces a hand-rolled cigarette, placing it between his lips and leaning forward. "Brother, could you spare a light?" The insurgent soldier before him smiles and retrieves a flint from his waist pouch. Igniting the cigarette, the 2 men simultaneously open their arms and embrace tightly, a thunderous cheer erupting around them, applause ringing out like a drumbeat, resounding through the heavens. Thousands of Zoe soldiers cry out in unison, "We are brothers. We shall not fight our own kind. The Zoe will never turn against each other." In an overwhelming rush, the attacking half-orcs flood into the ranks of the insurgents, exchanging warm embraces with their fellow kin. Cheers and applause fill the air. Long life, long life. Countless hats are tossed into the sky, weapons raised in jubilant celebration, arms uplifted like an endless ocean. Witnessing this scene, the demons feel their hearts sink. The enforcement squad's cavalry raises their blades, beginning to slaughter those half-orc soldiers lagging behind. In an instant, dozens fall lifeless to the ground, prompting the infuriated half-orc teams to turn their weapons against the demon enforcement squad. A cry rings out, "Down with the demons!" The mutinous troops respond in thunderous unison, "Down with the demons!" The half-orc army, fueled by a momentum starkly contrasting to their previous demeanor, fiercely assaults the enforcement squad, unleashing years of pent-up resentment against the unit that had persistently pressured them into a death march from behind. The demons' enforcement squad is swiftly routed, fleeing in disarray toward the center of their position. While the mutinous half-orc forces relentlessly pursue, clashing with various demon teams in fierce combat, turning the demon battle lines into utter chaos. As a result of the half-orc mutiny, a significant breach opens in the demonic front, allowing a surging tide of half-orc warriors to charge toward the auxiliary snake tribe forces. Once again, the snake tribe displays their opportunistic nature, crying out, "Easterners, do not engage in self-destruction. We have risen." They tear down the demon flag, pivoting their weapons toward the demonic army. Meanwhile, the human divisions have long since retreated from the right flank, keeping their distance from the battlefield, unwilling to engage. Their long-standing grievances against the demons render any loyalty, if it ever existed, negligible. They have no interest in fighting to the last drop of blood alongside the demons, nor do the snake tribe and half-orcs' cries for liberation of the East resonate with them. What concern is it of mine? In summary, this is a war that does not pertain to them, unworthy of their bloodshed. They find a cool hillside from where they observe the two armies clash below, leisurely smoking as the sun descends beyond the horizon. The battle nears its conclusion. In truth, the fate of the surrounded demon army was sealed the moment the half-orc teams revolted. Only the bravery and resilience of the demon soldiers prolonged the line. Yet now, they are powerless. Behind them, the human cavalry descends like a sharp blade upon the demon's most vulnerable defenses, unrelenting. In front, the half-orc legion surges forth like a torrential flood, decimating the 7 frontline demon infantry units into mere fragments. The central forces of the demon army have been breached, their main camp cleaved in two. With the realization that recovery is impossible, the demon commander, Liu, along with a contingent of cavalry stationed behind, abandons the beleaguered troops, desperately carving a bloody path toward the east in a cowardly retreat. The half-orc cavalry swiftly follows, cutting them down mercilessly. The retreating demon's plight is heartrending, as the battle rages on until 7 in the evening. After enduring over 5 hours of fierce resistance across various fronts, a cry of "traitor" erupts from somewhere within their ranks. Soon, all soldiers join in the chant, "Traitor! Traitor!" Someone shouts, "Hurry, flee for your lives." Thus, the army collapses, like rivers breaking free from winter's ice. Everything shatters, disintegrates, and crumbles, soldiers colliding and jostling one another in a frantic scramble. The disappearance of Liu is the direct cause of the demon army's loss of morale. The golden lion banner that once inspired them vanishes, and their commander has fled. Realizing this, the demons emit desperate and furious cries. No, the only reason they had persevered in the face of encirclement was the honor and loyalty of the warriors of the demon kingdom. Now shamelessly desecrated and betrayed, with their fighting spirit extinguished, they gaze at the advancing half-orc soldiers. One demon soldier, in bewilderment, drops his weapon, crouches down, and weeps, oblivious to the bloodied axe hovering above him. As if contagious, the clattering sound of weapons falling to the ground echoes repeatedly. One by one, the demons relinquish their resistance, helplessly watching the victorious cheers rise to the heavens, their myriad wounds continuing to bleed. Some soldiers become prisoners of war, while others desperately flee, the defeated calling out as they abandon their weapons and armor, trampling and pushing against one another, scrambling over the bodies of their comrades in a frantic retreat. The demons have lost all reason. The roads, paths, hills, fields, valleys, and woods are all choked with the thousands of fleeing demon soldiers. The supply train of the demons is abandoned by the roadside, as the supply troops dismount and ride off on their horses to escape. Countless supply carts lie overturned, blocking the path of the defeated, leaving only a narrow passageway. This leads to tragedy. In their desperation for survival, demon soldiers do not hesitate to draw their blades against their obstructing comrades, stepping over their fallen bodies to escape. Behind the retreating army, the human forces pursue relentlessly, their cavalry charging in like a whirlwind, killing and slashing indiscriminately, slaying demons at every turn. Farmers and village militias join in the fray, mercilessly hunting down the stragglers, hanging the captured demons from trees, relishing in the brutal slaughter. The bodies of the demon army stretch from the battlefield, scattered across more than 10 kilometers of open fields. The once mighty forces of the demon kingdom, including the victors from Moon Bay, Pai, and Blue River, along with the once arrogant Liu's army, now lie defeated upon the expanse soaked in snowmelt and blood before the city of Corn. The Far East Legion initially refrained from executing prisoners of war, however, driven by a desire for vengeance against the demon race for their massacre of civilians in the Shaluo province. The Light King issued a decree mandating the complete annihilation of the soldiers from the 65th and 71st teams of the Ledi Legion. Yet, The brutal warfare that persisted for 12 consecutive days had warped the very essence of humanity. Fueled by rage over the loss of their comrades, both the half-orc and human soldiers exploited this command to its fullest. Upon encountering the wounded and captured demons, they mockingly inquired, "Are you from the 65th team? Or perhaps the 71st? The demons, unable to comprehend the language of humans and half-orcs, gazed at them in confusion, their mouths pleading pathetically, their eyes betraying terror. Nevertheless, the soldiers, whose hearts were as hard as iron, paid no heed, and with a few swift strokes, dispatched them. They presented the bloodied heads to their officers, declaring, "Commander, he admitted to being from the 65th team." The officer replied, "Well done." By midnight that same evening, Zichuan Xiu became acutely aware of the astonishingly low number of captured demons. After tallying the reports from various units, it was revealed that nearly 20,000 prisoners belonged to the 65th and 71st teams of the demon army. A staggering figure considering that a fully assembled demon team comprises only about 3,000 members. Moreover, after 12 days of fierce combat, the demons had significantly weakened and he promptly ordered a cessation of such indiscriminate slaughter. Yet prior to this order, over 10,000 demon soldiers had already fallen victim to the carnage in the 9th chapter. The Adventures in the Imperial City, on January 5th of the year 780. The Ludi Legion slaughtered over 100,000 of the Zichuan family's troops during the battle at Moon Bay. 1 year later, on March 17th, they faced retribution for their actions in this battle. Over 65,000 demon soldiers participated, resulting in 53,000 casualties, 8,000 captured, and over 4,000 in retreat. The supreme commander of the demon army, Ludi, fled, while Minsk's garrison leader, Kara, and Governor Liyun of Dea both met their demise. As did Governor Yelk of Dusha, this conflict utterly obliterated the largest military force of the demon race in the central provinces of the Far East, signaling that the rebel forces would no longer encounter any formidable adversaries in the 6 provinces of the central Far East. Although the rebels achieved a monumental victory, they paid a blood price, as over 80,000 warriors from various ethnicities in the Far East valiantly sacrificed their lives on the desolate plains outside Kearney City. A horrific scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood unfolded, with bodies heaped high and a strong stench of blood permeating the air. Amidst the battlefield, the black-clad cavalry stood silently in formation. An ironclad line of stillness, disrupted only by the sound of the evening breeze rustling the banners. The serpent soldiers, half-orc warriors, and dragon folk gazed at them in awe, whispering praises while their hearts harbored doubts. Where did this army come from? They dared not approach, for these humans exuded an aura distinct from ordinary men, cold, resilient, and silent. The chilling sharpness they emanated evoked an instinctive fear that it was as if they were forged not from flesh and blood, but from true iron and steel. Mere presence commanded respect, and even without engaging in combat, their sheer existence instilled a sense of terror. The commanders of the Far East suddenly realized an army composed of flesh and blood could indeed attain such formidable strength. In comparison, their previously hastily assembled forces seemed utterly inferior. Whispers circulated among the leaders of the Far East. What should we do? Who will approach them for negotiations? Each person deflected responsibility, fearing that this enigmatic group of humans might abruptly turn hostile, leading to a most unjust demise. Zichuan Xiu smiled and led the group before the formation of the black-clad cavalry. With a sharp whistle, a resounding sound echoed as over 10,000 cavalrymen drew their swords in unison, raising them high above their heads. A dazzling display of blue gleaming steel. The serpent chieftain, Essos, turned and fled, while the dwarf leader, Rizeo, plopped down onto the ground. The representative of the elf tribe fainted outright. Their eyes rolling back, several half-orc commanders immediately encircled Zichuan Xiu protectively, with Bran stepping forward, demanding, "What are your intentions?" What transpired next left all present dumbfounded. The cavalry dismounted in unison, kneeling on one knee in salute, before remounting and raising their swords overhead, as motionless as sculptures. "We pay our respects, my lord." The cavalry thundered in unison. Zichuan Xiu stepped forward, addressing the dense array before him, his voice ringing out, "Brothers, splendid work. You have toiled well. We thank you, my lord." The cavalry replied in chorus, seamlessly concluding their salute and sheathing their blades in an aesthetically pleasing manner. "Fear not," Zichuan Xiu introduced to the leaders of the Far East. "These are my subordinates." A proud smile graced his face as he gestured toward the flags flapping in the wind above the formation. "This is my army. The Xiu division, it's clearly written on the banner, Did you not see? Observing the cryptic symbols on the banner, the leaders of the Far East murmured among themselves, "Who can decipher that?" Amused by their astonished expressions, Zichuan Xiu called out, "Where's the commanding officer?" From the ranks of the cavalry, 3 commanders rode forth, each saluting in turn. Commander Roger of the 1st Division, paying respects to Lord Xiuchuan. Commander Mingyu of the 2nd Division, paying respects to Lord Xiuchuan. Commander Baichuan of the Direct Division, paying respects to Lord Xiuchuan. My lord, Roger's deep voice resonated like a drum, echoing far and wide. The Xiu Division has come to provide reinforcements. Please give your orders. Zichuan Xiu, mounted on his horse, surveyed the impeccably arranged cavalry with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. This was the elite legion he had painstakingly built, not the rabble of yore, nor the hastily assembled militia, but a formidable army forged through rigorous training and trials, a first-rate iron cavalry that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the renowned Iron Army of the world, after 10 years of honing their skills. Their formidable strength had been terrifyingly validated in today's battle. Undoubtedly, he would rely on them to campaign across the lands and contend with the demon race for supremacy, as he observed the astonished leaders of the Far East. A chuckle rose within him. Although the half-orc soldiers were fierce, they were ultimately not his personal guard to conquer the realm. He needed an army that was utterly loyal to him. Otherwise, no matter how much effort he expended or how prestigious his titles, within the ranks of the Far East rebel army, he would forever remain merely an honorary guest. Just as Elder Buden had the authority to appoint him, he too, far away in Yun province, could easily be stripped of his position with a mere piece of parchment. He had tasted the bitter flavor of dependency in the past during his time with the Zichuan family. To establish a power of his own in the Far East, relying on others was absolutely impossible. He needed true strength. With the arrival of the Xiu Division, he had finally secured genuine control over the Far East's military. As the moon dipped low in the western sky, the various legions had completed the cleanup of the battlefield. The plains echoed with the sounds of horses and voices as victorious troops returned to their camps. Large groups of disarmed demon captives were being guarded by the half-orc warriors under Commander Beulah's command. My lord, Beulah approached Zichuan Xiu to inquire, "What shall we do with this batch of demon captives? There are far too many, upwards of 10,000. Zichuan Xiu paused, having not yet contemplated this issue. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Let us detain them for now and assign a team to guard them. Perhaps in the future, we will need to establish a dedicated prisoner of war camp. Instruct the soldiers to refrain from unnecessary killings. Demon slaves are quite valuable." Among the surrounding commanders, one suggested, "My lord, why not turn the entire demon kingdom into a prisoner of war camp?" The bloodstained commanders erupted into laughter, and Zichuan Xiu joined in. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his smile faded. He instructed Beulah, "Relay this order. We will not accept the surrender of the 65th and 71st Field Infantry teams of the Demon Kingdom. Instruct the soldiers that any encountered from these 2 teams are to be executed without mercy." His heart silently lamented, "Vila, it is such a pity you could not exact your revenge personally." Beulah's expression turned solemn as he stood at attention, responding, "Yes, my lord." After a moment's hesitation, he added softly, "In this way, Brother Vila can rest in peace. May the great deity Audi bless his spirit." "My lord," half-orc Bosun reported, "the human auxiliary forces within the demon army have requested an audience with our supreme leader." He lowered his voice, "Their army remains armed." Zichuan Xiu raised his head, gazing toward the distant hillside where bright torches flickered, marking the position of the human auxiliary forces in the demon army. In today's battle, they had not engaged, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to observe which side appeared stronger. Personally, Zichuan Xiu despised such cowardly fence-sitting, yet he felt a sense of relief. The outcome of today's south battle was precariously close. Had they chosen to side with the demons, the half-orc auxiliary forces would not have so resolutely defected. At that moment, the outcome could have been uncertain. He asked Bosun, "What do they seek?" Bosun shook his head. "They did not specify. They merely expressed a desire to meet our leader." Zichuan Xiu nodded, and Bosun withdrew. Zichuan Xiu gestured for Baichuan to come over and whispered a few words to her before she departed to fulfill her orders. Shortly thereafter, a number of human officers clad in the uniforms of the demon clan, led by Bosun, approached Zichuan Xiu. Flanking them were 2 long lines of the Xiuzi camp guards, standing rigidly like nails with torches held aloft. The imposing presence of the guards instilled a sense of trepidation in the officers, who appeared somewhat flustered. They had just witnessed the entire course of battle, seeing firsthand how the formidable demon legion crumbled under the relentless onslaught of this mysterious cavalry unit. If the other side were to turn hostile, a single charge could annihilate their already anxious auxiliary forces, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of half-orc troops nearby. They glanced around, observing the fierce half-orcs and human warriors surrounding them, unsure of who among them was the leader of the rebel forces. All stood, save for one human clad in light armor, who sat cross-legged on the ground, head bowed, seemingly indifferent to their arrival. Behind him fluttered the banners of the Eastern Legion, and before him lay heaps of blood-stained demon flags, spoils from today's battle, the brightly armored human guards, the tall and imposing half-orc sentinels, the fierce serpent warriors, the stoic dragonkin soldiers, and the dignified generals of various clans encircled the seated human, their expressions respectful. The officers stood in a daze, as if entranced, realizing that the commander of the hundreds of thousands of Eastern troops, the vanquisher of the Ludi Legion, the illustrious leader of the uprising, the Radiant King, was none other than this refined, slender youth. At first glance, they felt an unusual aura emanating from him, though seated. His posture was straight, exuding a weariness that rendered him forlorn and lonely. Strangely, amidst the carnage and brutality of the battlefield, the sight of such a person felt like a gentle breeze brushing past under the scorching sun, bringing an unexpected tranquility to their bloodied souls. Zichuan Xiu lifted his gaze to regard them, his eyes clear, and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." The officers stammered, their faces flushed, at a loss for words. They had spent the entire day watching from the sidelines, not having released a single arrow. Thus, how could they claim to have toiled? Yet, they could not ascertain whether he was mocking them, for his smile was so warm and his tone so gentle. Although he spoke to his guest while sitting cross-legged, no one perceived his demeanor as arrogant. Rather, it seemed entirely natural, as if his noble presence was meant to tower above the rest. Bosun, the half-orc, interjected, "This is His Highness, the Radiant King, our supreme leader." The human officers, as if awakening from a dream, saluted in unison, to which Zichuan Xiu merely nodded slightly. In return, he deliberately adopted an air of arrogance, intending to suppress these wavering fence-sitters with his imposing presence, thus facilitating their negotiations. The human officers introduced themselves, revealing that there were 3 of them, all of the rank of division commander, one named Li Lu, another Mei Luo, and the last Du Yifeng. Zichuan Xiu feigned disinterest and casually inquired, "As division commanders, you must have held the rank of Kibin when you were with the Zichuan family, correct?" The expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically, as Zichuan Xiu's words struck a painful chord deep within them. The once rebellious now forever unable to rise again. Division Commander Du Yifeng hesitated. "We were appointed only after the events in the East. We were not originally Kibin." "Oh, then who promoted you? Deputy Commander Lei Hong? Or your demon overlords?" Zichuan Xiu smiled, yet his words pierced the hearts of the officers like needles, causing even the listening guards of the Xiuzi camp to change color. Roger shot a glance at Bai Chuan, signaling, "The Lord is repeatedly provoking them. It seems he intends to confront them. We must prepare for action." The officers' faces fluctuated, alternating between green and white. Mei Luo wore a sullen expression, while Li Lu shouted angrily, "Those scoundrels think they can work for the demon clan. Don't assume we live comfortably." Du Yifeng tugged at his sleeve from behind, but Li Lu continued unabated, "If you have the guts, just kill us all. Why the humiliation? We reached this point out of necessity. The demon clan looks down on us. Our families want us dead, and now even the rural folk of the East disdain us. Who knows our hardships?" Zichuan Xiu raised an eyebrow. "What hardships? Pray, enlighten me." "Bah." Li Lu spat. "I want to speak to a brat like you. What do you understand?" With a swift sound, the guards of the Xiuzi camp drew their swords in unison, the sound echoing like a single note, their blades gleaming brilliantly as all eyes turned to Zichuan Xiu. With a mere nod or glance from him, they would rush forward and reduce this disrespectful fellow to a bloody pulp. Zichuan Xiu smiled and shook his head. The soldiers sheathed their swords, and Du Yifeng let out a sigh of relief, feeling the sweat soaking through his back. That he hurriedly interjected, "Your Highness, please, do not stoop to the level of this uncouth individual. If you are interested in this matter, allow me to explain." The tale began with the upheaval in the year 779, when they were merely junior flag warriors, each leading a squad under Lei Hong's command. In March of that year, a high-ranking officer meeting of flag officers and above was convened in the imperial capital. Commander Guingxing was summoned to the capital, and before departing, he ordered the 3 deputy commanders to hold their posts and prepare their troops for any unforeseen circumstances. Those 3 deputy commanders were Deputy Commander Lei Hong of the Eastern Legion, Chief of Staff Luobo, and Lord Lin Bing, the commander of the Wayland Fortress. Zichuan Xiu interrupted, "There is no need for you to recount everything from the beginning. It must have led to the incident in the capital, which I am already aware of. I only wish to know why you dared to poison your superior, Guingxing. What transpired at that time?" Baichuan and Roger exchanged glances, both surprised at the profound impact the deceased Eastern commander had on Zichuan Xiu. 2 years had passed, and the world had changed drastically. Yet, Zichuan Xiu remained tirelessly pursuing the truth behind Guingxing's death. Baichuan felt a pang of anxiety for the human officers if they had any involvement in the events of that day. Their chances of leaving alive were slim. Liu, agitated, shouted, "Whoever thought of laying a hand on Lord Gu? Those who did are no better than dogs. We simply..." Dufeng pulled him down. "Enough. Let me speak." He turned to Zichuan Xiu, softening his tone. "Your Highness, you are not of the Zichuan family, and we need not deceive you. We have reached this point in our lives with sufficient shame. However, back then, we were also esteemed family officers. We would never dare to rise against our superiors, let alone against Lord Guingxing." That night, the urgent military horn sounded unexpectedly, rousing them from their stupor. Deputy Commander Lei Hong addressed them, stating that a rebellion had erupted in the capital, and Lord Guingxing urgently summoned them to secretly march to the capital to quell the insurrection. The atmosphere was tense, as rumors circulated that Yang Minghua was plotting rebellion, and it was our direct superior, Lord Guingxing's deputy, Lei Hong, who told them so. Hence, no one harbored any doubts. That night, they set off in haste, 30,000 men stealthily departing from Wayland. Upon reaching the vicinity of Huangshe Mountain, orders came down that a detachment of Yang Minghua's rebels, donned in the uniforms of our Eastern Army and bearing the banner of Lord Guingxing, was approaching to launch a surprise attack on Wayland Fortress. They were incensed. Those damned rebels employed such shameless tactics. Lei Hong urged them not to act rashly, advising them to lie in ambush and strike unexpectedly. They all concealed themselves around the cliffs, and when they saw the troops approaching under the banner of Lord Guingxing, without waiting for them to emerge from the mountain pass, Lei Hong commanded them to unleash a barrage of arrows. The result? He shook his head mournfully, while Li Lu slammed his fist into the ground, sending dust flying. Mei Luo, who had remained silent, blinked back tears. Afterward, when we realized the grave mistake we had made. For Kibben officers committed suicide on the spot, and the entire camp was engulfed in sorrow. That cursed Lei Hong was also in tears, claiming he had been framed. He had been deceived by false information. And those who set him up were Lin Bing and Luo Bo, the 2 deputy commanders. He wept so bitterly that even a tiger would shed tears upon seeing him. Consequently, we believed him once more and rose against Lords Lin Bing and Luo Bo. Of course, some were skeptical, shouting at Lei Hong, "Traitor." But those individuals were later killed by Lei Hong and his confidants. We, as junior officers, were bewildered. It was only much later that we comprehended the truth. But by then it was too late. Lei Hong told us that with the blood of our own kin on our hands, our families would never forgive us. Turning back led to a dead end. It was better to join him in arms. For there might still be a path to survival. We were simply afraid of death, and at that time, we had no other choice but to continue down this misguided path. He lowered his head. Unable to continue, a heavy silence enveloped the room, and instinctively, Zichuan Xiu knew they were speaking the truth. For a long time, the enigma that had been concealed within his heart was finally unraveled, revealed through the words of a participant who had first-hand knowledge of how the treachery of those years had transpired. While turmoil surged within him, his exterior remained composed. "So, what brings you here to see me?" he inquired. The officers exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Dufeng who spoke. "Your Highness, we come seeking your indulgence on several matters. Firstly, our forces bear no ill will towards you, and we hope you will permit us to depart safely." Zichuan Xiu responded with surprise. "Of course. You may leave. No one is here to obstruct you. Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Highness. However, your various legions are currently pursuing the remnants of the demon race, and the guerrilla troops are also intercepting their defeated soldiers. We are concerned that should we encounter them, Misunderstandings and conflicts may arise that we kindly request a hand order or travel permit from you, allowing us to provide proof to your subordinates and the guerrilla forces. Zichuan Xiu nodded. That is certainly feasible. Du Yifeng's expression brightened. Thank you. Your Highness, the second matter is that among the supply convoy you have seized, some equipment and supplies belong to our troops, and we humbly ask for your grace in returning them to us. After a moment's contemplation, Zichuan Xiu replied, the supplies within the convoy are the spoils the demon race has plundered from various lands, belonging to the people of the Far East. I cannot return them to you, but I can allocate some rations for you. If you manage your provisions wisely, it should suffice for your journey. Although their requests were not entirely fulfilled, the human officers were already quite satisfied. Feeling that this bright king, while somewhat acerbic, was still reasonable, Du Yifeng bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. We are grateful. Even the previously disgruntled Li Lu managed to utter a few thank yous. However, Zichuan Xiu inquired, where do you intend to go? The officers exchanged glances, and Du Yifeng replied with a wry smile, Your Highness, with over 20,000 of us, we have nowhere else to turn but back to the demon race. Rest assured, if we encounter you again, we shall not be your foes. The demon race is not worth our lives. Zichuan Xiu smiled lightly. There will be no next time, Oh, you know how the demon race treats deserters. They ensnare them in sacks and trample them to death beneath their steeds. You stood by as the Rudi Legion was defeated. They will not spare you. The officers' faces turned pale, panic evident in their expressions. Zichuan Xiu gently asked, if you have no other place to go, what if you came to me? The group hesitated, and Du Yifeng asked, Your Highness, given our status, would your army accept us? Zichuan Xiu smiled and called out, Duke. Duke stepped forward from among the guards, standing before Zichuan Xiu. Your Highness. The trio was astonished, rendered speechless. Duke, you are alive. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Duke, please share your experience with them. Yes, Your Highness. Duke turned to the three and briefly recounted how he had been taken in by the Bright King when he was at a loss. He excitedly informed his former superiors, in the army of the Bright King, I faced no discrimination. In fact, due to my valor in battle, I have already been promoted to officer. However, the three were swayed but still hesitated. And Du Yifeng remarked, but we still do not know your true identity, Your Highness. Duke turned back to Zichuan Xiu, who nodded in approval. Duke leaned closer to the trio, whispering a single phrase into their ears, causing them to leap in astonishment. They immediately resolved their decision, and Du Yifeng exclaimed, Your Highness, please allow us to join. Zichuan Xiu stood quietly, speaking slowly. Welcome to the Xiu regiment, if your claims hold true. As long as you fight valiantly in the forthcoming battles against the demon race, purging your sins with your own hands, I assure you that one day, I shall allow you to return to the Zichuan family with honor. However, should you harbor any treacherous intentions, no matter how far you flee, I shall not let you escape, as Lei Hong serves as a warning. His tone was stern, as cold and unyielding as the snow that never melts atop the highest peaks. The three fell prostrate before him. Xiu. No, Your Highness the Bright King, from now on, our lives are entrusted to you. For the Zichuan family, the year 781 was a time of turmoil. The Far East had suffered defeat. Yet calamity was far from over. In September of that year, a band of half-orc guerrillas in the province of Fuming Kuxing found themselves pursued by the Ling Busu Legion. With nowhere to turn, the half-orc soldiers fled towards the human fortress of Warren, seeking refuge. However, upon witnessing a throng of half-orcs rushing towards them, crying help, the human garrison atop the walls hesitated as a cloud of dust and smoke heralded the approaching demon cavalry. Uncertain of the situation, they dared not open the gates. In but a moment, the demon cavalry descended upon them, effortlessly slaughtering the half-orc guerrillas mere 200 meters from the fortress, displaying utter disdain for the nearby human soldiers. The sounds of anguish and lamentation echoed through the walls of Warren. The nearly 10,000 human soldiers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt their fury ignite, their blood boiling, though the casualties were merely inhabitants of the Far East. And the entire region had already been ceded to the demon race. The sight of such brutal contempt was unbearable. Someone shouted, "Shoot those green-skinned bastards." The first arrow was loosed, and the soldiers rallied in response. In an instant, arrows rained down from the walls, leaving the exposed demon cavalry aghast as they fell from their mounts, struck down. The impassioned young officers even swung open the gates, charging forth to engage the demon cavalry in fierce combat. The demon forces, intent merely on exterminating the half-orc guerrillas, had not anticipated a clash with the human garrison, and their numbers were limited, caught off guard by the sudden assault from the human soldiers. The demons were thrown into disarray, abandoning over 30 corpses in their retreat, much to the delight of the human troops, who proclaimed, "They fled in disgrace." Is it true that the death of a mere flag warrior has inflicted a profound and irreparable wound upon the Zichuan family? Lin remarked with a smile to Gopula. His lips curving down slightly, Gopula chuckled in response, subtly stating, his timing of death was impeccable, occurring at a critical juncture. Lin gazed out at the fervent crowd outside the window and sighed softly. Indeed, at present, the sentiments of the masses resemble a powder keg, and he was merely the fuse. Take the matter reported by Lu Zhan. How shall we respond? Gopula endeavored to discern the true intent behind Lin's inquiry, but found no expression on his handsome face. Reluctantly, he abandoned his attempts to fathom Lin's motives and carefully articulated, if we consider the event in isolation, although it did not stem from Lin Bing's orders, her lax control has led to the initiation of hostilities. As the person in charge of the Valen fortress, she bears responsibility. After speaking, he stole a glance at Lin, only to discover an inscrutable smile on his superior's face. He pressed on, regarding the case itself. It is not particularly difficult to handle. We could dismiss Lin Bing according to regulations, reprimand her, or even submit the matter to a military tribunal. However, given the current circumstances, it becomes rather complicated. Lin turned his head, exhaling a sigh. Indeed, if we disregard Lin Bing's transgressions, Luo Mingha will cry out, the inspection bureau has failed in its duties. Yet, if we punish Lin Bing, Luo Mingha will incite the Elder Council to trouble me. Stating, the demon race is the greatest enemy of the Zichuan family. What crime has Deputy Commander Lin Bing committed in slaying foes? Which side does the inspection bureau truly stand on? Regardless of our actions, we will be in the wrong. Gopula fell silent, and after a moment, he suggested quietly, perhaps we could report to the chief and let His Highness make a judgment. What are His Highness's thoughts on this matter? Lin shot him a blank look. The chief's thoughts are of no consequence. Gopula immediately understood. The cunning old fox. Zichuan Xiu was well aware that if this matter were handled according to regulations, it would undoubtedly provoke both the Elder Council and the populace, and he had no desire to invite such trouble. On the contrary, he would rather see Lin and Luo Mingha engage in a deadly feud, allowing him to reap the benefits from the sidelines. Upon arriving at the chief's residence, Lin strode directly toward the entrance. A throng of bodyguards parting the crowd to clear a path for him. There, the demonstrators were densely packed in the grand square before the chief's residence, a sea of humanity surrounding the entrance. Their voices raised in unison, chanting slogans, down with the demon race, avenge our grievances, deploy troops to the east, save our compatriots. Lin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When did the half-beasts of the east become their compatriots? He recalled that approximately a year ago, when the rebellion in the east first erupted, it was this very group that shouted slogans like, exterminate the scum of the east. Another wave of slogans reached Lin's ears, causing him to shudder. Send the army to the east. The army is incompetent. Disgrace leads to national ruin. Lin's eyelids involuntarily twitched. The public's anger was now directed at the military. He began to worry for Sterling. He was too loyal and straightforward, lacking the finesse to navigate such circumstances. If the Elder Council sought to quell public outrage, they would undoubtedly need a significant figure to serve as a scapegoat. And currently, the military's head was Sterling, placing him in a precarious position that a large contingent of the Imperial Guard stood like a wall at the entrance, and Lin presented his credentials to the leading guard officer. The guards parted to grant him passage, only to close ranks immediately after he passed. As if fearful of hidden assassins among the crowd, in the reception hall before the chief's residence, Lin was unexpectedly greeted by a familiar face. Exclaiming in delight, Sterling! Sterling stood alone in a corner, turning at the sound of Lin's voice, his face lighting up with surprise. Elder brother, what brings you here? That's what I wish to ask you, Lin said, wrapping an arm around Sterling's shoulder. Weren't you in Yate Town? When did you return to the capital? I hope that female demon, Lu Fengshuang, hasn't devoured you. I just returned this morning, Sterling replied with a smile, gripping Lin's hands tightly. His Highness ordered me to return to prepare for the New Year's parade, and you must participate as well. I have no objections. Lin observed Sterling closely. He appeared much leaner and more composed than before his departure, exuding a sense of assuredness typical of a seasoned general, despite being only 26. Dylan chuckled. After all, the inspection bureau is a rather idle post, and I have little to occupy my time. Yet, our esteemed Commander Sterling, you bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the nation. Without you stationed in the West, I fear we would struggle to contend with that female demon. Sterling smiled faintly. The inspection bureau an idle post. I doubt that's quite accurate. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and lowered his voice to confide in Lin. We have received credible information that Lu Fengshuang is not within the military. We need not worry about her for the time being. Lin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, lowering his voice as well. Where did this information come from? Could it be a ruse she has intentionally orchestrated? It should not be. We have our own people within the Fengshuang regiment, and we verified through several channels. Lu Fengshuang is indeed absent from the military, and even the Grand Commander Lu Fenglu is missing. It is said that there were some issues with Lu Fengsishan's son, and they returned to the capital to mediate. Lin let out a soft, "Oh," feeling a sense of relief. Even Lu Fengsishan's brother, Grand Commander Lu Fenglu, was absent from the military, which indeed seemed unlikely to be a mere facade. Lu Fenglu was not renowned for his martial prowess, but was instead a skilled politician adept at compromise and mediation, holding considerable sway within the Lu family, since Lu Fengsishan had fallen ill and could no longer manage affairs. Lu Fenglu had risen to the second most powerful position within the Lu family. If Lu Fengshuang were to engage in any schemes, there would be no need for her to have Lu Fenglu disappear as well. It appeared that internal strife within the Lu family was indeed afoot. Lin felt a surge of joy. The misfortune of the enemy was a boon for them. The longer the Lu family delayed their offensive, the more time the Zichuan family had to prepare and strengthen their forces. Observing Lin's elation, Sterling felt a bitter pang. How had the once mighty Zichuan family fallen to such a pitiable state? The entire capital was overshadowed by Lu Fengshuang's immense influence, stifling the air with tension. From the family chief to the military commander and the chief inspector, they were all trembling and anxious over the movements of a single woman. It was utterly ironic. 2 years ago, the family had been at the zenith of its power, with 5 major legions fully equipped and a robust military presence. Had it been during that time, he would have boldly proclaimed, "Lu Fengshuang, feel free to send your forces." But now, alas, are you here to see the chief? Why not go in? Sterling grimaced. Luo Minghai is inside. Lin made a face, sticking out his tongue. The two shared a quiet chuckle, feeling as if they had returned to their military academy days, discussing their loathed instructors behind their backs. A sudden roar from the crowd outside jolted them back to reality as the demonstrators chanted, "The army is incompetent. Disgrace leads to national ruin." Sterling's expression darkened, as if he had received a slap to the face. In his mind, unwavering faith in the military had been paramount. It was precisely because of his love for the army that he despised the frenzied masses and felt immense anger at the humiliation the military was currently enduring. Yet this anger had no concrete target for release. Who to blame? The Elder Council, Chief Zichuan Xiu, Commander Luo Minghai, or himself? It seemed that no one was at fault. Yet the military was ensnared in this helpless and humiliating predicament. Unable to extricate itself, he turned to Lin. "Have you seen the situation unfolding domestically?" Lin nodded. "I witnessed the crowds marching, shouting slogans against the army." Sterling replied, troubled and distressed. "It's more than that. The entire nation is in a state of extreme turmoil. I have inspected several provinces in the West, and officials and soldiers alike are clamoring for weapons to be dispatched to the East to avenge their disgrace. In some areas, regular army soldiers have even joined the protests, participating in speeches. In the province of Loxinwai, the armory of the stationed troops was ransacked by the demonstrators, while thousands of soldiers stood by, watching helplessly. In the province of Turin, a stationed officer was beaten severely by rioters, and his home was set ablaze, all because he urged the protesters to exercise restraint and calm. The local government and police stood idly by, refusing to intervene. If this continues, to what extent will the situation escalate? Lin's eyes widened in shock. Had the situation deteriorated to such a degree while he remained oblivious? The military law offices stationed across various regions also bore the responsibility of monitoring local governments and maintaining social order. The fact that the situation had escalated to the brink of losing control, without a single report reaching the capital from any of the military law offices, indicated that even the military judges, long viewed as steadfast and reliable, had either consciously or unconsciously aligned themselves with the populace. He sensed a deepening crisis, Sterling was exceedingly incensed. They have gone too far. It is not sufficient to possess good intentions. One cannot act with impunity. Just because I am patriotic does not grant me the right to rob a bank. Gillian's face twisted into a sardonic smile. Perhaps they believe precisely that. If this continues, we won't need to await the arrival of the Demon Clan or the Flowing Frost. Our family may very well be destroyed by this band of patriots. Do you recall the turmoil at the end of the year 779? If this incident is not swiftly quelled, the ramifications will be 100-fold worse than that disturbance, since the local law enforcement can no longer control the situation. It is imperative to deploy the disciplinary forces. That is not an option, Sterling replied in a low voice. The commander-in-chief will not agree to it. Dylan intended to inquire why, but upon a moment's reflection, he comprehended the reasoning. Ever since the defeat in the Far East War, the prestige of Prince Zichuan had plummeted among the populace, and whispers of impeachment from the Elders' Council had circulated multiple times. Although he ultimately evaded such a fate, he was now like a startled bird, utterly unwilling to provoke the elders, let alone deploy the regular army against them. Heaven knows whether they would brandish blood-stained garments in the grand hall of the council. Weeping and wailing about their cruel persecution, Sterling glanced around, lowering his voice. I find it somewhat perplexing why the commander-in-chief is so concerned about the Elders' Council. Our Zichuan family is not numerous. If they were to replace Prince Zichuan, who would the council choose as commander? Miss Ning is still quite young and lacks the capacity to manage the situation. Dylan let out a cold laugh. Sterling, you are rather naive. The Elders' Council is not seeking someone capable of governance. They merely desire a compliant puppet. A young and inexperienced individual like Miss Ning is perfect for them. Whatever the council dictates, she will dutifully comply. Never underestimate the elders' influence. They control the family's economic and political lifelines and wield immense power in the region. If the commander-in-chief were to sever ties with the elders, I would wager that no more than 10 provinces out of 56 would stand with him. But the military will remain steadfast. The military situation is even more dire. The family's regular army has suffered catastrophic losses in the Far East. Until the regular forces can be re-established, we must rely on local noble militias and militias to maintain control. Who commands those troops? The Elders' Council. Dylan lowered his voice further. Moreover, although the Zichuan surname is scarce, there are more than just Prince Zichuan and Miss Ning who possess Zichuan blood. Have you forgotten about the other dukes? Sterling was taken aback and quietly inquired. During my absence from the capital, have there been any movements among those dukes? Oh, more than just movements. They are practically bouncing off the walls. They rush to the Elders' Council daily, delivering speeches denouncing the current commander-in-chief's incompetence and betrayal of the nation. Then take to the streets, wailing and shouting, claiming they want to rally the people. Merchants from Huqiu have come to me asking, Inspector, why are there so many lunatics in the capital? As if they alone are the paragons of patriotism. Their fervor suggests that the commander's residence will soon be theirs. Sterling furrowed his brow and slowly remarked, I do not believe Prince Zichuan is an ideal ruler. But in this tempestuous and precarious moment, he is the only one capable of managing the situation. Those dukes are likely just indulging in fanciful daydreams. They lack the resolve and capability. Indeed, you and I both know this, but how would the elders know? They only heed those who shout the loudest, who curse the demon clan most vehemently, who deliver the most captivating speeches, who don the finest tailcoats, and who promise them the most as for the survival or demise of the Zichuan family. Who the hell has the time to ponder such matters? Dylan playfully imitated the Western dialect of the Elders' Council chairman. Uttering a mock curse, his demeanor and tone strikingly accurate, Sterling could not suppress a chuckle, quickly followed by indignation. Why does power always reside in the hands of the unworthy? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. And a silence enveloped them. With a creak, the door to the waiting room swung open, and a tall, elegantly dressed officer of the Imperial Guard entered. Inspector, Commander, the Commander-in-Chief is awaiting you. Please follow me. The two followed him through a corridor towards Prince Zichuan's office. Upon arrival, they encountered Luo Minghai exiting, accompanied by Chief of Staff Gashan. Sterling greeted them with a smile and a nod, to which Luo Minghai responded with a somewhat stiff acknowledgement, while Gashan returned the smile warmly, softly stating, the commander is waiting for you inside. The two strode past, ignoring Dylan, who did not even cast a glance at Luo Minghai, treating him as if he were merely a gust of air passing by. Sterling sighed inwardly, both Dailin and Luo Minghai, capable individuals who occupied their current positions, were anything but incompetent. Yet, when personal grievances came into play, these sagacious and formidable political figures reverted to their base natures. Akin to children squabbling over candy, Dailin entered first to report, succinctly recounting the September incident at Valen Fortress before presenting the formal report, remaining silent and offering no commentary. Prince Zichuan was compelled to inquire, "What stance does your office take on this matter?" Dailin replied earnestly, "Lord Lin Bing indeed acted in violation of regulations. However, the circumstances at the time were exceptional and seemed somewhat justifiable. Ultimately, how to proceed must be left to the commander-in-chief's wise judgment." He maintained a serious exterior while cleverly shifting the responsibility back to Prince Zichuan. The latter fell silent, and an awkward atmosphere settled in the room, as if testing their endurance. Finally, Prince Zichuan sighed heavily and said, "You may place the report here." Dailin formally responded, "Understood." He then stood to take his leave, knowing full well that the matter concerning Lin Bing's September incident would conclude here. Upon exiting, he made a face at Sterling, who chuckled before stepping through the door. Prince Zichuan rose from behind his large desk to welcome Sterling. "Sterling, how have you been?" Sterling performed a proper bow, silently scrutinizing the commander-in-chief. Compared to 3 months prior when he had departed the capital, Prince Zichuan appeared much more spirited upon encountering his capable subordinate. His enthusiasm soared as he inquired in detail about Sterling's journey, lamenting, "Sterling, look at you. You are all tanned and thin. This Western tour must have exhausted you terribly." Sterling rose, gently bowing again before taking his seat. "I have merely done my humble part." After the pleasantries, he swiftly moved to the matter at hand. "Your Highness, I must report that the intelligence we previously received may have been erroneous. The western border is currently tranquil. The Flowing Frost forces show no unusual movements. And the Flowing Frost family is not undertaking any war mobilization, nor are there signs of large-scale troop gatherings. Based on Lord Minghui's report and my own on-site investigation, the likelihood of a large-scale invasion by the Flowing Frost family is quite low." Prince Zichuan's expression brightened. "Excellent. This is splendid news. At present, a period of peace is more precious to us than anything." He mused aloud. What could have been the source of the earlier intelligence? Gushan is not one to exaggerate. Noticing Sterling's puzzled expression, Prince Zichuan chuckled. "Ironically, do you know who suggested that the Flowing Frost family might initiate a large-scale invasion? It was neither the border guards nor the intelligence department of the military affairs office. It was, in fact, the logistics department of the commanding office." Sterling was slightly taken aback. "Lady Gushan, how did she acquire this information?" "She deduced it. She observed that in September, coinciding with the autumn harvest season, the market prices for rice not only failed to drop, but rose by 25% compared to May and June, while the price of gold decreased by 6% compared to the same period last year. Do you understand what this implies?" Without hesitation, Sterling replied, "Someone is covertly using gold to purchase autumn grain." Indeed, Lady Gushan was initially incredulous and further investigated the price data from several provinces this year, uncovering some quite anomalous trends. Since the Far East fall, the prices of our minerals and rare metals have remained high due to the lack of supply from that region. Similarly, due to the absence of this significant consumer market, our grain prices have been low since March of 780. However, beginning in June of 780, this situation began to change. Grain prices started to rise, generally increasing by 17 to 27%, with some months exceeding pre-war levels. Moreover, it was not solely grain prices that surged. Prices for weapons, war horses, fabric, medicine, and other military-related products also saw substantial increases. The weapon industry in Dama province is thriving, with factories and workshops overwhelmed. Even Lady Gushan was informed of stock shortages when she sought to procure logistical supplies. Simultaneously, the prices of coal, iron, and other raw materials, along with gold, began to decline. This was not an isolated situation in just a few provinces. The same patterns were observed across 27 provinces in the east and 29 in the west, though the degree varied, with some areas being more pronounced and others more subtle. Even the neutral Huqiu experienced similar occurrences, yet the provincial governors paid little attention to these developments. Sterling was taken aback. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that someone has been secretly hoarding war supplies?" "Indeed," Zichuan Sanqing affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Most likely, it is Lu Fengshuang. She has been covertly acquiring grain from our family through underground transactions." If Gashan's assertions hold any truth, she has been preparing since June of last year, with malevolent intent. Yesterday, I instructed Luo Minghai to submit a proposal to the Elder Council, advocating for a ban on the free circulation of strategic materials. The council is currently in deliberation, and I anticipate that it will pass without issue. Sterling stifled a laugh. Zichuan Xiu lacked an understanding of economics, and Gashan was a novice in military matters. Despite his own limited grasp of economics, he was well-versed in military logistics. According to his intelligence, the Lei Hong family had yet to mobilize their reserve army, rendering their need for such an arsenal entirely superfluous, as their regular troops were already fully equipped. Moreover, given the military-industrial capacity of the Lei Hong family, there seemed to be no necessity to import from the Zichuan family. This year, the Zichuan family experienced a bountiful harvest, yet the Lei Hong family also reaped a good yield. They began stockpiling grain in June, yet by the end of January of the following year, there were no signs of impending conflict, which was rather perplexing. By the time the troops were fully assembled, any grain would have spoiled diff. As Zichuan Xiu suggested, Lu Fengshuang was purchasing the Zichuan family strategic materials using gold, iron, and coal. Sterling could only conclude that she had lost her senses. When war breaks out, paper currency depreciates. Only gold retains intrinsic value. Whether to conscript an army, sustain the economy, or stabilize prices, one must rely on gold. Iron and coal are merely industrial raw materials. If Lu Fengshuang were to trade industrial resources to the Zichuan family in exchange for finished products, she would only provide the family with over half a year's preparation time, which would ultimately lead to one consequence. The Zichuan family's military industry would flourish, producing an ever-increasing arsenal. Implementing such a law to restrict the circulation of materials would inflict severe damage upon the economy. And to hastily reach a decision based solely on a few price data points without a thorough investigation was rather reckless on the part of Zichuan Xiu and Gashan. However, Sterling remained silent, as this did not pertain to his area of oversight. Little did he know, in the Far East, someone was beginning to voice their grievances. Episode 9. A fortuitous encounter in the imperial capital. Chapter 3. The Great Rebellion in the Far East, and the demonic army's disastrous defeat at the Battle of Kearney in March of 781. Nearly a year had passed, and the news had been tightly sealed by the Far East governor, Lu Di, preventing any information from reaching the homeland. That he felt anxious and fearful. His Majesty the Divine Emperor was known for his mercilessness towards defeated generals, especially given that he had previously boasted with confidence that the uprising had been completely quelled, only to retract his words a few months later, exclaiming in panic, "All is lost. We cannot hold on any longer. Send reinforcements at once." What might the deceived emperor's reaction be? Lu Di shivered at the thought. Mercy was not a trait of His Majesty the Divine Emperor. The divine race was ruthless towards failures, particularly since he had secretly abandoned his troops during the Battle of Kearney. If the emperor were to learn the truth, it would be nothing short of a miracle if he could save his own head. He sealed off the border between the Far East and the demonic kingdom, inspecting correspondence and cutting off information to cover up the truth. He even discreetly dispatched assassins to eliminate the messenger sent by Commander Ling Buxu of the Southwest Corps to the homeland. After all, in times of chaos, he could easily pin the blame on the rebel guerrillas. Prince Cadden had expressed a desire to inspect the Far East several times, all of which Lu Di had refused with various excuses. "The heavy snow has blocked the roads, Your Highness. There is an epidemic sweeping through the Far East. It is unwise for you to take such risks." Yet as nearly a year passed, the truth became increasingly difficult to conceal. Yun Xinxue had started to harbor suspicions, whispering with Kalen, and was on the verge of reporting to the emperor to request an inspection of the Far East. The only path before him was to swiftly suppress the rebellion with his own strength, even if the truth were to emerge later. Having achieved victory would lend him some credibility before the emperor. However, contrary to his wishes, within a few months, the army of the Radiant King had captured over a dozen provinces, their forces swelling to hundreds of thousands. Since the Battle of Kearney, the demonic army's several counterattacks had all ended in failure, and the stationed forces in the Far East had suffered devastating losses. Lud was compelled to accept the reality that relying solely on his own strength would no longer suffice to effectively quell the insurgents. Now, the scattered demonic forces were too preoccupied with their own survival to even consider suppressing the rebellion. To do so would necessitate a more formidable force, which inevitably meant requesting reinforcements from the homeland. However, this would make it nearly impossible to conceal the truth of his defeat. Lud found himself in a quandary, overwhelmed and suffering greatly. The fierce Roger Legion was assaulting the Tourlan fortress like a torrent, attempting to breach the passage to the eastern provinces of the Far East, while the demonic army desperately clung to their last line of defense, suffering immensely. Should this line falter, the demonic kingdom's homeland would be laid bare before the eastern rebels. Previously, he had dismissed the guerrilla attacks on the kingdom's territory as mere banditry, but with hundreds of half-beastmen wielding makeshift spears and broadswords daring to invade and pillage the homeland, what reason would the vengeful army of the Radiant King have to refrain from doing the same after defeating his own troops? Should the Radiant King's forces launch a large-scale offensive, igniting the flames of war upon the kingdom's territory, the truth would be irretrievably exposed. Regardless of victory or defeat, his own head would surely roll. In despair, Lud made one final effort, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Apart from his own garrison, the demonic forces in the Far East possessed another formidable strength, the Ling Buxiu Legion stationed in the Fuming province. This legion had not yet engaged the rebels directly and represented a terrifying force, with nearly 100,000 regular troops from the kingdom intact. Now, the main force of the insurgents had been drawn to the vicinity of the Tourlan fortress. If Ling Buxiu could dispatch his troops from the western Fuming province to strike directly at the insurgent stronghold in the Minsk province, the situation would undoubtedly shift dramatically, as the main force of the rebels, consisting largely of half-beastmen, were primarily recruited from the Minsk province upon learning that their homeland had been retaken by the demonic forces. Their morale would surely waver, compelling them to retreat from the foot of the Tourlan fortress. At that moment, the tide would surely turn in their favor. However, the only issue is whether Ling Buxiu, a long-standing adversary of Lud, would be willing to assist. Ling Buxiu was reluctant, and the messengers sent to the Fuming province had returned to guard against the insurgents and guerrillas along the way. Lud had dispatched 5 messengers bearing his personal seal, yet only one had returned. The messenger's words extinguished Lud's last flicker of hope. Despite the emissary's fervent pleas, nearly in tears, Ling Buxiu coldly replied, "My duty is to defend against the human threat from the Warren Fortress. And maintaining order and stability in the Far East is your responsibility, Lord Lud. I dare not overstep my bounds. Moreover, absent the Divine Emperor's decree, our troops cannot abandon their defensive positions." Upon hearing this news, Lud fell into utter despair, although he had not held out much hope for Ling Buxiu. That night, he prepared poison and a dagger to end his own life, yet he feared pain more than death, and found himself unable to muster the courage to drink the lethal concoction that he hesitated, lifting the cup only to set it down repeatedly, sighing and moaning throughout the night, until he eventually dozed off in a haze. Yet, as dawn broke, a guard burst in, excitedly awakening him. "My lord, good news. Tourlan has been relieved." Lud sprang to his feet, scarcely able to believe his ears. At dawn, a messenger from the Tourlan fortress reported to Lud that the besieging rebel forces, which had overwhelmed the fortress for several days, had mysteriously retreated under the cover of night, their whereabouts and reasons unknown. Yet Lud could not concern himself with such matters any longer. Tourlan had held. The 6 eastern provinces were safe, the kingdom's homeland was preserved, and his own head was spared. Elated, he felt an overwhelming urge to sing in joy. However, Lud and his remaining subordinates could not fathom what had transpired. Victory was within their grasp. Yet why had the Radiant King's forces suddenly abandoned the battlefield? In January of 782, in the Far East, Kearney City, the sky was overcast, and a biting wind blew as Zichuan and her entourage entered the city through the west gate. The half-beastmen guards at the gate, clad in brand-new uniforms, scrutinized her credentials before saluting her with respect. "My lady." Zichuan nodded in return, and as she caught sight of the astonishment and admiration flickering in the guard's eyes, a swell of pride surged within her. Over the past year, as the commander of the Northern Route Army, Zichuan had conquered city after city, her prowess unmatched as one of the 3 most formidable generals under the Radiant King. Her reputation had spread alongside the miraculous tales of the Radiant King throughout the Far East, becoming widely known among the various races of the region, yet few were aware that the heroine of these extraordinary tales, the commander of the Northern Route Group who had achieved numerous feats within the Eastern forces, was merely a delicate-looking young woman in her 20s. Zichuan rode at a measured pace, and despite the depths of winter, the streets remained bustling with life. The roads were swept clean, devoid of any snow, while the thoroughfares brimmed with a steady stream of people, nearly overflowing with activity. The vicinity is adorned with a multitude of shops, their architectural grandeur radiating a festive atmosphere. Bai Chuan cannot help but admire Ming Yu's remarkable abilities, having restored a city ravaged by war to such a flourishing state in less than a year, surpassing even its pre-war condition. Observing the current scene of peace and prosperity, one would hardly imagine that the nascent Far East regime is still embroiled in conflict with the Demon Kingdom. To safeguard this fragile regime, hundreds of thousands of Far East troops are locked in relentless battles at the borders with the demon forces. The cavalry unit approaches, and from a distance, Bai Chuan recognizes the foremost rider as Roger. Enthusiastically waving his hand, with Ming Yu closely behind him, she, filled with delight, spurs her horse forward to greet him. What brings Roger here as well? The three gather, dismounting their horses, before Bai Chuan can steady himself. Roger has already opened his arms to her. Without hesitation, she leaps into his embrace, holding him tightly. She understands that in Roger's warm embrace, there is no romantic sentiment. He merely wishes to express the fervent camaraderie of long-separated comrades. The vague affections that once existed among them have, through countless trials of life and death, now transcended into a more noble and pure bond. What they share now is less akin to brotherly love and more akin to that of siblings. It's been a while. Ming Yu, how have you been? Bai Chuan greets her with a smile. Ming Yu, who had been smiling at them, now deliberately looks up at the sky, pouting, "What is so good about it? The adulterers are driving me mad. I could almost commit murder." Before she can finish her sentence, Bai Chuan has already embraced Roger. "Come on, let us have a hug, lest you stew in jealousy over there." As they embrace, she gently kisses Ming Yu on the forehead, asking, "Is that a little more balanced now?" "Hey, Bai Chuan, you can't show favoritism. You didn't kiss me just now." Roger exclaims loudly from behind. "Ha ha!" The trio bursts into laughter, simultaneously asking, "It's been a year. How has everyone been?" As they stroll along the tidy streets of Kearney, the three generals engage in conversation. Bai Chuan expresses his astonishment to Ming Yu. "The transformation of this city is remarkable. I remember when we captured it a year ago, it was nowhere near this scale or population, let alone this thriving scene." Ming Yu chuckles. "Indeed. Kearney is our administrative center and military headquarters. It ought to resemble a capital, right? This city has now become the commercial and logistical hub of our controlled area in Central Far East." He speaks with nonchalance. Yet Bai Chuan understands the immense effort Ming Yu must have expended to achieve such results amidst the chaos of war. She silently reflects. People possess various talents. Some excel in destruction, while others in construction. Though Ming Yu did not fight on the front lines like herself and Roger, his presence has played a pivotal role in the outcome of the conflict. He has been recruiting, training new soldiers, reorganizing fresh reinforcements to the front, establishing discipline for the insurgents, creating order, consolidating the limited forces of the uprising, managing the administration and order of newly occupied territories, sourcing supplies for the army, and organizing laborers and convoys to the front. Under his command, all those tedious and complex affairs have been handled with meticulous care, and one can sense that the insurgents are growing stronger and more organized. In terms of administrative planning, Ming Yu is indeed a genius. It is only fitting that he was chosen to serve as the chief of administration and logistics. Bai Chuan inquires with curiosity, "How did you manage all this?" "It's quite simple. We reduced taxes, allowing commerce to develop naturally. Compared to the oppressive taxation of the demon forces, our taxes are practically a paradise. Consequently, merchants from all over the Far East flock to us." "But won't reducing taxes diminish our financial revenue? How will we handle military expenditures?" Ming Yu flashes a cunning smile. "Military expenditures? Do we even have any? Bai Chuan, when have you ever paid wages to your half-beast soldiers?" Bai Chuan chuckles, recognizing this as a significant logistical advantage for the insurgents. The diverse populace joining the uprising comes for ideals of freedom, liberation, and independence, indifferent to personal gain or loss. Seizing the moment, Zichuan Xiu interjects, "These are tough times. We must weather this storm together." This effectively eliminated the soldiers' salaries, as the earnest half-beasts care only to vanquish the demons and do not hold it against him. Bai Chuan suddenly thinks to rename Zichuan Xiu to Zichuan Skinning, a more fitting title. Roger, who has been listening intently, chimes in, "But some expenses are unavoidable, such as food supplies, the replenishment of weaponry, equipment purchases, medicine, and daily necessities. While these may seem inconsequential, they add up to a staggering amount." Mingyu contemplates for a moment before replying, actually, we have other sources of income. Our primary revenue comes from the profit margin on goods traded between the mainland and the Far East. We have now become the largest and only supplier of mainland products in the Far East. Although we do not tax merchants, as long as we slightly raise our product prices. Mingyu gestures meaningfully. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Bai Chuan and Roger exchange glances, realizing. So you're openly skimming off the top? Mingyu laughs in agreement, continuing. Moreover, the 16 gold mines, 9 diamond extraction sites, and several coal and iron mines in the central provinces are now under our control. And their output is quite promising. Bai Chuan interjects. Who will do the mining? She is acutely aware that a shortage of manpower has long been a significant issue for the Far East insurgents. With able-bodied men fighting on the front lines while only women, children, and the elderly remain behind, inevitably reducing productivity. Bai Chuan, during the Battle of Kearney alone, we captured over 10,000 demon prisoners. The Lord said that since they are idle before any potential exchange of prisoners, why not put them to work for us? Not only will they mine, but they will also farm. Oh, I forgot to mention, with these demon prisoners, we have newly cultivated over 10,000 acres of military farmland. And we harvested once in September. We distributed all the grains from that harvest to the nearby populace. Roger is perplexed. Why? The army needs food as well. The Lord said that our war with the demons is a long-term endeavor. We must look to the future and cannot exhaust our resources. The Minsk province has suffered greatly from years of conflict, with many families lacking even winter provisions. The populace is the foundation of our insurgency. If the common people perish from cold and hunger, then even if we achieve victory on the battlefield, it will be fleeting. Moreover, a significant portion of our soldiers hails from that province, so this grain is essentially aid for their families, from both a morale-boosting and public support perspective. This is indispensable. Currently, the Lord enjoys high prestige among the populace, with throngs of supporters cheering for us whenever the name of the Light King is mentioned. By the time we reap the summer harvest in May this year, all the grains from the military farmland will belong to our army, supplemented by additional grains collected from the locals, allowing us to be self-sufficient in provisions without needing to import from the mainland. At that point, the Lord plans to use the saved funds to purchase machinery and hire technicians from the mainland to establish our own armories and hospitals in the Far East. As Mingyu speaks with fervor about the bright future of the Far East Army, both Roger and Bai Chuan feel a surge of hope. Having traversed the commercial district, a magnificent structure comes into view at the far end of the long street. Mingyu points and remarks, "Do you see that? It was once the governor's mansion of the Zichuan family, later transformed into the command center of the demons. Now, it serves as our headquarters, which we affectionately refer to as the base." Upon entering the building, the guards on either side stand at attention, saluting, "My lord." Bai Chuan notices that the soldiers stationed in front of this building are not ordinary half-beast soldiers, but rather elite troops from the Xiu regiment, indicating that this structure is a highly protected nerve center of the Far East insurgents. Mingyu leads them into an opulent office, furnished with luxurious leather sofas and a grand Nanmu desk, adorned with exquisite lighting fixtures on the walls. Seeing the astonished expressions of his companions, Mingyu chuckles. "Don't misunderstand. I haven't squandered public funds for personal gain. This is the Lord's office." In fact, all these furnishings were appropriated from the demon garrison commander without any expenditure. The two realize this, and Bai Chuan glances around, only to find Zichuan Xiu absent. She exclaims in surprise, "Where's the Lord? He summoned us back. Where is he? Please, have a seat." Mingyu gestures for them to sit, his demeanor growing serious. "Bai Chuan, Roger, from this point on, what you hear must remain confidential and must not be disclosed. Do you understand?" "Yes," they both reply in unison, standing at attention. Sit down, sit down." Mingyu waves his hand, speaking slowly and deliberately. "The Lord is not currently in the Far East. He has returned to the mainland." "What?" The two individuals once again leaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" The family had placed a bounty of 100,000 on the head of Zichuan Xiu, and yet he was willingly throwing himself into the fray. Roger, filled with fury, demanded, "Mingyu, you are well aware of the foolishness of such actions by our Lord. Why did you not intervene? If anything were to happen to him, it would be catastrophic." Bai Chuan's tone was even more acerbic. "As chief of staff, you have grossly neglected your duties and have falsely conveyed military orders. I, representing the soldiers on the front lines, will hold you accountable. Can you please allow me to finish?" Mingyu raised his hands in exasperation. How could I have stopped him? He never even consulted me. He merely left a letter and vanished. In the letter, he specified that during his absence, Zichuan would assume command, and any significant decisions would be made collaboratively by the three of us. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I didn't dare to act unilaterally and thus summoned you both for discussion. As he spoke, he handed over a letter that had already been opened. The impatient Roger hastily tore it open and read it through in a few swift motions before passing it to Zichuan. Upon receiving the letter, Zichuan recognized the handwriting immediately. It was indeed that of Zichuan Xiu. It stated that he had urgent matters to attend to and that Zichuan would take command in his absence. With significant decisions to be discussed among the three, the letter was dated 5 days prior. What on earth is happening? Zichuan's tone had softened considerably. She had calmed down and realized that it was indeed unreasonable to blame Mingyu. Zichuan Xiu, ever elusive, often indulged in disappearing acts, leaving no one prepared for such eventualities. She inquired further, "But did our lord mention returning to the family?" "We must trace this back to a week ago," Mingyu replied. "Mingyu, I fear we are in grave trouble," Zichuan Xiu remarked nonchalantly. Mingyu was taken aback. He understood that given his superior's usually stoic demeanor, even when facing tens of thousands of demonic armored beasts alone, he would simply state, "If we do not flee quickly, we may encounter a minor inconvenience within a minute." "What is the matter, my lord? Have you seen the latest edition of the Imperial Capital Daily?" Zichuan Xiu stated, referring to what was actually news from 10 days prior. Although Xiu's camp maintained diligent spies in the capital, gathering various intelligence and relaying it through the Gucci mountain paths to the Far East, the lengthy journey often rendered the information obsolete by the time it arrived. Nonetheless, Zichuan Xiu remained fervent in his research of these reports, frequently asserting, "News events are mere phenomena. I study the underlying laws and trends hidden beneath those phenomena." Mingyu took a newspaper and briefly scanned the headlines. Special discounts at Blue City Mall. Exposure of exhibitionist in Central Park. Ministry of Justice breaks up major theft ring. The heart-wrenching cry of an ignorant young woman. Elder Council discusses passage of the War Material Restriction Act. War materials. Zichuan Xiu patiently elaborated. This includes rice, millet, wheat, sorghum, standard military sabers, standard long rifles, war horses, chainmail, soft body armor, long-range strong bows, cavalry-style portable folding bows, arrows, sabers, ghost-headed knives, stabbing spears, cloth, medical supplies. Isn't this nearly everything we require? Mingyu exclaimed. Indeed, the Elder Council has enacted the Material Act, declaring the Zichuan family to be in a state of war. 34 types of materials have been classified as strategic resources, prohibited from circulation and trade. Among these banned items are 4 types of edible grains, in addition to the medicines and weapons we urgently need, all listed as prohibited for free trade. Mingyu's complexion turned ashen. As the chief of logistics, he was most acutely aware of the Far East Army supply situation, while the weapons could be managed, albeit rudimentarily. The dire need for food and medicine was paramount. Currently, the corny granary was depleted, with 3 months remaining until the summer harvest. The only hope for the insurgents lay in importing grain from the family's interior. Several months prior, Mingyu had made arrangements to send a substantial number of war captives to the gold mines in Yun Province and Zhebai Province, while also developing the production of iron, coal, tin, and other materials, with output steadily increasing each month. Little did he know, we have managed to gather the gold necessary for purchasing grain that we possess the gold, yet we cannot acquire food. The very next day, our lord departed, leaving only that letter behind. As Mingyu concluded his recounting, a heavy silence enveloped the room. All understood that in a protracted war, the loss of logistical support signified inevitable defeat. The sole lifeline sustaining the Far East insurgents had now been severed. Who else is aware of this matter? Have those generals from the Zoe clan, Buzan and Bran, been informed? They have not yet learned of it, currently. Only the 3 of us are privy to this information, as our lord instructed us not to spread it to avoid demoralizing the troops. Why has the Elder Council enacted such a law? Does the family intend to wage full-scale war against the Lufeng? Zichuan queried. Such restrictions on material circulation would wreak havoc on commerce, and were typically employed only in times of dire full-scale warfare, leaving her incredulous. Had the Zichuan family merely emerged from defeat in the Far East, only to initiate a comprehensive conflict in the West? Mingyu shrugged. I do not know. Do not ask me. Zichuan pressed. Who is the primary target of this act? Is it aimed at us? Mingyu shook his head in confusion. I do not know. After a moment's reflection, he added, In truth, we have always had informants in the capital, yet they too are oblivious to this legislation. Once the prohibition is enacted, grain merchants will only be permitted to sell to the military and various civil service monopolies, barred from private sales. Mingyu, did our lord mention where he was headed? Mingyu shook his head. No, but I suspect his disappearance is undoubtedly linked to our food shortage. Bai Chuan pondered for a considerable time before raising her gaze. Mingyu, how long can our remaining supplies sustain us? Mingyu lowered his head. Calculating, if no large-scale operations occur and we conserve our rations, along with the remaining supplies in various storages, we might last 4 to 5 weeks. Bai Chuan felt a tightening in her chest. This meant that within a month, should circumstances not change, the army would begin to suffer from hunger. The three commanders deliberated for a time and swiftly made several resolutions. Firstly, it was uncertain when Zichuan Xiu would return. But as a precaution, all units must begin to conserve rations immediately. Secondly, to save supplies, they must shorten the front lines, halting all external offensives until the food crisis was resolved. Thus, Roger's siege on the Talon fortress would be suspended, and his legion would withdraw from Talon City. Thirdly, the entire army would redirect their offensive strategy from the eastern front to the northwest, where 2 provinces were known for their grain production. Due to the haste of these significant adjustments, numerous coordination details required discussion among the various legions, and the meeting stretched from the afternoon until well past 1 in the morning as they exited the office. Gazing at Zichuan Xiu's expansive desk, Bai Chuan suddenly posed a question to Mingyu. How many guards did our lord take within this time? Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, responding, not a single one. He left alone. Bai Chuan murmured in understanding, subtly grasping Zichuan Xiu's intention that a larger entourage might attract undue attention, and the enticing bounty of 100,000 gold coins could tempt even the most loyal guard to betray him. Placing Zichuan Xiu in a precarious situation in such circumstances, traveling alone became the safest option. She realized that while Zichuan Xiu often presented a seemingly careless demeanor, he was, in truth, a remarkably cautious and vigilant individual. Quietly, she prayed, "My lord, may you return safely and swiftly." Above, the snow cascaded in flurries, growing heavier, while beneath, the ground became increasingly treacherous with mud and puddles. Zichuan Xiu sighed repeatedly, lamenting his misfortune after a grueling 6-day journey. He was now less than 20 kilometers from the imperial capital, yet his steed had met with disaster in an icy pit, resulting in the loss of a fine horse, and the fall had left him with a lingering ache in his backside. He lifted his gaze, peering from beneath the brim of his snow-laden hat, observing a vast expanse of white. A brilliant red sun hung low on the western horizon, signaling the approach of dusk. He realized reaching the capital today was impossible. The heavy snowfall would render the path even more treacherous after dark, necessitating a place to spend the night. Spotting what appeared to be a solitary house amidst the distant trees, his spirits lifted, a potential refuge for the night. Yet, as he drew closer, disappointment set in. The structure was dilapidated, its door ajar, clearly abandoned. "Is anyone here?" Zichuan Xiu called out, but received no response. He stepped inside. Greeted by a musty odor, the feeble sunlight filtered through the doorway, illuminating a room strewn with debris, evidence that its owner had long since given up on it. Seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. Camping in the wilderness was by no means a daunting task for Zichuan Xiu, who had grown accustomed to military life. He struck a match, surveying the disarray of the room, filthy and dilapidated. With nothing of use, clearing a spot on the ground, he gathered a bundle of firewood from the nearby forest, and upon rummaging through the kitchen, he discovered an iron teapot, its handle long gone. After using snow to wipe away the grime, he was pleasantly surprised to find it relatively clean. This discovery invigorated him. He secured the door against the howling wind and snow, cleared the clutter from the floor, and fashioned a simple stove. He placed the teapot atop it, fetched a handful of snow from outside, and ignited the firewood with the match. Most of the branches were soaked with snow, and after considerable effort, the fire finally caught. Watching the flickering flames, Zichuan Xiu exhaled contentedly, laying out his military blanket beside the fire to create a makeshift bed, stretching out his long legs in comfort. Outside, darkness enveloped the sky, and the snow fell more heavily, while the chilling wind howled mournfully. Yet the interior of the room was warm and inviting. After a long day of toil, he could finally rest, his only task now to wait for the water to boil for tea and to nibble on his rations. The sheer leisure of the moment enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. Gazing into the pitch blackness beyond the window, Zichuan Xiu fell into a reverie in the desolate wilderness, amidst the dilapidated hut and the flickering campfire. He pondered how many such nights he had spent in his brief 22 years of life. Since childhood, he had been embroiled in warfare, while children of his age enjoyed the love of their parents. He had already taken up arms, endlessly battling foes, the Lei Hong clan, the demon tribes, the rebels. His footsteps had traversed the entire territory of his family, from the Western Front to the Far East, witnessing sights and wonders unimaginable to ordinary folk. Yet he lacked the one thing that everyone else possessed, a home. Home. Zichuan Xiu sighed softly, his eyes growing misty. He was a man without a home. Devoid of kin or attachments, his endeavors in the Far East had taken root, and before others, he was the illustrious Light King, a hero commanding tens of thousands of followers. Yet, in the solitude of the night, the weight of desolation and loneliness was an affliction no one could alleviate. Suddenly, he recalled that in all those years, the only time he had felt a semblance of home was during the fleeting moments spent in Zichuan Ning's household, which lasted less than a year. It had been 2 years since their parting. Had Zichuan Ning changed? Was she saddened upon learning of his betrayal? Would she even believe it? Zichuan Xiu dared not dwell on these thoughts. During those days when he felt forsaken by his homeland, Zichuan Ning had been his sole source of spiritual solace. Lost in contemplation, he was abruptly roused by the sound of boiling water. He sprang to his feet, deftly using his portable canteen and tea leaves to brew a pot of tea. Tossing in some rations. As he watched the jerky and millet swirl in the boiling water, his stomach growled hungrily, yet his heart was filled with delight. Suddenly, he halted, for amidst the howling wind and snow, he discerned an unusual sound, a crisp crack as something stepped on a withered branch. For a fleeting moment, he thought he had misheard. In such a tempest, even beasts would not venture out to forage, let alone a person approach this forsaken cabin. But the sound grew clearer. Someone was indeed approaching the hut. Zichuan Xiu's reflexes were lightning-quick. In an instant, his xia blade, resting beside the blanket, was in his hand. With a deft flick, he sent the teapot, which was boiling on the fire, tumbling to the ground, executing the motion with such grace that not a drop of tea spilled. He was about to extinguish the fire when he abruptly halted, chuckling softly to himself. He was being overly cautious, having returned secretly from the Far East, traversing from the Jiuling province beneath the ancient Qiji Mountains to the imperial capital without leaving a trace. The Zichuan family was unaware of his return, and it was improbable that anyone would pursue him. He shook his head, smiling wryly, as the most wanted criminal with the highest bounty in Zichuan family history. He had no choice but to tread carefully, ever alert to the slightest disturbance. He returned the teapot to the fire and concealed his blade within the folds of his snow cloak. As he opened the door, a fierce gust of wind, laden with snowflakes, struck him, momentarily blinding him. The snowfall seemed to intensify, and amidst the howling wind, he faintly heard a woman's desperate cry for help. "Save me." Zichuan Xiu's heart raced. Beyond the trees, amidst the swirling snow, he spotted dark figures moving closer. A group of men was pursuing a fleeing woman, the chase drawing nearer. Though the situation did not concern him, Zichuan Xiu's curiosity compelled him to move towards them. His movements were swift and silent, slipping through the trees like a shadow, blending into the darkness. As the two parties remained oblivious to his presence, he concealed himself behind a tree, observing as they rushed past. The men were burly and fierce, exuding an aura of menace. Even as they sprinted, their breathing remained steady, indicating formidable skills. Why, he wondered, would such a formidable group pursue a solitary woman? The fleeing woman donned a crimson cloak that billowed around her, obscuring her face as she shouted, "Help!" Racing towards the small wooden cabin, aglow with the flicker of firelight. Zichuan Xiu marveled at her stamina. She had managed to evade her pursuers in the snow for so long. But it was evident she was nearing exhaustion, the distance between them dwindling. He found it peculiar that she would choose the dilapidated cabin as her refuge, even if a hunter resided there. He could hardly protect her from such a pack of wolves. "Help!" she cried, reaching the door. With a creak, she flung it open, only to freeze at the threshold. The cabin was empty save for a pile of burning firewood. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, her pursuers caught up, surrounding her menacingly. The woman slowly turned, and Zichuan Xiu caught sight of her face. She was tall and slender, draped in a red cloak, dusted with snow, although her features were partially concealed by a wide hood. Zichuan Xiu instinctively sensed her beauty. In an instant, every fiber of his chivalric being ignited, as if ablaze with fervor. the dark night, the hunted beauty, the fearsome assassins. How fortuitous that he stumbled upon this scene. Even more fortuitous, he possessed a modicum of martial skill. Though Zichuan Xiu did not consider himself a hero, he had heard many tales of heroism, where gallant figures descended from the heavens to rescue maidens from the clutches of villains, often culminating in the trope of the maiden pledging her devotion to the hero. Such narratives had often led him to question the motives of these so-called heroes, lamenting the plight of the damsel, pursued by wolves at the front, entrapped by tigers at the back. Yet, he refrained from revealing himself immediately, aware that he was ignorant of the circumstances surrounding the conflict. He could not intervene lightly. After all, he was no longer 18. The men, driven by the lure of the bounty, encircled the woman but hesitated to strike, as if they harbored some fear of her. After a tense silence, a gruff voice shattered the stillness. Charge, kill her. The bounty is 100,000. Zichuan Xiu's thoughts raced. 100,000. That was the same bounty placed on his head by the Zichuan family. Who was this woman, that she shared the same fate as the family's greatest traitor? In a moment of shared empathy and a desire to protect the vulnerable, he resolved to save her. Strangely enough, this woman, possessing such exceptional skills with hidden weapons, was being pursued so miserably by a group of rather mediocre men. Even if she were to conceal her capabilities, it should not be to this extent, should it? Observing the woman, who remained steadfast without raising a hand, and yet effortlessly dispatched 3 burly men, vanishing without a trace, left the assailants utterly astonished, compelling them to retreat a few paces in disarray. Zichuan Xiu muttered under his breath, foolish. Knowing full well that their opponent was a master of concealed weaponry, why did they deliberately create distance between themselves? Was that not akin to courting death? The leader's gruff voice bellowed. Be cautious. The dark green needle is perilous. The woman stepped back, leaning against the doorframe of a small hut, and with a low, gravelly voice, warned, Black Tiger. You are well aware of my identity. Do you dare to take advantage of my predicament? Her voice, slightly hoarse yet alluring, commanded respect. Upon hearing her speak, the group of men retreated a few more steps, visibly intimidated by her presence. The towering figure who had issued commands, Zichuan Xiu surmised he was the Black Tiger the woman referred to, sneered. My lady, we acknowledge your considerable power and influence. Under normal circumstances, we would not even be worthy of carrying your shoes. However, at this moment, aside from the brothers of the Black Tiger gang, there is no one else here. Heaven knows, the earth knows, and I know, no one will know that it was us who killed you. For revenge, you may have to return as a ghost. He turned and barked. Do not fear. Her phoenix needle can only be used once. If we let her live, none of us will survive. His voice suddenly sharpened. Fortune favors the bold. Brothers, charge. With just a few words, the men were incited to murderous intent, rallying together as they closed in, wary of the woman's lethal hidden weapons, each holding their weapons defensively, cautious not to rush in recklessly. The woman, acutely aware of her dire situation, realized her hidden weapons could only be deployed once more. Faced with over a dozen enemies, having been ambushed and incapacitated by a dissolution pill, she could not muster her internal energy. Once her hidden weapons were expended, she would be utterly defenseless, at the mercy of her foes. The notorious Black Tiger gang was infamous, and as a woman, she would rather die than fall into their hands. Closing her eyes, she aimed her last lethal phoenix needle at her own heart, hesitating over whether to pull the trigger, her heart filled with indignation. The designated rescue team had not arrived, but instead, a throng of assassins had appeared. Who had betrayed her? She could not rest in peace without uncovering the truth. With a resounding bang, the silence of the wilderness shattered, startling everyone as the snow-laden ground erupted, sending a flurry of powdery snow swirling towards them, the fine particles stinging their faces as they collided with the wind. In an instant, the snow obscured their vision, and someone cried out, We are being ambushed. Zichuan Xiu suddenly lunged towards the assassins of the Black Tiger gang. His movements swift as a specter, amidst the swirling snow. Even the keenest eyes could only discern a fleeting shadow as he sprang forth from his concealed position and charged directly at the gang. His speed so remarkable that he nearly collided with the last assassin in line. The assassin, caught off guard, raised his blade to strike, but before he could bring it down, he let out a harrowing scream. His eyes bulging in terror, before the blade could descend, Zichuan Xiu had already plunged into his embrace, driving his knee forcefully into the man's abdomen. The impact, infused with Zichuan Xiu's momentum, struck a vulnerable point, causing the towering assassin to crumple to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, retching bile. Hearing a rush of air beside him, Zichuan Xiu discerned two attackers closing in from both sides. The two assassins, reacting swiftly, advanced upon him with wild cries, their black blades slicing through the air with a menacing swiftness. Yet, to Zichuan Xiu, a seasoned swordsman, their motions were painfully slow, rife with openings. He suddenly sidestepped, his hands weaving a mysterious arc in the air. And with an unknown technique, two agonized screams echoed as blood splattered. The two assassins, who had exerted all their strength in their strikes, found their blades inexplicably redirected mid-air, cutting down their own comrades instead. Before the two could collapse, Zichuan Xiu swiftly retreated, delivering a vicious elbow strike to the ribs of the assassin behind him. The crisp sound of shattering bone rang out clearly in the stillness of the night, sending shivers down spines as the would-be ambusher fell silent, unconscious. The disparity in strength was glaring. These assassins were merely marginally superior to ordinary demon soldiers, and to Zichuan Xiu, who had faced death countless times. They posed no threat whatsoever. He dealt with them effortlessly, never even drawing his weapon. Dispatching four with ease, he dusted off his hands, beaming at the remaining assassins, his smile unmistakably conveying, "You are no match for me. Do not throw your lives away needlessly." Terrified, the assassins scattered in all directions. Black Tiger, the gang leader, unsheathed his blade with a swift motion, yet hesitated to engage, his expression shifting between fear and uncertainty. His opponent's skills were profoundly peculiar. While his strength was not particularly great, his speed was erratic, making it impossible to predict his movements. With four of his men already incapacitated, the opponent seemed to be toying with them. Not yet displaying his true prowess, Black Tiger realized that he had encountered a genuine master. With 13 men, 3 had already fallen to hidden weapons, and now 4 had succumbed in a single blow, leaving the remaining 6 utterly outmatched. Under normal circumstances, he would have ordered a retreat long ago, but the stakes were far too high. If this matter were to leak, he would face dire consequences. He called out, "Pray tell, what is your name? What brings you to meddle in our affairs?" Zichuan Xiu chuckled softly. He was not well versed in the vernacular of these rogues, but having mingled with heroes from various mountains and valleys in the Xiuji camp, he had picked up some nuances. He recognized that the man was inquiring about his identity and his motivation for intervening. With a smile, he replied, "My identity is of no concern to you. However, I cannot stand by while so many of you bully a single woman." Black Tiger scrutinized him closely, repeatedly uttering "good, good, good," before clasping his fists together in a gesture of respect. "Your skills are formidable, and we are no match for you. Consider it a loss. May we take our leave?" Zichuan Xiu nodded. The gang leader, with a respectful bow, expressed, "Thank you for sparing our lives. Should we meet again in the future, I shall repay this debt." He turned and shouted, "Brothers, we..." At that moment, a woman's voice pierced the air, "Be careful. Kill." As he uttered the final word, Black Tiger's voice rose sharply, almost reaching a shriek. He suddenly pivoted, launching himself like a leopard, his blade aimed straight for Zichuan Xiu's face, the attack swift and fierce. Just as the word "kill" escaped his lips, the gleaming blue blade was already upon Zichuan Xiu, caught off guard by Black Tiger's sudden aggression. Zichuan Xiu rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the lethal strike, the blade slicing dangerously close to his ear, severing several strands of hair that danced in the wind, the cold gust chilling his skin. Clumsily, he rolled away, but before he could regain his footing, Black Tiger recognized that at this moment, it was a matter of life or death. He could not allow Zichuan Xiu a moment's respite. Lunging forward to deliver a second blow, Zichuan Xiu lay on the ground, unable to dodge, the brilliant blue blade filling his entire field of vision, a singular thought racing through his mind. It was over. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable outcome. With a sharp swish, the expected strike did not descend. Instead, he heard Black Tiger's anguished cry, "Ah!" followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. As several assassins shouted in alarm, "Boss! Boss! What happened?" "The boss is dead. The blow was too hard. The wind was too fierce." Chapter 9. A strange encounter in the imperial capital. Chapter 4. A farewell like rain. Zichuan Xiu sensed a shift in the situation. Opening his eyes and rising, he saw the remaining assassins hastily fleeing, even those he had injured scrambling away in panic. Black Tiger lay motionless a few steps away, uncertain of his fate, approaching cautiously. Zichuan Xiu discovered that the right eye of Black Tiger's face had been reduced to a gory hole, dark blood oozing forth, while his left eye bulged grotesquely, his features contorted in a sinister manner. A hidden weapon. Zichuan Xiu quickly grasped the situation. Someone had used a venomous dart to strike Black Tiger's right eye, saving him. Reflecting on how close he had come to danger, sweat soaked his clothing. It had been too perilous. In that fleeting moment, everything he had worked for, the liberation of millions in the Far East, had nearly crumbled to dust. If he had perished at the hands of these third-rate bandits, the demon faction would have laughed in mockery. He turned to the woman leaning against the doorframe, gesturing for her to enter the small hut, and she followed him inside. Zichuan Xiu spoke aloud. "My lady, I cannot express my gratitude for your timely intervention. May I inquire your name?" The lady, Xian, graciously bowed in return, saying, "You are exceedingly courteous. My surname is Lin, and my given name is Yu. Is I who ought to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Had it not been for you, I would surely have fallen victim to their nefarious hands today. Your martial prowess is remarkable. Dealing with such ruffians would be but a trifling task for you. Yet, your excessive compassion has rendered you vulnerable to the cunning of such scoundrels." Her tone was gentle and refined. And had it not been for her striking presence, Zichuan Xiu would scarcely have believed that 4 burly men outside had perished at the hands of her elusive and lethal hidden weapons. The young woman possessed a keen understanding of a man's psyche. Her few words of appreciation brought a delightful warmth to Zichuan Xiu's heart. However, her next query nearly caused him to stumble. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Sir." Zichuan Xiu, bemused, touched his unshaven chin, which had developed a stubbly beard over the past few days. He refrained from correcting her and simply replied, "Please close the door." The cold wind, laced with swirling snow, rushed into the room, significantly lowering the temperature within. Zichuan Xiu inwardly lamented, "Sir, my dreams of heroically rescuing a damsel have been dashed. It seems I am out of the running." Lin Yu uttered a soft, "Thank you," and turned to shut the door. She found a spot to sit near the fire, seemingly by instinct or perhaps due to her inherent vigilance, choosing a position directly opposite Zichuan Xiu, with a fire pit conveniently separating them. Silence enveloped them. Lin Yu's cloak was dusted with a layer of white snow, which melted in the warmth of the room, causing droplets to fall to the ground with a soft drip. "Drop." Unable to restrain himself, Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, "Do remove your outer garment. If the snow water seeps into your clothes, you shall fall ill." Lin Yu gasped, as if she had just discovered this truth for the first time. Zichuan Xiu speculated that she must be the daughter of some affluent family, for how could one so naive be unaware of such basic life knowledge? Yet, a nobleman's daughter wielding such deadly hidden weapons seemed incongruous. After a moment's hesitation, she complied with his advice, peeling off her cloak and hood. The room seemed to brighten instantly, and Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. Such beauty existed in the world, her face, as flawless as white jade, framed with delicate brows and long lashes, complemented by a refined nose and perfect contours. The more he beheld her, the more entranced he became, particularly by her eyes, which shimmered like mist shrouded in smoke. Concealing boundless thoughts. In her presence, Zichuan Xiu grasped the true meaning of a beauty that could topple kingdoms and a femme fatale. He had encountered many beautiful women before, such as the valiant Bai Chuan, the graceful Vice Commander Lin Bing, the noble Princess Kadan, the charming Lin Xiujia, and even his beloved Zichuan Ning, who was undeniably captivating in her own right, but all paled in comparison to the enchanting lady before him. Not only did she possess innate beauty, but she also exuded a unique, elusive charm, rich in femininity, akin to a rose freshly bloomed, adorned with morning dew, radiating an alluring fragrance. She embodied the countenance of an 18-year-old girl fused with the allure of a mature woman. In contrast, Vice Commander Lin Bing appeared overly mature, while Zichuan Ning seemed merely a naive girl. Zichuan Xiu mused that had she graced the streets, she would undoubtedly cause a traffic jam, prompting young men to leap from the city walls of the imperial capital for her sake. However, Zichuan Xiu had long outgrown the fervor of youth. He concluded, "She is indeed beautiful, yet beauty alone is all she is." His admiration for this stunning woman remained purely aesthetic, marveling at the wonders of creation. Akin to the awe inspired by a sunset over the desert or the brilliance of a meteor streaking across the night sky, without a ripple stirring in his heart. He found it curious that, in the face of such beauty, he felt so unmoved. Was it that the age of instant infatuation had passed, or was he merely beyond the years of such enchantment? Sir, Lin Yu relaxed. This man was unlike others. He possessed remarkable self-restraint. Upon first glimpsing her beauty, confusion and admiration flickered in his eyes, but only for an instant. His gaze cleared, and he remained composed, not feigning indifference while covertly observing her. He was genuinely capable of looking at her with such normalcy. She silently rejoiced. It seemed her safety for the night was assured. She took the initiative to inquire. Sir, what is your name? Do you reside here? Zichuan Xiu was about to respond. No, but then reconsidered and replied. I am Zhang Asen, a vagabond, residing here. The lady surveyed the disheveled surroundings and the grimy walls, her expression one of disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that someone could endure life in such squalor. Zichuan Xiu, too, found it incredible, concocting an excuse. This humble abode is my temporary residence. I haven't been here in a while, so it has become somewhat untidy. He pondered the identity of the young woman across from him. Her exquisite features and noble demeanor suggested she hailed from a wealthy merchant or high official's family. Yet, curiously, he sensed an unexpected depth of experience that belied her privileged background. His curiosity nearly consumed him, but he restrained himself. Her beauty, regardless of its allure, was of no consequence to him. Important matters awaited. Bai Chuan and the others were dependent on him to procure food for their pot. The contents of the pot began to bubble vigorously. Zichuan Xiu removed the teapot from the fire and lifted the lid. From his bag, he retrieved a small bowl and spoon, ladling a portion of millet porridge, which he offered to the young woman. She shook her head and softly uttered her thanks, yet did not take the bowl. Zichuan Xiu hesitated and ultimately placed the bowl before her. He grasped the still-hot teapot, blowing on the steam as he took large gulps of porridge, acutely aware of her bright gaze fixed upon him, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. After hastily finishing his own serving, he noticed that the lady had yet to touch the bowl before her. Regret washed over him, but he felt too embarrassed to say, "If you are not going to eat, please return it to me." He stifled his hunger pangs and cleared a spot in the corner for himself to sleep. Offering his military blanket to her, before she could decline, he tossed the blanket onto her lap, saying, "You may tend to the fire. Remember to add more wood." He sprawled out, stretching lazily, and soon the gentle sound of his snoring filled the air. The lady chuckled softly. She had never encountered such an amusing person, whose behavior resembled that of a child. Fortunately, he was a gentleman, not bombarding her with incessant questions, nor speaking excessively. In her recollection, it was the first time a man had been so indifferent towards her, which sparked a sense of fondness and curiosity towards Zichuan Xiu. Outside, the frigid wind howled, gusting through the cracks of the door, causing the tattered raincoat hanging on the wall to rustle. The flames flickered uneasily, while the twigs in the fire crackled softly. Zichuan Xiu, asleep on his back, had one side of his face illuminated a rosy hue. He appeared utterly serene, his expression tranquil. The young woman scrutinized him carefully for the first time. His jet black hair, dark eyes, and handsome features were complemented by the stubble on his lips and chin. Suddenly, she realized that it was this very stubble that had led her to mistakenly judge him as an older man. Upon closer inspection, he was, in fact, still a young lad. How rude of her, she thought. She would have to apologize upon his awakening. Yet this man was truly peculiar, enigmatic in nature. Upon entering, she had sensed that he was making a concerted effort to conceal his true identity. Yet inconsistencies betrayed him. His clothing was filthy, caked with dirt, and unremarkable at first glance, but to a discerning eye, it was evident that the fabric was exquisite fur, worth a considerable sum. His complexion was fair, with long, nimble fingers, attributes unbecoming of a vagabond, more akin to those of a noble or an artist. Moreover, the makeshift stove he had fashioned was both simple and practical. A few pieces of firewood securely supported the teapot, a feat not everyone could achieve. Such skill was typically reserved for the most seasoned soldiers. His upright posture was a testament to rigorous training, and his demeanor exuded a rugged, masculine charm. His keen gaze, paired with the sheathed dagger conveniently placed for easy access on his right side, suggested that his martial abilities were not those of an ordinary rogue, nor could they have been honed solely through hunting. She recalled his combat movements from earlier. They lacked any ostentation, being direct and effective, devoid of superfluous gestures. Each strike rendered his opponent utterly incapacitated. Such succinctness and precision in combat could only be forged through the crucible of bloody warfare. It was evident that he had undergone extensive, rigorous military training and was of sound financial standing. What business could such a person have on this snow-laden night? A sudden wave of intrigue washed over Lin Yu. What could his true identity be? A bandit? Unlikely. There was no hint of malice in his gaze, nothing resembling the brutishness of a desperate outlaw. Moreover, his experience in the Jianghu is woefully inadequate, and his heart is far too tender, making him all too susceptible to ambushes. Were he to traverse the Jianghu, he would surely meet his demise within 3 days. An officer of the Zichuan family, perhaps, yet why does he lack attendants and a retinue? If he were indeed an officer, he is far too youthful, almost still a child. Yet, there is an air of hardship etched upon his features, a peculiar charm that captivates, though he appears disheveled, hiding away in a modest room. His demeanor and responses are so natural, imparting a sense of tranquility, a testament to the innate grace of a noble scion. He is also remarkably courteous. Were he an ordinary man, having saved a beautiful woman, he would have bombarded her with inquiries. What is your esteemed name, miss? Where do you hail from? What is your residence? Why are those men pursuing you? What do your parents do? How could a young lady venture out alone at night? Are they after wealth? Or beauty? Are they brigands? Oh dear, how fortunate it is to have me here, or else you would be in quite the predicament. To prepare for such questioning, she had already devised a plethora of responses before entering the room. Yet, to her surprise, after saving her, he did not utter a single inquiry. Faced with her beauty, he displayed no signs of desire. He merely expressed gratitude for her assistance, then ate his fill and retired to slumber. He acts like a pig, Lin Yu muttered in dissatisfaction. Girls are often like this. They may find a loquacious fellow intolerable, yet when encountering someone they find intriguing who is so taciturn and indifferent, they feel slighted. Lin Yu murmured her discontent, only to suddenly realize her stomach was grumbling as well. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled gently, picked up the small bowl before her, and sipped the porridge. Perhaps it was due to her hunger. But the porridge tasted exceptionally sweet. Upon finishing, she gently placed the bowl on the ground, leaned against the wall, covered herself with a blanket, and gradually drifted off to sleep. By morning, Zichuan Xiu awoke, rising to find the firewood had long since extinguished, and that the young woman remained in the same position, dozing against the wall, still yet to awaken. Opening the door, he was greeted by the dazzling glare of snow, a vast expanse of white. What a splendid sunny day it was. Recalling they were merely 20 miles from the imperial capital, Zichuan Xiu felt his spirits lift as he began to pack his belongings and prepare for the journey. After getting ready, he noticed the young woman still resting against the wall and called out to her, "Miss Lin Yu, dawn has arrived." Lin Yu let out a soft groan, her voice laden with discomfort. Zichuan Xiu, sensing something amiss, approached and gently tapped her shoulder. "Miss Lin Yu, wake up." She groaned again, her voice muffled. My head hurts terribly. I'm so thirsty." Zichuan Xiu hesitated, reaching out to lightly touch her forehead, which felt feverishly hot to the touch. This girl was burning with a high fever. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it quite understandable. A pampered young lady traveling through a blizzard at night would surely fall ill. He gently nudged her again. "Miss, wake up. You have a fever. We must seek a doctor at once." The girl opened her eyes, the brightness that had shone in them the previous night now replaced by puffiness and dullness. She shut her eyes once more. "Don't mind me. I just want to sleep." Zichuan Xiu sighed. If circumstances allowed, he would truly prefer to ignore her. Yet, despite his thoughts, he found himself incapable of leaving a young, beautiful girl to suffer alone in the wilderness. What if he were to depart, and the assassins he had scared off returned? She would be doomed. Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized how advantageous it was to be a woman. This world might be unkind to many, but it would never neglect a beauty. For instance, in a situation like this, had it been a brutish man, he would not have spared a glance, perhaps even taking the opportunity to pilfer his wallet. Zichuan Xiu set down his belongings and went outside to gather some dry twigs, stoking the fire and boiling water. For someone like him, accustomed to life in the wild, medicine for colds and fevers was essential. Once everything was in order, he gently propped the young woman up and brought the medicine bowl to her lips. "Here, take your medicine." The girl, her fever causing her to be somewhat delirious, suddenly wrapped her arms around Zichuan Xiu's neck, leaning in close and shouting, "Daddy, Daddy." In that moment, Zichuan Xiu's breath quickened, the smoothness of her cheek mere inches from his, the sweet fragrance enveloping him, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. After all, he was still a healthy young man, in a secluded cabin in the wilderness, with a lone woman suffering from fever. If he had any illicit intentions, she would be utterly defenseless. Zichuan Xiu forcefully pried her arms from around his neck, feeding her the medicine spoonful by spoonful, before quickly retreating to the far corner of the room, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The girl was simply too beautiful. If such temptation were to arise again, he felt he might lack the resolve to resist. Listening to Lin Yu's low murmurs in her sleep, he could endure it no longer and rushed outside. Burying his head in a snowdrift like an ostrich, using the cold of the snow to calm himself, silently cursing, "Damn it. With such a beautiful girl, any man would be tempted. Oh God, you know I am no saint. Why must you test me with such a lure?" After a considerable time had passed, and his tumultuous emotions had settled, he re-entered the small cabin, retreating to the furthest corner from her, sitting cross-legged to meditate, striving for composure, yet his thoughts remained restless, only achieving tranquility after a long while. Unbeknownst to him, snow began to fall once more outside. By the time Lin Yu awoke, it was already dusk. She stared blankly at her surroundings, the filthy walls, the decaying beams, the dim glow of the hearth. The blanket draped over her, her mind foggy. "You're awake? Feeling any better?" A voice broke through her reverie. Lin Yu lifted her head to behold a pair of piercing eyes. A scruffy man stood before her. Looking somewhat familiar, she murmured, "Who are you?" Zichuan Xiu paused, replying casually, "I'm Liao, a year running a fever. Don't speak too much." Lin Yu fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, she finally recognized him as the vagabond who had saved her the previous night. "How long have I been asleep?" Zichuan Xiu glanced outside, noting the darkness that had settled, and smiled. "A day and a night." The young woman was taken aback. "Has it been that long?" Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Such a small expression on her face rendered her extraordinarily beautiful, causing his heart to race. She struggled to sit up and noticed the medicine bowl on the ground. Recalling in her haze that someone had fed her medicine, she realized it was this stranger, this down-and-out man, who had stayed behind to care for her throughout the day and night. Considering the consequences, had no one been there to look after her in this blustery wilderness. She let out a gentle sigh, saying softly, "Sir, your life-saving grace on 2 occasions is beyond my ability to repay." Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly. "It was merely a trifling effort. Miss Lin need not be overly formal. Are you feeling better now?" His words were pleasant, yet inwardly he mused. He bore heavy responsibilities, with hundreds of thousands of troops in the Far East awaiting his command, yet here he was, wasting precious time tending to a stranger. Truly, what a fool he was. Colds and fevers, though fierce in their onset, often dissipate quickly. With a good sweat, one can recover, thanks to Zichuan Xiu's attentive care throughout the day. Along with the medicinal treatment, Lin Yu felt her headache had subsided, and the fever had retreated. Though a lingering weakness remained, her mind had cleared, and although Zichuan Xiu spoke in a calm manner, Lin Yu discerned the slight anxiety he was attempting to conceal. That a thought crossed her mind. This man, like herself, must be on an urgent journey in such a severe snowstorm, yet he had delayed his own affairs for a whole day for her sake. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as if failing to explain her background would be an injustice to him. "This elder brother, I hail from the imperial capital. My father is a merchant there. Last night, I was traveling with my family to visit friends in the Dama province in the east, when we were unexpectedly beset by a band of robbers. In the chaos, I became separated from my family. And were it not for your timely assistance, I, a frail young woman, would have been left to languish in the wilderness, with dire consequences." As she spoke, she became moved herself, tears welling in her eyes as she retrieved a handkerchief to dry her tears. "How can I ever repay you for your 2 life-saving deeds?" Zichuan Xiu listened intently, nodding along, scratching his nose in thought. How to repay? If she recovers from her illness, that would be sufficient gratitude. He suddenly noticed that Lin Yu's address had shifted from uncle the previous night to elder brother now. A loss of formality but a gain in familiarity. Was this progress or regression? After Lin Yu finished speaking, Zichuan Xiu carefully replied, "Miss Lin, regarding your identity and the grievances with those men from last night, I have not inquired. If it is inconvenient, you need not feel obliged to explain." Lin Yu widened her innocent eyes. "How can that be? Elder brother, you are my savior. How could I conceal anything from you?" Zichuan Xiu cast a disgruntled glare at her, wondering how she could still have the audacity to mention the term savior. Not a single word from her earlier tirade bore any semblance of truth. Firstly, she was unequivocally not a native of the imperial capital, while her accent bore a slight resemblance. To the ears of someone like Zichuan Xiu, a true native, the distinction was glaringly obvious. It was not an innate accent, but rather one acquired. tinged with a hint of Western inflection. Moreover, if such a beauty truly hailed from the imperial capital, she would undoubtedly be a figure of considerable renown, one he could not possibly overlook. Furthermore, how could the daughter of a merchant possess such lethal hidden weaponry and exhibit such remarkable skill in its use? He recalled the dialogue exchanged between her and the assassins the previous night, which, upon reflection, bore significant implications. Kill her, and the bounty is 100,000. How dare you treat me this way? Are you courting death? My lady, your power is great. If you let her return alive, none of us will survive. The individuals from last night were certainly no ordinary bandits. Their skills were commendable. The only reason they faltered was due to encountering someone of Zichuan Xiu's extraordinary caliber. She was undeniably no ordinary commoner, for she had a bounty of 100,000 on her head, placing her on par with him. Zichuan Xiu vividly recalled her words from the previous night. How dare you treat me this way? Are you courting death? That was not a mere threat. The chilling confidence exuding from her words sent a shiver down his spine. Such an imposing presence and self-assuredness could not be feigned. Only someone accustomed to wielding power over life and death could possess such an aura. He had been sufficiently tactful in conveying to her the matter of identity and origin, indicating that if she wished to remain silent, there was no need to fabricate falsehoods. Yet, she remained oblivious. Under Zichuan Xiu's penetrating gaze, Lin Yu felt a twinge of guilt, awkwardly falling silent, her cheeks flushing slightly as she stuck out her tongue. For reasons unknown, Zichuan Xiu found that what would appear endearing in others came across as charmingly innocent in Lin Yu. After a brief silence, Lin Yu softly uttered, I apologize. Zichuan Xiu replied with a nonchalant, It's quite all right. Lin Yu's apology for concealing her identity was understood by Zichuan Xiu, who empathized with her predicament. Between their exchanged, I'm sorry, and it's fine, a tacit understanding had been reached. Lin Yu was taken aback by Zichuan Xiu's astuteness and felt a profound sense of gratitude for his sensitivity. She pondered to herself, this man possesses great self-respect, exposing her identity not out of malice but to assert that he is no fool to be trifled with. Yet he exhibits remarkable restraint, conducting himself and speaking with such tact that he does not place her in an awkward position, nor does he pry into her background, displaying a level of maturity and tolerance that endears him to her. Excuse me. Brother, may I inquire your true name? Ah, did I not say I am Lei Hong? But last night you claimed to be Zhang Asen. Zichuan Xiu rubbed his nose, realizing he had inadvertently revealed a flaw. He retorted, In the morning, I am Lei Hong. At noon, I am Wang Asai, and in the afternoon, I am Zhang Asen. Lin Yu burst into laughter. What nonsense. Understanding that he was reluctant to disclose his true identity, she herself had also concealed hers, making their mutual reticence somewhat equitable. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a pang of discomfort. So how should I address you now? Well, since it is evening, let us go with Zhang Asen. Mr. Zhang, you are headed to the imperial capital, correct? Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly. Miss Lin, just call me Asen. Mr. Sounds too formal. Lin Yu giggled again. Then why do you still call me Miss Lin? She gently replied. My friends all call me Au. Au. Zichuan Xiu murmured, and for some inexplicable reason, upon hearing that name, the image of Zichuan Ning flickered in his mind. Brother San, you are from the imperial capital, right? Are you returning there? What do you do? Zichuan Xiu paused, taken aback by her familiarity, now referring to him as Brother San. He did not wish to elaborate, replying tersely, yes. After a moment, feeling his tone was too cold, he added, I am returning to the imperial capital to visit family. Visiting family? Who are you visiting? Zichuan Xiu smiled without responding. Lin Yu suddenly realized, Brother San, you must be going back to see your sister-in-law. Zichuan Xiu shook his head with a smile. We are not married yet. So that means you have a girlfriend? No. Rather, a fiancée. Lin Yu beamed brightly, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. Upon learning that Zichuan Xiu had a fiancée, a sharp pang of disappointment pierced her heart. Zichuan Xiu neither confirmed nor denied it. Merely smiling, we do not have a formal engagement. It has been 2 years since we last met, and I do not know if she has moved on. Lin Yu gazed intently at Zichuan Xiu. This was the second time in 2 days she had scrutinized this unfamiliar man. He was undeniably handsome, with striking brows and sharp eyes, his countenance exuding a youthful vigor, yet the stubble on his chin and cheeks lent him an aura of rugged masculinity. However, what captivated her was not merely his appearance, but his distinctive charisma. He embodied a casual nonchalance that comes from grappling with life and death situations, tempered by a maturity and tolerance that only those who have weathered many storms possess, crafting his unique allure as a man. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of security in his presence. Upon discovering he had a fiancé, a wave of indescribable loss washed over her. That cannot be true. Lin Yu's voice was sincere. A remarkable man like you. Brother San, no girl would dare to let go. Your girlfriend must be waiting for you. Zichuan Xiu gently remarked. Thank you. What is it that you do, Brother San? Zichuan Xiu smiled. What do you think? Lin Yu hesitated briefly. I deduced that with such impressive skills. You must be a soldier, right? After a moment, she added jokingly, or perhaps a bandit? Zichuan Xiu was not taken aback. His military traits were too evident, and this clever girl could not be easily deceived. His expression darkened, adopting a grave demeanor. Since you have seen through me, I suppose I must speak the truth. Had Bai Chuan, who knew him well, been present, he would have immediately advised against believing a single word that followed. Lin Yu's eyes widened with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his revelation. In truth, I, Zhang Asen, am a notorious bandit, known as Grass on the Run, traversing the 7 provinces without a rival that as fortune would have it. I have yet to commence my operations today. And I happen upon such a delicate young lady, accompanied by his sinister words. Zichuan Xiu grinned menacingly, slowly extending his clawed hand toward Lin Yu. In exaggerated fear, Lin Yu shielded her chest with both hands. Feigning terror. Oh, Grass on the Run. No. Save me. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. Come now, little girl. Be a good sport and accompany me back as my captive lady. This desolate wilderness is no place for your cries. No one will come to your aid. Just as his words fell, Zichuan Xiu's expression hardened, his smile vanishing as he detected the distant thunder of galloping hooves approaching the cottage with alarming speed. Seeing his sudden seriousness, Lin Yu quickly inquired, What is it? Zichuan Xiu scanned the surroundings. Finding no suitable hiding place, he nonchalantly instructed Lin Yu. Go to the kitchen, do not come out unless I call for you. The approaching riders were likely coming for this girl, and Zichuan Xiu silently regretted not having been more ruthless the night before. He should not have allowed those assassins to escape. Now they had returned with reinforcements, and judging by the sound of the hooves, there were likely hundreds of them, making this situation considerably precarious. Lin Yu was about to ask, why? When her expression suddenly shifted, she too heard the sound of the hooves, which had grown alarmingly close, indicating the riders were in a hurry. Her face turned pale as she urgently said, Brother San, this matter has nothing to do with you. Your sister-in-law is waiting for your return. Please, do not interfere. Let me handle this. Zichuan Xiu shook his head. I engaged their men last night, so this is now my concern. Quickly, go to the kitchen. Lin Yu gazed at him with gratitude, her eyes conveying a torrent of unspoken appreciation. His intervention last night could have been dismissed as a spontaneous act of justice, but now, faced with overwhelming odds, he remained resolute in his determination to protect her. He was unaware of her identity and was not motivated by her beauty. He was simply committed to safeguarding a vulnerable woman from harm that in that moment. Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth within her, though surrounded by many. I shall stand alone. This was what true chivalry embodied. This was the essence of a real man. She whispered, I will not leave. Unconsciously, her hand had tightly grasped Zichuan Xiu's warm hand, her heart brimming with a fervent declaration she dared not voice. I shall stand by you through life and death. Zichuan Xiu cast a bewildered glance at her, only to swiftly come to terms with the situation. Let her be. The kitchen was hardly a concealed space, and whether one chose to hide or not made little difference as for her grasp on his hand. He did not withdraw it, considering that the young girl was merely frightened and in need of support. The room was enveloped in silence, with neither of them speaking, both attuned to the sounds from outside. The thundering of hooves grew louder, drawing ever closer, intermingled with the howling wind and the neighing of horses, faintly accompanied by distant barking of dogs. Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. The enemy was accompanied by fierce hounds, making his plan to escape with Lin Yu amidst the chaos increasingly implausible. That it was time to demonstrate true skill. Zichuan Xiu smirked, his heart as cold as steel, as his right hand lightly pressed against the frigid hilt of the Xie blade. The sound of hooves outside came to a halt, and a cacophony of voices broke through. There's a corpse here. There's one here too. It's a member of the Black Tiger gang. Everyone, spread out and search. Sir, there's a house here. You few, go in. and take a look. Zichuan Xiu listened intently. Most of the voices bore a distinct Western accent, each resonating with vitality and impressive inner strength. Far superior to the group from the previous night. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. How could someone as young as Lin Yu have incurred such formidable enemies? Bang, bang, bang. A fierce knocking resonated at the door. Zichuan Xiu chose to ignore it, standing quietly, one hand gripping the blade, his figure standing tall in the darkness, radiating a proud masculine aura that made Lin Yu's heart flutter. Boom, boom, as no one answered. The knocking transformed into a brutal battering, and with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, allowing the cold moonlight to spill into the room. Yet in that very moment, a more dazzling moon seemed to rise within the room. Cold as snow, sharp as the wind, fierce as thunder, swift as lightning. Nothing, not even a bolt from the heavens, could rival the shock of Zichuan Xiu's blade. As the Xie blade was drawn, its fierce blade aura enveloped the three intruders at the threshold. And despite their formidable prowess, none had time to react. They were left wide-eyed, their pupils filled with the blinding light of the blade, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Death. Stop. The blade's radiance abruptly ceased, vanishing in an instant. With a crisp sound, Zichuan Xiu sheathed his blade, gazing at Lin Yu in astonishment, unable to comprehend why she had called for a halt. Lin Yu, breathless and slightly asthmatic, apologized. They are my people. The earlier display of the blade had left her in shock, rendering her momentarily speechless. Only then did the three intruders comprehend that they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. They scrambled to flee, shouting, "Help! The Sir is inside! Someone has taken the Sir hostage!" The sound of rustling garments and hurried footsteps converged from all directions, surrounding the small house in a flurry of excited exclamations. "We've found the young lady! We've found the young lady!" An authoritative elderly voice commanded, "Break down the wall! Force your way in!" The crowd responded with a thundering cheer, and soon, the walls reverberated with violent pounding, causing the entire structure to tremble. Zichuan Xiu remained motionless, quietly observing Lin Yu. "They are your people?" he inquired. Lin Yu nodded, calmly stating, "The one commanding the wall breaking is my uncle." Zichuan Xiu gazed intently at Lin Yu's beautiful visage. Feeling an inexplicable pang of reluctance, a loss for words, he scratched his head. What a pity. This house is quite nice, and no sooner had he spoken than a cacophony erupted. One of the walls had been toppled by the outside forces. Shadowy figures of armed personnel stood outside under the cold moonlight, their torches illuminating the snowy ground. A dozen crossbows were aimed at Zichuan Xiu, and a commanding voice bellowed, "Brazen scoundrel! How dare you offend our young lady? Release her at once, or you shall find no rest in death." Zichuan Xiu paused, while Lin Yu smiled. "Even the finest house may have its day of ruin. Wouldn't you agree?" To Zichuan Xiu. Her smile bore a hint of melancholy as she gently grasped his hand, pressing a circular object into his palm. He looked down to find a beautifully crafted jade pendant. Zichuan Xiu recognized its warmth and smoothness. The jade's verdant hue marked it as a rare treasure of considerable value. Just as he intended to decline, Lin Yu fervently pressed the pendant into his hand, resolutely closing his fingers around it. "This I send tea for you. It's for my sister-in-law, third brother, if you find the time. Do visit my little sister at the Listening Rain CAF in Huqiu." As she finished speaking and turned to leave, Zichuan Xiu called out, "Please, hold on." Lin Yu turned, startled. Zichuan Xiu glanced at himself, finding no worthy possession to offer. Ultimately drawing the Xie blade, causing a stir among the crossbowmen, and presenting the scabbard with both hands. "This scabbard has been passed down through my family. It is rather well crafted, and the embedded gems may hold some value. Accept it as a memento." Lin Yu smiled lightly, not hesitating to accept it with both hands. "Then, I wish you a smooth journey, little sister Au. Likewise, I wish for you and your loved ones to reunite soon, third brother." Lin Yu bowed deeply before turning to depart. As she emerged, the crowd bowed in unison, greeting, "Young lady, may you be well." Lin Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging a few hushed words with an elderly man, who nodded repeatedly, then approached Zichuan Xiu. "Mr. Zhang," he asked, leading a horse towards him. "Traveling through a snowy night without a steed is quite inconvenient. If you wouldn't mind, might you take this one?" Zichuan Xiu quickly declined. "I couldn't possibly accept. Please don't say such things. You are our savior. A mere horse is nothing in comparison." Just as Zichuan Xiu was about to refuse again, he caught sight of Lin Yu watching him intently from a distance, her expression tinged with sorrow. Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt. Such a mournful gaze felt so familiar. Where had he seen it before? The elderly man, noticing Zichuan Xiu's silence, smiled. Then I wish you a safe journey. Seeing Zichuan Xiu accept the horse, Lin Yu beamed, her beauty radiant as a flower. She gazed at him one last time, as if to imprint his image firmly in her heart, then mounted the horse and galloped away. The throng followed closely behind, gradually disappearing into the moonlit, wintry night, the sound of hooves thundering softly, until it faded into silence. Zichuan Xiu watched them vanish, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within, as if he had lost something immensely significant, a wistfulness lingering in his mind, dominated by the memory of Lin Yu's bright eyes. On the 15th day of the second month in the year 782, in the imperial capital, today marked the birthday of Zichuan Xiu, the founding patriarch of the Zichuan family, designated as the family's national holiday. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, and the square brimmed with troops assembled for inspection, a sea of brown-clad figures, rows of horses, and young soldiers adorned with various insignias, their faces reddened by the cold. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, dressed in gold-trimmed uniforms, towered above the ordinary troops, standing out in the ranks. Outside the cordon of military police, the crowd, donned in festive attire, braved the snow to witness the grand parade. Gazing at the imposing display of military might, they murmured in awe. Heavens, those with keen eyesight could spot the high platform behind the reviewing troops, where the mighty of the Zichuan family congregated. Today was the family's national holiday, and as per tradition, a military review was conducted on this day. In previous years, it had merely involved a few divisions drawn from the garrison troops for a brief parade. But this year's inspection was particularly grand. Not only were the Central Army and Imperial Guards fully mobilized, but troops were also redeployed from the Warren Fortress and the Western Front. The reason was evident. In the wake of the family's recent defeat and the looming threat of powerful enemies, as Zichuan Xiu put it, this is an opportunity to showcase our formidable strength, restore public confidence in the military, and simultaneously issue a warning to those coveting our family. It must be conducted with great pomp, lest it be taken lightly. It's like a gravely ill patient insisting on demonstrating their muscular prowess, thought Lin. Relying on a military review and honors to restore public faith in the army, the family's military has lost its dignity on the battlefield, yet seeks to regain it in the reviewing grounds. It's simply ludicrous. Where in the world does such a thing happen? However, as he observed the throng of heads swarming below, witnessing the crowd's astonishment, Lin suddenly realized that Zichuan Xiu's clumsy strategy was surprisingly effective. After all, fools outnumber the wise in this world. He could only wonder whether the Zichuan family's enemies, such as Lu Fengshuang or the demon god emperor, would be intimidated by this warning that remained uncertain. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Long live! Long live! The Imperial Guard's inspection unit approached. A division of troops was arranged into 3 square formations, their ranks so impeccably straight that it seemed as though they had been sliced through with a knife. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, marching with their arms swinging in a synchronized manner, the sound of their footsteps thundering like distant thunder, reverberating throughout the entire square. As they marched with their disciplined and heavy steps, it felt as if the very earth were sinking beneath them. Upon reaching the front of the platform, the lead officer barked a sharp command. Attention! With a resounding whoosh, the soldiers simultaneously raised their hands, turning their heads towards the platform, the golden trim on their sleeves forming a perfect line, their footfalls unwavering, their movements a sight to behold, leading to yet another eruption of enthusiastic applause from the crowd. At the forefront, Zichuan Xiu and all the high-ranking military officers present stood in salute. Even the civilian chief of staff, Gashan, who was not in uniform, rose to stand at attention in respect. Once the troops had passed, everyone resumed their seats. Observing the crowd's admiring expressions, Lin suddenly felt that they were nothing more than a bunch of fools, marveling at such an empty display of military formation, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not envision what use such a precise formation would serve on the battlefield if any commander were to lead their troops in such a perfectly aligned march into battle. Lin mused, they would truly be an exceptional fool. As Sterling turned his head, he happened to catch the sly smile on Lin's face and leaned in to ask, "What's so amusing? Do share." I was pondering the practical application of such formations in real combat. They exerted themselves so vigorously for a task that benefits no one. Sterling smiled. Don't take it too seriously. Necessary rituals are always required. Did you read yesterday's Imperial Capital Daily? Which article are you referring to? I've forgotten the title. But it was written by a lunatic named Godzilla, claiming that losing the 23 provinces in the Far East has actually benefited us strategically, solidifying our front. What utter nonsense. Even flattery can't be this absurd. Dilling maintained a stern expression. Godzilla is my pen name. Observing Sterling's astonished reaction, he chuckled. Just kidding. The article was penned by one of my subordinates, yet I do agree with that viewpoint. The Far East has been a significant burden, detrimental to us. Brother, you must be joking. I assure you. I am serious. Dilling abruptly ceased his speech. Zichuan Xiu cast an irked glance at the two who were whispering, prompting them to quickly stop their conversation. Dilling leaned in quietly. After the ceremony, do you have time? Shall we grab a coffee? Goodness, I never expected this ridiculous ceremony to last so long. As night fell, the two sat in a cozy CAF, watching the snowflakes dance on the empty streets through the glass window. And Dilling quietly grumbled. Sterling smiled calmly, choosing not to echo Dilling's sentiments. He knew that if Dilling continued, he would undoubtedly implicate Luo Minghai in the blame. Sterling had already noticed that in Dilling's eyes. Even a frog croaking by the roadside would surely be orchestrated by Luo Minghai. Luo Minghai was the root of all evil, and without him, the demon race would never have invaded. The Lu Feng clan would have been obliterated long ago. The Far East would not have revolted, the army would not have suffered defeats, and prices would not have surged. Sterling felt compelled to steer Dilling back to the main topic. Brother, earlier, you mentioned that losing the Far East is actually more advantageous for us? Indeed. Dilling's expression was one of certainty. I have always believed this. When the rebellion first broke out, I advised you that we should completely abandon the Far East, but the command center did not heed my proposal. Ultimately, we relinquished it and had to sacrifice the Black Flag Army and the Far East Army, nearly losing you and the Central Army as well. Fortunately, it is not too late. We have finally shed that burden. Sterling was left bewildered. Brother, what are you saying? What burden? Well, Sterling, have you ever considered that? In terms of overall strength, we are superior to the Lu Feng clan. Yet, over the past 200 years of conflict with them, we have suffered far more defeats than victories that I in every 10 battles. We often lose 7 or 8, and there have even been instances where the Lu Feng army has advanced right to the gates of the imperial capital. Why is that? Please hold your tongue for a moment. This is not merely about Lu Feng Shuang. In fact, the situation had already begun before the era of Lu Feng Shuang. After pondering for a moment, Sterling replied, perhaps it's because their military strength surpasses ours? Why do you think their military strength is superior? In terms of overall capability, we are indeed stronger than the Lu Feng clan. Before Sterling could respond, Dilling waved his hand and continued, the issue lies here, in the Far East. In truth, the invasion of the Far East by Zichuan Xiu was a grave mistake. To maintain those 23 provinces, the majority of our military might was tied up there. 10 years ago, when the Lu Feng clan besieged the imperial capital and it seemed we were on the brink of collapse, Goixing could only send Axi to bring back a few hundred young soldiers for rescued AT that time. Had we gathered all the troops scattered across the 23 provinces of the Far East, we could have mustered over 100 divisions, and not only would we have repelled the Lu Feng clan, but we could have wiped them out entirely and dominated the continent. Each time we battled the Lu Feng clan, they mobilized their entire national army against us while we left over 1 million troops idly stationed in the Far East, fighting with one hand tied behind our backs. How could we possibly win? Similarly, in the Far East, our confrontation with the demon race has also placed us in a passive position. We are fighting on 2 fronts and being attacked from both sides. I often wonder why the family heads throughout history never considered this approach, to completely abandon the entire Far East provinces. Using only a small contingent of troops, perhaps a mere 100,000 infantry to guard the Warren Fortress, rendering any demonic advancement impossible. Then, we could mobilize the troops returned from the Far East along with our original border defense forces. The Central Army, the Black Flag Army, and so forth, and all march westward. I refuse to believe that Lu Feng Shuang truly possesses any extraordinary power. As Dilling spoke, his tone began to carry a note of sarcasm. And Sterling felt a shiver run down his spine. From a purely military perspective, Dilling's plan could indeed defeat the Lu Feng clan. However, among the family heads throughout history, many were astute and grand figures. Why had not a single one thought of this strategy? He soon realized the first step in implementing this plan would necessitate the proactive abandonment of 23 prosperous provinces, but which family head would willingly part with such valuable territory? Their only concern was how to preserve this land. The thought of relinquishing it had never crossed their minds. Dilling's insight stemmed merely from the clarity of an outsider's perspective. Sterling nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. He felt a twinge of melancholy, but now the Far East is lost. Discussing it is of no consequence. Do not lose heart. Gazing out at the snow-covered long street through the glass window, Dilling expressed a hint of reflection. History has long proven that if a nation is defeated, as long as it is not utterly destroyed, within 2 or 3 generations, that nation will emerge stronger than ever before. We will regain our strength. I have no doubt about it. Sterling smiled. 2 or 3 generations. Let us hope we live to see it. He raised his coffee cup, and suddenly, his entire body jolted, spilling a bit of coffee from his cup as his gaze remained fixed on the snow-laden street outside. Dilling immediately became alert, following Sterling's line of sight to find the street utterly deserted. What is it? Sterling turned back, his expression peculiar. Just now, I saw someone at the street corner. Who was it? I don't know who it was, but she was holding Sandy's CA knife. Dilling sprang to his feet, after her. The two dashed out of the CAF like a whirlwind. The owner hurriedly followed them outside, only to witness 2 fleeting figures vanishing at the end of the long street, leaving behind faint footprints in the snow that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, the standards of those who eat off the backs of others have really improved." Episode 9, Strange Encounters in the Imperial Capital. Chapter 5, Blood on the Long Street. The biting cold wind sliced through the air, and the scenery on both sides rushed past them at an alarming speed. That on this frigid winter night, the long street lay desolate, perfectly suited for the swift application of light-footed techniques. The two, utilizing their agility, propelled themselves forward with all their might, reaching the street corner in mere moments. They exchanged knowing smiles, both realizing that the other had honed their skills. That Sterling's smile faded. She was just here. Yet now there is not a soul in sight. He looked down at the ground, noticing the chaotic tracks in the snow, a mixture of muddy water and slush, making it impossible to discern a single footprint. Dilling considered asking Sterling, "Are you sure you saw correctly?" but swallowed his words. Sterling was typically composed, and he would not speak without certainty. He surveyed the many paths branching off the street and suggested, "Let us split up and search." What did she look like? Sterling pondered for a moment before answering. That's fine. She was a young woman, tall, wearing a red snow cloak that obscured her face. She wore Sandy's Xia Dao at her waist. Instantly recognizable. If you discover anything, let out a long howl to inform me. Even if you must resort to force, ensure that she is captured. The key to uncovering Sandy's whereabouts lies with her. Di Lin replied succinctly, "Understood." The two exchanged a firm handshake. And while Di Lin moved left, Sterling ventured right, both commencing their separate searches. As Sterling hurried along, uncertainty clouded his mind. Had he possibly misjudged when the woman had passed him on the street? He had sensed something amiss about her, yet he could not pinpoint it. Only after she had walked by did he suddenly recall. The dagger at her waist was indeed Xia Dao, belonging to Zichuan Xiu. Being familiar with Zichuan Xiu, he recognized it immediately. His knowledge. The Xia Dao had been passed down from her ancestors, and she cherished it dearly. How could it possibly be in the possession of a stranger? Could it be that a Xiu had? Sterling dismissed the ominous thoughts swirling in his mind and focused on the search, puzzled as to how, within mere minutes, the woman had vanished without a trace. After traversing a stretch of the long street, he suddenly had an epiphany, leaping onto the roof of a nearby building, positioning himself atop the snow-laden surface to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a faint figure in the distance, flitting between the rooftops on either side of the street, moving with the grace of a shadow. Sterling gasped, realizing it was Di Lin. Observing his current speed, it was evident that he was now moving much faster than before, suggesting that he hadn't exerted himself fully earlier, perhaps out of concern for Sterling's pride. Sterling chuckled to himself, thinking, "Brother, I too was holding back earlier." Ignoring the figure, he turned his attention back to the empty streets. Feeling dissatisfied, he leapt onto another rooftop. It was then he noticed a figure walking in a dark alley across the way. It appeared to be a young woman. Overjoyed, Sterling leaped over several houses. Descending from the alley's edge. In the darkness, a woman's voice shrieked, "Help! There's a flower thief!" Instantly, the windows of the houses along the street lit up, and a throng of people armed with clubs surged forth, clamoring, "A flower thief? Where? Look! Over there! He's trying to escape! Quick! Chase him! Oh no! He's leapt onto the rooftops! Turns out he's a flying thief! Quick! Send someone to report to the Ministry of Justice! We've discovered a flying thief! They must dispatch experts immediately. Sterling, in a state of disarray, vaulted onto the rooftops, dashing away through several streets until the cacophony behind him faded. Only then did he dare to stop, resting on the thick layer of snow atop a building, his heart pounding audibly. Thankfully, the alley was shrouded in darkness, likely obscuring his identity. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines in the Capital Daily would surely read, Central Army Commander revealed as flower thief. That would indeed be a disgrace. He raised his gaze to the sky, where heavy clouds loomed, the cold moon silent, and the snow's brilliance illuminated the tranquil winter night of the capital. It dawned on him that in his frantic escape, he had inadvertently made his way to the western part of the city. The streets below were deserted. Sterling gently leapt down, landing soundlessly. After receiving the alarm, it was likely that the Ministry of Justice would dispatch experts to patrol for the flying thief, and he could not afford to be caught lingering atop rooftops. He thought of Lin and stifled a laugh. Should I notify him? I wonder what expression will grace the faces of the patrolling officers when they discover that their captured thief is none other than the chief of the capital's gendarmerie? As he pondered this, he turned a corner and suddenly froze. Ahead, a graceful woman clad in a snowstorm cloak, from behind, resembled the very one he had seen in the CF. However, learning from his earlier mistake, Sterling dared not rush forward. He quickened his pace to catch up, but unexpectedly, her steps quickened as well, increasing the distance between them. Growing impatient, Sterling broke into a run, shouting, "Miss ahead, please stop. I mean no harm. I merely wish to ask you something." The woman did not halt, not even glancing back, merely quickening her pace. Sterling activated his lightness skill, swiftly closing the gap behind her, calling out, "Miss, please wait," as he reached out to tap her shoulder. With a swift whoosh, a blade appeared from the side, silently slicing towards Sterling's wrist. Startled, he had no time to retract his hand, but quickly flipped his wrist, flicking with his index finger. A soft ding resounded as he deflected the blade, before he could revel in his luck. A second blade emerged with another whoosh, aimed at his throat, its edge sharp and its intent lethal, imbued with formidable momentum. At such a close range, the swordsman was confident in their skill. Yet, in a blink, Sterling vanished. The swordsman paused, realizing that, in a moment of desperation, Sterling had executed a bridge stance, bending at the knees to narrowly evade the fatal strike. Before the third sword could be drawn, he rolled away, albeit clumsily, managing to create some distance between himself and his assailants. Springing back to his feet, he finally took stock of his adversaries. There were 5 in total, with the woman in the red coat at the center, who still had not turned to face him. Sterling could only see her silhouette, tall, elegant, and poised. She maintained her position, and even now, he could not ascertain whether she was indeed the same person he had encountered in the CF. Surrounding her were 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman, with the man and woman wielding gleaming swords. They were the ones who had ambushed Sterling. The other 2 kept their hands concealed within their long sleeves, exuding an air of mystery. Their attire varied, all resembling ordinary civilians, but topped with wind and snow-resistant cloaks, their faces obscured beneath their hoods, yet their eyes shone brightly. They had been scattered across the street earlier, and while Sterling had noticed them, he had not paid them much mind, never suspecting they were allies of the cloaked woman. The swordswoman in green gasped, "Oh." She seemed astonished that Sterling had managed to escape under such circumstances. His remarkable inner strength and swift reflexes had exceeded their expectations. In a moment of urgency, he had flicked the blade aside and swiftly rolled away to evade encirclement. Given his earlier display of skill, none would have anticipated such a formidable expert employing such a desperate maneuver. Anger surged within Sterling. Who were these people, and why were they so ruthless? He had merely sought to ask a question, yet they had attempted to take his life. Were it not for his superior martial prowess and quick reactions, he would have surely perished. However, he concealed his frustration, calmly surveying his surroundings. 7 individuals in civilian attire had appeared behind him. Initially, Sterling had thought them mere passers-by, but upon witnessing the skirmish, they had not retreated. Instead, they began to close in, effectively blocking all his escape routes. In front of him stood another 5, similarly cloaked figures, standing beside the woman in red. 10 in front, 7 behind. Sterling felt a surge of anxiety. The entire street was filled with foes, and he had no idea if there were even stronger opponents lurking nearby. If these adversaries matched or were close to the skill level of the 2 sword wielders, this battle would indeed be unwinnable. What was happening? Could this be a trap set specifically for him? Sterling was puzzled, yet soon reassured himself. Despite his years in military and political service, he had always acted with integrity, never harboring deep-seated enmities. Even if some held grievances against him, they were likely due to professional disputes. Not to the extent of wishing him dead. Moreover, those he imagined as potential enemies lacked the capability to mobilize such a cadre of experts for an assassination. They could not possibly anticipate his presence in this desolate street at such an hour. It was clear that this situation had arisen purely from his pursuit of the woman, a matter of coincidence, and the unannounced, lethal approach of his adversaries reminded him of professional assassins or highly trained soldiers. Who was the woman they were guarding? Sterling pondered. Snowflakes fell silently, their reflections on the ground glaringly bright. The standoff persisted, a chilling aura of impending violence enveloping Sterling, the predatory eyes of the enemies glimmering like those of wolves. No names were exchanged. The opposition seemed wary of Sterling's formidable inner strength, refraining from immediate engagement. Suddenly, Sterling burst into laughter, his voice resonating with inner power, the joyous sound echoing down the empty street. The opponents exchanged glances, one hoarse male voice murmuring, "He is calling for help." The woman who had first attacked Sterling spoke, "Miss, please leave. We shall handle this." The woman in the red cloak obediently stepped forward, prompting Sterling to urgently call out, "Miss, please wait." As soon as the words left his lips, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air from behind, accompanied by the rustling of garments. Without the need to turn around, Sterling discerned that 3 swords were simultaneously aimed at the vulnerable points of his neck, back, and the base of his skull. Swift and ruthless, executed with masterful swordsmanship, the surge of indignation welled up within him. "There is no animosity between us. Why strike with such malice?" Without glancing back, he suddenly sidestepped diagonally, narrowly evading the deadly thrust. In a flash, he found himself amidst the 3 swordsmen, their faces filled with shock as they hastily attempted to disperse. With a sly grin, Sterling did not even need to look. He deftly seized the wrists of the 2 swordsmen on either side and delivered a powerful kick that landed squarely on the chest of the 3rd foe. The man let out a cry, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into a snowdrift. In quick succession, the crisp sound of bones snapping echoed ominously, sending chills down the spine. Filled with resentment towards the swordsmen for their brutal approach, Sterling unleashed his icy energy, freezing their vital points and rendering them immobile. They stood rigid, their swords clattering to the ground. With a casual flick of his finger, he commanded, "Fall." The 2 swordsmen, faces contorted in agony, toppled into the snow with a thud. Sterling clapped his hands lightly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and then looked up with a smile, asking, "Who else is coming?" His apparent ease belied the peril he faced. He had danced dangerously close to the edge, retreating just enough to catch his opponents off guard in a direct confrontation. The 3 swordsmen would have posed a significant challenge, and the arrival of additional adversaries would spell disaster. Thus, Sterling feigned a nonchalant demeanor to intimidate his foes. Yet, disappointment washed over him as the woman resembling Zichuan had already distanced herself. Not even glancing back at the commotion, the individuals confronting him displayed no reaction, standing silently with downcast eyes, seemingly oblivious to his provocations. At that moment, Sterling realized that their sole objective was to prevent him from pursuing the woman, which was sufficient for their purpose. It became clear that the key to everything lay with her. Resolving this in his mind, he let out a sharp whistle and charged forward. The clanging of metal rang incessantly as his enemies drew their weapons, attempting to block his path, while others rushed in from behind like a gust of wind. Sterling suddenly shifted his momentum, leaping onto the rooftop, gliding across the snow-covered surface, swiftly escaping the encirclement behind him. The cacophony of shouts erupted, the crowd calling out threats. "Stop! I'll kill you!" Yet they were already too late. Sterling soared through the air, angling toward the mysterious woman, who stood alone, an opportunity too good to miss. With determination, he resolved to unveil her true identity. He descended like a divine eagle, his presence already imposing before he even touched the ground. His right hand reached out to seize her left shoulder, sending forth a powerful vortex that caused her cloak to billow and the snowflakes around them to swirl violently. As Sterling descended with formidable force, the woman took a silent step forward, spinning like a whirlwind, her cloak transforming into a vibrant red flower, and a long sword materializing in her hand, poised to intercept Sterling's landing. Sterling silently admired her agility. Her maneuver was a masterstroke, deftly evading his aerial assault and immediately countering, refusing to grant him any advantage. Though her swordsmanship was commendable, swift, and precise, it paled in comparison to Sterling's prowess, which he appreciated more for her quick thinking and sharp judgment. In an instant, she discerned Sterling's most vulnerable point while airborne: his feet. Her keen perception outmatched even that of seasoned veterans. Her features concealed beneath her hooded cloak, Sterling focused intently on her waist. Spotting a half-sheathed black dagger with silver filigree, a distinctive design that belonged to Zichuan Xiu, shot coursed through him, yet his composure remained unruffled as he extended his right foot, aiming for her sword's blade. However, before he could make contact, the woman shifted her attack, the sound of slicing air piercing the silence as her blade now targeted his abdomen, striking with a speed far surpassing her previous thrust. If Sterling continued his descent unimpeded, his unguarded midsection would surely meet her sword. In that moment, realization struck him. I've been deceived. This woman was concealing her true strength. In a desperate bid, he concentrated his energy into his right hand. Delivering a fierce strike toward her blade, with a resounding crack, her sword was deflected, but Sterling felt a sharp pain in his hand as he landed firmly on the ground. In that brief descent from the rooftop, both had exerted their utmost abilities, their techniques shifting rapidly. Though Sterling's martial arts surpassed hers, her cunning strategies had led him to miscalculate, resulting in a minor setback. Infuriated, he unleashed his true power, executing a distant strike that reverberated with a thunderous boom. The woman uttered a startled exclamation, propelled backward by the force of his energy, blood spewing from her mouth. Although his palm strike hadn't made direct contact, Sterling's internal strength had reached an almost unparalleled level. His attack exuding a tangible ferocity. In their previous exchange, the woman had managed to gain the upper hand through her agility, but now, engaged in a battle of inner strength, she found herself at a disadvantage. This was compounded by Sterling's reluctance to kill her, as he hoped to interrogate her about Zichuan Xiu's whereabouts. Just as he prepared to uncover her hood, the sound of rushing garments alerted him to the approaching guards. Their sharp blades aimed at the back of his head. Sterling was compelled to turn and confront them, the female swordsman shouting, "He has injured the young lady. He cannot be allowed to live." Her voice was piercing. As the guards charged forward recklessly, the air crackled with tension. In an instant, Sterling found himself surrounded by a blinding flurry of swordplay, his adversaries disregarding the rules of combat in their fervor to overwhelm him. With a sigh, Sterling unleashed his ultimate technique, launching a series of strikes that echoed with explosive force, sending 3 more guards sprawling. The sheer pressure of his energy prevented any of the attackers from closing in. Yet they pressed on relentlessly, even those who had been knocked down quickly rising to continue the fight. Amidst the frantic assault of 5 guards, Sterling found himself scrambling to keep up, helplessly watching as the female swordsman rushed to aid the injured mysterious woman. Retreating with the remaining guards toward the end of the street, nearly vanishing from sight. Just as Sterling's anxiety peaked, the fleeing figures suddenly halted, a tall silhouette appearing at the street's end, with an expression devoid of emotion. He regarded the mysterious newcomers, his gaze colder than the snow blanketing the ground. None other than Lin. Sterling felt a surge of elation and shouted, "Brother, block them. This group is suspicious." A guard growled in a low voice, "Stand aside." Lin merely chuckled coldly, advancing a step closer, his formidable aura suffocating the guards, who exchanged alarmed glances. How could an unarmed man exude such a terrifying presence? One guard, roaring like a leopard, lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Lin's brow. Fast and fierce, clearly a top-tier fighter, Lin merely huffed, his right hand slowly drawing a circle in the air, and with a deft motion of his left hand, the assailant emitted a horrified cry as he was sent hurtling backward. Crashing onto the ground, his sword inexplicably embedded in his own forehead, limbs twitching before falling still. The group recoiled in unison, terror reflected in their eyes. What kind of technique was this, so fearsome, gazing down at the lifeless body? Lin shook his head slowly, speaking with an air of resignation. He should not have drawn his sword before me. There was no hint of arrogance in his tone, only an unshakable weariness and desolation. As if he were merely stating an undeniable truth. Amidst the chaos, Sterling remained acutely aware of Lin's actions, witnessing the fatal strike and feeling a pang of reluctance as he called out, "Brother, leave one alive." "I know," Lin replied curtly, lifting his gaze to assess the crowd before him, selecting his next target with an expression akin to a weasel eyeing a flock of unsuspecting chicks. The masked assailants sensed the dire situation. The rogue behind them, whom they mistakenly believed to be the type to harass women, was remarkably skilled, and they were already struggling to manage him. In front of them loomed a mysterious master, whose every movement could spell death. This was indeed a grave predicament. An elder, exhibiting calm authority, issued orders. "Adi, you and the young lady should leave first. We shall handle this." "Understood." The female bodyguard responded softly. Assisting the injured, enigmatic woman as they prepared to depart, Di Lin, with a sinister chuckle, interjected, "Do you think you can leave so easily?" As he moved to obstruct their exit, the sound of hiss-hiss echoed. 5 swords lunging simultaneously, aimed at his vital points: head, neck, chest, and abdomen, while the 5th remained poised a few steps away, its energy enveloping him like a viper ready to strike. Di Lin's heart raced, while he could easily handle any single opponent. Their cohesion as a group posed a formidable challenge. Their synchronized attacks were a testament to a well-trained sword formation, amplifying their collective power. The incoming strikes effectively blocked all possible avenues for counterattack, leaving even Di Lin unable to find a flaw to exploit. He spun back to his original position, realization dawning upon him. No wonder even Sterling couldn't subdue them. He steeled himself, cautiously maneuvering while observing their techniques, searching for an opportunity to break their formation. On the long, dark street, snow swirled in the air, and 2 life-and-death battles raged on. Among the youth of the Zichuan family, 2 exceptional masters faced off against mysterious swordsmen of unknown origin. Their fierce clash echoing through the night, the sounds of swords slicing through the air and the low thud of powerful punches reverberated as snowflakes danced wildly, obscuring any view of the combatants. The duel intensified, with techniques and strategies unfolding in a breathtaking display. Had there been any onlookers, they would surely have exclaimed, "Magnificent, exhilarating." Yet, the combatants themselves lamented their plight. This conflict was indeed a grave misunderstanding. One side, feeling guilty, wondered, "Who are these 2 masters that trouble us? Have we revealed ourselves?" The other side felt wronged, lamenting, "I merely wanted to ask a question. Why must we resort to violence?" Unbeknownst to them, this entire ordeal stemmed from a trivial misapprehension. Yet history is often forged from such misunderstandings. Minutes passed, and it was Di Lin who first broke free from his predicament. He feigned a weakness, luring 4 adversaries to simultaneously strike at his extended right foot. Once their attacks had lost momentum, Di Lin swiftly retracted his foot, leaving them to stab at nothing but air. Before they could react, Di Lin let out a fierce shout, sweeping his left foot across the ground, sending a flurry of snow swirling like smoke around him. In that moment, visibility was lost, and the 4 opponents, startled, instinctively recoiled, their combined sword formation faltering. As the snow began to settle, it revealed that, at an unknown moment, a 5th swordsman had already collapsed, his long sword now in Di Lin's grasp, with the sword in hand. Di Lin transformed, a predatory gleam ignited in his eyes, and a cruel smile curled upon his lips. Before the remaining 4 could regroup, he surged forward like a released arrow, executing a series of lethal strikes, his sword light slicing through the darkness. "Ah!" 3 cries of despair echoed as the enemies fell, crimson blood staining the pure white snow of the street. Di Lin casually toyed with the long sword, fixing his gaze upon the last swordsman, the one who had commanded, "Adi, take the lady and leave." Di Lin recognized him as their leader, intent on keeping him alive for questioning. Without uttering a word, Di Lin smiled. The elder comprehended the meaning behind the smile. The 5 of them had been bested. He alone stood no chance against Di Lin. With a long sigh, he implored, "Cease this." The assailants surrounding Sterling complied, retreating, each bearing wounds and bloodied faces. In truth, had Sterling wished to eliminate them, he could have done so long ago. He had merely aimed to capture a few alive, allowing them to endure longer than necessary. Standing behind the elder, the defeated subordinates formed a line. Despite their injuries, they retained a sense of indomitable pride. Sterling approached, positioning himself beside Di Lin. The elder cast aside his long sword, lifted his snow-drenched hat, revealing a head of silvery hair and bright eyes, his face etched with deep wrinkles. He reflected, "It is astonishing to witness such swordsmanship and martial prowess. I, too, am a practitioner of the martial arts, and to be defeated by your esteemed selves is to submit with honor. However, I am still unaware of your names. I yearn for clarity before I depart this world." His voice, aged and hoarse, carried an inexplicable weight, yet his demeanor exuded an air of dignity and fearlessness, utterly unbefitting of a defeated man. Sterling, impressed by the elder's composure, replied with solemnity, "This is Lord Di Lin, the chief inspector of our family." "I am Sterling. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? In unison, the others exclaimed, Oh. The names of Sterling and Di Lin from the Zichuan family were already renowned, known far and wide. The elder's eyes brightened momentarily before returning to tranquility. I am honored to encounter two of the Zichuan family's foremost masters. We concede our defeat with grace. As for my defeated subordinates, their names are unworthy of mention. Di Lin sneered. That may not be your decision. His tone carried a chilling undertone. The elder replied coolly, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding your methods, Lord Di Lin. Under the severe measures of the Inspection Bureau, what can one hope to conceal? Di Lin remained silent, exuding an aura of assured dominance. The elder then turned to Sterling, saying, General Sterling, your solitary resistance against the demonic tribe has upheld the dignity of humanity. Though we are adversaries, I have long admired you. Today, seeing you in person, your presence is truly remarkable. It brings me solace in my lifetime. Sterling, feeling uneasy, humbly retorted, I dare not claim such honor. You are too generous, old man. Ah. In that moment, the elder's hand sparkled with cold light, unbeknownst to them. A dagger had been concealed there. Sterling and Di Lin lunged simultaneously, but they were a moment too late. The elder plunged the dagger deep into his own heart, sealing his fate. That Di Lin reacted with remarkable swiftness. Shouting, alive. He immediately lunged toward the masked figure beside the elder, but upon contact, the figure crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his body already cold. The others also collapsed silently. Di Lin pried open the jaw of one corpse, glancing inside before angrily kicking the body high into the air. They had poison concealed within. Sterling recalled, there are still a few I injured over there. The two hurried to the snowbank. Discovering that the two whom Sterling had sealed with his icy energy had also bitten through their poisoned sacks, blood flowing from their orifices in death, in the empty street lay a dozen corpses. They exchanged glances. Uncertain of how to proceed, Sterling felt a tumult of emotions. How had a simple inquiry spiraled into such chaos? Di Lin muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to Sterling with concern. You're injured. Looking down, Sterling noticed blood streaming from his hand, pain radiating sharply. Upon closer inspection, he sighed in relief. It was merely a flesh wound, not deep enough to injure bone or sinew. That Di Lin picked up a sword from the ground, tore a strip from his shirt, and began to bandage Sterling's wound. Footsteps echoed nearby. A snow removal worker, pushing a cart and carrying a basket, slowly approached. Upon seeing the bodies sprawled across the ground, blood pooling around the two standing figures, he leaped back in terror, shouting, Murder! Help! Someone please! Murder! He abandoned his cart and basket, fleeing without looking back, calling out, Someone! Murder! Di Lin bellowed in frustration. What are you shouting about? Be quiet, or I'll kill you too. Sterling attempted to move his injured hand, saying, Wait a moment, the treatment department will be here soon. Should we hand over these bodies for them to examine for clues? Di Lin shook his head. No, let the Inspection Bureau handle it. They have more experience. Perhaps they can uncover some leads for us to follow. Yet both understood that this group had prepared too meticulously. Even bringing their own poison, such individuals would undoubtedly leave no trace to pursue it. Di Lin produced a whistle from his pocket, placing it to his lips and blowing sharply. The piercing sound traveled far into the quiet night. After a moment, a similar shrill whistle echoed back from afar. Di Lin began to lift the hats from the corpses, examining their faces, only to feel disheartened. I don't recognize a single one. Where did all these skilled fighters come from? He muttered to himself. Who are they? This was also the question plaguing Sterling's mind. He asked Di Lin, Did you see that woman? What about her? Di Lin concentrated, nodding. I did not see her face, but I am fairly certain that the knife she bore belonged to a Xiu. Have you encountered her? Sterling nodded. I had a brief engagement. Her skills are commendable. He paused, adding, Very commendable. Why would Sandy's knife be in her possession? Di Lin's muscles twitched momentarily, yet he offered no response. The two individuals exchanged a glance, each perceiving the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be that Zichuan Xiu had already met his demise? Di Lin slowly began to speak. I have an idea. But my mind is currently in disarray. Would you assist me in organizing my thoughts? Sterling, displaying a remarkable understanding, promptly replied, Of course, go ahead. Di Lin paced anxiously for a few steps before hesitantly articulating, First, the third brother went missing in the far eastern occupied zone. That if he has met with misfortune, hypothetically speaking, it is highly likely that the demon clan has had a hand in it. Consequently, his sword would have also fallen into their possession. Sterling nodded in agreement. Secondly, If the third brother perished at the hands of the demon clan, given that our communication with them has been severed, it is improbable that this sword would appear here. Lin pondered deeply as he approached the pile of corpses, suddenly exclaiming, "Did you clearly hear what that old man said? He expressed admiration for your resistance against the demon clan, suggesting that he is not aligned with their faction. That if the sword is in the hands of this group, it indicates that the third brother surely did not die at the hands of the demons. The key lies in uncovering the identity of this group, which will enable us to trace further leads." Sterling nodded vigorously, contemplating. "I find it rather peculiar that all the masked individuals succumbed to poison. While that old man chose to commit suicide with a dagger, if he aimed to keep a secret, why not simply ingest poison? That would have been far simpler and less painful." As Sterling spoke, Lin grasped his implication and crouched beside the old man's corpse, prying open his mouth for a thorough examination, then proceeding to search the old man's clothing with practiced ease, leaving no hidden pocket unchecked. Ultimately, he discovered only a stack of banknotes and a nail clipper. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the nail clipper as being produced in the imperial capital, his expression tinged with disappointment. After some time, he wiped his hands on the snow by the roadside, stood up, and nodded at Sterling. "You were right. He had no poison prepared in his mouth. Are you suggesting that those who had poison at the ready were a suicide squad?" While this old man was a protected individual of considerable status, Sterling nodded in contentment, finding it truly enjoyable to converse with Lin. His keen intellect allowed him to articulate thoughts that Sterling had only vaguely entertained. Seamlessly continuing the dialogue with clarity, Lin continued, "This implies that even such a distinguished individual was compelled to remain behind, ultimately resorting to suicide to ensure the retreat of that woman, suggesting that her identity holds even greater significance, or perhaps, if her identity were to be exposed, the consequences would be far graver, even surpassing his own life." Sterling nodded incessantly. "Indeed, that is precisely what I was contemplating." Therefore, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Offering Lin an awkward smile, Lin strode rapidly along the edge of the corpses, akin to a general ensnared in a besieged fortress. He halted, fixing his gaze upon Sterling. "Sterling, after a year of absence, the sudden appearance of the third brother's sword is no mere coincidence. As the saying goes, when one sees the footprints of a bear, the bear cannot be far away. I have a feeling that the third brother may have returned to the imperial capital." Sterling gasped in surprise, knowing Lin's instincts were exceptionally acute, often relying on intuition rather than intellect during times of crisis. What he expressed typically carried a semblance of certainty. The thought of Zichuan Xiu potentially having returned to the capital filled Sterling with elation, but it was swiftly overshadowed by doubt. If Zichuan Xiu had returned, why had he not sought him out? Did he harbor some lingering concerns? Could it be that he truly, Sterling dared not, or perhaps was unwilling, to pursue that line of thought, yet his mind raced uncontrollably? Could it be that Xiu had indeed defected to the demon clan during his prolonged absence? What could possibly have compelled him to traverse such distance back to the capital? Was it to gather intelligence on human military affairs, to establish a network of demon clan spies within his family's territory, to collude with a certain high-ranking general of the Zichuan clan, orchestrating a conspiracy with the demon clan? Sterling nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. If that were the case, then his close ties with Zichuan Xiu made him the most favorable target for collusion, yet no one had sought him out. Lin, sensing Sterling's thoughts, wore an enigmatic smile. "Do not look at me like that. I am not involved." The two broke into hearty laughter, nearly doubling over. It was simply too amusing to consider that he could entertain such an idea, that the ever-loyal and forthright Central Commander Sterling and the ruthless Inspector General Lin could possibly be agents of the demon clan. This could undoubtedly be deemed the greatest joke of the year. Even Luo Minghai, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Lin, would likely find it hard to believe. How did the third brother's sword end up in her possession? There must be some crucial detail we have yet to unravel. Currently, the clues are too scarce. Sterling, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions. Lin mused. "Let us keep this matter to ourselves for the time being." Sterling nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. "You two over there, halt and do not move," came the distant shout, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. In the darkness at the end of the long street, a large group of glowing lanterns was rapidly approaching. Sterling glanced towards the light, frowning. "The patrolling night police from the Ministry of Justice have arrived. They regard us as suspects. How outrageous! Do we really appear that suspicious?" Lin's tone carried a hint of resentment. prompting Sterling to stifle a laugh. In the pitch-black midnight, with snow blanketing the street, the scattered corpses, congealed blood, and a waning moon, two men laughing beside the bodies would surely provoke a heart attack in any witness. If this scene did not qualify as suspicious, then there were no suspicious individuals left. To label them as suspects was an understatement. From a legal perspective, they were unequivocally the culprits, having been caught red-handed with irrefutable evidence. Sterling, remain silent. I will handle everything. Lin smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Sterling instantly understood his intentions. Just don't take it too far. Rest assured, how could I? The footsteps grew chaotic, and the two were surrounded by glaring lanterns. Upon witnessing the multitude of corpses on the ground, the police from the Ministry of Justice were momentarily taken aback. Realizing the danger posed by these two individuals, they shouted, "You two, listen up. Immediately drop your weapons and raise your hands above your heads." The two esteemed members of their respective families exchanged knowing smiles. Lin tossed his sword aside, and they both raised their hands high. The police, fierce as wolves, lunged forward, swiftly subduing them by twisting their arms behind their backs. The stout police chief strode over with an air of authority, delivering a kick to Sterling's side with considerable force. Sterling merely perceived it as a scratch. Who killed these individuals? Speak. Wedged between two burly officers, Lin smiled. Officer, some we killed, and some committed suicide. The police stared in disbelief. Could such a murderer exist? One who confessed upon inquiry. The police chief paused, asking, "Who are you?" "Who are we?" Lin replied leisurely, "Well, that is quite the tale." With a gentle tug, the two officers beside him crumbled to the ground as if made of clay. The police chief shouted, "Those who resist arrest will be executed on the spot." The officers unsheathed their weapons, preparing to strike. Sterling frowned, realizing this joke had gone too far, just as he was about to interject. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking up, he saw a throng of soldiers in dark uniforms, like phantoms melting into the night, quietly closing in from just beyond the police. They had evidently arrived during the chaos when the police first appeared. Otherwise, their agility would not have allowed them to evade detection. The police chief also sensed something was off behind him. Upon turning, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Who? Who are you?" No one responded. A tall military officer stepped forward, executing a precise salute before Lin. "Reporting, sir. The Special Operations Team of the Inspection Bureau is here to report. Please advise." Too slow. Lin's expression turned severe, receiving an alarm and responding at such a sluggish pace. "You are even slower than the patrolling police. You have brought shame upon the Inspection Bureau. Who is the duty officer tonight? 20 strokes of the cane for punishment and a demotion." "Yes, the duty officer." Ashen-faced, immediately prostrated himself in the snow, while two soldiers approached to carry out the punishment. The sound of counting and the sharp crack of the cane echoed in the night, delivering 20 strokes in total. The officer bit his lip, remaining silent as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The discipline under Lin's command was indeed stringent. Sterling could not help but marvel, thinking to himself, "Everyone has their own style. If it were me in this situation, I would have simply waited until we returned to reprimand them, without the need for immediate execution." The surrounding police officers paled at the sight of the distinguished gendarmerie officer, who had been brutally beaten to a pulp by the so-called murderer with a single utterance. Even a fool could discern that the seemingly gentle young man in civilian attire was far from ordinary. The police chief, filled with trepidation, cast a wary glance at the stern expressions of the gendarmes, his heart racing with anxiety, desperately wishing to avoid the fate of being punished with 20 lashes for disrespecting authority. The crackling sounds of the punishment soon came to an end. After the execution, the officer's face was ashen. Yet he remained conscious as the soldiers dragged him away. Suddenly, he cried out, "My lord, I have something to say." "Speak." Lin stood with an air of arrogance, as cold and imposing as a deity atop a mountain peak. "Report. My lord, due to today's heavy snowfall, the West River Bridge has collapsed, forcing us to take a detour via the downstream Lawn Bridge, which has caused a delay. That I sincerely apologize, my lord." Only then did Lin turn to give him a profound gaze. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" "Report. My lord, there is no excuse for negligence." Lin burst into laughter. "What a splendid phrase. No excuse for negligence. What is your current rank?" "Report, my lord. I was originally a red flag junior officer, but after being demoted, I am now a junior officer warrior. I hereby promote you to deputy officer at a higher rank." The officer broke free from the soldier's support, enduring excruciating pain as he knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your patronage." Before he could finish his sentence, he succumbed to the pain and fainted. Lin nodded and waved to several soldiers. "Take him back for care and ensure he is well looked after." Noticing that Lin's fury had somewhat abated, the police chief cautiously approached with a forced smile. "My lord, we were truly disrespectful earlier. We are utterly foolish for not recognizing someone of your stature. May I inquire how to address you?" "My lord." Lin smiled coldly, and a gendarme sternly interjected, "You impertinent fool. This is the esteemed family minister, the Inspector General, Lord Lin." Instantly, the police officers stiffened like wooden statues and raised their hands in salute. The police chief's face turned ghostly pale. Within the family domain, who had not heard of the infamous Lord Lin, the ruthless killer? This man held immense power and was merciless. He had shown such cruelty to his own men for a mere delay. And now he found himself in his crosshairs. Even with Luo Minghai's intervention, his protection was uncertain. He now feared for his very life. Terrified, he begged, implored, and apologized, struggling to articulate, "My Lord Lin, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold our offenses against us." I. Lin smiled faintly, gesturing towards Sterling, who was still restrained by a few police officers, and kindly asked, "Do you recognize him?" The police chief looked over in confusion, shaking his head. "I do not know him." "My lord, do you mean?" "He is the committee member of the command office, His Excellency Sterling, concurrent head of military affairs under the Central Army." "Yes, he is the very person you just kicked. Look, your shoe print is still on his backside." The police chief's legs turned to jelly, and he nearly collapsed in fright, on the verge of kneeling. Sterling, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to support him. The police chief's face was ashen, his voice trembling. My lord, I deserve to die. I deserve to die." Sterling smiled and said, "This is the Inspector General, Lord Lin, and I am Sterling. We are not suspicious individuals. Here are my credentials." Yes, we are at fault. We have offended both lords. Tonight's incident is rather peculiar, not a typical public security case. I suggest the inspectorate should handle it. The Ministry of Justice should not interfere." Yes, we shall comply. As for you, if there are no issues, you may return to rest, and I will inform Lord Shangashan and His Excellency Ouyang of any developments in the case." Yes, thank you. My lord, it is late, and you have worked hard. Take care on your way." The police chief felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Sterling had effectively saved his life. Fearing that Sterling might change his mind, he hurriedly led his team away, disappearing in a flash. Lin, having little time to spare for them, turned to his subordinates with a command: "Bring back these corpses for thorough examination. See if we can ascertain their identities." The gendarmes responded with a loud affirmation, and the specialized criminal gendarmes began to ostentatiously inspect the bodies, examining footprints and searching wallets and clothing, each one displaying an air of importance. Lin's mind was clear. Within the family domain, he knew every skilled swordsman personally. The sudden appearance of so many unidentified assassins was certainly suspicious. These individuals moved stealthily, and to maintain their secret identities, they would be willing to die without revealing anything. He tugged at Sterling's garment, and Sterling understood, following him to a secluded corner. "Brother, what do you think?" "Sterling, we will handle the situation here. You should return home to rest if you haven't gone back yet. Li Qing might blame me for leading you astray." Sterling pondered for a moment. Lin's reasoning was indeed valid, and he nodded. "Then I shall take my leave. I will leave the burden to you, brother." Watching Sterling's figure gradually fade into the distance, Lin's eyes revealed an uncommon warmth as he thought, "Sterling, you still forget that aside from us, there is another person in the capital who shares a very close relationship with the third brother." However, as he turned his gaze back to his subordinates, his expression hardened once more, icy as a blade. "Useless wretches, you boast daily about your capabilities, yet now you cannot uncover a single clue. Worthless." The gendarmes lowered their heads in silence, enduring the reprimand. "Has Gopula arrived?" Gopula stepped forward. "My lord, tonight, you will lead a team with me to attend to some matters." "Yes, my lord. How many men do you require?" "The men here will suffice," Lin replied coldly. "The last time I returned to the capital, I intruded upon Miss Ning's residence at night. Though it was an emergency, it was a considerable affront to her. Such behavior is unbecoming of a subordinate towards their superior. Tonight, with the clear winds and bright moon. The opportunity is fortuitous. I will accompany you to personally apologize to her. Gopula nodded in agreement. Understood. He then turned to the gendarmes. Leave 10 men to handle the corpses. The rest come with me. He felt perplexed. It was already midnight. With swirling snow and dense clouds, this was neither a suitable time for visitors nor for apologies. Wait a moment, Dylan said slowly. You are all in military attire, muddy and bloodied. That would be far too disrespectful and might frighten the young lady. You have 30 minutes to change into civilian clothing before coming with me. Gopula was taken aback, uncertain of Dylan's intentions, and tentatively asked, My lord, what style of civilian clothing do you require? Any style will do. The key is to cover your faces with cloth so that your unsightly visages do not frighten the young lady. Also, those accompanying me must possess good agility and skill. Otherwise, if you clumsily damage any antiques in Miss Ning's home, you will be unable to compensate. Gopula comprehended, finding the situation amusing. Dylan's method of apology was simply to lead a large entourage back into Miss Ning's home once more. Albeit stealthily this time, the previous intrusion had been for the demon Prince Cadden. What could Dylan possibly want this time? Did he not wish to go with Sterling? Perhaps this operation held significant risk. And Dylan did not want Sterling to be implicated. Or perhaps Dylan intended to undertake actions that Sterling would vehemently oppose, seeking to keep it hidden from him. All possibilities. Gopula felt a surge of indescribable emotions. Dylan's impassive face was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 10. The Meeting of the Three Heroes. Chapter 1. The Night of Assassination. On the night of February 15, 782. At the very moment Dylan and Sterling parted ways, a young woman was sprinting through a dark alley in the capital. Leaning forward, she moved with such speed that it seemed as if she barely touched the ground. The residents peering through their windows could only catch a fleeting shadow before she vanished into the distance. In front of an inconspicuous house in the alley, she halted, glanced back, and entered. Gently tapping 3 times on the iron door, she waited briefly before knocking twice more. With a creak, the iron door opened to reveal Lin Yu standing at the threshold. Upon seeing the person outside, Lin Yu sighed in relief and welcomed her inside. Audie, how did it go? She inquired, her voice betraying her palpable anxiety. Wendy removed her conical hat, remaining silent. Lin Yu took a step back. What about my second uncle and the others? The gendarmes have sealed off the scene, and the area is swarming with inspectorate soldiers. There are too many experts inside, and I dared not approach. They carried numerous individuals out on stretchers. In total, Wendy cast a worried glance at Lin Yu. In total, there are 14 stretchers, all covered with white sheets. 14 stretchers, Lin Yu murmured, repeating the words, when suddenly an excruciating pain tore through her chest, provoking an uncontrollable fit of violent coughing. Her lungs had sustained internal injuries. The mysterious figure she encountered tonight possessed extraordinary martial prowess, a rarity in her life, and the force of their palm strike had severely wounded her before she could even react. The room was engulfed in silence. The snow-laden straw hat discarded against the wall had a thick layer of white snow covering it. As the warm air of the room melted the snow, droplets splattered onto the floor, producing a rhythmic drip-drip sound. She slowly approached the window, opened it, and a rush of fresh, icy air surged in. Lin Yu casually removed her hood, revealing her exquisite and ethereal visage. Gazing up at the profound starry sky, she closed her tear-filled eyes. Second uncle, have you really departed like this? Lin Yu whispered to herself, not expecting a response, as tears flowed uncontrollably from her tightly shut eyes. On the night of February 15th in the year 782 of the Empire, unbeknownst to the Zichuan family, they achieved an unprecedented victory over the Lufeng family, the second in command of the Lufeng family. The contemporary patriarch Lufeng Shishan's brother, who concurrently served as the chief of staff of the Lufeng army and the commander of the Yanjing garrison, Lufeng Lu, was accompanying Lufeng Shuang on a covert reconnaissance mission into the heart of the Zichuan family when they suddenly encountered a mysterious expert sniper, resulting in his demise within the imperial capital. Alongside him perished 13 elite members of Lufeng Shuang's guard. Furthermore, the Zichuan family celebrated a glorious achievement that night by inflicting significant damage upon their greatest adversary, the so-called greatest general of the age, Lufeng Shuang. This became a long-standing enigma troubling Lufeng Shuang. Where had they revealed a vulnerability? Who were those 2 enigmatic experts? Why were they pursuing us? Even with Lufeng Shuang's unparalleled intellect, she found herself at a loss. She was astonished, Her clandestine visit to the Zichuan family was meant to be highly confidential, yet she had been ambushed. And there were even bounties of 100,000 placed on her head. Who had the audacity to attempt to take her life? If she were to perish, who would stand to gain the most? Lu Fengshuang pondered, understanding that beyond the Zichuan family, there lurked formidable enemies. Her only clue was that this person must hold a high position within the Lu Feng family. Otherwise, they would have no means of tracking her whereabouts. Could it be her elder brother Lu Fengqing, her second brother Lu Fengming, or perhaps her third brother Lu Fengbo? One by one, Lu Fengshuang eliminated them from her mind, feeling none seemed likely. She was aware that all three harbored jealousy towards her. As a woman, she possessed rare military talent, yet they feared her more. She commanded the most formidable and powerful combat division within the Lu Feng family, wielding significant authority, and once exposed, the conspirators would surely meet a fatal end. They should understand that she had no claim to inheritance, posing no threat to them, and regardless of who succeeded in inheriting the family estate, they would require her assistance to solidify their power and fend off the threats from the Eastern Zichuan family. Engaging in such perilous actions that offered her no benefit did not align with their intelligence. But human folly could indeed be irrational at times, with their father gravely ill and unable to govern. The three brothers, each wielding significant power, constantly vied against one another, shrouding Yanjing in chaos that in the past, whenever conflicts escalated beyond control, it was their uncle Lu Fenglu who returned to mediate, now that their uncle had passed. Who would assume that role of reconciliation? The last time she returned to Yanjing, she witnessed her father, frail and bedridden, a devastating blow to her spirit. The father before her was emaciated, little more than skin and bones. Whenever he closed his eyes, he resembled a starving wretch. The frail father leaned against the headboard, repeatedly imploring his three robust sons. You must unite. The survival of the Lu Feng family relies on our unity. You are flesh and blood brothers. Do not turn against one another. The Lu Feng family needs everyone's collective effort, regardless of who wields power. Your sister is the pillar of the Lu Feng family. You must trust her. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fengshuang's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this truly her father? 8 years ago, he led a small army from Dulin Lake all the way to the outskirts of the imperial capital, nearly obliterating the entire Zichuan family, leaving the world in awe. Was this frail old man truly the same charismatic and radiant figure, known as the Lu Feng Fox, the celebrated general of yore? Yet her father's intentions went unheeded by his sons, who listened with impatience. Finding his words absurd and laughable, mere ramblings of an old man on the brink of death, they perfunctorily replied, "We understand," and hurriedly fled, leaving behind a girl and a dying old man, exchanging glances filled with tears. Her father had indeed aged, Lu Fengshuang thought. It was high time to settle this matter. While none of her three brothers were particularly outstanding, selecting any one of them to hold power would surely be better than the current scenario of three-way contention. She had resolved that before launching a significant offensive against the Zichuan family, she and her second uncle must first return to Yanjing to clarify matters with their father, assuring him that regardless of who was chosen to lead, she would faithfully support him, hoping this would help her father make a firm decision. However, she had not anticipated that her second uncle would meet such an inexplicable demise within the imperial capital. This disrupted Lu Fengshuang's plans. Her second uncle typically handled all logistical matters before her campaigns. Though he lacked exceptional military talent, he was diligent and meticulous. More importantly, he was upright and held high esteem within the clan, maintaining order among her brothers. However, with her second uncle gone, the internal balance of power within the Lu Feng family had been shattered, and great upheaval loomed. If the hidden enemy was not identified and eliminated, she could not embark on a mission against the Zichuan family with such vigilant scrutiny upon her. This is utterly disastrous. Lu Fengshuang involuntarily groaned. The only survivor among the guards, Ji Wendi, could not help but reassure Lu Fengshuang. Things may not be so dire. Among those 14 stretchers, perhaps there are the corpses of those 2 individuals that it is possible that the Grand Commander defeated them. And then, Ji Wendi could not continue. More than half an hour had passed, and if any of their own had escaped, they would have surely gathered at this secret rendezvous by now. There were only 2 possibilities. Either they had all perished in battle or had been captured and given Lu Fenglu's status. Being taken alive was worse than death. "My lady, your precious life cannot remain here any longer. We must return immediately," It is far too dangerous. There are too many experts within the imperial capital. And you are already injured. Alone, I cannot ensure your safety. Let us leave the city and rejoin the main force. There are still Lords Xia and Ing Mulan present. They can guarantee your safety. My lady, are you listening? Knock, knock, knock. They both turned towards the door, startled by the unexpected sound of knocking. 3 knocks, a brief pause, followed by 2 more, the prearranged signal. Open the door, Ji Wendy, Lu Fengshuang commanded. Her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Ji Wendy cautiously pulled the door open and quickly stepped aside. Weapon drawn. 2 men clad in black entered the room. Upon seeing Lu Fengshuang, one of them bowed deeply. My lady. He was younger, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a fit physique and agile movements. Clearly a formidable expert. He was Ing Mulan, the captain of Lu Fenglu's guard. The other merely nodded lazily, murmuring, my lady. He was short, with sparse facial hair, bright yet cold black eyes, and glossy black hair. He moved with the silence of a great cat, making no sound at all. He cast a disdainful glance at Ji Wendy, but said nothing. For some reason, Ji Wendy found this man distasteful, feeling an aversion towards him. His name was Xia, one of the elite members of Lu Fengshuang's secret organization, the Crusaders. What brings you to summon us at this late hour? My lady, Lord Lu has passed away, Lu Fengshuang stated bluntly. What? Ing Mulan was utterly shocked. This is impossible. My apologies, my lady, but Lu Fengshuang gestured, and Ji Wendy stepped forward to explain the recent events. Tears streamed down Ing Mulan's face. I have failed in my duty. Unable to protect you, my lady. Please punish me. You are not at fault, Lu Fengshuang said sorrowfully. The one at fault is me. The wind howled past the window, rustling her snow-white garments as she quietly stood by the window. Her slender figure seemingly merging with the dark, cloud-laden night. The subordinates behind her remained silent, gazing at Lu Fengshuang's silhouette, and for the first time, they felt the fragility and exhaustion of that slender form. Rumors depicted her as the most exceptional military strategist and commander in the history of the Lu Feng family, an almost mythical figure. Yet in reality, she was merely a delicate girl, bearing an excessively heavy burden on her shoulders. Xia, how many members of the Crusaders have arrived this time? Xiu silently approached the door and pulled it open, prompting Ji Wendy to gasp softly. At the threshold stood over 40 men. Arranged in 4 neat rows, they varied in height and attire. Some donned straw cloaks, others wore capes of snow, and a few sported wide-brimmed hats, all exhibiting the garb of ordinary commoners from their appearance. They were utterly inconspicuous, the kind of individuals one would easily overlook on the street. Despite their diverse looks and clothing, they shared a singular trait. Each stood rigidly upright, expressionless, gazing straight ahead, their eyes sharp and cold, exuding a calmness and steadiness that was almost chilling. Though the snow fell incessantly outside, and a nearby eave offered shelter from the biting wind, none ventured inside, remaining motionless as the frigid air whipped against their faces. A light layer of snow accumulating on their bodies. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, revealing their leader and commander, yet they displayed no reaction, not a whisper or movement, as if nothing had transpired before them. Lu Fengshuang regarded them with an appreciative gaze. This was her own meticulously trained crusaders, as cold as ice and as unyielding as rock. She nodded slightly, and Xia silently closed the door once more. Lu Fengshuang turned to Ing Mulian, saying, Ing Mulian, it seems I must once again impose upon you. Ing Mulian bowed deeply. It is truly my honor. Please do not hesitate to command me. Lu Fengshuang turned from the window and remarked, one person from the Lu family has already died, in retribution. One from the Zichuan family must also perish. Miss, Ji Wendy exclaimed in shock. The Zichuan family's stronghold was heavily fortified, with elite guards stationed, and the central armies camped nearby. To contemplate an attack on Zichuan Sanqing was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Yet she dared not voice her objections. Once Lu Fengshuang made a decision, it was irrevocable. Ing Mulian, equally astonished, cast a glance at Xia, who remained expressionless, his dark eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. As if to ask, are you afraid? He calmly replied, the capital is the enemy's stronghold, and my lady, you bear the weight of our clan's survival. I cannot rest easy knowing you are accompanied by only a few guards here. Please, allow me to handle the task of avenging Zichuan Sanqing for the Grand Commander and our brothers. Lu Fengshuang chuckled lightly, warmth mingling with her smile. You possess courage. It is no wonder you were trained by my uncle. You are mistaken, however. I do not intend for you to assassinate Zichuan Xiu. The defenses of the capital's stronghold are impenetrable. Sending just a few of you would be tantamount to sending you to your deaths. My lady. Do you mean? There is another with pure Zichuan blood, and she is practically unguarded. Lu Fengshuang gazed out at the overcast sky, feeling a surge of blood rise in her chest, as though a flame were consuming her. She coughed delicately, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, then turned to reveal the pristine white cloth, now stained crimson. Casually, she stowed it away in her pocket and addressed Xia. Gather your people. Come with me. Snow fell silently. Intermittently, as the guards in the small house by the city gate regarded the snow-covered stranger with astonishment. While checking his identification, one of them remarked, I heard you came from Valen, with such heavy snow. The journey must have been arduous. Zichuan Xiu shook off the snow from his cloak and smiled as he replied, Not too bad, having passed through the careless inspection of the gate guards. He ambled along the streets of the capital. The streets, blanketed in snow, appeared desolate. Shops had closed early, and pedestrians were few and hurried. Even the night patrol officers had their heads tucked into their thick coats. And no one spared Zichuan Xiu a second glance, unaware that this young man, clad in a cloak and exuding an air of leisure, was the most wanted criminal in Zichuan history, with the highest bounty ever placed upon him. As he walked through the familiar streets, now covered in snow, memories of his youth flooded back. Those beloved cobblestone paths now seemed so distant, evoking feelings that were both melancholic and joyous, indescribable in their complexity. After wandering for a while, he noticed a small and still open and decided to book a room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, freshly bathed and clad in a clean white robe, still donning the weathered cloak and wide-brimmed hat. Upon exiting the inn, he made his way to find Sterling at the entrance of the Sterling residence, a red couplet reading, Together until old age, a century of harmony, hung above the door, its vibrant paper now somewhat faded. Zichuan Xiu couldn't help but reflect. Catan has married Zichuan Xiu, and Sterling has finally tied the knot as well. Fate seems to delight in teasing lovers. He wondered if the bride was Li Qing. Instantly, a sense of the vicissitudes of life washed over him. Hesitating for a moment, he knocked on Sterling's door. After a prolonged wait, a wrinkled old man finally opened it. Upon seeing the cloaked figure, he squinted suspiciously. Who are you looking for? Zichuan Xiu, having never encountered this old man before, loosened his cloak slightly to reveal a bit of his face and a flash of white teeth. May I ask if Lord Sterling is home? He deliberately made his voice sound uncertain, mimicking the demeanor of a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. The old man's expression shifted to one of arrogance as he raised his voice. And who are you? I'm just a distant relative from the countryside. The son of his 7th and S3rd uncle as 6th sister-in-law as mother. Before he could finish, the old man slammed the door shut, throwing out a curt, The master is not at home. Zichuan Xiu stepped back hastily, nearly having his nose flattened by the sudden closure. Staring at the red-painted door, he chuckled silently to himself as he turned to leave, unaware of the scene unfolding inside. Li Qing emerged in her nightgown. Wang Bo. What was that about? The old man turned to her, replying respectfully, Miss, it was a relative from the countryside, claiming to be a cousin from the master's 7th aunt. Those country folk are too much. They always come here to mooch. Wang Bo, having watched Li Qing grow up, had followed her to Sterling's household after her marriage, and despite her new status, he continued to refer to her as Mississippi. Li Qing furrowed her brow slightly. Wang Bo, you turned away a guest on such a snowy day. He might be upset when he returns. Quickly, bring him back. Wang Bo reluctantly complied. Oh, and opened the door, only to find the street outside blanketed in white. The visitor nowhere in sight. Returning, he reported. Miss, he has already left. Li Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Left. Remembering that Sterling came from a family of military officers in the capital and having been married for a year. She had never heard of him having relatives from the countryside. She paused, concentrating, trying to recall the voice that seemed vaguely familiar, but not quite. Wang Bo, what did he look like? How old was he? Miss. He was dressed in a cloak, obscuring his face. I couldn't see his features clearly, but his teeth were very white, and his voice was youthful, probably in his 20s. Tall and thin, I'd say about, Wang Bo gestured, about this tall. He then justified himself, but he seemed a bit shifty. Lurking about, it was evident he wasn't a good person. Li Qing's brow creased, mysterious in his movements, young, tall and thin, seeking Sterling. Suddenly, she stood up, her expression shifting as she recalled that voice. This traitor had the audacity to return to the capital. he truly possessed remarkable daring. Her first instinct was to rush to the central stronghold, but she hesitated, knowing her husband and this man shared a deep bond, and her own ties with Zichuan were strong. Yet, to remain silent would betray General Sanqing's trust in her. Standing still, lost in thought for a long while, Li Qing finally resolved, Wang Bo. Seeing the young mistress's anxious demeanor, the old servant stood rigidly, not daring to breathe, and replied crisply, Yes. Boil some water for my foot bath. I'm going to bed. After leaving Sterling's home, Zichuan Xiu considered seeking out Di Lin, but the distance to Di Lin's estate was still considerable. The night patrol soldiers had already blocked his path. Halt. Beyond this point is a restricted area. Who are you? And whom do you seek? Zichuan Xiu could only offer a wry smile, saying, Apologies, I've taken a wrong turn. As he walked further away, he could still feel the soldiers' suspicious gazes piercing into his back like nails. What to do? Zichuan Xiu paced anxiously in the snow. His return to the capital was not solely for provisions. He also sought medical supplies and weaponry, items classified as military materials, equally forbidden for sale. Following the recent battles against the demon race, many soldiers had been wounded, requiring an urgent supply of medical treatment for knife wounds and surgical instruments, due to a dire shortage of medicine. Military doctors struggled to address even common injuries, leaving the wounded to suffer terrible screams and moans in their tents, gradually weakening and perishing. The thought of this scene pained Zichuan Xiu deeply. And after much contemplation, he realized the only recourse was to seek assistance from two powerful brothers within the army. Unexpectedly, he found it remarkably difficult to even contemplate meeting them in the past. As a vice commander surrounded by a throng of followers, he had never felt this way. It was only now that he truly comprehended the anguish of being a powerless commoner. Presently, he was left with but one option: to seek the assistance of a third party to convey his message to Sterling and Dylan. However, finding such a person was no easy task. First, they needed to be reliable, and second, their status must be sufficiently high to facilitate a meeting with both Sterling and Dylan. After much contemplation, he could think of only one individual, Zichuan Ning. In truth, he had considered her from the outset, yet he hesitated to make the decision, reluctant to present himself in such a disheveled state before Zichuan Ning, particularly to plead for her assistance. Moreover, would she even believe him after learning of his betrayal? What kind of demeanor would she adopt upon their meeting? Deep within, he felt a twinge of fear. Unable to confront this reality, if possible, he wished to postpone their encounter for as long as he could. However, the time for choices had passed. With a heavy sigh, Zichuan Xiu strode forth. By the time he arrived at Zichuan Ning's estate, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Through the swirling snow, he glimpsed Zichuan Ning's small building standing tall within the estate, and a wave of urgency and sorrow washed over him. He recalled his childhood, lying behind the window in his bedroom, dreaming of the future. The gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of jasmine, akin to the breath of a beloved. In his youth, the towering walls of the estate seemed immensely grand. Resembling an insurmountable dam, he gazed up at her from beyond those formidable walls, much like one gazing at a barrier. Now, however, he wondered if he had grown taller, or if the walls appeared smaller. They no longer seemed as imposing as he once imagined. With his current agility, he could easily scale them, yet the dam within his spirit remained intact, no matter what he did or where he found himself. He could not erase the feelings of that childhood moment, that of an orphan gazing at the magnificent estate walls, yearning for the enchanting princess of his dreams. But what of that princess now? Had she found her prince charming? Zichuan Xiu shook his head. Casting aside his tumultuous thoughts, he moved silently, not disturbing the dozing gatekeeper, and climbed over the wall, landing softly in the garden. He was well acquainted with the estate's layout. In the darkness, using the dense trees as cover, he swiftly made his way toward the 3-story building where Zichuan Ning resided. Upon reaching the familiar structure, Zichuan Xiu felt a pang of nostalgia mixed with excitement. His beloved was inside. He recalled that Zichuan Ning occupied the 2nd floor, and the top level housed an unoccupied guest room. He planned to rest there for the night and meet Zichuan Ning first thing in the morning. Observing his surroundings, the estate lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. With ease, Zichuan Xiu leaped to the 2nd floor, lightly pressing his toes against the railing to propel himself upward, his hands grasping the eaves of the 3rd floor. With a strong pull, he hoisted himself up and rolled onto the rooftop, dissipating the momentum of his ascent. The entire maneuver was seamless and fluid. Zichuan Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. His martial prowess was recovering swiftly. Standing on the rooftop, he felt the icy chill of accumulated snow beneath his feet. The cold night breeze swept across his skin as he surveyed the slumbering estate blanketed in snow, trees. Houses, gardens, and pathways all blurred into a hazy silhouette against the wintry backdrop. The vast expanse beneath him felt boundless, as if his entire being were adrift in the night sky, gradually merging with the moonlight. Twinkling stars and cascading snowflakes. Unintentionally, he became attuned to this captivating scenery, closing his eyes and allowing every cell in his body to relax and savor the moment. Time slipped away, and eventually, a sharp rustling sound broke through his reverie. Zichuan Xiu opened his eyes. A throng of shadowy figures clad in black now emerged at the edge of the woods where he had entered, swiftly advancing toward the residential area. Their formation fanning out in a manner that suggested encirclement. Glistening metal reflected off their waists. This group moved with a low profile, their strides rapid yet utterly soundless, clearly comprised of skilled individuals. Amidst their indistinct forms loomed an aura of palpable menace. "I have been discovered," was Zichuan Xiu's immediate thought. He quickly crouched down, peeking cautiously, puzzled that he had left no trace upon entering the capital. His acute instincts had detected no signs of pursuit. It was inconceivable that anyone would know of his presence in Zichuan Ning's home. Who were these intruders, daring to invade Zichuan Ning's sanctuary? Perhaps they were bandits? But he quickly dismissed that notion. The underworld of the capital would never dare to disturb Zichuan Ning, even if she were to misplace a dish for feeding her cat. The Ministry of Justice would be quick to turn the entire capital upside down in response. All manner of gang leaders would be apprehended and dealt with, while illicit establishments would be thoroughly cleansed. The streets would be purged of thieves, sex workers, gamblers, and their patrons, all subjected to a thorough beating and imprisonment for months. Such losses were untenable for the underworld. They would not only refrain from harassing Zichuan Ning, but would also alert the authorities should they detect any external threats. Moreover, the speed of the approaching figures was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed several meters across the snowy terrain. Such agility suggested that there were likely not many skilled fighters among the gangs. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13. Zichuan Xiu counted the number of adversaries, and as if sensing his scrutiny, the three leading figures suddenly looked up in his direction. Zichuan Xiu immediately pressed his head into the snow, holding his breath, daring not to make a sound or gaze further. All were masked, their eyes sharp as those of hawks, each one a formidable opponent. At this point, there was no doubt. Their masked approach bore ill intentions towards Zichuan Ning. Such adversaries would have posed a significant challenge even during his peak, let alone now when his skills were not fully restored, and they numbered in the dozens. How could he ensure Zichuan Ning's safety? Before he could devise a plan, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Zichuan Xiu's heart raced, and he couldn't help but peek again, cautiously observing. A group of 5 guards, lanterns in hand, was making its way along the garden's edge. The last guard, hearing a rustle, turned and raised his lantern, demanding, "Who goes there?" His piercing gaze fixated on the shadows of the garden's thicket. You were too jumpy," one of his companions remarked, only to be left agape in astonishment as figures clad in black emerged from the darkness. Cloaked in black, countless shadows leapt forth, silently yet swiftly closing in on them. In the swirling snow, indistinct shapes appeared from all sides, seemingly encircling them. The patrolling guards hastily drew their weapons, fear gripping their hearts. Despite the turmoil that had plagued the capital over the years, Zichuan Ning's estate had remained a bastion of tranquility, untouched even during the most chaotic times of Yang Minghua's rebellion. The guards, lacking any real combat experience, were unprepared. In their haste, the captain didn't even notice when his finger was inadvertently sliced by his own blade, causing his wrist to tremble uncontrollably, making the glimmering edge of the sword shake as well. "Who are you?" he shouted. But before his words could fully escape, several figures lunged from the shadows. The captain barked an order, aiming his sword at the closest masked figure. The assailant deftly evaded the strike and retaliated with a swift kick, sending the captain's weapon flying from his grasp, crashing into a snowbank several meters away. The sounds of a brief skirmish erupted, metal clashing, soldiers' cries of pain, and the furious curses of men. The struggle was short-lived, and soon silence enveloped the scene once more. The captain, disheveled and bloodied, rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. In the dim light, a hoarse voice queried, Where is Zichuan Ning? The captain raised his head. Who? Who are you? This is Lady Ning's residence. Are you not afraid of the consequences? A masked figure emerged from the shadows, not particularly tall, but radiating an ominous aura of menace that commanded respect. Raising his right hand, he brandished, I said. The captain gasped slowly. Miss Ning resides at. Suddenly, he raised his voice in a thunderous shout. Alarm! Assassins are here. With a soft whoosh, he could speak no more. The cold blade had pierced his throat. And the masked figure withdrew the sword, leaving a gory spray of blood. The captain clutched his throat with both hands, making a choking sound, unable to utter another word as blood gushed between his fingers. Staining the white snow crimson, his body gradually collapsed onto the icy ground, curling up as if to shield himself from the cold. The masked Xia observed indifferently, gently flicking the blood from his sword. Allowing the crimson droplets to fall away in the biting wind, Ingmalan approached, gently turning the captain's lifeless body over. His wide-open eyes seemed to be gazing at something unseen. He removed the mask, sighed, and tenderly closed the deceased's eyes, raising his head to say, what capabilities could a mere girl, still in her youth, possess to inspire such willing sacrifice? No one replied. The captain's dying scream had stirred the entire manor, and windows far and near flickered to life. Some peered out curiously, while others shouted. The remaining guards were jolted from their slumber, rushing out in a flurry. The sound of boots on snow echoed as Ji Wendy, clad in black and masked, approached from behind. Xia, you have botched the mission and alerted the guards. She let out a sharp whistle, to which a response echoed back from the darkness. Instantly, more black-clad figures surged from the shadows, fanning out in a protective formation. That moment, Lu Fengshuang appeared, having discarded her feminine attire for lightweight warrior armor, draped in a plain white mourning garment, her face veiled in black, a white cloth ribbon wrapped around her forehead in tribute, and a sword hanging at her waist. She advanced steadily, the frigid northern wind billowing her white robes like snow. Seemingly oblivious, she pressed her hand to her sword, her petite frame held high, her gaze unwavering ahead, each step resolute. Though delicate in stature, she exuded an air of authority and grandeur, her presence as formidable as an approaching army. The black-clad assassins closed ranks behind her, forming a dense phalanx of protection. Observing her approach, the masked figures were filled with admiration and awe. This was the demeanor of the preeminent general of the era, a master worthy of their lives. For her, they would gladly face death. Ji Wendy's eyes flickered with confusion. At this moment, which was the true Lu Fengshuang, the resolute warrior or the vulnerable girl who had wept for her lost family? My lady, I deeply apologize for our failure. No need for words. Lu Fengshuang interrupted Ji Wendy's apology, decisively issuing commands. Change the plan. We will shift from assassination to a full-scale assault. Yasino, take charge of eliminating the guards at the entrance. Then monitor the area to cover the retreat. Hold the entrance for at least 15 minutes. Gilo, you are responsible for the remaining guards within the manor. Eliminate them. Ensure all exits are sealed, and not a single soul escapes. Understood. Yasino and Gilo stepped forward in unison, standing tall in acknowledgement, before turning to shout, Thunder Squad, follow me. Wind Squad, follow me. Watching the throngs of black-clad figures surge toward the manor's buildings, Lu Fengshuang's expression turned complex but quickly returned to normal. Mulan, Ji Wendy, Xia, your team comes with me. My lady, we have yet to ascertain Miss Zichuan Ning's precise location. Lu Fengshuang glanced at Ji Wendy before striding ahead. Ji Wendy hurried to keep pace. My lady, Ji Wendy, learn to observe, Lu Fengshuang instructed as she walked. Take note of the manor's layout. Which building boasts the most picturesque view, which is quiet and refined, from the arrangement of the structures. One can easily discern the main residence. She pointed to a 3-story building in the distance. Nestled beside the garden, Daiti was not the tallest structure in the manor, yet it was exquisitely designed, facing the entire garden and maintaining a respectful distance from its surroundings, all while being meticulously arranged. Lu Fengshuang continued, if I were Zichuan Ning, I would choose that place. From various corners, piercing female screams and desperate cries for help echoed. By midnight, the once peaceful and beautiful manor had transformed into a scene of carnage. The air was filled with the wails of the dying. Those awakened from sleep were bewildered by the chaos, their screams reverberating through the night. Armed black-clad assassins burst through doors, searching room by room, mercilessly striking down those still slumbering, pursuing fleeing servants and guards. They emerged from the darkness like vengeful specters. Though few in number, they were ferocious, each black-clad figure capable of taking on 4 or 5 guards. Cold and ruthless, they showed no mercy even to unarmed women and children, raising their blades without hesitation. The living screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, yet amidst the chaos, a few men clad only in undergarments, wielding knives in one hand and clutching blankets in the other, emerged. These were the armed guards of the manor. Abruptly awakened from their dreams, hastily stepping forth to reassure the panicking crowd. Stay calm. Where are the assassins? They surged against the tide of fleeing people, bravely engaging the intruders, but such resistance was futile. Akin to a mere splash in the rising tide, the skirmish was swiftly concluded, as the guards were no match for the black-clad assassins, falling in droves beneath the glinting swords in the garden's shaded paths. Their bodies collapsing on the pristine marble steps, cast into the elegant fountain. Witnessing this scene, the servants were overwhelmed with horror, shrieking as they fled in all directions, amidst the pools of blood and lifeless forms. The masked assassins prowled, seeking their next target. In the garden, life-sized statues of Zichuan Xiu and the family's ancestral leaders were splattered with blood. The statues gazed with unseeing stone eyes, their benevolent, far-sighted smiles bearing witness to the slaughter and death. Observing the shadows dancing in the distance, hearing the chilling cries for help, Mulan could no longer remain silent. My lady, forgive my boldness, but this massacre serves no purpose. The members of the Wind Squad glared at him. Yet he continued to speak. I believe tonight's actions are entirely unnecessary. Lu Fengshuang remained impassive. Mulan, have you forgotten the blood feud of the Grand Commander? My lady, I never forget the need for vengeance on behalf of the Grand Commander. But, I beg your pardon. Until now we cannot ascertain whether the Grand Commander's unfortunate demise truly stemmed from a conspiracy by the Zichuan family. Even if that were the case, with an invincible general like you and the formidable forces of the Lu Feng family, we could confront the Zichuan family openly on the battlefield to settle this blood debt without resorting to this underhanded invasion of a young woman's home, slaughtering innocents. Such despicable and horrifying actions, I must say, tarnish your reputation and dignity. The horror of assassination is base, especially against an orphan who is not engaged in political affairs. Silence enveloped the group as Lu Fengshuang regarded Mulan intently in the darkness. Her gaze burned brightly, causing Mulan to instinctively take a step back. I concur with your assessment, Lu Fengshuang replied quietly. Assassination is indeed vile. Yet I have my reasons for acting thus as the highest-ranking commander of the Lu Feng family in this region. I command you to comply. Mulan, will you obey? Mulan's face paled, and he offered a slight bow. My lady, I will obey your orders. Lu Fengshuang nodded slightly, striding ahead with urgency, unable to confront Mulan's ashen face. Fearing it might waver her resolve, he is a man of integrity, she thought, yet he does not comprehend the reality. After her uncle's death, the balance of power within the Lu Feng family had been shattered. The enemy's justification for attack stemmed from the demise of her uncle in the imperial city, a consequence of Lu Fengshuang's reckless actions leading to the loss of the family's elder. She must do something to atone for this failure, and the best outcome would be to eliminate a bloodline of the Zichuan family, thereby justifying her stance. Her uncle perished, yet the Zichuan family also lost one of their own. Thus, balance is restored. This logic, while seemingly absurd, proved effective in quelling the anger from behind. The sounds of battle and screams echoed in the distance as another group of assassins dealt with the guard squad stationed at the manor's entrance. Simultaneously keeping watch for reinforcements from the Zichuan family, a breathless member of the Thunder Squad rushed over. My lady, we have discovered the whereabouts of Zichuan Ning. It is in that building by the garden. Instantly, a murmur of admiration rippled through the crowd. Wendy was filled with respect. My lady, your foresight is unparalleled. The gentle breeze played with the frost, and I mused to myself, if I lack even this modicum of discernment, how could I possibly command an army? With the wind and frost leading the charge, the figures clad in black arranged themselves in a fan-shaped formation, surging towards the modest abode of Zichuan Ning. Oh no! Assassins have arrived. A cacophony of terror echoed through the dimly lit corridor as the personal maid rushed into the room, rousing Zichuan Ning from her slumber, still lost in the remnants of sleep. Zichuan Ning mumbled incoherently, when suddenly, with a splash, a cup of icy water was thrown onto her face. With a startled scream, she sat upright, bewildered, and stared at her maid. What are you doing? Miss, it's terrible. Assassins are here. Assassins. Zichuan Ning repeated softly, the water streaming down her hair. Moments later, a scream escaped her lips. Assassins. She leapt from her bed, exclaiming, quickly, notify the guards. It's too late. They are already approaching. The maid's voice trembled with fear. Zichuan Ning dashed to the window, her bare feet swiftly gliding across the floor. Through the tightly shut window, she could faintly hear the anguished cries for help and the sounds of distress. Peering outside, she immediately recoiled, her heart racing. In the open snowy expanse before the building, a throng of black-clad figures charged forward, brimming with murderous intent, while the remaining guards hurriedly assembled to form a final line of defense. As the black-clad assailants lunged forward, the guards fought valiantly, their weapons glinting in the in the heat of battle. One after another, the guards fell, their cries of agony piercing the night sky, while the blood flowing upon the snow resembled blooming red flowers. The few remaining guards began to retreat in haste as the masked figures advanced, drawing perilously close to the small building. Zichuan Ning's face paled, for it was the first time she had witnessed such a brutal and bloody scene. The stark reality of violence contrasted sharply with her sheltered life, leaving her in a state of shock, her mind blank. My lady, we must evacuate immediately. A robust male voice called from the doorway, prompting her to turn around in a flurry. A sturdy man stood at the entrance, his upper body bare, a knife in hand, blood streaming from his injured face. She could scarcely recognize him as her captain of the guards. My lady, we must flee at once. They are upon us, the captain reiterated, urgency and breathlessness evident in his tone. Observing Zichuan Ning's dazed expression, he barked, My lady, move quickly. Our men cannot hold them. Awakening from her stupor, Zichuan Ning followed the captain out the door, the maid trailing behind in a flurry. The corridor was brightly lit by candlelight, and 3 guards with swords stood at the entrance, hastily bowing as they saw Zichuan Ning emerge. What is the situation? The captain inquired. Reporting. My lord, they have reached the perimeter of the front courtyard. Who are the assassins? Zichuan Ning interjected. The captain shot her a brief glance and replied tersely, Unknown. Realizing that this was not the time for such inquiries, Zichuan Ning fell silent. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy thuds of the door below resounded, metal clashing against wood, while a gruff voice shouted, Open the door, quickly. Zichuan Ning and the guards exchanged alarmed glances. The enemy had arrived so swiftly. Had all the guards at the front door already perished? Fight, the captain commanded, 2 guards rushing down the staircase to defend the front entrance, while a third stood valiantly at the stairway, sword raised high. The captain seized Zichuan Ning, urging her downward. Follow me, my lady. Where are we going? The front door has been compromised. We must retreat through the back. The maid cried out. But what if the back door is also guarded? The captain paused momentarily, turning to her with an impassive expression. We have no other choice. We must take the gamble. In an instant, Zichuan Ning understood. The exit at the front had been blocked by the enemy. Though the door was made of sturdy Nanmu wood, it could not withstand such violent assaults for long, certainly not until reinforcements arrived. The front door was under siege, yet the back remained eerily silent. In this dire situation, remaining idle would surely lead to doom. The only chance of survival lay in the captain's suggestion, to hope that the enemy had neglected to block the back door. If fortune favored them, they might escape into the garden and find refuge behind the estate's rear wall. As she reached the stairway on the first floor, a thunderous bang reverberated. The impact on the door was deafening, each collision making the entire house shudder, plaster raining down from the walls. Zichuan Ning hurriedly glanced at the front door, gasping as she saw the chain hanging from the wall, nearly torn from its place. Only a few nails clinging desperately to the surface. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance frantically pushed furniture against the door, uncertain of its efficacy. Can we hold them? The captain demanded sharply. We will hold. A handsome young man with large eyes declared resolutely, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zichuan Ning as he flashed a radiant smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Zichuan Ning forced a smile in return, her heart aching, to buy time for their retreat. They must hold their ground. It was clear that this young man's life was hanging by a thread, yet he wore such a brilliant smile in the face of imminent death. The captain dashed towards the back door, with Zichuan Ning and the maid trailing behind, struggling to keep pace. As he pulled the latch, he called back, My lady, hurry. I'm coming. Zichuan Ning shouted as she ran. Just a moment. the captain screamed, having just opened the back door a crack when a sword, swift as a serpent, pierced through the opening and plunged into his chest, the force driving him through. With a resounding crash, the door swung wide open, revealing shadowy figures beyond, and a masked figure in black appeared at the threshold, coldly observing the paralyzed Zichuan Xiu, blood dripping from the sword in his hand. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Zichuan Xiu felt as though she were ensnared by a spell. Rooted to the spot, the assassin's gaze bore a terrifying glint, reminiscent of a ruthless killer, fixated on her as though she were prey. For one who had always lived in comfort, such a fearful gaze was beyond her capacity to endure. Under his stare, she trembled, unable to move. "Miss, run!" The maid, snapping back to reality, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The two guards at the front rushed in, swords drawn, as the handsome young man yelled, "You scoundrel!" raising his sword high, aiming for the assassin's face. As if jolted awake from a nightmare, Zichuan Xiu suddenly regained her senses, turning to flee up the stairs. The guard stationed at the stairway, seeing the perilous situation, dashed down to assist his comrades, rushing past Zichuan Xiu and shouting something, but she could only see his mouth moving, her ears filled with a deafening buzz, rendering her unable to hear his words. Behind her, the tumult of battle erupted. The clamor of footsteps and clashing weapons, the heart-wrenching cries of the guards, and the screams of those on the brink of death filled the air. The assassins surged in, and the guards fought valiantly, weapons gleaming in the darkness. The overwhelming numbers of attackers felled the last three guards on the ground floor, yet the remaining defenders fought like rabid dogs, entangled in a fierce struggle before ultimately being reduced to mere flesh. Upstairs. Zichuan Xiu is upstairs. The first to burst into the room was Xia, brimming with aggression, the very one who had just slain the captain. "Oh, do you dare speak to me like that? Hero, you rascal!" "Enough of this. Where is Xiaoyang Ning?" interjected Ji Wendy, who had just entered. "I saw her just a moment ago, but that damned girl obstructed me. She must have gone upstairs now, right? There's only one exit. She cannot escape." With a wave of his hand, Ji Wendy commanded, and a dozen masked figures clad in black surged in through the back door, rushing up the stairs. Amidst the hurried footsteps, Ji Wendy's icy voice rang out, "Search every room. If you find Xiaoyang Ning, leave no survivors. Just bring back her head." "Understood," the masked figures replied thunderously. Listening to the thunderous sound of their footsteps, Xiaoyang Ning's complexion turned pale. "The world is fraught with peril, and the human heart is inscrutable. You, a woman, shall manage the entire Xiaoyang family, where the intrigues of power are perilous and unpredictable." Xiaoyang Ning recalled the parting words of Cadden, shivering at the thought that those words would prove true so swiftly. The scene unfolding tonight felt eerily familiar to her. She remembered that year when her father still held the position of commander, during the riot in the imperial capital, when a horde of savage rioters stormed into their home, and all the guards fled in fear, leaving 6-year-old her to cry in terror beneath the covers, who stood resolute at the doorway, sword in hand, vigilantly guarding the entrance throughout the night, peering through a gap in the quilt. She saw that slender figure, steadfast and composed, forever etched in her heart, never to be forgotten. 12 years had flown by. She had blossomed into a vibrant young woman, yet the silhouette in her heart remained as vivid as yesterday. As if standing right before her, just as Cadden had foretold, the path of power was fraught with danger, but where was that person, the one who would protect me for a lifetime, that steadfast figure I could rely on? Tonight, would there be anyone standing guard at my door, sword in hand? Just as there was 12 years ago, that not-so-broad figure had shielded her from all the storms of the world, with him by her side. Even traversing the ends of the earth, facing wind, frost, rain, and snow, or even plunging into the depths of hell, she would have felt no fear. Xiaoyang Ning's heart ached. This was no longer possible. That person had become a traitor to the family. A traitor to humanity, wanted and hunted. He would never appear again. In this lifetime, it seemed she would find it hard to face him again without shame. The responses from the living room were clear. They truly sought her life. And now, she was truly at a dead end. Who were they? Why did they wish to kill her? Who was that woman? All these questions remained unanswered, leaving her feeling unjustly doomed. Episode 10. The Meeting of the Three Heroes. Chapter 2. A reunion. Xiaoyang Ning surveyed her bedroom, which offered little in the way of hiding places. Should she hide beneath the bed or in the closet? She quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that with only 4 rooms on the second floor, the enemy would undoubtedly find her. Rather than die ignobly beneath the bed, it would be better to meet her fate head-on. After all, She was the daughter of Zhaoyong Yuansheng, the future heir of the family. Even in death, she must demonstrate her dignified spirit to them. Everyone must die eventually. Zhaoyong Ning consoled herself, yet deep inside, she silently cried out, I do not wish to die. I am only 19, in the prime of my youth, with an infinite and beautiful future ahead of me. I truly do not want to die. Do not panic. Do not panic. Gripping the cold hilt of her sword, she steadied herself somewhat, standing at the top of the staircase, sword in hand. Before her, the black-clad figures surged up the stairs, and upon seeing a young woman in a nightgown standing imperiously at the top, they halted, followed by a cheer. We found her. We found Zhaoyong Ning. Their voices resembled a pack of ravenous wolves howling. I am Zhaoyong Ning. With her right hand firmly gripping the unsheathed sword hilt, she gazed down at the pairs of wolf-like eyes below, declaring, I am the daughter of Zhaoyong Yuansheng, the heir of the Zhaoyong family. Who are you? What grievance do you hold against me? Why do you invade my home at this late hour? Slaughtering the innocent. Zhaoyong Ning's tone was resolute, exuding a rare dignity that belied her seemingly frail femininity, compelling others to take her seriously. Momentarily, the assassins were deterred by her dignified presence, anger tempered with decorum. Appearing delicate yet remarkably resilient, while their menacing aura loomed large, many a robust man had already collapsed in fear, yet she remained unyielded by their intimidation, engaging them without trepidation in that instant. Her noble and imposing demeanor suppressed even the most ruthless of killers. Could this truly be the pampered young lady of legend? Lu Fengshuang, standing among the black-clad figures, silently reflected. Is courage innate? Such a quality was absent in any of her three inept brothers. Upon seeing Zhaoyong Ning, she felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if gazing upon another version of herself. The Zhaoyong family truly was remarkable, producing illustrious rulers and renowned generals throughout history. Even a young girl could be so exceptional. Yet, for this very reason, she became even more resolute to eliminate Zhaoyong Ning. For if this person remained, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat once Lu Fengshuang assumed leadership. Gradually parting the crowd, Lu Fengshuang stepped forth and saluted Zhaoyong Ning. Miss Zhaoyong Ning, is it? I apologize for the rudeness of our visit tonight. We bear no personal grievance against you, but we do hold a vendetta against the Zhaoyong family. Regrettably, I must take your life. Zhaoyong Ning raised an eyebrow. Was this masked woman the one who sought to kill her? Draped in a plain outer garment, her face concealed by a black veil, only her bright, expressive eyes were visible, glimmering like flowing autumn waters. Zhaoyong Ning smiled charmingly and replied, I am unaware of your grievances against my family. But regardless of gender, the Zhaoyong family has no cowards who surrender without a fight. If you wish for my life, I fear you will have to take it yourself. With a crisp sound, she had already drawn her sword, its tip angled forward, her gaze fixed upon the blade, embodying the initial stance of the Zhaoyong family's orthodox swordsmanship. Lu Fengshuang nodded slowly. Then I shall not hesitate. Miss Ning, internally lamenting, she could not quite understand why Zhaoyong Ning possessed a certain quality that she found so appealing. To think that she now had to personally destroy such a vibrant flower felt akin to shattering a priceless antique porcelain. Were it not for our opposing stances, we might have become friends, she mused to herself. Wendy turned and gestured. Advance. The black-clad figures surged forward. Due to the narrow staircase, only three could ascend side by side, forcing them to attack in waves. Everyone assumed that such a delicate girl would know little of swordplay, that she merely wielded her sword for show. Surely, in a matter of moments, she would meet her demise. The first black-clad figure who reached her lunged forward with a single-handed sword thrust aimed at Zhaoyong Ning's chest, fierce yet superficial in its intent. Zhaoyong Ning furrowed her brow and swung her sword upward. With a sharp metallic clash, their blades met, sending sparks flying, and the assailant's sword was unexpectedly deflected upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Zhaoyong Ning swiftly countered with a thrust aimed at his forehead, quick and precise, but the black-clad figure leaped back just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike, though a line of blood was drawn along his cheek. While he evaded her blade, he forgot that he was backed against the staircase. Losing his footing, he tumbled down the stairs like a rolling ball. Cheers erupted from below. Excellent swordplay. It was Lu Fengshuang's voice. Zhaoyong Ning returned the sword to its sheath, smiling sweetly. You flatter me. Her sword gleamed like snow, her beauty radiant as a flower, exuding an indescribable grace. Witnessing one of their companions tumble down the stairs, the remaining black-clad figures were struck with fear, their previous underestimation of Zhao Yongning vanishing point two more advanced to attack, and Zhao Yongning fought valiantly to fend them off. For a moment, the air was filled with flashing sword light and the clattering of weapons. Creating a lively spectacle, the two who engaged her this time were considerably more skilled than the first. Although Zhao Yongning's swordsmanship was commendable, her lack of combat experience soon placed her at a disadvantage. Struggling to keep up against their onslaught, relying on her advantageous position, she managed to hold her ground, yet her breath quickened, and she clung to the staircase with all her might, unwilling to yield. However, this only made her struggle more arduous. At times, when a simple leap backward would suffice to evade an attack, she was forced to engage head-on, unable to resort to nimble dodges if she were to lose her hold on the staircase. The enemy would swarm up, surrounding her, and her situation would become even more dire. Before long, Zhao Yongning bore wounds to her shoulders, arms, and calves. Her snow-white nightgown was splattered with blood, resembling red flowers adorning the fabric. Yet, she continued to fight valiantly. The tenacity of this young girl left the black-clad assassins awestruck, and for a moment, the only sounds in the room were the clashing of weapons. After a while, Xia, standing at the back, pushed through the crowd. "Stand aside," he commanded coldly. The two black-clad figures engaged with Zhao Yongning stepped back at his command, clearing a path for him to advance, seizing the moment. Zhao Yongning gasped for breath, her right hand gripping the sword becoming numb. She switched the sword to her left hand and pressed her right hand against her wounded shoulder, feeling sharp pangs of pain. Silently praying in despair, "Reinforcements, why have you not yet arrived?" The newcomer clad in black was distinctly different from the previous few. An instinctive sensation washed over Zichuan Xiu, revealing an aura of ferocity akin to a wild beast emanating from him. If given a choice, she would undoubtedly avoid engaging such a formidable opponent. However, at this moment, retreat was no longer an option. Xia stepped forward, reaching the topmost step of the staircase, yet refrained from attacking. Instead, coldly scrutinizing Zichuan Xiu with a gaze imbued with an indescribable disdain. Enraged by his contempt, Zichuan Xiu struck first, lunging her sword towards his eyes, exclaiming, "I will first render your despicable eyes useless." Xia merely chuckled coldly, effortlessly parrying her strike. Their swords clashed in midair, momentarily locked together. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Zichuan Xiu shouted in alarm, sensing an unusual adhesive force on his sword, instead of being repelled. Her sword felt ensnared, as if caught by some unseen force. Determined to reclaim her weapon, Zichuan Xiu attempted to withdraw, but Xia, without a hint of hesitation, twisted and churned his sword, commanding, "Away." In an instant, Zichuan Ning's sword was wrenched from her grasp. Soaring into the air and striking the beam with a resounding clang, a wave of irresistible force surged towards her, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, her heart sinking in despair. This truly felt like the end. As Xia prepared to finish her off, suddenly Ji Wendy spun around and called out to Kiro, who was ascending the stairs, weapon cradled in both hands. "Kiro, remove your mask." Kiro's entire body tensed, halting his advance as he slowly reached for his mask. At that moment, several voices erupted in unison. "Lord Shuang, be careful." Kiro's hand, which had been poised to touch the mask, shot downwards with the speed of lightning. No one could discern his movements in an instant. He had drawn his blade, which gleamed like a flash of lightning, blinding everyone with its brilliance. "Ah!" The three sharp cries echoed, akin to a prolonged wail of anguish, as two black-clad assassins were simultaneously struck. Tumbling down the narrow staircase with agonized screams, Kiro lunged towards Lu Fengshuang, who stood midway on the stairs. Yet, the black-clad assassins reacted with remarkable swiftness. In a heartbeat, two of them positioned themselves in front of Lu Fengshuang, ready to defend her, as four swords intercepted Kiro's advance. One blade aimed fiercely upwards at Kiro's head, while another sought to sever his legs. Kiro leaped, deftly evading all attacks, and with a quick touch of his toes against the stair railing, he ascended to the second floor. Before he could regain his footing, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Xia had already launched an assault from the rear. Without glancing back, he executed a precise counterstrike, the clash of steel sparking as he deflected Xia's vengeful thrust. Before Xia could unleash a second strike, Kiro delivered a masterful kick, akin to a whip, that struck Xia's injured side, sending him tumbling down the stairs, inadvertently tripping two black-clad assassins who were rushing upward. The air filled with meaningless cries, curses, the heavy echoes of bodies colliding with walls, and the groans of the wounded. creating a chaotic scene below. Lu Fengshuang, still shaken, took a step back. Amidst the turmoil, Hero had lunged at her with ferocity. Fortunately, her valiant subordinates bravely stepped forward to intercept him, both receiving wounds and collapsing. His strikes were so swift they were nearly invisible. At that moment, more of her subordinates surged forward. Perhaps fearing a counterattack, Hero abandoned his pursuit of Lu Fengshuang, leaping upwards to evade encirclement, and swiftly seized the incapacitated Zichuan Ning, retreating up the staircase towards the third floor. Vanishing in an instant, leaving only the echoing sound of footsteps above. Thud, thud, thud. Chase them. Lu Fengshuang regained her composure and issued a swift command. There are no exits above. They absolutely cannot escape. The black-clad assassins, seasoned in handling unexpected situations, quickly responded despite the sudden chaos. As soon as Lu Fengshuang gave the order, all but a few injured men immediately pursued like hungry wolves. Who are you? Zichuan Ning inquired of her masked captor. Moments earlier, she had merely sensed a gust of wind, and then, without warning, she was lifted off her feet by this masked figure, akin to a bundle of cotton. The posture embarrassed her. The stranger offered no reply, but continued to sprint up the staircase with fervor, his breath coming in soft, labored gasps beneath the mask. As he ran, the heat radiated from his body, and in his embrace, Zichuan Ning felt an overwhelming sense of masculinity, evoking an unusual sensation within her. Strangely, she found herself not entirely averse to this feeling. Rather, it brought her a sense of comfort and familiarity, even though she had yet to see his face. The masked figure did not pause at the third floor, but swiftly ascended the stairs to the fourth. Zichuan Ning could not help but exclaim, "There's a platform above. There's no way out." The masked man paid her no heed. Continuing his ascent, upon reaching the top, he confronted a wooden door that barred their path. He set Zichuan Ning down and quickly unlatched the door, pulling it open to reveal a rush of cold, fresh air, the snow outside gleaming brightly in the moonlight. Stepping onto the platform, Zichuan Ning noted something peculiar. The floors above the third were shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, yet the black-clad figure navigated effortlessly through the shadows, evading obstacles with remarkable agility, and swiftly unlatched the door to the fourth-floor platform, indicating he was quite familiar with the environment. "Are you my friend? Have we met?" Zichuan Ning asked. Leaning forward to glimpse his eyes, she dared not remove his mask. But the masked man deliberately turned his head away, denying her a view. Just then, the hurried, chaotic sound of footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of pursuers. The masked figure gestured for Zichuan Ning to hide aside. Understanding the urgency, she retreated to a distant corner of the platform, her heart racing with tension, wondering if her fate rested in the hands of this enigmatic savior. Hero stood resolutely at the entrance of the fourth-floor platform, awaiting the pursuers. The first wave of black-clad assassins, 3 in number, arrived and halted upon seeing Hero positioned at such a precarious vantage point. The narrowness of the entrance allowed only one to ascend at a time, nullifying their numerical advantage. Soon after, Lu Fengshuang and 5 others arrived, momentarily stunned by the situation, unsure of how to proceed. Finally, Ji Wendy, accompanied by 4 others, rushed up from below, exclaiming, "They're all dead. They're all dead." "Who is dead?" "Rojuan, Xi and Yanjun, Beulah, Pan Hai, and DeLong. 5 of them are all dead. Hero has killed them. The 4 brothers left to guard the house outside have also been eliminated." That is not Hero. Unbeknownst to them, Xia, who had recently tumbled down the stairs, had arrived in a fury, pushing through the crowd to confront the others, his forehead bruised from the fall. He employed inner martial techniques to sever arteries, killing silently. Hero does not possess such skill. Having glanced at the bodies while tumbling down, he had gathered this insight. Unbeknownst to them, the situation reverted to its previous state, with the black-clad figures advancing from below, while the defenders maintained their advantageous position at the narrow staircase exit. Yet, everyone shared the same unsettling thought. This defender was far more troublesome than Zichuan Ning had been. All eyes were fixed on the figure of Hero, who stood dominantly at the stairway entrance. Xia stepped forward and called out, "Hey, friend, reveal your true self. Such remarkable skills are wasted on a nameless ghost." The young man cloaked in Kiro's tattered attire let out a soft chuckle, deftly unfastening the buttons of his black cloak and hat, casting them aside, which landed neatly before Zichuan Ning. Beneath the cloak, he revealed a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, emitting a fluttering sound, strikingly radiant against the night sky. T21, he was a handsome master, tall and lithe, with long black hair cascading over his forehead, and his eyes, visible beyond the mask, sparkled like stars that he stood at the highest point of the staircase, embodying the readiness for a decisive battle. With the full moon looming above, he appeared to be enveloped in a halo of pale light, arms relaxed at his sides, legs slightly apart, resembling a fierce tiger poised at the water's edge. Observing his swift, elegant movements, Lu Fengshuang found herself momentarily dazed. He did not adopt any intimidating stance, yet his casual gestures conveyed an aura of invincibility, without needing to engage physically. She felt overawed by his presence. His natural posture resembled a spinning top, serenely calm on the surface, yet capable of inflicting grievous harm with the slightest provocation. His entire being emanated sharpness, yet he exuded an air of tranquility akin to a silent forest. "This is a master," Xia whispered in the ensuing silence. The gathered crowd comprehended that this individual had stealthily dispatched the real Kuro, donned his guise, infiltrated the ranks of the black-clad assassins, and systematically eliminated his comrades from behind. The realization sent a chill down each spine. Had they been the chosen target, the outcome could have been dire. "Dark Green Child, assemble," Ji Wendy commanded, and the assassins of the Shuang group responded in unison. In an instant, the air shimmered with golden light as numerous projectiles, golden darts, plum blossom needles, flying stones, copper coins, chalk, and small pebbles all hurtled towards Zichuan Xiu, who sidestepped just in time, avoiding the onslaught. In a flash, Zichuan Xiu reappeared at the doorway, still blocking their path. One by one, the assassins surged forward, the first to reach Zichuan Xiu being a middle-aged man wielding a single blade. Before he arrived, the oppressive aura of his blade enveloped Zichuan Xiu. He selected his target astutely, utilizing his lower position relative to Zichuan Xiu to strike at her feet, hoping to force her into retreat and seize control of the entrance. Zichuan Xiu remained motionless, his gaze locked on the glimmer of the blade that was swiftly approaching his feet. Suddenly, his right foot moved with unparalleled speed, pinning the knife to the ground, akin to a snake catcher seizing a venomous serpent by its vulnerable neck. The ferocious strike abruptly halted, immobilized. The middle-aged man, struck with terror, attempted to wrest the knife back. But Zichuan Xiu, at that very moment, released his foot. The man, exerting too much force while standing on the narrow staircase, lost his balance and, with a startled cry of "ah," fell backward, flailing his arms in a desperate semblance of swimming. Just as he was about to regain his footing, Zichuan Xiu smiled and gently tapped the tip of his foot on the man's forehead, saying, "Off you go." "Oh no, you scoundrel, ouch, remember this, ouch," the man cursed vehemently as he tumbled down, accompanied by the sounds of his body colliding with the sharp edges of the staircase, rolling down like a large winter melon and inadvertently tripping several of his companions. The echoes of his fall reverberated until the third floor, where they finally ceased. As he staggered to his feet, his face a patchwork of bruises, rage coursed through him, yet something about his appearance seemed oddly comical. Curious heads peeked out to see how long he had rolled, their expressions morphing into one of incredulity. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." This laughter seemed to unleash a dam, prompting a chorus of chuckles from the onlookers, with some even laughing so hard they doubled over. Such a ludicrous scene juxtaposed against the backdrop of brutal carnage evoked a profound sense of dissonance that grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Ji Wendy giggled uncontrollably. Even the usually stern Lu Fengshuang could not help but smile. Zichuan Xiu, still smiling, parried the next assailant's attack. The assassin clad in black laughed as he lunged with a series of 7 swift and vicious strikes aimed at Zichuan Xiu's abdomen. Yet, Zichuan Xiu deftly countered each blow, slashing back with precision that severed the man's ear and half his cheek, causing him to crumple to the ground, gasping for breath. Then came the third and fourth assailants, each meeting the same fate, retreating in disarray, wounded and humiliated. Observing the tall figure of Zichuan Xiu, Lu Fengshuang felt a surge of rage. Each member of her Frost team had been meticulously selected and trained before him lay but 2 feeble entities, engaged in a pitiful struggle, mere prey awaiting slaughter. With a single, thunderous strike, he could extinguish their lives. Yet, he harbored no desire to hasten their demise, particularly that masked master who had covertly assailed him, inflicting upon him an unbearable humiliation that a mere thrust of the sword would be too lenient. He yearned for the masked one to endure a myriad of tortures before meeting his end. Ji Wendy furrowed his brow. "Xia, be decisive." "Understood." Xia advanced menacingly towards Zichuan Xiu, his long sword nonchalantly resting on his shoulder, disdain evident in his demeanor. Before he could close the distance, Zichuan Xiu, with a muffled shout, struck downwards. However, to Zichuan Xiu now appeared utterly transformed. The earlier aura of lethal intent and agility had dissipated, rendering his strike flaccid and devoid of danger. He laughed heartily, the sword springing from his shoulder with a swift motion, effortlessly parrying Zichuan Xiu's blow. Zichuan Xiu attempted to withdraw his blade, but it seemed ensnared by Xia's weapon in a signature move known as sword entanglement. Witnessing Zichuan Xiu's panic, Xia reveled in his superiority. Barking, "Release!" With a twist and a lift of his sword, Zichuan Xiu gasped in astonishment, for she had previously lost her weapon to this very maneuver. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu's long knife was sent soaring upwards in his moment of triumph. Xia's pupils constricted as the dislodged knife suddenly came alive, descending upon him like a flash of lightning. He barely managed to sidestep, but his left hand was severed at the arm, blood gushing forth onto the snow. Xia, however, remained resolute. After losing a hand, he shouted, "The scoundrel resorts to trickery." His right hand retaliated with blinding speed. Zichuan Xiu hastily retreated, only to hear a soft sizzle as his outer garment was slashed from chest to waist. Narrowly avoiding a grievous wound, with a chime, something fell from the pocket of his torn clothing. "Kill him!" Xia roared, swaying unsteadily before crumpling to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left the assembled assassins dumbfounded. But they soon reacted with furious shouts, encircling with their weapons. Zichuan Xiu, dizzy and disoriented, could only perceive shadowy figures moving before him. His limbs felt dull, heavy as lead, and he struggled to maintain his stance. Knowing he had reached his limit, he loosened his grip, the sweat-soaked hilt of his knife slipping from his grasp with a clatter. Recognizing the futility of his situation, he sank to the ground. Feeling an unsettling ease in the face of imminent death, his body gradually yielding, that he lay back, gazing up at the pale moon, which hung solitary in the abyss of the night sky, its silvery outline expanding, gradually consuming his entire field of vision. The Frost Group's assassins held their breath, unable to believe that this formidable foe had finally fallen. Was this yet another of his deceptions? The foremost figure, Mulan, tightened his grip on his weapon and cautiously approached. Upon seeing Zichuan Xiu's stillness, he drew closer, ready to strike. "Wait!" Zichuan Xiu interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of the unconscious Zichuan Xiu, declaring, "The one you wish to kill is me. He is of no concern to you. Spare him." As she stood there, her beauty akin to a blooming flower, Mulan's hand trembled with uncertainty. He glanced back at Ji Wendy, who slowly shook his head. Mulan lowered his gaze, murmuring, "Miss Zichuan Xiu, I regret this." He raised his sword, preparing to exert force. "Wait." Mulan's sword froze mid-air as he turned in astonishment to Lu Fengshuang. "My lord." Lu Fengshuang approached swiftly, picking up a green jade pendant from the snow at Zichuan Xiu's feet. Examining it closely in her palm, she crouched down, observing the unconscious Zichuan Xiu, her body trembling slightly. After a prolonged moment, she moved in front of Zichuan Xiu. Their eyes met, Zichuan Xiu unwavering in her gaze. Lu Fengshuang scrutinized Zichuan Xiu's visage, her eyes shimmering with a fiery intensity, murmuring, "No wonder." Suddenly, she struck out, her finger pressing against Zichuan Xiu's ACU point. At that moment, Zichuan Xiu had no thought of resistance. Her body trembled and then collapsed. Nearby, Ji Wendy, growing impatient, urged, "My lord." Lu Fengshuang replied softly, "We must withdraw." The words sent a shockwave of disbelief through the crowd. Ji Wendy exclaimed, "Miss, we have come so far. We have no time." She interrupted as if to underscore her declaration. A series of sharp, urgent whistles sounded from afar. Reinforcements had arrived sooner than anticipated. "Carry away the wounded brothers who cannot move. Mulan, you take Xia. The rest of you, provide cover at the rear. Quickly, act decisively." Lu Fengshuang urged her subordinates, her tone frantic. Everyone felt disoriented, as if in a dream. They had fought hard to breach the estate, lost so many brothers, and now, with Zichuan Xiu so close at hand, they were to let her go? But the distant whistle grew increasingly urgent, indicating a dire situation outside. No time remained for questions. All hastily descended the stairs. The estate was awash in a crimson glow. Flames engulfing the nearby structures, the air filled with the sounds of explosions, cries for help, and wails, blending into a cacophony. The previously constant whistles had ceased, and shadowy figures surged towards them from that direction. Fear gripped their hearts. Barely 2 minutes had passed since descending from above, and the formidable cover team stationed at the entrance had already been annihilated. Lu Fengshuang said nothing more, leading the group towards the garden's rear wall to escape. Suddenly, 2 masked individuals burst forth from the path ahead, demanding, "Halt! Who are you?" Without a word, Ying Mulan and Ji Wendy charged forward, swords raised. The adversaries nimbly leapt back, retaliating, the clash of weapons resonating through the air. As the enemy's reinforcements surged forward, Ji Wendy shouted amidst the fray, "My lord, you go ahead. We will handle this." Lu Fengshuang echoed, "Leave it to you. Hurry and follow." She was secretly astonished at how quickly Zichuan's reinforcements had arrived. Having conducted prior investigations, she knew that the nearest security forces were at least 20 minutes away from Zichuan's residence. Even if they had received word and rushed to assemble, it would have taken at least 25 minutes. This left her nearly 40 minutes for a safe retreat, yet the events from start to finish had barely unfolded over 20 minutes, and a large contingent had already arrived on the scene. All highly skilled, they seemed to have been lying in wait nearby, eager to join the fray. Which unit could this be? Why were they also masked? How could they arrive so swiftly? Lu Fengshuang sensed something amiss. But there was no time for contemplation. The enemy had breached the front entrance and had yet to encircle the entire estate. Lu Fengshuang led her subordinates over the incoming wall, vanishing into the darkness. Upon witnessing Lu Fengshuang's safe retreat, Ying Mulan and Ji Wendy exchanged glances. Before the large enemy force could ensnare them, they retreated swiftly, turning to flee in one-on-one confrontations, although they could not overpower their foes. They maintained a clear advantage, retreating at will, leaving the opponents bewildered. Noticing the ruckus behind them, they shared a knowing smile and veered towards a different direction, quickly shedding their pursuers. Chapter 10. The Meeting of the Three Heroes. Chapter 3. Return to the imperial capital on the midnight of February 15th. 782, Zichuan Xiu, the future head of the family, faced a massive assault from unidentified assassins, resulting in the near annihilation of the entire estate. A staggering 113 guards and servants lost their lives, leaving Zichuan Xiu as the sole survivor in the vast estate, shocking the entire imperial capital. In response to the 215 incident, the head of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Xiu, was infuriated on the family's national day. The heir to the family had nearly been wiped out. Where was the family's dignity? Where was their face? The Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Ouyang Chunhong, was arrested on charges of dereliction of duty and public disorder. The Vice Commander of the Central Army, Qin Lu, faced demotion by 3 ranks from Vice Commander to Vice Captain. The Commander of the Central Army, Sterling, received a reprimand and was suspended without pay for a year, remaining under observation. The Chief of Staff of the Internal Affairs Department, Gishan, was demoted to Vice Commander, temporarily overseeing logistical affairs. The commander, Luo Minghai, also faced repercussions, although he was not directly responsible for the daily security of the imperial capital. The Internal Affairs Department fell under Gishan's jurisdiction, who was recommended by him. He was ordered to take 3 months of leave for reflection and was fined a year's salary. In fact, he had only been confined for less than 2 days, since Luo Minghai had been penalized. Zichuan Xiu had to personally oversee the command office, but the affairs there were exceedingly complicated. 2 days later, several officers from the Imperial Guard dragged Luo Minghai from his home to the head's mansion, where he was thoroughly scolded by Zichuan Xiu, who concluded with a command: "Return tomorrow." The commander of the gendarmerie, who also bears the responsibility of maintaining order within the imperial capital, Inspector General Dilling, he is fine and has been commended for his actions. During this incident, he personally led the team and arrived at the scene with astonishing speed, while the Ministry of Justice and the Central Army's command had only just received the news. Miss Zichuan Ning's residence has been attacked. Dilling had already stormed the site with a large contingent of gendarmes, inflicting casualties on multiple assassins and rescuing the heir, His Highness Zichuan Ning. The valiant officer Gopula was thus promoted to a higher rank, becoming a red robe official d'as for Dilling himself, having reached the pinnacle of his position as Inspector General. There was no further promotion possible. Zichuan Xiu presented him with another form of reward. The inspectorate shall bear the responsibility of investigating the truth behind this attack and be granted the utmost authority. No matter who is implicated, we shall uncover everything. Dilling was almost moved to tears by Zichuan Xiu's generous offer, for it was indeed a remarkable privilege. He rolled up his sleeves and set to work with vigor. Nearly on the day of February 18th, in the imperial capital, Inspector Dilling astutely identified 112 senior officials linked to the attack, all of whom were arrested. Within the military, 66 senior officers of the rank of deputy flag officer or higher were found to be under suspicion and similarly faced purging. Upon awakening, Luo Minghai suddenly realized that his faction had been entirely eradicated. The purge extended beyond the imperial capital. Inspectorates and military law enforcement across various regions sprang into action, employing severe measures, targeting those adversaries who had previously been untouchable. Upon investigation, you are suspected of involvement in the 215 incident. Please accompany us for further inquiry. There was no more effective excuse than this. For convenience, military officers had the phrase printed on the summons, issuing it to anyone they deemed undesirable. Naturally, those affected would cry out, "Injustice," vehemently arguing their innocence, claiming they had no connection to the 215 incident, citing their whereabouts on February 15th of the year 782, when they were still in a remote province, making it impossible for them to travel to the capital to commit murder and arson. However, the astute military officers were not swayed by such defenses, countering, "Who says one cannot kill outside the capital? You might even fly a sword thousands of miles to slay." This rebuttal was indeed compelling, and upon hearing it, no one could help but tremble, their faces pale, some even foamed at the mouth and fainted, which only served to reveal their guilt. According to the inspectorate statistics at the end of that year, there were a total of 9,631 conspirators involved in the 215 incident, spread across 56 provinces within the family domain. Aged from 16 to 60, that henceforth, Tang Chuan would lament, from the dense jungles to the desert wastelands. How did these nearly 10,000 conspirators manage to conspire together? In an instant, inspectorate agents spread forth, bringing with them wails and pleas wherever they went, enveloping the entire imperial capital in an atmosphere of terror, with everyone feeling insecure. No1 anticipated that the long-standing political struggle between Luo Minghai and Dilling would reach a resolution due to such an unexpected incident, with Dilling emerging resoundingly victorious, and consequently, the entire inspectorate basked in glory. Conversely, Luo Minghai's faction suffered a heavy blow, with officials aligned with him being swept away, leaving only those trembling in fear for their lives or hastily contemplating a change of allegiance. For 7 consecutive days, guests flocked to Dilling's residence, officials arriving in waves, almost lining up to express their loyalty to the inspector general, presenting gold, jewels, and vast sums of money. Even Luo Minghai's secretary, Fang Qiu, snuck over in the dead of night to convey his long-held admiration for Dilling, claiming he had never found the opportunity to express it. Dilling chuckled softly, "My apologies, but I have no interest in men." Fang Qiu, thoroughly embarrassed, seeing Dilling's indifferent demeanor, gritted his teeth and informed Dilling that he had not come empty-handed. Although he bore no wealth or treasures, he brought with him an invaluable gift. An invaluable gift? Dilling raised an eyebrow. What might it be? Fang Qiu hesitated, his words becoming increasingly evasive, implying, "Someone has been obstinately opposing our illustrious Inspector General. Although you, sir, possess a magnanimous heart and do not hold grudges, we, the righteous, can no longer tolerate this. Just give the word, and we shall." He made a cutting gesture at his throat, chuckling. "Allow this to serve as proof of my loyalty to you." Dilling's expression turned grave. He recognized that individuals like Fang Qiu, close to Luo Minghai, indeed had numerous opportunities to eliminate him. The situation had escalated to such a degree that it seemed a mere nod from him could lead to the demise of his greatest adversary. A scenario Dilling had not anticipated. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, politely bidding farewell to the overly clever official, offering no promises or suggestions, simply saying, "Let us keep in touch." Fang Qiu understood this to mean he was to act as Dilling's informant within Luo Minghai's circle. Yet he could not fathom why Dilling appeared disinterested in the idea of eliminating Luo Minghai, given that Luo Minghai was intent on Dilling's demise. Could there truly be such a saint in this world? By the window, Dilling watched Fang Qiu disappear along the garden path. A cold smile on his lips, he turned back to Gopula and instructed, "This fellow is exceedingly dangerous. Should the opportunity arise, find a pretext to eliminate him." Gopula promptly replied, "Understood." He hesitated for a moment. "Sir, do you not consider that rebels can be reliable? Yet you have accepted the defection of many officials, such as Le Bin and Du Qiu. Why can you not accept Fang Qiu?" Dilling smiled faintly. "While I despise rebels, Self-preservation is a fundamental human instinct. In the struggles of officialdom, switching allegiances after one's patron falls is entirely normal and nothing to be ashamed of. However, Fang Qiu is different. His motives are not merely self-preservation, but a reckless ambition to rise at all costs, even willing to sacrifice the head of the benefactor who has nurtured him, disregarding honor and life, employing any means necessary. Such individuals are the most perilous. We must eliminate him before he gains any power. Gopula nodded in acquiescence. Dilling fell into contemplation, realizing that he had not fully articulated his true reasoning. In Fang Qiu's eyes, he discerned a burning ambition that startled him. Those eyes, ablaze like flames, were almost identical to his own from 10 years prior. In that moment, he resolved to deny Fang Qiu any opportunity to flourish. There was already one Dilling in this world, and two were simply untenable. As for Luo Minghai, Dilling was well aware that, despite Luo Minghai's relentless pursuit of his life, his existence was quite necessary for Dilling. For a long time, the two had maintained a precarious balance. If Dilling were to completely crush Luo Minghai, the situation would devolve into one where he stood unchallenged. Dilling was not foolish. He recalled how, after Yang Minghua's death, Zichuan Xiu dealt with the potential rise of Guangxing. Only by allowing Luo Minghai to remain as a counterbalance could Zichuan Xiu feel secure and refrain from hastily seeking Dilling's demise. 113 guards perished, and 31 assassins fell. This is a matter that cannot be ignored, commanded Inspector General Dilling to Gopula. We must investigate thoroughly. In tandem with dismantling Luo Minghai's influence, apart from addressing Zichuan Xiu's directives, Dilling was genuinely intrigued and exerted considerable effort to uncover the truth behind the events of that night. However, although 31 assassins had perished that evening, they had captured not a single survivor, and the identities of the assailants could not be discerned from the corpses. The incident was far too convoluted, a web of misunderstandings and coincidences, the causal relationships intertwined like a ball of yarn tangled in goo. Overly complex. The various parties involved that night, Lu Fengshuang, Dilling, Zichuan Xiu, Zichuan Ning, none could grasp the entirety of the events, each only holding a fragment of the truth. One of the involved, Zichuan Ning, recounted. On the evening of February 15th, I was suddenly awakened by Xiaoying. Who is Xiaoying? Oh, Xiaoying is my maid. She informed me that a group of masked individuals had broken in. We encountered a large number of masked assassins at the back door, and Xiaoying was killed by them. Zichuan Ning's account was coherent up to this point, but then continued. The first masked intruder killed Xiaoying and attempted to kill me. The second intruder saved me, slaying the third, fourth, and fifth masked individuals, and even wounded the first one who had killed Xiaoying. Then the sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth masked individuals attacked together, injuring the one who had saved me, yet he managed to strike the one who had killed Xiaoying, severing an arm, before he himself fell unconscious. The masked accomplice of the assailant who killed Xiaoying sought to eliminate that very assailant. Yet the one responsible for Xiaoying's demise was abruptly thwarted by another masked figure, who declared it impossible and suddenly immobilized me with a pressure point strike. Soon after, a large group of masked individuals arrived, and a fierce confrontation ensued between the two factions. The latter, unable to withstand the onslaught, retreated hastily. Subsequently, this victorious group ascended to my modest abode, where one masked individual carried away the assailant injured by the one who had slain Xiaoying, and then they departed once more. The investigator tasked with documenting these events groaned in exasperation, and then another group of masked figures appeared. No, it was you who arrived next, replied Zichuan Ning, her innocent eyes glistening with sincerity. Regarding this record, Di Lin remarked, it is indeed succinct and to the point. He chuckled. It appears as though Miss Ning hosted a masked ball at her residence, with guests making their entrances in a revolving manner. His subordinates nodded in agreement, astonished by the gravity of the situation, while the Inspector General maintained a playful demeanor, which was a testament to his remarkable composure. Di Lin, however, was acutely aware that the last batch of masked figures to arrive that evening were, in fact, his own subordinates. He had intended to conduct a discreet search of Zichuan Ning's estate but unexpectedly encountered assassins instead. The situation had been awkward. Revealing his identity would complicate matters further. So he had ordered his men to engage the assailants while masked. Once the attackers retreated, he swiftly emerged, removed his mask, and announced, I, Di Lin of the Inspection Bureau, have arrived late to protect you. Miss, rest assured, the assassins have been repelled. Internally, he mused on the tragic loss of over 100 guards and servants, and the deaths of 31 assassins, while Zichuan Ning, though lacking in martial prowess, had fortuitously survived. He lamented the peculiar fortune of the Zichuan family. Was there truly a power beyond human comprehension aiding Zichuan Ning in her perilous situation in the pitch-black void? A crimson light emerged amidst the grotesque spectacle of blood and dismembered bodies, all of which seemed to be engaged in a macabre struggle. Countless blades and weapons surged toward me, and in the darkness, ghostly eyes glimmered like those of wolves, encircling me in relentless layers, drawing ever closer. With a piercing scream, Zichuan Xiu jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat that soaked through his nightclothes, his mind a chaotic whirl. As if trampled by a stampede of camels, through his blurred vision, a tall figure stood before him, a pair of warm hands gently resting on his shoulders in concern. Zichuan Xiu instinctively cried out, "Elder brother, are you awake now?" Xiu. Although Di Lin maintained an air of calm, Zichuan Xiu could discern a fleeting glimmer of joy in his eyes. "How do you feel?" "I'm all right, just a bit sore." Zichuan Xiu hesitated, suddenly exclaiming, "Elder brother, a Ning is in grave danger. Someone is out to kill her." "The 6,000 Imperial Guards are safeguarding Miss Ning. Far safer than you are," Di Lin assured him. Zichuan Xiu's eyes widened in alarm. "Is she seriously injured?" Di Lin's expression turned somber as he regarded Zichuan Xiu's horrified countenance. Suppressing a smile, "She lost a few strands of hair. Quite serious, wouldn't you say?" Seeing Zichuan Xiu visibly relax, Di Lin chuckled. "Thanks to you. When I arrived, Ning had already been incapacitated by a pressure point." With a masked figure lying before her, "Who turned out to be you?" Zichuan Xiu laughed in relief, grateful that it was Di Lin who arrived first rather than anyone else. Yet he was perplexed, having lost consciousness. Why had the masked figures refrained from executing Zichuan Ning and himself during the interval before Di Lin's arrival? "Elder brother, who are those masked individuals? Why did they target Miss Ning?" Di Lin lifted his gaze. "That is the question I wish to pose to you." They exchanged glances, and Di Lin inhaled sharply. "This complicates matters. I had presumed you knew their identities to Xiu. You killed several of them, yet remain oblivious to who they are. That seems rather foolish. Wouldn't you agree?" Zichuan Xiu sheepishly scratched his head, retorting, "Inspector General, you bear the weighty responsibility of national security. It is your duty to be aware of such a large-scale assassination attempt against a family head. One would think you might be a tad more. Heh. Do refrain from mimicking the vulgar expressions of the Elder Council. Now tell me, where have you been for the past 2 years?" Di Lin casually pulled a chair over and sat at Zichuan Xiu's bedside. Zichuan Xiu stuck out his tongue. "What? Are you going to interrogate me, Inspector General?" "Indeed, you shall confess to me." Di Lin feigned sternness, though his eyes sparkled with mirth. His genuine delight at Zichuan Xiu's sudden reappearance after 2 years was palpable. Zichuan Xiu felt a pang of guilt. Di Lin had been worried for him all this time, and he ought to have found a way to inform his brothers of his well-being. "Elder brother, I did not ally with the Demon Clan." Di Lin replied nonchalantly, "From the very beginning, I never believed you would. They have no beauties among them." Zichuan Xiu burst into laughter, amused by Di Lin's ever-improving sense of humor. He possessed a talent for delivering the most humorous lines with a straight face, leaving others unsure whether he was serious or jesting. The tale begins with the siege of Pai in 780. Zichuan Xiu was about to recount his experiences when a gentle knock echoed at the door. Startled, he instinctively reached for his weapon at his waist, only to find nothing. Di Lin chuckled. "No need to be so tense. This place is entirely secure. Oh, I forgot to mention, I retrieved your sword from the scene. It's hanging by the bedside, though I can't seem to locate the sheath." He rose and opened the door, revealing Sterling's voice. "Elder brother, do you require my assistance?" "Yes, I have a matter to discuss. Come with me." Di Lin ushered Sterling in and closed the door behind him. Upon entering, Sterling's eyes immediately fell upon Zichuan Xiu. Reclining on the bed with a mischievous grin, he gasped, "Third brother." Unable to believe his eyes, he turned to Di Lin, who nodded with a smile, as if to confirm, "Yes, this is our third brother. He has returned." Sterling let out a jubilant cheer as he rushed forward, grasping Zichuan Xiu's shoulders tightly, as if fearing he might vanish into thin air. The grip was so strong it caused Zichuan Xiu pain, yet he concealed it, smiling as he embraced Sterling in return. The overwhelming joy and excitement that engulfed Sterling upon seeing his beloved younger brother after 2 long years was beyond description. The brother he thought lost forever, whom he had regretted leaving behind in Pai. believing their last encounter to be a farewell, was now before him. After the initial shock faded, Sterling's exuberance could no longer be contained, tears of joy streaming down his heroic face. "I thought I would never see you again. You have returned, and you are safe. All is well." He repeated these few words over and over in Sterling's warm embrace. Zichuan Xiu too could not hold back his tears, the trials of life and death. The near escapes, the hardships, the unspoken grievances, and the loneliness of fighting alone day and night, all of it seemed to flow out quietly with the tears. "All right, it's rather unbecoming for two grown men to weep upon their reunion," Dylan remarked, coming over to pat their shoulders. Yet, for reasons unknown, even he, typically regarded as a demon and cold-blooded fiend, had a glimmer of moisture in his eyes that he spoke. "Third brother, where have you been these past 2 years? We have been quite worried about you." Zichuan Xiu offered a slight smile, understanding that Dylan's concern encompassed more than just his safety. It also implied, "Have you betrayed us?" Zichuan Xiu recounted his experiences in detail, beginning with his separation from Sterling and Pi City, and when he mentioned his lone disguise to assassinate Lei Hong, both Sterling and Dylan gasped in unison. "Oh, heavens, you have lost your mind." None could have anticipated that the seemingly fragile Zichuan Xiu possessed such audacity and resolve. Sterling leapt to his feet, pacing the room in excitement that he halted, gazing intently at Zichuan Xiu. "Lei Hong is dead. This is monumental news. It eliminates the greatest threat to our family. Third brother, you have done something truly commendable." Having served as a senior officer in the Zichuan family for many years, Sterling had been deeply troubled since learning of Lei Hong's involvement with the demon clan. With Lei Hong gone, the demon army would be left directionless, akin to blind men, significantly alleviating the pressure from the east. "Xiu, after killing Lei Hong, how did you manage to escape unharmed from the demon clan?" Zichuan Xiu chuckled lightly. "After I killed Lei Hong, Prince Cadden ordered my capture, but the elite warriors of the demon clan were caught off guard as they were unarmed at the time. I managed to slay dozens of them and abduct the demon princess to escape." Sterling and Dylan inhaled sharply. Zichuan Xiu spoke of the incident with a casual air, yet both understood the grave peril of the situation at that moment. Surrounded by formidable demon warriors and an army of over 10,000, it was astonishing that Zichuan Xiu, alone and unaccompanied, was able to inflict such damage upon the notoriously fierce demon warriors and even abduct the princess right under their noses, a feat of martial prowess and audacity that few could match. Dylan laughed heartily. "Xiu must be the destined nemesis of Cadden. 2 years ago, she captured you once, and thanks to her, I saved both of you. This time, she was abducted by you again, saving Xiu once more. This princess truly has a profound connection with our Zichuan family." "Ha!" Seizing a moment of distraction from Dylan, Zichuan Xiu cast a quick glance at Sterling, noticing the fleeting sorrow and concern that crossed his face upon the mention of Cadden. Dylan's booming laughter filled the air, but the two guilty-hearted younger brothers exchanged furtive glances, their smiles strained, one forced, the other bitter, nearly on the verge of tears that moment. Neither Dylan, Sterling, nor Zichuan Xiu realized that within Dylan's earlier jest lay a hidden and brutal truth. "Xiu, I have a question," Dylan inquired. "You mentioned killing Lei Hong. Do you have any evidence, perhaps his head, or the heads of those demon generals?" Zichuan Xiu shrugged in resignation, her expression tinged with bitterness. In the face of the demon warrior's looming threat, she had scarcely managed to escape, let alone take Lei Hong's head. Dylan furrowed his brow and probed further. "Is there anyone who can vouch for your experience?" Zichuan Xiu responded with another bitter smile. "Well, that poses quite the dilemma." Dylan's demeanor grew serious. "I believe every word my younger brother has spoken, but the demon clan is exceedingly cunning. They could fabricate falsehoods to frame Xiu. The initial impression is of utmost importance, and at this juncture, the truth matters little. What truly matters is how it appears. In the absence of evidence and witnesses, how can we persuade the commander's office and General Sanqing to clear Xiu's name?" Sterling spoke slowly. "Brother, what do you mean? Xiu cannot show herself publicly just yet." A heavy silence enveloped the three. Zichuan Xiu understood that Dylan was entirely correct. Convincing the commander's office and Zichuan Sanqing relied far beyond mere personal testimony. Especially with Luo Minghai, who harbored ulterior motives against Dylan, still lingering in the commander's office. Since the siege of Pi in the late 780s, Zichuan Xiu recounted her experiences over the past 2 years, feigning allegiance. Assassinating Lei Hong, intimidating the demon middle army, narrowly escaping, hiding in Blue Village, secretly training troops, visiting the sacred temple, and the uprising in the Far East. The tumultuous events she described even stirred Dilling, who was accustomed to maintaining composure. Each of Zichuan Xiu's experiences was a historic event capable of shocking the world. Over the past 2 years, the Demon Clan's southwestern camp had sealed off all news from the Far East, leaving the Zichuan family in complete ignorance of developments there. Through Zichuan Xiu's accounts, they received the most detailed first-hand information, answering many questions that had previously plagued them. Sterling was taken aback. Did the people of the Far East clash with the Demon Clan? We had no inkling of it. He keenly sensed that this war, occurring thousands of miles away and currently unknown to anyone, could bring a glimmer of hope and a turning point to the Zichuan family's dire circumstances. If the Far Eastern races could indeed achieve autonomy, it would serve as an excellent strategic buffer for the Zichuan family. The most immediate benefit visible was that the family could immediately redeploy 10 to 15 reserve divisions from the east to the west, significantly bolstering defenses in the west. Dilling analyzed. It's not surprising. The Demon Clan has established their southwestern camp at Valen Fortress, sealing off all news from the Far East. Regardless, the uprising in the Far East is good news for us. If the races there can achieve autonomy, it will create a strategic buffer between humanity and the Demon Clan. This is a rare opportunity. We must join forces with the people of the Far East and strike at the Demon Clan. We must intervene swiftly before the Far Eastern army is annihilated by the Demon Clan's superior numbers. This time, reclaiming the Far East seems hopeful. Sterling declared, his face flushed with excitement. He repeatedly inquired about the details of the uprising in the Far East, confirming the Demon Clan's troop deployments, the strength of the rebels, the current troop comparisons, and the provinces and cities occupied by the rebel forces. Zichuan Xiu, with her extraordinary memory, provided him with thorough responses, and their conversation flowed seamlessly, both forgetting that Dilling had remained silent throughout. Dilling, however, began to contemplate the issue from another angle. The benefits to the family did not necessarily equate to personal gain. He instinctively sensed that maintaining the confidentiality of this matter was crucial for preserving his intelligence advantage. How could he maximize the use of this information for profit, further solidifying his position? He had yet to devise a plan, but observing Sterling's flushed cheeks and Zichuan Xiu's animated discussions made him uneasy. This was not the mindset expected of someone entrusted with the family's responsibilities. He should remain calm, composed, and collected. Yet Sterling's fervor seemed excessively zealous. Brother, what are you pondering? Dilling finally snapped back to reality, smiling faintly. Oh, it's nothing. There are a few things that strike me as peculiar. According to your account, since the Battle of Kearney in March last year, you have been engaged in combat with Ludi's forces, yet despite the passage of time, Ludi has suffered repeated defeats. Why has no new general been appointed to replace him? Furthermore, why hasn't the Demon Clan dispatched reinforcements to the Far East? You are far more familiar with the Demon Clan than I am. You must know that their military law is exceedingly harsh. This Ludi fled after the defeat at Kearney, and yet, until now, there has been no response from the upper echelons of the kingdom. This is quite unusual. Secondly, in your earlier battle plans, I noticed you seem to have overlooked Ling Buxu from Fuming Province. He commands over 100,000 regular demon troops and is known for his swift and decisive actions. If I were him, I could reach your stronghold in Minsk Province within a week. Given a rapid march from Fuming Province, your main forces are entangled with Ludi on the eastern front, leaving your western stronghold inadequately defended. Most of your soldiers hail from Minsk Province, and if they learn that their homeland has been occupied, their morale will plummet, causing your base and supply lines to collapse in an instant, leading to a rout. Although you mentioned that Ling Buxu and Ludi are at odds, once Ludi's army crumbles, will Ling Buxu continue to stand by and watch? While Ling Buxu's primary task is to defend the human troops at Valen, he is nonetheless one of the two major commanders stationed by the Demon Clan in the Far East. If you were to seize control of the Far East, how would he explain it to the Demon Emperor? At that point, his likelihood of joining the fray becomes significant, and you must prepare for a two-front battle, like being doused in cold water amidst ice and snow. Zichuan Xiu trembled involuntarily. The uprising in the Far East was her proudest achievement, yet few in the human world knew of her contributions. Given an opportunity to recount this glorious feat, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, tinged with a hint of boasting. However, after Dilling's analysis, Zichuan Xiu suddenly realized she was teetering on the edge of a precipice, in a perilous position, amidst the usual military busyness and a string of victories. She had allowed herself to become somewhat arrogant, Failing to step back and reflect on her circumstances, her dim-witted half-orc subordinates blindly revered her. No matter what she said, they cheered. Well said, truly worthy of the radiant prince. Subtly influenced, she had genuinely come to believe she was invincible and perpetually correct. Listening to Dilling's analysis, cold sweat trickled down her back, and she longed to fly back to the Far East to warn by Chuan and the others. Observing Zichuan Xiu's stunned expression, Dilling smiled lightly. Xiu, with your insight, you cannot possibly overlook these matters. Perhaps you were just momentarily distracted. I merely reminded you. Zichuan Xiu turned to her two older brothers for advice, with Ling Buxu to the west and Ludi to the east. How should I navigate this situation? The two laughed, with Dilling saying, Xiu, such humility is not like you. Naturally, the first step is to defeat Ling Buxu, Sterling analyzed. Currently, Ludi's remnants pose no threat to you. The greatest threat lies with Ling Bux's southwestern camp. There, 10,000 troops are stationed, capable of striking at your heartland within a week. He is your most pressing concern that if you do not eliminate Ling Buxu before the demon clan's reinforcements arrive, you will find yourself beset on two fronts, and your situation will become dire. An offensive approach. Indeed, an offensive approach. Sterling resolutely stated. After the fall of Ludi, the Ling Buxu Legion has become the greatest military force of the demon clan in the Far East. A great battle between you and him is inevitable. Rather than allowing him to invade your territory and engage in internal warfare, it would be far wiser for you to take advantage of your current strength to strike him externally. This would help mitigate civilian casualties if we were to engage in combat within the province of Fuming. Ling Buxu would need to consider the Valen fortress behind him and would not dare to confront you with full force. Zichuan Xiu pondered for a long while before slowly inquiring. If I were to deploy troops against the Ling Buxu Legion, would the Valen garrison be able to dispatch forces to restrain a portion of his troops from the rear? To be candid, Ling Buxu is a preeminent general of the Demon Kingdom, possessing a formidable army. It may prove challenging for the current Far Eastern forces to vanquish him. The family's chief inspector and the commander of the Central Army exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. Zichuan Xiu immediately understood and turned to gaze out the window with a smile, saying, "The snow is particularly heavy tonight." Sterling sighed. Xiu, I understand your predicament, but we have only just extricated ourselves from the horrors of a devastating war, suffering tremendous losses. Currently, the formidable army of Lufengshuang, consisting of 130 regiments, is gathering on the western border, casting a long shadow over us. Our pressure is exceedingly heavy. Under these circumstances, the commander-in-chief is unlikely to consent to our engaging the demon clan in the east, as if feeling embarrassed by his own words. He added, if you do not mind, we could assist you in other ways, such as providing equipment, food, and weapons that I could even order Lin Bing to cooperate with your offensive in a military exercise. Launching a feigned attack to divert the demons' attention and disperse their forces out of course, this would require the consent of the military judge from Valen. He looked towards Di Lin, who nodded and smiled, saying, the military law office has no objections to this. Zichuan Xiu sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He was genuinely appreciative. Given the family's current difficult circumstances, his request had indeed been quite presumptuous. Although Sterling modestly referred to it as a small favor, Zichuan Xiu knew that even in his capacity as the commander of the Central Army and chief military officer, those small favors carried immense risks. The area between Valen and the southwestern camp was already a highly sensitive danger zone. Conducting military exercises there would inevitably lead to friction and conflict with the demon patrols, should such conflicts escalate into war. Sterling would bear full responsibility, and he casually accepted such risks for his own sake. Sterling recalled something. Xiu, there is a matter I wish to inquire about on the night of February 15th. We encountered a girl wielding your Xia knife. The memory of that incident made his head spin as he looked towards Di Lin. When we questioned her, she attacked us indiscriminately. To protect ourselves, we were forced to kill some of them. Di Lin succinctly summarized the events of that night. Sterling could not help but admire Di Lin's summarization skills. With his account, it seemed as though he had committed no errors at all. The Xia knife has always been with me, Zichuan Xiu exclaimed in surprise. I have carried it with me at all times. How is that possible? I distinctly saw it hanging at her waist. Sterling gazed at Zichuan Xiu in astonishment, who returned the look with equal bewilderment. They spoke in unison. What are you talking about? What is going on? Gentlemen, Di Lin said slowly. There seems to be a misunderstanding here. Sterling, why don't you first explain the situation from your side? Sterling began to recount the tale, weaving through the casual conversations at the CAF to the bloodshed on Chang Street. They asked for why Di Lin had brought troops to the Zichuan Xiu residence. He politely explained, "We all believe that since your accompanying knife had appeared, it was possible you had returned, and if you were to return, the most likely place for you to appear would be at Miss Ning's residence." Hence, Zichuan Xiu's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened. Despite Sterling's courteous words, he could vaguely guess their intentions at the time, but he asked coldly, "Did it require such a large force to come to the Zichuan Xiu residence to find me?" Sterling exchanged a glance with Di Lin, an expression of reproach in his eyes, then turned back to Zichuan Xiu with an apologetic smile. "The presence of troops was my idea, intended to guard against a sudden attack from Luo Minghai. There were no other intentions. Xiu, you need not be overly concerned at that time. We thought that if we discovered you, having more guards would ensure your safety. There was no need for pretense." Di Lin shook his head, saying, "Xiu, I indeed had that concern. I feared you might have defected. Should that be the case, I would personally ensure your demise, allowing you to perish at the hands of no third-rate scum." He looked directly into Zichuan Xiu's eyes and said, "Word for word, because you are my brother. You are our brother, which is precisely why I would have to kill you myself." Di Lin's absurd reasoning did not anger Zichuan Xiu. Rather, it touched him in an inexplicable manner. In Di Lin's sharp and unreserved words, he sensed the sincerity of a passionate man. "Should you betray us, you would not only betray the Zichuan family but also the trust one have placed in you, thus insulting our brotherhood. Zichuan Xiu, having betrayed humanity to ally with the demon clan, would no longer be the true Zichuan Xiu, but merely a soulless husk bearing your name as your brother. I have the responsibility to bury that soulless body completely." He nodded. "I understand now." Di Lin calmly gazed at him. "I knew you would comprehend. We are all but mortals, prone to making mistakes. Yet some errors are simply unforgivable. Once committed, there exists only one method of rectification." He opened the window, and a surge of fresh, icy winter air swept into the room. Coldly gazing at the snow-laden night sky, Di Lin wearily remarked, "If such a day comes when I am the one who errs, I hope that it is you who comes to correct that error." Zichuan Xiu stared steadily into Di Lin's beautiful eyes, which resembled black gemstones, a deep void akin to the feeling of that bloody night in the imperial capital. He suddenly realized how unfamiliar his feelings toward this elder brother were. Yet strangely, he could not doubt the sincerity of Di Lin's emotions toward him. When he was besieged at Pai, it was Di Lin who risked his life to rescue him. When he was suspected of treachery, it was Di Lin who stood up first to defend him against the world's wrath. Yet, should he truly surrender to the demon clan, Zichuan Xiu believed that the first to come for his life would undoubtedly be Di Lin. This was a peculiar sensation, and Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of emotion. The coexistence of brutality and tenderness, fervor and coldness, these starkly contradictory traits could harmoniously reside within a single person. Di Lin broached a weighty topic that cast a heavy pall over the group, prompting Sterling to interject with a smile. "Xiu is quite well, is he not?" "Brother, you worry for naught," Di Lin chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am rather suspicious by nature." He swiftly shifted the topic. "That night, we eliminated 31 assassins but caught not a single one alive. All the wounded committed suicide by poison. This method mirrors that of the mysterious woman we encountered on the street. It is almost certain that they belong to the same group." Zichuan Xiu's heart jolted. He could now nearly confirm that Lin Yu and her subordinates were indeed behind the attack on the Zichuan Xiu residence that night. Sterling had mentioned seeing the scabbard of his Xia knife, and he had given that very scabbard to Lin Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he recounted his experience. Upon entering the imperial capital, both individuals he sought had eluded him, and when he arrived at Zichuan Ning's residence, he stumbled upon a throng of masked assassins in the midst of their heinous acts in an effort to protect Zichuan Ning. He fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, only to awaken inexplicably unharmed. For reasons unknown, he intentionally withheld the details of his encounter with Lin Yu and her group from the testimonies of the survivors that night. We learned that there were dozens of attackers who assaulted Miss Ning's residence. With Xiu's martial prowess, a mere dozen would pose no threat to him. Yet that night, he was utterly unable to thwart them, indicating that those he faced must have been quite formidable. Wouldn't you agree, Xiu? Zichuan Xiu snapped back to reality and nodded. Di Lin continued. "Such a multitude of experts could not have emerged overnight. They must originate from a powerful faction. Sterling, is it possible that they are experts from our family's army?" Sterling pondered briefly before responding. The military department's records contain no mention of these individuals. They are certainly not regular troops. Is it possible they are a private secret armed group belonging to some powerful aristocrat, perhaps Luo Minghai's? It is impossible for them to be under Luo Minghai's command. Lin decisively refuted this possibility. I am fully aware of the caliber of Luo Minghai's subordinates. I keep a close watch on them. I would know even if they merely farted, let alone such a significant matter. Then, could they possibly be experts sent by the demon clan? I have heard rumors of so-called royal experts among them who bear a striking resemblance to us humans. Both their gazes turned towards Zichuan Xiu, for he held the most authority to speak on matters concerning the demon clan. Zichuan Xiu absently replied, "It cannot possibly be the demon clan. Their royal family is quite limited in number, totaling perhaps a mere 100 souls of all ages and genders. It is inconceivable that they could dispatch dozens of strong men in one go. Furthermore, while their martial prowess is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of the elite among the royal family." Then, Lin said, counting off on his fingers, "If it is neither from our Zichuan clan, nor from the demon clan, nor from you, Xiu, then it can only be." He deliberately elongated his words, casting a meaningful glance at his two brothers. As the answer loomed on the horizon, Sterling pondered aloud. Has the Lufeng family mobilized? Are they plotting against Miss Ning? But why? No one could provide an answer. Lin fell into deep contemplation. Although Zichuan Ning was the heir to the family, she typically conducted herself with discretion, rarely seeking the spotlight. Up to this point, she had not exhibited any talents that would instill fear in the Lufeng family. If their intent was to assassinate a significant figure from the Zichuan clan to incite internal strife, then their choice of target was utterly misguided. Even if they succeeded in the assassination, the most they could achieve would be to keep the Elder Council occupied for a week or so. Merely selecting another heir from among the distant dukes, far from achieving chaos within the Zichuan family. He simply could not fathom why the Lufeng family would resort to such desperate measures against a girl as unworldly as Zichuan Ning. "I can't make sense of it," he sighed, shaking his head. "This isn't for you. It's for my sister-in-law, second brother. If you find the time in the future, do visit the Listening Rain CAF at Hechio." The gentle, soft-spoken words of the beauty echoed in Zichuan Xiu's mind. The bright eyes of Lin Yu surfacing repeatedly in his thoughts. His heart was tumultuous. The realization that such a beautiful girl could be the cold-blooded assassin of the Lufeng family was simply unbearable. Deep down, he felt a sense of indignation at being deceived, mingled with an inescapable melancholy. A beautiful maiden, yet destined to be a thief. The next time they met, they might very well be adversaries locked in a life-and-death struggle. Lin inquired about Zichuan Xiu's purpose for returning to the capital, and Zichuan Xiu candidly explained. Lin and Sterling were momentarily taken aback, and Lin burst into laughter, pointing at Zichuan Xiu. "So the one secretly purchasing our food and weapons is you?" Zichuan Xiu offered an awkward smile. And Sterling chuckled. "Xiu, do you realize that you have thrown us all into a state of disarray, from the commander down to the military affairs department?" Lin interjected. Chief of Staff Ga Shang even requested the Inspection Bureau to investigate this matter. "Indeed. Everyone is saying that this is a precursor to an attack from Lufeng Shuang. Who would have thought it was you behind it?" As his smile gradually faded, he continued. I see now. You've landed yourself in a bit of trouble. Haven to you." "Indeed," Zichuan Xiu replied succinctly. Both of her brothers were exceptionally astute individuals, particularly Lin, whose quick wit and sharp reasoning made conversing with intelligent people quite advantageous, saving them much needless chatter. "Have you devised a plan?" "I have a few ideas. First, I would like you and Sterling to assist in persuading the commander to rescind this legislation." "That will be quite difficult," Lin remarked. "The legislation was proposed by the commander and passed by the Elder Council. It has been in effect for less than a month. And to cancel it now would require a compelling reason to sway the council. As for the commander, he would find it difficult to retract, as it would be akin to slapping himself in the face. I cannot simply tell those old men, 'You made a mistake.' It wasn't Lufeng Shuang secretly acquiring strategic resources, but rather the Far Eastern warriors resisting the demon clan. There's no way I could say that. Especially since it was Zichuan Xiu who told me directly. Yes, the same Zichuan Xiu who surrendered to the demon clan, who came back to the capital to tell me herself. Can you guess what my fate would be?" Zichuan Xiu rubbed her nose. "Surely my reputation isn't that tarnished. Like fresh dung. Quickly, tell me, do you have any other plans?" I have also thought of another approach. If openly rescinding the legislation isn't feasible, we shall proceed with stealth. The resource legislation grants military departments the right to purchase. And I want Suttling to purchase on my behalf under the name of the Central Army. Of course, I will cover the costs. Suttling pondered for a moment. How much do you require? Currently, the most urgent needs are food and medicine. These two resources are in highest demand. We need to procure 300 tons of food: rice, soybeans, corn, millet, barley. Any kind will suffice, as long as it can fill our bellies. In addition to food for consumption, we also require seeds for planting in the coming spring and hay for feeding warhorses. As for medicine, we urgently need supplies for treating external injuries, medical instruments, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Moreover, I need at least 500 battlefield medics. The casualties we suffer from injuries and illness often exceed those we lose to the demon clan's blades. Our demand for weapons and equipment is also substantial. We need to form a strong archery unit to counter the demon clan's swift cavalry, requiring at least 10,000 high-quality longbows and 500,000 bundles of arrows. Additionally, I hope you can help us procure 5,000 warhorses from the Xianjia region. And Zichuan Xiu continued in one breath. Noting Suttling's astonished expression, as if he had been struck dumb, she cautiously inquired, "My requests aren't too excessive, are they?" "What do you think?" Di Lin retorted. Zichuan Xiu had to concede. "They are a bit excessive. According to your requirements, 300 tons of food would be sufficient to sustain an army of 100,000 for nearly a month. If Suttling assists you in acquiring such vast quantities of logistical supplies, it would raise eyebrows. Lord Suttling, you have fewer than 100,000 troops, yet you request provisions and equipment for 200,000. What on earth is going on here?" Zichuan Xiu laughed. "I have already thought of a solution." She explained her plan to her two brothers. Suttling was not only the commander of the Central Army, but also the family's military affairs director, overseeing all logistical operations for the family's forces. The sheer volume of resources he handled daily was immense and complex. He could secretly sell military supplies to himself. As for the discrepancies on the books, he could use the gold provided by Zichuan Xiu to purchase another batch of supplies from local merchants to fill the gaps, ensuring that no one would detect any flaws. Suttling fell into contemplation. Zichuan Xiu's method appeared simple, yet remarkably effective. As long as no one intentionally sought to investigate, it should remain undetected, essentially flawless, considering the head of the family's inspection system was sitting right beside him, colluding with him. However, this course of action would mean deceiving the commander, who held great trust in him, which contradicted his long-standing principle of honesty. He quietly asked, "Is there no other way? Perhaps we could have a heart-to-heart talk with the commander." Explaining that Xiu is innocent, best not to entertain that thought. Di Lin interjected sharply. Xiu's traitorous identity was designated solely by the commander. To deny it now would be tantamount to slapping himself. Even for the sake of his own reputation, he would cling to it until the end. If Xiu's identity were to be exposed, unless he had the presence of mind to execute her on the spot, which I find highly probable, given her head is worth a fortune, he would then face a court-martial for treason. To prove his innocence, he would need evidence. "Xiu, you might as well seek out the demon god emperor and see if he has the time to testify on your behalf." Suttling lamented. "I understand that the situation is dire, but deceiving the commander, it doesn't sit well." Di Lin emitted a scoffing sound from his nose, thinking to himself, "What is so formidable about deceiving the commander? I've committed even greater acts of treachery to protect you from the grasp of the Elder Council's nobility. I killed a dozen or so high-ranking officials from the Red Cloak faction, yet that old fox, Zichuan Xiu, still fell under my sway. Of course, such sentiments were not to be shared with you." "Suttling, Commander Suttling," Di Lin said in a solemn tone, "the greatest threats to the safety of our Zichuan family at present are the Lufeng family and the Demon Clan. Xiu is fighting valiantly in the Far East, battling fiercely against the Demon Clan, which alleviates the eastern pressure on our Zichuan family. The war in the Far East is intricately linked to our family's safety. To save the Far East is to save the Zichuan family. And to protect the Far East is to protect the Zichuan family, as the nation's top general. You know how to choose what is best for the family. True patriots must always place the family's interests above all else. That is true loyalty. As for personal principles, those are but trifles." Di Lin's voice was low. "Commander Suttling, the survival of the family weighs far heavier than your personal honor and reputation. Of course, The family's safety is paramount. But, Sudeling replied. Beads of sweat cascading down his gaunt-faced, Lin rose, placing his hands firmly on Sudeling's shoulders, gazing down at him with authority, and said gravely, Commander Sudeling, I hereby order you, in the name of the current head of the Zichuan family's inspection bureau, to accept the proposal of Vice Commander Zichuan Xiu and commence assistance to the uprising forces in the Far East. Understood. Sudeling reflexively leapt to attention, saluting, but soon his expression morphed into one of strange discomfort. A grimace as if he had just swallowed a fly. Lin wore a mischievous grin. Having already discerned Sterling's psychological habits, he began with an eloquent and lengthy discourse that left Sterling flustered, and then abruptly shifted to a commanding tone. At that moment, Sterling's ingrained military tendency to submit to authority instinctively kicked in, and after uttering "at your command," he soon realized the predicament he had placed himself in. But it was too late to retract his words. With a wicked smile, he turned to Zichuan Xiu and remarked, Xiu, I have long suspected that our dear Sterling is a natural-born sycophant. If you wish to negotiate with him, he will invariably say this is unacceptable and that is unfeasible, making every task nearly impossible. To enlist his help, you must adopt a stern demeanor and issue fierce commands. And he will promptly acquiesce to everything. Sterling protested. Brother, do not portray me as so foolish. I have given this considerable thought and deemed it beneficial for my family. Commander Sterling, I command you to strip naked and run around the house. At your command. Xiu, you scoundrel, how dare you set me up? Commander Sterling, heed my orders. I command you to run to the door and bark like a dog 3 times. You scoundrels, may you all perish. Sterling lunged forward, knocking Lin and Zichuan Xiu onto the bed. Is the bright king so arrogant? I shall retaliate. Ouch. Haha. Have you come to realize my prowess? The Xiu battalion is invincible. Ouch, brother, that was a treacherous ambush. Quite despicable. Do not presume that the heroes of the Supervisory Bureau fear your commander's office. Ouch, Sterling, do you intend to strike so hard? The 3 engaged in a playful tussle, reminiscent of children at play, until they could fight no longer. Gasping for breath as they lay sprawled on the bed, unable to move, they exchanged glances, observing the normally dignified commander and the bruised face of the chief inspector, and suddenly burst into laughter. Zichuan Xiu's laughter was especially boisterous. Having successfully resolved a significant task, he felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart, joyfully frolicking with his kindred spirits. He felt a sense of time reversing, as if he had returned to the carefree days of military school 6 years prior. Soon after, the trio began discussing the specifics of their plan. Sterling, trusted deeply by the chief, Zichuan Xiu, managed the military affairs of the commander's office, while the financial transactions were under the oversight of Lin's supervisory bureau. Their collaboration rendered the likelihood of detection almost non-existent. However, Lin, being meticulous, aimed to obfuscate the matter further, ensuring that any inquiries would be futile. That he proposed that if Zichuan Xiu were to purchase the logistical supplies through Sterling, the extensive paperwork would be cumbersome and tedious. Instead, Zichuan Xiu should procure them openly himself, which could be accomplished simply. He suggested establishing a fictitious name and number within the military affairs office, such as the 53rd Division of the Family Reserve Army or the Roxinwei Provincial National Self-Defense Corps. The vaguer the name, the better, as these units would belong to second-tier reserve forces or local militia, thus avoiding attention. In the recently concluded Far East War, a significant number of second-tier armed forces had been annihilated by the demon race, leaving only tattered flags and unremoved designations. The family's national defense system was currently being rebuilt. New recruits were being gathered throughout the family territories from east to west, with numerous new units under formation. Lin believed that this chaotic state presented an opportunity, as no one would have the time to scrutinize the existence of those units listed in the military affairs office's accounts. Thus, Zichuan Xiu's 53rd Division could commence operations. The first step would be to establish logistical offices in various provinces, tasked specifically with procurement of food, weapons, and equipment for the 53rd Division of the Family Reserve Army. The volume of procurement would undoubtedly attract the attention of local military law enforcement. But if one had an elder brother serving as the chief inspector, that would pose no issue. The local supervisory bureaus and military law enforcement would receive directives that all materials for the 53rd Division would be exempt from inspection and released without scrutiny. However, there remained a concern that some local government officials, lacking discretion, might become curious. To which department does this 53rd Division belong? Where are they stationed? This could lead to probing inquiries, though the likelihood was slim. It was not impossible. Yet once the trail led to the Military Affairs Office, everything would conclude there, as the accounts would clearly indicate that the Reserve 53rd Division was indeed a legitimate family army, with its designations explicitly listed in the records. But would one wish to know the unit's stationing and personnel? At that moment, the esteemed Commander Sterling, trusted by the chief and revered for his integrity and loyalty throughout the family, stepped forth with a serious demeanor, stating, "The Reserve 53rd Division is a clandestine unit of the family, and all information pertaining to it is classified military intelligence. It would be prudent for you to refrain from prying." Generally, such stern admonitions from Commander Sterling would suffice to terrify even the most minor officials. However, should a particularly bold individual persist in their inquiries, what then? There is no need for concern, D. Lin. The chief inspector smiled reassuringly. The supervisory bureau will handle it. Sterling and Zichuan Xiu exchanged glances, noting the concealed menace in their elder brother's eyes, their minds flooded with images of chili pepper water. The tiger bench, blood-stained clamps, sharp bamboo skewers, and iron wires, as well as shadowy assassins, they shivered in unison. "Do not regard me thus," D. Lin raised his elegantly arched brow. "The Supervisory Bureau is not as violent as you imagine. We adhere to the law and principles, conducting all matters in accordance with legal procedures, strictly abiding by the law." Zichuan Xiu tentatively inquired, "For instance, even if someone were to spit on the ground, I would sentence them to 30 years of imprisonment," declared the chief inspector. "The custodian of the law. Xiu, this way you can procure materials openly, without the hassle of falsifying accounts or engaging in covert dealings while living in constant fear. What do you think?" Zichuan Xiu responded earnestly, "This is truly splendid. Far exceeding my initial expectations." He understood that no words of gratitude could adequately express his appreciation for D. Lin's generous offer. In previous dealings on the black market, he had faced numerous constraints for fear of discovery, leading to significant losses in price. Now, with military backing for transactions, many matters became simplified, and he would undoubtedly benefit from preferential pricing, which was a godsend for the financially strained Far East rebel forces. "Do not celebrate just yet." D. Lin's expression turned grave. "This comes with conditions." Zichuan Xiu paused. "What conditions?" D. Lin smiled slyly. "You must accompany me to meet someone." Chapter 10. The Meeting of the Three Heroes. Chapter 4. The Face of the Peach Blossom on a Snowy Afternoon. Three young men clad in wind and snow cloaks traversed the muddy streets left in the wake of the snow. The two flanking figures strode forward with confidence, exuding an air of grandeur. And had anyone been able to peer beneath their hats, they would have been greatly astonished. "Where are we headed?" Zichuan Xiu, sandwiched between them, whispered. D. Lin scoffed dismissively and turned, affectionately regarding Zichuan Xiu, prompting him to fall silent. As they passed down a familiar path, Zichuan Xiu suddenly recognized. "Brother, you cannot possibly be taking me to meet Miss Ning, can you?" "Indeed," D. Lin replied succinctly. Zichuan Xiu's facial muscles twitched, forcing a smile as he said, "Given the urgency of our military situation, I cannot be away for long. The composition of the Far East Army is quite complex, comprising various ethnicities, and without my presence, I fear Bai Chuan and the others may struggle to maintain order. As for Zichuan Ning, I believe it is better to postpone." He turned to sneak away, but D. Lin scolded fiercely. What difference would a day's delay make? If the demon god emperor were truly to invade or a military rebellion were to occur, what good would your return be then? Come, obediently follow me inside. Absolutely not. Zichuan Xiu emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. But D. Lin and Sterling paid no heed, each taking hold of him and dragging him along. Ahead lay Zichuan Ning's residence. Following the attack on the night of February 15, the family had significantly tightened the protection surrounding her. A large contingent of guards stood at the entrance, while both plainclothes and uniformed patrols roamed the streets nearby. Gazing upon the formidable security, Zichuan Xiu's bolstered courage swiftly deflated. "I think it would be best to forego entering." "Nonsense," D. Lin retorted, rubbing his bruised face. Having discerned that while Xiu presented a carefree exterior, he harbored a profound sense of inferiority regarding Zichuan Ning, he often felt inadequate in the face of her noble lineage. He understood Zichuan Xiu's psyche well. Despite having achieved considerable success in the Far East, When compared to the genuine aristocracy represented by Zichuan Xiu, he could be charitably described as a leader of a rebel army or, disparagingly, merely the head of a band of refugees and brigands, still burdened by unresolved grievances. He did not wish to meet Zichuan Xiu under such circumstances. Xiu, girls require tenderness and flattery. Remember when the three of us pursued Lin Xiujiao? Why did neither of you succeed while I did? It is not because I am superior to you, though I must admit I do possess a slight edge over you. Sterling murmured softly. This fellow is getting a bit too bold to bring this up. Indeed, Zichuan Xiu seized the opportunity to incite further. He deserves to die. Rather, it is because I excel in flattery. Phrases like sweetheart, my dear, you are my life, and I cannot live without you roll off my tongue effortlessly. Women are the most emotional beings. They care not for your noble lineage, your capabilities, nor your status. Even if you are guilty of heinous crimes, the only thing that matters to them is whether you love them. As long as you can convince her that you are the one who loves her most in the world. It does not matter if you are a villain of the highest order. Your status is but a trifling matter. Do you understand my point? Xiu? Zichuan Xiu's eyes widened with curiosity. I do not understand. Lin scolded him sharply, calling him a fool. Although his younger brother was a formidable presence on the battlefield, in matters of the heart, he was as naive as a child. To move a woman, a man need not accomplish earth-shattering feats. Sometimes, a casual word or a gentle kiss can touch a woman's heart. Yet Zichuan Xiu was fixated on achieving great deeds before surprising Zichuan Xiu. Yearning for the moment a celebrated hero returns from battle to embrace his beloved amidst the throngs of admirers. Without such accomplishments, he believed he would have no face to present to Zichuan Xiu. This was, indeed, a foolish notion. Monumental achievements often require time. The war with the demon clan would not conclude in a mere decade or two. While beauty fades, and women typically lack such patience. Moreover, what moves the heavens and earth does not necessarily move a woman. Zichuan Xiu was truly foolish, even if he were to conquer the Far East. What would it matter? The former ruler of the Far East was merely a vassal of the Zichuan family, and the disparity in status would remain unchanged if he were to return only after the war concluded in 10 or 20 years. It was likely that Zichuan Xiu would have already married, leaving him only with silent tears as he held her hand. It seemed that he could not remain uninvolved in this matter. Coincidentally, the officer of the Imperial Guard stationed at the entrance was a former subordinate of Sterling. Sterling greeted him and explained, "The Inspector General wishes to inquire about the case from Miss Ning." Upon learning that two of the family's great leaders had arrived, the Imperial Guard officer stood at attention. Although he did not know the identity of the young man in the hat accompanying Sterling and Lin, who would dare approach to question them. The guards immediately parted to allow the three to pass unimpeded into the estate. Once inside, the trio was taken aback. Zichuan Ning's estate, once lush with greenery, picturesque buildings, and elegant pavilions, renowned as a scenic spot in the capital, now lay in ruins, reduced to scorched earth and blackened tiles. The once thriving sycamore trees had been reduced to charred stumps. While the devastation had gone unnoticed in the night, the stark reality was painfully evident under the sun. Zichuan Xiu remained silent as he approached an old oak tree, where faint scars from his childhood carving with a small knife were still visible on the singed trunk. This estate was not merely a beautiful location. It was the place where he had spent his formative years, where every blade of grass and every wall bore the marks of his growth, now all reduced to rubble. Sterling proposed to the officer in charge of the guards, "Before the scene is fully surveyed, might it be possible for Miss Ning to find alternative accommodations? Continuing to stay here may be distressing for her. If a suitable place cannot be found promptly, I would be delighted to offer her temporary refuge at my home." The officer respectfully replied, reporting to the commander, "His Highness the General has also invited Miss Ning to stay at the General's residence, but she insists on remaining here. If you could persuade her to relocate temporarily, it would greatly facilitate our investigation and security measures." Sterling nodded. Noticing that Zichuan Ning's small building had escaped the fire, he inquired, "Does Miss Ning still reside within?" "Indeed. Shall I notify her in advance?" Sterling shook his head. "No need for that. I can go myself." Li Qing was a close friend of Zichuan Ning, and he and she shared a familiarity that required no formalities. Moreover, he intended to surprise her today. The three entered the small building, where, despite the presence of numerous imperial guards, none dared to question them upon seeing their superior accompany the others. Thus, they proceeded unhindered up the staircase to the second floor. There, The door to the reception room was ajar. Observing the emptiness of the small building, Sterling casually remarked, "Where are the servants? Where have they all gone?" The face of the Imperial Guard officer darkened. "Unfortunately, they have all perished." The mood among the group instantly soured. "Lord Sterling, Lord D. Lin, please take a seat while I inform Miss Ning." "Thank you," Sterling said, pushing open the door to the reception room. Suddenly, he recoiled as if bitten by a snake, his face displaying a look of shock. "What is happening?" "No, it is nothing." Sterling attempted to intervene, but Zichuan Xiu and D. Lin had already stepped inside. The room contained a man and a woman, yet in that moment, through the open door, Zichuan Xiu's eyes fell upon the girl he had been longing for. After 2 years apart, Zichuan Ning remained breathtakingly beautiful, even more so than in his dreams. The passage of time had transformed the once slightly immature girl into a graceful young woman. Her face radiated with a sweet, warm smile, blooming like a flower in joy. This smile was one Zichuan Xiu knew well. It was reserved for him alone, a reflection of her carefree happiness. He could not help but step forward, as if he could already hear her sweet call, "A Xiu Gij." In that instant, all his worries, plans, and sorrows vanished from his mind. All he wanted was to stride forward, open his arms wide, and envelop the beloved girl in his embrace. Suddenly, he froze. Zichuan Ning was not looking at him. She was gazing at a man beside her, smiling as brightly as a flower. The two were whispering to one another. Completely oblivious to the presence at the door that he lowered his gaze, and his heart sank as he saw Zichuan Ning's delicate, flawless hand held in that man's grip. It felt as if a thunderous blow had struck him, leaving him incapable of thought, his mind blank. The room seemed to buzz with the sound of countless bees, a relentless drone filling his ears. Everything before him felt unreal, yet vividly clear. He could see the man's lips moving, but strangely, no sound emerged. He strained to focus, but everything appeared shrouded in mist. And suddenly, a line of poetry echoed in his mind. The imperial dreams of grandeur fade in an instant. Realizing someone was at the door, Zichuan Ning gasped, breaking free from the man's grasp and jumping up. The man turned, calling, "Who is it outside?" Sterling calmly entered, and Zichuan Ning's face flushed crimson as she approached with a smile. "Brother Sterling, it has been ages since you last visited. Have you been busy lately? How is Qingjia?" Sterling nodded slowly. "Li Qing is well." Following him, Di Lin also entered the room. Zichuan Ning exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Inspector General, you have come as well. I apologize for intruding, Mississippi, regarding the incident that night. I have been commissioned by the General to ask you a few questions." Di Lin responded to Zichuan Ning's inquiry, yet his gaze remained fixed on the tall, handsome man beside her. Not only he, but all 3 pairs of piercing eyes bore down on the man, their gazes laced with a chilling hostility sharp enough to kill. Under such scrutiny, the man remained composed, curiously observing the newcomers. A tense silence enveloped the room as the occupants exchanged glances. Following their gaze, Zichuan Ning awkwardly smiled. "Let me introduce you. This is young Master Ma Wei. Ma Wei, come here. These are Lord Sterling and Lord Inspector General Di Lin." Sterling's facial muscles twitched slightly as he exchanged a glance with Di Lin. Both recognizing the despair mirrored in each other's eyes, Sterling had held on to a sliver of hope that Zichuan Ning would clarify the situation, that it was all a misunderstanding. But now, her overly familiar tone, the undeniable affection in her gaze, and the radiant smile on her face, everything had become clear. This was no misunderstanding. The man stepped forward, extending his hand. "Are you Lord Sterling and Lord Di Lin? I am Ma Wei. It is an honor to finally meet you both. Today, I see your esteemed presence, and it is indeed impressive, befitting of the renowned generals of my family." Sterling observed keenly. The individual before him possessed an appealing visage, a deep, husky voice imbued with a magnetic charm that was undeniably attractive to women. Tall and well-dressed, he exuded an air of elegance in both speech and demeanor, unmistakably hinting at noble lineage. Both Dilling and Sterling felt that this man bore a striking resemblance to Zichuan Xiu. As Ma extended his hand, Sterling disregarded him, fixated instead on Zichuan Ning, his gaze revealing a torrent of emotions: astonishment, sorrow, regret, anger, condemnation. Silence enveloped the room, heavy and awkward. "What is happening?" Zichuan Ning inquired, astonished. No one replied. The stillness so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Ma glanced at Sterling, whose expression was as dark as an impending storm, then shifted his gaze to Dilling, who wore a sardonic smile. His thin lips twisted into a straight line. If Mai were one of Dilling's subordinates, even the most seasoned veterans would be stricken with terror at such a countenance. It mirrored Dilling's expression on the fateful night of bloodshed in the imperial capital. Zichuan Ning pondered something. Her face suddenly flushed crimson, lowering her head, her eyes fixated on the ground. Too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze as she reached out, the other party did not even cast a glance in her direction. Faced with such humiliation, Mai felt slightly uncomfortable, yet the high status of the two before him, especially Dilling, renowned for his ruthlessness, restrained him from acting out that a chill emanated from the enigmatic figure before him. Leaving him unable to discern the source of the hostility, was it the stern Sterling, the sardonic Dilling, or the silent, mysterious man behind them, though he was unclear about Zichuan Ning's relationship with those present. The instincts of a playboy warned him that it was unwise to linger. He shrugged. "Do you have matters to discuss? Then, I shall take my leave." Still, no one spoke, the air in the room seemingly frozen. After a prolonged silence, Zichuan Ning quietly said, Mai, you may leave. We have matters to discuss." Mai whistled casually as he strolled towards the door. Sterling stepped aside to let him pass. Upon exiting, he turned and blew a kiss to Zichuan Ning. "Farewell. I'll come find you tomorrow." Zichuan Ning's face burned with embarrassment, unable to lift her head. Mai chuckled, turning to leave, when Dilling's deep voice resonated behind him. The sun, warm and inviting after the snowfall, cast its gentle rays upon him as bustling crowds flowed past, barely sparing a glance for the dejected young man standing on the street corner. That he stood there, lost in thought, quietly observing the tranquil scene around him, the vibrant men and women, as if he were gazing upon a different world entirely. Sensing someone approaching from behind, he did not turn, uttering simply, "Is that you, brother?" "It is I," replied Dilin, stepping forward to regard him in silence. Zichuan Xiu's smile was faint and sorrowful. "Did you let me pass because you already knew?" Dilin's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion. "I have heard some rumors. As early as 6 months prior, an undercover agent placed within the Zichuan Ning family had reported to Dilin, several notorious playboys in the imperial capital are desperately pursuing Miss Zichuan Ning. Upon receiving this report, Dilin immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Given Zichuan Ning's unique status as the heir of her family and her rare beauty, it was obvious even to the dim-witted that whoever wed her would reap immense rewards. Ambitious suitors would go to great lengths to flatter and please her. Although Zichuan Ning possessed the valor and intellect inherited from Zichuan Yuanxing, bolstered by a fine education that shaped her admirable character, she remained a woman. Dilin was acutely aware of the inherent vanity and vulnerability that often accompanied femininity. Women, driven by emotion rather than reason, were easily captivated by the superficial allure of extravagant flowers. Lavish balls, opulent gowns, radiant diamonds, dazzling fireworks, and ceaseless sweet nothings. How could a naive girl withstand the charm of seasoned seducers? Dilin recognized this peril, yet felt utterly powerless. Zichuan Xiu had been missing for over 2 years. Most presumed he was either dead or had defected. With her beloved absent, Zichuan Ning, now on the cusp of 19, was bound to feel the weight of loneliness. Upon Zichuan Xiu's return, Dilin understood that it was imperative for them to meet without delay. Even if they could not be together immediately, the knowledge that Zichuan Xiu was alive would surely compel Zichuan Ning to cast aside those frivolous suitors like mere afterthoughts. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Zichuan Xiu had returned too late. "Xiu," Sterling rushed up behind him, grasping Zichuan Xiu's arm. "Are you all right?" Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly. "I am well. But, there may be a misunderstanding. Miss Ning regrets her actions. I believe you both should have a proper conversation. Yes, take a moment to calm down and talk. There could be a chance for reconciliation." "Sterling." Dilin's voice thundered. "Do not suggest foolishness. Do you wish for Xiu to hold the hands of those two wretched souls and weep silently for their happiness? However, Xiu, remember, a man must be strong and maintain his dignity. We are born to endure suffering. Time will dull everything, including those poignant emotions and memories. If we can withstand it, all shall pass. Xiu, Miss Ning has always loved you. She was merely confused for a moment. You should give her a chance." Zichuan Xiu stared blankly at the throng on the long street, seemingly oblivious to their words. A modicum of pain might evoke chatter, but true suffering rendered one mute. At that moment, Zichuan Xiu's thoughts transcended the mundane. Dilin and Sterling, akin to brothers, could not fathom the depth of his feelings for Zichuan Ning. From childhood, he had been instilled with the belief, protect Zichuan, safeguard Miss Ning. In his youth, he had vowed, I shall always stand by Miss Ning. To him, Zichuan Ning was not merely the girl he adored, but also the embodiment of his purest ideals, an inviolable deity. His love for her propelled his life's ambition, serving as the essence of his existence, amidst the harrowing battles in the East, through countless life and death moments. It was this conviction that sustained him. Achieve greatness worthy of her status, unite with her once more. Yet suddenly, the ground beneath him seemed to split open, and his entire world crumbled, while he valiantly led his troops in the East against the demonic forces. She had surrendered herself to another's embrace. All dreams and aspirations, hopes and ideals were ruthlessly shattered. Those grand accomplishments and illustrious feats now held no significance in that instant. Zichuan Xiu truly felt the pain Sterling had endured upon losing Princess Catan. Which agony was more profound? The silent yearning for a beloved from afar, or witnessing that beloved's heart turn to another? Sterling was fortunate. Bereft of Princess Catan, he still had another pillar, his career. His allegiance to his family's ideals. He buried his sorrow deep within, pouring himself wholeheartedly into his work to alleviate his grief. In contrast, without Zichuan Ning, Zichuan Xiu felt like a desperate gambler. Stripped of everything, the clouds that had shrouded the imperial capital for days finally dissipated, and the warm sun peeked through the remnants of snow that winter's long-awaited sunlight brought smiles to the faces of the people. Radiating joy, the streets bustled with life. The aroma of roasted meat wafting from nearby eateries. The carriage rattled by, splattering him with snow and mud. The driver leaned out, making a face at him, while a horse whinnied loudly. Drowning out the driver's calls, the crowd hurried past, the unique atmosphere enveloping him. Everything before him felt so tangible. The essence of life was vivid and alive. How astonishing it was that on such a beautiful day, someone could feel sorrow, sadness, and shed tears. What a heavy snowfall. This year shall surely bring a bountiful harvest. Zichuan Xiu murmured. Lin and Sterling exchanged glances, both pondering the same thought. Could he possibly have lost his mind? Zichuan Xiu turned to them. I must return to the East, and I entrust you with the resupply matters, Sterling. The logistics will be handled by Mingyu, who will contact you. Rest assured. Sterling nodded, though a hint of concern laced his voice. Are you truly all right? Zichuan Xiu replied with a smile. I am perfectly fine. The three made their way back to Lin's residence to gather their belongings. Lin and Sterling accompanied him to the city gates. Their journey marked by silence, as snow began to fall once more. Then, let us part ways here, Lin said, nodding. Take care. He then lowered his voice. If the situation turns dire, return swiftly. I will arrange for someone to meet you in Valen. Sterling remained silent, his gaze filled with worry as he watched Zichuan Xiu, who appeared unnaturally calm, an unsettling tranquility that left him uneasy. Zichuan Xiu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Please, take care of yourselves. After leading his horse a considerable distance, he turned to see their figures still standing beneath the gate, gazing after him. Bowing deeply, he whispered, Thank you. In the distance, they returned the gesture. Unbeknownst to him, tears had welled in his eyes. He mounted his horse and galloped towards the rising sun, spurring the animal as if to flee from the fears, sorrows, and pains pursuing him. The ebony steed surged forward like a whirlwind, its mane billowing in the wind, panting heavily, nostrils flaring, releasing clouds of warm breath. The horse galloped faster, the biting cold wind stinging his tear-streaked face, invigorating him. The scenery blurred past him in a dizzying rush, exhilarating in its speed. At that moment, he heard Zichuan Ning's weeping. He chose not to turn back. There was no need. Love was not born of pleas and pity. Even though he had lost everything, he still retained his dignity. He understood that he had left all his passion for life and his former affection at her feet. He believed he would never again experience such fervor, nor ignite the flames of romance. His heart had become clear yet cold, akin to the snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Silently, he expressed his gratitude to the heavens. You have freed me from my mental shackles. Now, nothing can bind me. At 22, he was already the bright king of the East, the commander of its armies. Even the illustrious figures of the past had not commanded such a vast force. With so many elite soldiers at their disposal, with this army, he was poised to sweep across the entire East, carve out territories, and stand tall amidst the world. Such a convergence of fortunes was beyond the aspirations of the former vice commander of the Zichuan family. Chapter 10. The Meeting of the Three Heroes. Chapter 5. The resurgence of brilliance on the 1st of March in the year 782 of the imperial calendar. Bright King Zichuan Xiu returned to the east from his family's homeland. Accompanied by the troops of the Xiu battalion stationed in Blue Village, he arrived back at the main camp in Corn City, Minsk, on March 8th. Weary from his travels, he promptly convened a corps meeting with the commanders. All senior officers remaining in Corn attended, including Mingyu, Bai Chuan, the half-orc Busan, Bran, Debut, the serpent folk Soth, the dwarf Rizuo, the dragon man Monroe, and a representative from the elven tribe, whose name Zichuan Xiu still did not know. During my absence, "What has transpired?" inquired Zichuan Xiu. No one responded, and by observing the morose expressions of the generals, Zichuan Xiu had already discerned the grim reality. Freshly returned from the front lines, Bosun and Bran were besmirched with dust, their countenances haggard, and their once lustrous hair now dull and lifeless, their gazes dim. Overall, the situation is dire. Bosun coughed lightly. Rudy has commenced his counteroffensive. He has redeployed garrison troops from the border provinces, reorganizing them into 15 formidable battalions. The main force has emerged in the southeastern province of Dea, with vanguards having already crossed the Blue River, posing a direct threat to our Minsk province. The territories we captured merely months ago, such as Dea and Dusa, have now been reclaimed by the demon army. The Blue River is a natural barrier. Why did the garrison at the crossing not mount a defense? Your Highness, we did resist, lamented Sas of the Serpent clan, his face a portrait of despair. We fought valiantly, with over 30 young warriors of the Heart clan perishing on the front line. However, the enemy was overwhelming. They came in swarms on small boats. We endured a full day and night of battle, exhausted and famished, expending all our arrows, yet no reinforcements arrived. In the end, we had no choice but to retreat, and we did so honorably after inflicting significant casualties upon the enemy. Despite Sas's claims of valiant struggle, Zichuan Xiu immediately sensed the flaws in his account. In such a precarious position, if the Serpent clan had only lost 30 men before abandoning their post, their so-called valiant resistance likely amounted to little more than shooting arrows at the crossing demon army. He turned to Mingyu and asked, "Why were reinforcements not dispatched?" Mingyu's face revealed his awkwardness. "Your Highness, at that time, the only troops I had at my disposal were the Xiu battalion. And as you have instructed, no one is permitted to mobilize the Xiu battalion without your command." Zichuan Xiu recalled that he had indeed issued such an order, intending to preserve the elite Xiu battalion intact, both to conceal their strength and to maintain their capabilities for a pivotal confrontation with the demon army in the future. What of the other forces? The teams from the Zoi clan and the dragon men. Aside from the Xiu battalion, I have dispersed the other teams, assigning them to various villages and towns. Consequently, the transmission of orders and the gathering of troops require time. By the time we assembled 3 infantry teams, the crossing had already been lost. Bai Chuan raised his hand. "My lord, I apologize. My forces have also been scattered that I retained only the Xiu battalion and the 1st Regiment of the Far East. The remaining troops have been temporarily dispersed." Zichuan Xiu's anger flared. Why engage in such folly? Dispersing troops voluntarily is tantamount to seeking death. Bai Chuan spoke gently. "My lord, we simply lack sufficient provisions." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "Is it truly that dire?" The generals nodded somberly, and Zichuan Xiu thoughtfully rested his chin in his hand. Following this, Bai Chuan provided an overview of the enemy situation. The main force of the army, personally commanded by Rudy, comprising approximately 11 field battalions, had occupied the province of Dea. There, the Roger Legion was desperately resisting, utilizing the defenses of the cities along their path, retreating as they fought. However, due to food shortages, the Roger Legion, once the most formidable military force of the insurgents, had also weakened, unable to withstand the demons, and was gradually falling back. The demon governor Taj led the garrison troops of Taj, advancing steadily along the Taj road from the northeast of Minsk province towards the city itself. The newly appointed governor Ilya, commanding 30,000 cavalry and infantry, advanced towards Kerny, gathering small garrison units along the way, exterminating insurgent forces, pillaging and burning with ruthless methods. Yet, his advance was relatively slow, likely intending to rendezvous with the Taj garrison in the northwest of Minsk province, while Rudy occupied the main force of the insurgents. He might then launch a direct assault on the headquarters of the Far East Army at Kerny, although a sudden flanking maneuver against the retreating Roger Legion could not be ruled out. Additionally, a new demon force had emerged from the south. Zichuan suspected they were remnants of the garrison forces from the provinces of Jialai and Gadisa, having seized the Jialai province previously occupied by the insurgents. Severing the link between the main force of the insurgents and the logistics base at the village of Blue in the province of Wager. Their main force was based in the capital of Jialai province, but remained inactive, likely waiting for the northern demon forces to descend before coordinating with them to encircle the insurgent main force. While this troop was not particularly strong, their position was perilous, threatening the insurgent supply lines. After Zichuan finished speaking, Mingyu stood to add that reports from the guerrilla forces in Fuming province indicated that the Lingbu X Legion had been frequently redeploying troops, with large numbers of cavalry mysteriously vanishing overnight. Their movements appearing highly suspicious, he urged Zichuan Xiu to consider this and not to relax vigilance along the western front. "My lord, are you listening?" Zichuan observed Zichuan Xiu's distracted demeanor and prompted him. Zichuan Xiu returned to the moment. "What were you saying?" Zichuan repeated his remarks, noting that Zichuan Xiu seemed markedly diminished in spirit since his return. Zichuan Xiu pondered deeply. The situation was indeed perilous, with the insurgents at their weakest, and the demons were acutely aware of this, tightening their grip and encircling the insurgent base from all sides. Moreover, they had learned from Rudy's previous defeat at Kearney due to his isolated advance. And this time, the assault was evidently meticulously planned and coordinated among the demon forces. Most troubling was the fact that the insurgents were now exceedingly weakened. "The situation is even more severe than you imagine," Mingyu stated gravely. "My lord, our food reserves are nearly depleted. Currently, we have provided the vast majority of our provisions to the Roger Legion, as they must withstand the primary demon offensive as for the other legions. We have retained only the most essential units. The remainder have had to be temporarily disbanded, allowing soldiers to scatter across various villages and towns in search of sustenance. But we understand this strategy is foolish, but it is our only recourse. Otherwise, we would have succumbed a week ago." The other generals chimed in with their agreement. "Indeed, my forces have also dwindled significantly. There is no alternative. How can one fight on an empty stomach? The young men can scarcely lift their weapons." Debut, the half-orc from the village of Blue, raised his hand. "My forces remain intact, but after half a month without food supplies, the cavalry have begun slaughtering their mounts to stave off hunger, and the officers cannot restrain them." The representative of the Elven clan also raised his hand. "Your Highness, we have exhausted our medical supplies. We are currently unable to treat the wounded. The situation is dire, with hundreds dying each day due to lack of care. My lord, the arrows of the archers have nearly been depleted. We can no longer engage in combat. Report, Your Highness, in search of food. The infantry of the Zoi clan raided the city of Dulin last night. The hall descended into a cacophony, with generals clamoring and blaming one another, the atmosphere growing increasingly tumultuous. I have grasped the current difficulties: food scarcity, shortages of medicine, and lack of weaponry. These challenges are temporary and will soon be resolved." Zichuan Xiu's voice, though somber, resonated with a compelling strength. His tone was not loud, yet the clamor ceased immediately, and the hall fell silent, akin to a desolate wilderness. All eyes fixed upon him, he lifted his gaze, surveying the assembly with a stern expression. Mingyu rose with solemnity. "Yes, my lord. Do not hesitate to deplete your stores. Release all provisions immediately to the various troops." Mingyu hesitated momentarily before responding loudly, "As you command, my lord." "Generals, mobilize at once. Our sole objective is to completely and utterly expel the demon forces from the Far East and annihilate them." "Yes, Your Highness." The leaders of various clans responded in unison. Witnessing the unwavering confidence of the Radiant King, they all felt invigorated, dispelling the earlier gloom, and the atmosphere in the hall transformed into one of renewed vigor. Under Zichuan Xiu's guidance, the high command of the insurgents reached a consensus. Passively awaiting a defensive fate offered no solution, only allowing the demons to gradually consume their territory. Zichuan Xiu proposed that a considerable counteroffensive must be organized in the near future to quell the momentum of the demon onslaught. Though the demons surrounded them from all sides, seemingly formidable, they inadvertently provided the opportunity for a decisive strike against their individual forces. Sasa of the Serpent Clan suggested gathering available reserve troops to strike at the demon forces, particularly the weaker contingents such as the southern garrison of Jialai or the garrison of Taj. However, this proposal was swiftly dismissed by Zichuan Xiu. Eliminating those small forces would not alter the strategic landscape. Even if the southern garrison of Jialai were defeated, the northern battalion under Ilya would continue its advance, leaving the insurgents to face the prospect of continuous combat. The enemy's greatest strength lies simultaneously in its most vulnerable point. As long as we secure a single victory and eliminate 3 to 5 of the demon tribe's field teams within the main offensive forces of the Lu Emperor, the enemy's principal combat capability will be severely diminished, rendering them unable to advance further. Moreover, without the support of their main forces, the other responding troops will be too fearful to launch an independent assault on the stronghold of the rebel army. Consequently, the siege will naturally be alleviated. Zichuan Xiu referenced classical texts, integrating military strategy and tactics eloquently, leaving the generals of various tribes captivated and in full agreement. Remarkable, truly remarkable. One cannot help but commend His Highness the Light King. As noon approached, the meeting temporarily adjourned, and Zichuan Xiu summoned the 2 human generals, Mingyu and Bai Chuan, for a private discussion. Mingyu, trembling with apprehension, offered his apologies. "My lord, I sincerely apologize. I acted on my own accord." "No, my lord, it was my suggestion. Mingyu was merely executing it. I am sorry, my lord. At that moment, I truly did not know how to proceed. The only option was to disperse the troops across various counties, which would facilitate the acquisition of supplies. I regret this deeply and am willing to accept your punishment." Zichuan Xiu smiled, aware that the two were not as flustered as they appeared. It was merely a tactic to elicit his sympathy. In the face of scarce provisions, disbanding non-frontline troops was a method to alleviate food consumption, albeit a rather passive one. Zichuan Xiu understood that there existed a more proactive alternative. Why not consider waging war to sustain our efforts? Zichuan Xiu inquired calmly. "I recall that when I departed, our forces still possessed combat efficacy. Since we are in need of supplies, why not seize them from the demon tribe? By taking the initiative to attack, we can defeat their armies, capture their cities, and procure their logistics and provisions. Would this not resolve our predicament? Why remain so passively in wait?" The two exchanged glances, instinctively averting their eyes. Mingyu cleared his throat. "My lord, we have contemplated this, but it was unfeasible. The actual circumstances did not permit it." Bai Chuan nodded, recalling their prior discussions. Should they engage in a decisive battle with the demon tribe before their food supplies ran out? Yet the conclusion was negative. She mused that this was the essence of Zichuan Xiu's value. If he were present, a decisive confrontation would occur. The Light King, an inspiration to all, commanded respect. And with his leadership, the local troops and generals would rally behind him, recognizing his extraordinary talent. However, whether it be herself or Roger, despite their military proficiency, they lacked Zichuan Xiu's prestige and motivational prowess. Those unruly foreign generals might not heed their commands, rendering them incapable of executing even the most basic orders. In such circumstances, engaging the demon tribe in battle would be tantamount to courting disaster. Zichuan Xiu observed the anxious expressions of his 2 subordinates. Deep in thought, he realized this was the limitation of the temporary garrison government. They lacked the bold decisiveness required for substantial reforms and were hesitant to undertake riskier measures. Compared to the unilateral decisions of a single individual, the conclusions reached through collective discussion often leaned toward a more moderate approach, neither the best nor the worst, favoring the maintenance of the status quo. However, was this not precisely the intent behind his arrangement for their collaborative decision-making? "I have an idea I would like to discuss with you," Zichuan Xiu declared. Upon hearing Mingyu mention the disbandment of the troops, Zichuan Xiu was initially taken aback, but then realized it was the opportunity he had been awaiting. "The current state of our army urgently necessitates reform," Zichuan Xiu articulated slowly, choosing his words with care. "Our military structure is unwieldy and bloated. While numerous, it fails to yield combat effectiveness. This was evident during the Battle of Cornei a year ago, where the various factions fought independently. Although we boasted a force of 400,000, we were routed by a mere 60,000 well-trained demon soldiers. Our forces are large yet sluggish, lacking efficiency and combat capability, and our equipment is subpar. Over the past year, following the Cornei battle, our army has repeatedly attempted offensives against the demon tribe, but to little avail. This is the crux of the issue. Moreover, our vast army has imposed a significant strain on logistics. It can be said that our current predicament is a direct consequence of unchecked military expansion in the past. The elite units we trained, such as the Xiu Battalion and the original Zoe tribe's 1st and 2nd regiments, are indeed formidable. However, the influx of untrained civilians and the unwieldy mass of militia have severely hampered the army's maneuverability. Reducing our once competent forces to a disorganized rabble, he concluded. From the perspective of prolonged warfare, sustaining an excessively large army is a disaster for the entire nation, especially in the Far East, which is currently in a period of scarcity. Even during the economically prosperous era of the Going Star, the entire Far East could only sustain 800,000 troops. Now, merely supporting 400,000 troops from provinces like Minsk and Yun is simply untenable. Based on the actual situation, I propose maintaining a standing army of around 150 to 200,000 elite soldiers, which should suffice to fend off the demon tribe's incursions. Zichuan and Mingyu. Having long served on the front lines, fully grasped the issues Zichuan Xiu articulated. The army's outdated equipment and low combat effectiveness often necessitated reliance on sheer numbers to counter the demon tribe's smaller, yet elite forces. Each campaign resulted in significant casualties, compelling them to draw more inexperienced civilians from the local populace, further degrading the army's quality, thus entrenching them in a vicious cycle. They had pondered solutions, yet to no avail. Now, Zichuan Xiu had proposed a remedy: have the troops and reorganize the military structure to form a smaller, more elite force. This audacity to break from the past commanded their respect. Hearing their enthusiastic agreement, Zichuan Xiu smiled and began to elaborate on his plan. Zichuan listened intently, quietly admiring his insight. She suggested that the reduced personnel could serve as local militias, returning to their regions to both produce and train, forming local armed groups to cooperate with the regular army in the form of guerrilla units and township defense teams, ready to act as reserve forces when necessary. Zichuan Xiu wholeheartedly endorsed this notion and presented his restructuring proposal to establish 3 major legions as the primary combat forces, each comprising 18 teams. He proposed dismantling the current structure of single ethnic teams, instead forming mixed teams composed of various races, with half-orcs constituting 55%, snake people 20%, dragonkin 10%, and other races such as elves and dwarves making up the remaining 10%. With humans at 5%. Each legion would have a battalion, approximately 1,000 strong, from the Xiu battalion serving as an officer training unit, which would act as the special assault force of the entire legion, independently organized and directly overseen by the legion commander. Additionally, beyond the 3 major legions, a Royal Guard legion would be formed, personally led by Zichuan Xiu, encompassing the most capable units within the Far Eastern Army, the main cavalry division of the Xiu battalion, the 1st and 7th regiments of the Zoe tribe, along with 5 teams from the Dragonkin and 2 elite archer teams from the Snake people. Mingyu and Zichuan listened, their hearts racing with excitement. The primary benefit of this restructuring was the reduction of autonomy among the commanding officers, establishing the authority of a central command. The various tribal leaders in the Far East could no longer wield power as they once did. For instance, the Snake people's leader, Sas, who commanded a team, would find his loyal snake soldiers dispersed among the various legions, with most of his assigned subordinates being half-orcs and dragonkin. Under such constraints, if Sas were to attempt to oppose the Light King as he had in the past, it would be impossible. The majority of his soldiers would be from other races, unlikely to heed his instigations. Zichuan admired the brilliance of this strategy, with various races intermixed within a single unit. They will monitor and restrain one another, preventing any conspiratorial activities within the army. This system effectively prevents the emergence of loyal private guard forces. The tribal leaders can only command their subordinates in battle, but cannot lead them in rebellion. Furthermore, the Xiu battalion, as the Royal Guard, retains organized units within each legion to serve as a disciplinary force, always obedient to Zichuan Xiu. This elite unit is directly commanded by the legion leaders and can promptly suppress any signs of insurrection. Such a brilliant idea. Who could have conceived it? During the afternoon military meeting, Zichuan Xiu suddenly unveiled the military reform plan, causing an uproar throughout the assembly. In this reform, the snake, dwarf, and elf armies faced the most significant upheaval. Their forces were entirely dismantled and redistributed into mixed units. Sas and Ruzuo suffered silently, as Zichuan Xiu, under the banner of reducing numbers and enhancing quality, drastically diminished their power, leaving them with grievances they could not voice. Soon after, Zichuan Xiu announced the list of leaders for the restructured legions. He graciously referred to it as for discussion and reference, yet everyone understood that the Light King's decisions had already been made. The 1st Legion was commanded by Bussen, with Roger as deputy commander and Sauce from the Snake Tribe as chief of staff. The 2nd Legion was led by Bai Chuan, with Bran as deputy commander and Monroe from the Dragonkin as chief of staff. The 3rd Legion was under Ming Yu's command, with half-orc Deb as deputy commander and Ruzuo from the Dwarf Tribe as chief of staff. On the surface, it appears quite reasonable that the leadership of each legion comprises various races. However, Shirakawa and Akahane are aware that Shizukawa Hidetaka has been plotting for a long time. He will not relent until he has utterly decimated his opponents. Indeed, in the subsequent division of military leadership responsibilities, the actual power of the army is entrusted to the legion commanders and their deputies, leaving the sole task of the chief of staff to merely deliver toilet paper to each team, with no authority even to dispatch a patrol to guard the entrance. Among the list of team leaders, humans and half-orcs constitute the overwhelming majority, with most half-orc team leaders hailing from Blue Village or having been trainees in the officer training program initiated at the outset of the Great Eastern Uprising. Those officers from other races who previously held command positions have been reassigned away from the departments wielding real military power. Shizukawa Hidetaka has elevated them to lofty positions, generously bestowing upon them a series of appealing titles: Legion Standard Bearer, the one who carries the flag into battle; the preferred target for enemies, Legion Sword Bearer, able to wield an 80-kilogram greatsword; Chief Engineer, responsible for digging trenches; and Commander of Special Operations Teams, the charioteer driving the carriage. "No, this is not right," protested Soth, a member of the Serpent race. Struggling internally, he vaguely sensed the injustice of the situation, but could not articulate what was amiss. "This means our heart race has lost its own racial forces. We are at a grave disadvantage." Shizukawa Hidetaka smiled benignly, replying, "This reform is quite equitable, treating all races equally. Did not the Zoe race also lose its own forces?" Sitting nearby, Bosun, Bran, Diren, and Debut, a row of half-orcs, nodded in unison, their gestures so synchronized it seemed rehearsed. They were well aware that, aside from Shizukawa Hidetaka's own elite unit, they were the greatest beneficiaries of this reformed, i.e. the newly formed mixed units. Due to their sheer numbers, half-orc soldiers dominate each team, while soldiers from other races find themselves in a minority, thereby allowing the Zoe race's influence to naturally gain control over the army. "I oppose this," thundered Ruzuo of the dwarf race, his voice low and heavy. "Dwarf soldiers refuse to be reorganized. Dwarf warriors are unwilling to fight alongside other races. We must preserve the purity of our race." Shizukawa Hidetaka cast a glance at him and casually replied, "That is entirely your prerogative. But due to food shortages, the headquarters has decided to supply only those units that accept the reorganization. If you are unwilling, you are free to leave at any time." Ruzuo was left speechless, realizing that if he persisted, Shizukawa Hidetaka would indeed proceed to expel the dwarf race's influence from the nascent Eastern regime. Thus he fell silent. Shirakawa sat in a corner of the assembly, refraining from uttering a word. She understood that Shizukawa Hidetaka had secretly reached an agreement with family magnates such as Sterling and Dilling. The food crisis would soon be resolved. Yet, Shizukawa Hidetaka kept this information under wraps, seizing the opportunity to orchestrate a massacre. Such adeptness in transforming crises into opportunities compelled her to admire Shizukawa Hidetaka's astuteness. "Rest assured, everyone," Shizukawa Hidetaka reassured the assembly. "The military reform aims solely to enhance our combat capabilities and improve command methods. Our principles and ideals remain unchanged. Liberating the East, equality among all races. The headquarters has always prioritized the interests of all races and will treat them impartially in this reform as well. The newly established East belongs to all races, not to any particular race or individual. You may all be assured of this." Observing Shizukawa Hidetaka's smiling face, Shirakawa felt a twinge of fear for the first time. Was this cunning and scheming Light King truly the Shizukawa Hidetaka she once knew? Regarding this journey to the imperial capital, Shizukawa Hidetaka had remained tight-lipped, only stating, "It went relatively smoothly." However, to Shirakawa, who was familiar with him, he had changed significantly. Outwardly, he still appeared affable and composed, but inwardly, he had grown more resolute. In his gentle eyes, there lingered a newfound sharpness, like a blade concealed beneath his seemingly casual words. Under Shizukawa Hidetaka's silver-tongued rhetoric, combined with the unwavering support of the largest race, the half-orcs, his proposals were approved. On March 9th of the year 782 of the empire, the first military reform of the Eastern Army commenced. Through this reform, Shizukawa Hidetaka consolidated his leadership power within the Eastern Army, establishing a mixed army under his absolute control. Embarking on the path to supremacy. On March 23 RD, the first batch of food procured from the family's inland sources arrived at Blue Village in the Wagging province. This shipment of food, purchased with gold, included rice, soybeans, corn, millet, barley, and various other varieties. The supplies were distributed, and half-orcs from every village mobilized, utilizing carts, oxen, manpower, and horses to evade the demon race's blockade, swiftly delivering the provisions to the army through the main roads and narrow forest paths. The arrival of these supplies could not have been more timely, as various units had begun to face shortages. Shizukawa Hidetaka instructed that all supplies be concentrated to first replenish the weary Shirakawa Legion. In the ensuing days, a continuous influx of food, weapons, medicines, equipment, and supplies from the family's inland sources streamed into the east. On April 10th at noon, in the Arrow Plain, the sun failed to penetrate the dense gloom. Casting an eerie chill over the woods, the wind stirred the dark clouds, and the sky shifted dramatically, with distant sounds of battle echoing ominously. The temporary command post was established within the forest, where Shizukawa Hidetaka reclined on a net bed, resting. The officers engaged in hushed conversations, their hearts laden with apprehension, for such dark weather could turn their painstakingly planned battle into a mirage. "We have done everything we can. If it rains heavily, that would be fate's way of ensuring our failure, and there is nothing we can do about it," Shizukawa Hidetaka remarked calmly, turning over to cover himself with a blanket once more. By 1 o'clock, the skies had cleared somewhat, lifting the spirits of those present. That a human messenger hurried in, whispering, "They are coming." Everyone tensed, rushing to the grassy edge of the woods, crouching to watch. From a distance, the retreating ranks of the serpent race appeared scattered along the path, while the half-orc troops were slightly denser, hastily crossing a red earth ditch. As they pressed forward, NO officers emerged to maintain order. The troops surged through in large groups, soldiers terrified, weapons and banners strewn across the ground. Shizukawa Hidetaka anxiously ran his fingers through his hair. Roger had executed his orders to the letter, even exceeding his expectations. Were he commanding from the demon's side, he too would believe that this was an army thoroughly defeated. Now he worried that perhaps Roger's performance was too convincing, risking the possibility of a genuine collapse, as Roger's forces were still to play the role of reserves in the upcoming ambush. And he hoped the actual losses were not as severe as they appeared. As wave after wave of the defeated army passed, silence enveloped the plain, the distant wild grasses swaying in the wind as it howled past. 30 minutes later, indistinct sounds of clashing armies echoed from the east as the forces of Rudy advanced, drawing ever closer. In a sea of green, the banners and colorful feathers of the demon soldiers became discernible, signifying their officers. Above the ranks, a gleam of metallic light flickered. This recently victorious demon force appeared chaotic, with cavalry and infantry mingling as they advanced, the piercing clamor of the demon soldiers resembling a flock of sparrows. Shizukawa Hidetaka held his breath, watching quietly, waiting. He had faith in Shirakawa. This girl possessed remarkable judgment and could keenly seize the fleeting moment of opportunity. The demon ranks gradually slowed their pace, likely due to their commander recognizing the perilous terrain. With two high grounds looming over the Arrow Plain, a dozen cavalrymen broke away from the ranks, galloping toward the flanking high grounds, presumably sent to scout. Shizukawa Hidetaka furrowed his brow. If that were the case, he must act preemptively. At that moment, an astonishing uproar erupted within the demon ranks, as the army unexpectedly surged forward, accelerating, and the dispatched scouts turned to charge ahead. From afar, Shizukawa Hidetaka let out a sigh of relief. According to his orders, Roger's forces had intentionally scattered large amounts of gold and diamonds during their retreat, and this bounty had been discovered by the demon soldiers. As the foremost soldiers picked up the gleaming diamonds and gold bars, the surrounding troops were consumed with greed. There are vast treasures ahead. The news spread like wildfire through the ranks, stirring the impoverished demon soldiers into a frenzy, racing forward in a desperate bid to claim the riches. Unlike the previous pursuit, where they raced against the enemy, this time they were racing against their own comrades, driven by a singular thought: charge. Charge, charge, surpass their fellows, and the treasure would belong to them. Instantly, chaos erupted like the ripples of water, as cavalrymen lashed their whips to drive away the infantry blocking their path, everyone madly sprinting forward. the front lines advancing in a frenzied, disorderly manner, while officers struggled to contain the fervent chaos. The rear troops, unaware of the situation, instinctively followed suit as they witnessed the advance of their comrades. As the central ranks of the demonic army advanced into the narrow pass, a long, resonant trumpet blared, echoing across the battlefield. In an instant, from the parched highlands to the south, a formidable host emerged, bearing the banner of the sun, accompanied by the glint of blades and the shimmer of swords. Long live the King of Light! The deep, thunderous roar emanating from the broad chest of the half-orc reverberated across the plains, shaking the very earth as cavalry surged forward like a tempest. The assault had commenced. The Zichuan forces executed a wave-like offensive, surging down from the heights under the sun banner, with 20 lines of skirmishers descending upon the ranks of the demons. The gray mass of soldiers spread forth like a tumultuous tide, crashing upon their foes. In areas where an army seemed impossible, the enemy reserves emerged, causing unrest within the demonic ranks. Officers shouted urgently, "Form ranks! Form ranks!" Yet, amidst the frantic march, organizing an effective defensive line proved a formidable challenge. Infantry and cavalry intermingled chaotically. Units crossed paths, hindering one another, as soldiers, dazed and disoriented, scurried about. Officers screamed hoarsely, while the restless warhorses kicked and stamped, their frantic gallop throwing riders to the ground. A complete line of archers was hastily dispatched to the front, but before they could take their positions, the foremost half-orc spear throwers were already upon them. Heave-ho! 3,000 half-orc soldiers bellowed in unison, launching their javelins. This deluge of javelins struck with terrifying force into the densely packed demonic horde, eliciting a chorus of horrific screams. The half-orcs who had thrown their javelins drew their cleavers, charging into close combat. Behind them, the second row of half-orc soldiers began to hurl javelins, providing cover for their advancing comrades. Then came the third and fourth rows. The serpent folk archers had surged into close range, engaging the demons in a deadly exchange of fire. A relentless barrage of javelins and arrows rained down upon the demonic ranks, inflicting severe casualties. Taken by surprise in the melee, the demons suffered grievously. And what struck deeper terror into their hearts was the sight of the renowned half-orc warriors, famed for their immense strength and prowess in close combat, advancing with almost no injuries, caught off guard by the sudden encounter with the enemy. The demonic forces descended into chaos. Before they could form their preferred defensive formations, they were met with the terrifying battle cry, "Eliminate the green-haired beasts." The half-orc soldiers' shouts surged like a tidal wave, growing louder with each passing moment as the bright blades glinted ominously in the light. The first wave of the surging tide crashed into the demonic ranks, igniting a horrific melee, followed by the second and third waves. Demonic spearmen pierced the foremost half-orc warriors, yet the mortally wounded half-orc let out a ferocious roar, using his body to trap the spear, clinging desperately to it, amidst the despairing cries of the demonic spearmen. The following half-orc soldier shattered his skull with a spiked club, only to be met with a brutal counterattack from the demonic swordsman, leaving the scene awash in carnage and brutality. Weapons glinted in the sunlight, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Fallen soldiers cried out in agony, while injured steed on the 11th day of the 4th month in the year 782 of the Empire's calendar. In the arrow plain of Dia, His Highness the Light King presided over a grand assembly, proclaiming to the world, to vanquish the demon race and liberate the Far East. The Dia province, situated in the heart of the Far East, boasts a commanding elevation that intimidates the surrounding 7 provinces. The loss of Dia posed an existential threat to the dominion of the demon race in the Far East, prompting urgent calls for aid from over a dozen provinces to the southeast. The Eastern Legion divided into 3 battalions, marching simultaneously towards the east, south, and north. The Western Army, under the banner of Mingyu, remained stationed in the city of Corny with an army of 50,000, exerting pressure on the southwestern encampment of the demon forces. On the 3rd day, following the Arrow battle, the Northern Army brought tidings of triumph, without allowing time for recovery. The Zichuan banner swiftly advanced towards the capital of Dia province. At that time, the demon garrison stationed there remained oblivious to the defeat of the Ru-Ti army. The rebel forces, moving with lightning speed, reached the city walls, breaching the gates in a single charge and plunging into fierce urban combat, with the demon defenders. 2 teams of half-orc warriors within the city promptly turned traitor, resulting in the annihilation of 3,000 demon soldiers during the street battles. On the 21st of April, Within the boundaries of Deya province on the sunsetting plains, a somber morning greeted the Eastern Army, personally commanded by Zichuan Xiu, as they encountered the demon coalition from the provinces of Bulaga, Alia, and Dusa, who had come to intercept them. That morning, the sky opened with light rain, followed by thunder and torrential downpours. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and rain, the Light King unexpectedly launched an offensive, committing nearly 60,000 troops to battle against the demon forces in the muddy terrain. The two armies clashed fiercely. Soldiers covered in muck, with the ground becoming indistinguishable from blood or rainwater, each side pressing forward and retreating in a stalemate. By dusk, the Xiu banner finally mobilized 5,000 iron cavalry for a fierce assault, piercing through the enemy lines and decisively shattering the exhausted demon coalition. Governor Gozan of Bulaga perished in battle, while the notorious commander of Episode 11, Emerging Prominence Chapter 1, The Ignorant and the Mob, please come in. Sterling lifted his head from the pile of documents. My lord, Qin Lu peered in from outside the door. Miss Zichuan Ning wishes to see you. Sterling felt a surge of panic. Despite being married, he readily admitted his ignorance of women to him. They were rather troublesome beings. He was acutely aware that Zichuan Ning's visit was no ordinary call. He would prefer to face 20 teams of demon warriors than deal with a weeping, lamenting girl. Propping his chin on his hand, he said to Qin Lu in a measured tone, "Could you possibly tell Miss Ning that I am not available?" "It's too late," Qin Lu replied, his expression unchanging. "I have already informed her that you are present and quite free." You. Sterling was momentarily speechless. Managing a wry smile, the reserve soldiers of 73 divisions were to be activated, with the family set to augment its military strength by nearly 500,000 troops, necessitating the establishment of assembly points and deployments across various strategic locations. In the west, the winds of war were stirring, with the Lu Feng family's crusaders advancing towards the Duoluan Lake front line, the military presence imposing, and the Western Army's 10 divisions facing the imminent threat of encirclement. Urgent dispatches from Commander Ming Wei were arriving like a flurry of snowflakes. During military exercises at the Valen front line, the exercise troops had clashed with the demon forces, resulting in the deaths of 21 soldiers and 3 officers. Ling Buxu had formally submitted a warning to the Zichuan family, the air thick with tension as the specter of the Second Far East War loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, reports from the station troops piled high like a small mountain. The provincial governors, adept in the art of governance, marked each envelope with urgent red lettering: emergency, 100,000 urgent, fire urgent, extremely important, critical. Each report was attended to meticulously, yet most merely contained requests for orders for certain officers, or requests for 100 sets of summer uniforms, and notification of flooding at the garrison, inquiring whether to relocate. Having worked until 3 in the morning, Sterling had risen at 7 to continue his duties, entering the chief's office at 8 for a brief report, attending the Elder Council at 9 to address the disturbances caused by the garrison in the capital, and inspecting the newly formed troops at 10. Unable to rest at noon, he and his subordinates toiled relentlessly, their tongues lolling like dogs. "And now, prepare me a strong cup of tea," Sterling instructed the secretary who entered. Rising to say to Qin Lu, "Let us go greet Miss Ning together. Miss Ning graces us with her esteemed presence. All of us at the Military Affairs Department are honored." Standing at the door with his subordinates, Sterling smiled warmly as he welcomed Zichuan Ning, bowing deeply. Although it was early spring, the air remained quite chilly. Zichuan Ning stood silently at the entrance, draped in a pristine white sheepskin coat and wrapped in a red scarf. A vision of beauty that was breathtaking. Young officers encountering her for the first time were rendered speechless, unable to meet her gaze. She had no attendants by her side, observing Sterling's grand display of formality. She furrowed her brow slightly, then smiled. "Lord Sterling, you are too kind that I merely came for a casual visit. That I hope I am not causing any disturbance?" She glanced towards Qin Lu and the others. "Not at all. Miss Ning's presence is our privilege. We could hardly ask for more." Qin Lu replied with a smile. Sterling maintained a silent smile, and in Zichuan Ning's gaze, he perceived anxiety. Both understood that this visit was far from a mere casual look. Although Zichuan Ning held no official position, she was the primary heir of her family, a status that conferred upon her authority that surpassed any family official. Sterling invited Zichuan Ning into his office, and according to formal protocol, he and the assembly of officers began to report to the family heir on their operations. "May I inquire which aspect of the Military Affairs Department you wish to understand?" Miss? Sterling asked. Zichuan Ning regarded him with a seemingly inscrutable glance, her eyes laden with significance, before smiling. Let us talk about anything. Sterling recognized the implication behind her expression. Sterling, how dare you play the fool with me? Thus, he forced a sheepish grin and instructed Qin Lu. Old Lu, why don't you brief Miss Ning on the situation at the western border? That area is of considerable importance. Understood, Miss Ning. It is well known that the greatest threat to our family in the West comes from the Lei Hong family. They are our sworn enemies. The Lei Hong family's military is divided into 3 branches: the National Defense Forces, the Crusaders, and the Far Beijing Garrison. To speak of the Lei Hong family is to speak of Lei Hong Xuan. Within the Lei Hong family, she is undoubtedly a foremost general and influential minister. Yet, what many fail to recognize is that, despite being conferred the honorary title of lifetime guardian of the nation by Lei Hong Shishan, her actual position is that of the commander of the Shibing military district, overseeing an area of less than 3,000 square miles, which is comparable to a provincial governor of my Zichuan family. Nonetheless, the Shibing military district is situated in the triangular area bordering the Lei Hong family and my Zichuan and Lin families, making it a coveted battleground. The Lei Hong family has stationed heavy troops there to maintain a stronghold. In the defensive regions surrounding the Shibing military district, they have deployed the main forces of the Crusaders and 130 regiments from the National Defense Forces. Furthermore, since Lei Hong Xuan's fall from grace in Far Beijing and her relocation to the Shibing area, she has garnered substantial support from Lei Hong Lu, committing herself to the enhancement of the Lei Hong military strength, and has independently established a new military formation, the Fengshuan Corps, outside the 3 major systems. The troops under her command comprise the Lei Hong family's most formidable combat forces, effectively making her the de facto Grand Marshal of the Lei Hong family. Currently, she and her forces pose the gravest threat to my Zichuan family's security, and numerous recent indicators suggest she harbors intense ambitions against us. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lu elaborated from the current situation to future prospects, proclaiming, "My valiant family's army shall undoubtedly triumph over the shameless scum bearing the Lei Hong name," and continued in a fervent, unending stream. Sterling observed in silence. On the surface, Zichuan Ning appeared to listen intently, leaning slightly forward, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Oh, is that so? Yes, indeed. Yet, her wandering gaze betrayed her inner turmoil and distraction, as her pale fingers clutched the hem of her garment tightly. Sterling sighed inwardly. What is the point? The report dragged on interminably, with several senior military officers subsequently providing updates on readiness across various regions, lasting over 2 hours. As noon approached, Sterling smiled and concluded the briefing. Well, everyone has spoken well. Miss Ning, is there anything else you would like to inquire about? Zichuan Ning, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, Lord Sterling, there is one matter I wish to inquire about. Sterling replied calmly, of course. The officers beside them discreetly rose and exited the office, the last footsteps fading away as he regarded her, but she appeared restless. Her gaze flitting about, Sterling cleared his throat softly. Brother Xing, Zichuan Ning finally resolved to address the matter directly. Where is Brother Xiu? Sterling hesitated but ultimately replied, in the Far East. He has been there for the past few years. Zichuan Ning recoiled slightly. Could it be that he truly? The situation is not as you perceive. Sterling stood and approached the window, where the garden outside was adorned with tender green leaves. Turning back, he met Zichuan Ning's gaze. Speaking slowly, no one can rival Xiu's loyalty to our family. He is a man of true fidelity. Zichuan Ning stared at him, dazed. The story begins with the siege of Pai in 97. Sterling recounted Zichuan Xiu's arduous 2-year journey. He bore humiliation and disguised himself as a traitor to the demon forces, recounting his extraordinary bravery as he executed Lei Hong in their midst, inflicting significant casualties on the demon leaders, allowing the nation to punish the traitors and redeem its honor, while the demon forces suffered a crushing blow. Through immense wisdom and valor, he endured harrowing trials and ultimately escaped the demon's clutches. Yet, the malevolent enemy, unwilling to concede defeat, fabricated shameful lies to tarnish his name, forcing him into exile in the Far East. Despite these dire circumstances, Zichuan Xiu never relinquished his loyalty and steadfastness to the family, enduring hardship in the Far East, secretly training troops, and diligently amassing strength, until he finally seized the opportune moment to instigate the great uprising in the Far East. Delivering a heavy blow to the demon forces, quietly safeguarding the Zichuan family's eastern front. Upon his return from the Far East, he fortuitously encountered the mysterious assassin targeting Zichuan Ning, single-handedly eliminating all of the adversary's elite, ensuring Zichuan Ning's safety while sustaining grave injuries himself. Zichuan Ning listened quietly, her posture straight, remaining utterly still. Though aware that Zichuan Xiu would ultimately be safe, the recounting of his perilous experiences elicited an involuntary tension upon her visage. Upon learning that Zichuan Xiu had sustained grave injuries that night while striving to save himself, she lowered her head and averted her gaze to prevent Sterling from witnessing the shimmering emotions in her eyes. Sterling comprehended her feelings at that moment. Her beloved was not only not a traitor, but indeed a remarkable hero, which rendered her own actions all the more intolerable. A person far removed from family and friends, severing all communication, enduring humiliation and disgrace, silently fighting. Without the aid of a single soldier from his family, through sheer personal endeavor, he has reclaimed the majority of the territories in the Far East. An unprecedented feat in history, such accomplishments are worthy of illuminating the heavens and shining through the ages. It can be said that Xiu has fully lived up to Lord Yuanxing's cultivation of him, to Lord Guangxing's expectations, and also to Sterling pondered and glanced at Zichuan Ning. The hopes you once held for him, Miss Ning. Zichuan Ning had been suppressing her emotions, reminding herself to remain calm. Yet, listening to Sterling's tranquil and powerful exposition, tears unexpectedly spilled from her eyes. Unable to endure any longer, she rose and paced anxiously around the room, as if burning with fever. A flush appeared on her pale face, her chest heaved, and her breathing quickened, as though she were bearing immense pain. Unable to confront Sterling's solemn expression, and with her legs no longer able to support her, she leaned against the wall, standing there for an extended period. Sterling sighed softly, opening the window to let in a rush of fresh air imbued with the essence of spring. A brief, gentle rain had fallen before dawn, washing the soil in the garden and leaving traces of flowing water everywhere. In the garden, numerous new buds were eagerly blossoming on the withered branches, glistening like bubbles in the sunlight after the rain, teeming with vibrant life. He heard the faint sound of weeping behind him, but chose to deliberately ignore it. After a few minutes, the sobbing subsided, and Sterling turned to Zichuan Ning, compassionately offering a handkerchief. Zichuan Ning did not turn around but softly said, "Thank you," as she accepted the handkerchief. When she finally turned her head, she had regained control. Aside from her slightly moist and reddened eyes, she appeared entirely composed. With a bittersweet smile directed at Sterling, she said, "Brother Sterling, thank you for sharing this with me." "You're welcome. It is something you ought to know." "Miss Ning, you," as if fearing something, Zichuan Ning hurriedly interjected, "I understand, Brother Sterling, you were quite busy, and I have already taken up too much of your time. I am truly sorry. I shall take my leave now. Please send my regards to Sister Ching." Sterling nodded silently, watching Zichuan Ning walk towards the door when he suddenly called out, "Miss Ning, please hold on a moment." Zichuan Ning's figure froze, and she turned back in surprise. Sterling waved his hand somewhat regretfully, unsure of what to say. For the sake of Zichuan Xiu, and Zichuan Ning as well, he knew he could not allow her to leave so easily. He always wished to do something for his beloved younger brother to mend this relationship. "Miss Ning, given my position, perhaps I should not say this, but there are certain matters that you should truly contemplate." He furrowed his brow, struggling to find an appropriate way to express his true intentions without harming Zichuan Ning's pride. At that moment, Zichuan Ning, surprisingly perceptive, smiled. "Brother Sterling, are you trying to suggest that there is still hope for me and Xiu to be together?" Zichuan Ning pierced through the veil, and Sterling felt a wave of relief. "Precisely. Ning, you are the future leader of the family, my lord, and as a vassal of the Zichuan family, there are things I should not say. However, having watched you and Xiu grow up, and with your kindness and always calling me brother, today, allow me to overstep my bounds as a subordinate." Zichuan Ning gently replied, "Brother Sterling, I have always genuinely regarded you as my elder brother since childhood. I can probably guess what you wish to say. You want to persuade me to return and reconcile with Brother Xiu, correct?" "Exactly. The day before yesterday morning, I already had a discussion with His Excellency Ma Wei of the Elder Council." Zichuan Ning hesitated to continue. Sterling eagerly pressed, "What was the outcome?" She smiled, enchanting as a rain-kissed begonia. "From now on, we shall all remain good friends." It took Sterling a full half-minute to grasp the meaning of her words. He could not help but reflect. Young girls in their prime can intuitively possess eloquence comparable to that of diplomats. A seemingly heartless breakup can be articulated so beautifully. Let us be lifelong good friends. It left the man at a loss for words. Forced to feign a demeanor of grace, declaring, I am fine, really, I do not mind at all, while ultimately wishing her eternal happiness with heartfelt sincerity. In an instant, he felt his empathy aligning with that of the heartbroken elder statesman. He cheerfully remarked, that is splendid, Miss Ning, as long as you, Brother Sterling, you do not understand. Zichuan Ning softly yet resolutely interrupted him. The crux of the matter lies not here. I am unworthy of a Xiu. Sterling stared at her in astonishment. She smiled, a bittersweet yet resolute smile. Truly, I am unworthy of him. He is so noble, so brave. For the sake of the nation, for humanity, he has fought valiantly, defending our homeland, before the country and before the heavens. He has no regrets. And what of me? During those perilous nights when he risked his life to protect my Zichuan family, during those harrowing days when he faced the relentless pursuit of the demon race, when he charged into battle, braving the demon's swords and arrows, I could not even offer a prayer for him, and I even doubted whether he truly surrendered to the demons. Sterling consoled her. This is not your fault. Mississippi, almost everyone thought the same at that time. But I am not just anyone. I am his. I should be the one who understands him best. Even if the whole world doubts him, I should have believed in him steadfastly. Moreover, Brother Sterling, you and His Excellency the Inspector General, Emperor Lin, you have always believed in a Xiu. Have you not? I should believe in him even more, believe that he will not perish, believe in his loyalty, believe in his promises to me. Zichuan Ning's voice gradually fell, yet I failed to do so. Love is a test for both parties, and I could not withstand this test. Indeed, my Zichuan family owes a Xiu a debt, but my betrayal surpasses that of anyone else. Since childhood, I have owed him far too much. Countless times, he risked his life for me, yet all I could return to him were sorrow and pain that I am not a person worthy of his love. Without me, he would be far happier. People often speak of a broken mirror being mended, but a shattered mirror retains its cracks, and it can never truly return to its original form. Sterling gazed at her, recalling a Xiu's sorrowful silhouette during their farewell. He understood Zichuan Ning's feelings at this moment. A deep sense of guilt rendered her unable to face him openly, while Zichuan Xiu's pride and dignity made it impossible for him to turn back. Misunderstandings had dissipated, yet barriers still existed. The two individuals, yearning for each other, remained apart. Matters of the heart are indeed complex. Both harbored much they wished to express, but were at a loss on how to begin. Finally, she gracefully stood up. Brother Sterling, thank you. I believe I have taken up too much of your time already, and it is time for me to leave. Ning, Sterling called out to her for the second time. Please sit a moment longer. I have something to say. Sterling rose, leaning forward to meet Zichuan Ning's gaze directly. Miss Ning, from my 20-plus years of life experience, I do not believe there is anything in this world that cannot be salvaged. Even if there is, even in the face of dire circumstances, as long as we draw breath, we must exert our utmost effort. I understand your feelings at this moment. Your relationship with a Xiu has encountered obstacles, and misunderstandings exist between you. However, no matter the situation, you must never relinquish hope or succumb to despair. Treat it as if everything has returned to a blank slate, and starting anew. What of it? As long as we strive earnestly and invest our hearts, things are not beyond redemption. Sterling's tone was resolute and powerful, exuding unwavering confidence. Zichuan Ning felt a stirring within her. She understood why Sterling had risen to prominence as a distinguished general. He did not usually act flamboyantly or seek the spotlight. Yet in the most challenging and trying environments, he consistently exhibited the true demeanor of a man. His steadfast confidence radiated like sunlight, enveloping those around him, providing them with support and becoming a pillar of strength. Ning, he is currently in trouble and needs your help. Are you willing? I am willing, even if it means charging through fire and water. Zichuan Ning replied immediately, then hesitated slightly. One day in the future, when at that time, I will naturally clear a Xiu's name and restore his reputation. But for now, I hold no position or power. How can I assist a Xiu? Firstly, regarding everything about a Xiu, you must not disclose it to the outside world yet. His reputation has yet to be restored, and if it gets leaked, it would cause trouble for the Inspector General, a Xiu himself, and for me as well. I solemnly swear that I shall not disclose the contents of today's conversation until I have obtained the consent of His Excellency Sterling. Should I break this vow, may I be met with 1,000 knives. All right, all right. Miss Ning, there is no need to make such a grave oath. A simple promise will suffice. Sterling interrupted with a smile, saying, to have the future commander swear such a guarantee to me, I am not so bold. Brother Sterling. Zichuan Ning pouted playfully, stamping her foot in protest, her girlish demeanor leaving Sterling momentarily entranced. He briefly described Zichuan Xiu's predicament, despite his repeated victories in the Far East. The frailty of his logistical support hindered any further expansion of his achievements. He and Di Lin had exhausted all means to secretly procure supplies for him, yet there remained certain obstacles and hindrances. I can manage the affairs of the Military Affairs Office, and the oversight of the Inspection Bureau can be resolved by His Excellency Di Lin. Among the senior officials of the family, our only concern is with Chief of Staff Gashan. She oversees the logistics and administrative departments, comprehensively coordinating the supplies and financial expenditures of the family army. She is the head of the family's civil administration. She is astute and shrewd. Last time, she detected irregularities in the fluctuations of material prices across various provinces, ultimately leading to the enactment of the Prohibition of Strategic Material Circulation Act, which put Zixiu in a difficult position. Maintaining such subterfuge over the long term to supply Zixiu with various materials and provisions on a large scale will likely prove challenging to conceal from her. The pressing issue is that Lady Gashan is under the command of President Luo Minghai, and within her logistics system, we lack an influential figure to assist us in restraining and monitoring her. At this point, Sterling narrowed his eyes, deliberately pausing mid-sentence. After a moment of contemplation, Zichuan Ning grasped his intent. Brother Sterling. Do you mean? I mean nothing at all. Sterling replied with a twinkling smile, his demeanor both kind and amiable. He casually mentioned, as far as I know, it is traditional for the heir to the commander to work in specific departments of the command office for a period before formally assuming the position, honing their skills and familiarizing themselves with the operations and environment in preparation for their future role. Miss Ning, you are already 20 this year, aren't you? It is time you began your preparations. He rose and shook hands with Zichuan Ning. Escorting her to the door, the carriage was delayed for some time before Zichuan Ning fully comprehended Sterling's intentions. Despite her feelings of melancholy, she couldn't help but chuckle. The three prodigies of the Zichuan family indeed lived up to their reputation. None were easy to deal with. Even the most straightforward and principled Sterling, when the situation called for it, could be quite cunning if he chose to be. Very well. The thought of being able to assist Zichuan Xiu in his endeavors brought a slight consolation to Zichuan Ning. She pondered Sterling's words. What if we treat everything as a blank slate and begin anew? There is nothing in this world that cannot be redeemed. There are those who do not make promises lightly, but once they do, they often exceed expectations. Sterling was undoubtedly one of those individuals. Hope rekindled in Zichuan Ning's heart as she silently mused. Zixiu has achieved so much in the Far East. I cannot simply wait. Allow me to witness the remarkable prowess of Lady Gashan, the so-called eternal ice of the command office. Standing at the door, she watched as the carriage gradually receded into the distance, a knowing smile playing upon Sterling's lips. Upon returning to his office, he began to pen a letter, meticulously recounting the events of the day, which would be sent through covert channels to Zichuan Xiu in the Far East. In the letter, he detailed Zichuan Ning's demeanor and actions. Zixiu was an astute individual. He would surely understand Sterling's intentions. As he wrote, Sterling reflected, being a matchmaker is indeed a thankless role. Am I being somewhat foolish? Yet, he persisted. Having endured a hopeless love, he deeply understood the pain of loss, the countless nights spent wandering in dreams only to awaken to tears in the corners of his eyes, the one he longed for far away. May all lovers find their way to each other. If possible, he wished for Zichuan Xiu and Zichuan Ning to have a conclusion better than their own. Let this be my small contribution to them. May they realize that what is truly worthy of their cherishment in life is not wealth beyond measure, nor the trappings of power and glory. He set down his pen and opened the window to gaze upon the boundless azure sky. Standing in contemplation at the eastern horizon, Sterling remained for a long while, his eyes already moist. I wish you happiness, Cadden. In June of the year 782 of the Empire, an unprecedented heatwave besieged the entirety of the West River continent. In the normally temperate capital city, temperatures soared beyond 36 degrees Celsius. Yet, More severe than the oppressive weather was the dire state of affairs among the populace, with the fall of the Far East. Millions of refugees flooded into the family's homeland. This group, stripped of their land and resources, found themselves destitute, sleeping on the streets, forming vast refugee camps and slums around each city, with beggars aplenty. Ragged men wandering the streets, their stomachs grumbling, posing a significant threat to the safety of both city and countryside. The incidence of criminal activities surged, and the police struggled to cope. The family's military forces had suffered defeats in both the Far East and the Western Front. Yet their economic strength, a vast agricultural and industrial base, remained unscathed, their productive capacity intact. In this rare year of bountiful harvest in 782, farmers teetered on the brink of starvation due to plummeting agricultural prices, an immense irony, while mature grains rotted in the fields. Unemployed residents starved. With the loss of the substantial Far Eastern market and resource base, thousands of factories and workshops shuttered, unable to withstand the soaring costs of raw materials and maintain sales channels, leaving countless workers jobless and forced to sleep on the streets, while prices skyrocketed and low-level government officials, unable to endure their meager salaries, openly demanded bribes. Even the military, once a pillar of society, was not spared. Due to extensive military expansion and economic downturn, many young individuals, particularly those from the families of small landowners and merchants, chose to pursue careers as officers. These officers gained a deeper understanding of the dire societal conditions from the soldiers, who, upon receiving letters from home, would weep bitterly. The entire family teetered on the edge of hunger due to their son's absence. Simultaneously, the officers witnessed their superiors, those from well-to-do families, living lives of excess and luxury. Faced with these realities, the military grew restless and loyalty waned. People lost faith, hope, and direction in life. As a pervasive sense of despair and moral decay enveloped their hearts, they were uncertain of what to believe in, what to uphold, or even what to despise. Amidst the accusations of incompetence and corruption, the Council of Elders issued impeachment threats every Tuesday and Thursday. Although the command office was incapable of finding solutions, it excelled at scapegoating. The family command office proclaimed, "It is all the fault of the demon race. They have usurped our 23 provinces in the Far East, rendering our farmers unable to sell their products. It is the demon race that has seized our iron, coal, and minerals." Sterling was compelled to borrow a detachment of gendarmes from the Imperial Guard to secure the entrance. When they returned, their bodies were battered and marked with numerous stains. On June 11, during a procession, a violent clash erupted between the marching crowd and the police officers maintaining order, resulting in the deaths of 14 individuals and injuries to over 100. On the same day, 4 reserve officers, concealing folded bayonets in their pockets, stormed the logistics department, intent on assassinating Chief of Staff Gishuan, who opposed the expansion of military conscription and further increases to the already exorbitant military budget. In their panic, one of the officers inadvertently revealed his blade. Catching the attention of the guard on duty, he ordered them to halt. Fearing their plot had been exposed, the 4 officers drew their weapons and attacked the guard, stabbing him to death before being subdued by reinforcements. They were swiftly apprehended. This exceedingly brutal and lawless assault on a police officer, coupled with murder, captured the public's immense interest. During the public trial, the assailants expressed their apologies to the widow of the slain officer, then brazenly declared, "The state of the nation is alarming. The populace is suffering greatly, national defense is feeble, and corruption among officials is rampant." They bore no personal grudge against Gishuan or the fallen officer. Their aim was to awaken the slumbering motherland and sound the alarm, seeking to eliminate all obstacles that hinder the nation's strength. Gishuan disdainfully uttered 2 words, "Fools." The audience erupted in applause, standing in a unified show of support that resonated for an extended period. In the eyes of the public, these men were martyrs, champions of the people's interests. Sympathy for the perpetrators reached such heights that tens of thousands spontaneously signed petitions for their clemency, with some even sending letters written in blood. Under the intervention of the Senate, the 4 officers, who should have faced execution for treason, were instead sentenced to life imprisonment, with the expectation that they would soon be released from prison. The age-old adage prevailed: any act of violence, if purportedly for the honor of the nation, should warrant a pardon. The military's descent into such lawless behavior prompted Chief of the Military Administration, Sterling, to formally apologize to Chief of Staff Gishuan, assuring her that he would strive to restrain the military and prevent any recurrence of similar incidents. She brusquely interrupted him, stating, "What you need to do now is not apologize." Kashan, her expression impassive, warned, "The unfolding situation is beyond our control. The next target may very well be you. You should station some reliable troops nearby. Be cautious, Sterling. You are the last vestige of reason within the military. If you perish, we shall no longer be able to restrain their blind actions." Sterling was taken aback that on June 23, 782, the weather was splendid. At 2 in the afternoon, the temperature soared to 33 degrees. The sun blazing down, turning the streets into a glaring white expanse. Even the hysterical radicals shouting slogans found the heat unbearable, resulting in an unusual calm on the streets of the capital. People languidly sought refuge in the shade, fanning themselves with palm fronds. The vibrant signs outside the beer hall shimmered under the scorching sun, and elegantly dressed women strolled through the shaded avenues. Drawing a chorus of whistles from the young men lounging in the cool, leaning against the window of his carriage, Sterling was lost in thought, observing the flirtations of handsome men and beautiful women amid the revelry, which momentarily lightened his mood. However, as he approached an intersection, his spirits were slightly dampened by the arrival of 2 carriages, one of which sped past, the driver shouting, "Make way! Make way!" The whip cracked loudly, causing pedestrians and street vendors to hastily evade, shattering the serene atmosphere of the street. Sterling furrowed his brow and remarked to his companion, "Qin Lu, whose carriage is that? With so many people on the street. How can they drive so recklessly? Why isn't the Ministry of Justice intervening? Look into it." Qin Lu leaned out to observe, then replied, "My lord, that is the inspection office's personnel. We cannot interfere." "Oh," Sterling replied, slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed the blue flag adorned with a golden sword and shield, signifying the presence of high-ranking officials from the inspection office. He stated blandly, "Understood," yet felt a profound discomfort. In the incident involving Zichuan Xiu on February 15, the inspection office, led by the Imperial Guard, had achieved significant success, leading to an inflated sense of bravado among the inspectors. Sterling had always believed that due to the military's unique duty of safeguarding the nation, it represented the largest and most potent force within the state. If left unchecked, it could evolve into a violent entity that transcended societal structures, with high-ranking officers degenerating into a military aristocracy, above the law and government. Thus, establishing oversight in military law was imperative for the military. However, it was equally crucial to avoid swinging from one extreme to another. When the oversight system became so aberrant, it certainly deviated from the original intent of the state. He resolved to have a serious discussion with the emperor to urge him to rein in his subordinates. His elder brother had recently dealt a decisive blow to Luo Minghai, and in the throes of triumph, he had somewhat lost his composure. As the 2 carriages made a right turn at the intersection, they moved along the broad Huangdu Avenue, proceeding in the same direction as Sterling's carriage. Sterling pondered whether this carriage might also be headed to the chief's residence when a sudden upheaval ensued. From the crowd on the sidewalk, a burly man suddenly emerged, wielding a long iron rod. Before Sterling could react, the man lunged towards the carriage bearing the inspection office's flag, bellowing as he thrust the iron rod into the rapidly spinning right wheel. A tremendous crashing sound echoed, followed by the shrill, glass-like screech of metal scraping against metal, and the crisp sound of shattering iron as the right wheel became irretrievably lodged, with a deafening bang. Amidst a cloud of debris, the right wheel was sent flying, and the side of the carriage tilted dangerously towards the ground, sparking as it scraped along the road. Yet the horses continued to pull forward desperately. The carriage did not cease its advance, emitting a grating sound as it ground against the stone road. With another thunderous crash, the carriage collided with the steps of a flower bed, tipping over completely. "Oh no!" A cry of alarm escaped the driver, who had been thrown from his seat, landing heavily on the pavement, unable to rise, his fate uncertain. From the crowd of onlookers, several armed men and women surged forward, rushing towards the overturned carriage. At the forefront was a young woman, brandishing a single-edged sword and clad in a light yellow coat, her voice piercing as she screamed, "Ya! Ya! Ya!" Behind her, 4 men with broadswords silently charged ahead. The burly man who had first obstructed the wheel now drew an axe from beneath his coat, swiftly bringing it down upon the struggling driver. The abruptness of the scene left the bystanders wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. A woman's voice shrieked, shattering the stunned silence. "Murder!" In an instant, The astonished crowd erupted into a cacophony of gasps. Scattering in panic, the young woman surged ahead with incredible speed, reaching the overturned carriage in the blink of an eye, yet found herself at an impasse. The vehicle had completely capsized, with the door trapped beneath. She circled the carriage frantically, wildly slashing at the walls with her sword, creating fissures that exposed the dark iron plating within. "Step aside. Let me do it," the burly man urged. Dropping his axe, he crouched down, gripping one side of the carriage, exerting all his strength as he shouted, "Yah!" The carriage shifted slightly, gradually righting itself and revealing one side of the door. The assailants beamed with joy as their leader shouted, "Death to the Emperor!" Eager to enter through the partially opened door, Sterling's heart raced. Was this the Emperor's carriage? Only then did he realize, and he shouted, "Stop the carriage!" The driver yanked the reins, bringing the carriage to a slow halt. Sterling leaped from his carriage. But the distance was too great. He could not make it in time that a sharp twang of a bowstring resonated through the air, and one of the male assailants, wielding a single-edged sword, let out a pained wail, clutching his back where an arrow had struck. Sterling observed clearly as the second carriage, unable to halt in time due to inertia, careened forward several dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. The arrow had been loosed from its window. With a bang, the carriage door swung open, and several gendarmes leapt out, the leading officer bellowing, "Bold miscreants! Are you rebelling?" The assailants momentarily stunned. Two turned to confront the gendarmes, while the others continued their assault on the overturned carriage. The burly man, having cleaved through the remnants of the door, shouted, "Emperor, there's nowhere for you to run." Just as the words left his lips, a blade glimmered ominously from the doorway, piercing his right eye. He cried out in agony, collapsing backward. The remaining assailants, horrified by the display of strength, instinctively retreated several steps, without any forewarning. The tall figure of the Emperor appeared in the doorway, exuding elegance, his sword glinting ominously in his hand, his gentle eyes now filled with a murderous intent. Apart from his slightly disheveled attire, he was unscathed. In that moment, Sterling felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he understood the fate that awaited the assailants. The gendarmes, with great urgency, dragged the half-beaten assassins by their feet onto the cart, leaving behind a trail of ominous crimson blood in their wake. As the cart carried the captives towards the inspection office, Dylan turned to Sterling and said, "If you are heading to the Grand Chancellor's residence, we shall travel together. Please take me along." Sterling nodded, "No problem." He then turned to discuss with Qin Lu, who offered up his place in the carriage and sat outside with the driver. Once inside, Dylan comfortably stretched his body and spread his feet wide, exclaiming, "Your carriage is quite spacious and very comfortable. I must order one just like it someday. How much would that cost?" Sterling smiled quietly, offering no reply. "The weather this year is rather peculiar. June has been oppressively hot, and I fear the harvest will suffer. By the way, Sterling, Xiujia is quite concerned about her sister-in-law Li Qing, saying she hasn't seen her in ages and misses her dearly." "Ah, what a coincidence. Qing mentioned it too. She wants to visit you and learn some culinary skills from her sister-in-law." "Heh." Xiujia also remarked on Qing's knitting skills, saying she wishes to learn. "How trivial. Women, always preoccupied with such matters, I find it puzzling. How can they not tire of the same trivialities day in and day out? Especially sister-in-law, such an exceptional person, yet she behaves like any ordinary woman, fixating on knitting and cooking. What a shame. Sterling, you must speak to her." Dylan spoke animatedly, not a word about the recent attack escaping his lips. His demeanor remained calm and collected, appearing hardly like someone who had just survived an assassination attempt, aside from his slightly disheveled clothing. Who were those people just now? Sterling could no longer contain his curiosity and suddenly asked. Dylan raised an eyebrow in surprise, prompting Sterling to clarify. "I mean the group of assassins. Who knows, a small band of ambitious rebels, perhaps mercenaries dispatched by some treacherous authority, like Luo Minghai, harboring enmity towards me. Or the unyielding remnants of Yang Minghua's faction, or the machinations of family enemies. Who can say?" Dylan chuckled. Sterling shook his head slightly. "From their method of operation, they do not resemble trained assassins. Professional killers prioritize stealth, achieving success with minimal cost, demanding swiftness and efficiency. They retreat immediately upon failure. This group, however, brazenly attacked in broad daylight, displaying excessive flamboyance and fervor." Dylan chuckled. "Perhaps you're right." He then shifted the topic to the current fashion and music trends in the imperial capital, unlike Sterling, who was oblivious to the world outside due to his workaholic tendencies. Dylan was a keen follower of contemporary trends, particularly in music and literature. However, Sterling could not absorb a word. His mind was consumed by the harrowing scene that had just unfolded, pools of vivid red blood. The cacophony of military boots, the clamor of voices, and the heart-wrenching cries of the wounded female assassin. Down with Dylan. What a ruckus! Several burly gendarmes forcibly restrained her, one gripping her hair tightly, shoving her head into a filthy roadside gutter, pressing down mercilessly. Each time she struggled to emerge from the water, she expended every ounce of her strength to hoarsely and indistinctly shout, "Down with Dylan! As long as Dylan lives, the Zichuan family shall not know peace." Bystanders and Sterling alike were moved by her defiance. This disregard for success or failure, for life or death, was a fervor not achievable by mere professional assassins. It resembled that of a zealot driven by a profound conviction, gazing at Dylan's cheerful demeanor. A sudden intuition struck Sterling, revealing the true emotions concealed beneath his animated expression. A fleeting glimpse of despair and weariness hidden deep in his eyes. A voice within Sterling whispered, "This is the price of the path to power." Behind the fleeting glory, he likely had not known a single night of peaceful sleep. What sacrifices had he made on this path of power? He recalled a withered bouquet of forget-me-nots he had long cherished at home. And a pang of pain shot through his heart. The carriage came to a sudden halt, and Qian Lu knocked on the door from the outside. "Honorable Inspector, Lord Sterling, we have arrived at the Grand Chancellor's residence." In the 11th chapter, Emerging Prominence, the second chapter unfolds as Sterling and Dylan enter the conference room. Already bustling with the weighty figures of the family, Zichuan Xiu sat at the head of the table, casting a puzzled glance at Sterling. How could the famously punctual Sterling be late? Sterling offered an apologetic smile to the assembled. "My apologies, there was an unexpected incident on the way." He took a seat and surveyed the room. At the forefront was Grand Chancellor Zichuan Xiu, accompanied by Commander Luo Minghai, Guard Commander Pigu, Chief of Staff Gashan, and even Ming Hui, who had been stationed at the western border, along with Deputy Commander Lin Bing from the defense of Wayland Fortress. Among other prominent figures from the border regions, among them, Sterling also spotted a familiar yet not entirely novel face. Zichuan Ningxing, seated beside Grand Chancellor Zichuan Xiu, sitting upright. Zichuan Xiu nodded in understanding. "Everyone is present. We can commence now that I have urgently gathered you all to discuss a matter. Ming Hui, please share with everyone." Commander Ming Hui of the Western Border Defense Army cleared his throat. "Your Highness the Grand Chancellor. Esteemed lords, our border defense forces have recently received crucial intelligence. The head of the Lei Hong family, Lei Hong Xishan, is nearing death." A subtle stir rippled through the conference room, as Deputy Chief of Staff Gashan muttered, "What nonsense." Had it not been for the speaker being the powerful military figure Ming Hui, the assembly would have erupted in disbelief. Was this truly news? Even the street urchins of the imperial capital were aware that the so-called Lei Hong fox, the current head of the Lei Hong family, had fallen ill since suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Zichuan Xiu 9 years prior. What remarkable intelligence! Deputy Commander Lin Bing of the Far East exclaimed, a faint smile gracing his face. Leaving others uncertain of his true intent, Ming Hui's face reddened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. "I understand your sentiments. Since the year 77, nearly a decade has passed, and we've often heard reports of Lei Hong Xishan's impending demise. But this time it is different. The source of the information is exceptionally reliable. Lei Hong Xishan's personal physician has defected to our side." Deputy Chief of Staff Gashan skeptically inquired, "Why would he do that?" "Lei Hong Xishan is doomed, and the infighting within the Lei Hong family is intense. Lei Hong Bo has publicly threatened, should anything happen to my father, the entire medical team shall be sacrificed." Meanwhile, Lei Hong Qing and Lei Hong Ming, what they truly think is anyone's guess. But outwardly, they will likely feign righteous indignation, possibly eliminating some incompetent doctors to display their filial piety. The physician fears he may become a casualty in the political turmoil following Lei Hong Xishan's death. Gashan nodded slightly and asked, "How long?" "Even with the best medications, techniques, and appropriate care, his lifespan cannot exceed 5 months. These are his exact words. Ming Hui's tone was quite assured. Commander Ming Hui's information seems credible. In the ensuing silence, Dylan slowly interjected, "Unlike his sources, I have a network of spies within the Lei Hong family numbering in the hundreds, who regularly report to me. According to Lei Hong Shuang's orders, the buffer zone between Xibing Province and Yuanjing. The Gadan military district has begun fortifying its defenses, prohibiting any armed forces from passing through. With 60 regiments being redeployed from the Eastern Front to serve as a combat force, casting a wary eye on Yuanjing, Lu Fengqing has mobilized 200,000 soldiers to construct fortifications on his territory. Lu Fengming, defying orders, has commanded his 20,000 guards to openly station themselves at his residence in Yuanjing. The Yuanjing General Staff has issued a curfew for a month without revealing who the enemy is. If Lu Fengshan were still alive, none of this would be possible. This proves his condition has deteriorated to a point where he can no longer control the situation. The room fell silent, the sound of breathing audible as those present absorbed this fact. The head of the Lu Feng family, Lu Fengshan, was on the verge of death. This man was an archenemy of the Zichuan family, responsible for immense suffering. Yet upon hearing of his impending demise, Sterling could not help but feel an inexplicable melancholy with the passing of Guangxing. Yet another significant figure from the brightest stars of a bygone era was about to vanish. He felt as though he were witnessing history unfold. Gashan asked, "Do we know who will succeed him?" "It is still too early to say." Dylan shook his head. "At present, the situation within the Lu Feng family is too chaotic. The three princes have their own supporters within the military, their powers evenly matched. Whoever gains the upper hand will immediately be suppressed by the other two. And then the victor will turn on his allies, beginning a new round of strife. Moreover, Lu Fengshan has not designated a successor. At this point, the designation of a successor by a dying old man is essentially meaningless." Lin Bing incisively identified the crux of the issue. The fate of the Lu Feng family rests solely in the hands of one person, Lu Fengshuang. Regardless of which heir she supports, he can instantly overpower the other two with absolute dominance, becoming the new sovereign of the Lu Feng clan. Di Lin expressed his concurrence, adding, "Yet, Lu Fengshuang has yet to declare her stance," Gushan coldly remarked. "In such extraordinary times, Lu Fengshuang's ambiguous position. Could it be that she harbors ambitions for the supreme throne?" The individuals in the room exchanged glances, and Zichuan Xiu slowly interjected. "She commands nearly 40% of the elite military forces of the Lu Feng family. It's not beyond the realm of possibility." However, regardless of the circumstances, the current turmoil within the Lu Feng family has reached a point where this power transition can never occur peacefully. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the profound insight of the esteemed prince. Zichuan Xiu continued, "If we can optimistically speculate that the Lu Feng family is on the brink of significant chaos or civil war," Di Lin interjected, "a civil war within the Lu Feng family is inevitable. The question is not whether there will be fighting, but rather when it will commence. Then how shall our family respond?" With a glimmer of earnest anticipation in his gaze, Zichuan Xiu turned to the assembly. "Should we seize this rare opportunity to utterly dismantle the Lu Feng family and realize our ambition of unifying the realm? Sterling, what are your thoughts?" Sterling offered a forced smile, opting for the most tactful phrasing possible. To annihilate the Lu Feng family is an exceptionally colossal strategic objective, necessitating a meticulously crafted plan executed in stages, requiring extensive calculations, scheming, and preparation. While military confrontation is the ultimate recourse, the family's readiness in terms of economy, organization, mobilization, logistics, and finance is imperative before our forces reach the battlefield. You need not worry about those aspects." Zichuan Xiu asserted with grandiosity, "I simply ask you, as the preeminent general of our family, do you possess the confidence to defeat Lu Fengshuang?" Ming Hui, Lin Bing, and the other commanding officers furrowed their brows, while Di Lin cast a sympathetic glance towards Sterling. This was the lament of an outsider leading the adept. Sterling pondered for a moment. He was reluctant to dampen Zichuan Xiu's spirits, yet as the military's comprehensive representative, it was his duty to convey the unvarnished truth, even if such realities might be disheartening. That would depend on the specific circumstances at the time. Your Highness, the IT hinges on the extent of damage inflicted upon the Lu Feng forces during the Civil War, their morale and armament levels, as well as the state of our family's military recovery. Sterling noticed the furrow in Zichuan Xiu's brow deepen. Yet he chose to disregard it and continued. "Your Highness, I regret to say that no one can guarantee victory in battle, unless they are a charlatan on the battlefield. A general's task is to gather the most comprehensive and accurate intelligence possible, to select strategies based on that intelligence, to command the troops' movements, and to issue various operational orders. Nothing more than an exceptional general may execute these tasks competently, but cannot assure victory with absolute certainty. The battlefield is a realm of unpredictable dynamics, and no one can fully grasp it. Should an unforeseen storm arise during a cavalry charge, or a flash flood collapse a crucial bridge preventing reinforcements from arriving in time, or if an errant arrow were to strike a key figure in either the enemy or our ranks, such events would dramatically alter the course of the entire battle. This is what is known as 3 parts effort and 7 parts fate. Your Highness, Lin interjected timely, chuckling, yet fortunately, our Commander Sterling has consistently enjoyed fortuitous circumstances. I have never won a bet against him, unless by cheating. A few chuckles rippled through the room, alleviating some of the tension. President Luo Minghai coldly remarked, Commander Sterling may not have fully grasped the situation. While the outcome of a single battle may indeed be unexpected, in the case of a protracted war, victory or defeat generally hinges on the comparative military strengths of both sides. The esteemed prince seeks to inquire whether, if war were to break out, our forces could prevail. With the addition of newly conscripted reserve troops and militia forces, numerically, our army does not find itself at a significant disadvantage compared to the Lufeng forces. However, we face numerous challenges. The training level of our troops is subpar. The proportion of skilled personnel has evidently declined since 781. Regarding the age structure and physical condition, the overall quality of our soldiers is far from optimistic. The production and replenishment of weaponry require time. Our strategic replenishment capabilities are quite weak, and local reserve armed forces are unprepared for a new round of large-scale conscription. Commander Sterling, could you provide a straightforward answer? Can we win or not? Sterling cast a discreet glance at him. His distaste for Luo Minghai's aggressive demeanor palpable. He swallowed hard, his voice tinged with bitterness. To destroy the Lufeng family would necessitate a nationwide mobilization. Currently, the army is not prepared to undertake this mission. Luo Minghai nodded in satisfaction, a smug expression on his face clearly signaling, I knew it all along. How much time would that require? The Ministry of Military Affairs will strive to do its utmost, yet this is contingent upon numerous external factors, economically. Our family's financial contributions to the military have been substantial, yet to achieve the goal of restoring the army's strength to match or exceed its pre-war capabilities in the Far East within a short time frame still falls slightly short. The Elder Council has declared the nation to be in a state of war readiness, yet has not authorized us to issue a nationwide mobilization order. We proposed extending the duration of service and broadening the conscription scope, but neither suggestion received approval. I oppose extending the duration of service. Vice Commander Gushan adjusted his wide black-rimmed glasses and stated flatly, in the absence of external aggression against the family, we cannot arbitrarily extend the service period, as this would betray the trust of our soldiers and tarnish the family's reputation. Furthermore, regarding the expansion of conscription that Commander Sterling mentioned, you essentially mean implementing a 7-for-1 conscription in rural areas and a 10-for-1 in urban areas. Correct? I can unequivocally state, I am firmly opposed. Silence fell over the room as Vice Commander Gushan took a sip of tea, then continued. Commander Sterling, you should have some figures regarding the total losses of the family military from the years 778 to 783. Should you not? Sterling appeared somewhat embarrassed. There are no formal statistics, but if you wish, I can have someone calculate it immediately. No need for that, Gushan replied curtly. I can provide you with a rough estimate. The year 778 was relatively fortuitous for our Zichuan family. Despite suffering a defeat at the hands of Lufeng Shuang in the west, we achieved victories in the Far East. By the year's end, our soldier casualties amounted to approximately 30,000, a figure that can be deemed normal attrition. She swiftly scribbled the number 3 on a piece of paper. At the onset of 779, Lord Lin was exceedingly active in the Far East, achieving consecutive victories, but I estimate that casualties surely reached around 50 to 60,000, correct? In response to Gushan's inquiry, Lin remained expressionless and silent, prompting her to write the number 6 on the paper. Next, we have the casualties among the military and civilians in the capital during the suppression of Yang Minghua's rebellion, at least another 40,000. Lord Lin, you have no objections, I trust? Gushan's tone was laced with anger and derision, as everyone knew that during the bloody night in the capital, she had faced disciplinary action from Prince Zichuan Xiu for attempting to halt Lin's atrocities during the rebellion in the Far East. When 25 divisions of Lei Hong defected, We immediately lost 200,000 troops while gaining 200,000 enemies. At the initial stages of the Far East Rebellion, disregarding civilian casualties, the losses of defensive forces across various provinces were at least around 150,000. Following that was the disgraceful incident at Zichuan, which resulted in catastrophic losses. 230,000 troops perished. From August 779 to early 780, it was a grueling tug-of-war between our family's royal army and the Far East rebels. Although our forces achieved considerable results, casualties are estimated to have been no less than 70 to 80,000. Then came the sudden onslaught of the demon faction. The casualty data during this period is exceedingly chaotic. Many units ostensibly still exist. Yet in reality, they are merely a banner with a commander. Some units initially reported trapped by the demons were entirely annihilated, yet we later found them in Valen Fortress, completely unharmed, even feasting on roasted sweet potatoes. Not a soul missing, and they had even brought along their kitchen stove. Yet overall, the scale of casualties was unprecedented. The losses among the populace are incalculable, but the military losses, did they not reach 400,000? Sterling swallowed hard, 387,000. Excellent. Finally, we have your heroic stand against the demons at Commander Sterling, which is easier to quantify. The Central Army had nearly 110,000 troops before the war commenced. Yet less than 50,000 returned to Valen. Now, the data is largely complete. Let me clarify, this is based on the most conservative statistics, and there may be many details I have overlooked. Gashan raised the piece of white paper high, where a large red number was clearly visible. 106 million. 106 million. Gentlemen, 106 million. In the midst of profound silence, only the slightly hoarse voice of Gashong reverberated within the seemingly deserted conference room. For you esteemed individuals, soldiers and troops may merely be numbers, yet armies and soldiers cannot manifest from thin air. Each soldier is born of a mother and nurtured by a father. It takes at least 20 years to transform a wailing infant into a fully grown man. With the societal labor and resources expended being incalculable, the able-bodied men, who should have been the backbone of production, are being conscripted en masse into the military, squandered on the battlefield to no avail. The already weakened industrial productivity must now be largely funneled into the military-industrial complex, severely constraining the output of other sectors, leading to a scarcity of daily necessities, soaring prices, and rampant black market trading. Our entire socio-economic fabric is withering away. If it were merely to address an imminent crisis, I believe the populace could endure a period of frugality. However, to pursue a hollow ambition of global supremacy, we engage in purposeless militarism, expanding the draft and extending service terms, while imposing increasingly burdensome military taxes upon a beleaguered citizenry. Dilling interjected, the majority of the populace supports the increase in military spending. That is solely because you deceive the masses into believing that all calamities stem from the invasion of the demon race. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the sordid dealings perpetrated in the shadows by your inspection bureau. It is utterly shameless. We are already grappling with economic hardship. The resolution of our economic issues could entirely rely on financial measures, adjusting industrial structures, reducing taxes, diminishing control and oversight of commerce and industry, implementing proactive fiscal policies, and utilizing various channels to increase employment. If only we remain steadfast, the situation will undoubtedly improve over time. Yet you exploit the ignorance of the populace, diverting their attention to external conflicts, inciting their despair into a warlike fervor. Once war is declared, with the flames of battle igniting and casualties mounting, we shall all be deemed guilty. How shall we answer to history? How many of the 1.06 million young adults remain in our families? Once the populace awakens, how much longer can they endure? No one spoke, that Sterling's gaze fixated on the smooth surface of the table before him, beads of sweat trickling down his back. Moreover, he was certain that this was not a solitary sentiment. Every face in the conference room appeared ashen, as if encased in metallic masks. Zichuan Xiu's cold gaze bore into Gashong, who met his stare unflinchingly. After a tense standoff, he averted his eyes and, with an impassive expression, declared, "The meeting is adjourned. Everyone take a 10-minute break." Sterling peered out the window of the 7th-floor lounge of the Grand Chancellor's office. Where the night was shrouded in a misty haze, the myriad lights of the capital unfolded before him, twinkling like a vast ocean, stretching to the horizon beyond sight. The stars above blinked sorrowfully, while the night fog hung like smoke. Ethereal and elusive, the gentle night breeze wafted through the open window, bringing with it the sense of summer and damp earth. Familiar footsteps approached from behind. Steady and resolute, the newcomer halted beside him, and Dilling remarked sincerely, "What a beautiful night scene." Sterling smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, it is just that we seldom take notice. When does the meeting resume?" Dilling shrugged. "Luo Minghai is currently in the Grand Chancellor's office." Sterling chuckled. This 10-minute interlude felt interminable. From 4 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening, 3 hours had passed without any indication of a restart. "Gashong has already been apprehended," Dilling stated blandly, as if discussing something entirely unrelated. Sterling nodded. An hour prior, he had witnessed Gashong being escorted past the square in front of the Grand Chancellor's office, surrounded by a contingent of military police, boarding a carriage adorned with the Inspection Bureau's insignia. "Dilling, I know Gashong has always held a bias against you, but I am aware of what you intend to say. Rest assured, she will not suffer any mistreatment or violence." Gazing out at the lights, Dilling continued, "I am not one to seek personal vendettas. However, during the meeting, she made you feel quite uncomfortable. Do you still wish to protect her? Regardless of our differing positions, I admire her courage. Furthermore, her words are not without merit. Even if there are 1,000 valid points, they should not be voiced in that context. Gashong is adept at her work, yet lacks the acumen to navigate social dynamics and atmospheres. The Grand Chancellor is obstinate and proud. Since our defeat in the Far East, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he will be historically remembered as Zichuan Xiu, the 8th Grand Chancellor who lost the 23 provinces of the Far East. How could he possibly accept this? After all, a glimmer of internal strife within the Lufeng family has emerged, and he certainly hopes to transform his title to Zichuan Xiu, the 8th Grand Chancellor who annihilated the Lufeng clan. The 8th Grand Chancellor Zichuan Xiu, having suffered a minor setback in the Far East, bore the humiliation and persevered, ultimately leading to the demise of the ancestral foes of the Zichuan family, the Lufeng clan, in his 60s, in the twilight of his life. His ambitions remain unquenched, a feat comparable to that of Prince Yun in establishing the Zichuan lineage. The Zichuan family's legacy endures, with successors to carry it forth. The ancestors of our clan must surely rejoice in heaven at this. Filled with pride, future generations shall worship him with unwavering reverence, longing for his greatness. The rare and illustrious leader of the Zichuan family, the great monarch of revival, the founder of the Zichuan Empire. Long live His Majesty Zichuan Xiu. Dilling spoke in hushed tones, audible only to Sterling, who chuckled quietly at the absurdity. "Sterling, just imagine how exhilarating it would be to feature such a passage in the family annals. This meeting, he has summoned Ming Wei and Lin Bing back, indicating that he is taking this matter very seriously. Yet Gashong, with her lack of tact, chose this moment to discuss militaristic folly, even daring to accuse us of implementing a policy of ignorance. She may insult me. But the slogans and policies are those personally devised by the Grand Chancellor. Is that not tantamount to courting death? You needn't worry for her. Being dismissed and detained is not a first for her. Luo Minghai will see to her, and she will soon be released. I am not concerned for her." Sterling shook his head. "I am worried about the Grand Chancellor." Dilling squinted. "I can tell you were holding back earlier. Can you speak frankly with me? If war breaks out, how much chance does the Military Affairs Department, and the General Staff believe they have?" Sterling replied cautiously, "Our current deployments are focused on defense and counterattack. Shifting suddenly to an offensive stance will require time to rearrange the troops. The Lufeng family will not descend into chaos overnight. We have ample time to adjust. Lufeng Shuang is formidable. She has never faced defeat. Everyone makes mistakes, and a woman is even more prone to them. The Lufeng army is vast and powerful, and this mighty army is on the brink of self-destruction under the leadership of the 3 princes. Sterling, you can't possibly have caught that damn Gashon's contagion, can you? Do you also oppose war?" "What of you?" Sterling countered. Dilling smiled lightly. "Gashong considers the issue from a perspective of livelihood. I, however, contemplate the long-term strategy of the Zichuan family. Sterling, to speak plainly, if we do not vanquish Lufeng Shuang within the next 5 years, we are fated to be eradicated by the Lufeng family." "What? Is it surprising? Consider this. Prior to the Far East conflict, we maintained a relatively balanced state with the Lufeng family, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, after losing the 23 provinces of the Far East, that balance has been shattered. As time progresses, the disparity in strength will increasingly tilt against us. The Liufeng's internal strife is a final opportunity bestowed upon us. Once the Lufeng family recovers from the civil war, it will not take 5 years for their national power to leave us far behind. At that point, the Lufeng family will be so formidable that even a mere encounter will be perilous. Sterling's eyes twitched slightly. Dilling's perspective on the situation left him astounded, yet it bore an unsettling truth. But we have just faced defeat. We are also quite weak. There remains time. The military must prepare diligently to restore its strength. Presently, we still possess a fighting chance. Yet should we miss this opportunity, we shall find ourselves bereft of any chance to contend. Suddenly, Dilling chuckled. Have you heard the joke about a turtle robbing a snail? The snail went to report, saying, everything happened so fast. Sterling chuckled in response. Now, we are the turtle, and we must seize the opportunity of the internal strife to rob the Lufeng family, that sluggish snail. Though we too are battered and bruised, if we deliver a decisive blow during their moment of chaos, when they are at their weakest, that will suffice. What if that blow fails to land? Then the war will endure for a protracted period. We have no path of retreat. We must fight with all our might, exhausting every last bit of potential, sending every man from 16 to 60 onto the battlefield, forging the last spoon into a steel blade, burning the final acre of rice paddies, dismantling the last house to serve as cover. We must trust that the Lufeng family will not fare much better than us. A chill ran down Sterling's spine. The grim future Dilling painted left him feeling desolate. He spoke heavily. The Zichuan family has exhausted its resources, and the Lufeng family is on the brink of collapse. In this way, what remains on the ruins of our two families, Zichuan and Lufeng? Humanity is so intent on mutual destruction that it ultimately benefits the demon clan. Isn't that rather splendid? The division has persisted for 200 years, with intermittent skirmishes. It is time for a resolution. Emperor Lin jested. Perhaps a unified new empire is about to be born from the ashes. But must we truly descend to such depths? It is not our desire, but rather the inexorable reality and circumstances that compel us to this course. We have no choice but to fight. The fervor and martial spirit of our citizens must find an outlet. Otherwise, their discontent regarding external invasions and economic calamities will metamorphose into dissatisfaction with the family authorities, namely, us, threatening our rule. Moreover, to let such fervent martial spirit and passion, that collective will of the people, dissipate aimlessly in meaningless parades and protests would be an egregious waste. The public's fervent warlike sentiment will lead the Council of Elders into a state. In such a state, the Council of Elders would acquiesce to any of our reckless proposals. Even waging war simultaneously against both the Lufeng clan and the Demon Horde, or tripling this year's taxes. It has already been proposed, Sterling. It has been proposed without us even needing to speak. Glancing at the astonished Sterling, Emperor Lin smiled. The Council of Elders spontaneously passed the proposal this morning to double this year's taxes for the purpose of increased military funding. They are currently deliberating on granting the Commander-in-Chief the authority to declare war, Sterling. Your information is outdated. It is precisely for this reason that the Commander-in-Chief urgently convened us for this meeting. The last obstacle to peace is Gashong, and well, you have seen her fate. Sterling groaned weakly. Heavens! Has this damned weather driven everyone mad? To speak bluntly, the spontaneous fervor in which the citizens find themselves is precisely what many rulers have longed for. How fortunate we are to have a populace clamoring. Fight! Fight! We must fight! Our task is to channel this bellicose energy into a war. His smile faded into seriousness. Sterling, last month, when you proposed to expand the conscription scope and were met with disapproval from the council. Submit the proposal again tomorrow. It should pass. Even if approved, there is a procedure. It will take at least a week. Before we receive approval, you can engage in other tasks. I have a method to circumvent the council. However, when you expand the military, you must also share a portion with me. The gendarmerie under the inspection department must also increase by 200,000. Sterling was astonished. Oh, do tell. Lean closer. Emperor Lin whispered something into Sterling's ear, and Sterling clapped his hands. Oh, why didn't I think of that? However, he fixed his gaze on Emperor Lin. With such a splendid plan, why didn't you propose it at the meeting? Ah, Sterling, military affairs fall under your jurisdiction. It would not be appropriate for me to intervene. If I were to propose it, Roaming High would surely oppose. It is only natural for you to present this suggestion, and no one can dispute that. Someone gently knocked on the door of the waiting room. and both men fell silent. A tall, elegantly dressed officer of the Imperial Guard appeared at the doorway. Honorable Inspector General, Commander, the meeting is about to commence. Please proceed downstairs. By the time the family's senior members reconvened in the conference room, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Most attendees displayed signs of fatigue, yet the eldest member, Zichuan Xiu, appeared invigorated as he raised his voice, calling, "Come in, take your seats." Gashing's seat lay empty, and no one expressed surprise or inquiry upon seeing the vacant chair. The indifference akin to the notion that the seat had always been unoccupied. After all, individuals capable of holding a position in this room were few, and none could be as oblivious to propriety as Gashing. The meeting continues. Allow me to introduce someone you are all familiar with. My niece, Zichuan Ning. Zichuan Ning gracefully stood, bowing slightly to the esteemed officials, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Everyone responded with warm smiles towards their future monarch. This is the first time Aining participates in a family decision-making meeting, Zichuan Xiu remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Ah, the little girl has finally grown up, understanding the burdens of the family. Aining is quite capable, but lacks experience and needs training. That I propose she serves as the Commander-in-Chief's assistant for the time being. In turning across various departments, what do you all think? Had Gashing been present, she might have probed deeply. Assistant to the Commander-in-Chief. What exactly is that position? Is it of the rank of a red flag officer or a deputy commander? What powers does it entail? But with her absence, no one dared to spoil the atmosphere with such inquiries. Miss Ning stepping forward to alleviate the family's burdens is a most welcome development. The Border Defense Force Commander Ming Hui beamed with utmost cordiality. My family is about to gain another pillar of strength. We welcome the young lady to inspect and guide the Border Defense Force. Others privately scolded Ming Hui. Cunning. This fellow knows well that with Zichuan Ning's status as the heir of the Zichuan family, Zichuan Xiu would never allow her to be stationed at the front line of the western borders, where war could erupt at any moment. Thus, he freely spouted flattering words, incurring no cost. The deputy commander of the Far East, Lin Bing, also chimed in. I met Miss Ning 2 years ago, and she was just a little girl then. In the blink of an eye, she has blossomed into such beauty. The family has a bright future ahead. On behalf of all the soldiers in the Far East, I welcome Miss Ning to inspect our forces in Valen. Her situation mirrored that of Ming Hui. Neither was genuinely concerned that Zichuan Ning would actually travel to Valen. Others joined in with various praises. Miss Ning is born with intelligence. Her future is undoubtedly limitless. As long as she is trained for a couple of years, our Zichuan family will have its own Liufeng Frost, with the bloodline of the Lord of Distant Stars. Raised under the guidance of Lord Sanqing, she is bound to be remarkable. Emperor Lin stammered a few words of greeting, welcome, Miss Ning, to inspect the inspection department. Yet compared to Lin Bing and Ming Hui, his tone was considerably more strained. Sterling smiled knowingly. He understood the underlying concerns. He too would not wish for such a uniquely positioned person, destined to become the future commander-in-chief, to be placed under his command, where he would have to tread carefully in serving her. One misstep could offend the future commander-in-chief, jeopardizing any prospects for advancement. Furthermore, in both the commander's office and the inspection department, which department lacks its own clandestine methods and schemes. If Zichuan Ning were to witness these, not to mention the future, even if she merely reported back to her Uncle Sanqing, the inspection department has set up a secret fund. They are quite wealthy. Uncle Sanqing. Emperor Lin's office is extravagantly decorated, far exceeding budgetary standards. Where does his wealth come from? Uncle Sanqing. Today Deputy Commander Vega met with Emperor Lin, and they closed the door for a full half-hour without leaving any record of their conversation. I wonder what they were up to. Didn't they say that officials of the inspection system are not allowed to liaise privately with administrative officials? Such revelations alone would be enough to cause Emperor Lin considerable distress. Fortunately, Zichuan Xiu swiftly alleviated his worries. I have already discussed this with Aining. It is not suitable for a young lady to be involved with armed forces. That I plan to have her first learn a few things in the civilian logistics department and the administration. Roaming high. From now on, Aining will be your subordinate. If she does anything wrong, you may freely reprimand her. Zichuan Xiu rose to salute Roaming High. Honorable Commander, I look forward to your guidance. Roaming High returned the gesture, forcing a smile. I look forward to your guidance as well. Miss Ning, with your intelligence, we gain another pillar of strength in the commander's office. Seeing Roaming High's discomfort, Emperor Lin could hardly contain his laughter. Having such a future commander-in-chief as a subordinate would inevitably make Roaming High's days quite challenging. However, Emperor Lin furrowed his brow. The logistics department manages the family army's finances and material supplies, while the administration not only serves as the management hub for family civilian officials, but also oversees the powerful Ministry of Governance in the imperial capital. Both departments are vital cogs within the family structure, traditionally overseen directly by the chief of staff. Yet currently, Gashong, the sitting chief of staff, is imprisoned within the inspection department's jail during this power vacuum in the two departments. This strong-willed figure, Zichuan Xiu, would undoubtedly seize control. Though she has not officially assumed a position, her influence would be undeniably significant. With Gashong recently arrested and stripped of power, Zichuan Xiu immediately replaced her. Was it an unintended coincidence? Or a deliberate arrangement by this young lady? Even if Gashong were to emerge from prison in the future, Zichuan Xiu would have already established herself. Gashong's only path forward would be to assist Lady Zichuan Xiu. Observing the delicate tremor of her long lashes, concealing those beautiful eyes, Emperor Lin noted that today, Zichuan Xiu exhibited a composure that belied her age, a stark contrast to her previous innocent playfulness. She has consistently maintained a low profile, speaking little, yet every utterance is measured and graceful, her gaze flitting from one thing to another, always adorned with a smile that leaves others perplexed, and no longer can she be perceived as the weeping and capricious little girl. Henceforth, Zichuan Xiu shall officially ascend to the ranks of those heavyweight political figures who wield dominion over the fate of the world. Once Zichuan Xiu's introduction concludes, the next order of business will be to hear reports from the defense chiefs of the Eastern and Western fronts. Commander Lin Bing of the Wayland Fortress reports to the General and the Command Office. On the Wayland front, the demon forces exhibit a state of remarkable calm. The southwestern camp of the demon army has relinquished the frontline positions adjacent to Wayland Fortress. With combat units retreating from the trenches and fortifications, ceasing their provocative daily patrols in close proximity to the fortress, the number of demons on the front line has significantly diminished, allowing human reconnaissance units to venture nearly 10 kilometers across the border without encountering a single demon soldier. Even when they do, the demeanor of the demon soldiers is considerably more tempered than before. They often resort to verbal warnings rather than engaging in combat to repel humans, as if their commanders are consciously seeking to avoid friction and conflict with human forces. Rumors abound. Note that these are merely unverified whispers of a massive rebellion occurring within the far eastern territories of the Demon Kingdom, leading to the withdrawal of frontline combat troops to quell the unrest. There are also murmurs of internal strife among the demon nobility, with the demon emperor reportedly having been forced to abdicate. It is anticipated that, in the near future, over the next 6 months, the demon forces will refrain from launching large-scale offensives against the human realm. The commander of the Border Defense Forces, Ming Hui, chuckles. My situation mirrors that of Lord Lin Bing astonishingly well. He reports that on the western frontier, a portion of the Crusaders' elite forces has already mobilized westward, and the Lu Feng family's combat units have ceased their habitual provocations, resulting in a tranquil atmosphere, making large-scale military confrontations at the border highly unlikely. This is splendid news. Our family grows stronger by the day, and our enemies are beginning to tremble in fear. Excellent. We must instill even greater terror in them. It is imperative to recognize that the moment for a strategic pivot has arrived. The family has emerged from a state of threatened passivity, yet we must not let our guard down. Zichuan Xiu summarizes. At all times, the reinforcement of our military remains a pressing issue. Sterling, as the head of military affairs in the command office, you must take this responsibility earnestly. Your Highness, esteemed lords, the military affairs office has 2 proposals. Sterling calmly raises his hand. Oh, pray elaborate. The Council of Elders has long worried that excessive military expansion would adversely affect frontline production, thus delaying the approval of the National Conscription Order. Therefore, I propose that the next recruitment focus on the refugees from the Far East. At this pronouncement, the assembly is taken aback. Lin Bing widens his eyes at Sterling, murmuring, brilliant. Ming Hui slaps his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? During the Eastern War, millions of human residents from the Far East lost their homes, becoming refugees in the family's provinces west of Wayland Fortress, stripped of their livelihoods and land, wandering aimlessly. The influx of refugees has posed significant risks to local social order, causing considerable headaches for provincial governments to accommodate this influx. The Civil Affairs Department of the Zichuan family expends over 100 million gold coins monthly on aid and provisions for them. Recruiting able-bodied men from among the refugees has several benefits. First, it circumvents the Council of Elders' control. The refugees lack residency and land in the local governments, rendering them unemployed. Since they possess no official status, they are effectively non-existent on paper. Enlisting them does not constitute drawing labor from the front line, thereby avoiding opposition from the Council of Elders. Second, it alleviates the burdens and expenses of the family's civil affairs system. Theoretically speaking, a soldier's salary can support a family of 3, if we assume that even 40,000 out of 5 million refugees enlist. It would resolve the subsistence issues for 120,000 individuals. Third, it would enhance the combat effectiveness of the army. The refugees, having lost their land, homes, and loved ones in the Eastern War, harbored deep-seated animosity towards the demons. Based on my experience, an army composed of such individuals, with minimal training and guidance, can swiftly become a fearless force of death-defying warriors. What do you think, Your Highness? Excellent. Excellent. Zichuan Xiu's eyes gleam as he repeatedly praises. This is a splendid idea, a comprehensive strategy, addressing every aspect. Sterling, you are indeed thoughtful. Sterling bows humbly, and when he raises his head, he subtly gestures his gratitude to Lin, who remains seemingly absorbed in his report. Luo Minghai interjects with a dose of skepticism. While Commander Sterling's idea is commendable, recruiting and training a large number of refugees into a military force without a year or more, we may not see any results. Meanwhile, the internal strife within the Lu Feng family is imminent. It seems we cannot rely on distant waters to quench our immediate fire. Sterling chuckles. Indeed, Your Highness. Esteemed lords, I have a second proposal. The Zichuan family does possess an army, albeit one not under our direct control. Under whose control, then? Under the elders' control, while the Military Affairs Office is grappling with a shortage of manpower. The nobles maintain substantial private armies, wielding their power. For instance, Sterling spreads out a document handed to him in confidence by Lin, Count Duchio, representing the Council of Elders in the Loxinwai province, has over 30,000 private soldiers within his fief. Baron Facia, representing the council in the Dama province, commands over 16,000. Count Yulan in the Xianjiao province has 27,000, and Count Ma Wei in the Wallan province, a name that strikes a familiar chord, overseas for mercenary regiments, totaling 23,000 mercenaries. The representative of the Lijiao province, the wealthy merchant Zhu Ba, has a guard of 11,000. Lin's report is lengthy and detailed, revealing that 43 noble elders have privately assembled military forces under various guises, including guard units, self-defense forces, and town security contingents amounting to nearly 600,000 troops. Silence envelopes the room as everyone watches Sterling slowly fold the paper and place it in his pocket, evoking a sense of sitting on a volcano's edge. The relationship between the contemporary General Zichuan Xiu and the Council of Elders has always been among the most sensitive, and now, Sterling has touched upon a precarious line. The general scrutinizes Sterling and inquires, is the intelligence reliable? Sterling avoids eye contact with anyone. It can be considered fundamentally certain. The Military Affairs Office proposes integrating these private armies into the regular military structure, under the unified command of the family's Military Affairs Office. This represents a countermove against Zichuan Xiu. Should he feign ignorance regarding this report, he can forget about any discussions of dominating the world and vanquishing Lu Feng. The Council of Elders remains a test that must be faced, and now it hinges on the general's courage. As far as I know, Lin states deliberately, the agreement reached between the second-generation general, His Highness Zichuan Xiu, and the nobles explicitly stipulates that noble private armies must not exceed 3,000. A rule enshrined in the Council of Elders statutes. The aforementioned nobles have undoubtedly violated the law. Silence prevails as all eyes turn to the general, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him. Zichuan Xiu's expression gradually stiffens, his facial muscles taut, fists clenched. Inspector General Lin, I command you to charge them with treason. Wait. To everyone's astonishment, the voice that interrupts belongs to the freshly appointed assistant to the general, Zichuan Ning. She hurriedly interjects. Uncle. Oh, no, Your Highness, esteemed lords, I apologize, but may I say a few words before you make your decision? Ah, Ning. Upon realizing it is his own niece speaking, Zichuan Xiu's demeanor softens. What do you wish to say? Indeed, Your Highness, esteemed lords, as the Inspector General pointed out, the nobles mentioned have breached the law. However, the decree prohibiting nobles from maintaining armies exceeding 3,000 was established during the era of the second-generation general. Nearly 200 years ago, and many have forgotten it in everyday life. It has become a norm for them. Even I, had the Inspector General not mentioned it, would not have recalled such a regulation. They may not harbor treasonous intentions. Therefore, I earnestly implore Your Highness to grant these errant nobles a chance, as long as they surrender their military power and cooperate with the Military Affairs Office in the restructuring process. No further action should be taken, thus demonstrating the family's magnanimity. As she speaks, she casts a knowing glance at Zichuan Xiu, who immediately comprehends her intent, nodding thoughtfully, as if contemplating whether to extend a gesture of family magnanimity towards the errant nobles. Lin's eyes reflect admiration, and he provocatively asks, what if they refuse to relinquish their military power? They should comply. Otherwise, we will escalate the matter to the Council of Elders for adjudication. However, these nobles are themselves members of the council. The 43 nobles represent but a minuscule fraction of nearly 5,000 council members. I firmly believe this will not hinder the council's ability to render a just decision. After all, the facts and laws surrounding this matter are exceedingly clear. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the council is even less likely to shield them. Should they refuse to relinquish their military authority, these nobles will swiftly become the target of collective ire. I propose that the Ministry of Military Affairs provide necessary compensation to these nobles, or alternatively, modify the term military requisition to purchase and transfer of troops, making it more palatable. Furthermore, the supervisory office should diligently gather relevant evidence and materials so that we may clearly indict them at the council meeting. I command that the regular garrisons in each province be placed on high alert, closely monitoring private armies to create an atmosphere of pressure and to prevent any reckless acts of treason. It is advisable for the Ministry of Military Affairs to prepare adequately for this matter. Insisting on key breakthroughs during the reorganization negotiations, people tend to conform. Once one agrees, the others will likely think, if even such and such a prominent noble concurs, why should I resist? This will facilitate the negotiations considerably. Zichuan spoke eloquently, while everyone listened with wide eyes, as if they were strangers to her. In the blink of an eye, she had proposed a series of steps to peacefully seize military power from the nobles, prioritizing the issues at hand, employing both threats with the garrison's vigilant scrutiny, and offering solutions, appropriate economic compensation for those who comply. Wielding both grace and authority, Lin smiled gently and bowed slightly. Miss Ning, your foresight is commendable. I am greatly impressed. Lin spoke sincerely. He was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Had Zichuan Xiu acted upon his furious decision to arrest those noble council members, it would have incited the council's wrath, potentially igniting a civil war in Zichuan long before the Lu Feng clan's own conflict. Zichuan, however, suggested that the matter be presented to the council for judgment, thereby granting the council some dignity and utilizing its power to suppress the nobles who wielded private armies. Should they reject the council's verdict, the family would only have to contend with the 43 nobles rather than the entire council, significantly reducing resistance. The entire sequence of steps was meticulously crafted, both prudent and feasible, even surpassing the strategies of the most seasoned veterans. No one anticipated that the future heir of this family would emerge as such a capable and astute politician. Lin gently nudged Sterling's arm. What do you think? Sterling whispered. Remarkable. She perceives situations swiftly and adapts nimbly. With a bit of training, she could very well rival the illustrious princes, Yuanqing and Sanqing. As a wise ruler. Indeed, Lin murmured, a thought lingering unspoken. It is precisely this that fills me with concern. Chapter 11. Emerging Prominence. Chapter 3. The unjust surrender on June 16, 782, at the Great Demon God Fortress. Princess Cadden's residence. In the early hours, a trembling personal attendant roused the slumbering Princess Cadden and Prince Zichuan Xiu. Your Highnesses, the Emperor has an urgent edict. The Imperial envoy awaits in the front hall. Please hasten to receive him. The two hurriedly donned their night clothes and rushed to the front hall. There, a brilliant blaze illuminated the scene, casting shadows of armed soldiers all around. A jolt of unease gripped Zichuan Xiu's heart as he pondered what calamity had befallen them. A tall, burly officer from the guard swiftly approached. Are you His Royal Highness? Prince Yulin, indeed I am. My sincere apologies, Your Highness, but His Majesty urgently summons you. Please follow me at once. The officer, torch in hand, spoke too rapidly and indistinctly for the groggy Zichuan Xiu to comprehend, prompting him to inquire, "What did you say?" The officer repeated himself. Zichuan Xiu responded with a soft, "Oh," and after a moment he realized, "Ah, please wait, I must change my attire." In a flurry, he searched for formal garments. While Cadden had already prepared her own attire, as she assisted Zichuan Xiu in dressing, she asked the guard officer, "Did my father summon me as well?" "I must report, Your Highness, that His Majesty only instructed us to notify His Royal Highness. Your presence was not mentioned." "Is that so?" Cadden gazed into the inky darkness, where a few stars twinkled against the night sky. Approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, a sense of foreboding gripped her. Such an urgent summons in the dead of night could only signal ill tidings. Once Zichuan Xiu hastily donned his clothing, Cadden approached him, whispering, "Be cautious." Zichuan Xiu nodded, understood. He followed the guard officer holding the torch out into the night. As they traversed the darkened street, the imposing palace loomed ahead. Shrouded in darkness, resembling a slumbering behemoth, the torchlight cast a crimson hue upon the Mia marble columns, illuminating the grand structure. Approaching this magnificent edifice, the hollow sound of the guard's footsteps echoed through the wide corridors. And Zichuan Xiu sensed an aroma of slaughter and bloodlust. 80 years prior, on these very white marble steps, the gallant soldiers had slaughtered the royal family of the Yesai clan, even infants crushed against the stones. Subsequently, in the same location, the ambitious gallant emperor was imprisoned in a cellar, left to starve, while his entire family was cast into the flames. The tyrannical Lei clan, in a moment of madness, became so brutal that even their kin could no longer abide it, leading to a guard officer executing him at the behest of the Lei clan's council, his blood staining the reception corridor at the palace entrance. Following this, a devastating 3-year civil war erupted within the Lei clan, as its royalty led their armies against one another until the more powerful Dongri clan usurped them. Zichuan Xiu took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable discomfort every time he entered the palace, a sensation even more pronounced tonight. Perhaps the rumors held a gray Kalen rose and bowed deeply to the demon emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the nature of the treachery you refer to?" "Ludi, the emperor of the Far East, he has betrayed the nation and betrayed me." The demon emperor slammed his palm upon the sturdy table. "To unleash such a traitor is a disgrace to the realm. This scoundrel has deceived me for an entire year." The solid sandalwood table instantly shattered into silence, tiny splinters transforming into mere dust. The assembly felt a silent thrill of fear. The divine emperor's martial prowess had reached an unimaginable zenith, and his composure was often unassuming. Yet, this evening, his display of indignation was utterly unexpected. Ludi's life was forfeit. This was the collective sentiment of all present. "Leo, please relay the details to the assembly." From behind the crowd, Duke Leo, the commander of the royal guards, responded, "Certainly." He then turned to face the gathering. "Tonight, we received a report from Ling Buxu of the southwestern camp, and it is nothing short of shocking. Our kingdom's forces continue to suffer defeat after defeat. With staggering casualties, the territory of the Far East is nearly lost to us. Infuriatingly, Ludi has not only brought disgrace upon our nation, but has also persistently suppressed the truth, concealing our losses, and even dispatched agents to assassinate messengers seeking aid, thus deceiving the throne. This villain is beyond redemption." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Duke Yelma spoke up. "What exactly has transpired? Who has Ludi been defeated by? Has the Zichuan family returned to power?" "It is not the Zichuan family, far more shameful. Ludi has been vanquished by a group of rebellious rabble from the Far East, in Koyani, in Asuda, in Yun Province, in Maple Leaf Forest. Our forces have suffered defeat after defeat, with nearly 100,000 royal soldiers slain and several provinces abandoned, allowing them to encroach upon our very homeland. Do you recall the bandit disaster at the borders earlier this year? Those were not mere bandits. It was a rebellion led by half-beasts." Duke Leo's rugged visage flushed with anger. "Enough." The demon emperor impatiently interrupted Leo's account. This mighty warrior, who was invincible on the battlefield, struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently. He had rambled on without addressing the crux of the matter, leaving everyone in confusion. "Bring forth Ling Bux's letter for all to see." Leo obediently produced the document for circulation. Zichuan Xiu was the last to receive it. Upon observing the pale yellow parchment, upon which Ling Bux's words had crystallized into a dark crimson script. Her heart sank. The situation had deteriorated to the point of requiring a blood letter for communication. She lowered her head and hastily read. In the Koyani campaign of 781, our kingdom's forces suffered over 60,000 casualties in the battles of Asuda and Dawei in the Yun province incident. And in the Maple Leaf campaign, the Minsk province has fallen, the Taj province has fallen, the Dusa province has fallen, and the southwestern camp faces the threat of being encircled by rebels, with no return from the dispatched messengers. Ling Buxu's tone was as understated as his demeanor. He refrained from commenting on Ludi in the letter, merely listing the events that had transpired with chilling calmness. Cold sweat beaded on Zichuan Xiu's forehead. Duke Leo was absolutely correct. Ludi's actions warranted 1,000 deaths as atonement. She raised her gaze to the pale faces of the assembly, adopting an expression of profound sorrow and indignation. To stand out requires taking risks. Is the information reliable? Can we summon Ling Buxu's messenger for questioning? Duke Yelma inquired, his typically composed demeanor shaken, for the enormity of the situation was almost beyond comprehension. Already, a significant portion of the Far East no longer belonged to the kingdom. A bitter reality to accept. It should be true. Prince Kalen had also read the letter. Ling Buxu is not one to speak lightly, considering the facts of the tribute delays from the Far East last year and this year. It can be confirmed that a large-scale rebellion has indeed erupted in that region, that I am merely perplexed as to why he is only reporting this now, after the rebellion last year. The messenger has perished, the demon emperor stated coldly. Sending shivers through the assembly, Leo recounted the events. Late tonight, at midnight, a weary and injured Senia tribesman, claiming to be a messenger from the southwestern camp, urgently sought an audience with the demon emperor, yet was intercepted at the gate by the guards on duty. His Majesty is resting. No one may disturb him. The messenger pleaded repeatedly. The military situation is dire. I implore you to relay my request. But the guards were as unyielding as granite, to quote Duke Leo. They were strictly disciplined, resolutely refusing to relent. This is the palace's forbidden zone. No one is permitted to approach at this hour. Any matters can wait until dawn. They expelled the young man from the palace doors. Yet he lingered, pacing and weeping bitterly. This incited the guards' ire. They beat him mercilessly and cast him into the streets, warning, "Approach again, and we shall shoot you. Your disturbance has disrupted His Majesty's rest. We shall slay you on the spot." Yet, merely minutes later, the sentinels heard chaos erupting outside. With loud commotion and sounds of Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly, stating that it was quite the opposite. Lu Di was a prominent figure within the faction of Prince Kadu. His ascension to the position of Governor-General of the Far East was significantly aided by the prince's recommendation. Now, as he faced an overwhelming disaster, Kadu was hastily distancing himself from Lu Di. Wishing he could swiftly eliminate this disgraceful calamity, the second prince, Kalen, however, intended to escalate the matter and investigate, not to determine whether Lu Di deserved death, for such severe crimes meant that even 1,000 heads would not suffice, but to uncover the truth behind Lu Di's immense wealth amassed during his governorship. It was implausible that he alone could hoard such vast riches. To whom in the demon fortress had he secretly offered tribute? Who among the influential had benefited from this? One need not possess extraordinary intellect. Merely recalling who had recommended Lu Di for the governorship would lead to clarity. Yet, such investigative pursuits would undoubtedly unsettle Prince Kadu. It would be best for you to end this swiftly. Enough. The voice of the demon emperor, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority. Both princes fell silent. All matters regarding Lu Di are trivial. The key issue lies in how to address the rebellion in the Far East. Zichuan Xiu calmly interjected. If your Majesty permits, I am willing to lead my troops to quell the rebellion in the Far East on your behalf. That as for obtaining Lu Di's head, a mere command from your Majesty would suffice. He maintained an air of composure, rendering Prince Kadu's flustered demeanor particularly ludicrous. Duke Irma spoke solemnly. Your Majesty, Lord Yulin has just wed. To send him to battle now would make our kingdom appear devoid of capable leaders. Let this old minister go instead. Your Majesty, the Imperial Guard is eager to slay the traitors and eradicate the scourge. Prince Kadu, Marquis Dako, and other dignitaries expressed their willingness to march to the Far East, vowing to swiftly quell the insurrection with great fervor. However, the demon emperor remained non-committal, until finally, Prince Kalen spoke up. Your Majesty, the disturbance in the Far East is merely the uprising of a rabble. Is it truly necessary to involve our kingdom's esteemed ministers, or even the crown prince? Prince Kadu shot a sidelong glance at his brother. Does the younger prince intend to personally confront the enemy? No. I merely wish to recommend a capable general to our father, one who can assuredly vanquish the foes. Who is it? Governor Ruasi. Lord Ruasi is a renowned general of our kingdom, seasoned in battle and commanding a multitude of elite troops. His involvement would guarantee the swift extinguishing of the rebellion. Yun Qianxue gazed at Kalin in astonishment, since the incident of Zichuan Xiu's escape. Governor Ruasi had become his adversary, a fact Kalin was well aware of. Why, then, was he now endorsing Ruasi? Moreover, aside from a few, Ruasi's forces were largely conscripted and not a standing army. Gathering them anew would require considerable time, and their combat effectiveness paled in comparison to his own elite Yuan army. To his surprise, the Demon Emperor, upon hearing Kalin's proposal, immediately acquiesced. Excellent. The individual you recommend aligns perfectly with my intentions. Leo, dispatch a swift messenger to inform Lord Ghana to prepare for the campaign. Send orders to the Grand General of the Southwest, commanding him to cooperate with Lord Ghana's efforts, and to immediately mobilize forces to eradicate the various factions of rebels. The Demon Emperor rose, signaling the usual conclusion of the meeting. However, he paused momentarily. Kalin, come with me. Yes. Kalin replied joyfully, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Prince Kadu, whose face had turned crimson with rage. Kalin's unexpected favor from their father was a far greater source of anguish than 100 defeats in the Far East. As they exited the palace, the faint glow of dawn illuminated the pristine steps, where a regiment of regal palace guards was changing shifts. The day was still in its infancy, despite a sleepless night. Yun Qianxue felt no fatigue. The events that had just transpired left him puzzled, filled with questions. What exactly were the emperor's intentions? How could Kalin's inexplicable suggestions sway the emperor? He felt as though he were enveloped in a fog, the discomfort of being left in the dark gnawing at him. Yun Qianxue stood at the palace entrance for a while, attracting curious glances from the guard soldiers. Had they not recognized him as royalty, they would have surely brandished their spears to shoo him away. Upon returning home, Cadden approached him. Did anything happen? Oh, something quite significant transpired. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Qianxue recounted the details of the recent council meeting to his wife. Though the proceedings were strictly confidential, the circumstances were different if his wife was a princess of the kingdom. I don't understand why His Majesty would dispatch Ruasi's army to the Far East to quell the rebellion. Is the Yuan army not one of our kingdom's most elite forces? Does His Majesty hold Ruasi in higher regard than me? I simply cannot comprehend. This encapsulated Yun Qianxue's greatest fear. Had he fallen from favor in the eyes of the emperor? Cadden rested her chin on her hand, listening quietly to Yun Qianxue's frustrated complaints. Once he finished, she smiled gently, having sensed the unspoken worries that plagued him. Yun Jun, you are overthinking this. There is no need for concern. My father's trust and reliance on you remain unchanged. Oh, but why? Yun Jun, I believe your wisdom will allow you to discern the truth. Cadden continued with a smile. Consider where the greatest difference lies between you and Lord Ruasi. He is both foolish and unattractive, while I am clever and handsome. Yun Qianxue replied earnestly. Cadden chuckled. You truly are a shameless fellow. They exchanged smiles. Yun Jun, you hail from the royal lineage of the Sinai, and the majority of the soldiers in your Yuan army are warriors from my Sinai tribe. Whereas Lord Ruasi leads the Datar tribe, commanding a military force predominantly composed of Datar and Yesai warriors. Do you grasp the implications of this difference? Yun Qianxue pondered seriously for a moment before a faint smile emerged. I understand now. Cadden smiled approvingly. Yun Qianxue was indeed astute, not only excelling in military prowess but also possessing keen insight into the machinations of politics. With just a nudge, he could quickly comprehend the underlying dynamics. For some inexplicable reason, she found herself recalling that distant figure, comparing him to Yun Qianxue. Both were valiant warriors, yet they were fundamentally different. Yun Qianxue, born of nobility, was astute, talented, and possessed a refined taste for life, embodying the essence of elegance and poetic charm. Following her father's wishes and moved by Yun Qianxue's deep affection, she had married him 6 months prior. She had no regrets about this decision. Since their union, he had treated her with kindness and respect, consulting her on every matter, devoid of the typical male chauvinism displayed by many in the demon race. From any angle, marrying a man like Yun Qianxue was indeed a fulfillment of her dreams. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, she remained unable to forget that other individual from afar, a person who could be considered an enemy of her nation, that he was rugged, straightforward, and obstinate, once describing himself as a poor soldier with nothing but my sword. In contrast, he possessed a raw, indomitable spirit, unyielding in the face of adversity, embodying the essence of a born hero. It was this impoverished soldier, with his blend of toughness and a hint of endearing clumsiness, who had ensnared her heart, leaving an indelible mark on her life. What did you say? Zichuan Xiu had been speaking, but Cadden had been lost in thought and did not catch his words. He smiled kindly and repeated, "Do you truly believe that the matter is, I mean to say?" He struggled to articulate, ultimately deciding to speak indirectly. "His Majesty is acting to safeguard the position of my Sinai tribe." Cadden offered a knowing smile in return. "Did you not notice? The attendees at the meeting included Duke Irma, Governor Moreau, Governor Daco, Marquis Jiashan, Duke Leo, together with your elder brother, second brother, and you, all hailing from the Sinai royal lineage. In terms of status, Duke Ruasi ranks above you, yet despite being in the demon fortress, he was not summoned to the meeting. This reveals my father's intentions. The focus of the conference was not the Far East, nor Lu Di, but rather a discussion on how to maintain the ruling status of our tribe. Only your second brother grasped the essence of my father's message. Does His Majesty suspect Lord Ruasi of harboring treasonous intentions? The Datar tribe has rapidly expanded its power in recent years, even assimilating the declining Yesai tribe, thereby becoming the second largest faction in the kingdom, trailing only our own. Whether Ruasi himself harbors any rebellious thoughts is inconsequential. What matters is that the Datar tribe has disrupted the long-standing balance of power among the divine clans, now possessing the capability to threaten us. If the rebellion were solely orchestrated by the Datab tribe, we could effortlessly quash it. However, once such events are set in motion, a chain reaction ensues, witnessing the weakening of my clan in its struggle against the Datab tribe. New challengers will inevitably emerge, and we shall find ourselves ensnared in a calamity reminiscent of the Yi's tribe's fate 87 years ago. Zichuan Xiu gazed intently at his wife's exquisite visage, lost in profound contemplation. Within the realm of the demon clan, the monarch's position is paramount, commanding the allegiance of myriad tribes. Yet, the succession of kingship does not follow hereditary lines as in the human world. It is predicated upon strength. The various tribes of the demon race have long upheld the doctrine of might as the ultimate virtue, with kings arising from the most formidable tribes. According to this principle, should a tribe's power wane or a new, more potent tribe emerge to challenge its supremacy, an inevitable conflict will ensue to determine the new sovereign. Traditionally, regardless of the loyalty shown to the former king, other tribes remain passive spectators in this strife. Their sole recourse is to await the victor of this war, who shall become their new monarch, so that they might rush forth to offer their congratulations and exult, proclaiming the longevity of their new king, and then unite to eradicate the vanquished tribe, thereby demonstrating their fealty to their new ruler. Thus, victory grants dominion over the realm, while defeat heralds the annihilation of one's entire tribe. The transition of power within the demon kingdom is markedly more direct and sanguinary than in the human world. Whether the former king or the new contender, this is an unequivocal gamble that cannot afford to be lost, a perilous wager the demon race reverently refers to as the War of Kingship. The elders of the demon tribe can still recall the most recent War of Kingship, which transpired 80 years ago. At that time, the reigning Yi's king met an untimely demise, and the severely weakened Yi's tribe faced challenges from all directions in an attempt to maintain their reign. Of course, they fought valiantly, but ultimately, as a courageous people, they were entirely eradicated, with the Yi's royal family consigned to the annals of history. Nearly 10 tribes participated in the contest, which spanned almost 7 years and was dubbed the terrifying Extermination War. Ultimately, the current demon emperor's grandfather, Kale, known infamously as the terrifying Redbeard, relying on the valor and loyalty of the Sinai warriors, triumphed over the Winter tribe, the Ao tribe, the Lei tribe, and several other tribes far superior to the Sinai at that time, driving them from their ancestral lands to desolate wastelands. Just as this terrifying Redbeard had turned half the nation into a river of blood and had his supremacy acknowledged by all tribes. A mysterious illness claimed his life in the second week following his victory, at the precipice of yet another dreadful civil war, with bloodshed poised to resume. The current demon emperor's father, Carlin, ascended to the throne. He concealed his father's death from the public and, with the aid of the tribal elders, managed the state affairs under the guise of the crown prince. Years later, once the tribe's dominance was firmly established, he officially announced his father's demise. Although this revelation caused a stir, after years of Carlin's meticulous governance, the Sinai tribe had undeniably become the foremost power among the demon race, coupled with the formidable reputation of the Sinai warriors. No tribe dared to challenge them, thus allowing this crisis to pass without incident. However, for over 80 years hence, the specter of the fear that their own tribe's strength might be eclipsed by others has lingered like a ghost, haunting the upper echelons of the Sinai royal family. And this phantasm has never loomed so ominously close, nearly materializing before their very eyes. After nearly a century of recuperation, the tribes that had suffered near annihilation in the last war have regained vitality and strength, some of which harbor ambitions towards the throne. It is with this consideration in mind that the current demon emperor has launched a grand campaign against humanity. This serves a dual purpose: to expand the territory of the entire demon kingdom and secure a space for survival. Simultaneously, through warfare, the entire nation and all tribes unite in a common cause against a common enemy, thereby reducing internal strife. Furthermore, through external conflict, the strength of those tribes posing a threat to the kingship will be depleted by human hands. This is, of course, a matter too delicate to articulate. Could it be that His Majesty has sensed the precariousness of our Sinai tribe's position? As of now, it has not reached that critical juncture, Kadan replied quietly. Among all the tribes of the divine race, our might remains indisputable. Neither the Datab tribe, nor the Jang tribe, nor the Yakan tribe, nor the Yish tribe can be compared to us. However, the insurrection unfolding in the Far East may alter the dynamics. Just at the foot of Kornei, over 60,000 elite cavalry and infantry have been completely annihilated. Such a catastrophic defeat is unprecedented in the history of the Sinai tribe, beyond the direct military losses. Approximately 20 elite teams, the political ramifications of this event are far more concerning. She fixed her gaze upon Zichuan Xiu, who immediately grasped her implication, shuddering. The over 50,000 lives lost were not merely the ragtag forces of an ordinary tribe, nor the hastily assembled rebels of the Far East. They were the pride of the entire demon kingdom, the pure Sinai blood, and the direct kin of the current divine emperor. The very strength of the Sinai tribe had suffered a grave blow, and even more alarmingly, the myth of the invincibility of the Sinai army had been utterly shattered. The legion commander, Ludi, fled, and a significant number of elite soldiers perished. This defeat is, for the highest echelons of the kingdom, even more intolerable than the previous defeat of Prince Kadan at the hands of Sterling and Pi City. Sterling is one of the most distinguished generals in the human realm, and his central army is a renowned force. Everyone could just about endure that reality. However, being bested by a horde of half-orcs clad in animal skins and wielding makeshift javelins would render the Sinai tribe a laughingstock within the entirety of the demon kingdom. The power of governance derives from dignity and fear, and once one falls to the status of ridicule, dignity is utterly obliterated. Do you think that the purpose of His Majesty and the second prince sending Ross into battle is to deplete the strength of the Datab tribe in order to maintain the current balance of power? It is highly plausible, though we have yet to perceive any instability within the Datab tribe. As monarchs, they should possess foresight beyond that of the common folk. His Majesty aims to extinguish the threat while it is still nascent. Yet, might this not yield the opposite effect? Should Ross succeed in quelling the rebellion, he would naturally ascend as the new governor of the Far East, augmenting both his power and prestige, which would be even more detrimental, would it not? The information we currently possess is scant. We cannot ascertain the specific circumstances in the Far East. However, one thing is indisputable. Ludi has undoubtedly suffered a catastrophic defeat and is likely incapable of further combat. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such foolishness as assassinating a messenger. Moreover, the scale of this insurrection must be far beyond our imagination. Otherwise, Ling Buxu would have quelled it single-handedly by now. Surely, he harbors some ambition for the position of governor of the Far East. Yinjun, while Ludi may be crude and disrespectful, he has ascended to his current position through merit. Having fought in countless battles and amassed considerable experience, he is not as inept as you might presume. His devastating defeat indicates that this rebellion in the Far East is extraordinary. As for Governor Ross, please forgive me. Yinjun, but I believe Ludi at least possesses experience and prowess, whereas Ross is merely brimming with arrogance. Yun Xinshu smiled and continued. Thus, Ross is destined for a dismal defeat. Indeed, after Ross's defeat, the clash between two tigers will surely leave one wounded. The strength of the rebels will undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. And at that point, His Majesty will undoubtedly dispatch our main forces to engage in battle. It could be you, Yin Jun, or Lord Yelma, or even my elder brother. Any of them is possible. Yin Jun. You must be prepared for this. Why not Prince Carlin? Kadan chuckled. You know that our second brother is not suited for warfare, that he may excel in petty schemes, but he is not cut out for the battlefield. On this matter, Yun Xinshu held a differing opinion, yet he merely smiled and said, should His Majesty assign me to battle, I will certainly implore him to appoint you as my military advisor. Haha, Yin Jun, you overestimate me. A woman's perspective is often limited to theoretical discussions. True combat, with real blades and genuine warfare, admits no pretense, and my modest insights may not prove useful. Princess, why must you be so modest between us as a couple? Yun Xinshu said with a cheerful smile. His spirits lifted. Thanks to Kadan's analysis, he suddenly gained clarity about his future, and the feeling of uncertainty that had enveloped him dissipated. That he secretly rejoiced. For women, beauty and intelligence are often difficult to possess simultaneously. Beautiful women, due to their superficial advantages, tend to neglect their intellect. Their greatest achievement in life is often finding a wealthy husband. Conversely, women who must rely on their intellect often struggle to garner praise for their appearance. Thus, one frequently encounters women with striking faces yet devoid of intelligence, or another type of woman, often praised as possessing inner beauty, to spare their dignity. I consider myself fortunate, for the heavens have bestowed upon me a wife of such perfection. She is not only beautiful and extraordinarily intelligent, but also greatly advantageous to my future. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? On the 23rd of June in the year 782 of the Empire, the weather was sweltering and the climate humid. On the road from the kingdom of the demon race to the eastern provinces, banners fluttered in the wind, and dust billowed in the air. A lengthy procession was steadily advancing from east to west. This was the Ross Legion of the demon race's expeditionary force. At the behest of the demon emperor, farmers from the Tartars and the Yi's clans, bewildered and disoriented, abandoned their plows in the bustling fields to gather together. The conscription officers distributed weapons to them, declaring, a great rebellion against our divine race has erupted in the eastern territories. Brave warriors of the divine race, go forth, vanquish them, and demonstrate the glory of our people. Oh! A scattered murmur arose among the soldiers, many of whom grasped their weapons in confusion, unable to comprehend the connection between the rebellion in the east and their abrupt summons from home. The Yi's clan was not renowned for their martial prowess like the Senia, the Ao, or the Lei clans. Some recalled the recently concluded Eastern War, thoughts drifting to uncles and relatives who had perished beneath the walls of Pai City and Valen City, and the prospect of never seeing their unsightly wives. Simple-minded children, or their crumbling old homes again, thus their expressions dimmed. In stark contrast to the soldiers' somber moods, Duke Ross, the commander of the Legion, was in high spirits. He rode alongside the troops, occasionally glancing back at the Grand Army with a sense of ambition and pride. This was his second campaign to the east, and he vividly remembered the war in the year 780, when his forces had ruthlessly annihilated 11 human cities across the provinces of Da and Ilia. Thousands of humans losing their heads in a spectacular display of carnage that thrilled him to his core, a fiery rush surging within him, causing his entire being to tremble. The subsequent plundering of cities revealed a mountain of spoils that left Ross in awe. Exclaiming, humans truly excel at hoarding wealth. After the conclusion of the Eastern War, the Emperor had negotiated peace with the humans, and Ross had thought he would never again experience the exhilaration of slaughter and plunder. Yet, unexpectedly, the opportunity arose swiftly. A rebellion erupted in the east, and the Emperor entrusted the task of quelling it to him, rather than to the kingdom's famed warrior, Yun Xinshu, or the capable Prince Caden. Duke Ross could not help but offer heartfelt gratitude to the heavens. Truly, they had not treated him poorly. Another significant reason that spurred him to gladly accept the mission was the Emperor's explicit directive for him to procure the head of the rebellious Liu Di. The implications of which were clear. Once the rebellion was suppressed, he, Lord Ross, would become the new governor of the eastern provinces, contemplating the immense benefits that seizing these 23 affluent provinces would bring him. Ross could not suppress a smile. Lud, you arrogant fool, today is your reckoning. As if fearing the emperor might change his mind, Ross hastily dispatched the vanguard, armed with the emperor's edict, to apprehend L in the original stationed areas of the various troops. Apart from strategic targets requiring heightened protection such as granaries, command centers, and significant mineral centers, the defense, in principle, will be transferred to the militia, guerrilla forces, and self-defense teams organized by local governments following the withdrawal of regular troops. Zichuan Xiu was greatly troubled. Mingyu had suffered several setbacks at the hands of Ling Buxu. Today, a regiment was lost, and tomorrow another city would fall, although such fragmented skirmishes did not culminate in a decisive battle. The cumulative losses were nonetheless substantial. Zichuan Xiu had contemplated replacing a general, yet both Baichuan and Roger were commanding their respective armies on missions, making it ill-advised to reassign them at this juncture. General Bran, the half-orc, was indeed both wise and brave, but he was still too inexperienced to contend with a seasoned veteran like Ling Buxu. Replacing Mingyu with him might not yield better results. Mingyu had not considered that if he gathered the garrison forces scattered across those 10 cities and hundreds of towns, they could muster a formidable force of over 100,000, 3 complete corps, thereby surpassing Ling Buxu's total strength and effectively deterring the enemy to safeguard the entire southwestern front. After reflecting, Zichuan Xiu added, in regions where local governments and armed forces have yet to be established, regular troops should organize local residents to conduct democratic elections to form a local government. Once the local government stabilizes the situation and establishes armed forces sufficient to maintain security in the region, only then should withdrawal occur. Given the significance of the Southwestern Front, the headquarters plans to reinforce the Southwest Corps by reallocating forces from the Southeast Corps, Roger's Corps, and the Reserve Corps, Zichuan Xiu's directly subordinate corps. The reinforcements include Zoe's 16th Regiment, Zoe's 19th Regiment, Zoe's 89th Regiment, Hart's 33rd Regiment, the Dragon People's 4th Regiment, and the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th Battalions of the Xiu Character Camp. All these troops will be transferred to the command of the Southwest Corps by the end of May. Having completed this segment of the operational orders, Zichuan Xiu set down his pen and exhaled deeply. Ling Buxu, a first-rate general of the kingdom, he murmured softly to himself that he opened the tent flap and stepped outside, stretching his body. Everything around him was immersed in a tranquil dreamscape, as if even the earth were in slumber, with a gentle night breeze caressing his face. The stars above appeared higher, and the darkness deepened as he returned to the tent. The night was already late. Yet sleep eluded him, as if his heart were knotted by some troubling matter. In his former days within the demon army, Ling Buxu's piercing gaze had left a profound impression on him. At first sight, Zichuan Xiu recognized that he was an exceptionally astute and capable individual. Ling Buxu possessed an abundance of combat experience. Although Mingyu was among his few adept defenders, he could not rival Ling Buxu's seasoned expertise. After calculating the reinforcements, Zichuan Xiu determined that Mingyu's forces could potentially match Ling Buxu's. He did not harbor the expectation that Mingyu could triumph over the adversary. He merely hoped that even if victory eluded him, he would not suffer a crushing defeat. As long as he could maintain the front and delay Ling Buxu, that would suffice. In his strategy, the current objectives were delineated in 3 phases. The first step was to eliminate the remnants of the Ludi forces with all due diligence and seize the last stronghold of the demon race in the east, Talon Fortress, thereby providing the rebel forces with a solid defensive bastion in the east. Subsequently, a reliable general, such as Baichuan, would be left to garrison Talon Fortress and establish an eastern defensive line in the Far East. The second step involved redirecting the main forces of the Far Eastern Army westward to engage Ling Buxu in a decisive battle, striving to swiftly rout his troops. The third step, following the defeat of Ling Buxu, would see the Far East largely purged of the demon race's main forces, except for a small contingent to maintain internal security and combat banditry. The focus of defense could then shift eastward. Zichuan Xiu intended to rebuild the eastern defensive line of the Far East, using significant strongholds such as Toulon and Shaga as focal points. Naturally, Zichuan Xiu envisioned that once the enemy was kept at bay beyond the borders, he could devote his energies to domestic reconstruction, refarming the lands that had lain fallow during wartime, redistributing land equitably, developing industry and mining, and introducing technology and factories from the mainland back to the Far East. In less than 5 years, The new Far East he had promised Elder Buden would materialize. However, all of this hinged on a crucial premise, that the demon race would refrain from sending new suppression forces to the Far East, at least until he had defeated Ling Buxu. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in a dual-front conflict once more. Zichuan Xiu understood that it was utterly implausible for the demon kingdom to watch idly as its plump morsel was snatched away without a reaction. Yet, given that the higher-ups of the demon kingdom had not responded to the rebellion in the Far East for over a year and had not detected the emergence of new suppression forces, a flicker of hope arose within Zichuan Xiu. Perhaps a miracle might transpire. Once the new Far East was established, a wave of sorrow washed over Zichuan Xiu. This life was destined for solitude. And what significance did any great achievements hold? He recalled those most desperate days when, in a bid to dispel the desolation that weighed upon him, he had fought desperately, leading the charge at the forefront of every battle, recklessly risking his life, with countless arrows whistling past his ears, seeking the exhilarating edge of life and death to forget his loneliness. Finding joy in such peril, he realized that the youthful emotions he had felt in the early days of war had vanished without a trace. He had become cold and ruthless, treating both his own life and that of others with disdain, earning the respect of his subordinates. The Radiant King is exemplary. Only he understood that this was merely a self-destructive path, a desperate search for death after losing a loved one. A faint flicker of fear stirred within him. When the day came that he truly expelled the demon race and restored freedom to the Far East, where would he turn next? Where could he seek that life and death thrill to alleviate his loneliness? Where could he find new battlefields to help him forget his grief? Or would the once mighty Radiant King, who had once commanded respect, spend the latter half of his life drowning in alcohol? Would he become a drunken old man, slurring his words, spending his days harassing waitresses with a hint of beauty? A cold smile crept across Zichuan Xiu's lips, rather than languishing in such slow decay. It would be far nobler to die gloriously in battle against the demon race. When the truth was revealed and news reached the imperial capital, would she still mourn for him? Did she wish to weep? The night had deepened, and outside, the mournful howls of wild wolves echoed, haunting and prolonged. Having traveled over 40 miles today, and with tomorrow's journey still ahead, Zichuan Xiu withdrew from his thoughts, stifled a yawn, and opened his travel blanket. Suddenly, he halted. A rustling sound of fabric and faint footsteps came from outside the tent. Zichuan Xiu instinctively reached for the Xie blade at his waist and called out, "Who goes there?" "Radiance brings salvation." A clear male voice responded from beyond the curtain. "The password for the night." "Your Highness, I am the messenger sent by Lord Bran, with urgent military matters to discuss." "Eternal light upon the land. Enter," Zichuan Xiu replied, uttering the second half of the password. A flash of white light appeared as the Xie blade was silently drawn, gripped tightly in his hand. His gaze sharpened, fixed intently on the tent flap, unblinking. Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the silence, the thick canvas of the tent flap being shredded without a sound. Fragments swirling into the tent like razor-sharp blades that a dreadful storm seemed to erupt from the ground. Countless points of light pouring into the tent like rain, an unstoppable torrent of sword energy sweeping everything away. A flurry of shhh sounds filling the air. The wall of the tent behind where Zichuan Xiu had stood was riddled with holes, candlelight casting flickering shadows into the darkness outside, with no time to counterattack. He rolled away swiftly, kicking aside the table that held the candles, plunging the tent into impen. From the moment the door was breached to the swift and lethal assault, he immediately collapsed and extinguished the candle. All of these actions transpiring amidst the thunder and lightning. Both parties engaged in a rapid exchange, leaving him no opportunity to discern the features of his adversary. Zichuan Xiu understood that he had encountered an exceptionally rare master in his lifetime. The opponent's swordsmanship was terrifying. The blade's glimmer fell like raindrops, with a flurry of over a dozen thrusts unleashed in the blink of an eye. The sword light coalesced into a brilliant orb, enveloping him like a fog, rendering him incapable of discerning the sequence of strikes. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to snuff out the candle, plunging the tent into darkness. Otherwise, within mere moments, he would have been left riddled with wounds. In his days, Zichuan Xiu felt a peculiar resemblance between this swordsman and his dear friend Di Lin, yet the opponent was swifter, more ruthless, and far more formidable. The oppressive darkness was thick with the aura of death, suffocating and terrifying, akin to a string stretched to its breaking point. Hidden within the blackness loomed his formidable foe, and though the army was mere steps away, Zichuan Xiu dared not call for help. The first to utter a sound would inevitably invite a tempest of attacks. Against such a master, a single strike could prove fatal, and he knew he would not survive until his comrades arrived to his aid. His mind was blank, overwhelmed with tension, as if it might snap under the pressure. A torturous trial indeed. Behind him, sweat had thoroughly soaked his garments. Despite his efforts to concentrate, his thoughts spiraled uncontrollably. Where did such a fearsome master come from? This speed of the sword was impossible to defend against, should a face-to-face contest arise. His only chance lay in an all-out offensive, risking everything for a mutual destruction. The sound of footsteps echoed, startling a few passing guards from the commander's tent. A voice called from nearby. "We are tonight's sentinels." "My lord, are you unharmed?" Zichuan Xiu felt a surge of joy. His people had finally arrived. He remained silent, as did the lurking assassin. A flicker of torchlight appeared at the tent's entrance. As a half-orc guard stepped into the inky darkness, exclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, I heard sounds." You. Suddenly realizing the danger, Zichuan Xiu, risking exposure, shouted, "No! Get out quickly!" With a soft hiss, the half-orc guard froze, a strange expression on his face. The dim torchlight casting a wan glow as he appeared to smile in disbelief at some absurdity. Gradually, his grip slackened, and the burning torch fell to the ground. A strange gurgling sound emanated from his throat. But he could not articulate a word. A sharp blade had pierced through the back of his neck, blood oozing from the gaping wound. With a swift motion, the sword was withdrawn. The half-orc staggered forward. Colliding with Zichuan Xiu, he quickly steadied him. Feeling the warmth of a thick, viscous liquid, the half-orc gasped futilely, clutching his throat as crimson blood gushed forth between his fingers, producing a series of gurgling sounds. He muttered weakly, "Your Highness, be careful." In a desperate struggle, he broke free from Zichuan Xiu's grasp, collapsing to the ground, extinguishing the torch beneath him, plunging the tent back into utter darkness. With a loud crash, the tent of Zichuan Xiu unleashed his full repertoire of martial arts, a dazzling array of techniques emerging in rapid succession. Yet, all his efforts proved futile, no matter how he maneuvered or adapted. His opponent always managed to be a fraction quicker. Every transformation he executed fell into the hands of his adversary. Often before he could even draw his blade, the opponent's sword had already preemptively countered his attacks, leaving him in precarious situations where he narrowly avoided being struck. Strangely, it seemed as if the other party exhibited a sense of restraint, at times deliberately easing the pressure of their sword, granting Zichuan Xiu a fleeting chance to escape when he appeared unable to evade. Frustration surged within Zichuan Xiu. For anyone to anticipate and counter his techniques with such precision, it could only imply an intimate knowledge of his martial prowess and styles, knowledge that, aside from one individual, was known to no one in the world. Yet this impossible scenario was unfolding before him. With a furious roar, Zichuan Xiu spat, "Die!" as he flicked his wrist, conjuring a flurry of blade light that enveloped him like snowflakes. Propelling himself forward with the force of a whirlwind, the assassin's pupils dilated in alarm. A sky full of snowflakes. He recognized the terror of this technique, originally a defensive maneuver, where a single blade transformed into countless shimmering blossoms of steel, cascading around him like drifting snowflakes, providing an impenetrable shield. However, Zichuan Xiu, driven by an indomitable spirit and audacity, had morphed this defensive move into a fearsome offensive strike. Should he close the distance, he could shred the myriad seemingly beautiful snowflakes into fragments within an instant. In that critical moment, the assassin shouted with a fierce cry, thrusting his sword forward. To unravel such intricate techniques through mere adaptation is impossible. The only solution is to counterattack with force, meeting strength with strength. Though the dazzling snowflakes are numerous, there exists but one true blade. Seize that blade, and this technique will unravel. A sharp clang rang out as their weapons clashed. Both combatants jolted, retreating a step. "I know who you are, Zichuan Xiu," the assassin declared, suppressing the agony of the intruding energy in his arm, a sensation akin to ants crawling through his veins, the distinctive lethality of the ripple technique. Zichuan Xiu found himself speechless. Gasping for breath, his insides ablaze with a scorching pain as if sand were grinding against his organs. The opponent's energy was remarkably sharp, inflicting direct harm to his internal organs and dantian upon contact. A peculiar energy he had never encountered before. He now focused on dissipating this strange, lethal force but found himself unable to press the attack. Initially, he had hoped to dispel the invading energy faster than his foe, but upon having his identity revealed, a shockwave coursed through him, causing his energy to waver. "It is futile," the assassin's cold voice resonated in the darkness. "Our energies share a common source, amplifying the lethality twofold. Zichuan Xiu, you will not move for the next hour." Zichuan Xiu retorted with sarcasm, "And you are in no better position. Outside, my men are closing in, and if you endure any longer, you shall meet your demise. Just one shout from me." As if to underscore his words, distant shouts from half-beast soldiers arose. "There's an assassin! Quick! Protect His Highness the Light King!" The cacophony of voices surged, a tumultuous uproar disturbing the night, alerting the camp. Though both warriors were immobilized, Zichuan Xiu's subordinates were en route, placing the assassin in a dire predicament. Suddenly, Zichuan Xiu halted, the frigid edge of the assassin's sword pressed against his throat, an icy chill coursing through him. Simultaneously, several vital points on his body tingled. The opponent had struck his acupoints. With a soft sound, the assassin sheathed his sword, igniting a fallen oil lamp with a deft flick of his left hand, restoring light to the tent. Thus, Zichuan Xiu beheld his formidable foe, an exceptionally rare master of martial arts. Before him stood a masked figure clad in the black uniform of the Xiu regiment, holding the oil lamp, gazing thoughtfully at Zichuan Xiu with an expression full of curiosity. His tall, lean frame contrasted sharply with the piercing brightness of his eyes. Now visible beyond the mask, their gazes locked, silence enveloped them. Zichuan Xiu felt a jolt of shock. The other party had recovered with astonishing speed. He was further unsettled by the realization that the assassin seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his martial skills. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he found himself on the brink of defeat for the first time in his life, and for the first time, he questioned his own abilities. Outside the tent, the chaotic sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the clanging of metal weapons. As a throng of soldiers converged upon the command tent, the leaders of the rebel army had discerned that their commander was in peril and swiftly rallied their troops for rescue. They surrounded the tent, the cold metallic glint of blades and spears casting sharp shadows within, flickering torchlight illuminating the scene. Zichuan Xiu felt a sense of deja vu wash over him. He recalled a time when he had similarly abducted Princess Catan. Suddenly, the assassin spoke, "Listen, all of you outside. The Light King is in my grasp. If you wish for his demise, feel free to enter." His voice resonated with a depth of inner power, startling the doves resting nearby into flight. The soldiers, taken aback, hesitated, their steps faltering. Officers, uncertain of the situation within the tent, quickly commanded their men to maintain order. A half-beast shouted from the crowd, "Who are you? Don't try to deceive us. The Light King is unparalleled in valor. You could never match him. If you do not reveal yourself, we shall enter and take your life." Zichuan Xiu recognized the voice of Bosun. The assassin prodded Zichuan Xiu's throat with the sword sheath, and understanding his intent, Zichuan Xiu reluctantly spoke, "Bosun, is that you? Please, do not enter yet. Your Highness, are you all right?" "I am perfectly well, better than ever." The assassin, growing impatient, jabbed Zichuan Xiu's chest with the sword sheath, prompting an internal curse from Zichuan Xiu. Yet he had to comply. "Please, step back. 10 paces that I have matters to discuss with this friend." Bosun hesitated before responding. "As you command, Your Highness." He then issued a loud order. "Everyone, step back 10 paces, do not approach." The troops began to retreat like a receding tide, the chaotic sounds of their movements echoing in the night. Amidst the turmoil, Zichuan Xiu overheard an unknown half-beast officer whispering, "Where are the archers? Bring them here now. Aim for the entrance, and fire at will." Though spoken softly, both skilled combatants within the tent heard it clearly. Zichuan Xiu chuckled awkwardly. "Heh." The masked figure regarded him silently, their eyes unwavering as they scrutinized Zichuan Xiu's features and silhouette. Zichuan Xiu glared back in anger, only to find a remarkable gentleness in the assassin's gaze in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Zichuan Xiu sensed a complex array of emotions reflected in the assassin's eyes: concern, regret, nostalgia, and kindness, void of any intent to kill. After a prolonged silence, the assassin finally spoke. "I never anticipated that the Light King would be you." His voice was clear and melodious, imbued with a melancholic undertone reminiscent of the autumn wind. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow. "You know me? Who are you?" There was a familiarity in the assassin's gaze that Zichuan Xiu could not place, despite the impossibility of forgetting someone of such extraordinary skill. The masked figure smiled, though Zichuan Xiu could not be certain if it was genuine. Only noticing the subtle crinkles at the corners of his eyes that it appeared he was no longer young. Zichuan Xiu mused, "You need not know my true name, but among the demon clan, I am known as Haisha." He hesitated before adding, "Haisha the strategist." Zichuan Xiu narrowed his eyes, his pupils suddenly constricting. He had heard of this name before. During his alliance with the demon clan, he had often encountered tales of this individual, the most powerful minister in the demon kingdom, the most trusted advisor to the divine emperor, a mysterious figure whose background was shrouded in secrecy. Someone he had never had the opportunity to meet during his time within the demon army, now standing before him in the flesh. No one could have imagined that Haisha would dare to infiltrate the rebel camp to assassinate him. Exhibiting such formidable martial prowess, to best Zichuan Xiu in single combat. Zichuan Xiu, it seems my command was indeed correct, yet you appear to have been prepared. How did you discover my presence? Haisha inquired, his tone warm and cordial, more akin to an old friend catching up after years apart than a conqueror interrogating a vanquished foe. Zichuan Xiu snorted, initially reluctant to respond, but upon reflecting that Haisha had already answered one of his inquiries, he begrudgingly replied, "The command you issued was a standard military order. Entering my tent would necessitate a higher-level command. Furthermore, even in the face of urgent military matters, the report should have come from my personal guards, not an unfamiliar messenger. What has become of my guards?" Haisha nodded apologetically. "I deeply regret." Zichuan Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Are they all dead? I do not relish needless slaughter, but their skills were commendable, and I genuinely could not guarantee their capture without alerting you. I am truly sorry." Zichuan Xiu grunted in response. He simply could not comprehend the intentions of the enigmatic Haisha. Given that they were adversaries, there was no need for such insincere apologies delivered twice in succession. "Zichuan Xiu, you are indeed an extraordinary individual," Haisha remarked quietly, his voice tinged with admiration. "The entire world believes you to be dead, yet you have established such a vast enterprise in the Far East. The Zichuan family has truly shown a lack of discernment by abandoning you." Zichuan Xiu regarded him coldly, remaining silent. "Do not look at me with such disdain. I have no intention of killing you." "Do you know why?" Zichuan Xiu retorted with a cold laugh. "Is it because you harbor a secret admiration for me?" He found it hard to believe Haisha's words, considering he had slain numerous high-ranking demon generals, causing the demon race significant losses and disgrace. Now, he was leading a rebellion in the Far East, making it evident that the demons would seek to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Haisha chuckled amiably. "Do not jest. It is truly unfortunate that if the Light King were not you, Zichuan Xiu, how much easier it would be. If you were eliminated, the entire rebel faction in the Far East would crumble, and the suppression of the rebellion would be just around the corner. That is impossible. If I were to be killed, countless others from the Far East would rise up. Despicable plots and assassinations cannot alter the course of history. The liberation of the Far East is inevitable." "Huh. Well said, Zichuan Xiu. Or would you prefer I address you as His Highness the Light King? Despicable plots and assassinations cannot alter the course of history. It is rather hard for me to believe that the same individual who assassinated the demon generals Gu Sha and Yun Shun during the Third Hengchuan battle, as well as Sir Yun Xianxue in the Pai battle, though merely severing his arm, who also assassinated the Central Army Commander Lei Sun of the Zichuan family during the Bloody Night in the imperial capital and took down the traitor Lei Hong at the Demon's Victory Banquet, is indeed the renowned assassination King Zichuan Xiu. You are being excessively modest." Zichuan Xiu was at a loss, astonished that Haisha was so well acquainted with his past. Now that he recounted it, it carried a flavor of irony. "To the demons. I am merely a ghost. How can you be so familiar with my history? Oh, you are far too modest. You have become one of the most feared enemies in the eyes of the demon race. Even in death, they would strive to gather information about you. Moreover, until I see your corpse, I shall not believe you are dead. How is His Highness the Ming Wang faring?" A jolt ran through Zichuan Xiu, but he feigned ignorance. "Who is the Ming Wang?" Haisha smiled amiably, then deftly changed the subject. "The composition of the Far Eastern rebels is complex. Humans, half-beasts, serpent folk, dragon folk, elves, and dwarves. Each race is further divided into numerous factions. For instance, the half-beasts are split into the Xia faction, Gala faction, German faction, and several others. These forces and factions have long held mutual suspicion and animosity towards one another. The reason so many races and factions can unite is solely due to your prestige. Like King Xiu, you are the only linchpin preventing the fragmentation of the Far Eastern rebels. Once you are gone, they will turn into mere sand, and in their scramble for leadership, they may even resort to violence. Take your most formidable legion, the Black Garment Army. I presume it is your elite unit, the Xiu Division. Bai Chuan is a feeble woman unfit for heavy responsibilities. Roger lacks strategy despite his bravery. And Mingyu is a competent bureaucrat, but lacks the authority and charisma to command troops in battle. If you were to depart, who would take your place? Without a leader possessing the strength and esteem to command respect, fragmentation and infighting would be inevitable. Your loyal subordinates would lead their respective elite troops into unrelenting conflict. Assuming the Xiu Division does not splinter, can you guarantee that the new heir will enjoy the complete and unreserved trust of both the half-beasts and the races of the Far East? Do you have confidence that the new heir will continue to implement your policies and carry forth the war against the demons? Without your command, how much fighting strength will the rabble of rebels truly retain? Xiu, your life and death are intertwined with the fate of a nation. Haisha delivered his lengthy speech in one breath, and Zichuan Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, the simplest way to quell the rebellion in the Far East would be to eliminate you. Yet you are precisely the person I cannot afford to kill, Haisha sighed. Xiu, you have thwarted my painstakingly crafted plans. Zichuan Xiu, utterly baffled, asked, I am a person you cannot kill. What do you mean? Haisha smiled without answering. Xiu, remember, while the Far Eastern rebels stand in your way, you yourself are not my enemy. After a moment's thought, he corrected himself. I should say, you are not supposed to be. Zichuan Xiu interjected sharply. I am not on the same path as those treacherous humans who have allied with the demons. It is foolish to insult your opponents when you are powerless to resist. You must remember this well. Furthermore, Haisha posed a thought-provoking question. How can you be so certain that I am human? Zichuan Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Haisha could very well be of the demon royal lineage. Yet why did he feel that this person before him should be human? Observing Zichuan Xiu in his daze, Haisha smiled and inquired further. And how can you be sure that you yourself are human? Isn't that a given? How could I not know myself? Mid-sentence, he abruptly halted as Haisha picked up Zichuan Xiu's mirror from beside the sleeping bag and handed it to him. Zichuan Xiu froze. Who was this ghastly figure staring back at him in the mirror? It bore his likeness. Yet, how could such a terrifying creature exist? His eyes were as red as blood, the dreadful crimson threatening to drip from his eye sockets, exuding an aura of bloodlust that was utterly terrifying. Wah! Who is this? In a flurry of panic, Zichuan Xiu stammered. This is not me. Did he not say anything to you? Zichuan Xiu shook his head in confusion, his mind a chaotic blur. Unable to process the situation, Haisha chuckled, placing the mirror back down. How naive, to assume that everything in this world is self-evident. You have yet to gain full control over your berserk nature. Do not worry. Your eye color will soon return to normal. Who exactly are you? And who am I? One day, we shall meet again. By then, you will understand everything. Zichuan Xiu, though we tread different paths, our goals are aligned. Haisha lifted the curtain of the tent and slipped out, moving with such swiftness that he seemed more a ghost than a corporeal being, vanishing in an instant. Outside, panicked shouts from the half-beasts rang out. Someone has emerged. That is the Lord. Assassin. That person is an assassin. Kill him. The uproar intensified as countless arrows rained toward the entrance. Zichuan Xiu broke into a cold sweat. Those arrows piercing the tent and hurtling toward him, he clumsily rolled away, yet found himself thinking, the archers still need more training. The sounds of clashing swords and anguished cries gradually faded into the distance, with many voices shouting, he has escaped. That fellow is a monster, capable of sorcery. That fellow can fly. He can actually fly. Quick, pursue him. No, hurry inside to protect his highness. A throng of half-beast soldiers rushed into the tent, torches illuminating the space in a blaze of light amidst the cacophony. Bosun's booming voice echoed. Your Highness, Light King, where are you? The half-beast soldiers clamored. His Highness is missing. They shouted and jumped about anxiously until a faint groan emanated from beneath the debris. I am here, hidden beneath a collapsed table, trampled by dozens of half-beasts, surrounded by a multitude of arrows. Zichuan Xiu struggled to emit a sound. Bosun rushed over, his anxiety palpable. Your Highness, are you all right? Will you survive? Zichuan Xiu weakly groaned. I'm fine. I was unharmed before you all barged in. Except for a broken rib, some internal injuries, and a few spouts of blood, nothing else is amiss. Oh, that is good. Bosun nodded emphatically, then turned to announce. His Highness the Light King is safe. It is we who have valiantly rescued His Highness. Oh. Haraj wallah. The half-beast soldiers cheered jubilantly. Zichuan Xiu found it both amusing and exasperating. I truly appreciate your efforts. Cough. No need for thanks. We are all family here. Bosun said boisterously. Outside the tent, someone called out, reporting to His Highness the Light King. General Bran has dispatched a messenger from the front lines, requesting urgent military counsel. Zichuan Xiu, having barely settled into sleep, nearly leaped up to slash at someone. Not again. Haisha, you rascal. Do you ever tire of this routine? The earlier commotion from the assassin incident had caused 7 guards to perish, and the half-beasts had sent search parties to pursue, but returned empty-handed. Just as everyone had finally managed to return to sleep, someone else was coming to announce urgent military matters. Zichuan Xiu hastily donned his clothes and stepped out of the tent. A throng of guards immediately following him a short distance away. A contingent of over a dozen guards from the Ziyizing regiment encircled a half-orc messenger, their eyes fixed upon him with a predatory intensity. Following the assassination incident that transpired this evening, Bosun had decreed an elevation in the security status concerning Zichuan Xiu. The half-orc messenger, subjected to such an auspicious reception, was visibly anxious that he turned his face. And Zichuan Xiu instantly recognized him. Nearly gasping in surprise, he swiftly waved away the guards nearby, declaring, It's fine. This is someone I know. You may retire for now. The captain of the guards, Goulet, shook his head. My lord, we have received orders to remain by your side, unyielding. Should an incident akin to tonight's occur again, we would all have to take our own lives. Zichuan Xiu sighed. Very well. You may stand guard outside the tent. Messenger, you may enter with me. The half-orc stepped into Zichuan Xiu's tent. With a smile, Zichuan Xiu inquired, What brings you here? Has the Second Army run out of messengers? Requiring the vice commander to personally return to the headquarters. The vice commander of the Far East Second Army, the half-orc Bran, replied awkwardly, The matter is quite significant. I could not entrust it to an ordinary messenger. Fearing they might divulge it, Commander Bai Chuan shares my concerns. I apologize for interrupting your rest. Not at all. Zichuan Xiu's expression grew serious. Speak. What is so shrouded in mystery? Despite being within the tightly guarded confines of Zichuan Xiu's tent, Bran hesitated momentarily. Leaning closer, he whispered into Zichuan Xiu's ear. What? Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, quickly suppressing his volume to ask softly. Has Lu Di defected to us? Not yet, Your Highness, Bran responded. Yesterday, a contingent from the demon army proactively contacted our forward troops, expressing their willingness to defect in their entirety, inquiring if we would accept them. Since the onset of hostilities, no demon army has voluntarily betrayed their ranks, and Commander Bai Chuan, fearing a ruse, did not agree, stating that we required time to consider. However, the demon contingent was exceedingly urgent, dispatching messengers throughout the afternoon and evening to press us for a response, ultimately revealing that the Grand Governor of the Far East, Lu Di, was among their ranks and was willing to provide us with intelligence regarding the Demon Kingdom. Both Commander Bai Chuan and I were astounded and felt unable to make a decision without consulting you, Your Highness, on whether we should accept Lu Di's surrender. Zichuan Xiu blinked, asking, Where is your troop stationed? While retrieving a marching map. Moketown, yes, that small settlement is approximately 100 kilometers from the Tianlan fortress. Bran quickly pinpointed Moketown's location on the map. Zichuan Xiu gazed intently for a long moment, exhaling deeply. If this is true, we may indeed have a glimmer of hope after resolving the logistical crisis. The Far East Army mounted another offensive, seizing 3 provinces. Thus far, of the 23 provinces in the Far East, 15 had fallen under Zichuan Xiu's command, with robust support from the Zichuan family. The Far East Army had significantly improved in both quality and quantity, except for Commander Mingyu, who remained behind to defend the southwestern camp in Minsk province from the demon forces. Other legions, under Zichuan Xiu's direct leadership, advanced with the force of a landslide toward the largest and final stronghold of the demon army in the eastern Far East, the Tianlan fortress. It was unforeseen that even before the battle commenced, the demon commanders would voluntarily offer to surrender. Such fortuitousness seemed almost excessive. Zichuan Xiu hastily donned his armor and called out, "Goulet." "Yes, my lord." "Prepare my horse, also. Inform Lord Bosun to come here." Though Goulet felt a twinge of confusion, given that it was already past midnight, what need did his lord have for a steed? He nonetheless executed the command without hesitation, summoning Zichuan Xiu's mount and dispatching a message to General Bosun. Shortly thereafter, Bosun arrived in a hurried manner, his attire disheveled, clearly just roused from slumber. From a distance, upon spotting Zichuan Xiu, he inquired, "Your Highness, is there an urgent military matter?" Zichuan Xiu glanced at Bran, who shook his head and whispered, "I have only informed you, Your Highness, my uncle remains unaware." Zichuan Xiu regarded him with appreciation. Despite their familial ties, Bran understood the gravity of the situation, opting to report directly to Zichuan Xiu without alerting Bosun. Zichuan Xiu felt gratified to witness the once dissolute half-orcs now exhibiting a sense of discipline under his command, resembling soldiers more than they had a few months prior. "Bosun, I will speak with Commander Bai Chuan briefly. I leave the troops under your command for the time being." Bosun hesitated before responding decisively, "As you command." "Your Highness." He blinked in surprise at his nephew's sudden departure from the front lines in the dead of night, but refrained from questioning, simply adding, "Your Highness, our forces have yet to fully secure this area. Scouts report that demon skirmishers are still active in the vicinity. Please exercise caution and permit some of the 1st Regiment's men to accompany you. That one be necessary, my guard shall suffice," Zichuan Xiu stated. Swiftly mounting his horse, behind him, Goulet led the elite guard, and the agile cavalrymen mounted their steeds one after another. Zichuan Xiu remarked with a smile, "Let the lads of the 1st Regiment rest well. They have exerted themselves enough today." After exchanging farewells with Bosun, he turned his horse toward the camp's exit. With Bran and the guards hastily in tow, the group galloped forth, passing through the slumbering encampment of the Far East Army. The half-orc and dragon soldiers lay scattered in the dew-laden grass, some startled awake by the thunder of hooves, blinking in confusion as the riders swept past like the wind. At the camp's edge, they encountered a patrol of half-orcs. Zichuan Xiu merely raised his insignia, and the patrol promptly granted them passage, allowing them to exit the grand encampment and vanish into the darkness of the wilderness. In the deep of early summer, a wave of cool, moist air greeted the galloping warriors. Zichuan Xiu pressed his legs against his horse's flanks, urging it onward, leading the entire party at a swift pace, prompting Goulet to call out several times, "My lord, slow down." Riding at such a high speed in the darkness posed considerable danger. Not only was there the threat of encountering demon skirmishers, but even the slightest pit or stone on the path could lead to a catastrophic fall each time Goulet's voice rang out. Zichuan Xiu would slightly reduce his speed, only to soon return to his reckless gallop. The urgency of his spirit led Bran to believe that Lu Di was akin to the first love of the Prince of Light. Zichuan Xiu's heart raced, and he exerted great effort to restrain the impulse to break into song, though he was acutely aware that the area remained a battleground between the demon army and the Far East forces. Venturing forth with only a handful of guards was undeniably perilous, yet the thought of the advantages Lu Di's defection could bring to the insurgents rendered him impatient, unable to wait for the assembly of the first guard. Lu Di was defecting. Zichuan Xiu believed that within the entire Far East insurrection, few would grasp the profound significance of this event. In warfare, understanding enemy intelligence is paramount. For humanity, the demon kingdom remains an enigmatic realm. How vast is the territory of this nation? What is its population? How many races dwell within? What is the total strength of its armed forces? What is its military potential? The answers to these questions remained a mystery. The demon kingdom was akin to a world shrouded beneath an iron curtain. Even he, who had been deemed a foremost expert on demon intelligence after risking his life to infiltrate their ranks, still possessed only a limited understanding of their inner workings. Ignorance breeds fear, and facing such a formidable opponent without knowledge of its inner workings left him with no chances of victory. Now, the tides had turned. Lu Di, a high-ranking officer within the demon army, possessed intimate knowledge of their operations. With his assistance, the enigmatic demon kingdom would finally unveil its secrets before him, just as Lei Hong's defection had enabled the Far East insurgents to flourish, allowing the demons to sweep away the forces of the Zichuan family with ease. Moreover, Lu Di was no ordinary high-ranking officer. He held the position of Grand Governor of the Far East, the highest command in the region. With his surrender, It was conceivable that Zichuan Xiu could subdue the entire demon garrison in the Far East without bloodshed, turning the dream of establishing a new nation into a reality overnight. This was a pivotal moment, its significance, whether militarily or politically comparable to the annihilation of 20 demon battalions on the battlefield. The only remaining question was, why would a high-ranking general of the demon kingdom, a noble of the highest order, choose to surrender to a band of rebellious insurgents from the Far East? On every front, this seemed implausible. Yet, an instinct told Zichuan Xiu that this was highly likely to be true. The reasoning, while somewhat absurd, was that the very unnaturalness of the situation led Zichuan Xiu to believe in its authenticity. Should the demon clan harbor intentions of deceit, they would undoubtedly concoct a meticulously crafted falsehood, orchestrating a feigned act of suffering, allowing whispers of their scheme to circulate, then dispatching a mid-ranking officer to approach, claiming discontent with the tyrannical oppression of the demon god emperor, and expressing a desire to pledge allegiance to your highness while presenting crucial intelligence. This is a conceivable scenario. However, they would never allow the highest commander of the entire army to play the central role in such a stratagem. Zichuan Xiu endeavored to conjure an image of Lu Di in his mind. Yet he found himself unable to recall it in its entirety. His impression was limited to a towering figure, a visage marred by a scar, exuding an intimidating aura, with a demeanor that was coarse and dismissive. His voice booming and reverberating through the room. Zichuan Xiu could not help but reflect how unpredictable the world is. Initially, I met Lu Di as a supplicant among the demon army. Yet less than 2 years later, he has become a traitor seeking refuge with me. My lord, the half-orc Bran approached Zichuan Xiu, riding alongside him. We are nearing Mok Town. Zichuan Xiu snapped back to reality as their small cavalry unit emerged from the thicket onto a smooth thoroughfare. In the distance, flickering lights appeared, signifying the encampment of the Baichuan troops. Bran, Zichuan Xiu lowered his voice. If Lu Di has indeed defected, what are your thoughts? Bran hesitated, prompting Zichuan Xiu to urge him, speak. My lord, I will follow your lead. Whatever you deem necessary, we shall do. No, I seek your own opinion. Then, if that scoundrel Lu Di truly dares to come, the mere mention of his name contorted Bran's face. His teeth grinding audibly, I shall flay him alive and strip his tendons. Zichuan Xiu gazed in astonishment at the ferocious half-orc. This brought to mind the Moonbay massacre, the Shaluo massacre. The Glock incident. Lu Di and his forces had once ruthlessly trampled the entirety of the Far East, leaving countless families shattered. Every pore of his being was steeped in the blood of the Easterners. A deluge that converged into an ocean of sorrow. The people of the Far East harbored a deeper animosity towards Lu Di than towards the demon god emperor. If he were to accept Lu Di's surrender, it would necessitate guaranteeing his safety. How could he, the luminary king, justify this to the millions who loathed Lu Di with every fiber of their being? Losing the trust and support of the Eastern populace would render the continuation of this war impossible. Zichuan Xiu fell into silence as they progressed towards the Baichuan camp. They encountered several patrols of the Kung gang weaving through an undercover sentry suddenly called out from the shadows. Password. Light brings prosperity. Bran replied. The rustling of branches echoed in the darkness as a contingent of half-orc soldiers armed with javelins emerged, standing before Zichuan Xiu's escort. The lead half-orc officer, recognizing Bran, greeted him. Lord Bran. Bran engaged him in hushed conversation, explaining their purpose and requesting guidance. The officer promptly obliged, leading Zichuan Xiu and his entourage into the town. Mok Town lay quiet in the deep of night, moonlight cascading like water upon the smooth cobblestones, illuminating the serene faces of the slumbering half-orc soldiers. Mok was a small town with fewer than 2,000 households. The sudden influx of tens of thousands of troops overwhelmed its accommodations, forcing some soldiers to sleep in the streets, pig sties, and horse stables. Having received word of Zichuan Xiu's impending arrival, Baichuan awaited him at the sole main street of the town, accompanied by several commanders of the Xiu character camp. Upon seeing Zichuan Xiu approach on horseback, the officers stood at attention, saluting. Baichuan strode forward. With a ceremonious smile, she declared, "The arrival of the commander brings immense honor to all officers and soldiers of the Second Army. Spare me the formalities." Baichuan, enough with this charade. Zichuan Xiu dismounted wearily. From afar, he heard Baichuan loudly instructing the officers. "Quick, everyone, hide your wallets. Be wary of thieves. Hurry, inform the medical team to take cover." the lecherous Zichuan Xiu has arrived. This left Zichuan Xiu feeling quite disheartened. Yet he had little interest in pursuing the matter further, bluntly inquiring, "Where is the demon envoy?" "He has already departed," stating he would return in the morning for our response. Oh, Zichuan Xiu felt a twinge of disappointment. Zichuan continued, "There is no need for haste, my lord. You have traveled a long way. Please, take a moment to rest." Very well." Zichuan Xiu entered the room, barely settling down before asking, "Zichuan, what exactly is going on?" "My lord, we have ascertained the reasons behind Lu Di's defection." Zichuan, the highest-ranking officer of the Second Army, stated succinctly, "Over the past year, Lu Di has suffered consecutive defeats. Fearing the wrath of the demon god emperor, he concealed the truth and refrained from reporting it. Now that the matter has come to light, the demon god emperor seeks his head, and his envoy, Ross, has already set forth with an army. With no escape, Lu Di has no choice but to seek refuge with us." Zichuan articulated the matter with clarity and brevity, elucidating the situation. Zichuan Xiu comprehended. This was the answer he had been puzzling over. Lu Di's concealment of military affairs had resulted in the Demon Kingdom withholding reinforcements for over a year, and he had unwittingly benefited from it. With the passage of a year, the fledgling Eastern regime had safely navigated its perilous infancy into maturity. The soldiers had gained invaluable experience. A plethora of officers had been cultivated, a logistics system established, and the ranks had become organized and disciplined. Their army had transformed from a disorganized rabble at the Kearney battle into a formidable and battle-hardened legion, rapidly growing in strength. Now, Zichuan Xiu felt confident that even if the Demon Kingdom were to mobilize troops from within, his battle-tested half-orc forces could withstand their assault under his command. He chuckled softly. Who would have thought that Lu Di would prove such a significant ally? Zichuan did not share in his mirth, her expression grave. "My lord, this matter must remain confidential. It is uncertain how you wish to proceed." Silence enveloped the room. Zichuan was astute. Having considered the same concerns as Zichuan Xiu, this issue was exceedingly sensitive. If it were to leak, and the soldiers learned that their esteemed luminary king was harboring the very architect of the massacre of their families, the enraged half-orc soldiers might revolt on the spot, potentially leading to a mutiny and the fragmentation of the Eastern Army. The luminary king stifled a yawn. "I hardly slept last night. I shall rest for a while. Notify me when the demon envoy arrives." At dawn, a contingent of human cavalry galloped towards them from the front lines, their faces obscured by wide cloaks. They made their way directly into Zichuan's command camp. Surrounding them, hundreds of soldiers from the Xiu character camp tightly encircled the tents, forbidding any approach without Zichuan's command. The early rising half-orc and snake soldiers gazed in astonishment at the scene. Once inside the command tent encircled by canvas, the cavalry dismounted and shed their cloaks. One notably tall rider removed his cloak, revealing the demon clan's distinctive green skin and fearsome countenance. Accompanied by a cohort of human soldiers, the demon envoy entered Zichuan's central command tent, where the senior leaders of the uprising awaited. Zichuan occupied the center, Brand seated to her left, and several commanders from the Xiu character camp on her right, hands resting on their blades, which glinted with a bluish sheen. The atmosphere within the tent was solemn. The demon envoy strode in, unfazed by the imposing setup, and grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming teeth, his demeanor indicative of someone accustomed to the ways of the world. Unaffected by the gravity of the moment, he casually offered a salute and inquired, "General, regarding our proposal from last night, I wonder how the esteemed lords have deliberated. Are you willing to accept?" Zichuan sighed internally. It was evident that the other party was under considerable pressure. Skipping pleasantries to directly address the most sensitive issue in military matters, shamelessly bypassing all decorum. Following Zichuan Xiu's prior instructions, Zichuan replied, "Before making a final decision, I wish to understand more about your true motivations for defection and the sincerity behind them, as well as your conditions." The demon envoy's face darkened with anger. "Did we not already discuss this last night?" "Reiterating does no harm," Zichuan stated coolly. With a hint of mockery in her tone, the envoy's expression shifted to one of indignation. His scarred, brutish face momentarily displayed a semblance of authority, as if he were accustomed to issuing commands. However, the circumstances dictated that he was at a disadvantage. For Lu Di and his followers, every moment was precious. The truth had been revealed, and Ross's pursuers could arrive at any moment if they failed to reach an agreement and secure protection under the uprising forces. They would find themselves caught between Ross's demon army and the Luminary King's insurgent forces, certain to be crushed, with traitors facing a gruesome fate. Upon contemplating the brutal punishment, the envoy shivered, forcibly suppressing his fury. I have already articulated the conditions last night. Allow me to reiterate them once more. Trembling, he fumbled in his pocket for a piece of paper, squinting as he read aloud. First, my faction voluntarily surrenders to your army, ceasing all hostilities. Second, your army must guarantee our personal and property safety. Third, our soldiers are willing participants in this surrender and must be assured of our personal freedom, treated not as prisoners of war, nor coerced into slavery or labor. Fourth, in light of the current blind hostility exhibited by certain soldiers of your army towards our divine race, to ensure the safety of my faction's personnel, our soldiers are permitted to carry weapons for self-defense if threatened. Fifth, while we harbor dissatisfaction towards the current divine emperor, Cater, we remain members of the divine race, and our soldiers refuse to combat against the divine army. Sixth, we request your army provide us with essential food and supplies for our sustenance. The envoy breathlessly articulated 6 conditions, to which Zichuan chuckled. To refrain from combat and labor, enjoy free provisions, and even carry weapons. How amusingly it seems as though I were the one surrendering to your excellency. The human officers erupted in laughter, causing the envoy's face to flush crimson. These are merely the most basic conditions. They are not excessive. If you cannot acquiesce even to these, then your sincerity is sorely lacking. Speaking of sincerity, how do you ensure yours? How can I be certain you do not intend to infiltrate my ranks for sabotage, especially since you refuse to disarm, which leaves me quite apprehensive? I guarantee it by my honor. Zichuan scoffed. With your standing, do you not find it amusing to utter such words? What right does a traitor have to speak of honor? You, the envoy, was incensed, yet unable to unleash his anger, his face alternating between red and pale. You lack any sincerity, Zichuan coldly retorted. Before you lies but one path, which is to lay down your arms and surrender unconditionally. A voice, calm yet imbued with an indescribable authority, resonated from behind the envoy. Startled, he spun around to find a cloaked figure standing silently behind him, adorned with a grotesque bronze mask, the black robe billowing in the wind, exuding an eerie aura. The envoy's face contorted in horror. He cried out, Lord Black Sand. As though confronted by a specter, he collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. The human officers and the half-beastman Bran all rose in unison. Bowing deeply, Your Highness of Light. Zichuan Xiu furrowed his brow, stepping closer to the envoy. What did you say? Though his appearance was somewhat uncanny, it was daylight. How could the envoy be so frightened? Particularly when he had called out Black Sand's name. It struck Zichuan Xiu as peculiar. Now, curiosity about the demon race's grand marshal filled him. As he sensed an enigma surrounding him, the envoy gasped for breath. Hand pressed against his chest, remaining silent, fixated on Zichuan Xiu's bronze mask, as if attempting to peer through it to discern his true visage. Zichuan bellowed. His Highness is inquiring of you. The envoy stammered. You are not Lord Blacksand. Zichuan Xiu shook his head and asked, I am the Light King. Why do you believe I am Blacksand? The envoy sighed in relief, struggling to rise from the ground. Still gazing intently at Zichuan Xiu, muttering incoherently, Zichuan Xiu sighed. Lord Lu Di, it has been a long time. His voice was barely audible, only reaching the envoy's ears, upon having his identity suddenly revealed. Lu Di was taken aback. Who are you? Zichuan Xiu remained silent, quietly observing Lu Di, the Grand Governor of the Far East, a high-ranking general of the Demon Kingdom, a noble of elevated status favored by the Demon Emperor. A once arrogant executioner. How drastically he had changed in less than 2 years. No, perhaps merely a few months. Zichuan Xiu recalled their meeting at the Demon Banquet, where Lu Di, with his ruddy complexion and corpulence, had spoken in a gruff tone, exuding an air of authority that had left a profound impression. Yet now, the signs of his former bulk had vanished. His cheeks had hollowed, wrinkled skin sagging around his cheekbones like a deflated sack. His demeanor utterly fatigued, his face shrouded in a dense, lifeless shadow, bloodshot eyes reflecting a sickly pallor, devoid of spirit. The robust figure he once possessed had been reduced to mere skeletal remains. Zichuan Xiu regarded him coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Without an ounce of sympathy, he recalled Commander Fong Jing, who had perished at Moonbay, the 11,000 headless corpses, the specters of the wrong still haunting the battlefield. The countless cities ablaze, the myriad civilians of the Far East burned alive, the horrific massacre of the Serrero province. He thought of the half-beastman General Vera, who had died with unclosed eyes. The crimes committed by this man were beyond redemption, having drenched the lands of the Far East in blood. How could he possibly offer protection to him? A surge of impulse surged within Zichuan Xiu. A desire to cleave this wretch in two, or to cry out, "Come forth, Lu Di is here," and let the half-beastmen swarm and devour him alive. Unseasoned and unadorned, To slay Lu Di would avenge the people. And his own reputation as the Light King would shine even brighter. He found himself whispering, "Lay down your arms and surrender. I assure your safety, Lord Lu Di. This is our response." Lu Di, filled with uncertainty, pondered whether this masked human was indeed the renowned leader of the Far Eastern rebel forces, the illustrious Light King who had repeatedly vanquished his foes in their brief encounter. He had mistaken him for Black Sand, terrified beyond measure. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Sand, not only in attire but in stature and build, and most importantly, he possessed the same inscrutable aura, an enigmatic quality that inspired trust. Though their voices differed, both exuded a reassuring presence. This human possessed a leadership quality akin to Black Sand, making it easy to place faith in him. Hesitantly, he repeated, "You can guarantee my safety." "Indeed. I am willing to accept your surrender and promise safety for you and the demon soldiers who have defected with you. But you and your subordinates must immediately disarm and submit to our oversight, fully complying with our orders." Zichuan Xiu spoke with calm authority, his tone resolute and uncompromising, his confidence stemming from the formidable power he wielded. Lud instantly comprehended that bargaining with such a man was futile. He hesitated, his expression shifting, brows furrowing and unwrinkling in a tumult of emotion. Zichuan Xiu observed keenly, aware he was engaged in an intense internal struggle, and he knew that ultimately, Lu Di would yield. For he had no alternative path available. Zichuan Xiu preferred that Lu Di resist to the end, allowing him to cast aside all reservations and command Bran to eradicate this small faction of demons, thereby publicly executing Lu Di to declare justice to the world. After a moment, Lu Di's dark visage twitched in distress, and in a sycophantic tone he said, "Your Highness of Light, please permit me to serve under your banner, offering my humble assistance. From this day forth, I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, with no ulterior motives." Zichuan Xiu gently closed his eyes, responding coolly, "That is well." He turned to depart. That moment, he was engulfed by a profound sense of revulsion, a nauseating feeling akin to having swallowed a fly, nearly prompting him to retch. Simultaneously, he realized that Lu Di's defection marked a new phase in his endeavors and the uprising in the Far East. Episode 11. The Emergence of Talent. Chapter 5. A historical reflection. Lu Di's disappearance was ultimately confirmed as a defection, igniting a tremendous uproar on both sides. The initial reaction from Demon Fortress was impossible. The second reaction was still impossible. The inflexible minds of the demon race could not accept this reality. The highest political and military commander in the Far East, a high-ranking general of the Xenia clan favored by the Demon Emperor, defecting to the ragtag rebels of the Far East. Given that Lu Di was also of the Xenia clan, his defection rendered the ruling class of the Xenia a laughingstock among the 13 tribes, severely undermining their credibility. The Demon Emperor was extraordinarily enraged. As Lu Di had been appointed Grand Governor of the Far East by Prince Kadun, the prince's repeated bows and apologies failed to quell the emperor's fury, leading him to the brink of suicide in a show of intent. Ultimately stripped of his claim to the throne and confined for reflection, Prince Ka Lan hummed a merry tune, joyfully sharing this news with Yun Xianshui. Even Yun Xianshui, who had long detested Lu Di, was left speechless in astonishment. In his estimation, once the matter was exposed, Lu Di would either commit suicide or surrender meekly. He never anticipated that he would defect to the rebels. That clumsy, hulking figure, seemingly reckless and devoid of cunning, displayed an unexpected fear of death, utterly beyond his expectations. History is like a wheel, turning round and round, always revolving around a few unchanging axles, with events often astonishingly similar. Indeed, we should have been on guard much earlier. Was it not the case that Lei Hong, the commander of the Zichuan family in the Far East, also sought refuge with the rebel forces when he found himself with no other options. Upon hearing this news, Princess Cadden remarked with a hint of indifference, not appearing particularly astonished. Cadden was the only one within the realm of the Demon King who had considered the possibility of Lu Di's treachery. Under the Emperor's death decree, if Lu Di wished to preserve his life, he had but two paths: to raise an army for independence in the Far East or to ally himself with the rebels. However, the garrison in the Far East was predominantly composed of the Emperor's direct lineage from the Sanaya tribe, and with the esteemed General Ling Buxu, whose renown and achievements rivaled those of Lu Di. Stationed there, Lu Di would find it impossible to orchestrate a public betrayal. Princess Cadden surmised this, yet she refrained from alerting her husband or father. She understood that once the assassin's interception had failed, Lu Di must have realized his exposure. At that juncture, any measures taken would be too late. Prince Kalen expressed his dissatisfaction. "If you had already deduced this, you should have informed me." Princess Cadden smiled charmingly. Remaining silent, she thought it more prudent to withhold her words since voicing them would be futile. The mere act of reporting bad news constituted bad news in itself. Zichuan Xiu inquired of his wife, "Your Highness, what do you foresee as the next development in the situation?" "Yunjun, you are far too modest. You ought to be able to discern it yourself," Princess Cadden replied with a playful smile. "As I mentioned earlier, history often bears a striking resemblance. When a nation experiences internal rebellion, it frequently attracts the covetous gaze and intervention of external forces. Brother, consider what transpired when the Zichuan family faced rebellion in the Far East. The Zichuan family lost the protective barrier of the Far East Auxiliary Legion. And soon after, our divine race launched a significant westward campaign." Kalen abruptly halted, exchanging glances with Zichuan Xiu. "Good heavens, sister, you cannot be suggesting that the Zichuan family might." Zichuan Xiu voiced his skepticism, "But the Zichuan family has just suffered defeat. They should lack the capacity to meddle in Far Eastern affairs. Should they not?" Cadden pondered for a long while before responding slowly. "I once resided in the imperial capital of the Zichuan family for an extended period, granting me a deeper understanding of their circumstances." "Yunjun, brother, you underestimate the Zichuan family's strength. Although they incurred significant losses in the last war in the Far East, most of those forces were merely disorganized militia and second-line reserves. Along the Zichuan family's extensive western border, the frontline garrison remains intact, comprising nearly 100 divisions, alongside a substantial local military presence across the western provinces. I have encountered several senior generals of the Zichuan family, such as Sterling, Dilling, Lin Bing, and the deceased Guingxing, not to mention Zichuan Xiu. Oh, he too has perished at To speak frankly. In comparison to our own generals, the human commanders are far superior. They possess a profound understanding of warfare and strategy. Our victory in the Far Eastern War was not due to our own strength, but rather because they were at their most vulnerable and caught off guard at Do, you recall. During Gu Yingxing's era, our race attempted 4 campaigns against the Zichuan family, all of which ended in failure at his hands. This demonstrates that the strength of the human army is not as feeble as we might imagine, at least not as we claim. That 3 soldiers of our divine race are equivalent to 10 human soldiers. While the combat capabilities of divine soldiers are slightly stronger in individual engagements, in collective warfare, the tactical command and proficiency of human officers far exceed our own, easily counteracting our advantages in solo combat. Moreover, humans possess another significant advantage. Their technological prowess and weaponry is vastly superior to ours, and their commanders excel at leveraging this advantage to its fullest. Recall the Battle of Pai. Our divine race mustered a 1,000,000-strong force yet failed to seize a solitary city, had it been a human army under siege. They would have long since reduced the fortress to ruins with catapults, incendiary bottles, and siege crossbows. The current frailty of the Zichuan family is largely attributable to their internal strife and power struggles, which have severely drained their vitality. Should they come to realize this, their potential is boundless. Among the 3 major human factions on the continent, the Zichuan family boasts the largest population, exceeding 130 million, and possesses formidable military production capabilities. With such a demographic base, if they were to engage in reckless militarization, they could easily restore a military structure of 2 million. But they are still constrained by the Lu Feng family to the west. Lu Feng's time is running short. Once he passes, internal discord will surely ensue within the Lu Feng family. At that point, bereft of the western threat, the Zichuan family will inevitably regain its strength. They will then pose a genuine threat to our divine race. Indeed, I even suspect that the current rebellion in the Far East may bear traces of Zichuan family involvement. How could that be? The people of the Far East are brave and valiant in battle. Yet their political organizational capabilities are lacking. Their social structure remains at a clan level, filled with mutual suspicion among tribes. Even within the same tribe, they are divided into numerous smaller groups, scattered like a heap of loose sand. Yet now, several disparate bandit factions have transformed into a large and highly cohesive armed force within less than a year, which necessitates exceptional political organization and leadership skills. If this accomplishment is solely due to the internal capabilities of the Far Eastern tribes, devoid of any external manipulation, I find it exceedingly hard to believe. The rebels are not merely aimless bandits. Their objective is to fracture our territory and sever the Far East from the kingdom entirely. And who stands to benefit the most from the division of the Far East? It is evident. The Zichuan family. Should the Zichuan family make a resurgence in the future, it would hardly be surprising. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective and may not be entirely accurate. Princess Cadden humbly concluded, such a profound understanding and analysis of the global situation, coupled with her keen insight and astute observations, would be a feat even the kingdom's most seasoned politicians might struggle to achieve. Kalen, however, was unfazed. He had long recognized that his sister was a rare genius in the realm of strategy and intellect. He rose to his feet, stating, "Sister, you far surpass that pretentious black sand. By the way, where has that fellow been? I have not seen him around lately. If I ever find myself in that position, I shall certainly appoint you as my strategist. What say you? Will you assist me?" Cadden smiled. "You are my brother. Who else would I help?" Kalen chuckled, though his laugh lacked genuine joy, and he nodded absent-mindedly. "I shall take my leave." Zichuan Xiu promptly rose to see him off, escorting him to the door. Upon returning, Cadden's expression turned grave as she addressed him. "Yinjun, after the incident with our eldest brother, the second prince has become overly elated. His mindset could invite disaster. It would be best for you not to remain so closely tied to him." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback, then replied with a smile, "The second prince is simply a bit pleased. He has not uttered any excessive words. Yet in his heart, he thought, my fate has already become inextricably linked with the second prince. It is far too late to backtrack now." On June 24, 782, in the Far East, at the town of Emoku in the Dusa province, the sun broke through the clouds, yet the light remained dim. The sky was overcast, thick with dark clouds. "It looks like rain is coming," muttered Zichuan Xiu, gazing out of the window of the temporary command post established in Emoku. The staff officers were seated on wooden crates along the walls, engaged in hushed conversation. A large operational map hung on the wall, with red arrows representing the Far Eastern Coalition and black arrows denoting the demon forces intricately intertwined, forming a chaotic web. Over the past 6 months, the Far Eastern Army had rapidly expanded, significantly bolstering the power of the Light King. However, this growth rendered the original organizational structure ill-suited for such a vast army. Particularly when mobilizing nearly 300,000 troops for a major campaign, the weaknesses of the command center became glaringly apparent. Managing the precise locations and routes of nearly 100 teams and 20 various battle groups, each with distinct missions, was an overwhelming endeavor, let alone issuing timely combat orders in response to rapidly changing circumstances. Had the Zichuan family been commanding a large-scale regular army, this issue would not have arisen. Regular army units typically boasted a cadre of professional staff officers dedicated to assisting commanders, yet the Far Eastern rebel forces lacked such personnel, especially experienced staff officers, although a select few educated individuals were hastily chosen from the Xiu battalion to serve in auxiliary roles. They were evidently still inexperienced. Upon reviewing the submitted attack plans against Ludi's remnants, Zichuan Xiu found himself at a loss for words. The main force of 120,000 was expected to suddenly maneuver 140 kilometers to launch a flanking assault. Yet they were allotted less than 3 days to complete the operational deployment. But in Zichuan Xiu's experience, even the most elite central army of the Zichuan family would require at least a week to execute such a monumental maneuver. What struck Zichuan Xiu as particularly absurd was the stipulation that 80,000 troops must traverse a bridge capable of accommodating only 2 individuals within 5 hours, all while remaining within the archery range of the Thailand fortress. Furthermore, the plan did not allocate any flanking reconnaissance units along the designated march route. Should the column encounter an ambush during their advance, the situation would devolve into a catastrophe. Zichuan Xiu forced a bitter smile as he discarded the report into the wastebasket. Thus, the burden rested almost entirely on his shoulders. Zichuan Xiu understood that, in terms of managerial capabilities, the most suitable subordinate command units should ideally number between 4 to 6. Currently, the operational units of the Far East Army were excessively numerous. However, in light of the complex internal situation within the Far Eastern Allied forces, an overly concentrated military presence could result in warlordism and factionalism, a risk he was not willing to take. As he exited the command room, the atmosphere outside was equally somber, the sun obscured from view in the distance. A low rumble of thunder heralded an approaching summer storm. Before the housing at the Baichuan encampment command post, soldiers from the Xiu unit, clad in Zichuan family uniforms, patrolled diligently, ensuring tight security as he had previously instructed in the distance. Along the road bordering the village, half-orc cavalry formed 2 lines, advancing through the town. Draped in animal hides and adorned with the golden sun insignia of the rebel army, they carried javelins, followed closely by infantry archers. Zichuan Xiu recognized this contingent as the half-orc cavalry commanded by Di Kun from Buluchuan. That impetuous young fellow had now risen to the rank of team leader, commanding a force of 6,000 half-orc cavalrymen. Integrated into Baichuan's subordinate units, if the human soldiers of the Xiu unit were Zichuan Xiu's personal guard among humanity. Then the half-orcs from Buluchuan were his trusted allies among their he repay the life-saving favor they had extended to him in the past. Zichuan Xiu had taken great care to promote leaders and officers from the youth of Buluchuan. Now, the over 600 half-orc soldiers who had participated in the rescue operation were mostly elevated to junior officer positions. In addition to them, soldiers from the 2 teams involved in the uprising had also received special attention, with many captains and mid-ranking officers emerging from the original rebel forces. This move had drawn snide remarks from the Serpent clan, who referred to it as the Radiant King, favoring his own. Zichuan Xiu was acutely aware that while democratic politics held its own significance, the military required cohesion and unity to wield effective combat power. He felt an urgent necessity to establish a loyal faction within the army. Given their merit and capabilities, the young men from Buluchuan were no less competent than anyone else. Thus, he saw no reason not to prioritize the promotion of this steadfast group of subordinates, although none among them had yet achieved the rank of high-ranking officer equivalent to a legion commander. Zichuan Xiu, well-versed in military life, knew that the grassroots team leaders were the true power holders in the army, far more than the seemingly imposing figures of marshals and generals. Zichuan Xiu wished to avoid such a scenario. But politics often proved merciless. Learning from the cautionary tale of Guangxing, he had to prepare for the worst. If a certain general in his midst were to be seduced by the demon clan, harboring treasonous intentions, he would need only to issue a command to the team leaders under his command. From this moment forth, all troop movements will be directed by me personally. That general would be utterly powerless to mobilize the troops, rendering any conspiracy futile. In recent days, a multitude of events had transpired: the assassination of Haisha, the defection of Looting, and the impending arrival of a new reinforcement corps from the Demon Clan under the command of Ross. The situation was unfolding rapidly. Particularly, Haisha's ambiguous remarks upon leaving hinted at a potential that filled Zichuan Xiu with dread, yet the urgency of the military situation left him little room to ponder such fears, causing him to feel restless. Would accepting Looting's defection lead to future troubles? If the news leaked, would the army be able to accept this reality? Did the Demon Kingdom already know of the rebellion in the Far East? What dreadful measures would the Demon God Emperor take against him? Was Ross's legion arriving independently, or merely as the vanguard of a vast suppression force? What would be the strength of the suppression troops? Just as the glimmer of hope for freedom in the Far East began to appear, would it be plunged back into the calamity of war? A substantial pile of work had accumulated on his desk, yet he found himself disinclined to address it. Ultimately, he cast aside the workload and stepped outside the entrance of the Baichuan encampment, pacing anxiously without entering. Inside, Baichuan was busy interrogating the defected Looting and other demon officers, a process that had already lasted over an hour. At the entrance, a perceptive staff officer approached and inquired, "Your Highness, would you like me to go inside and ask Lord Baichuan about the progress?" Zichuan Xiu nodded, and the officer proceeded inside, but after a few steps, Zichuan Xiu called him back. "Return." He waved his hand anxiously. "Do not interrupt the interrogation." The officer was taken aback. His chief guard, Jean Lei, entered from outside and reported, "My lord." Zichuan Xiu coolly raised an eyebrow to regard him. "How goes the matter?" "Reporting to you. My lord, the operation has proceeded smoothly. Upon seeing looting orders, they immediately complied that in accordance with your instructions, they have all been brought within our defensive lines for protection, now under the watch of General Shijia. Totaling 2,300 individuals, of which 7 are women and children." Zichuan Xiu is puzzled. What is the meaning of this? Goulet, looking somewhat awkward, replied in a low voice, "They are looting's wives and concubines." Zichuan Xiu chuckled in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a humane aspect from looting. A man known for the slaughter of countless women and infants, also possessing wives and concubines. How secure is the confidentiality of this operation? "Reporting to you, my lord, this task was executed by your personal guard and the human engineering troops directly under General Baichuan. No half-orcs or Serpent Clan soldiers participated. General Shijia has ordered the soldiers that any breach of confidentiality will be met with lethal consequences. During our journey, a patrol under General Bosun once stopped us for questioning. Zichuan Xiu did not hesitate. The kin of the Lu Emperor, along with his wife and children, were firmly within his grasp. He trusted that he lacked the audacity to deceive himself. It was a gamble, indeed, pitting his inferior forces against the demon race. He recognized that without taking bold risks, hope was virtually non-existent. He inquired of Baichuan, which troops can be mobilized immediately? It is currently the time for midday rest, and most soldiers are recuperating. It will take time to assemble the troops. The Eastern Far 7th Cavalry Regiment has just passed through Moke Town and has yet to establish camp. They can be dispatched at once. Additionally, the direct divisions of Shoyu Camp have 2 battalions on duty, which should also be available for deployment. Your Excellency, your own guard unit is also prepared for action. That will suffice." Zichuan Xiu declared decisively, "Sound the advance trumpet. I will lead these troops ahead. You shall follow with the remaining forces. Inform Bran and Bosun to bring the Central Army for support, and ensure that all units move swiftly." A flash of white light erupted outside, followed by a thunderous crack that resonated painfully in their ears. Large raindrops fell mercilessly from the heavens, drumming on the windowsill with a cacophonous splatter. After a prolonged period of overcast skies, the rain had finally commenced. Baichuan furrowed her brow, expressing her frustration. "This rain is most inconvenient. The muddy roads will impede the march of our troops." "Indeed," Zichuan Xiu replied, rising to gaze at the endless white specks outside. "Heavy rain will similarly hinder the movements of the Ross forces. Now, it remains to be seen whose troops possess greater resilience and resolve." He turned to Baichuan, his gaze softening. "I entrust this to you, Baichuan." In that fleeting moment, for reasons unknown, Baichuan felt a swell of tears welling in her eyes. She saluted solemnly. "Yes, we shall surely seize Trailin." The clarion call to assemble pierced through the sound of the torrential rain. Imbued with an urgency, the half-orc soldiers donned their straw hats, emerging from their tents to inquire, "What is happening? Are the demon forces attacking?" Officers shouted hoarsely, calling their units to gather. "Out! Quickly! Emergency! Assembly order!" One by one, half-orcs stumbled out, clutching their heads and muttering in discontent. Has the palace gone mad? Who assembles in such weather? In contrast, the human soldiers felt a sense of abundance. Upon hearing the sharp toot-toot of the assembly order, they burst forth from their tents like lightning, rushing into the stables in search of their steeds. The simultaneous movement of so many created a scene of chaos. With voices rising in a clamor, the shrill whinnies of horses mingling with shouts of "Clear the way! Clear the way! Damn it! You're blocking my path. You there, make way." The cacophony melded with the sound of rain and wind, rendering everything indistinct. The contingent of cavalrymen who had secured their mounts congregated on the main thoroughfare of the village, transforming the quaint town into a veritable hornet's nest, buzzing with disarray. Soldiers of various races, half-orcs, humans, serpent folk, elves, and dwarves intermingled in a frantic rush, the main road becoming congested. Those awakened from their midday slumber found themselves exposed to the torrential downpour, their tempers flaring like barrels of gunpowder. A few human soldiers, disregarding the blaring assembly call, clashed with obstructing half-orcs. A passing cavalry officer quelled this minor uproar with a crack of his whip. Yet, in many places, soldiers jostled each other in panic, darting from east to west, then back again, unable to locate their units or superiors. Officers called out the names of their subordinates in vain, met only with silence. Observing the pandemonium, Baichuan's brow knitted in concern. If the demon forces were to strike at this moment, we would be utterly doomed. Zichuan Xiu merely smiled silently. His army was not renowned for its strict discipline, and such disorder was entirely within his expectations, for which he had long been prepared. Amidst the chaos of the streets, dozens of orderlies dispatched by Zichuan Xiu were vociferously proclaiming, "Follow the banner, quickly! Follow the banner! His Highness the Prince of Light is just ahead. Infantry brothers, make way for the cavalry." The shouts pierced through the dense curtain of rain, becoming somewhat indistinct to the armored soldiers' ears. Every few meters, a cavalryman bearing a golden sun banner directed the throng. "This way, follow me." A wave of cavalrymen, still bewildered, followed the orderlies blindly out of the town. Hooves splashed through the muddy waters as they surged into the rain-soaked expanse, gradually fading from sight. "It is time for me to depart as well." Zichuan Xiu donned his straw hat, and with a sharp whistle, his guard led by Gulei swiftly mounted and prepared for action. Just as Zichuan Xiu was about to mount, a voice called from behind, "Wait a moment." Bai Chuan offered her rain cloak, gently saying, "My lord, exercise caution and do not overexert yourself to us. And to the eastern far, you are far more valuable than 100 Trailan fortresses." Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. "Bai Chuan, since when have you become so concerned for my safety?" "Since the day you borrowed 1,000 silver coins from me," Bai Chuan replied, her demeanor unflinching. Amidst the relentless rain, a cavalry unit advanced along the vast, forested paths of Dushaxing province. Their banners whipped in the wind as they moved with lightning speed. The thunderous sound of hooves trampled the sodden earth. The metallic clinks of armor and the clamor of voices merged into a surreal symphony that echoed through the rain. Although the unit progressed at remarkable speed, sharp commands still pierced through the throng. "Hurry! Hurry! The target is Trailan Fortress." Raindrops drummed relentlessly upon the engineers' heads to hasten their pace and avoid the downpour. The cavalrymen hunched low, their drenched garments clinging to their bodies beneath their armor. The steeds, racing through the rain, exhaled steam, resembling a veil of mist. "My lord." A cavalryman galloped ahead. Drawing near to Zichuan Xiu, he slowed his pace, lifting the visor of his helmet and brushing the wet strands of hair from his forehead to glance back. The cavalryman leaned close to Zichuan Xiu's mount. Despite the din, he shouted in Zichuan Xiu's ear, though his words remained indistinct. Zichuan Xiu could only decipher his intent through lip movements. "The officer-instructor team of the 2nd Legion has arrived and is now in conjunction with our forces." Zichuan Xiu halted his steed, ascending a slight rise to observe. Indeed, through the misty curtain of rain, he spotted dark cavalry formations approaching from various directions, each unit resembling a sinuous black dragon. Extending beyond the horizon point, one contingent clad in black had already caught up with his rearguard. Trailing closely behind, like numerous streams merging into a small dam, which then flowed into the sea, one after another, these units joined his ranks, rapidly bolstering the initially sparse forces he had set out with. The sound of iron hooves clanged, reverberating throughout the rain-soaked landscape, rendering the advancing cavalry corps an imposing spectacle, akin to a grand army on the march. Zichuan Xiu smiled and gave a thumbs up to the officers, signaling his approval. The Xiu camp had not disappointed him after over a year of training. Upon receiving the urgent notice, they had assembled within 20 minutes, swiftly catching up to the vanguard he personally led. With their presence, his confidence in seizing the fortress grew significantly. Though this operation had commenced in haste and seemed reckless, Zichuan Xiu had learned from experience that often, actions meticulously planned and seemingly well-prepared could falter due to unforeseen factors, whereas spontaneous decisions could yield success. The rationale was simple. What one might overlook, the enemy would also be unprepared for. An hour later, the officer-instructor team of the Roger Legion arrived, followed closely by the officer corps of Zichuan Xiu's Direct Legion and 3 cavalry teams. The unit sped onward, pausing only twice that evening and the following midday to allow the horses to rest and recuperate, while the cavalrymen took turns sleeping on the ground. When Zichuan Xiu dismounted, he felt the toll on his body. Every muscle ached, his legs were numb, and he bore raw patches on his thighs, stinging painfully. Considering the need to maintain the unit's combat effectiveness, he reluctantly announced an extended 3-hour rest, eliciting cheers from the soldiers. Long live the Prince of Light! By the afternoon of the next day, the unit emerged from the forest into an open expanse, and the rain began anew. The guide proclaimed, "Ahead lies Trailan Fortress," though he need not have said it, for Zichuan Xiu could already see it. The immense gray monolith loomed in the midst of the downpour. The shadow of Trailin Fortress weighed heavily upon Zichuan Xiu, contemplating that he had neither infantry nor siege equipment. Relying solely on cavalry to seize this second-largest stronghold in the eastern far, second only to Valin Fortress. He wondered if he were merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Taking a deep breath, he lowered the visor of his helmet and commanded the orderlies, "Bring forth that demon." The defection of the Lord of Lu was classified as a top secret by Zichuan Xiu. Known only to a select few high-ranking human generals. As for the ordinary soldiers, they merely wondered why their superior urgently required the presence of a demon captive. In the 12th chapter of the Battle of Trailin. Spanning from the years 781 to 782, a series of poignant events unfolded across the vast expanse of the Far East, remaining largely unknown to the human world for an extended period. No historian took the time to study these occurrences, nor did bards sing their praises. Despite the war's grandeur and fervor. In those times, the earth was vast, cavalry roamed freely, and legends of heroes were born. It was an age where the line between fact and myth blurred, filled with passion and dreams, glory and hope. Within this grand historical tableau, two armies emerged as the principal players: the Demon King's army, referred to as the Kingdom Army, and the united races of the Far East, known as the Far Eastern Allied Forces. In the lush, sprawling jungles, the boundless sea of blood, the vast grasslands, bustling cities, and desolate mountain paths, the two armies clashed fiercely across the million square kilometers of the Far East. They engaged in a relentless back-and-forth struggle, their battle lines stretching like a serpent for hundreds of kilometers, with the soldiers' fierce combat echoing throughout every city, town, and village in the region. At Kearney, at Dusa, on the Arrow Plain, the sky was shrouded in gloom, with dark clouds enveloping the horizon, and rain began to descend once more, the white torrents seeming endless. From the distant skyline, the low rumble of thunder echoed ominously. In the distance, a troop of cavalry was galloping towards them from the direction of the fortress, led by an officer who rode straight towards Zichuan Xiu. Zichuan Xiu lifted the visor of his helmet. "What is it, Lieutenant?" "My lord, the demon army has arrived." Zichuan Xiu's hand trembled slightly. "On the Far East highway to the east. They are approaching. Cavalry and infantry are mixed. We can see at least 21 banners. They are still 10 kilometers away." Their banners. The officer dismounted and drew a rough sketch on the ground. Despite its vagueness, Zichuan Xiu recognized it as the banner of a bird. As far as he knew, the demon tribes were distinguished by different banner symbols, the most renowned being the Sinai tribe, marked by a lion, while the only tribe represented by a bird was the Tatar tribe, which bore the phoenix rising from the flames as its emblem. This indicated that the Tatar troops had been newly dispatched from the homeland, and the Emperor Lu's orders held no sway over them. Zichuan Xiu was taken aback. They had arrived with remarkable speed. Could they intercept them preemptively? Yet, in an open confrontation, over 10,000 weary humans and half-beast cavalry would face 50,000 or more demons. What were their chances of victory? Would the reinforcements led by Baichuan arrive within 10 hours? Would Emperor Lu's call for surrender be successful? Did he truly possess the overwhelming influence and charisma he claimed over his former subordinates? Among the defenders in Trailin, if even 100 remained steadfastly loyal to the Demon Emperor, a bloody conflict between the Royalists and the Lu faction was inevitable. If those loyal soldiers could hold out for just 1 hour, reinforcements would arrive, causing the soldiers standing with Emperor Lu to waver. At that moment, Zichuan Xiu suddenly questioned, could this be a trap, a scheme to ensnare the elite of the rebel forces? He gazed up at the sky, large, icy raindrops striking his face, bringing him to clarity. He looked towards his subordinates. On the verdant grassland a mile from the fortress, the vanguard of 13,000 cavalrymen had formed an irregular quadrilateral. The neatly arranged armor and spears stretched endlessly before him. Rainwater soaked their helmets, trickling through the seams of their visors and streaming down their gaunt chins. Silence reigned, save for the pattering rain drumming steadily upon the iron plates of their armor. Beneath the black iron helmets lay faces darkened by sunburn and drenched by rain, their tired eyes showing a hint of foreboding. In their gazes, Zichuan Xiu discerned unwavering anticipation, loyalty, trust, and fervor. Upon the command of the Radiant King, they would soar to the heavens or plunge into the depths of the oceans to seize dragons. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The rain continued to fall steadily, the warhorses anxiously stamping the ground. Softly whinnying, stifled by the murderous tension that hung in the air, the soldiers maintained their formation, Yet a silent restlessness began to emerge. Whispers circulated through the ranks, rumors traveling from one end to the other. After what felt like an eternity, 30 minutes had elapsed, and Zichuan Xiu bit his lip, ready to shout, "Retreat! My lord, reinforcements from the fortress are approaching." 2 human cavalrymen could be seen galloping towards them through the curtain of rain. As their figures drew nearer, Zichuan Xiu's heart raced, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Victory or defeat would soon be revealed. The entire formation stood in hushed anticipation, all straining their necks, eyes gleaming with longing. Suddenly, the 2 galloping cavalrymen raised their hands simultaneously. Forming 2 grand V-shapes. In an instant, the ranks erupted in jubilant cheers. Long life! Zichuan Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Concealing his elation, he lowered the visor of his helmet and discreetly gestured with his hand. Instantly, thousands of hooves thundered to life. Over 10,000 human cavalry surged like a mighty river into the open gates of Trailan Fortress. Upon entering the city, Zichuan Xiu received word that Emperor Lu awaited him at the entrance of the governor's mansion. And he promptly rode forth. From a distance, he spotted nearly 100 demon officers of various heights gathered on the white steps of the governor's mansion, clad in brown uniforms, their hats and shoulders adorned with colorful feathers denoting their rank. Crimson or silver cloaks draped behind them. Several banners of the kingdom lay abandoned on the ground, trampled by the officers' long military boots, leaving muddy black footprints upon the golden fabric, a scene of disorder and filth. At the forefront, Emperor Lu knelt, hands holding the seal of the Far Eastern governor, his head bowed. Lows. Zichuan Xiu approached. He bent his sturdy waist, prostrating himself, his forehead touching the ground. The demon officers behind him followed suit. Hundreds of them kneeling in rows, their cloaks of various colors undulating like waves. This was a historic moment. The demon-occupying forces in the Far East had fully surrendered to the Allied forces. In that instant, both the Allied soldiers and the gathered citizens felt a profound sense of witnessing history unfold before their eyes, the commanders instinctively crowding around Zichuan Xiu in silence. Emperor Lu trembled. His hollow voice echoed through the still street. "Sinner Lu awaits the presence of His Royal Highness, the Radiant King. I humbly present Trailan Fortress to atone for my sins, and I hope your highness will be magnanimous and overlook my past offenses. From now on, I shall serve you loyally, with no further ties to the kingdom." Zichuan Xiu sat firmly upon his steed, gazing down at his former greatest adversary kneeling before him. A surge of warmth coursed through his chest. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he did not feel the exhilarating pleasure of a conqueror. Instead, his eyes stung with the urge to weep. Regaining his composure, he said, "Lord Lu, you have done well this time. I hope you will continue to serve my army. The sinner is willing to serve your highness with utmost loyalty." Emperor Lu declared loudly, and the demon officers echoed in disarray. "We are willing to serve your highness. We have turned from darkness to light." Sporadic laughter rippled through the street. Turned from darkness to light. Zichuan Xiu chuckled inwardly, but his smile remained concealed beneath his mask, and with a magnanimous wave of his hand, he said, "Rise, you all may return to the governor's mansion to rest. Rest assured, my army has always treated captives generously. You need not worry for your safety." Emperor Lu could not help but interject, "Your Radiance, we are not captives. We are here of our own volition. No, we have revolted." Zichuan Xiu paused, then laughed, saying, "That makes it all the more generous. Ha 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 ha." Amidst the laughter, he spurred his horse onward. Emperor Lu and the other surrendered commanders were left in bewilderment, expecting that such a grand achievement would surely elicit praise from the Radiant King, perhaps even a promotion, but instead, His Highness dismissed them so casually, riding off without dismounting. The afternoon streets were dark and overcast, with thick clouds blocking the sun and few pedestrians in sight. A troop of cavalry escorted him along the cobblestone streets of the fortress, the crisp sound of hooves echoing in the empty thoroughfare. Zichuan Xiu chuckled to himself. He understood the nature of the demons. They respected strength above all, if he were to express gratitude towards Emperor Lu. The newly subdued demon officer's fear and reverence would diminish significantly, perhaps even inciting rebellion. By adopting an air of Trailan Fortress is merely a trivial matter, he instilled in them a sense of awe, making them hesitant to harbor any ill intentions. As the cavalry spread throughout the city, they encountered numerous demon soldiers. The discipline among the demon ranks was notoriously poor, with groups of drunken soldiers aimlessly wandering the streets. Unrestrained by any commanding officers, The air was thick with the stench of low-quality alcohol. Upon seeing the contingent of human cavalry pass, the demon soldiers were taken aback. Some shouted, "The Far Easterners have entered the city." Others cursed vehemently, while some hurled stones and debris from a distance. Yet, many displayed a numbed expression, apathetically seated by the roadside, drinking. No one attempted to engage the humans. Following multiple defeats, the demon army was already on the brink of collapse. And with the disappearance of their commander, this once mighty regular army had devolved into a disorganized rabble. Zichuan Xiu optimistically assessed that no large-scale, organized resistance would arise, but until reinforcements arrived, the occupying forces in the city would remain in a precarious state. He contemplated as he briskly issued commands. Following his clear directives, one troop after another set forth, the iron hooves ringing out as they moved to secure various critical locations within the city. Forces would concentrate on several city gates, walls, and armories, while the vast areas of the city and demon encampments were largely ignored, practically unavoidable, as all available manpower was allocated to external defenses, leaving no resources to monitor the demon soldiers within the city. At the eastern gate of the city, Zichuan Xiu dismounted. This was the defensive hub of the entire city, housing not only the gates but also the weapon storages. Allied soldiers were busy transporting large bundles of arrows and stones to the battlements, while the Far Eastern civilians voluntarily came forward to assist their soldiers. Upon seeing Zichuan Xiu lead a large contingent, the residents erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Welcome, Radiant King, to Trailin. Long live the Radiant King." Zichuan Xiu waved to the crowd, humbly responding, "Long live the Far East." At the exit of the city road, the demon army was in retreat. They were the original garrison forces stationed for the city's defense, who relinquished their positions under the orders of their commanding officer. A multitude of individuals converged into a dark silhouette. Countless footsteps trampling upon the earth, stirring up clouds of dust, while billowing smoke ascended. The ashen yellow earth concealed the grand army, revealing only a faint glimpse of a black outline, reminiscent of a dark lord extending its sharp claws from the shroud of ominous clouds. Amidst the swirling sands and smoke, myriad points of light flickered in and out of view, a reflection of towering spearheads glistening under the setting sun. Even from a distance, a marching army was an awe-inspiring sight. The forces of the demon clan surged relentlessly from the horizon, akin to a grotesque beast, its immense form overshadowing both sky and land, continuously expanding its reach. Everywhere one looked, there was a sea of dark heads. Banners billowing like an ocean, spear tips resembling a dense forest, and the cavalry cloaks clustered like clouds, adorned with feathers of varying hues, each formation rigid, orderly, and sharply defined. As one infantry and cavalry formation after another advanced towards the fortress. The expansive plain to the east was becoming increasingly crowded with troops, with reinforcements still on their way. 2 kilometers from the fortress, the demon army halted its advance, spreading out to the left and right flanks, encircling the fortress from both the south and north, with a front line stretching an impressive 10 miles, a sea of flags waving as far as the eye could see. Since the onset of the War of Independence in the Far East, the Eastern forces had never encountered such a grand spectacle, nor faced an army of this magnitude from the demon clan. In an instant, the imposing advance of the demon army instilled fear in the hearts of the rebel soldiers. Zichuan Xiu, startled, recognized that if morale was not somehow restored, they would certainly not withstand the arrival of Baichuan. He deliberately raised his voice, asking, "Dakuan, how many troops do you think there are?" The half-orc Dakuan raised his eyelids. "It is hard to say, Your Highness, but given the thickness of the formation and the expansion of the flanks, there must be at least 100,000 troops." Zichuan Xiu smiled, thinking Dakuan was still too naive to create such a massive presence. It would require at least 150,000 soldiers. More precisely, the demon clan comprised over 143,000 infantry and 31,000 cavalry, totaling 174,000 troops, all belonging to the 9th Legion of the Demon Kingdom. Intelligence just received from Lu Di, the second largest tribe of the Demon Kingdom, the Data tribe, had come out in full force, indicating that Duke Ross was determined to conquer the Far East. Zichuan Xiu proclaimed, "Defensive warfare offers significant advantages. In the Battle of Pai, how many troops did the demon clan possess? No less than 1,000,000, and they were all the finest elite troops of the demon army. Yet what was the outcome? Were they not soundly defeated?" The soldiers around him perked up, whispering among themselves. Zichuan Xiu continued, "We are stationed at the second strongest fortress in the Far East. second only to Valen, with towering walls and deep rivers, incomparable to the Mirpai city. Our weapons are of superior quality, reinforcements are nearby, and our provisions are abundant. Even if the demon clan were to bring 1,000,000 troops, we fear them not. No, my brothers, we shall not merely defend our city. What we seek is a resounding victory, to utterly crush them and annihilate their forces. In his final remarks, he raised his voice, loud enough for all atop the fortress to hear, and a nearby group of soldiers, filled with fervor, began to cheer, shouting, "Defeat them, annihilate them." Zichuan Xiu approvingly gave them a thumbs up, thinking, "Fools, do you believe everything the officers say?" Though the demon army advanced with great ferocity, Zichuan Xiu observed that they lacked essential siege weaponry such as heavy siege towers, scaling ladders, and catapults. This encounter was unexpected for both sides, and Ross was entirely unprepared for the presence of the coalition's main forces. With the lessons of Pi City in mind, unless he was foolish enough to send his soldiers to fill the trenches of Tehran with their flesh and blood, he would not dare to assault the fortress until he had constructed the necessary siege tools. Moreover, maintaining a prolonged siege would not guarantee success. Rather, it would expose their weaknesses. The Eastern Coalition was facing the Data tribe's forces for the first time, during the Battle of Kearney. Lu Di led only the Sinia soldiers. Although the Eastern Coalition ultimately triumphed through sheer numbers, the 6,000 valiant Sinia field troops had delivered a bloody lesson to the newly formed coalition. Since that battle, many Eastern generals had come to understand what constituted a first-rate army. The true strength of the Data tribe remains to be seen, but from a military expert's perspective, Zichuan Xiu believed that they could not compare to the Sinia. Observing their formation, they lacked the ferocious fighting spirit of lions and tigers, the oppressive aura of imminent death, and the terrifying explosive power and bloodthirsty fervor that characterized the early Eastern rebel forces. "Your Highness." Someone approaches. Zichuan Xiu turned to see 5 officers adorned with white feathers emerging from the demon army's main formation, galloping directly toward the fortress, before entering the range of the fortress's archers. The leading officer shouted, "Do not shoot arrows from the walls. We have matters to discuss." The fortress fell silent, with no response. The demon officers, sensing a chill of fear, conferred among themselves, and only one continued to advance while the others remained behind. That officer exhibited great courage, charging to within 20 meters of the fortress before calling out, "The former governor of the Far East, Lu Di, has committed treason against His Majesty the God Emperor. We have come at His Majesty's command to punish him and quell the rebellion in the Far East. Our army, led by the noble Duke Ross of the Data tribe, commands a force of 20,000. I urge you, soldiers of the Divine Clan, do not be stubborn. Standing with Lu Di will only lead to your demise. In the name of the kingdom and His Majesty, I command you to open the gates and welcome the Duke. Those who achieve merit will be rewarded. Otherwise, once our army breaches the city, it will be total destruction, and you will regret it." For this demon officer, it was indeed a successful speech, filled with emotion and significance, but alas, he misjudged his audience. The guards atop the walls perceived only a cacophony of noise. Aside from Zichuan Xiu, none understood his words. He coldly ordered, "Kill him." Immediately, the sound of arrows whistling through the air pierced the silence. And the eloquent speaker was soon riddled with arrows. Without a sound, he slumped backward, his feet still bound in the stirrups. The startled warhorse bolted, dragging the lifeless body away. The demon soldiers stationed outside were taken aback, retreating a few steps to ensure their safety, then collectively erupted into curses, vowing to raze Tehran to the ground and leave no soul alive. Hearing the vile curses below, the demon soldiers were nearly in tears. Zichuan Xiu smirked wickedly, reveling in the success of his cunning plan. Upon the western battlements, Zichuan Xiu gazed toward the horizon, where the path behind lay shrouded in ominous darkness, devoid of any movement. The deep blue jungle exuded an eerie stillness akin to stagnant waters. Doubt gnawed at his heart. Under normal marching conditions, the Baichuan forces should have arrived by now. What could have transpired? After circling the entire rampart, he returned to the eastern side, in the inky blackness of night. The encampment of the demon clan flickered with the fierce glow of blazing fires. Countless sparks danced from the base of the city to the inky depths of the sky, merging with the stars above, as if the celestial bodies had descended to earth. The half-orc team leader, Di Kun, was tasked with the defense of the eastern wall. He saluted Zichuan Xiu and reported that all was well. With sincerity, the half-orc said, "Your Highness, you have worked tirelessly. Please rest early." "You should rest early as well," Deacon. Deacon smiled bashfully but was reluctant to return to his slumber. He accompanied Zichuan Xiu on his patrol along the battlements. Within the demon clan's tents, someone skillfully played the dambura, a folk instrument of their kind. The night breeze carried a faint melody, a song emanating from the demon camp, its tune somber, imbued with a subtle sadness and desolation. Zichuan Xiu could only faintly discern a few lines. "Oh, my homeland, I shall never see you again. Farewell, my dear maiden. In the morning garden, I shall no longer hear the orioles sing. Let us meet again in our next life." Zichuan Xiu paused. Listening intently, he lifted his gaze to the starry sky, which seemed to peer down upon the blood-soaked earth. The simple melancholy of the melody profoundly affected him, momentarily conjuring vivid memories of his past life. Evoking cherished yet forgotten childhood scenes, the path adorned with vibrant purple daisies in the garden, and the white dress waiting for him at its end. But in that fleeting moment, he was enveloped by a nostalgic yearning for the pathways of his youth. For the grand banyan tree etched with his name, and for those blissful days devoid of war, bloodshed, and hunger, a sense of boundless melancholy washing over him, amidst the gentle strains of the music. His typically cold, sharp-featured visage unexpectedly softened with warmth. "Your Highness, what are they singing?" As if awakened from a dream, Zichuan Xiu was suddenly struck by the acrid scent of blood in the air and the mournful howls of wild dogs feasting upon the corpses of the demon soldiers slain that day. Reluctantly, his thoughts returned to the grim reality. With a stern expression, he replied, "Nothing of consequence, just some trivialities. Rest now." The following morning, Zichuan Xiu awoke at 6 o'clock, as was his custom. The first order of business was to survey the demon clan's encampment. The morning was thick with fog, a milky whiteness that shifted and swirled with the wind, rendering the scenery beyond 100 paces indistinct. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Such weather was decidedly unfavorable for defense. Goulet approached with his breakfast, but Zichuan Xiu first inquired, "Where is the duty officer? Has the Baichuan army arrived?" The answer was disheartening. The Baichuan forces had yet to arrive, nor were there any signs indicating their imminent approach. Zichuan Xiu's heart sank. He could not fathom why Baichuan would be delayed. It was merely a distance of over 200 miles. A 2-day march for infantry would suffice. Moreover, the main force of the demon clan was right before him, and no nearby force could impede Baichuan's advance. Unless a chilling possibility struck him, and he felt as if plunged into the coldest abyss. His body shaking, he quickly scolded himself. That was impossible. He recalled Baichuan's heartfelt words before their departure. "My lord, please take care to us. You are more precious than 100 Tran fortresses." In the genuine gaze of that girl, he saw no trace of falsehood. Her purity was as transparent as crystal. As the troops were having breakfast, a sentry's sharp call rang out. "Alert! The demon spawn are approaching." Instantly, the entire camp erupted into chaos. Officers swiftly commanded, "To the battlements, take your positions." Soldiers abandoned their meals, seizing their weapons and sprinting to their posts. The ominous creaking of heavy crossbows being drawn echoed throughout. Everyone stood at the ready, awaiting the impending brutal clash. In the dawn light, the demon army formed its ranks. Each infantry unit created a small square formation. 5 small squares converging into a medium formation, and 3 medium formations amalgamating into a grand one, totaling 5 grand formations advancing. Cavalry spread out along the flanks of the infantry, their helmets gleaming like the vast sea. With sabers and pikes, a formidable tide surging toward the horizon, the sound of drums thundered, a cacophony that shook the heavens. The army surged forth. The Tatar commanders in the command tent knelt in unison. Duke Ross offered incense and prayer. "May the great demon god bless my Tatar clan. Let us triumph in this battle." Amidst the white fog, heads bobbed like a sea of humanity. Thousands of soldiers emerged from the mist. A dense throng that was impossible to count. The commanding voice rang out. The first infantry formation began to advance. Countless feet, wrapped in leg bindings, lifted and fell in unison, their steps perfectly synchronized, crossing distances with precision as if measured by a ruler. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic footfalls resonated, causing even the sturdy walls of Tran to tremble. As the demon soldiers marched, they raised their weapons, shouting, "Vigura!" The roar shook the very mountains. Swords like mountains, spears like forests, a dazzling sea of steel surged forth, the oppressive force of millions bearing down upon them. On the flanks of the infantry formation, cavalry advanced in loose lines, swiftly passing by the infantry squares. A tidal wave approaching the battlements, yet there was only silence in response. Compared to the raucous display on the other side, this side was enveloped in a deathly hush. The profound sense of mystery weighed heavily. Instilling fear, the cavalry at the forefront involuntarily halted, pausing to observe. The commander bellowed, "Those who falter shall be executed. Advance." Just then, an unusual buzzing sound reached his ears. Kill. Suddenly, the sky darkened. 135 rapid-fire crossbows and 2,553 archers unleashed a barrage simultaneously. A multitude of arrows obscured the sunlight, transforming the clouds into a rain of death. A metallic deluge descending from above, the arrows shot forth with such ferocity that the leading demon officer was struck as if by an invisible giant's fist. Sent sprawling backward, his body twisting unnaturally in midair before being pierced into a porcupine of arrows. These heavy crossbows, powered by formidable springs, could penetrate shields within 50 meters and unleashed volleys of 7 arrows in rapid succession. In an instant, the eastern wall erupted like a volcano, countless arrows blotting out the sky. In this terrifying storm of steel, unprotected flesh and blood were as fragile as paper. The frontline cavalry barely had time to shout help before being ground into a pulp. Both man and horse obliterated in a heartbeat. This was undoubtedly the most dreadful nightmare, as the incessant sound of the mechanical springs echoed like a flock of birds suddenly taking flight. As countless colossal stones, accompanied by a chilling wind, plummeted from the heavens, crashing thunderously into the densely packed phalanx of shields, the demon horde barely had time to evade, and no shield could withstand the terrifying force of such weaponry. Waves of soldiers were mercilessly crushed into a gruesome pulp, their brains splattering in all directions. The psychological impact of the devastation was magnified many times over compared to the actual physical destruction. Many of the demon soldiers witnessed, for the first time, the formidable defensive weaponry of humankind as they beheld their comrades meeting such a horrific end. A paralyzing fear gripped the hearts of the demon infantry. They screamed in hysteria, abandoning their shields and scattering in disarray, while the neatly arranged shields shattered under the relentless bombardment, and the fleeing soldiers resembled a herd of wild sheep strewn across the plains. Ross immediately commanded, "Shoot arrows at the retreating demons." In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed upon their own fleeing soldiers. A significant number of the demon troops were struck down, and those who fell, groaning as they succumbed to their wounds, could scarcely believe the grim reality. They were slain by their own comrades. The frontline officers displayed a savage ruthlessness, wielding blades, thrusting spears, and lashing with whips as they butchered the fleeing soldiers. Treating them with no semblance of kinship, retreat spelled death, and advancing was no less fatal. The colossal Turin fortress loomed majestically, while the rain of stones and arrows fell like a tempest, rendering it unimaginable for any living being to survive such onslaught. Layers upon layers of corpses formed small mounds, while blood flowed in torrents, staining the entire moat a deep crimson. Wounded soldiers, trapped beneath the piles of bodies, cried out desperately for help, but none had the leisure to heed their pleas. Cornered, the demon soldiers let out terrifying screams, their spirits shattered. They laughed maniacally like lunatics, headbutting walls in their despair, their brains splattering. Some feigned injury, yet the incoming troops trampled them into a pulp. 50,000 voices rose in a chorus of slaughter. An army surged forward, filling the air with a dreadful cacophony. The heavens and earth reverberated with the sounds of chaos, as the storm of boulders and arrows relentlessly battered the sea of humanity, sending forth waves of terrifying crimson splashes, a tumult of flesh and screams. Driven by a fierce will to attack, uncaring of casualties and unafraid of sacrifice, the demon army advanced step by step. Pressing down towards the moat, the deep moat at the foot of the city halted the demon army's progress, prompting Ross to order the engineers to fill it swiftly, however, hindered by the assaults from the battlements. The demon laborers burdened with sandbags could not approach. The frontline infantry, growing increasingly anxious, saw one soldier take the lead, and soon, comrades' corpses were being tossed into the moat. Even the still living wounded were unceremoniously thrown in. The moat gradually became shallower, its waters turning a vivid scarlet. Stepping upon this gruesome foundation, the demon soldiers raised their weapons high above their heads, wading into the water. In that moment, the river was obscured by a mass of heads bobbing above the surface. The density of men and horses creating a new bridge, allowing passage without so much as wetting a foot. Countless individuals fell to arrows in that sanguine water, their bodies becoming a new layer of this grisly ramp. The cavalry charging towards the city below angrily slashed at the walls with their sabers, circling the fortifications on horseback, yet achieving naught. Soon, large swathes of infantry approached the city walls as well. Under the cover of archers, they constructed human ladders at the shooting blind spots beneath the walls, securing their blades to their backs as they scrambled up the crevices, their cries echoing as they climbed. The battlements now appeared swarmed, resembling a mass of black ants crawling over a sugar cube. As the troops drew nearer to the parapet, the demon army erupted in fervent cheers. Wagla! The fourth phalanx thundered into action. 20,000 archers surged forward, their concentrated fire providing cover for the infantry. Thousands of arrows soared through the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle, a shimmering metallic waterfall flowing upward. Even the sturdy city walls could not withstand this assault. Bricks flew in all directions, and cracks appeared everywhere, from the gaps in the railings, the shooting holes in the battlements, from every window, every ventilation shaft, and every crevice in the stone. Arrows erupted forth, and the entire city groaned under the pressure. Occasionally, soldiers atop the walls were struck down. The defenders' bodies littered the ground, their bloodied handprints staining the railings. Arrows flew through the air in a relentless barrage. Messengers ran frantically atop the walls, their calls rising and falling, while the sounds of catapults and powerful bows being fired reverberated continuously, causing a dull ache in the ears. All reserves were thrust into battle, and even the townsfolk joined the fray, though they could not draw bows or loose arrows themselves. They formed small teams to ferry arrows, stones, and to ignite large cauldrons, hauling buckets of boiling oil up to the battlements, pouring it down upon the advancing demon soldiers, who ignited in flames, howling in agony. Yet, the defenders were dreadfully outnumbered in this prolonged siege. In areas where the defenders could not maintain vigilance, demon soldiers stealthily scaled the walls, prompting patrols to rush forth to intercept. The pressure on the defensive line grew increasingly heavy. The demon soldiers pressed closer with each wave, their numbers swelling. The brutal clash saw both sides gritting their teeth, blood spraying forth amidst a flurry of blades, the air thick with the sounds of battle and cries of anguish. As the enemies scaled the walls in greater numbers, an urgent alarm sounded at the east gate at 10 past 10, soon followed by the ominous clang of the south and north gates. A relentless thundering of footsteps echoing as mobile forces scrambled to reinforce the beleaguered defenses. Bearing the weight of such heavy pressure with a meager force, the defensive line stood on the brink of collapse. Chronicles of the Radiant King, the Battle of Turin. In the year 782, in the month of June, the righteous army swept across the far east as demons rampaged. The demon chieftain, Lu Tai, fearing the king's might, surrendered himself. The king led his iron cavalry in a fierce assault on Turin, capturing 5,000 of Lu Tai's troops. The king, magnanimous, spared their lives. On the same day, demon chieftain Ross mustered 200,000 to attack, their numbers swarming like locusts. The righteous army trembled in fear, yet the king commanded, "Annihilate them." The entire army steadied themselves. The demon forces, confident in their numbers, launched their assault, arrows blotting out the sun, their offensive like a tide. The righteous army held steadfast. From dawn until noon, a brutal clash ensued, neither side yielding, the ground littered with corpses, blood flowing like a sea. On the morning of June 26, 782, an aggressive assault was launched against the outer walls of Turin Fortress by a staggering 170,000 demon soldiers from the province of Ghana. The soldiers of the Datar and Yesai tribes braved the storm of arrows and falling stones, repeatedly being shattered yet rallying forth, climbing over the bodies of their comrades up the steep, moss-covered outer walls. Countless numbers were obliterated, and the ground from 500 meters outside the city to the base of the walls was strewn with corpses, particularly beneath the walls where a harrowing sight unfolded, dismembered bodies piled high, and the waters of the moat soaked in blood. Witnessing such devastating losses, their own soldiers, whom they had personally trained, being decimated in droves, General Ajahn of the Datar tribe collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Ross, you bastard, may you not find peace. You are sacrificing the army. You are sending our young men to their deaths. It is impossible to breach." Frontline commanders hurried to the central camp to plead, "My lord, let us withdraw for now. We can attack again once we have constructed siege engines." Elder Fega, commanding a large contingent, wept inconsolably, "My lord, spare a thought for the Datar tribe." Yet, the overall commander of the demon forces, Duke Ross appeared possessed, resolutely ignoring all counsel, his face darkening as he commanded. Charge, I command you to charge. Anyone who dares retreat, kill them. Brothers, hold on for just one more hour, victory shall be ours. 3 factors compelled him to persist. First, he had made a solemn vow before the divine emperor. Time was of the essence. Second, to cover General Galling who had infiltrated Turin Fortress, he must draw the defenders' attention with a powerful offensive, thereby diverting their forces outward, allowing Galling to seize the fortress from within. Third, the defenders were not faring much better. War is a contest of strength and will, and Ross firmly believed, whoever can endure the last 5 minutes shall ultimately prevail. Ross's intuition proved astute. The demon corpses lay scattered, and the Allied forces suffered equally grievous losses. With no reserves to replace fallen soldiers, the defenders were utterly exhausted. The 1st Battalion of the Xiu Regiment stationed at the southern wall was nearly annihilated. Silence enveloped the position, as bodies lay strewn across the bluestone slabs of the city road, blood flowing down the steps into the streets. The few survivors were only marginally more alive than the dead, all bearing wounds. Commander Duke, drenched in sweat, found his left arm reduced to mere skin connecting to his body. Gazing at his subordinates, tears streamed down his face as he slowly spoke. Brothers, we are the traitors of our kin. Having participated in the murder of Lord Go Shing, having aided the demon army in their atrocities against our own people, our sins are profound. We deserve to descend into hell. We thank the Radiant King. He has granted us the opportunity to fight against the demon horde as humans, to die with honor. His Highness has promised us that he will vindicate us and allow us to return home. Brothers, speak your names. The wounded soldiers listened, captivated, their eyes glimmering with hope. One by one, they responded. I am Suromi, from the Imperial Capital, residing at 531 North Street. If I fall, please send notice to Ms. Sulan at this address. She is my sister. I am Mofei. From the province of Xinjia, my address is 11 Longma Street, Turin City. Lu Xiaojun, from the province of Lok Xinwei, from the village of Hitang in my county, please send word to my father. Luo Zhun. I hail from the province of Shijia. I have not returned home in 5 years. I wonder how my family fares. Please send my regards to Ms. Leishan in Shijia province. Her address is, she was my fiancée, though she is probably married now. One by one, the soldiers spoke as Duke struggled to write with his intact arm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain. He carefully recorded the information in a notebook, tucking it cautiously into the pocket of his chest. Raising his head, tears glimmered in his eyes. The information lies within my breast. When the time comes, you shall retrieve the brothers who survive. You must take responsibility for bringing everyone's ashes back to our homeland for burial. Tell our loved ones that we once strayed from the path, but have since awakened. Inform them that we died honorably, having bled for humanity, with no regrets before heaven and earth. Let us vow. I swear, if I survive, I will make it so. The crowd responded in unison. As for the fallen, Duke surveyed the assembly, roaring, let us die gloriously. Long live the King of Light. Tears flowed from the eyes of the crowd as they thunderously echoed, long live the King of Light. In the distance, the thunderous sound of footsteps and the piercing clamor of the demon soldiers resounded once more. Countless times had they come. And now the demons advanced again, the pale faces of the wounded flushed with color, their eyes brightening, expressions serene. Silently, they gathered together, forming ranks. From below, the sound of scrambling echoed, and the first green head emerged atop the city wall. A handsome young man, who had lost both arms, leaned against the parapet, smiling with great effort, his deep-set eyes carefree as he raised his pallid face. He turned back with a smile, saying, I shall take the lead. Suddenly, he lunged forward, startling the demon soldier, who raised his blade to strike. The young man did not flinch. Instead, he embraced the demon and plunged down the 20-meter-high wall, a long, chilling scream reverberating through the air. This seemed to signal the beginning. In an instant, the cacophony grew louder, and countless soldiers surged over the city wall, engaging fiercely. Close combat erupted, with weapons clashing, guns piercing, knives slashing, fists pounding. Everywhere, weapons and blood flowed freely. Duke thrust his sword into the chest of a green-skinned demon soldier, unable to withdraw it before feeling a sharp chill in his abdomen. A spear had pierced his gut, seeing the young demon spear-wielder's terror. Duke grinned savagely, charging onward, allowing the spear to impale him through, and with one swift motion, he severed the demon's head, breaking his sword and enticed by the insidious machinations of the lurking agents of the demon clan. The once surrendered demon forces have erupted into chaos. Among the 2 infantry battalions stationed within the city, several soldiers, disregarding the prohibitions, have rushed out of their barracks, engaging in sporadic skirmishes with the vigilant troops assigned to maintain order. Some units, swayed by the insurrectionists, have joined the uprising in small groups, or even in full formations. In certain areas, the rioting soldiers have clashed violently with the civilian populace, brutally breaking down the doors of homes with their pikes and spears, mercilessly slaughtering those who support the insurgents. Urban warfare has erupted everywhere, with barricades constructed from sandbags and wooden planks obstructing the army's freedom of movement. The unrest is spreading rapidly. If it is not quelled swiftly, this spark will soon ignite the entire demon garrison. The situation grows increasingly dire. Under the leadership of Lu Di, the demon officers are filled with trepidation, eager to extinguish the nascent blaze, yet feeling their grip on power melt away like ice. The resolve of the various units appears shaky, and the soldiers exhibit profound disdain for engaging in combat against their fellow kin. Heavily armed troops traverse the streets, their allegiance uncertain. The intermittent galloping of cavalry and the synchronized thud of marching infantry resonate heavily. While sharp commands and war cries echo through the air, both sides in the conflict set ablaze the houses that obstruct their paths. Billowing clouds of black smoke rise from the rooftops, and flames illuminate the chaos of slaughter, the once clear alarm bells now wailing in despair. The most critical unrest is concentrated on East Street. The term insurgents is indeed open to interpretation. The kingdom labels the troops of the Far Eastern Coalition as Far Eastern rebels, while referring to Lu Di's subordinates as Lu Di's traitors. However, how should we categorize those who were originally Lu Di's subordinates but now rebel against him? They can only be termed rebellious traitors. Repeated assaults on the city gates have been met with fierce resistance, stemming from the troops still loyal to Lu Di. Though their morale is low, their numerical superiority and organizational structure render them a formidable force. Additionally, a militia spontaneously organized by the city's residents has dealt significant blows to the rebellious demon soldiers, who are demoralized merely by the barrage of projectiles raining down from rooftops and the arrows shot from behind. As more and more suppression troops are mobilized, the insurgents are forced into a defensive posture, hiding behind the robust barricades, resolved to fight to the bitter end. Immediately, the loyal troops surround this section of the street. The barricades have faced numerous sieges and assaults but remain unbreached. Governor, upon noticing Lu Di's arrival, the commanding demon officer on site is filled with excitement. Forcing soldiers to charge against their own kin, to engage in bloodshed, is no small task. Merely suppressing their war weariness sends shivers down the spines of the officers. They are deeply concerned that if another assault is forced, who can guarantee that those desperate demon soldiers will not turn their weapons against their commanders? Lu Di's arrival is timely, regardless of true power. His former status and reputation command respect. What is the situation? How many are they? Unclear, but certainly no fewer than 500. Some are our own soldiers who have mutinied. We have repelled 4 assaults. Useless. Lu Di barked fiercely. How could you allow the troops to rebel? What kind of leadership is this? The officers stand at attention, heads bowed, silent under his reprimand. No more chatter. Launch the attack immediately. A figure clad in black and wearing a copper mask, standing beside Lu Di, coldly interjects. Countless furious gazes converge upon him. Who are you? Do you not see the situation? They point towards the scene of chaos, where under the brilliant sky adorned with sunlight and clouds, the ground before the makeshift barricades, constructed of decrepit wooden planks and stones, is strewn with the bodies of the attackers. Do not be disrespectful. This is His Highness, the Prince of Light, Lu Di states sternly. From this moment forth, command authority is transferred to His Highness. No, Governor, please continue to lead. The masked figure, Zichuan Xiu, responds courteously. In the presence of the surrendered demon forces, he deliberately affords Lu Di a modicum of dignity, a seasoned warrior of considerable prowess. Lu Di's tactical acumen inspires confidence. Moreover, this is his former command, making him well acquainted with their dynamics. Upon realizing that the masked man will be his future superior, the demon officers immediately conceal their disdain. They begin urgent discussions. Zichuan Xiu is acutely aware of the nature of the demon forces, who are typically simple-minded and accustomed to unquestioning obedience. Without external provocation and incitement, they would never dare to defy their commanders. Therefore, We must not only defeat this band of traitors, but also eliminate the instigators of the rebellion. Zichuan Xiu asserts resolutely. We must eradicate the roots of this insurrection. Spare none. Has everyone heard His Highness's command? Lu Di bellows menacingly. If you wish to survive, eliminate them all, Vagla. The assault commences. The streets are too congested to deploy forces effectively, so the attacking troops form a deep line, charging towards the barricades, drums of war sounding, pikes held aloft, advancing towards the makeshift defenses. Instantly, numerous figures emerge from behind cover. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of arrows flies incessantly. However, the attackers have learned from previous encounters. The foremost soldiers wield shields, standing shoulder to shoulder, their shields forming an impenetrable wall. Although arrows rain down with a clattering din against the shields, the troops continue to sprint forward, gradually closing in on the barricades. The attacking forces form a human ladder, utilizing broken rungs to scale the walls. As soldiers scramble to ascend the barricades, the ferocity of the assault overwhelms the defenses. The insurgents retaliate fiercely, thrusting a multitude of pikes from behind cover, skewering the climbing soldiers, who scream as they plummet to the ground. The attacking soldiers become disordered, some retreating in panic, but Lu Di stands resolutely at the forefront, brandishing his sword, mercilessly striking down the retreating demon soldiers, shouting, "Forward! Forward, my children! Those who wish to live, charge forth!" His desperate cries resonate clearly for both sides. While from behind the barricades, furious taunts echo. "Traitors of the kingdom, shameless dogs!" Under Lu Di's fervent encouragement, the assault intensifies. Amidst the cheers of the attackers, the first soldier surmounts the barricade, only to be swiftly cut down by defenders. Yet almost simultaneously, the second and third soldiers also scale the fortifications. The attackers swarm over the barricades like ants, and the battle ensues within the confines of the barricade. Both sides are warriors of the demon kingdom, speaking the same language, rallying under identical battle cries, even clad in similar uniforms. Demons from Ghana, Asuda, Suhai, Viking, and Migulans are engaged in combat against those from Shifang, Dushan, the Black River region, and Apennine, with corpses littering the ground. Why must this kin of the same lineage turn against one another? Neither side has the luxury to ponder such questions. They only know that the imperative is survival, and the sole means to achieve that is to slay the foe before them, lest they themselves be slain. Suddenly, noise erupts from behind the barricades. Shadows appear atop the roofs on both sides, glinting with the cold light of sabers. This is Zichuan Xiu's final reserve, his elite guard. The human soldiers, agile and swift, scale the buildings, infiltrating the rear of the barricades. This is a clever maneuver, a feint to distract the enemy. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of humans, the insurgents are thrown into disarray. "Kill!" the humans roar, sending shockwaves through the demon soldiers locked in combat. The Xiu battalion charges forward like a tiger unleashed. Though numbering merely in the hundreds, their momentum is overwhelming. Under the bright sunlight, blades flash, and a cacophony of screams erupts, accompanied by the sound of bodies and weapons being cleaved in twain. Demon blood splatters, heads roll, the pace so swift that bystanders can scarcely comprehend the chaos. The humans strike like lightning, like thunder, wherever they advance. Screams erupt, blood flows, and the sound of fallen bodies hitting the ground resonates in rapid succession. A vast expanse of fallen rebel demons soon covers the ground, a gruesome tableau of carnage. Seeing an opportunity, Lu Di issues a command for a vigorous attack, and the army, brandishing their pikes like a forest, charges forth with unstoppable force. The insurgents retreat chaotically, their fate sealed, their ranks shattered, the tide of battle unmistakably clear even to a child. Some die-hard demon soldiers burst into the nearby civilian houses beside the barricades, desperately holding their ground at the narrow entrances. A few ignite a flickering desire for survival, kneeling and raising their weapons overhead, shouting, "Surrender, surrender." Episode 12, The Battle of Trailin, Chapter 3, A Resounding Victory. Goulet strides purposefully towards Zichuan Xiu, his uniform drenched, a mixture of sweat and splattered blood. He declares loudly, "Your Highness, the enemy has been annihilated. Did we capture any alive? We have one officer. We specifically kept him alive." Goulet calls back, "Bring him forth." Several officers from the Xiu battalion struggle to present the captive, whose hands are tightly bound behind his back, suffering several grievous wounds on his arms and legs, though none are life-threatening, suggesting the Xiu battalion showed some mercy, despite his status as a prisoner. His expression remains fierce, with blood trickling from his mouth, his deep-set eyes gleaming with malice. Lud exclaims in astonishment, "You are Galing. Do you recognize him? He is a cavalryman under Ross. I encountered him during the campaign in the Far East. Regarding the division of spoils, when did this fellow arrive in Tran? I have no idea." Zichuan Xiu smiled, "But I do." Without the need for interrogation, it could be deduced that this was a reconnaissance unit serving the Duke of Ross on the front lines. When Ludi went missing, the citizens of Tran were thrown into chaos, and the city's defenses were lax. A troop of several hundred demons could infiltrate without drawing attention. They intended to siege Tran without resorting to arms. But Zichuan Xiu's swift arrival disrupted their plans. Due to their insufficient strength, they dared not mount a frontal resistance, thus opting to conceal themselves within the city, planning to incite the stationed demon troops to collaborate during Ross's siege. Ludi questioned sternly, "Galing, what brings you to the Far East?" The demon officer cast a sidelong glance at Ludi, suddenly spat, striking Ludi squarely on the nose, and gritted his teeth, cursing, "Traitor, how could a coward like you emerge from the Golden Clan?" Ludi's dark face remained expressionless as he slowly took out a handkerchief to wipe the spittle from his face. Shamelessly retorting, "Traitor, better to be a traitor than a corpse." Zichuan Xiu could not help but observe him. This general, who had taken countless lives, so openly displayed his fear of death, proving that brutality and courage are fundamentally different concepts. He recalled Commander Fang Jing, who had perished at Ludi's hands. One died standing, the other knelt in survival. Both were generals commanding armies, yet their characters were worlds apart. The Battle of Moon Bay was truly a grand jest of history. As noble warriors were bested by despicable cowards. Lud's frankness left Galing speechless. Seeing Zichuan Xiu, who wore a mask, Galing spat again, "Far Eastern dog, what are you staring at?" Zichuan Xiu sidestepped to avoid it. Several guards shouted in unison, "Preposterous! How dare you disrespect His Highness the Light King?" Galing, slightly taken aback, twitched his facial muscles and cursed vehemently. "Nonsense! The Light King is merely a traitorous rebel and dares to claim royal title. You will all meet your end soon enough." Zichuan Xiu, ever smiling, remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, several soldiers worked together to bring Galing down to the ground. He struggled and screamed, "Ludi, you conspire with outsiders to betray the divine race. May you suffer a most wretched demise. And you lot, the lowly rabble of the Far East, await your slaughter at the hands of His Majesty. Your Highness, we found this in his pocket." A soldier presented a neatly folded piece of silk, and Ludi exclaimed, "This is His Majesty's edict." Zichuan Xiu shot him a glance. Ludi, realizing his slip of the tongue, began to slap himself. Ignoring him, Zichuan Xiu unfolded the edict. His command of demon language was proficient, yet his grasp of demon script was rather rudimentary. The silk was inscribed with many characters he did not comprehend, but he vaguely understood the essence. The demon emperor was already aware of the rebellion in the Far East, and Ludi had deceived his sovereign. The emperor ordered the capture of him and his accomplices, and Governor Duke Ross would take command of Ludi's troops and be responsible for quelling the rebellion, with the general of the Southwest tasked to cooperate. Zichuan Xiu casually inquired, "Who is the general of the Southwest?" Ludi replied it was Lingbu Su, explaining that he commanded the Southwest camp. What troubled Zichuan Xiu the most was the last line of the edict. "This decree is issued in duplicate, to be conveyed and executed by Governor Ghana, with a copy sent to the Southwest camp." This meant that Lingbu Su would receive an identical order. What actions would he take upon receiving the Demon Emperor's command? Tell me, who did Ross send to the Southwest camp to convey the message? Which route did they take? Far Eastern dog, you will not extract any intelligence from me. You have misjudged me, Light King. Not all of the divine race is as cowardly as this dog. Today, you shall witness a true general of the kingdom. A general of the kingdom? I am honored. Zichuan Xiu smiled, and in the fleeting moment his smile blossomed. His movements were swift as lightning, with a flash of his blade. Blood splattered, and the demon general's head fell, still adorned with an expression of disbelief, as if astonished by the swiftness of the strike, gazing expressionlessly at the head that rolled into the dust. Zichuan Xiu fell into a moment of stupor, then slowly remarked, "Fetch a bamboo pole and hang this head on the city wall for the besieging demon troops to see." Zichuan Xiu assigned the task of cleaning up the battlefield to Lu Di and returned to the city wall with his guard. Below, the demon assault had ceased, and the army began to retreat. Amidst the swirling dust, soldiers alternated in covering each other, retreating like a tide. The sea of armor and banners gradually faded into the distance. The defending troops felt as if they had escaped from death, each one heaving a sigh of relief. Commander Zichuan at the eastern city wall reported to Zichuan Xiu, "Your Highness, it is quite strange. According to your orders, we hung that head on the wall, and immediately the demon troops became agitated, and they quickly withdrew." Zichuan Xiu smiled, but did not respond. Ross was not a fool. Upon seeing Galing's severed head, he instantly grasped that the plan for internal collusion had failed. Continuing the assault at that point was utterly meaningless, and thus he had to retreat, departing from the eastern wall and patrolling along the elliptical city defenses. Zichuan Xiu surveyed the eastern, southern, and northern gates, as well as key locations throughout. Everywhere he looked, there was heavy loss of life. The scene on the battlefield was one of utter devastation and brutality. On the aero platforms, battlements, steps, wooden railings, and breaches in the walls, wherever his gaze fell, soldiers of the allied forces and demons lay lifeless, the number he saw alone exceeding 1,000. The soldiers sprawled on the battleground like stones laid upon the ground, each one lying side by side. Many of the deceased were entwined together. Even in death, they clutched each other's necks, biting, pulling hair, gouging eyes, and stabbing each other until they perished together. Several soldiers from the Xiu unit lay against the wooden railings, seemingly observing the enemies below, their bodies riddled with arrows, grotesquely mutilated, still awkwardly hanging from the railings, each corpse presenting bizarre postures. The air was thick with the stench of blood, suffocating to the point of gasping for breath. A few scattered individuals huddled around a flag, marking a defensive position for a squad. Some units were left with only a commander and a bugler. The squad defending the southern gate had dwindled to just 85 men, down from over 500 just 3 hours prior. In another location, at the breach created by the demons, over 300 warriors from the Xiu unit formed a human wall, holding back 10,000 demon infantry for nearly an hour until the wall was repaired. With all the human defenders perishing in the process, the commander of the 2nd Xiu unit, Duke, fell in battle, having been pierced by 5 spear wounds, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. The half-orc leader from Bulu village, Deming, was slain, shot through with 100 arrows. The northern gate had once been lost, only to be reclaimed. All officers defending this position were killed. The 6th and 7th regiments had been decimated, and the 1st and 2nd Xiu units were nearly annihilated. As Zichuan Xiu surveyed the various locations, his heart trembled. Since the establishment of the Xiu unit, there had never been such devastating casualties. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. These were his elite forces, the bravest warriors most loyal to him, now lying dead everywhere, their ranks decimated. These were the soldiers who had followed him since the inception of the Allied forces. The Armée de la Armée of the Far Eastern Coalition. He had once promised them glory and wealth, freedom and independence, yet ultimately, all he had delivered was death, standing atop the city wall. Gazing into the distance, the landscape was picturesque, the setting sun a deep crimson. Outside the city, a vast expanse of demon corpses lay scattered, the blood soaking the land, rendering it soft. Broken weapons and tattered banners littered the ground. And in the sunset, flocks of crows soared excitedly, their raucous cawing incessant. Zichuan Xiu felt utterly lost. A general's triumph is built upon countless corpses. The road to dominance is fraught with hardship. How many such bitter battles must be endured to achieve liberation for the Far East? For the sake of their homeland's freedom, what exactly was he fighting for? On June 26, 782, the 9th Legion of the Demon Kingdom launched an assault on the Tran fortress, a massive scale, yet yielding little result. As the brave demon soldiers filled the moat in front of the fortress with their bodies, around noon, at approximately 12 o'clock, Duke Ross ordered a halt to the offensive. In truth, most of the combat troops had already retreated on their own. The officers argued it is impossible to confront a 20-meter-high wall with mere flesh and courage. Meanwhile, the frontline demon soldiers articulated the reality bluntly. Damn, that is tantamount to seeking death. Even when the enforcement squad used blades and whips to urge them forward, they refused to charge again. Some units even turned against the supervisors. Duke Ross was deeply troubled by this. The rebellion in the Far East had come too swiftly, just the day before. Reports indicated the rebels were hundreds of miles away, and in a single night, they had seized Tran with astonishing stealth and tenacity. He had gravely underestimated the leader of the rebellion, who called himself the Light King. The facts were glaringly evident. To capture the Tran fortress, the formidable wall must first be destroyed, necessitating a substantial number of catapults, siege engines, and towers capable of suppressing the defenders, as well as the construction of high platforms and trenches to approach the wall, all of which required time. either to be transported from the homeland or fabricated on-site. However, he had set a military order for himself, vowing to bring Lu Di before the Divine Emperor within a month, given the time constraints. It was evident that he was hopelessly behind schedule. Under the scorching sun, after enduring an entire morning of relentless heat, the command tent felt like a steamer, and Ross felt akin to a shrimp within that steamer. He paced back and forth within the tent, the furrows on his brow deepening with each step. He berated his own foolishness for taking on such a daunting task. It had been a day bright with sunshine, and the Divine Emperor's smile radiated even more brilliantly than the sun itself as he caressed his most cherished pure black falcon, engaging in jovial conversation. Initially, Ross had felt somewhat reserved, but he soon relaxed entirely. In the near future, I may need to leave the Divine Fortress for several days. Ghana, you are a prominent minister of the kingdom. You must shoulder more responsibility. Khatun and Ayun are still too inexperienced. You need to guide them. Yes, I dare not refuse, Ross replied. The heavy burden placed upon him by His Majesty lightened his bones. He casually inquired, "May I ask where your Majesty intends to go?" The Divine Emperor raised his head, his gaze momentarily fixated on Ross's face, his pitch-black eyes unfathomable. It was then that Ross realized he had committed a grave error. He hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "I deserve the gravest punishment. I had no intention of prying. It is simply that your Majesty, being the supreme ruler of the kingdom and the hope of the people, holds a position of great significance and should not leave the Divine Fortress lightly, lest it stirs unrest among the populace." Haha. The Divine Emperor laughed heartily. "Ghana, please rise. There is no need for alarm. The matter is not as grave as it appears. A minor issue has arisen in the recently occupied Far East region. That rascal Lu Di, while boasting loudly, has proven utterly incompetent in handling affairs, failing to suppress the situation and even deceiving me. I have decided to deal with him, confiscate his assets, and punish the unruly populace of the Far East. In truth, Khatun, Ayun, and Yi Irma, among others, are eager to take on this task, but the Divine Emperor shook his head, speaking meaningfully. I truly cannot place my trust in their capabilities. What had possessed him at that moment? Sitting in the tent, lost in thought as he gazed at the Azure Fortress, Ross felt an overwhelming urge to weep as he recalled the circumstances. The very thought of confiscating Lu Di's assets ignited a fervor within him. Lu Di had served as the governor of the Far East for several years, notorious throughout the kingdom for his ruthless methods of extorting the populace, and his wealth was undoubtedly substantial. This was an opportunity laden with profit. Furthermore, according to tradition, an envoy dispatched to investigate matters in a province would typically inherit the position of the individual being investigated. The Far East boasted 23 provinces, far wealthier than the impoverished region of Ghana. Being stationed there would not only benefit him, but would also uplift the entire Datar tribe. As soon as the Divine Emperor finished speaking, Ross eagerly volunteered to relieve His Majesty of this burden, asserting that such a trivial matter did not require the Emperor's direct involvement. It was an undue elevation of Lu Di. He offered to lead his tribesmen to the Far East to apprehend Lu Di and punish the rebellious factions, promising to satisfy the Emperor's expectations. The Divine Emperor hesitated, saying, "I have faith in your abilities. But my dear minister, you are not getting any younger. Military affairs are not comparable to ordinary duties." Before the Emperor could finish, Ross thumped his chest and declared, "I am not yet old. I guarantee that within a month, I will capture Lu Di and bring him before your Majesty. As for the traitors in the Far East, I assure you they will be eradicated completely within 2 days. If I fail, I shall take my own life. Do you truly wish to proceed?" The Divine Emperor maintained his smile, though his gaze was as sharp as a blade. At that moment, Ross should have been wary, unfortunately. He was utterly dazed, adamantly affirming, "I shall go. I shall go." "Very well, since your resolve is so steadfast, I grant your request. As for the timeline, it shall adhere to your stipulations. Additionally, I will notify the general in the southwest to assist you in your endeavors. Naturally, all actions will be under your command." Ross expressed his profound gratitude, and soon after, the Divine Emperor issued the decree of the envoy and the order to apprehend Lu Di. As he sat in the tent, reflecting on the events of that day, Ross's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he sensed something amiss. The decree and order had been prepared in advance, inscribed with his name. This indicated that the Divine Emperor had long since resolved to send him on this mission. Rising to his feet, he began pacing within the tent, his brow furrowed with unease. As the leader of the Datar tribe, he was certainly no fool, merely momentarily blinded by greed. However, as he regained his composure, The decades of experience gained through the treacherous power struggles began to resurface, and he faintly detected the scent of a conspiracy. It was evident that he had been duped. Why would the divine emperor scheme against him? A chilling thought crept into his mind, causing his hand, which grasped the jade scepter, to tremble involuntarily. "My lord, urgent military intelligence." A guard called anxiously from outside the tent, though he dared not enter, frustrated by the interruption. Ghana roared, "Come in and speak." The soldier hurriedly entered, his demeanor flustered. "My lord, the scouts report urgent military intelligence. An unidentified infantry force has been detected advancing through the jungles to the southwest of Tehran. My lord, a large and unknown half-beast army has appeared on our left flank, their numbers uncertain but alarmingly vast. My lord, enemy infantry has emerged at our rear. My lord, an archery unit from the Serpent clan has appeared at our right front. The right flank has engaged in battle. My lord, the last soldier to enter, a demon messenger, stumbled in, his voice tinged with despair. The city of Alu at our rear is under siege. General Bilo reports that the half-beast army is overwhelming. He urgently requests reinforcements. Otherwise, the supplies stored in Alu will be in jeopardy. With a sharp crack, Ross crushed the jade scepter in his grip, shards embedding into his flesh as crimson blood flowed over the crystalline staff. Creating a striking contrast, his limbs turned cold as fury ignited within him, a searing heat rising from his chest, spilling forth from his throat, leaving a metallic taste of blood in his mouth. In that instant, a singular thought consumed him. This is a treacherous plot, a scheme to use me as a pawn. As night fell, torches illuminated the city walls, after a day of battle, despite the soldiers' considerable exhaustion. Zichuan Xiu issued a merciless order to prevent a surprise attack from the demon forces, aside from the wounded and those who were compelled to leave due to battle readiness. All units were to remain in their original positions and rest in place. This command met with vehement protests from the soldiers. Several half-beasts rushed forward, claiming that if they were not granted rest, they would refuse to carry out their duties. Consequently, Zichuan Xiu was forced to agree to double the promised rewards. Upon uttering those words, he realized he had been deceived, for the soldiers' representatives swiftly dashed away, leaving behind only their discarded pants. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous cheer erupted from outside. "Long live the Radiant King! We love you!" The Radiant King, both exalted and beloved, was overwhelmed with sorrow, just as he was lamenting. He suddenly spotted Lu Di lurking nearby, and immediately seized upon him as a scapegoat, grabbing his ear and bellowing, "By dawn, deliver 100,000 taels of gold to serve as military funds. Spare me your excuses. Do not dare claim you lack the means, or I shall confiscate all your possessions." As a result, Lu Di broke down in tears, weeping so pitifully that even those half-beasts who despised the demon clan found themselves moved to tears. At the stroke of midnight, Zichuan Xiu, who had just settled into sleep after a night watch, was roused by a guard. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he rose to find Gu Lei looking apologetic as he addressed him. "I am terribly sorry, my lord, but they say there is no need to elaborate." Zichuan Xiu stood up from the moss-covered stone city path. He had slept fully dressed beneath the battlements, unaware that someone had draped a large coat over him. Now soaked with dew, he picked up the military coat that had served as a makeshift bedding, shook it out, and wiped his face hastily. His body, damp from the dew, felt sore and achy, despite his fatigue. He stood tall, gazing at the two human officers standing behind Gu Lei, and softly commanded, "Where is it? Take me to see." Under the starlit sky, his eyes sparkled with clarity. The officers straightened up and saluted. One of them reporting, "My lord, the guards at the eastern city wall have detected a fire igniting in the east." Zichuan Xiu's eyes lit up. "The demon camp is ablaze?" The officers shook their heads. "No, my lord, that it is further east than the demon camp. It may be Alu City. Take me to see." The group swiftly made their way to the eastern city wall's observation post, where the half-beast commander Di Kun awaited them along with his officers. Di Kun, visibly anxious, reported, "Your Highness, I apologize for disturbing your rest. However, you instructed us to notify you of any developments immediately, so I am aware." Zichuan Xiu casually responded, his attention completely captivated by the distant spectacle, without the need for De Kuen's introduction. He had already perceived it. Aside from a few scattered flickers of dim flames, the demon camp outside the city lay shrouded in darkness. Yet further east, where the horizon should have been engulfed in inky blackness, a patch of crimson light emerged, illuminating the sky with a fiery glow, tinting the edges of the clouds with a dark red hue. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed, "What a tremendous fire! When did it start?" Zichuan replied, "Approximately 15 minutes ago." Without any prior warning, a vast light suddenly appeared in the east. "We immediately informed Your Highness." "Who is responsible?" "It remains unclear, Your Highness. Could it be that Ilu City is ablaze? The flames are so intense they can be seen from dozens of miles away. To have escalated to this extent within mere minutes is no ordinary fire. This is arson, and the efficiency of the flames suggests it is likely the work of an army." The officers concurred, buzzing with speculation. The firelight originates from the rear of the demon forces. Could it be that enemy reinforcements have arrived? Nonsense. That scoundrel Ross is once again wreaking havoc upon our civilians. Listening to the officers' discussions, Zichuan Xiu stared vacantly at the red glow, his heart filled with doubt. Ilu City is a small town, still within the demons' control. What advantage would the demons gain by burning their own city? It was not known for the demon soldiers to have a habit of setting fires in the middle of the night, unless a possibility dawned upon him, and in his elation, his heart raced wildly. Though his expression remained composed. "All right, everyone return to your quarters. Tomorrow we face a great battle. Rest well and conserve your strength, Dadika. Arrange for the sentries to closely monitor the movements of the demons." The officers saluted and dispersed to rest. Zichuan was the last to leave, saying, "Your Highness, please do take care to rest as well. You have had quite a taxing day." The tall half-orc spoke somewhat bashfully. Zichuan Xiu gazed at the half-orc's dark, honest face. Unable to suppress his joy, he suddenly lunged forward, embracing him tightly and planting a kiss atop his furry head, exclaiming, "Thank you, ha." He released him and laughed heartily as he strode away, leaving the bewildered guards scrambling to follow him. The officers stared in astonishment, crowding together to inquire, "What happened? What transpired? Why is His Highness so elated? What is His Highness thinking?" Zichuan stood rooted in place, stunned, before suddenly exclaiming, "I understand." The serious half-orc addressed the crowd, his gaze intense. "I have finally grasped His Highness's intentions. He has been harboring a secret affection for me." He blushed and pondered, "What shall I do about this?" Not far from there, Zichuan Xiu nearly stumbled off the city wall with a loud thud. The guards hurriedly steadied him. "Your Highness, be careful." "I am fine." Zichuan Xiu looked up at the starry sky, his eyes sparkling with mirth. On June 27 th. 782, the Battle of Tehran entered its third day, marking the beginning of a turning point. As the sun rose, casting its first rays of light, the sentinels atop the Tehran walls spotted an anomaly in the west before the demons did. A cloud of dust billowed up from the horizon, revealing a writhing black line, along with a gleaming metallic sheen. In just a second, the half-orc sentinel understood what was transpiring. He bellowed, "Reinforcements have arrived. Our main force is here." The soldiers were roused from their slumber and rushed to the battlements to witness the sight. It was an overwhelmingly majestic army. The dark mass stretched endlessly, a sea of humanity. The galloping cavalry surged forth, while rows of infantry advanced across the plains like rolling waves. The Xiu battalion led the charge, though their numbers were fewer than anticipated, as the majority of the cavalry had been taken by Zichuan Xiu. The cavalrymen donned red-plumed hats, their iron armor gleaming brilliantly in the morning light, their black cloaks billowing like clouds in the wind. Following the Xiu battalion were the native forces from the Far East, a diverse mixed unit primarily composed of half-orcs, the half-orc army. Adorned with copper headbands and red plumes, clad in knee-length beast skin garments, wielded javelins and flails as they marched behind the cavalry, followed closely by the brown-clad serpent infantry in sharp steel helmets and the dragon infantry in traditional white battle attire, along with the dwarven forces wielding thousands of massive axes, creating a veritable ocean of steel. The reinforcements, abundant in numbers and well-equipped, were even more crucially characterized by their soaring morale. The various contingents lined up in perfect formation, resembling an indomitable mountain on the move, stretching endlessly in the rear. A day later than expected, the 2nd Legion from the Far East reached the Tehran region, accompanied by 10 teams directly under the command of the headquarters and the main force of the Xiu battalion, totaling an impressive 150,000 troops across 37 teams. The arrival of this formidable fresh force dramatically altered the battlefield dynamics. From the lofty watchtower, Duke Ross's hands trembled. At last, the main force of the rebels had appeared. It was evident from a distance that this was no ragtag bunch. They were clearly a disciplined army, with well-trained soldiers and superior equipment, likely surpassing his own. The enemy was certainly not bluffing. Contemplating the enemy reports from the rear and the additional foes soon to emerge from other directions, Ross felt a profound terror washing over him, akin to a drowning man on the verge of submersion. The urgent blast of a horn echoed across the plains, sending the demon camp into chaos, as soldiers scrambled from their tents in disarray, while officers shouted angrily, brandishing whips to strike at the blind beasts, in the midst of the crisis. The commander was flustered, issuing a series of chaotic and contradictory orders, causing the various units to collide with one another, as if the entire demon army were engaged in a frenzied performance of disarray. The eastern battlements, the closest position to the demons and the best observation point, hosted Zichuan Xiu and the senior officers as they surveyed the enemy's predicament. Witnessing the demons' disarray, the rebel officers felt a surge of satisfaction. The half-orc Zichuan declared proudly, "Green-haired devils, you reveled in your triumph for 2 days. Now your end is come. I can hardly wait to go out and decimate you all." Zichuan Xiu shot him a glance and gently inquired, "Why not?" After a tense silence of 5 seconds, the half-orc let out a wild cry and dashed down from the battlements at that moment. The other commanders finally reacted, countless hands raised in unison. Human and half-orc commanders excitedly clamored, "Your Highness, let me go. I guarantee I can do better than Zichuan. Your Highness, the 2nd Legion's training team requests to engage. Your Highness, this glorious task can only be accomplished by the strongest and most elite team from the headquarters." Zichuan Xiu reassured them, explaining that Zichuan was merely leading the charge, and that the ensuing battle would require each of your fearless valor, with ample opportunities for merit. He coaxed and promised, and after some persuasion, the officers calmed down. With the reinforcements' arrival, the morale of the entire garrison surged, their fighting spirit invigorated, which brought great joy to Zichuan Xiu. Heightened morale and a fervent desire for battle often heralded a great victory. 2,000 lightly armored half-orc cavalry surged forth from the open city gates, swiftly crossing the drawbridge and charging directly at the demon center. The coalition soldiers atop the walls shouted in unison, bolstering their ranks. At that moment, the demon army was repositioning, caught off guard by the sudden assault. Just as Zichuan Xiu had anticipated, the half-orc cavalry wreaked havoc, scattering the disorganized frontline infantry. Breaking through the demon's first line of defense. Due to their limited numbers, they dared not press further, and Zichuan commanded, "Fall back." The cavalry swiftly turned their mounts, charging again toward the disarrayed demon formations. This back-and-forth assault left the demons' front line in tatters. As if combed through by a brush, witnessing the coalition cavalry's valor, the demons' main camp sounded their horns repeatedly, their banners waving in panic. 2 infantry teams hastily rushed forward to assist their front lines, while a cavalry unit quickly maneuvered to cut off the half-orc's path back to the city. Zichuan Xiu ordered, "Sound the retreat." The call for retreat echoed from the battlements, and the half-orc cavalry immediately turned their mounts towards the city gates, taunting as they fled, "Come on! Come on! If you dare, follow us." The demon soldiers, incensed, charged after them in a frenzy, and the defenders atop the walls cunningly allowed them to draw close before suddenly shouting, "Release!" In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed, and the demon cavalry was struck down, half of them falling immediately. The survivors, terrified, fled with tails tucked between their legs. "Hooray! Long live!" The defenders on the walls cheered in unison. As the king personally welcomed the returning cavalry at the city gates, the residents of the city lined the streets in celebration, their fervor reminiscent not of a simple return but of a triumphant victory over the demon army. The simple half-orc man basked in pride, riding his tall steed, surveying all around with an air of invincibility. Upon seeing Zichuan Xiu, he regained a semblance of composure and promptly dismounted, shouting, "Your Highness, this trifling skirmish is nothing. I, Zichuan, have yet to satiate my thirst for battle. Let us charge out once more for another round." He shouted loud enough for the entire street to hear, deliberately enunciating the words Zichuan slowly and clearly, brandishing his bloodied saber prominently, and maintaining a composed demeanor as he raised his chin, feigning indifference while subtly observing the reactions of those around him. The onlooking residents collectively exclaimed, "What a valiant warrior! Our indomitable general!" As he absorbed their praises, Zichuan's pride swelled further, and he huffed audibly, hands on his hips, embodying the ruggedness befitting a seasoned warrior. The demon race, now on guard, would not have dared to venture out even if given 100-fold courage. Zichuan Xiu stifled a chuckle. Truly, vanity breeds absurdity. He deliberately cautioned the half-orc, saying, "The purpose of our assault was merely to disrupt the demon army's formation and undermine their morale. Thanks to your valiant efforts, this objective has been achieved, and there is no need to engage the demon forces head-on.as for the remaining tasks. Let us anticipate General Zichuan's display of prowess." Upon hearing the words of the Radiant King, Zichuan begrudgingly debated for a moment before finally conceding. "Since your highness has said so, there is no other option. After all, I am a soldier, I must obey orders and spare those green-haired fiends for today." His expression was one of profound grievance, as if he were sacrificing a favor for the Radiant King. With a lamenting sigh, Zichuan cast a sidelong glance at the 170,000-strong demon army outside the city, his demeanor unmistakably suggesting, "Today, I am in a good mood and will not hold it against you. Were it not for your highness's face, I would have surely come down to thrash you." On the 27th of June, 782, the Eastern Uprising Army encountered the main force of the Demon Suppression Army beneath the walls of Toulon City. To avoid the precarious situation of fighting on two fronts, Duke Ross proactively withdrew the demon troops besieging the Toulon fortress from all sides. Retreating 5 miles, reinforcements arrived at Toulon unimpeded, a sea of dark figures seemingly poised to engulf the entire fortress. The simple assembly ceremony was held in the fields surrounding the southern city gate, where countless military horns and gongs resounded, and stirring melodies echoed across the plains, invigorating all present. Subsequently, the various troops entered the city in an orderly fashion. Zichuan Xiu awaited the arrival of the reinforcements commanders at the former demon governor's office. Alongside the Second Army, numerous commanders from the Eastern Army had also arrived, including the commander of the First Army, Busan, the commander of the Second Army, Zichuan, Deputy Commander Bran, and Chief of Staff Monroe. Among others, Zichuan Xiu greeted the generals of various races with a handshake, expressing his warm welcome for their arrival. Within the governor's office of the Toulon fortress, senior commanders of the Eastern Army convened for an urgent discussion. The atmosphere of the meeting was rather peculiar. Approaching Toulon City, remnants of the previous day's fierce battle were evident. Outside the city, the corpses of demon soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Inside, the sight was equally harrowing. Along the long street, a sea of white sheets extended endlessly, covering the bodies of the Allied soldiers who had perished before they could be buried. Numerous locations remained littered with uncollected corpses. Bloodstains marred the battlements and steps, exuding a pungent stench of blood. Wounded soldiers were scattered throughout the homes, being tended to by the local Eastern residents, their agonized moans and horrifying cries reverberating in the air. Many in the Second Army speculated that due to Zichuan's sluggishness, the Radiant King had fought alone for 2 days and had fallen into a perilous situation. Failing to provide adequate rescue placed the commander in jeopardy. A grave offense indeed. Some conjectured that a few heads might roll today. The officers of the Second Army were on edge, wary of drawing attention to themselves. Zichuan Xiu briefly reported on the previous day's battle. The Eastern 6th Cavalry Regiment suffered 331 casualties. The 7th Cavalry Regiment lost 1 for 85. The first team of the Xiu Regiment had 1,313 casualties, and the second team lost 577, totaling a casualty rate of 65%. Additionally, the Zoe tribe officer Deming was killed in action. And the commander of the first team of the Xiu Regiment, Duke Shaoqi, also fell, along with 113 other officers at various ranks. As for the slain demons, you all can see them lying outside the city, please. Share your insights on the situation outside. Zichuan Xiu smiled as he surveyed the generals seated around the table. Under his gaze, the officers shifted uncomfortably in their seats, apprehensive. During the 3 days in which Zichuan Xiu had been besieged, Zichuan had taken full command of the uprising forces. She began with an apology, explaining her tardiness. The bridge for crossing the river had been washed out, necessitating a detour, and due to a sudden downpour. The roads in the jungle were muddied and treacherous. Despite the utmost efforts of the various unit commanders, they had been unable to reach the battlefield in a timely manner on the 26th. In unfamiliar terrain, to save time, the command chose to take mountain paths, failing to account for the rain, which resulted in both roads and bridges being washed away, forcing the troops to turn back, thus prolonging their journey. The responsibility lies with me. Zichuan earnestly admitted that as she spoke, no one dared to utter a word. The generals anxiously observed Zichuan Xiu's expression, fearing an impending storm of wrath. The Radiant King listened intently. Due to the rain, was it? His reaction was merely a smile as he said, "Is that so? I understand. There is another matter. Zichuan Xiu gently tapped the ornate marble table and inquired, "Where is the First Army?" According to previous orders, Roger was to encircle Toulon from the east and should have joined our forces a day ago. We are currently unable to make contact with Roger, but according to reports from a day ago, his troops were making their way toward Yalu, Su, and Progade and night that if all goes well, they should have. What is the matter? Whose orders are these? My orders. The original plan was devised for the siege of Toulon Fortress. But now that Toulon City is in our hands, continuing with the original plan is meaningless. In the name of the Lord, I have sent orders to Roger, instructing him to seize Yalu and cut off the retreat of the Ross army. My lord, I took the liberty of making this decision and am willing to bear the consequences. I see. Zichuan Xiu interrupted her lightly, lowering his head to take notes, leaving Bai Chuan awkwardly standing there. Her heart full of apologies without an opportunity to express them. With a bitter smile, she seated herself. The other generals collectively exhaled, relieved that the anticipated storm had passed, observing the radiant prince's magnanimity. The anxious generals finally felt at ease, praising his grand demeanor. As Bran, the half-orc, privately remarked, "Our king is truly easy to get along with." The other commanders of the Second Army continued their reports, informing Zichuan Xiu that over the past 3 days, the Second Army had dispatched several squads as decoys, engaging the demon army's forward sentries from the northwest and southwest sides of Toulon, creating the illusion of a large uprising force closing in from all directions. By the time they finished reporting, Zichuan Xiu had a solid grasp of the situation. The demon army's front was the Toulon fortress, manned by the Bai Chuan forces in their headquarters, while Roger's army was responsible for flanking the demon army's rear. Bai Chuan's intentions were quite clear. She hoped to encircle the demon main force at the foot of Toulon City. Zichuan Xiu pondered for a long moment, frowning deeply. Although we have taken Toulon Fortress, we do not possess sufficient strength to carry out a comprehensive encirclement of the 170,000 demon troops. Should the demons find themselves cornered, in a desperate bid for survival, they may unleash a terrifying fighting spirit, concentrating their forces in a certain area to fight to the death. At that point, they could easily break through our weak encirclement, and we lack large reserves to execute a counterattack and plug the gaps. We would then face the peril of a fragmented front, falling into a passive position. The generals all agreed. Indeed, a desperate demon soldier would unleash formidable combat power. Even if we could eliminate them, we would suffer tremendous casualties, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. Deputy Commander Bran of the Second Army spoke up. What should we do then? Zichuan Xiu shrugged. There is no need for concern. The demon army's commander is not a fool. He will not idly watch us complete the encirclement. Let us observe how he responds and remain steadfast in our approach. Relay the order. Grant all units half a day to rest and recuperate. The meeting was brief, and the generals dispersed. Zichuan Xiu was the last to exit, when a feminine voice called out to him from the doorway, "My lord." Zichuan Xiu turned, smiling. "Bai Chuan, you do not look well. You ought to rest more." Bai Chuan approached, kneeling as if to bow, but Zichuan Xiu quickly supported her, saying, "What are you doing?" "My lord, I am truly sorry. Zichuan Xiu spoke gently. "It was not your fault. I can distinguish between unavoidable circumstances and negligence. I do not blame you. Do not be too hard on yourself. But what of Duke and Deming, and the soldiers who fell yesterday? Can they forgive me?" Zichuan Xiu sighed deeply. "Bai Chuan, war always claims lives. There will always be death, even without conflict. In times of chaos, lives are as cheap as grass. They have merely departed a step ahead of us. One day, you and I will also tread this path. Why burden yourself so?" "My lord." Bai Chuan gazed up at Zichuan Xiu, her clear eyes seemingly imbued with a magical insight into the human heart. "Do you truly not blame me? In the direst moment of the siege, when reinforcements were inexplicably delayed, you harbor no doubts about me. Have you not considered that this could very well be a deliberate act on my part, aimed at—" She deliberately halted her words, fixing her gaze upon Zichuan Xiu. With a bitter smile, he candidly admitted, "Indeed, I have entertained such thoughts. And only thoughts, nothing more." Zichuan Xiu replied with a smile. "I still choose to believe in you, Bai Chuan." In that instant, Bai Chuan felt the urge to weep, the torment of anxiety and sleepless nights. The worry for Zichuan Xiu's predicament, the dread of impending suspicion and doubt, coupled with the terrifying weight of carrying the fates of countless lives, all of it she withstood. Yet, a single sincere, "I believe in you," from Zichuan Xiu nearly brought her to tears. "My lord, do you remember? You once said those very words to me." That was in the village of Balu in the Waxing province, wasn't it? At that time, I was being hunted by the demon clan and pursued by the Zichuan family. With nowhere to turn, I have never forgotten. Since then, my loyalty to you has remained unwavering. However, I cannot shake the feeling that you have changed significantly since that time. Zichuan hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Ever since Zichuan Xiu returned from the imperial capital, he seemed shrouded in a veil of mystery, cruel, cold, and inscrutable, leaving her profoundly perplexed. Was this truly the same Zichuan Xiu who once radiated warmth like sunlight? Zichuan Xiu chuckled. Have I become more handsome? Zichuan did not laugh. My lord, since your return from the imperial capital earlier this year, you have changed greatly. You have become impossible to read. Forgive my intrusion, my lord, but what truly transpired in the imperial capital? Zichuan spoke in one breath. While Zichuan Xiu continued to smile. Zichuan, do you think I have suddenly become too callous? Zichuan answered with her gaze. Fate is inherently fair. By ascending to the position of the Radiant King, I am bound to lose many things. Cruelty and ruthlessness, these are the virtues that define a monarch. The path of power is indeed merciless. Would you still wish to follow such a version of me? Zichuan opened her mouth. But Zichuan Xiu gestured for her to stop. I chose this path willingly, and I do not seek any excuses, nor will I claim that I was once kind but was forced into darkness by society. This is not a tale of forced seduction. So spare me the rhetoric. Yet, your hands remain clean, and you have the freedom to withdraw. My lord, you have yet to answer my question. There is nothing to answer. If you cannot abide by my methods, you may leave at any time. So too can Roger and Mingyu. You have followed me for so many years. I have prepared a retirement fund for you that if you do not live to be 200, it should suffice for the rest of your lives. You could easily enjoy a carefree existence, free from war and bloodshed, and you need not worry about the family's bounty on your heads, as I shall take responsibility for your vindication. Not to mention, Zichuan Xiu suddenly fell silent, staring in astonishment at the tears streaming down Zichuan's face. My lord, you cannot, Zichuan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. You cannot insult one who has followed you with her life. Like Sterling, Zichuan Xiu found himself utterly defenseless against the tears of this girl. He fumbled for a handkerchief. Yet Zichuan had already regained her composure. Yes, she wiped her tears. She apologized. I have lost my composure. It was inappropriate to delve into matters that should remain private. I have overstepped. Zichuan Xiu sighed. Zichuan, why must you speak in such a manner? Since our relationship is normal between superior and subordinate, such words are warranted. Are they not? I sincerely apologize once more. Zichuan, do not cause a ruckus. Zichuan Xiu exclaimed. You must understand, had it been anyone else, Bosun, Bran, or any other general from the Far East, who was late, their heads would have already been on the chopping block. You should know that our relationship is far from merely that of an employer and employee. Zichuan retorted without hesitation. Since I have disobeyed orders, I shall accept my punishment. To uphold your authority, please, my lord, do not hesitate due to past affections. Command the enforcement team to act immediately. Let them do as they must. I will not resist. Observing her defiant gaze, Zichuan Xiu cried out in exasperation. How could he have forgotten this aspect of Lady Zichuan's character? Even during Yang Minghua's reign of power, she had dared to openly accuse him to his face. What more now? He smiled wryly. You remain ever the same, Zichuan. For a moment, neither spoke. Outside the conference room, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by the loud chatter of officers and the synchronized marching of troops, punctuated by resounding battle cries. The two great armies of the coalition had converged. A momentous victory lay within reach, and the air in Turin City was filled with jubilant anticipation. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within the deserted conference room of the governor's mansion, the Radiant King clashed fiercely with the commanding general, Zichuan. Years ago, a friend once told me that he could eliminate everyone in the world, yet he could never lay a hand on me. Zichuan Xiu spoke slowly, recalling the serene visage of Dilan. Nostalgia washing over him. He turned to Zichuan. Now, I must tell you, if killing Zichuan is the only way to establish my so-called authority as the Radiant King, then I would rather not be this king at all. My lord, do you wish to know what transpired in the imperial capital? Zichuan Xiu paused before stating casually, and Ning has found a new boyfriend, a dandy. Zichuan gasped in disbelief. Miss Ning, how could she do this? Why should she not? Zichuan Xiu replied with a self-deprecating smile. I even wished her well in person. He began to walk towards the door. The man who wears the green hat is a disgrace. Feel free to mock me. I won't mind. My lord, please wait. Zichuan Xiu slowly turned around, and behind him, the young general knelt on one knee, gazing up at him with unwavering determination. My lord, we once vowed to share life and death. To share fortune and misfortune. We rode together into battle, galloping across the battlefield. I swore an oath of blood to serve you. Regardless of how you may change, my loyalty remains steadfast. Unyielding as blood turned to ash, my lord, if you were to command the annihilation of all, I would be the first to act without hesitation. If you were to set the imperial capital ablaze, I would climb to the rooftops to douse it in gasoline. Even if you were to commit unspeakable atrocities, even if you were to drown the world in blood, even if you were to descend into the depths of hell after death, let us go together. I only beseech you, my lord, do not bear that suffering alone that it would reflect poorly on us as your subordinates. I wish to share your burdens, even if it means my guts are spilled. Zichuan Xiu regarded her silently, and she returned his gaze to in the stillness. He removed the heavy black hood and lifted the bronze mask from his face at that moment. The radiant king, whose name echoed throughout the Far East, vanished, leaving behind only a melancholic, wandering youth. Dai was a face lacking sunlight, pale yet handsome, with wisps of white hair at the temples. In that moment, his once vibrant eyes were filled with profound sorrow, as tears streamed down his sharply defined, gaunt face. Silently gazing at him, Baichuan felt a deep sadness welling within her, and she wept aloud. My lord. The day grew late, and colorful clouds rose in the western sky, a halo of purple light encircling their peaks. Hues shifting momentarily as the soft, multicolored glow of the sunset painted the bright blue sky. Between the clouds, an orange-red ray of the setting sun burst forth, cascading down to the earth, causing one to feel dizzy. Gradually, the light began to dim, the clouds shedding their vibrant aura, and unbeknownst to them, the first star appeared in the western sky. Just as night was about to fall, the scouts reported unusual activity among the demon clan's encampments. It appeared that the demon soldiers had emerged from their tents to assemble in the open ground for dinner, while the frontline demon troops had already formed battle lines, advancing towards the front. Based on this intelligence, the Far Eastern forces stationed on either flank of Turin City also prepared for battle, soldiers from various factions picking up their weapons and forming ranks, ready to engage. The commanders speculated that the demon army, renowned for its prowess in night combat, seeing the tides of battle turning against them, had once again summoned their trump card, hoping to decisively defeat the main forces of the Far East under the cover of darkness. Their assault would undoubtedly be frenzied and ferocious. Given that the demons held an advantage in individual combat, the commanders called for an increase in the frontline blocking forces, advocating for a strategic distance to be maintained. Attempting to confront the demons in formation to avoid descending into chaotic melee, Zichuan Xiu agreed with most of the commander's arguments, but he asserted, in the previous battles, the demons failed to capture Turin Fortress, which was defended by only a handful of troops. Now, with reinforcements gathering on the far eastern side, does Ra suddenly possess confidence in victory? Therefore, tonight, Ross undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. The horn blared frantically as the blood-red twilight cast the last blush of crimson upon the hills, reflecting off the sea of black armor, while the distant weeds wilted beneath the overwhelming aura of impending slaughter. The demon onslaught commenced once more, like a tide crashing forth. The formations and ranks have vanished. The demonic soldiers surge forward like a swarm of frenzied ants. A dark mass that instills a chilling dread. Fire, commands the officers, and once more, the death knell sounds from the ramparts of Trans City. Countless boulders and a torrential rain of arrows, accompanied by a piercing wail as they cleave through the air, are unleashed. Simultaneously, the archery formations stationed on the flanks of the city begin to rain arrows down from the heavens, their metallic clinks echoing as they strike the heads of the demonic warriors, ricocheting off their shields and armor in a densely packed storm of projectiles. In an instant, cries of agony erupt as the foremost ranks of the demon army are pierced by the long arrows, collapsing one after another, while the soldiers behind them leap over their fallen comrades, rushing forward with wild abandon, an unwavering spirit of desperate assault, unimaginable just 2 days prior. At the front lines, the half-orc commander Bran exclaims, "The demons have gone mad." Even this renowned warrior, known for his valor, dares not underestimate the overwhelming tide of darkness approaching. His command reverberates across the vast expanse of the plain. First line, retreat. Nearly 10,000 troops spread out into a formation a mile wide. As the archers of the foremost line hastily withdraw, 50 feet behind them forming a neatly arranged line of serpent warriors. Second line, fire. 3,000 serpent soldiers, already prepared, draw their powerful bows into crescent shapes. The bowstrings creaking ominously to the command of fire. 3,000 arrows are released simultaneously. The chilling sound of their flight fills the air, accompanied by a cacophony of despairing wails from the darkness. After 2 volleys, this line of serpent warriors abandons their position, swiftly retreating through the gaps in the formation of the third line of archers to regroup at the designated location. Meanwhile, the third line of archers has readied their arrows, a mere 20 feet behind them. The half-orcs who have retreated are quickly reforming, knocking arrows in their bows. This cycle repeats itself, and from the vantage point of the city walls, the entire front of the far eastern army appears to be collapsing in layers, disorganized and chaotic in their retreat, only to regroup and form new lines at the rear. Each retreat stretches the distance of the demon's charge, a simple yet effective tactic, as the continuously dissipating and regenerating front lines resemble a thick stack of absorbent paper, each layer saturated with the blood of the demon's soldiers. Across a span of hundreds of meters, the ground is littered with the corpses of the demonic army. The enemy is perpetually within reach, yet utterly untouchable, instilling a profound sense of frustration within the ranks of the demon soldiers. Nevertheless, the speed of their assault far surpasses the retreat of the far eastern army. After numerous shifts in formation, they finally press towards the front lines. With a commanding shout, Bran orders all archers to withdraw through the gaps in the rear ranks, revealing before the demon army a sea of long pikes, standing in unison with their points directed forward. The demonic soldiers, howling with ferocity, charge, vagla, kill. As they surge forward, Dai is as if 2 equally fierce waves of the sea collide, and the melee begins in an instant. Thousands of bodies fall, blood splattering in abundance, and a thin mist of crimson rises over the battlefield. The demonic onslaught surges like a tide. The fierce battle rages for over an hour, shrouded in darkness, beneath the twinkling stars where various races clash in a brutal fight. The ground soaked in blood on the city walls. Zichuan Xiu stands quietly, observing the demonic camp 5 miles away. Amidst the lines that divide the heavens and earth, countless fires illuminate the entire plain. Reflecting off the stars above, an endless expanse, the main force of the demonic army remains stationary, causing Zichuan Xiu great concern. Despite repeated pleas for reinforcements from the commanders on the front lines, he resolutely declines. The reserve troops must be deployed like a blade at the most critical juncture. He would not easily commit them without the certainty of defeating the demons in one fell swoop. The momentum of the demon army is formidable. White River, returning from the battlefield, exclaims urgently, "They're a desperate force. We must send in the reserves, or Bran will be overwhelmed." "Absolutely not." Zichuan Xiu replies decisively, pointing to the distant flames. "It is not yet time for the reserves to be deployed. We are only facing the vanguard of the demons. Their main force remains inactive. My lord, considering overall combat strength, our forces are evenly matched with the demons if we commit the reserves first. Their main force will have no choice but to engage, or else they will watch helplessly as their vanguard is annihilated." Zichuan Xiu suddenly awakens to the truth. "You are right. To secure victory, we must force the demons to reveal their main force." Accustomed to a strategy of counterattack, Zichuan Xiu realizes that this mindset has become ingrained in him. With White River's reminder, he quickly comes to his senses. "Attention, Central Infantry Regiments advance. Filling the gaps in the front line and push the encroaching demons back. The left-wing units will maneuver around the battlefield from the left flank and launch a countercharge, striking the enemy's right. The right-wing units will maneuver around the battlefield from the right flank and attack the enemy's left. Relay these orders promptly. All troops must execute them without fail." The messenger hastily descends from the city tower, leaping onto his steed and racing toward the assembly area of the reserve forces. Simultaneously, flag bearers on the city walls wave torches, relaying the commands to the ground commanders, the signal repeated thrice. "Received." On the right flank, General Buzin, witnessing the torch signals from the walls, straightens his chest. He gazes at the reserve forces standing silently like a mountain behind him and bellows with ferocity. "It's time to slay the green-haired fiends. Long live." 30,000 infantrymen brandish their pikes and sabers, their spirits soaring. The massive formation begins to move, like a sea or a tide. The infantry chants in unison, "Hey yo, hey yo," raising their densely packed javelins. Their pace quickens, transitioning from a march to a swift run, gaining speed until, in the darkness, they resemble a boulder rolling down a mountainside. This mountain of men surges forth, casting a terrifying shadow over the demons on the left flank of the position. A mounted messenger races in. Holding a golden flag, without pausing, he sweeps past Commander Zichuan, leaving only the sound of his passage rippling through the air. Lord Zichuan, the Light King commands, attack immediately. What an honor! The half-orc Zichuan roars hoarsely. His face flushed with excitement, he turns back and waves his hand. Brothers, charge! Charge! Over 10,000 robust voices respond, and the air fills with a crack of whips as countless hooves stir up a colossal storm of brown dust. The sound of hooves echoing like thunder, the cavalry's blades glimmer in the night as they fiercely assault the enemy's right flank, cutting through the panicked demon infantry like a sharp axe cleaves wood. Meanwhile, Commander Bran in the center receives reinforcements of infantry, stabilizing his position. This brave half-orc commander does not hesitate to launch a counteroffensive, raising the battle flag high as he stands at the forefront. Instantly, the demonic archers focus their sights on him, and in a heartbeat, he is pierced by countless arrows, howling in agony, "My children, follow me, follow the flag, charge, charge." The soldiers of various races are emboldened, surging forward behind their leader. The half-orc roars with terrifying ferocity, leading the charge into the ranks of the demons, followed closely by the silent dragon warriors, and the dwarves armed with great axes and sickles, who also rush forth in a fierce wave. Finally, a row of serpent archers follows. Though the serpents are physically weak and cannot withstand close combat, their night vision is exceptional. Even amidst the chaos of melee, they can accurately identify the demonic officers, insidiously targeting them. Each officer that falls sends the nearby demons into disarray, losing their command. The defenders of Tran continue to bombard the demons with stones and arrows, providing support to the infantry. Each side of the demonic formation is simultaneously under siege. Zichuan's cavalry ferociously spins, creating countless breaches in the formation. Rows of blocking infantry are trampled underfoot, disappearing from sight. Yet, simultaneously, numerous pikes find their mark in the bellies of the horses, sending riders tumbling to the ground. Under the pressure of a three-pronged assault, especially with the cavalry's sudden incursion from the left, the momentum of the demon army is swiftly curtailed, despite their valiant efforts. The demons find it impossible to withstand the overwhelming numerical superiority of the Far Eastern Coalition. The relentless tide of soldiers surges forth like a deluge, and the demons, unable to withstand this immense pressure, begin to retreat step by step, while the three armies of the coalition press forward, growing ever bolder. The demon formation, besieged from all sides, is gradually eroded and annihilated, like ice melting under the sun. The formation on the far right, exposed, is nearly obliterated upon contact. The remaining troops contract, continuing to engage. The cavalry penetrates the center of the demon army, charging straight for the Grand Standard. In a frenzy, the demons, driven by primal instincts, gather around the Golden Lion banner without waiting for orders from their officers, their steeds shoulder to shoulder, creating an impenetrable wall of bodies around the standard. In an instant, savage hand-to-hand combat erupts. Blades are drawn, spears shatter, and the demons rush forward barehanded, dragging the half-orc cavalry from their mounts, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic struggle, grappling, gouging eyes, pulling hair, biting throats. In that moment, both the Far Eastern soldiers and the demon warriors become nothing more than beasts fighting for survival. Amidst the resonant howls of the cavalry, within the swirling clouds of dust, terror reigns supreme. The air is thick with the heat of fierce combat. The clang of weapons clashing resounds, and the anguished cries of the wounded, trampled by the stampede, echo dreadfully as the lifeless fall to the ground. In the whirlwind of battle, beneath the fluttering banners, blood flows like rivers. The demonic forces unleash their ferocity, driving back the advancing cavalry by several paces, only to be met with an onslaught from the infantry led by Bosun. While Bran commands his troops to breach the front line in support, once more, the attackers encircle the banner, the noose of encirclement tightening, as the numbers of the demon horde dwindle by the minute. It appears that the forces of the Far East are on the verge of seizing the banner. Suddenly, the nearest demonic officer snatches the flag, raising his blade to shatter it. A half-beast cries out, "No! Stop him! Kill him!" In the sharp whistling of the wind, the officer is instantly pierced by arrows, Becoming a veritable pincushion point, two more demon soldiers rush forward to seize the flag from his grasp. But one half-beast throws himself forward, striking down one of them with a swift blow that a bloodied hand clutches the banner, while the other end is seized by a demon soldier. They wrestle fiercely, neither yielding, neither retreating. In mere moments, both are covered in wounds, blood gushing forth, yet neither is willing to relent, nor to release their grip. This is a brutal clash of warriors, with countless bloodied voices shouting in unison. Seize the flag! Seize the flag! Vagla, Vagla! The clamor resonates like thunder. Under the starlit expanse of the vast plain, nearly 100,000 troops collide and surge forward. Countless banners rise and fall, as the armies advance like a tidal wave. The winds swirl and the clouds dance. The military flags snap above, while Zichuan Xiu stands resolutely, two flames igniting in his eyes. Gazing down upon the earth grants him a sense of dominion. As if the land were his chessboard, and the innumerable soldiers his pieces, with the entire war merely a game he orchestrates. With a single command, thousands obey, rallying, charging, battling, bleeding, dying, regardless of foe or ally. Their objects of love and hate are themselves. The countless souls below, their lives and deaths, the happiness and suffering of millions of families, the fate of the nation, the rise and fall of the land, all hinging upon his fleeting thoughts that I end that moment. Zichuan Xiu comprehends why rulers throughout history have often referred to themselves as children of the gods. Such power indeed rivals that of deities. Yet, why is it that he can dictate the fates of millions but cannot grasp his own? He can secure the happiness of countless souls, yet cannot bring joy to himself. Bowing his head, he sinks into profound contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reverberates through the corridor, and Bai Chuan appears at the door. Breathless, "My lord, the demon camp. It's empty. Ross has fled." Zichuan Xiu gasps. "What?" Bai Chuan, catching her breath, explains in fragmented sentences. Her cavalry division infiltrated the enemy camp without encountering any organized resistance. The demon encampment lay desolate. Save for the incapacitated demon soldiers, Zichuan Xiu seizes Bai Chuan's shoulders, pointing towards the distant sea of torches. "What is happening there?" "My lord, we've been deceived. Those torches are all planted in the ground." Tended by the demon wounded, Ross's main force. As soon as night fell and the assault began, they all retreated. Zichuan Xiu releases Bai Chuan, a smile of bitter amusement crossing his face. He mutters, "How ruthless! Ross, you truly are merciless." Thus, the intentions of the demon army are fully revealed. To cover their main force's retreat, they abandoned their assault troops and wounded soldiers, taking advantage of the Far Eastern Coalition's focus on the sacrificial squads. While their main force stealthily slipped away under the cloak of darkness. To save their lives, they forsook over 20,000 brethren still fighting on the front lines. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Zichuan Xiu declares vehemently, "This slaughter need not continue." Bai Chuan, disseminate the news and call out to the demon army. On the night of June 27 at 11 o'clock, following the edict of the King of Light, the Far Eastern Army halts its slaughter at the front line of Thailand. Having gained a decisive advantage, the demon soldiers, now fragmented into nearly 100 battle groups, brace for death, only to hear the sound of retreat horns blowing from the enemy's rear. The coalition soldiers cease their assault. The front lines receding like a tide by 20 paces, creating a stark void between the two armies. The enemy, on the brink of an easily attainable victory, has retreated. The demon soldiers are left in shock. Involuntarily pausing in their actions to eye in the vacant space between the two armies, fiery lights dart back and forth, as the coalition cavalry brandish torches, calling out to the demons, "Cease fire! Cease fire!" Brothers of the Dada and Yesai tribes. Soldiers of the 9th Legion of the Demon God Kingdom, Ross has fled. You have been abandoned. Continuing to fight is utterly meaningless. Soldiers of the 9th Legion, officers, you have bravely and proudly fought for your homeland, fulfilling your duty as warriors. Now, you are completely surrounded. Our forces outnumber you tenfold. Your commander has forsaken you, and resistance is futile. The King of Light commands that anyone who lays down their arms shall be spared. The Far Eastern Coalition does not execute prisoners. We will provide you humane treatment. Soldiers of the 9th Legion, think of your loved ones at home. Think of your mothers, wives, and children. You have the right to live. The right to return to them. Now is the time to choose. Will you die for a general who has abandoned you? Or will you live for yourselves and your families? It is time to decide. Lay down your weapons, take a step forward, and you shall gain your life. The call is repeated again and again, as the demon soldiers listen warily, those who have survived on the brink of death murmuring amongst themselves, "Did they say our Lord fled?" Lies. This is a deceitful lie. Why hasn't he, the main force, come to our aid? Where's Lord Ghana? Where's Lord Ghana? Please, my lord, speak. There are too many enemies. We really will die. Fulfill your duty. Hold your ground, soldiers. Fight until the last moment. We are warriors of the kingdom. I don't want to die. A hoarse voice cries out in hysteria. All the officers have run away, leaving us to die. Silence. You traitor. Law enforcement, kill him. Archers, shoot the one calling out. Let him finish speaking. We want to live. Where is Lord Ghana? Where is the reinforcements? Nonsense. Rebels, suppress him. Ah, hit him, hit him. Amidst the encircled demon battle groups. Unrest brews as steadfast officers clash with soldiers desperate for survival. The call resounds once more. Soldiers of the 9th Legion, your time is running out. Our patience is limited. Lay down your arms. Take a step forward. Otherwise, we shall unleash our arrows. As the call echoes, the archers are moved to the front lines, a line of snake-like archers forming, their bright arrows pointed at the demons. The demons retreat a few steps in fear, their eyes revealing trepidation at the mass of glimmering arrowheads. Their earlier fervor has dissipated. The enemy remains the same, armed as before, yet upon learning of the hope for survival, the soldiers lose their courage for a desperate fight. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground reverberates. The first, the second, the 100th, the 1000th. Demon soldiers toss their weapons aside, raising their hands as they step out of formation, walking towards the coalition forces. Meanwhile, those officers who had fervently shouted for a fight to the death now comprehend the tide has turned. Sitting down in despair, each one covering their face in tears, the sounds of battle have faded, replaced by cries and the pained groans of the wounded. As the Far Eastern Coalition occupies the demon main camp and takes in prisoners, at 1 o'clock on June 28, Zichuan Xiu, leading the reserve cavalry of the Xiu division, sets out in pursuit of Ross's retreating forces. The coalition commanders urge him to reconsider, deeming it reckless to chase after a large army in the dead of night, warning of the dangers of falling into a trap. At the very least, let us wait until dawn, gather the troops, and then proceed. Yet, Zichuan Xiu merely smiles and spurs his horse onward. The strategic mindset of the Far Eastern commanders still lingers in the traditional phase of set formations before combat. Speed is of the essence. An unexpected strike can rival an army of 100,000. Swift, decisive, and resolute maneuvers not only hold military significance, but also exert pressure on the enemy, inducing panic and collapse without a fight. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the cavalry catches up with the rear guard of Ross's legion, almost simultaneously with the sounding of alarms by the demon sentinels. Zichuan Xiu, leading the charge, plunges into the slumbering rear encampment, igniting 17 tents in flames. The subsequent cavalry surge in, hooves trampling the fallen tents, setting fire while slaying, as the demons, roused from their sleep, are slaughtered into disarray. Fleeing in all directions, the flames casting a crimson glow upon the horizon. Ross, awakened from his dreams, learns that the rearguard has been pursued. He was utterly astonished. Could it be that the enemy's main force had arrived? In a state of panic, he resorted to the age-old tactic of sacrificing the pawns to protect the king, ordering the entire army to break camp immediately and retreat at full speed back to the homeland under the cover of night. Yet this time, Zichuan Xiu was not deceived. There was no room for the enemy to catch their breath. Ignoring the scattered rearguard units, he gathered 3,000 cavalry and took a shortcut to pursue relentlessly. At 5 in the morning, as the pursuing troops crested a small hill, the cavalry were struck dumb. Before them, in the morning light, lay an immense army column stretching endlessly along the Far East Grand Highway. Zichuan Xiu broke into a sinister grin. Charge! In the early hours of June 28, 782, the banner of the Light King appeared ghost-like on the high ground, leaving the retreating demon army in stunned disbelief. As if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens, the thunder of hooves echoed, the wind howled, and the human cavalry surged down the hillside like an avalanche, 3,000 gleaming sabers flashing like lightning. A whirlwind of fury crashing into the marching demon infantry. Countless hooves thundered down, and the bright blades glimmered with an intimidating sheen, sending shivers down the spines of many as they roared, "Kill!" Overwhelmed by this might, the retreating demon soldiers erupted in panic, shouting, "They are coming!" and "Help!" The cavalry's charge swept across the land like a tempest, and in that moment of contact, like a fierce wind flattening weak grass, the demon army fell like autumn leaves. The demon forces, arrayed in a long line for marching, were unable to respond effectively to the sudden flank attack. Had the demon commander been sufficiently clear-headed at that moment, he would have realized that only a small contingent of cavalry was in pursuit. And with a single strong counterattack, he could have repelled them or even encircled and annihilated them. But Ross was rendered senseless by the shrieking human cavalry that swept past the tents. After enduring several assaults throughout the night, his ignorance and fear exaggerated the enemy's strength. He believed he had been caught by the main force of the Allied troops, in his haste to reach Yalu City to rendezvous with his rear guard and salvage supplies. Ross ordered the attack troops to engage on their own, while the remainder were to march rapidly, attempting to shake off the pursuing forces. "Keep after them. Take them down," Zichuan Xiu commanded the cavalry loudly. He did not relish the idea of leading from the front like Sterling, yet during battle, his position was always near the front. Commanders must be at the forefront to grasp the changing tides of battle and adapt accordingly. This time was no exception. He had initially intended only to launch a surprise attack on the retreating Ross's legion, but it became apparent that the enemy's response was severely lacking. With a dearth of systematic command among their units, and no sign of the frontline troops returning to assist despite the rear being attacked, though he did not comprehend the reasons, he could keenly sense the chaos among the enemy. An opportunity to exploit. Thus, he altered his original plan of hit and run, ordering a relentless pursuit of the enemy's supply train. The cavalry surged forward, their thundering hooves kicking up clouds of dust, a whirlwind of chaos. It was as if a tempest had suddenly swept across the far east Grand Highway, the shining sabers glinting in the dawn's light. Zichuan Xiu's tactic was remarkably straightforward. He concentrated all his cavalry to charge at the enemy's organized units, trampling them into disarray at by 5:10 a.m. The infantry guarding the supply train had been slaughtered, and the supply wagons lay overturned along the roadside. Gold and provisions scattered everywhere, unattended. Soon after, Captain Baden of the rear guard was slain under the stampede of panicked horses, his troops shattered and fleeing into the surrounding brush. Zichuan Xiu paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers. He pressed on with the swiftness of an arrow. He relentlessly pursued the retreating demon infantry, biting off one segment after another, one unit after another. If the enemy resisted fiercely, he would immediately withdraw and seek another breakthrough point. His attacks were devoid of hesitation or delay, striking like a tempest and passing through in a single blow. Against the multitude of fleeing soldiers, Zichuan Xiu compelled them to retreat further, simultaneously sowing discord within the enemy's other units. 11 years prior, during the pursuit battle at the foot of the imperial city against Lufeng Shishan, Zichuan Xiu had risen to prominence. He excelled at creating chaos among the enemy ranks, and one by one, the disorganized demon forces fell apart, faced with Zichuan Xiu's elusive strikes. The hundreds of thousands of disoriented demon soldiers were left at a loss. They were given but one command: head east, without stopping. Thus, terrible rumors spread like wildfire through the ranks. "We are surrounded. Lord Ross has fallen. 200,000 Far Easterners are upon us. Run, or we shall perish." Panic swept through the ranks like a plague, beginning from the center and radiating outward. Exhausted and sleep-deprived, the soldiers lost their reason, frantically shouting and running, all aware that they must flee eastward. For east was the direction of the kingdom, and only by heading east could they hope to survive. The units became disorganized, infantry and cavalry mingling chaotically, a torrent of humanity clogging the far east highway for over 10 kilometers. The demon soldiers fleeing forming a blockade, heaps of equipment and supplies discarded at the roadside, weapons and banners littering the ground. As he witnessed the army's collapse, Ross finally realized he had made a grave mistake. He had never anticipated that a cavalry force could wreak such havoc on his grand army. He ordered a restoration of order to repel the pursuers, but to no avail. The Duke himself mounted his steed, positioning himself on the road to Yalu, and before the retreating army, he bellowed in fury, cursing, threatening, and pleading, attempting to rally the disoriented troops, but it was already too late. Once an army crumbles, regaining order is nearly impossible. A disordered army is merely a group of frightened peasants. The Duke was unable to gather even a single battalion, ultimately being swept aside by the tide of fleeing soldiers on the Grand Highway. Demon soldiers trampled and shoved one another, stepping over both the dead and the living as they surged forward. The roads, paths, bridges, plains, hills, valleys, and forests were choked with the thousands of fleeing troops, discarded knapsacks, swords, guns, and armor littering the ground. And in their desperation, they seized any path forward, indifferent to their comrades or their commanders. By 7 o'clock in the morning, as daylight broke, the tide of defeat came to a halt, not due to the efforts of the demon commanders, but simply because after a night of frantic flight, the demon soldiers had exhausted their strength and madness, collapsing to the ground to catch their breath in a field near the village of Guluo. Adjacent to Yalu City, a general clad in golden armor dismounted and, clutching the reins, staggered towards the direction of Yalu City. His guards desperately clutched at his garments, exclaiming, my lord, it is dangerous. You must not go any further." As if in a dreamlike state, Ross's voice was hollow and weak. "Yalu City, where is it? My supplies, where are they? Where is my legion?" In the early morning near Yalu town, the sky was overcast and dim, but a flock of crows flew over the charred remnants of the town ravaged by fire. Alighting upon the scorched walls from the direction of the vast fields came a refreshing breeze, dispelling the oppressive heat. Beside the town, now reduced to ruins, the army of half-orcs took formation, their golden banners billowing in the wind. The dark mass of their flanks stretching endlessly. On the morning of June 28, 782, at Yalu City, less than 40 kilometers from the border of the demon god kingdom and the Far East, Roger's legion blocked the path of the demon army's retreat in the low-lying area directly in front of Yalu City, in a small village called Guluo, an assemblage of 12,000 troops. The remnants of the 9th Army of the Demon Kingdom had gathered within an area of less than 3 square kilometers. Surrounding the village, the Far Eastern Allied forces had dug deep trenches and laid barbed wire, establishing a series of archery positions aimed at preventing the demon army from making a desperate breakout. On the road behind the village, reinforcements were pouring in from the heart of the Far East, a multitude of infantry units gathering at strategic points, while convoys carrying food and supplies congested the Grand Highway. Stretching endlessly, the demon army still boasted 120,000 soldiers, yet the 1st and 2nd armies of the Far Eastern Allied forces, along with 250,000 troops from the headquarters, had them tightly encircled on 3 sides. The demon soldiers had abandoned most of their weapons and supplies, and the provisions stored in Yalu town had been captured by Roger, after enduring a night of relentless pursuit and several failed breakout attempts. The morale of the demon soldiers had completely shattered in Zichuan Xiu's eyes. They were nothing more than a group of unarmed prisoners, no longer deserving to be called an army. The only reason the demon soldiers remained together was not discipline, but the simple fact that they had nowhere else to run, deprived of clothing and sustenance, coupled with the incessant propaganda from the Allied forces. In the ensuing days, demon soldiers surrendered in groups of 3 or 5. Even entire battalions, crossing over makeshift defenses to yield to the Far Eastern allies. The officers could not stop them, nor did they wish to, for they too might soon find themselves on that same path. Even the demon commanders admitted that within 2 days, the complete annihilation of the surrounded army was unavoidable. On June 30, 782, as dusk descended, 3 cavalrymen emerged from the ranks of the demon army, while 4 cavalrymen from the Far Eastern Allied forces also rode out from their camp. Both sides crossed the frontline obstacles and met on a small hillside in between. The demon army's commander, Duke Ross, wore a gloomy expression, flanked by his trusted aides, Captain Ajin and Elder Phagia. They sat silently upon their steeds, watching as the opposing cavalry drew near. The physical forms of the negotiators revealed their identities. 2 humans and 2 half-orcs approached. At a distance of 20 paces, both parties dismounted. Ross and his subordinates were the first to raise their hands, patting their garments to indicate they bore no weapons. The opposing side mirrored this gesture as they led their horses closer. "Is it the esteemed Duke Ghana of the kingdom?" called out the coalition from a few steps away. Speaking in pure demon tongue, Ross grunted softly and replied, "It is I. Is it the Light King?" "Indeed, it is I, along with my colleagues." As they drew near, the demon representatives were taken aback. The human claiming to be the Light King wore a grotesque bronze mask that obscured his features. Despite the disadvantageous situation, Ross could not help but taunt, "Is it that the renowned Light King fears to show his true visage?" Zichuan Xiu smiled faintly. When it came to verbal sparring, 100 Rosses would not be his match. However, victory had rendered him magnanimous. He scrutinized Duke Ross closely. Since their last encounter in Dusa, the Duke had aged considerably, his appearance haggard, His eyes were red, and his face was marred with purplish spots. Yet, despite his predicament, this noble still exuded an air of arrogance. Zichuan Xiu calmly remarked, "Duke, we have risked much to come here, and it is not to discuss my mask." "I trust." Ross grunted again and began to introduce the identities of the two individuals behind him. The demon general being introduced merely nodded stiffly, remaining silent. Zichuan Xiu turned to introduce, "This is General Bosun, commander of the First Army and Vice Commander Bran of the Second Army, along with Vice Commander Roger of the First Army." Then, "Duke, you have summoned us here. Do you have any worthwhile suggestions? Have you resolved to surrender?" This question was articulated clearly in demon tongue, causing the three demon representatives to change color simultaneously. Captain Ojin's sharp, thin voice pierced the air. "You may outnumber us. If we fight to the death, victory is far from certain. You have yet to witness the valor of our divine soldiers. Perhaps it is you who will be the ones to surrender." As he spoke, Zichuan Xiu translated his words into human tongue, as the two half-orc representatives understood it. Bosun immediately retorted, "Nonsense. The bravery of your soldiers cannot intimidate us Easterners. Just outside the city of Toulon, we captured more than 20,000 of your men. A vanguard cavalry unit of the Light King chased you for over 100 miles, like hounds pursuing rabbits, making you howl in distress, seizing all your supplies and weapons. This General Roger single-handedly took your granaries in Yalu. You are out of food, medicine, and weapons. Your soldiers are disheartened, and daily, deserters come to surrender to us. Want to fight? Very well, we can eradicate you all in a single morning." Bosun's words came out in a rapid-fire barrage. Ross, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "We can hold out for reinforcements. The messenger for aid has already departed. We are less than 50 kilometers from the border, and the kingdom's border troops will come to our rescue." Zichuan Xiu chuckled, "Duke, let us speak plainly. The main force of the Eastern Coalition has gathered here, and we have laid a trap along the border. The 33rd team of the Border Guards has just been defeated by US.to rescue you. The kingdom would need to mobilize a substantial force. Otherwise, those small teams of Border Guards would be insufficient for our needs. You should know better than I that no reinforcements will come." Duke Ross's face turned pale, and fear shone in his eyes as he gazed at the Light King. You lie. The kingdom would never abandon its loyal warriors." "Oh, really? You have been besieged for 3 days now. Yet where is the kingdom's relief force?" Ross, his prominent nose flaring like a weary old horse, rolled his eyes in despair, rendered speechless. Another representative, Elder Fajia, spoke with composure. "To consume us. If you can manage that, we'll exact a heavy toll. The Tatari soldiers will not go down quietly. Our children will die, but your army will also be drenched in blood. It would be a mutually destructive outcome." "I concur," Zichuan Xiu replied gently. "Thus we have taken the risk to gather here in search of a solution. I have a proposal." Seeing a shift in the Light King's tone, Ross hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, since you have also perceived this, I shall speak plainly. This expedition to the east has ensnared our Tatari tribe in a trap set by the Demon Emperor. The Senia tribe seeks to use us as pawns, depleting our strength through this eastern conflict. It is a conspiracy. Using the east to deplete our Tatari strength. What a splendid phrase." Zichuan Xiu remarked with a sardonic smile. "Why not say it is the Tatari who are being used to weaken the East? Well, it's essentially the same. The Demon Emperor harbors ill intentions. He wishes for us to turn against each other. Light King, you seek independence for the East, while we face oppression from the Senia tribe. Not all divine beings are bloodthirsty warmongers. The Senia tribe has long bullied the various factions of the divine and oppressed the East, and we have grown weary of it. Light King, the Senia tribe and the Demon Emperor are our common enemies. Your enemies, perhaps. I have not seen anyone called the Demon Emperor attacking us. What I have seen is 170,000 Tatari soldiers advancing upon us," Zichuan Xiu coldly asserted, stifling a yawn. "Your Majesty, we admit that we have been deceived by the Senia tribe. However, it is not too late to awaken to this reality. We are comrades in the same trench and should not slaughter one another. Let us turn foes into friends. You shall reign as the Light King in the East, and we will respect your territory and status. I, in turn, will lead my army back home to take vengeance upon the Senia tribe that has wronged us." "Oh, and what then?" "In simple terms, peace. Your Majesty, you extricate us from our plight and allow us to return home." Ross bellowed, spitting as he spoke, showing no semblance of peace. Zichuan Xiu pondered for a moment, cradling his head. "But you have invaded the East. causing us great losses. We are willing to compensate for that. Within our supplies lies a stash of gold that has already been seized. It is now war booty of my army, Zichuan Xiu replied coldly. Then with our food. Also my army spoils. What if we leave someone behind as a hostage? Your captives have already filled our prisoner camp. Do not burden us further. Your Majesty, Ross was on the verge of tears. What is it that you truly desire? Do you not see that you have left us utterly destitute? Well, Zichuan Xiu scrutinized Ross, seemingly contemplating which of his possessions still held value. Duke, I must say, that ring of yours. Yes, the blue diamond on your middle finger. Oh, you needn't rush to remove it. If you insist on being so courteous, I shall feel quite embarrassed. Your necklace is rather innovative in style. Oh, there you go again. I merely wish to have a look. Must you be so insistent? Fine, I shall temporarily accept it. Let us be friends. By the way, Duke, your jade belt is truly beautiful. Ah, Elder Fagia, why are you stealthily trying to hide behind? Do you think I cannot see the diamond necklace around your neck? That string of blue diamonds. Oh, and Lord Ogene, you need not furtively stuff that ruby ring into your pocket. I have no interest in it. Truly, not an ounce of interest. I dislike 24-karat white gold set with an 80-karat deep red ruby. It is my least favorite. Despite knowing its market value is 200,000, my lord. What are you doing? I have already said I do not want it, yet you insist on pushing it into my pocket. I shall become furious. I truly shall. In the end, Zichuan Xiu had no choice but to lose his temper, for the demon representatives were insufferable, cramming their valuable possessions into his pockets, leaving Zichuan Xiu so exasperated he could hardly close his mouth. Of course, the Great Light King did not accept bribes, yet Duke Ross generously proclaimed, "Let it be a memento of our acquaintance today. Let us be friends. Your Majesty must show us some consideration." Since it was a commemorative token of friendship, the Light King reluctantly agreed to accept it. Naturally, as friends, the principle of reciprocity prevailed. Roger and others also produced items from their persons to exchange with the demon leaders, such as socks worn for a month without change, a toothbrush used by a half-orc, and a front tooth that Bosun had chipped off the previous night. All rather meaningful tokens, symbolizing the enduring friendship between the Eastern people and the Tatari tribe. Dear Duke, as the negotiations drew to a close, Zichuan Xiu remarked, I largely concur with your assertions. The East and the Tatari tribe bear no grievances against one another. Why must we clash to the death? The three demon representatives nodded in agreement, exclaiming, the Light King is indeed wise. Thus, Zichuan Xiu magically produced a stack of paper from his person. In accordance with your earlier statements, we have drafted the contract. I kindly request you, Duke, to sign it, and we shall promptly facilitate your return to your homeland. Oh, and do not forget to endorse the IOU. You still owe our leader a substantial compensation. In an instant, the three demons froze, their bodies stiffening as if turned to stone. Ross realized he was confronting a cunning adversary whose slyness and treachery, concealed beneath that bronze mask, rivaled even that of the demon god emperor. Yet, the painful truth was that he had no choice but to comply with his demands. On July 1, 782, under the escort of 250,000 troops from the Far East, the remaining 12,000 soldiers of the Ninth Army of the Demon God Kingdom were traversing the Eastern Highway. The army had lowered its banners, soldiers hung their heads, their hands empty, having surrendered their weapons. Silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the rustling of footsteps and the rumbling of wheels. The once thundering army now moved in hushed tones. In stark contrast, the troops assigned to escort them from the Far East marched with exuberance, banners billowing in the wind, while the armored half-beast cavalry patrolled with spirited energy, looking down upon the demoralized demon soldiers. As dusk fell, the leading cavalrymen erupted in cheers, galloping towards them, exclaiming, "We have reached the border, Your Highness. The border is upon us." Zichuan Xiu raised his whip and urged his horse forward. Beneath the golden sunset, beside the desolate roadside stood a moss-covered stone monument, inscribed on one side in human script, Zichuan Family Far East Border Marker, while the reverse bore the markings of the Demon Clan, Demon God Kingdom Border Marker. Dismounting, Zichuan Xiu caressed the moss on the monument, his heart swelling with emotion. 3 years prior, the demon army had invaded the Far East, ravaging their homeland with fire and slaughter. Now, 3 years later, they had finally returned, as if everything had come full circle. What a price had they paid for this moment? In an instant, countless familiar faces flooded his mind. the gentle General Guangxing. The bold commander Fang Jing, the exchanged glances between Sterling and Cadden, and the tearful smile of Zichuan Ning at their parting. War is a dreadful demon. It obliterates all that is beautiful in humanity. Trampling upon pure feelings, leaving only ruins and scars. He turned to look back, where the generals of the various races of the Far East stood, half-beasts, snakefolk, dwarves, dragofolk, humans, and Zichuan Xiu called out their familiar names one by one. Bosun, present. Bulin, present. Suasi, present. Menluo, present. Luzhua, present. Dequan, present. Baichuan, present. Luojie, present. Zichuan Xiu observed their excited faces. Some shedding tears, others softly weeping. Tears blurred his vision, and amidst the haze, he seemed to glimpse the silent face of the half-beast general, Weila. Zichuan Xiu raised his hand and performed a formal salute. He spoke with calm conviction. We must not forget them, those friends who should have shared in this honor and joy with us. Witnessing this monumental moment together, he suddenly raised his voice. Let history remember that we once experienced such a glorious moment. Friends, we have reclaimed the entirety of the Far East. In an instant, a tremendous roar erupted from all sides, a storm of cheers. Long live the Far East. Following that, 200,000 soldiers echoed in unison, their voices crashing like waves, rising higher and higher, shaking the entire prairie, causing the very earth to tremble. Long live the Light King. At this moment, countless eyes were filled with tears, a dream nurtured for millennia. With millions striving onwards, the long-cherished desire for the liberation and independence of the Far East finally realized today. The demon soldiers watched this scene in silence, blinking in disbelief, unable to articulate their feelings. They hastily crossed the border, returning to their homeland, while the main force continued deeper into the demon god kingdom. Duke Ross and several high-ranking demon leaders approached, fanning congratulations to Zichuan Xiu, proclaiming it a great victory for the people of the Far East, indeed a cause for joy. Zichuan Xiu casually clasped his hands together. Congratulations to you as well. Thank you for your patronage. Please continue to support Zichuan 13, lest old pig go hungry. Subsequently, the leadership of the Tatars and that of the Far East reiterated their profound traditional friendship, expressing reluctant farewells filled with deep emotion. Lord Ross and His Highness the Light King embraced warmly. Parting with tearful reluctance, he watched the forlorn figures of the demons vanish over the horizon. Zichuan Xiu smiled. Let us depart as well. On the road, Luo Jie could not contain his curiosity. My lord, do you truly intend to ally with the Tatars? Only a fool would consider such an alliance. Zichuan Xiu carelessly kicked at the wild grass by the roadside, stating, Do I not understand Ross's intentions? No matter how sweetly he speaks now, upon returning home, he will immediately cling to the demon god emperor's leg, weeping, and then gather more troops to exterminate us. But why? Ruo Jie, one can boast all they like, but once it is committed to paper, it cannot be altered. Remember, ink can be fatal. Zichuan Xiu chuckled, handing the document to Luo Jie. Ross has already signed the treaty. He acknowledges the independence of the Far East, that the Light King's regime is the legitimate government of the Far East, and that the Tatars will work alongside the Far Eastern people to overthrow the brutal rule of the Xenia clan and the demon god Emperor Carter. Reclaiming the royal authority that was shamelessly stolen by the Xenia clan during the War of Royal Authority 80 years ago. By the way, the current demon god emperor and the Xenia clan are most averse to discussing this matter from 80 years ago. Whoever brings it up shall meet their demise. My lord, how do you know these secrets? Ruo Jie, I have suddenly realized that being broad-minded has its advantages, especially when accommodating a significant figure like the former governor of the Far East. Frequent conversations with him can greatly broaden one's horizons. Luo Jie pointed to the end of the document and asked, Is this segment also his revelation? This portion I authored myself. The unspeakable shame of the demon god emperor essentially states, the current demon god emperor Carter is a shameless pervert. He suffers from halitosis, hemorrhoids, tinea cruris, body odor, and rotten feet, not having bathed for half a year. He is exceedingly lewd, fond of peeping at men while they bathe, and enjoys having men watch him as well, wearing red underwear outside his garments. He has long harbored a crush on General Ling Buxu of the Southwest, often summoning him to the palace to engage in that kind of game. But Ling Buxu, repulsed by Carter's bad breath, would rather flee to the Far East than accompany him. Carter then pursued Lu Di. But Lu Di does not love him. Lu Di loves Prince Kalen. In despair, the demon god emperor persistently pestered Lu Di, sending flowers and heart-shaped chocolates daily, ultimately causing Lu Di to flee in the night. Heartbroken, Carter turned his attention to the feathered general Zichuan Xiu, attempting to assault him on a stormy night, but due to the insufficient dosage of the sedative, he was instead raped by Zichuan Xiu 3 times. Bondage style, candlelight, and the wooden horse. Prince Kadu watched in jealousy, wanting to join in, but Carter preferred not to engage in threesomes. He favored being the one abused. Ugh. Zichuan Xiu had only read halfway when Luo Jie collapsed to the ground, retching violently, even expelling the preserved vegetables he had consumed 2 nights prior. Zichuan Xiu observed him impassively. The subsequent content involves homosexuality, group sex, incest, BDSM, drugging, jealousy, crimes of passion, necrophilia, dismemberment. Do you wish to continue listening? My lord, spare me. Very well. The document concludes with the handwritten signature of Duke Ross, along with his thumbprint and the seal of the Tatar clan. My lord, what use is there in forcing Ross to sign this document? Ruo Jie, do you not comprehend? If even a fraction of this document leaks out, Ross is as good as dead. Our sole task now is Zichuan Xiu grinned wickedly. Ruo Jie, find a swift messenger at once and have this document delivered to General Ling Buxu of the Southwest. According to the historical record of the Demon Kingdom, the Divine Canon, the Tatar Rebellion of 782 erupted without warning. Duke Ross, returning from defeat in the Far East, hid within the territory of Ghana, too fearful to return to the demon fortress, spending his days weeping alone. Neglecting clan affairs, the oblivious elders of the clan urged him, asserting that although they had suffered defeat, many commanders had faced similar fates, the Tatar strength remained, and they could still muster an army of 300,000 to quell the rebellion. If all else failed, they could seek assistance from the royal court, assuring him that if he sincerely apologized before the demon god emperor, the emperor would surely grant him another opportunity. However, Duke Ross would heed none of their counsel. He shouted in frustration, "You do not understand. You understand nothing. That light king of the Far East is a devil. He is intent on my destruction. I will not rest until he is dead." He issued a proclamation, recruiting a multitude of civilians into the army and rigorously training them. Outsiders believed that the Duke intended to embark on yet another quest for vengeance in the Far East, but those privy to the truth were ashen-faced, hastily drafting their wills that on July 11th, General Ling Buxu of the southeastern Far East dispatched an urgent messenger to the Demon Emperor, presenting a crucial confidential document, one so secretive that even the commander of the Imperial Guard, Leo, was left in the dark regarding its contents. When the document was finally delivered before His Majesty, what reaction unfolded remains a mystery, for none of the guards present survived. According to the accounts of the residents of Demon Fortress, that fateful noon, a sudden blue flash swept through, followed by a deafening thunderclap, shaking the earth for hundreds of miles around. Where the shockwave traveled, buildings crumbled to dust, thousands of homes collapsed, and countless soldiers and civilians perished. At the epicenter of the explosion, the entire palace was reduced to mere powder, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose, spiraling skyward into the azure. The air above Demon Fortress reverberated with the terrifying roar of the Demon Emperor, Ross. "I demand your life." However, the defiant Ross had taken the initiative, dispatching messengers to various clans, declaring that 80 years prior, the Sanaya tribe shamelessly usurped the kingdom's supreme status, and now, it was time to rectify this egregious error. The Tartars were willing to set a heroic example for all. The clarion call for civil war had sounded once more. From 15 to 50 years of age, all Tartar men were conscripted. Under the banner of the Phoenix, thousands of Tartar and Yi's warriors congregated at the Ghana military district, mere country bumpkins just a day prior, now armed and transformed into soldiers, filled with a profound sense of mission and a fervent desire to face death. Unlike the recent war in the Far East, this conflict was a matter of life and death for their entire race. Should victory be theirs, the Tartars would ascend to become the ruling tribe of the kingdom, reclaiming the fertile lands occupied by the Sanaya, along with the magnificent Demon Fortress. Failure, however, would mean the partitioning of all Tartar lands, the slaughter of their men, and their wives and children reduced to the slaves of the victors among the Tartars. The warriors of the Yi's clan were especially eager to fight, for their ancestors once ruled the entire kingdom, and the elders often recounted tales of the Yi's former glory 80 years ago. The white jade floors of the palace were as smooth as a maiden's skin, The ornate stone pillars embedded with dazzling diamonds, and the majestic pagodas soared high into the sky. You cannot imagine the splendor. You would think only the gods could create such beauty. Our ancestors crafted these earthly treasures with blood, sweat, and wisdom. Oh, my eagle kin, this should have been your miracle. If I could behold it once more, I would die content. The Yi's tribe had long cherished memories of their past glory, needing no prodding from Ross. They erupted with a thunderous roar. Our holy city, now occupied by the Sanaya, let us wash away this disgrace with blood. On July 1 SD, 782, the second-ranked Tartar tribe suddenly declared war on the Golden Tribe, the Sanaya, igniting another round of royal power wars since the dark times 80 years ago. Civil war and rebellion are vastly different. Were it merely a matter of combating the traitor Ross, all tribes of the kingdom, such as the numerous Guang, Zichuan, and the formidable Hmong, would have an obligation, indeed. They would actively engage in combat to curry favor with the demon emperor, resulting in a scenario where 7 or 8 tribes would unite to thrash the Tartars, likely leading to their swift obliteration. Yet, if it were a civil war sparked by the struggle for royal supremacy, tradition dictated that it should only concern the Tartars and the Sanaya, with no other tribes permitted to intervene. For in the demon's worldview, strength reigns supreme. A king unworthy of defending his position against challengers should not sit upon the throne. Thus, the Sanaya could only isolate themselves in suppressing the Tartar rebellion. Receiving not a single soldier's aid from other tribes. Of course, the Sanaya were renowned for their elite warriors, while the Tartars were known for producing radishes and cabbage, having just returned defeated from the Far East. Almost everyone believed that the Sanaya army would swiftly crush the fragile Tartar and Yi's alliance, rendering the Tartar tribe a mere historical footnote. The neutral tribes were preparing to send swift horses bearing congratulatory messages to the demon emperor. Discussing how to divide the Tartar lands, naturally, the most fertile lands would be reserved for the Sanaya, but they would need to leave us some broth to drink, due to the illustrious history of the last royal power war. The Sanaya firmly believed in their unmatched strength. Sanaya soldiers often boasted, "We need but one hand to deal with them." Such arrogant pride had also infected the commanders, who regarded the Tartars as insignificant adversaries. If they can't even defeat the bumpkins from the Far East, how dare they challenge us? Old Ross must be out of his mind. The garrison commander stationed in the Ghana military district was the formidable Sanaya Marquis Dako, who first discerned the Tartar tribe's instability, starting from midnight. Troops were gathering and mobilizing in large numbers within the city, and unidentified individuals brazenly monitored the area surrounding the garrison, with communication severed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Marquis Dako was advised by subordinates to evacuate the Ghana territory under the protection of his guard. But he refused, stating, "My duty lies here." He urgently dispatched a messenger to Demon Fortress, requesting reinforcements. However, before any response arrived, the entire garrison was surrounded by 50,000 Tartar soldiers. Duke Ross personally approached Dako, demanding his surrender, which was promptly refused. Consequently, the Tartar warriors outside began to assault the garrison gates, met with fierce resistance from the defending troops. The civil war had officially commenced. Marquis Dako fought valiantly for a day and a night, ultimately falling in battle. 2,000 Sanaya soldiers perished alongside him, having inflicted casualties on the Tartars that were double their number. The governor of Goa, also a Sanaya general, sent to rescue Marquis Dako, fell victim to an ambush employing human wave tactics, sacrificing himself in the fray. Before Demon Fortress could respond, the Tartar advance commenced, a massive army surging forth like a locust swarm, overwhelming everything in its path to defend their homeland and loved ones. The Tartar soldiers exhibited an unprecedented fighting spirit. Although they were inferior in individual combat prowess to the fierce Sanaya soldiers, the Tartars were resilient, brave, and enduring that if a father fell in battle, his child would seize his father's scythe and charge forth. If an elder brother fell, a younger brother would tread upon his body to advance. If a husband perished, his wife would unhesitatingly don his blood-stained armor. If a son was slain, a white-haired father would weep as he took up his weapon. The unity of the Tartar tribe and their willingness to sacrifice themselves moved the entire kingdom. That a nation with no path of retreat is a fearsome force. Several cities within Sanaya territory fell in succession. 3 elder commanders perished in the defense, and over 8,000 Sanaya soldiers lost their lives. Though the Tartars incurred twice the casualties, their morale remained exceedingly high. Victory was the greatest encouragement. A string of victories electrified the entire kingdom, shattering the myth of Sanaya's invincibility, leaving the major tribes astonished. They suddenly felt it was premature to present their congratulatory messages to the demon emperor. Swift-footed messengers raced back and forth. Tribal leaders clandestinely gathered to exchange whispers, sharing the latest information on the war, their eyes glinting with intrigue. The Tartars are attacking fiercely, aren't they? What do you think? The Sanaya were formidable back in the day. But now, who knows? As the Tartar army continued its relentless advance toward Demon Fortress, the leaders began to loosen their tongues. The Sanaya have enjoyed too much comfort for far too long, 80 years. Fine wine and women have dulled the teeth and claws bequeathed to them by their ancestors. What has been pressing down upon us all this time? Could it be a paper tiger? No wonder Ross is so bold. He must have seen through it. Had I known, I would have. The speaker caught himself and fell silent. The other smiled knowingly, giving him a meaningful look. It is not too late. He extended his hand beneath the table. At that time, as long as I would be willing to lend you a hand. The two hands, symbols of great friendship, clasped tightly beneath the table, as two freshly allied ambitious men plotted how to devour each other whole. Chapter 12. The Battle of Toulon. Chapter 6. The Demon Emperor's Reconciliation on July 23 RD, 782. In the palace of Demon Fortress, in the Demon Kingdom, the weather was not particularly warm, especially within the spacious conference hall, where ventilated windows surrounded them and cool breezes swept through, alleviating the heat from the attendees. Yet, since the commencement of the core imperial meeting, Prince Khatun had been wiping sweat from his brow. The lower-ranking generals' meeting had just concluded, during which the commanders had debated vigorously, their voices hoarse. Had it not been before the Demon Emperor, they would have come to blows. Each person had their own explanation. Each claimed innocence, and each harshly accused their allies. It's him. He's the one who hindered us. The Sanaya, as a military state, imposed particularly severe rewards and punishments concerning military matters. Especially today, the Sanaya tribe has faced consecutive defeats. And your majesty may need to take drastic measures, perhaps even behead a few to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, in order to intimidate the generals. This is a matter of life and death. Leaving no room for leniency, the commanders are acutely aware of the truth that in disputes, the one with the loudest voice prevails. When arguments erupt, each bellows like thunder, causing the walls to reverberate. If anyone wishes to avoid becoming that unfortunate chicken, their voice must be amplified. The second prince, Kalen, jested, "You all bicker more ferociously than in battle." The conclusion of the meeting was bewildering. The generals unanimously declared, "It is all the fault of that wretched Daiko. Your Majesty, please punish him severely." Blaming a deceased individual for all the errors is the safest course of action. Although Daiko held high office in life, his ghost is powerless to rise from the grave. Even if it trembles with indignation, in truth, everyone knows that as the leader of the tribe, Prince Khatun bears the greatest responsibility for the military failures. The legion commanders merely lack the courage to state it plainly. However, in the higher-level core meeting, Prince Khatun immediately became the target of criticism, and the entire assembly devolved into a Khatun-bashing conference. General Zichuan Xiu was the main artillery in the assault, launching a relentless barrage from the outset. Why was there no timely retreat order issued to Lord Daiko? No time? We received news of the instability within the Datar tribe a week ago. The Goa garrison had not yet fully assembled, who compelled the governor of Goa to dispatch troops immediately to rescue Daiko, ultimately leading to the ambush and casualties of over 5,000 of our kin. This is a grave command error. Had the Goa military district not fallen, the Datar forces would never have breached the Goa defenses. Furthermore, with the specter of ethnic war looming, the General Staff's failure to issue a mobilization order in a timely manner is an extremely serious dereliction of duty. Each issue struck at the core, with every word dripping with urgency, leaving the prince speechless. He mumbled a defense. The Datar's attack was too sudden. We were caught off guard. Truly too sudden, Prince Kalen leisurely remarked, from my understanding. To be caught off guard does not mean there was no time to prepare, but rather that there was time, and yet no preparation was made. He looked towards the assembly and added, I believe that such mistakes cannot be entirely blamed on my elder brother. His burdens are exceedingly heavy, naturally leading to oversights. Father, I am more than willing to assist my elder brother, especially in military matters. Since Khatun was stripped of his claim to the throne, the second prince of the demon tribe has seen a remarkable rise in popularity, with ministers flocking to pledge their allegiance day and night. Overnight, they discovered numerous virtues in the second prince, proclaiming, "In truth, His Highness is quite handsome." Though Kalen is known for his lecherous and absurd ways, he is affable and magnanimous, possessing a disposition that is indifferent to trivialities. Everyone feels that if he were to inherit, life would surely be much easier, at the very least, devoid of the constant trepidation currently experienced. Prince Khatun's countenance turned ashen. Since being stripped of his birthright, his position as the military commander became his last bastion of support, and Kalen was now launching an assault on that very position, attempting to usurp it. Should he lose this identity as well, he would truly possess nothing. He rose to speak, but the demon god emperor gestured for him to sit, the motion akin to swatting away a bothersome fly. The prince immediately understood that his father's affection for him was likely akin to that for the aforementioned fly. That he cast a pleading glance towards the assembly, yet the ministers intentionally or inadvertently averted their gazes. Now, a factional struggle for the position of heir apparent had been laid bare in broad daylight, and each minister, cunning and shrewd, was reluctant to involve themselves in the fray. "Allow me to say a few words," the strategist Haisha interjected, his tone as calm as if discussing whether to have rice or porridge for dinner. "In terms of readiness, we indeed underestimated the threat. There is no shame in admitting it, yet we cannot place all the blame on the prince. In a large-scale ethnic war, the losses and gains of a city or region, the outcomes of minor skirmishes, are all quite commonplace." Having mysteriously reappeared in the palace after months of absence, the strategist offered no explanation for his departure. He now presided over the core meeting. Is this fellow truly a Sanaya? Zichuan Xiu wondered secretly. Not only she, but other participants likely shared the same query. Since the meeting commenced, Yelma and Leo had been eyeing Haisha with malicious intent. However, since His Divine Majesty had raised no objections to Haisha's participation, no one dared to voice their concerns. Kalen's dissatisfaction was evident, and just as he was about to speak, Zichuan Xiu hastily kicked him under the table. And he promptly realized, confronting such a favored minister of the demon god emperor was exceedingly foolish. He obediently lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of humble inquiry. The meeting room fell silent. Only the placid voice of Haisha could be heard. "Although our tribe possesses greater strength than the Datar, our forces are dispersed throughout the kingdom, stationed in various locations. The Wenkla Legion in the eastern Great Wilderness, the 6th Legion. The Earl Pima's Legion in the western Jia Mountains to the Varo River Basin, the 11th Legion. The Lingbukso Legion stationed at the forefront to defend against humans, the 5th Legion. The Ludi Legion in the far east, the 8th Legion. And the Gustar Legion in the Black River Plain, the 7th Legion. And in our battles against the rebellious forces in the far east, the 8th Legion suffered heavy losses, with the majority of its troops annihilated. We cannot rely on them for future conflicts. However, the remaining legions are composed entirely of Sanaya warriors, with commanders who are all members of the Sanaya royal family, ensuring unwavering loyalty. Yet, due to their distribution across the kingdom, these forces have been rendered ineffective. In the royal capital, the only forces we can mobilize are the Yelma Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the Feather Forest Legion. The 2nd Legion. Regrettably, the most formidable Guard Brigade, the 1st Legion, is incapacitated, as the leaders of the various tribes have ordered their high-ranking warriors to refrain from participating in the civil war, leaving the Guard Brigade inoperative. Thus, apart from protecting the capital, the Feather Forest Legion must also assume the palace guard duties previously held by the Guard Brigade. Consequently, the only forces available for battle are those of Lord Yelma. In contrast, the Datar forces are all stationed in the Ghana territory, ready to assemble at a moment's notice. The Datar tribe has long been armed to the teeth, with even 7- and 8-year-old children wielding weapons. We are not merely facing the Phoenix Legion, the 9th Legion, belonging to the Datar, and the Hellfire Legion, the 10th Legion, belonging to the Datar. We are confronting a united ethnic front. It is remarkable that His Highness the Prince has managed to support us thus far. Upon hearing the strategist Haisha's considerate distinctions, Prince Khatun's eyes immediately reddened, misty with tears. How truly noble to recognize loyalty in peril. Previously, when he wielded great power, he often resented Haisha for not giving him due respect, but now, reduced to a pariah, Haisha was the only one to speak on his behalf. Since being stripped of his claim to the throne, the ministers maintained a facade of respect towards him, yet their gazes had shifted. Those who once flattered him now eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves with Kalen and Zichuan Xiu. In his efforts to restore his father's favorable impression, he toiled day and night, Yet misfortune seemed to have taken root within him. Calamities abounded. After barely enduring the dark days of the Ludi rebellion, he was then confronted with the Tatar tribe's insurrection. As the nominal commander of the Sinai forces, he bore the brunt of the blame. With constant murmurs of dissent echoing behind his back, leaving him in despair, the thought of it brought forth tears that cascaded down his cheeks. How unjust this was! Each of the commanding generals was more formidable than the last. Who would heed his commands? Yelma had fought for 70 years, facing enemies ranging from humans, half-beasts, and snake tribes to the internecine conflicts among various demon tribes. He had battled every bipedal creature on the continent. Except for kangaroos, would he regard a mere boy the age of his grandson with any seriousness? Leo was a direct subordinate of his father, serving as a minister of the guard, apart from the emperor. He would not heed any other's orders. Zichuan Xiu was a confidant of his rival Kalen. Ling Buxu exuded an air of inscrutable depth, leaving others unable to discern his true nature. The only commander among the legions who would submit to him was Ludi, whom he had diligently nurtured and supported to become the Grand Governor of the Far East. Unfortunately, this individual proved utterly incompetent, dragging him down to hell as well. The strategist speaks wisely. Who among us can claim to have lived without error? Pursuing past mistakes serves no purpose. It is far better to strive to salvage the future. After the strategist's remarks, the demon god emperor, who had remained silent, also voiced his opinion. He gazed intently at the assembly. And under the weight of his scrutiny, everyone felt the pressure. Kalen understood this to be his father's admonition to cease his entanglements. Thus, he swallowed his dissatisfaction, presenting the most radiant smile. What father and the strategist say is nothing short of perfect. Who among us is without faults? He kindly nodded towards the strategist. Had resentment the power to kill? Haisha would have perished 50 times over. The ministers chimed in. Indeed, we all agree that is the case. The discussion returned to the matter at hand, and the demon god emperor inquired, "My esteemed ministers, who will contribute a sound proposal?" The venerable General Yi Irma proposed to lead a mobile unit to launch a surprise attack on the sparse rear of the Ghana military district, aiming straight for the heart of the Tatar tribe's stronghold. This would compel Ross to divert a portion of his forces for rescue, thereby alleviating the pressure on the front line. However, this suggestion was swiftly dismissed by the strategist Haisha. The Tatar tribe approached this conflict with a resolve to face death. They were determined to seize the demon fortress. And even if Irma were to turn the entire Ghana military district into a wasteland, Ross would remain indifferent. Duke Leo stammeringly suggested that he lead a small contingent of the Senia tribe's elite guards as the vanguard, with the entire army launching a concerted assault on the main forces of the Tatar tribe, striving to defeat them in a single battle. Before others could voice their objections, the demon emperor interjected. Are we to engage in open-field combat with an enemy that holds an absolute advantage in numbers? Prince Cardon huddled in a corner of the room, seemingly wishing to merge with the shadow, not daring to utter a sound. The discussion persisted for an hour, with the prominent figures of the Senia tribe proposing a plethora of absurd and even fantastical ideas to resolve the present predicament. The atmosphere was charged, and the rhetoric was sharp, yet the consensus was largely uniform. The current military strength was insufficient to effectively curb the advance of the Tatar tribe, and it was imperative to dispatch external troops back to the demon fortress for support. After a brief period of calculation and debate, Yi Irma, Zichuan Xiu, Leo, and other military dignitaries concurred on the following points. 1. To effectively halt the advance of the Tatar tribe's forces, it is necessary to augment the front line with an additional 50,000 to 100,000 troops. 2. To repel the Tatar tribe from all regions they have recently occupied and fortified. The additional forces must number no less than 200,000, excluding those allocated for logistical support. 3. To decisively defeat the Tatar tribe's main force and annihilate their viable combatants across all fronts. An increase of 300,000 to 400,000 troops is essential, not including an equivalent number of logistical support forces. For To achieve the aforementioned strategic objectives, the number of troops deployed is inversely proportional to the future casualty rate and the time required. Let me reveal a preliminary conclusion. Zichuan Xiu remarked, the handsome one-armed general surveying the assembly, aside from ensuring a minimal defense force for the holy capital, the imperial palace, and the temple, the Feather Forest Army can deploy 50,000 troops. Haisha expressed his admiration, stating, Lord Yulin possesses profound insight, which is commendable. However, this leaves the forces surrounding the holy capital and His Majesty rather thin. To mitigate risks, I suggest the Feather Forest Army should dispatch 30,000 troops. The assembly nodded in agreement, with no dissenting voices. The Feather Forest Legion bore the significant responsibility of defending the demon fortress. And even if Zichuan Xiu refrained from deploying troops, it would still be justifiable. From the Eastern Front, we can recall 80,000 troops from Winkra. Haisha continued, "What about the barbarians?" Yi Irma inquired. "That need not concern us." The demon emperor interjected, "I shall write to Geta Khan," temporarily entrusting them with the defense. The assembly was taken aback, and Yi Irma stammered, "Will the Gong tribe support us? That contravenes tradition. I merely require them to fend off the barbarian incursions, not to participate in the civil war, which does not violate tradition. But, Your Majesty, during the War of Sovereignty, your authority was suspended, and no commands can be issued to any tribe. As descendants of the great divine emperor, repelling barbarian intrusions is a collective duty of every divine tribe. I am merely offering Geta Khan a suggestion, reminding him not to forget his mission. But what if the Gong tribe refuses to comply? Geta Khan is not a fool. He will understand. Otherwise, after the Datar tribe, the Gong tribe will be the second to be eradicated. Under my grandfather's command, the number of tribes he ordered to be annihilated exceeded ten. My father was too lenient. He did not eliminate a single tribe, leading everyone to forget that we, the Xenia, were once known as the Blood tribe. The demon emperor's expression remained calm, yet the underlying menace sent chills through the assembly. After meticulous calculations, Cardon reported on behalf of the ministers to the demon emperor. Within a month, the Xenia tribe could assemble approximately 260,000 troops within the region of the demon fortress. The demon emperor furrowed his brow. Could we not muster a few more? Your Majesty, aside from General Winkra's forces, the remaining troops have been drawn from Duke Paima's 11th Legion and Gustav's 7th Legion. Given the complex local circumstances and the current tense situation, it is inadvisable to draw too many troops from the stationed forces to maintain public order and deter ambitious adversaries. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Haisha articulated his point delicately, yet all comprehended the implications. The 11th Legion was stationed from the western Jia Mountains to the Volo River Basin, an area inhabited predominantly by the powerful Hmong tribe, while the 7th Legion was positioned in the Black River Basin, home to the equally formidable Yakan tribe. Both tribes were recognized as the three great tribes of the kingdom alongside the Datar tribe. And historically, they have been the primary targets of vigilance for the Golden tribe. The Xenia tribe intentionally stationed these two powerful legions in territories of these tribes, and their intentions were unmistakable. Zichuan Xiu stood, elegantly bowing. To cause His Majesty concern is indeed a disgrace to us, your subjects. Please rest assured, we shall accomplish our mission. Yet with merely 260,000 troops, the demon emperor pondered slowly. To annihilate a populous great tribe. Even considering the valor of our warriors and the exceptional tactical acumen of you all, this task remains excessively daunting. Can we not augment our numbers? Even a single contingent would suffice. A look of distress crossed Prince Cardon's face. To assemble this over 260,000 strong force, they had exhausted their ingenuity, leaving no stone unturned, even including the garrison of merely 100 men in small counties and towns. Where else could they find more troops? Haisha gradually spoke. In fact, there is another legion which has been overlooked by you all, the Lingbuksa Legion stationed at the southwestern Grand Camp, comprising nearly 100,000 formidable troops, the majority of whom are warriors of the Xenia tribe. With unquestionable loyalty, the assembly was left speechless in astonishment, and the demon emperor raised an eyebrow. Does the strategist suggest ordering the Southwestern Legion to return and suppress the Datar tribe's rebellion? Precisely, Your Majesty, and moreover, the position of Lingbuksu is exceptionally advantageous. Departing from the Far East, they could reach the vulnerable heart of the Ghana military district in 4 weeks, coordinating a pincer attack with our main forces, leading to the inevitable collapse of the Datar tribe. What of the Far East? Furthermore, the Southwestern Legion is tasked with defending against humans, who will guard the Wayland Pass for us. Your Majesty, forgive my rudeness, but do you believe that the Southwestern Legion alone can fulfill the task of pacifying the Far East? The demon emperor shook his head. If Lingbuksu could resolve the situation, we would not have to send Ross there. This scoundrel. Since Lingbuksu lacks the capacity to reclaim the Far East, and we have no surplus troops to reinforce him, then the Southwestern Legion holds no significance in the Far East. Rather than allowing this force to dwindle in combat against the rebels, it would be more prudent to redeploy them back to suppress the Tatar tribe's insurrection. This is my humble opinion. I beseech your majesty for guidance. Haisha's argument was impeccable, and all nodded in silent agreement. Zichuan Xiu inquired, "Esteemed strategist, the Grand General of the Southwest is stationed in the westernmost province of Fengming in the Far East. If General Ling Buxu were to hasten back to the capital, he would have to traverse 7 provinces occupied by the rebels, inevitably facing pursuit and interception. After 1,000 miles of bloody combat, it is likely that only a few thousand troops would return to the kingdom. In this regard, I concur with your perspective, Lord Yulin. The Easterners have just achieved victory and currently hold the upper hand. Persuading them to yield passage may require concessions." Upon hearing the term concessions, everyone froze. The kingdom's army had traversed the continent unchallenged, while the unruly populace of the Far East, in the proud hearts of the Senia royal family, were merely a group of primitive barbarians. Yet, the illustrious and historically renowned Golden Tribe would have to make concessions to them, a notion that was truly unbearable. What type of concessions? General Yi Irma inquired skeptically. It is likely to encompass many aspects. The Easterners may very well present us with demands regarding governance, concerning autonomy in the Far East and the status of its provinces within the kingdom, as well as economic demands. They might seek independence. That is absolutely unacceptable. Duke Yi Irma bellowed. The acquisition of the Far Eastern territory was secured at the cost of the lives of over 100,000 of our soldiers. To quell the rebellion, another 100,000 will perish. Every inch of the 23 provinces of the Far East is stained with the blood of our soldiers, if we were to relinquish it. How could we justify this to our warriors? Strategist, advocating for the independence of the Far East is tantamount to treason. The old general's voice resonated like thunder, his white hair lending him an imposing presence. His words carried a formidable weight that he may not have possessed extraordinary talents. Yet his appointment as the commander of the tribal legion stemmed from his unwavering loyalty to the demon emperor and the tribe, along with his extensive experience in warfare. Although the lifespan of the demon race could reach nearly a century, their inherently warlike nature led to incessant conflicts between nations, tribes, and even within tribes. Few male demons lived beyond 50, yet Irma had reached the remarkable age of 83. As a warrior, he has survived the harrowing Dark Ages, endured the unimaginable horrors of genocidal wars, and managed to outlive the terrible tyrant known as Redbeard, which in itself is a miracle beyond comprehension. Within the Sanaya tribe, particularly among the lower-ranking officers, this venerable general enjoys immense prestige. Representing the military's unwavering pillar of strength, he harbors a profound disdain for any actions that jeopardize the interests of the army. When he openly accused Haisha of treason, all the ministers turned pale. "The old general speaks too harshly," Haisha replied nonchalantly, his calm demeanor unshaken even by such grave accusations. Temporarily withdrawing the Ling Buxu Legion does not equate to abandoning the Far East. Once we have dealt with the Tatar tribe and can refocus our efforts, reclaiming the Far East will be a trivial matter. The masked strategist raised his voice. Even if we were to concede 1,000 steps, what is more significant, the wilderness of the Far East or the survival of our tribe? Old general, the sharpness of Haisha's words was irrefutable, leaving Yirma fuming and speechless. Prince Kalen interjected sharply. No kingdom or tribe would agree to the independence of the Far East. Those old tortoises have no desire to fight in the Far East. But if we consent to its independence, come tomorrow morning, half the kingdom will hurl stones at us, eagerly seeking to oust us from power. Haisha nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct, Prince. Under no circumstances can we formally acknowledge the independence of the Far East. Then what does the strategist mean by concession? Independence for the Far East is utterly impossible. But appointing a new governor there would simplify matters considerably. If we were to appoint the leader of the Eastern rebels as governor, allowing him to govern the Far East, the chaos there would naturally cease. Is the strategist suggesting we pacify them? Kalen's eyes brimmed with skepticism. Rebels are doomed to die. Our kingdom has never had a precedent for pardoning traitors. If we are the first to forgive the renegades, our tribe's prestige will be utterly obliterated. If the Eastern rebels surrender to the kingdom, the Far East remains our territory. Thus, it is only logical for us to withdraw our forces, which would not diminish our prestige in the slightest. No matter how beautifully we phrase it, the undeniable truth is that we have failed to defeat the Eastern rebels on the battlefield and must resort to compromise. Victory is not solely achieved through bloody battles, at times. The pen and paper on the negotiating table can yield far greater benefits than swords and arrows. Without the Lingbuksu and the southwestern camp, who will guard our kingdom's southwestern borders, if humans seize the opportunity to launch an attack during our internal turmoil, what then? There is no need for concern. The reputation of the Zichuan family for reaping the fruits of victory is well known, and the Easterners are far more vigilant against the Zichuan family than we are. To protect their hard-won success, they would never allow humans to encroach upon the Far East. Even without our suggestion, they would station a large army in front of the Valen fortress. Prince Kalen rolled his eyes. Left speechless, even with his intelligence and eloquence, he could gain no advantage over Haisha. Your Majesty, Haisha turned to the demon god emperor. It has been 80 years since the last war for imperial power. While Ross's rebellion stems from his wolfish ambition, another significant reason lies in the fact that after 80 years of recuperation, the tribes that suffered severe losses during the last imperial war have fully recovered and are now eyeing hegemony. We are facing one of the gravest challenges in our history. The threat does not solely arise from the Datar tribe. Influenced by the Datar rebellion, the forthcoming situation will be increasingly unpredictable. Just 2 days ago, the Yakan tribesman Yagomi and the Mongolian tribesman Menghan clandestinely met in the Sea of Azov. Meetings between tribal leaders do not violate any kingdom decree, and we cannot ascertain the content of their discussions. But during this critical time, such actions are indeed suspicious. What events may unfold next, which tribes are loyal, and which harbor ulterior motives, remains unclear. Recalling the Lingbuksu may result in losing the Far East, which would be of little consequence since it was never truly ours. However, we have already lost the Ludi Legion. Should we lose the Lingbuksu Legion as well, the elite members of our tribe will be utterly decimated. And disaster will be upon us, witnessing our tribe's decline. Even if we eliminate the Datar tribe, it would be of no avail. All races will pounce upon us like wolves, and the second, third, and even the 100th challenger will soon emerge, plunging us into catastrophe. During this unprecedented time, it is imperative to recall reliable troops to bolster our strength against unforeseen dangers. This is a matter of utmost necessity. The war cannot be prolonged. We must achieve swift resolution to deter those tribes that are merely watching. I urge your Majesty to make a decisive judgment. No one dared to speak. The grim future painted by Haisha sent shivers down everyone's spine. They all understood that this was no mere alarmist rhetoric. 80 years ago, the once mighty Yesai dynasty was similarly toppled by a succession of challenges. Prince Kadin was the first to raise his hand, saying, "I support the strategist." Duke Leo also raised his hand. "I may not grasp the grand principles, but it sounds like the strategist is making a lot of sense. I've seen it firsthand. If one wolf in the pack is injured, the others will swarm to devour it." Following Kadin, other generals, including Zichuan Xiu, expressed their agreement. Even Yerma and Kalen, who had previously opposed vehemently, reluctantly raised their hands after some hesitation. The demon god emperor turned to Haisha. "Strategist, do you believe there is no other option but to recall the Lingbuksu from the Far East?" "No, if it is merely to defeat the Datar tribe. Our current forces suffices. However, if we aim for a swift resolution, I believe the strength of the Lingbuksu is indispensable." The old General Yerma knelt, saying, "We are incompetent, causing your Majesty embarrassment, but rest assured, once the Datar tribe is annihilated, I am willing to lead the army westward to crush the rebels into dust." Following Yerma, all the ministers knelt in apology. The demon god emperor did not seem to mind, waving his hand dismissively. "Rise. This is not your fault." He lowered his eyelids, his fingers deftly tapping on the table. The room fell silent, no one daring to disrupt the demon god emperor's contemplation. After a considerable time, when the demon god emperor opened his eyes, he had made up his mind and clearly stated, "Issue the decree." Immediately summoned the Lingbuksu back to the kingdom, while simultaneously dispatching envoys to contact the eastern rebels. To the military and civilians of the Far East, you were compelled to take up arms in opposition to the tyranny of Ludi. And the reasons are well known to His Majesty. Ludi has now been dismissed and investigated. His Majesty, in his magnanimity, pities your ignorance and allows you the chance to return to the path of loyalty and righteousness. Rejoining the kingdom, you are given 3 days to lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. This is your final opportunity, so cherish it. Thus decreed. Upon finishing the last word, the demon god emperor set down his pen and remarked to Haisha, It is unwise to mention the appointment of the rebel leader in the decree. Your Majesty is wise. Haisha nodded. This matter is indeed too delicate to be put into writing. It should be conveyed verbally by the envoy. Both men felt hesitant to delve deeper into the subject. And Haisha quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, since the Far East is the defeated party in surrender, according to customary practices, they must pay a war indemnity. May I inquire how much Your Majesty intends to set? The demon god emperor chuckled incredulously. War indemnity. Did they truly lose? Strategist, I merely hope they do not ask me for a toll to pass through Lingbuksu. Your Majesty, we must collect some form of indemnity, even if it is merely symbolic. Accepting compensation from the defeated party indisputably proves our victory, leaving no room for dissent. If that is the case, let it be set at 100,000 taels of silver. Zichuan Xiu asked, what if the Easterners lack funds? Lord Yulin's consideration is quite astute. The Eastern rebels' finances do not appear very robust. I fear it may be a challenge to extract a significant sum of gold from them. Enough of that, strategist. The demon god emperor grew impatient with such trivialities. If they truly lack funds, we shall lend them some, and they can publicly repay us during the surrender ceremony. Understood. Furthermore, it is said that during the battles at Kearney and afterward, many Sanaya officers and soldiers became prisoners of the Easterners, numbering in the tens of thousands. Ransom them back, using treasury funds. Our tribe is in urgent need of manpower. However, this must remain confidential. I understand, and I assure you it will not be leaked. Due to the urgency of the situation, the senior officials of the Demon God Fortress had limited knowledge of the rebel forces. Zichuan Xiu informed everyone. The Eastern rebels are comprised of 5 major tribes, with specific troop strength and distribution remaining unclear. Headquartered in Kearney City in the Minsk province, their leader is a mysterious figure known as His Highness the Prince of Light, who perpetually wears a mask and no one knows his true identity. The Prince of Light rose to prominence during the Grand Eastern Rebellion in 781, receiving unwavering support from the Eastern half-beast races, and is now the architect of the Eastern United Army. This individual commands his troops with extraordinary skill, repeatedly defeating the kingdom's punitive forces with a smaller contingent. He always donned a bronze mask in battle, leading the charge with extraordinary valor. He cherished his soldiers, maintaining a clear system of rewards and punishments, earning the unwavering support of the coalition forces. His army was disciplined and never troubled the common folk, earning the moniker Righteous Army from the people of the Far East. According to unverified rumors, there existed a human cavalry unit within the coalition, renowned for its formidable combat prowess, and due to their penchant for black attire, they were referred to as the Black Army. Human cavalry. Is there a connection between the Radiant King and the Zichuan family? Yi Irma inquired. Zichuan Xiu replied, there is no conclusive evidence. For now, we remain in the dark. The Demon Emperor pondered. The Radiant King? What a paragon of wisdom and courage. Alas, such a talent cannot be utilized by the kingdom. Who shall we send to negotiate with this Radiant King? Heisha contemplated. The envoy must meet several criteria. First, he must hold a sufficiently high rank to gain the trust of the rebels, and the negotiations must be conducted in secrecy, with the envoy chosen solely from among us. Second, time is of the essence. The negotiations are delicate, with some conditions needing to be advocated for while others may require concessions. Given the vast distance, we cannot consult His Majesty, so the envoy must possess the ability to make swift judgments independently, requiring a calm demeanor and decisive capability. Third, the envoy will be deep within enemy territory, facing legions of foes, and must represent our kingdom's dignity with composure. He must possess exceptional courage. Fourth, the envoy should possess a certain charisma and charm, ideally being versed in the languages of the Far Eastern tribes and of humanity. Only one candidate fulfills all these conditions. Before the strategist could finish, all eyes turned to Zichuan Xiu. He smiled wryly. Strategist, you need not elaborate. I dislike this, he stated. After the meeting concluded, as the expansive council hall was left with only the Demon Prince and General Yulin in private, Prince Kalen vented, by the great demon god above. This entire proposal is simply, he used a vulgar term from the demon tongue, implying a heap of filth by the roadside. What does Heisha intend? To halt our war with those Far Eastern barbarians? Why is he so benevolent toward them? Zichuan Xiu struggled to ask, Your Highness, may I inquire about the strategist's true identity? Why do you trust him so implicitly? Is he one of our Siniat kin? Kalen's playful demeanor vanished, and he replied coldly, Who exactly is Heisha? Ayun, If you wish to live longer, it would be best not to ponder this question, not even in thought. Surely you recall how General Osmaway met his end? Yun Qianxue shivered at the memory. That inebriated general had lifted He Sha's veil in jest. But this seemingly innocuous act led to unforeseen brutality. To prevent information from leaking, the demon emperor himself executed General Osmaway and all present, resulting in the deaths of dozens of senior officers and nobles due to that unexpected tragedy. Prince Kalen lowered his voice. I do not know why Father trusts him, but I am certain he harbors ill intentions. During Cardin's ascendancy, he catered to you. When we gained the upper hand, he rushed to support Cardon. He seeks to incite chaos within our divine ranks. Now he proposes a truce with the Far East, nurturing a future threat. I am convinced he colludes with those Far Eastern barbarians. Yun, you must remain vigilant. His origins are too suspicious. He is not one of our divine kin. Yun Qianxue was taken aback. That cannot be. I am familiar with every member of the Sainia royal family. I have met all the royal members of our divine race. And he is absolutely not listed among them. Is it possible he is a royal member in disguise? Absolutely not. Prince Kalen replied emphatically. You know that once I meet someone, I can immediately recognize their voice, scent, and footsteps. I can recall their form and actions without fail. No one can deceive me. Yun Qianxue silently nodded. This was a secret known only to him and Kalen, beneath the facade of a frivolous dandy. The demon prince possessed remarkable talent, or rather, extraordinary abilities. He could see through all disguises at a glance, with an exceptional memory that allowed him to remember everything he saw. And his intuition regarding loyalty and treachery was astonishingly sharp, rarely leading him astray. In his childhood, by chance, Yun Qianxue witnessed Kalen's abilities. During a game of dice, he lost to Kalen a staggering 171 times without winning even once. From that moment, he understood that the second prince was endowed with extraordinary luck and possessed the innate qualities of a ruler, worthy of his lifelong allegiance. He asked, then, is it possible that the strategist is of the divine race, but not a member of the royal family? Kalen scoffed. Do you think he could be one of those simple-minded, low-ranking, green-haired divine beings? The mere thought seemed impossible, causing Yun Qianxue to shake his head in frustration. Then, only one possibility remains. The two simultaneously gazed out the window, where the figure clad in a black robe was departing the palace gates. Prince Kalen bit his lip tightly. Those not of our kin harbor different intentions, Yun. You must be wary of him. Yun Qianxue nodded gently, recalling the kindness He Sha had shown him, the warm words and blessings that seemed to emanate from a venerable elder. The thought of becoming his adversary in the future weighed heavily on his heart. Oblivious to the piercing gaze behind him, the strategist strolled leisurely out of the palace gates, where the two rows of guards immediately saluted, standing on the majestic white jade steps of the palace. A cool breeze greeted him, causing his black cloak to billow in the wind. The supreme military strategist of the demon race felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, gazing at the clouds on the western horizon. He murmured, for the sake of that old wretch, I have done all I can for you. Now, it remains to be seen whether you can seize the opportunity. He paused slightly, as if unaccustomed to uttering those two words. His voice barely above a whisper. Xiu. In July of the year 782, news of the victory at the Thailand campaign spread like a bird with wings, swiftly traversing the entirety of the Far East. In every mountain, field, village, and town, the news was passed from person to person, village to village. Every living soul rushed to share the tidings. Even strangers embraced one another in excitement, tears streaming down their faces as they offered toasts. The bells of churches rang out in prayer, and messengers proclaimed with fervor, "A great victory! A great victory! This is an unprecedented triumph." 17,000 demon troops invaded, and nearly 80,000 were eliminated or captured, including over 100 high-ranking officers from the Far Eastern governor down. We have utterly broken the backs of those demon spawn. Only due to the mercy of his radiance did those demon remnants manage to escape with their lives. They fled back to their homeland in disgrace, scarcely daring to glance back. Our forces have now reached the borders. For the remaining demon garrisons scattered across the land, the triumph at Thailand heralded the onset of chaos. Certainly, some accounts were exaggerated. They found it hard to believe that, before the radiant king, the kingdom's high noble Ross knelt in the dust, weeping and pleading, "We are willing to pay 1,000,000 in ransom. We are willing to offer our estates. Just let us return home alive." But the defeat of the 17,000 reinforcements, the capture of the Far Eastern governor Liu Di, and the fall of the last demon stronghold in the Far East, Thailand. Any one of these tidings would suffice to plunge them into despair. In the provinces near the border, most demon troops hastily packed their belongings and fled back to their homeland, while the remaining forces were filled with trepidation. With desertions on the rise, the Radiant King was advancing from victory to victory, an unstoppable force, the people united in their blessings. May the great God Odi bless our king with victory after victory. May he live long. Regarding the next military maneuvers, some boldly speculated. Next, his radiance shall surely strike into demon territory with the force of thunder, wielding sword and fire, teaching those demons spawn a lesson. However, experienced elders countered. Although we have defeated the reinforcements of the demon invading army, there remains a significant demon force entrenched in the province of Fuming, a venomous needle embedded within the heart of the Far East. Constantly threatening our rear, his radiance, with his wisdom and insight, would certainly not overlook this. The next target of the king will undoubtedly be the southwest. In the tea houses of every village and town, both sides of the debate found substantial supporters, often arguing heatedly, faces flushed. Yet, none could predict correctly. Despite the glorious achievements of the Far Eastern Coalition in the Thailand campaign, their own losses were considerable, alone at the gates of Thailand. The Far Eastern Coalition suffered over 18,000 casualties, with each main force suffering significant personnel losses. Moreover, the continuous battles had left the troops extremely fatigued. Thus, allowing the forces a period of rest and replenishment was deemed essential. In light of this, Zichuan Xiu decided against undertaking major military actions in the near future, focusing instead on eliminating the remaining demon soldiers and bandits. He left Roger's 1st Legion to garrison Thailand, while personally leading the 2nd Army from Baichuan, clearing the remnants of demon forces from the northeastern border provinces that in many cities. The arrival of the Radiant King's army prompted the coalition to issue declarations guaranteeing the safety of surrendering demon soldiers. Liu Di, shouting from the gates, saw his old subordinates, realizing resistance was futile, and the remaining garrison, lacking the will to fight, mostly emerged in orderly fashion to surrender in the capital of a certain province. A commanding officer declared his intention to fight until the very last moment. However, before the Far East allied forces could lay siege to the city, his subordinates had already overwhelmed him and bound him tightly. Audacious, the commander struggled desperately, exclaiming, "Do you rascals intend to rebel? Disobeying orders is tantamount to treason. You are the one committing treason. Can't you see below? The one down there is Jin Yumao, the governor of the Far East. Far superior to your Bai Yumao, the captain of 100. The soldiers retorted as they handed the tightly bound commander over to the allied forces, generously adding, "Please dispose of him." The few fortresses still held by die-hard loyalists continued to resist. Hidden behind the wide moat and sturdy city walls, the demon soldiers brazenly shouted, "Come on, King of Light, Far Easterners, come and meet your doom." So be it. At the command of the King of Light, the ranks of the Far Eastern Army miraculously produced thousands of catapults, siege engines, assault vehicles, and ladders. Thailand was the largest armory of the demon race in the entire Far East, having amassed a substantial stockpile of weapons and equipment there. The Far Eastern allied forces were now vastly superior, transformed from mere popguns to formidable artillery. Within less than an hour, an overwhelming barrage of stones had reduced the city walls to rubble. The platforms of the siege towers soared higher than the battlements, with archers stationed atop, suppressing the demon archers below, who dared not show their faces, before the bewildered demon soldiers could regain their senses. A deafening crash echoed from below as the assault vehicle smashed through the city gates, allowing a multitude of infantry to surge through. For those cities that dared to resist, Zichuan Xiu ordered that no prisoners be taken. Ensuring that none would be spared, the Allied forces advanced triumphantly, achieving remarkable victories. Riding the momentum of the great triumph at Thailand, Zichuan Xiu swiftly seized vast territories and cities. What welcomed him were not lines of swords and arrows, but throngs of people cheering, flowers, fine wine, and the affectionate gazes of maidens, their voices resounding like a tidal wave. Long live our liberator! Long live the Allied forces! Long live the Far East! Long live the King of Light! Such scenes of military and civilian unity played out in every liberated city, with troop morale soaring to unprecedented heights. That on July 28, 782, the army arrived at the renowned city of Gaza in the eastern Far East. The local demon garrison offered only symbolic resistance. Within half an hour of engagement, the allied infantry had surged atop the city walls, forcing the demon defenders to retreat into the streets. Realizing the futility of resistance against the might of the allied forces, the commander raised a white flag, signaling a desire for negotiation to eye in an effort to preserve the historical integrity of the venerable city and to minimize casualties among the allied soldiers. Zichuan Xiu exceptionally agreed to meet with him. During the talks, after the old superior Lu Di personally intervened, the demon commander ultimately consented to surrender. Over 1,000 demon soldiers lined up to exit the city, discarding their weapons and banners at the city gates. Subsequently, a large contingent of fully armed allied soldiers surrounded them. The captives grew restless, but Lu Di reassured them, announcing that the Far Eastern allied forces would guarantee their safety and uphold their promises. Calming the prisoners, the former officers stepped forward to maintain order and count their numbers. Bran went to meet the former garrison commander to take over the demon command post, while the half-orc bosun led a transport team to secure the food and weapon warehouses, as well as the finances. The serpent folk Sas took his troops to take over the demon barracks and to arrange for the accommodation of the demon prisoners. After numerous encounters along the way, the officers had become exceedingly adept at seizing cities, requiring no direction from Zichuan Xiu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he observed his comrades busily at work, he stealthily slipped out through the back door of the command post. The sun shone brightly. Having removed his mask and donned a standard soldier's uniform, Zichuan Xiu strolled through the familiar streets of Gaza, feeling a rare sense of ease and joy. When was the last time he had visited this city? It must have been 4 years ago, shortly after he concluded the Third Hunchuan campaign. When his forces were stationed here at that time, Bai Chuan and the others had just been assigned as his subordinates by the Far Eastern military staff. The passage of time was astonishing. In just 4 short years, the world had transformed entirely. Those 3 youthful vice-captains had now matured into capable commanders in their own right. Zichuan Xiu chuckled softly to himself, reminiscing about the past. What a pure and carefree era it had been. The cheers of "Long live the King of Light" broke into his thoughts. He turned to see the allied forces procession entering the city, a magnificent column stretching endlessly. With golden banners fluttering in the breeze, the streets were a sea of people, filled with flowers, smiles, and joy, their cheers echoing like a crashing tide. Zichuan Xiu paused to watch. At this moment of celebration, he found himself thinking of that gentle, slightly weary smile, his eyes moistening. "Master, the land of the Far East you devoted your life to defending has now been reclaimed, and I shall guard it steadfastly. If the spirits of the heroic dead still linger, you must feel proud of me, no?" "Sir," a trembling voice interrupted Zichuan Xiu's reverie. "Sir, are you a human?" He turned to find an elderly half-orc standing before him, his face filled with astonishment. "I can't be mistaken. You are truly a human." "Good sir, is there something you need?" The old half-orc scrutinized Zichuan Xiu again, rubbing his eyes. "You really are a human. It has been ages since a human graced Gaza. In those days, we drove out humans and burned churches. How could we commit such acts against our own kin? It surely brought upon us misfortune. But speaking of which, you humans used to bully us quite mercilessly too." Zichuan Xiu listened quietly as the old half-orc rambled on. "There are bad humans, but most are good people. I still remember the former commander Zichuan Xiu. He was a good man, never mistreated us soy people. Yet some commanders were truly wicked. What a pity, such things should never have happened. Brothers fighting each other, rivers of blood flowing. This was truly an abomination. We have sinned." Zichuan Xiu comfortingly patted his shoulder. "It is all in the past. Old sir, it is all behind us." The old half-orc grasped Zichuan Xiu's hand, expressing his feelings. "Indeed, it is all behind us. Now you have returned, which is wonderful. Remember the lessons of the past. We Zoyan humans are brothers and must never turn against one another. Welcome back." Watching the old half-orc's frail figure gradually fade from view, Zichuan Xiu fell into contemplative silence. Can people truly learn from history? He harbored grave doubts, observing the jubilant crowd welcoming the liberating army of the King of Light. Their tearful, ecstatic faces, he believed that their joy emanated from the heart, not a facade. Yet, 2 years ago, was it not the same group of people who welcomed the demon army? Or perhaps 300 years prior, their ancestors had similarly welcomed the Zichuan family's forces into the Far East. Familiar footsteps approached from behind, prompting Zichuan Xiu to turn around. A graceful maiden was walking towards him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, widening them. It was Bai Chuan, now clad in civilian clothes and a skirt. In that instant, he was taken aback. Having grown accustomed to her military attire, he had not anticipated how beautiful she would appear in a dress. Noticing Zichuan Xiu's unabashed gaze, Bai Chuan smiled graciously. Performing a lovely twirl, her skirt blooming like a flower. It has been a long time since I wore civilian clothes. How do I look today? If the skirt were a bit shorter, it would be even better. I'll kill you. Bai Chuan informed Zichuan Xiu that an urgent messenger had just arrived from Thailand. The Demon Kingdom intended to negotiate with the Far Eastern Allied forces, escorted by Roger's troops, and the emissaries had already reached Gaza. Sir, you will never guess who the demon envoy is, I assure you, Bai Chuan said mysteriously. Zichuan Xiu casually replied, It isn't Yin Xianxue. Is it? He had few acquaintances among the demons, and the one he had interacted with most was indeed this lady of the feather forest. In an instant, Bai Chuan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. And Zichuan Xiu was equally stunned. No way, I guessed it randomly.